The collision of worlds intertwines the very laws that govern them. The rules of the game embed themselves into reality, ushering humanity into an era of universal class transitions. As monstrous entities invade, calamity descends upon the land. Only those who have undergone class transitions possess the strength to safeguard all living beings. Dragons, mythical beasts, sacred spirits, divine demons, legendary weapons, and rare treasures abound. Danger and opportunity march hand in hand. On that day, amidst the awakening ceremony, he, an outstanding student, unexpectedly awakened a remarkable ability. Chapter 1. The Awakening Ceremony. The Divine Summer Empire. Fengtong City. At Fengtong No. 1 High School, countless students gathered in the square, the crowd surging with anticipation. Outside the campus, numerous parents awaited with bated breath. The city guards of Fengtong City and various dignitaries also arrived to witness the event, adding an air of grandeur. Today marks a momentous occasion for the entire city, the annual Day of Awakening. Whether one awakens extraordinary talents and transforms into a dragon or fails and descends into insignificance hinges upon today. Su Luo stood among the ranks of Class 9, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed ahead. Once, Su Luo was an orphan, his parents lost to the chaos wrought by monstrous creatures, living in a state of aimlessness. It was not until middle school, following a high fever, that he awakened memories of his past life, merging them with his current recollections. The new Su Luo shed his former lethargy, embracing early mornings, physical training. He devoted himself to diligent study and hard work. From the bottom ranks of his first and second year classes, he surged to the forefront of his grade, ultimately gaining admission to the prestigious Fengtong No. 1 High School, leaving many in awe. This world manifests the extraordinary in the form of a game. Only the extraordinary can perceive the vast and authentic realms beyond. As he beheld the esteemed figures descending from the skies, Su Luo felt an intense longing. Centuries ago, an anomaly befell Blue Star, giving rise to countless secret realms, accompanied by the emergence of formidable magical beasts. Before the might of the Beast Kings, swords and firearms proved futile, and humanity faced relentless defeat. Ultimately, humanity harnessed their own extraordinary powers, paving the way for numerous extraordinary professions that exist today. Extraordinary warriors, indomitable and unyielding, can rend mountains with their sword chi. Spiritual mages wield powers that can incinerate mountains and boil seas, while holy-level forbidden spells can obliterate the very heavens and earth. Beast tamers command their beasts, subjugating demonic beast kings. Priests commune with divine beings, employing holy light to save all living things. The ranks of professionals are strictly categorized into apprentice level, intermediate professional level, master level, sacred tier, demigod, and a legendary divine level. As of now, no officially recognized divine level professionals exist in the world. The distinctions among professional ranks are severe, with each level exhibiting immense disparities. For instance, an intermediate professional can easily dispatch 3 to 5 apprentice-level novices, while a master can effortlessly overcome dozens of intermediate professionals. Unlike in ancient times, individuals must gradually develop their own abilities and comprehend their innate talents to reach deeper levels. The current world has already mastered the awakening technology. At the age when one's body begins to mature around 16 or 17, undergoing a special awakening ceremony allows one to discover their innate talents early, thereby selecting a more suitable extraordinary profession, enabling them to journey further and deeper. Today marks the designated Awakening Day in Fengtong City, with all schools conducting ceremonies simultaneously. Countless young men and women stood together, some trembled with anxiety, others incessantly sipped water, while a few engaged in trivial conversations to alleviate their pressure. Su Luo was no exception, his heart aflame with anticipation. "I feel a bit nervous," he remarked, watching classmates step into the awakening array, unleashing various extraordinary phenomena. Some emerged victorious, while others, with less than ideal results, exited in disappointment. Su Luo clenched his fists tightly. "I should be successful. My aptitude is commendable. I can feel it." During his training, Su Luo sensed his exceptional potential. He grasped concepts with remarkable speed, excelling in foundational combat techniques and spiritual knowledge. This is also the reason he ascended to a prestigious high school in just 1 year. A brilliant blue light flashed, entwined with countless bolts of lightning, gradually enveloping the body of a young man within the array. Wow, a blue-level talent. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was the first blue talent to appear that day. Talent levels are categorized from low to high as follows: white level, green level, blue level, purple level, and orange level. It is rumored that talents exceeding level exist, yet none have emerged among the pure-blooded humans. Whispers tell of a half-dragon who once awakened an S-level talent, though the authorities have never confirmed such claims. Upon hearing the young man's explanation, the staff exclaimed with excitement, "It's a blue talent, the destructive force of thunder cleaving." Wow! The onlookers marveled. Once more, this talent enhances the power of lightning-based spiritual techniques, capable of tearing apart targets. It seems Liao Bin is destined to become an elemental mage. His spiritual technique scores have always been among the top in the grade. How enviable! Liao Bin strode back to class with an air of confidence, his gait imbued with purpose. Numerous classmates approached to offer their congratulations, and Liao Bin raised his hand in acknowledgement, signaling he would treat everyone later. The awakening ceremony continued due to the prestigious nature of the high school. Most attendees possessed commendable aptitudes, with many awakening green level talents, while a few unfortunate ones awakened white level talents, casting a shadow over their futures. Finally, it was Class 9's turn. Previously, over a dozen blue talents had been reported, averaging 2 per class. First year Class 9, Yang Cheng. Coming. A flash of light passed. Green, Copperbone next. Yang Cheng returned with a beaming expression, clearly satisfied with his talent. A few close friends approached to congratulate him, saying, "Old Yang, it seems this aligns perfectly with your ambition to become a heavy-armored warrior." "Ah," he laughed. "Old Yang, treat us later." "Ah, no problem." "Old Yang, what's the effect of your talent?" "Ah, it's exceptionally good." Beside him, Wang Yu nudged Su Luo. "Luozi, are you nervous?" "I'm so anxious. Do you think I might awaken a blue talent?" Su Luo reassured him, "It's still possible." "Ah, I appreciate your good wishes." First year Class 9, Wang Yu. Coming. Wang Yu nervously stepped into the awakening array. As the light flashed, blue radiance erupted, eliciting gasps from the students of class. Sensing something, Wang Yu exited the array and narrated his talent to the staff. Level talent: the resolute type of light heavy armor. "Ah, that's impressive. A talent that allows one to wear heavy armor as if it were light armor. It seems Wang Yu is destined to become a heavy-armored warrior. Transitioning to a warrior or a knight would be quite commendable." Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully as he made his way back. "Congratulations, congratulations." "Same to you, same to you." Su Luo was also about to step forward to offer his congratulations, but upon realizing that his turn was imminent, he hesitated momentarily. One of his classmates had just completed their awakening, and it was finally Su Luo's turn. Class 9 of the first year, Su Luo. Present. Su Luo approached the awakening array and submitted his student identification card. Under the eager gaze of the teacher, he stepped into the array. Huff! He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Closing his eyes to attune his senses, he felt the array activate, and countless streams of extraordinary energy surged into his body, enveloping him in a warm and exceedingly comfortable sensation. In a state of drowsy reverie, Su Luo beheld a colossal tree that soared to the heavens, a shadowy specter before him. He subsequently sensed a diminutive tree emerging within his own body, taking root and absorbing something. Trembling, the little tree seemed to sense something, using its branches to fully absorb the looming shadow of the giant tree. Outside, the awakening array erupted with intense energy, radiating a verdant glow. Alas, sighed the homeroom teacher, who had been closely observing Su Luo. Chapter 2, Talent. "Oh, I had anticipated that Su Luo would awaken a blue B-grade talent," someone lamented. "What a pity, judging by the aura. It appears to be significantly stronger than the average green talent, almost touching blue. Yet still, it remains a green talent." Indeed, Su Luo felt a tinge of despondency. Yet he continued to engage with the staff, relaying his report. "What is talent?" Su Luo scrutinized his attribute panel. Name: Su Luo. Level: LV10. Primary profession: none. Secondary profession: student LV10. Attributes: Strength: 13. The average adult is 10, determining physical attack power and carrying capacity. Agility: 13. The average adult is 10, affecting attack speed. Movement speed and bodily coordination. Stamina: 13. The average adult is 10, influencing endurance, physique, and recovery ability. Intelligence: 14. The average adult is 10, determining the strength of spiritual techniques and one's comprehension ability. Spirit: 14. The average adult is 10, dictating the upper limit of spiritual power and recovery speed. Charisma, 17. The average adult is 10, influencing appearance, demeanor, eloquence, affinity, and greatly impacting battle pets. Talent, Tree of Life, LV1. Professional skills, none. Universal skills, basic body refinement, LV10, introduction to spiritual techniques, LV10, swordsmanship, LV10, identification of spiritual materials, LV10. Pets, none. Gazing at his talent column, the Tree of Life. Despite the small tree depicted with branches and leaves in the talent background, it was undeniably a green talent. The talent is the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life? This talent isn't listed in the directory. It must be a new one. What effect does it have? Inquired a male staff member who was diligently taking notes. Every year, peculiar talents would emerge, and the personnel from the professional guild would document them, uploading the information to the professional system. Su Luo perceived the information. Talent, Tree of Life. Type, Enlightenment. Level, attributes, none. Effect, absorbs life force and bears special fruits. Remarks, the fruits produced should enhance the abilities of living beings, whether it be strength, spiritual techniques, or aptitude. Su Luo replied, Enlightenment type. Capable of enhancing the abilities of living beings? Oh, I will record that. Enlightenment type, enhancement category. Here is a basic recommendation note for you. He accepted the note handed over by the staff member. Recommended professions, T1, Beast Tamer, Demon Conjurer, Dragon Trainer, Holy Beast Envoy. T2, Spirit Pet Master, Spirit Beast Knight. Beast King. T3, not worth a glance. Without a second thought, he crumpled the paper into a ball and stowed it in his pocket, returning to the group. Wang Yu observed Su Luo's dejected demeanor, wishing to offer comfort but unsure of how to begin. His classmate, Tong Duan, exuberantly proclaimed, Today is my lucky day. I awakened a blue talent. I'll treat everyone tonight, so don't be shy. Tong Duan is so fortunate to awaken a blue talent. Indeed. Su Luo ended up with a green talent. Truly, fate is capricious. Finally, after all the class had completed their awakenings, they returned one by one. Back in the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Xiao Wu, sought to console them from the podium. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Talent does not dictate the heights of our future. Ahem, soon we will transition to the second year, and everyone should choose their primary profession and the corresponding elective courses. Warriors should enroll in combat techniques and body refinement classes, while spiritualists should register for mental cultivation methods and basic spiritual techniques. Ding dong. Xiao Wu continued. That will be all for today. Please reflect well after school. As he concluded, Xiao Wu's figure vanished in an instant. Why did I awaken a talent for ingredient handling? Am I destined to be a chef? You awakened a talent for ingredient handling? Let us visit his home tonight and see how his talent manifests. Scram. Old Xiao speaks of fate being determined by oneself, yet he swiftly claims one should choose a profession based on their talent. It's quite the reality check. Tong Duan, one of the day's protagonists, felt somewhat awkward explaining to his classmates. I apologize, young Master Zhao intends to invite those who awakened blue talents for a gathering tonight. So I want to be treating today. Another time. How unfortunate. I'm off, heading home. Su Luo gathered his books and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Wang Yu approached Su Luo, wanting to clarify something. Are you attending young Master Zhao's gathering tonight? No. I'm not on good terms with him. I've accepted an invitation from Miss Jiang, so. Su Luo smiled. I'll head back first. You should return home early as well. Don't stay out too late. Although Su Luo and Wang Yu had been friends for many years, he did not wish to interfere with his friend's noble circle of acquaintances. The campus today was particularly lively, with boys and girls either laughing heartily or stifling their sobs behind their hands. Su Luo walked back to his residence in silence. His orphan status resulting in a single apartment arranged by Xinxia. The apartment housed many orphans like Su Luo, victims of the calamity, alongside some miscellaneous lower-tier workers who resided there solely due to the affordable rent. Perhaps the melancholy on Su Luo's face was evident, as no one approached him to greet him on his way back. A solitary silhouette, not far away, in a corner, an elderly lady in a group of grandmothers remarked, Sister Wang, it seems young Su has awakened a less-than-ideal talent? A more frail Grandma Wang replied, Oh dear, my grandson mentioned that young Su awakened a green C-grade talent. Isn't that still decent? Given Su Luo's usual performance, he should have awakened a blue talent. There's nothing to be done. This is fate. Su Luo closed the door to his apartment and tossed his backpack aside. No, that anomaly I witnessed should indicate a blue-grade talent. He thought to himself. Let me take another look. Although Su Luo had rapidly improved his grades in middle school, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious high school, those were merely extraordinary subjects. His foundational subjects were average at best. Talent, extraordinary knowledge. Here it is. Su Luo rummaged through his middle school textbooks. The conventional talent grading system is D, white, C, green, B, blue, A, purple, S, orange. Blue and above talents may be accompanied by anomalies. For instance, a flame talent would have a flame background. A tree anomaly? Su Luo continued to search. Special talents, such as the half-dragon talent, are characterized by dragon scales corresponding to the respective dragon bloodline. Special talents, such as those who awaken with phoenix bloodlines, bear backgrounds adorned with corresponding phoenix feathers. No, Su Luo persisted in his search. Special talents. Some individuals with exceptional potential may awaken talents with backgrounds of branches and leaves. This is it. Su Luo perked up. Such talents initially appear as light green, transitioning to green, then dark green, corresponding to the conventional B, blue, A, purple, and S, orange, levels. While initially weaker compared to talents of the same grade, they become more potent in the later stages. Su Luo trembled as he set down the guidebook. This is it. I knew that the anomaly at that moment could not merely signify a green talent. However, Su Luo was somewhat surprised to discover that his talent was not merely of the blue variety, but rather a malleable aptitude equivalent to a purple A-grade talent. He promptly composed a text message to teacher Xiao, expressing some inquiries regarding his talent, intending to discuss it with her tomorrow. After setting his phone down, he glanced at the time and realized it was already nearing 10 o'clock in the evening. Which profession should he choose tomorrow? The demon contractor, dragon tamer, or divine beast envoy were all out of reach, given the exorbitant cost of the transfer books. Therefore, it seemed he would have to settle for something more modest. In a drowsy haze, Su Luo seemed to hear some explosive sounds, unconsciously rolling over. This night felt particularly sweet. Chapter 3. The Assault Incident. Awakening early, Su Luo, fully aware of his formidable and developing talent, felt invigorated. It was a splendid day. It was early August, having just concluded the first year of high school. With the awakening ceremony completed, the students were about to select their corresponding extraordinary professions. The students would be divided based on their choices of either combat-focused or support-oriented careers. If one's talent was more suited for a lifestyle profession but one still wished to pursue a combat vocation, it was not impossible. However, one would forfeit the associated benefits. For instance, those with a green C-grade talent would enjoy nearly half-price discounts on purchasing initial transfer books, while individuals with a blue B-grade talent could acquire even rarer transfer books. Facilities and faculty guidance would not be subsidized, necessitating that students pay out of pocket. This was precisely why Su Luo felt elated upon discovering his talent was equivalent to a purple A-grade, as it represented a substantial financial boon and a wealth of resources. After completing his morning routine, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off for school, humming a tune along the way. Observing Su Luo's cheerful demeanor, the elderly women in the neighborhood exchanged puzzled glances. Is young Su in good spirits today? I thought he had a rather lackluster awakening yesterday, mused Grandma Zhao. Clad in blue, perhaps his talent is better than expected? My grandson mentioned that Su Luo's talent is quite close to blue B grade, replied Grandma Wang, her voice low. As long as he awakens a talent, it's better than being an ordinary person for a lifetime, another chimed in. Indeed, a chorus of agreement followed. Upon arriving at campus, Su Luo sensed an unusual tension in the air. The security at the entrance had doubled, with 2 teams of over 20 practitioners. And the atmosphere among students felt notably grave. Did you hear? Several awakened blue talents reportedly perished yesterday, one student whispered. I heard it wasn't just one location that faced an attack, another added, causing Su Luo's expression to harden. Entering classroom 9, he found his classmates engaged in hushed conversations. Wang Yu, bandaged and with an arm in a sling, bore several band-aids on his face, leaving Su Luo curious about the events that transpired. What happened to you? Su Luo inquired. Don't ask, Wang Yu sighed. Yesterday. Bang. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Xiao Wu, entered the classroom. Quiet, everyone. You may have heard about the assaults that occurred yesterday, he began. A few teams of assassins from the Dark Spirit clan attacked our city's extraordinary talents, who had awakened blue talents. Unfortunately, Tong Duan from our class did not survive. As Xiao Wu's words settled in, a cacophony of voices erupted within the classroom. I heard everyone who attended Young Zhao's gathering yesterday was wiped out, tragically so. Wang Yu's group faced an attack too, but thankfully he survived. Though there were mixed feelings about Tong Duan's sycophantic tendencies toward the powerful, his demise was deeply mourned by his peers. Enough. Xiao Wu clapped his hands. Everyone must remain vigilant. Not all Dark Spirit assassins have been eliminated, and some are still on the run. All students with awakened blue talents must prioritize their safety. The city has identified several informants from the Dark Spirit clan among both high-ranking officials and civilians, many of whom are still at large. There may even be some among us, right beside you. A hush fell over the classroom as Xiao Wu scanned the room, scrutinizing his students' expressions. By the way, Su Luo, you mentioned yesterday that you had some questions regarding your talent. What specifically is it? Su Luo stood up, hesitating. Well, it's just some issues regarding career choices. I've researched the information and it seems fine now, he replied, quickly backing down. Given the current infiltration by foreign entities, revealing his talent felt perilous. It was wiser to remain low-key. After all, resources could wait, but one's life was paramount. All right then, everyone, please submit the professions you wish to choose. Next, we'll be organizing the second-year classes, so pay attention, Xiao Wu continued, outlining important matters to consider. He nudged Wang Yu in front of him. You were attacked too, right? Su Luo asked. Don't mention it. Thankfully, Miss Zhang's bodyguards were hidden behind us and eliminated 3 assassins, though I sustained some minor injuries, Wang Yu replied, looking quite disgruntled. But my dad bought me 2 healing potions, which should arrive this afternoon. This injury will heal in a few days. Coming from a wealthy family, huh? Su Luo couldn't help but reflect on Wang Yu's background, knowing his family dealt in extraordinary equipment and rare-grade spiritual items. Feeling a pang of regret, Su Luo realized they would soon be separated into different classes after the division. Since middle school, he and Wang Yu had been classmates and shared a close bond. So the thought of parting was bittersweet. By the way, Su Luo, aren't you aiming for the Beast Taming class? We might still be together, Wang Yu said hopefully. Really? Su Luo replied, intrigued. My second uncle is a master beast tamer, and after hearing about my talent, he suggested I transition to become a spirit beast knight. He plans to train me in advanced mount, and once I achieve a professional rank, I can contract the mount directly, which could grant me master-level combat capability. My father has even prepared rare knight armor for me. Watching Wang Yu's excitement about the future, Su Luo felt a mix of envy and admiration. After completing the registration, the school quickly organized the classes. They were primarily divided into 4 main groups: warrior class, spirit arts class, priest, and beast taming class, along with a lifestyle profession class for those who preferred a more leisurely path. The priest and beast tamer professions shared many overlapping courses, so they were grouped together due to their smaller numbers. Upon completion of the class assignment, given the intensity of Su Luo's talent shown during the awakening ceremony, he was placed in the beast taming and priest class. As expected, Wang Yu was also assigned to this class, being another blue B-grade talent. Without hesitation, Wang Yu took a seat beside Su Luo, towering over him at over 185 meters, while Su Luo, standing nearly 1.8 meters, sat in front of him. Both of them settled in the back row near the window. On the first day, the school distributed the transfer books, and most students utilized them immediately. Despite Su Luo's status as an orphan, the Divine Summer Empire provided some official assistance, yet his finances were still quite limited. During holidays, Su Luo often took on part-time jobs to save some money. Initially, he had hoped that his extraordinary talent would allow him to awaken a blue talent and purchase rare professional skill books. Now, despite awakening a growth-type talent, it seemed he would have to settle for the more commonplace beast tamer profession. With a flash of brilliance, the interface shifted. System, Attribute Panel. Name, Su Luo. Level, LV10. Main profession, Beast Tamer Apprentice, LV1. Secondary profession, Student LV10. Attributes, Strength, 13. Agility, 13. Stamina, 13. Intelligence, 14. Spirit, 14. Charisma, 17. Talents, Tree of Life, LV1. Professional skills, Enslavement Contract, LV1. Scold, LV1. General skills, Pet Food, LV1. Primary Body Refinement Technique, LV10. Initial Spirit Technique, LV10. Spirit Material Identification, LV10. Beast Tamed, none. At last, I have acquired professional skills. The expenditure of 3,000 gold coins was not in vain. Although one can obtain extraordinary professions through learning without a job transfer book, the advantage of utilizing a transfer book is that one can directly acquire the core skills of the profession. The enslavement contract allows for the capture of spirit pets, while Scold enhances their combat prowess. Pet food is essential for crafting sustenance tailored for spirit pets, and though it is a general skill, it is indispensable for any beast tamer. The days ahead promise to be ever more intriguing. Chapter 4. Purchasing Spirit Pets. Alas, my future appears rather bleak, lamented Su Luo. Half a month into the second year of high school, I have studied the cultivation methods of the Beast Tamer Apprentice, along with several low-level healing spirit techniques. I have also dabbled in destruction techniques and lower-tier combat skills, as some beast tamers possess these talents. Gradually transitioning to become spirit beast knights or spirit pet mages upon their second job change. Due to the accumulation of early progress, there is a period of rapid advancement in levels. In Su Luo's esteemed class, several peers have already elevated their professional levels to above level 5. While despite Su Luo's diligent training, his current level remains at 3. Every time he trains, he senses that the tree also absorbs spiritual energy, which is already scarce. He remarked with disdain. Although he had a grasp of the concept, he did not anticipate that growth-type talents would be so slow to upgrade. Should I disclose my talent? He shook his head. Recently, several top students had been attacked by assassins from the Dark Spirit clan, and a teacher at Feng Tong was revealed to be an informant for the clan. Who could say if that burly fellow Xiao Wu was involved? Even if Xiao Wu was innocent, who could ascertain the integrity of the bald head of the guidance office? No, I cannot take such risks. But with this in mind, will I be able to reach a second-tier professional level before the college entrance examination? Su Luo felt uncertain. However, there was not a complete lack of opportunity. Gazing at the talent panel, he noticed that the background of the tree of life had formed a small red fruit. The initial life fruit is ready to be harvested. Should I pick it? Each time his consciousness lingered upon it, a prompt would emerge. No, I will wait until I have purchased my spirit pets first. Dingling. The afternoon's last class on primary spirit pet enhancement magic had concluded. Su Luo packed his backpack, intending to head home. Hey, handsome Luo Z. Tomorrow is the weekend. Would you like to accompany me to purchase spirit pets? A husky, magnetic voice rang out from behind. It was Wang Yu extending an invitation. Sure, Su Luo replied. For what beast tamer would be without their spirit pets? Although funds are limited and I may not purchase the best immediately, I can at least take a look. All right. It's settled then. I've also invited a few priestesses to join us. Xiong Fairway and Chang Sun Fengna have already agreed. I wonder if we can persuade the class flower to come along. Shall we meet at the school gate at 9 tomorrow morning? Wang Yu inquired about the time. Sounds good. No problem, Su Luo affirmed. Having set the time, the classmates departed, the campus bustling with activity. Su Luo, however, made his way to the practice field at the back of the campus, where several diligent classmates were already training. He picked up a wooden sword wrapped in cloth strips and began to strike at the training dummies vigorously. An hour later, his basic swordsmanship level had risen to LV13. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt utterly drained. First, a meal, then it would be time for training in spirit techniques. Su Luo thought as he headed towards the school cafeteria. The following morning, after completing his training, Su Luo arrived at the school gate to await Wang Yu and the others. Soon, the sound of cheerful chatter reached him as Wang Yu led several girls towards him. Huh, look at me. I'm impressive, right? Not only did the class flower Mu Wanwan come, but also her two close friends, Wang Yu boasted. Oh, I don't recognize them, Su Luo responded. One is a water-type spirit magician, and the other is a swordswoman, not from our class. I thought so, Wang Yu said as he nudged Su Luo with his elbow, whispering, they both have lovely figures, don't they? Indeed, quite appealing, Su Luo acknowledged. Which one do you fancy? I prefer the swordswoman. Her physique is, very wild, Wang Yu replied, shaking his head. I am more drawn to the spirit magician. She has a gentle demeanor. I find that the swordswoman is a tad too rugged for my taste, rather stout. Suddenly, the trio of class flowers caught their attention. The female swordswoman turned and offered Su Luo an encouraging, affirming glance before drawing her wooden sword. Hey, little you, everyone is in swordsmanship class. Come on. Let me see how well you've learned your sword skills. Let us spar a bit. Perhaps that's unnecessary. We're about to go buy spirit pets. Su Luo stammered. Nonsense. How could you refuse an elder sister's goodwill? She insisted. All right then, prepare yourself. The swordswoman proceeded to engage Wang Yu in a flurry of playful blows. After the bout, she admonished him, don't let your tongue wag so recklessly in the future. Understood? Got it, sister, Wang Yu replied, his face bruised. Su Luo cast a few healing spells upon Wang Yu, swiftly alleviating his swelling and pain. Before long, their group was complete, joined by 2 boys and 3 girls, all classmates, as they set off towards the spirit pet shop. During their journey, they learned that the swordswoman was actually Wang Yu's distant cousin, who had taken care of him since childhood. Her awakened talent was a blue perceptive type ability, which allowed her to overhear Wang Yu and Su Luo's hushed conversation from a considerable distance. At last, we have arrived, Wang Yu exclaimed, feeling revitalized, with his wounds no longer throbbing painfully. Everyone, remember my name, Wang Yu. This shop belongs to my family's partner, and I can offer everyone discounts. Wang Yu declared grandly, gesturing with flair. How generous. Wang Yu is so handsome, one girl gushed. Discounts are fantastic. I adore a good bargain, Su Luo added. The group dispersed. Some accompanied their friends, not intending to make purchases, while others, like Su Luo, wandered alone. Su Luo noticed something unusual. When checking the information of the spirit pets, the fruit from the tree of life in his talent panel reacted. A vision of the spirit pet post-consumption of the fruit appeared, showcasing them becoming stronger. After perusing several options, Su Luo felt somewhat disheartened. Indeed, the power rating correlated positively with the price, while some high-potential spirit pets offered less value. Sigh, Su Luo lamented. Continuing his exploration, He inadvertently checked a cat pet and noticed a different reaction from the fruit. A larger cat transformed into a small tiger after consuming the life fruit. He glanced at the sign, which read, Gem Cat, with a magnificent coat, a gentle temperament, and the weakest individual among a litter of magical spotted tigers, deficient in talent and smaller in size. Truly, the frail cubs of the magical spotted tigers could replenish their inadequate talents and revert to their original form upon consuming the life fruit. The price was 30,000 coins, while a magical spotted tiger was valued at 150,000. What a tremendous profit! Solo was well aware that his life fruit would continue to yield results. Albeit at a slow pace, the second spirit fruit was also nearing maturity. Initially, he intended to purchase a standard spirit pet priced around 50,000 to 60,000, which, with a student discount, could be acquired for less than 30,000. Consequently, he had limited options, finding only two pets that appeared to be from the same litter, one red and one blue. Solo promptly purchased both, and although the normal price post-discount should have been 30,000, the merchant graciously offered a reduction, charging only 27,000. Such exquisite gem cats, the girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with affection. For gem cats possessed greater allure compared to ordinary spirit pets. In a corner, Wang Yu remarked, Brother, if you're short on funds, I can lend you some. With your abilities, I foresee a bright future for you. Solo smiled in response, Thank you. My talent is resource-oriented, rest assured. These two gem cats are perfectly suited for me. If you say so, then so be it, Wang Yu replied. Ultimately, only 4 individuals acquired spirit pets, Solo with his 2 gem cats, Wang Yu with a wind steed, the class beauty Mu Wanwan with a magical owl, and Wang Yu's cousin, the swordswoman Min Hui, who had reserved a bloodthirsty horse, yet it would not arrive until next week. The group returned home with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving home, the staff placed the red and blue gem cats in the room and departed. Solo fed the 2 little creatures some water and spirit pet food. Oh, you adorable little things. Given their youth, they were still quite playful. After teasing them with a cat wand for a while, he settled onto his bed to engage in today's Beastmaster training. With a deep breath, Solo opened his eyes, his face brimming with excitement. Perhaps it was the joy of recent events that invigorated him, for that night, his apprenticeship in Beast Mastery had reached level 4. The 2 little creatures were still at level 3, so he decided to initiate a contract with them that evening. He fixed his gaze on the 2 frolicking in their cage. Chapter 5, Growth. The enslavement contract was released. In Solo's hand, a small spirit power formation radiated a white light. As the light flickered, he sensed a unique connection forming with the little blue cat before him. Name, Gem Cat, Blue. Level, LV3. Attribute, Ice. Race, Beast Clan, Magical Spotted Tiger, Mid-Level Elite Spirit Beast. Skills, Ice Control LV7, Beast Instinct LV10. Evaluation, Ice Attribute Beast Type. Currently a low-tier magical beast. Potential score 270. Combat Power Score 130. The attribute panel was unremarkable, so he proceeded to contract the other one. The light flashed again. Name, Gem Cat, Red. Level, LV3. Attribute, Fire. Race, Beast Clan, Magical Spotted Tiger, Mid-Level Elite Spirit Beast. Skills, Flame Control LV7, Beast Instinct LV11. Evaluation, Fire Attribute Beast Type. Currently a low-tier magical beast. Potential score 267. Combat Power Score 126. Equally ordinary, yet considering the modest expenditure, Solo glanced at the life fruit displayed on the talent tree. Let's see what effect you yield. Would you like to use the life fruit? Yes. In the void, a translucent red fruit materialized, transforming into juice, resembling a liquid akin to fresh blood, which flowed onto the blue gem cat. Gasping, the blue gem cat curled up and began to slumber, while the little red one curiously observed its brother, bewildered by the strange cries of anguish before the blue cat succumbed to sleep. Your brother is undergoing a transformation. When he awakens, he will become even stronger. Do not feel jealous, he said, gently patting the little red cat's head. Ah, I should give you both names. The red one shall be called Honghua, and the blue one will be named Lan Bing, perfectly reflecting your attributes. Watching the names change on the attribute panel filled Solo with immense joy. As night passed, Lan Bing completed its transformation, growing significantly in size from approximately 1 meter to around 1.2 meters, transitioning from a large cat to a small tiger. The attribute panel underwent a substantial change as well. Name, Lan Bing. Level, LV5. Attribute, Ice. Race, Beast Clan, Magical Spotted Tiger, Mid-Level Elite Spirit Beast. Skills, Ice Control LV9. Beast Instinct LV12. Evaluation, Ice Attribute Beast Type. Currently at the level of a low-tier Spirit Beast. Potential score 1600. combat power score 200. It seemed the changes were not as drastic. Yet it had evolved from a being of insufficient talent to a magical spotted tiger cub capable of normal growth as a mid-tier spirit beast, compensating for its innate deficiencies. Solo retrieved the spirit beast pouch, placing Honghua and Lanbing inside. This pouch had been distributed by the school to Beastmasters, despite its limited space. It would not be inexpensive if purchased separately. As for why he did not use a spirit beast space, that was a privilege reserved for professional Beastmasters, obtainable only after a second-class transition. During the weekend, Solo headed to school for training, honing both himself and his companions, Honghua and Lanbing. Solo had already sensed that his training advancement was considerably slow, approximately half the speed of his peers. This might be attributed to the way the Tree of Life distributed experience. It was unusual for Solo to purchase 2 spirit beasts, aside from the advantage it provided. It also served to amplify his combat prowess and accelerate his leveling. After all, having 2 spirit pets offered a significant enhancement to his combat capabilities, far beyond mere multiplication. Although in the early stages, having an additional spirit beast meant sharing experience, resulting in slower leveling. Time flew by, with summer giving way to winter as the year drew to a close. The elite class of the second year had completed their curriculum, having learned nearly everything the school could offer. Hey, Luazi, do you want to join us for some leveling during the break? Wang Yu enthusiastically invited him, likely wishing to mentor Solo. As of last week, Wang Yu had reached level 15 and was expected to transition to his second class within 6 months, officially becoming a spirit beast knight. No, my spirit pets are numerous, and their levels are still low. I prefer to find safer areas to train, Solo replied. Understood. Just be careful, Wang Yu responded. After departing, Solo remarked, tomorrow we shall venture to the undead wasteland. By the way, is your cousin coming? A group of classmates at levels 12 and 13 gathered around Wang Yu, who, as a melee class practitioner, was quite popular in the Beastmaster class. After all, who didn't appreciate a sturdy tank? Solo shouldered his backpack and exited the classroom, glancing back at the familiar teaching building, pondering when he might return. As he stepped through the school gates, he mused that his combat prowess had already taken shape. It was time to head to the wasteland. Half a year had passed. Although Solo's professional level barely reached 10, thanks to the nourishment from multiple life and spirit fruits, Honghua and Lanbing's attributes had significantly improved. Currently, Solo's attributes were as follows. Name, Solo. Level, LV14. Main profession, Beastmaster Apprentice LV10. Secondary profession, Student LV10. Attributes, Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 24. Spirit, 24. Charm, 40. Talent, Tree of Life, LV10. Professional skills, Enslavement Contract LV10, Battle Blessing LV10, Spirit Power Blessing LV10, Explosive Flame Blessing LV10, Extreme Cold Blessing LV10. Universal skills, Spirit Pet Food LV10, Basic Body Refinement Technique LV14, Introduction to Spiritual Arts LV20, Swordsmanship LV14. Beastmaster Spirit Pets, Red Fire LV14, Magical Spotted Tiger. Blue Ice LV14, Magical Spotted Tiger. Compared to Su Luo, the transformations of Red Fire and Blue Ice are more pronounced. Name, Blue Ice. Level, LV14. Attribute, Ice. Race, Beast. Magical Spotted Tiger, Mid-Level Elite Spirit Beast. Skills, Ice Mastery LV14, Beast Instinct LV14, Beast Beginner Body Refinement LV14. Evaluation, Ice Attribute Beast Type. Currently nearing the strength of a mid-level magical beast. Potential rating 1600, combat power rating 776. Belongs to Xiaohong. Name, Red Fire. Level, LV14. Attribute, Fire. Race, Beast. Magical Spotted Tiger, Mid-Level Elite Spirit Beast. Skills, Flame Mastery LV14, Beast Instinct LV14, Beast Beginner Body Refinement LV14. Evaluation, Fire Attribute Beast Type. Currently nearing the strength of a mid-level magical beast. Potential rating 1575, combat power rating 768. The Secret Realm is an area where worlds collide. Initially, monsters and beasts from other realms surged into the material world through it. After the Secret Realm was fully explored, the high-level monsters were largely exterminated, leaving only low-level creatures behind, thus designating such realms as low-level wilderness, indicating minimal danger. Although there may be some high-level monsters deep within the Secret Realm, the entrance, characterized by a low-level environment, is considered quite safe for ordinary adventurers. Low-level adventurers, busy throughout the year, plan to celebrate the new year with family and friends at year's end. A steady stream of people emerges from the entrance of the Secret Realm, among them a young boy flanked by 2 magical spotted tigers, Red Fire and Blue Ice, making his way against the crowd towards the wild forest ahead. Su Luo checks in at the entrance. A mature sister from the Adventurers Guild kindly advises, "Be careful, little brother." "Thank you, sister," Su Luo sweetly replies, oblivious to her affectionate gaze. Sighing, Su Luo reflects on the fact that red fire and blue ice's levels are constrained by their master, Su Luo. Consequently, he allocates the majority of his earned attribute points upon leveling up to charm, enhancing loyalty, communication ability, and combat strength. The consequence is that he often unwittingly attracts attention from middle-aged women to young girls, with a charm rating around 40 points, exceeding that of an ordinary person by threefold. The charm suppression effect and the minor allure of low-level enchanting skills seem to necessitate the acquisition of a charm-enhancing accessory, which does not influence personal attributes. Chapter 6. Low-level Wilderness of the Secret Realm. This must be the place, Su Luo muses, glancing at the Secret Realm map in his hand. This map was procured from his neighbor, Old Wang. Although Old Wang is merely a cook by trade, he has honed his skills over the years, managing to catch a few wild boars using traps each year. Despite his careful concealment and caution upon returning, Su Luo's keen observation revealed the truth. In recent years, however, Old Wang, now aged, has ceased his boar hunting. Su Luo spent several hundred coins to acquire a simple map, which marks locations with denser monster populations. Due to the rugged terrain and the need to navigate through some unique pathways to reach this area, it has not been thoroughly scavenged by adventurers. After passing through that cliff cave, it should indeed be here. He stows the map back into his backpack. This multifunctional field backpack boasts a spacious 10 cubic meters. Surely, it must be expensive? No, this backpack is merely a temporary space created through spatial magic, with a durability that lasts only a short time, at best, not exceeding 3 months, making it quite affordable, obtainable for just a few thousand coins. As he proceeds, a rustling in the bushes ahead captures his attention. Blue Ice. Hearing the command, Blue Ice the spotted tiger strides forward. A massive shadow emerges from the underbrush. In the secret realm, game rules activate. If the level difference is not significant, one can glean general information about the opponent. Name, Tusked Wild Boar. Level, LV12. Attribute, Earth. Strength, Agility. Race, Beast, Wild Boar, Low-Level Servant Beast. Evaluation, a powerful and fierce low-level beast. Combat power rating 430, 560. Combat power only reaching 560? It's still just a small fry, Su Luo thinks with pride. However, before he can finish his self-satisfied thought, Blue Ice is sent flying by the wild boar, landing hard and then trampled repeatedly. Red fire quickly. Attack. Su Luo unleashes a skill, activating Flame Blessing LV10, a basic enhancement spell that increases the target's fire-type's spiritual attack. Seeing her brother being bullied, Red Fire, having received Su Luo's enhancement, unleashes a torrent of fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The wild boar's rear explodes into flames. Staggering as it collapses to the side, Blue Ice rises, leaping and channeling icy power through its claws to slash the boar's throat, blood gushing forth. With the tusked wild boar defeated, the laws of the secret realm dictate that the life force of the vanquished transforms into experience for the victor. Leaving only a small amount of materials behind, humanoid monsters will leave behind equipment, ignoring the loot dropped by the tusked wild boar. Su Luo first checks on Blue Ice's injuries. Fortunately, the wounds are not severe. It appears the opposing force was simply too overwhelming. Su Luo casts a healing spell, while Blue Ice, huffing, rests on a stone. Su Luo then inspects his battle spoils. Name, Tattered Wild Boar Hide. Type, Material. Quality, Ruined. Remarks, what a mess. But this might be useful for making a rag. Along with the tattered hide, there's also a piece of meat. Name, Wild Boar Meat. Type, Material. Quality, Ordinary. Remarks, eating this? The flavor is probably mediocre at best. Su Luo laments the absence of a spiritual energy crystal core in the loot. It could have netted him a tidy profit. He then retrieves a needle and thread from his backpack, starting to stitch equipment while Blue Ice recuperates. After a while, phew. I didn't expect such poor materials to be so difficult to work with. As a level 10 apprentice tailor, Su Luo can only craft ordinary grade equipment. He nods at the hide before him. Name, Damaged Wild Boar Hide Armor. Type, Armor. Quality, Ruined. Attribute, Constitution 5. Special effect, none. Equipment requirement, level LV10, strength, 15. Remarks, offers minimal defensive capability, better than nothing. TCH, an unwanted level, high equipment requirements, and low attribute increases. It's merely a novice's practice piece. Nevertheless, Su Luo dons the ragged armor, as it is indeed equipment. Currently, he is still without proper gear. His only weapon is a practice wooden sword borrowed from school, which he uses to clear paths and push aside underbrush. After a while, he finds a long branch to be more effective than the wooden sword. Haha. I finally have some gear. I'll strive to equip myself properly in the coming days. He casually crafts the piece of meat into spirit pet food, preparing to provide a feast for Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. Blue Ice the spotted tiger has also recovered, straightening its body. Let us set off. Meow. The creatures in the secret realm are filled with hostility. Advancing towards the grasslands nestled within the valley, countless wild magical creatures launch their assaults. Yet they merely comprise solitary beings of a mere dozen levels. Name: Gluttonous Giant Python. Level: LV14. Kill. Name: Berserk Ape. Level: LV13. Strike. Name: Giant Horned Reindeer. Level: LV12. Slay it. Name: Forest Wolf King. Level: LV16. Blue Ice. What are you waiting for? Run. I'm joking. The Wolf King is trailed by dozens of wild wolves. If they swarm, we shall not prevail. Thus, throughout the day, Su Luo pursued monsters along a specially devised route to enhance efficiency, and by night, he concealed himself within a safe haven he had established, a cave formed by the explosive fireballs of his companion, Redfire, where he pitched a travel tent, creating a rudimentary abode. For sustenance, he utilized the meat obtained from his hunts, processed it, and supplemented it with some provisions he had brought along. As for water, it was a straightforward matter. Employing universal magic for purification by harnessing his spiritual power to eliminate impurities proved essential for wilderness survival. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and winter had descended upon the secret realm, with the majority of the wild beasts opting for hibernation. One fine morning, Su Luo stood at the mouth of the cave, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, not due to a lack of a razor, but rather from a sheer indolence in grooming. His level had reached its pinnacle, and this area could no longer provide him with experience. The contents of his backpack were nearing capacity. It was time to depart. Su Luo carefully stowed away the tent into his travel backpack. However, to his dismay, he had lost his way. Although he had marked the path, the flora in this region grew with astonishing rapidity, and the markers he had crafted had long since vanished. Fortunately, he recalled a few prominent landmarks. 3 days later. Is this the place? 5 days later. Impossible. 7 days later. I have finally found it, Sob. 9 days later. After much effort, I have located the path back. Yet due to the seasonal changes, it took twice as long to return to the entrance. At the entrance, the professional S office displayed a transformed ambience, adorned with couplets and auspicious characters. Upon presenting his credentials at the entrance, the attendant remarked, 2 months? Young man, you've been away for quite a while. Now, hurry home. You can still enjoy your twilight years. The middle-aged man returned Su Luo's credentials. In those 2 months, Su Luo had grown significantly stronger. Name: Su Luo. Level: LV18. Main profession: Beastmaster Apprentice LV15. Secondary profession: Student LV10. Attributes: Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 30. Spirit, 28. Charisma, 55. Talents: Tree of Life LV15. Professional skills: Enslavement Contract LV15. Combat Blessing LV15. Spiritual Blessing LV15. Explosive Flame Blessing LV15. Extreme Cold Blessing LV10. Universal Skills: Spiritual Pet Cuisine LV15. Basic Body Refinement LV14. Introduction to Spiritual Techniques LV20. Swordsmanship LV14. Beast Companions: Red Fire LV18. Magical Spotted Tiger. Blue Ice LV18. Magical Spotted Tiger. Observing the gradually swelling crowd, filled with the joyous laughter of children and their parents, Su Luo decided to return home for a moment of respite, feeling somewhat fatigued. He boarded a carriage and journeyed home, his silhouette reflecting a sense of melancholy. Chapter 7. The Wild Set. After 2 days of rest, distancing himself from the exhilarating perils of the wild, Su Luo resolved to take advantage of his still functional backpack to process the materials within. He arrived at a somewhat obscure armor shop located in the city center, owned by a classmate of his. That lad had mentioned that visiting his shop would grant him discounts. Whether this was genuine or not remained uncertain. The bell chimed as he entered. Greetings. Is there anything you require? Came the voice of an elderly man. Clad in dark attire, he harmonized with the shop's decor. I am Wang Quan's classmate. He mentioned discounts at your establishment. Is that true? Su Luo inquired directly. The old man's lips twitched slightly. As my master's classmate, you are entitled to a 5% discount on our goods. As for material transactions, the prices are fair. Youngsters these days are indeed quite forthright. Well then, let us calculate these materials, Su Luo replied. Certainly. Hold on, let us take it one at a time. The old man's eyes glimmered with surprise, taken aback by the young man's substantial quantity of goods. After a brief interval, the old man wiped the sweat from his forehead. We have 120 sheets of ordinary quality beast skin, 20 sheets of superior quality beast skin, 200 units of ordinary quality beast bones. and 12 units of superior quality beast bones, totaling 283,000. Let us round it to 300,000 for ease. The old man feigned generosity. Su Luo understood that when the volume of goods was substantial, buyers often paid a premium. Sounds fair. By the way, I also possess 3 sheets of rare-grade beast skin, Su Luo whispered, revealing the exquisite materials. Rare-grade materials are highly coveted. He had only managed to acquire 3 after 2 months of hunting wild monsters, and they were mostly from mutated beasts. One was the skin of a colorful little snake that Blue Ice inadvertently crushed while traversing through the grass, which also bit Blue Ice, causing swelling in its leg that required 2 antidotes to alleviate. Another was the purple fur of a purple flying squirrel, which Su Luo initially mistook for an eagle, shot down by Blue Ice's ice arrow from above. The final one was from a mutated camouflaged deer, whose fur changed colors with the seasons, displaying white, green, red, and yellow. Although rare-grade materials had official guide prices, they typically sold for 2 layers above that in everyday transactions. Rest assured, the price will be fair. Let me take a look. The old man accepted the 3 rare furs Su Luo offered. They are a bit small, but the quality is exceptional. The official guide price is 160,000. Su Luo chuckled disdainfully. Of course, that is not how it will be calculated. I'll offer. He raised his hand, pondering whether the shop had the Beastmaster set from the Wild Forest. If you do, I can purchase it at the original price. Although the Wild Forest was considered a low-level area, it was renowned for producing an abundance of beast materials, ideal for crafting equipment for druids, shamans, and beastmasters. Even at level 40, the Wild Forest set would not lose its relevance for these professions. However, the manufacturing process was complex, and the output was limited, with most dispatched to major cities. We can manage that, but our lady's schedule is quite full lately, the old man remarked, his expression shifting uneasily. That complicates matters. You understand the level of these materials, Su Luo said slowly, applying pressure. The elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Young man, please wait a moment. I'll inquire. Shall we? Yes. Quickly prepare a cup of tea for our guest. Do you prefer green tea or black tea? A youthful man approached, beaming with a smile. I'll just have cola, Su Luo replied, fixating intently on the old man's departing figure. All right. The young man turned to fetch the cola. The wild set was indeed a coveted item. While its rarity paled in comparison to that of rare materials, for Su Luo, the professional set held far greater significance. Before long, the elderly man returned to the shop counter. Madam, she said it's fine. Furthermore, she mentioned that since this young gentleman is a classmate of our young master, and given the necessity of the Beastmaster set from the Wild Forest, we happen to have a few sets in the storeroom. Although they are due for delivery in a few days, let the young gentleman take one for now. Haha, thank you very much. About that set? Su Luo inquired, wondering whether to wait here or proceed to the storeroom. Young sir, just a gentle reminder, the elder interjected. As for the materials, they can be sold at the original price. Snapping back to reality, Su Luo replied, very well, I shall wait here while you fetch it for me. The elder took the 3 pieces of rare materials and turned towards the storeroom. Young sir, the Beastmaster's set from the Wild Forest is right here. Do take a good look. The elder presented a clothing rack. To Su Luo's surprise, it was a high-end complete set. In addition to the standard helmet, tunic, trousers, and shoes, it also included a belt, shoulder guards, and gloves. The price was quite reasonable, as the high-end set was offered to Su Luo for merely the cost of standard gear, with a discount that brought the total to 200,000. This was, of course, partly due to Su Luo's fair sale of the rare materials, for which he also received a final payment of 220,000. With the monetary transaction settled, he placed the equipment into his backpack, bade farewell, and proceeded to process the meat chunks, selling them to the butcher at the market. After selling half, he retained the remainder for Red Fire and Blue Ice as food for their spirit pets, netting him 30,000. Su Luo smiled at the delightful sound of the transfer notification. Upon returning to his single apartment, he carefully examined the equipment. Name, Wild Forest, Beastmaster's Battle Garb. Type, Armor. Quality, Excellent. Attributes, 110 Defense, 22 Spirit Resistance. Special Effects, Set Effect 4, 7 Natural Affinity, enhancing the power of nature spells and the communication ability with spirit pets. Equipment Requirement, Level LV20. Remarks, this robe embodies the beauty of the wild. Could the craftsmanship be any more rugged? Quite impressive indeed. He turned to the next piece. Name, Wild Forest, Beastmaster's Belt. Type, Armor. Quality, Excellent. Attributes, 25 Defense, 12 Spirit Resistance, 5 Constitution. Special Effects, Set Effect 4, 7 Natural Affinity, enhancing the power of nature spells and the communication ability with spirit pets. Equipment Requirement, Level LV20. Remarks, This belt contains a small compartment, capable of holding about 10 potions, perhaps 9, or even 8. Certain belts possess a constant spatial enchantment for storing commonly used potions. This belt, upon inspection, seems adequate for 10 small potions. He assessed the remaining pieces of equipment, noting that their attributes were satisfactory. Wang Quan's family had not tried to cheat him by offering subpar items. However, a pressing issue remained. He was not yet at the required level. At present, he had just reached level 18, and given his exceedingly slow leveling pace, it would be quite some time before he could don this equipment. Yet, a solution was at hand. Closing the door, he left briefly, only to return shortly with a black iron ring adorning his finger. Name: Apprentice's Leap Ring. Type: Accessory. Quality: Excellent. Attributes: 13 Spirit Resistance, 13 Agility, 14 Constitution, 15 Spirit. Special effects: reduces equipment requirement level by 3, suitable for equipment of lesser quality than excellent. Equipment requirement, level LV 18. Remarks: if I cannot wear this equipment today, I might as well not eat. The price is exorbitant, a staggering 60,000. However, with the armor before me, this is the necessary price to enhance my combat power immediately. His gaze ignited with fervor as he observed the equipment requirement change from level LV 20 to LV 23. Perfect. Time to equip. Chapter 8. Rest and the Undead Wastes. Su Luo also purchased a spatial ring, initially contemplating a spatial pouch. However, considering his role as a magic-based profession, he opted for something more elegant. Name: Small Spatial Ring. Type: Accessory. Quality: Excellent. Attributes: None. Special effects: contains approximately 1 cubic meter of space. Equipment requirement: level LV 10, Spirit 10. Remarks: the cost-performance ratio is exceedingly low. A spatial pouch of the same capacity is priced at less than half. Indeed, I spent 100,000 on it. Was the cost of face worth 50,000? For some reason, Su Luo felt a pang of regret. Clad in the wild set, he gazed into the mirror at the dashing young man reflected back. With striking features and a cool demeanor, he pondered whether he looked too handsome. Su Luo stroked his chin, aware that there were various ways to allocate points as a Beastmaster. The most mainstream approach emphasized stamina, followed by wisdom and charm. Given his natural talent that enhanced the capabilities of his spirit pets, he chose to primarily invest in charm to ensure their loyalty and communication. It was said that reaching certain thresholds and attributes would confer passive abilities. Charm seemed to invoke allure and hypnosis, though he couldn't quite recall. However, he knew that enhancing stamina would grant rapid healing abilities, allowing minor injuries to mend at an observable rate. Spirit was linked to the mental grasp. While intelligence granted photographic memory, what were agility and strength again? Alas, my theoretical knowledge leaves much to be desired. I must revisit my middle school textbooks. Early the next morning, Su Luo arrived at school. Behind the training grounds, the advanced intermediate skills were inscribed on stone tablets, teaching the basic skills. Skills such as Battle Blessing and Explosive Flame Blessing, though few in number, were still quite useful, as purchasing skill books was exceedingly expensive. Learning them independently would save a considerable sum, an invisible benefit, indeed. Few skills in the Beastmaster category, Su Luo lamented, jotting down notes from the books. Why didn't I learn earlier? The reason was that the stone tablets were imbued with perception magic, requiring one to be close to level 20 to barely decipher the inscriptions. Intermediate Explosive Flame Blessing, like this? Then like this it's rather challenging. Su Luo scratched his head. Previously, he believed his skill release speed was quick, and since his combat prowess largely stemmed from his spirit pets, Xiaohong and Xiaolan, he hadn't felt the need to purchase a staff. It seemed that releasing intermediate skills would necessitate the assistance of a staff after all. However, Su Luo was reluctant to settle for an ordinary staff. He desired something of quality that would serve him well into his second job transfer. Is that you, Su Luo? Recently, have you reached level 15 in your profession? A young man approached, clad in ordinary gear, yet wielding a rather ornate staff. Lu Gongliang, are you here to learn advanced skills as well? Su Luo greeted him. Lu Gongliang was one of the few in class endowed with a talent that directly enhanced spirit pets, boasting a commendable level as a blue B rank. It was rumored that his talent could grant nearly 30 additional vitality to his spirit pets. His attributes were simple but remarkably potent, and his training talent was commendable, keeping his professional level among the top in class, unlike Su Luo, who lagged behind with halved experience. Instinctively, Su Luo checked Lu Gongliang's information. Name: Lu Gongliang. Level: main profession. Cut it out. I can't see your level since it's lower than mine, Su Luo scoffed. Not long ago, I ascended to the 19th level of my professional hierarchy, so I have come to prepare myself. I have been visiting frequently these days, and you are indeed quite remarkable. As you extend your mental probing towards me, Su Luo instinctively frowned. The other party had audaciously employed an intermediate detection skill, which was somewhat impolite. With my skill level reaching 18, I could now learn advanced skills as well. Haha, please don't be upset. I recently just mastered the intermediate detection skill and used it instinctively. It's nothing. I'll be leaving now. Su Luo gathered his belongings, having copied down his skills, and prepared to depart. Take care. Do come back to share your insights with me. As Su Luo's figure gradually faded from view, Le Gongliang's gaze grew colder. This laggard had recently leveled up so rapidly, he must have been slaughtering in the secret realms. Indeed, pure cultivation does not match the speed of monster hunting. However, my parents believe my talent is commendable, and for my safety, they insist I cultivate within the city. Casting another glance in Su Luo's departing direction, Le Gongliang scoffed. The speed of monster hunting in secret realms would eventually diminish. Only someone with my extraordinary talent could venture further. Yet, I cannot discern the true nature of that fellow's aptitude. The low detection level means I would need a holy tier or a master-level detection skill to assess Su Luo's potential. It is rumored that he possesses a rather peculiar type of talent. Alas, he is merely a greenhorn. As Su Luo moved farther away, he mused. If it weren't for that tree dividing my experience, my professional level would probably have surpassed 20 by now. He sighed heavily. Oh well, I'll buy an ordinary staff on my way back. Casting intermediate spells barehanded is too slow. After a few days of rest, he found that, with the aid of a staff, he could finally unleash those basic intermediate skills, albeit at a painfully slow pace, rendering them nearly ineffective in actual combat. The two striped tigers, Honghua and Lanbing, had each consumed the fruit of life and spiritual energy 3 times, with the effects diminishing each time. Just yesterday, Lanbing used the 4th fruit of life, and the attributes barely changed. It seemed they had reached their limit. Su Luo had secretly partaken in one as well, only to discover that the fruit promptly returned to the tree of life, providing him with a mere boost in stamina while slightly diminishing in size. It appeared that this fruit was not meant for personal use, a true pity. Having replenished his supplies and switched to a new travel backpack, Su Luo resolved to seek out a new leveling spot, as his progression had grown increasingly sluggish. His advancement lagged even behind that of ordinary class changers, making it impossible to achieve a second-class transition before his senior year unless he chose to venture into areas teeming with higher-level monsters. The wild forest recommended levels of LV-12 and LV-18, while the outskirts of the undead wasteland were LV-8 and LV-14, with the inner region reaching LV-16 and LV-25. Only in the inner region could he hope to level beyond 20 and undergo a second-class transition to become a Beastmaster, thus qualifying him for the professional entrance examination. Though it was said that one could learn higher-level skills through skill books without entering a vocational university, the costs were prohibitive. Furthermore, vocational universities boasted instructors of holy tier and above, with a wealth of holy tier skills available, making it easier to find a path more suited to one's abilities. Su Luo made his way to the northwestern edge of Fengtong City, where a swamp lay nearby, with an entrance to the undead wasteland's secret realm. Riding in a beast cart, he noticed that the closer they got to the border, the more desolate the surroundings became, with rugged roads impassable for vehicles. Only those capable of flight or earth traversal could navigate through. Sensing the beast cart's speed slowing, the sounds outside grew increasingly raucous. We have arrived. Su Luo concluded his meditation and opened his eyes. Chapter 9. The Hunt Begins. The towering black stone walls resembled a medieval castle from a distance, adorned with special lanterns emanating sacred energy to repel the undead energy from the entrance to the secret realm. Upon entering the castle, the vast emptiness outside gave way to a bustling interior, where the small town, though not large, was fully equipped with all necessities, a professional guild, shops, weapon and armor stores, inns, and restaurants. The streets were alive with activity, populated by warriors wielding great swords, sorcerers grasping staffs, swordsmen, Taoists, knife wielders, and even shapeshifters in monstrous forms. Most were seasoned professionals in their 40s, possessing lower talent, merely striving to make a living. The disparity between first and second-class transitions was immense, with high qualification requirements. Simply hunting monsters for experience made it challenging to break through. Thus, first and second-class professionals were common. But it was rare to find a third-class professional even in a small city. Occasionally, a few youthful faces appeared on the streets, akin to Su Luo, high school students seeking to level up. He first visited an inn to book a single room at a rather steep price, 3 times that of comparable inns in Fengtong City. Within the undead wasteland, the undead grew stronger at night, and troublesome specters emerged. Hence, most adventurers hunted during the day. Su Luo was accompanied by Honghua and Lanbing, who had both grown to nearly 2 meters in size, slightly larger than before. The previous battle pet bag was now a bit too small for their duties as guardians, making Su Luo's travels rather cumbersome. under the watchful eyes of the city guards. He obtained a permit and exited the city. Unbeknownst to him, his solitary figure attracted the gaze of many. Which school could produce such an outstanding youth? Indeed, he seems close to achieving a second transition at such a young age, unlike us who barely manage it in our 40s or 50s. But do you think he can manage alone? With 2 spirit pets nearing mid-tier, he should be fine alone, although it remains somewhat perilous. True, but Beastmasters often prefer to operate solo. They gain more experience that way. Even during daylight, the undead wasteland was shrouded in gloom. As he traversed, Su Luo passed graveyards, occasionally hearing the sound of a small skeleton emerging from a coffin. How much longer to go? Another 2 hours? This is quite a trek. The distance between the outskirts and the inner region was vast, and the undead around the periphery had long been cleared by adventurers. Ahead, a low-level skeleton wandered aimlessly. Su Luo kicked it down, then crushed its skull beneath his foot, extinguishing its soul fire. What a pity, had it been a death mage. I could have taken it as a minion. Though it would merely serve as cannon fodder, it would still be free. Finally, he arrived at the junction between the inner and outer regions, where an official small altar had been constructed to lure undead monsters from the depths. Adventurers often referred to it as the ghost fishing altar, with those who specialized in its use dubbing themselves ghost fishers. Scattered nearby, several altars revealed adventurer teams hunting. Let us get to work. Ghost fishing. Su Luo placed the special bait he had purchased in the center of the altar, igniting a unique flame. The meat at the altar's center emitted a peculiar aroma. Su Luo sniffed. It wasn't particularly foul, though the scent was certainly unusual, prompting him to refrain from inhaling deeply. Clicking sounds echoed closer. A few skeletal warriors approached, their forms glinting in the dim light. Name: Black Iron Elite Skeleton Warrior. Level: LV18. Attributes: Dark. Strength. Agility. Race: Undead. Skeleton type: Growth type Undead. Evaluation: Departed souls, loathing all living beings. Combat power rating: 600, 700. Quite formidable, but not as strong as I. Lumbing. Meow. Battle blessing. A flash of inspiration surged through, invigorating blue ice with a significant boost. Estimated to enhance combat prowess by at least 100. Red fire watched intently as Su Luo prepared. You too, huh? Inferno blessing. A radiant crimson light erupted, scattering sparks throughout the air, while red fire arched its back, droplets of fire cascading from its form. With a roar, it unleashed an intermediate fireball. Indeed, both red fire and blue ice had attained the ability to wield intermediate-level spiritual techniques. A resounding explosion echoed as the smoke cleared, revealing a swirling dark shield before the black iron skeleton. Tisk, high-level monsters are truly formidable. Blue ice leapt, its claws tearing through the air to unleash a flurry of ice arrows. After a series of collisions, the dark shield shattered. With its robust physique, blue ice charged forward, adorned in icy armor bristling with frost spikes. A thunderous crash ensued as the defenseless black iron skeleton was torn asunder. Blue ice extinguished its soul fire with a single claw, concluding the battle. That was somewhat challenging, Su Luo mused, glancing at a nearby squad of around 5. Relentlessly assaulting a solitary skeleton. With only 3 units on his side, he felt the shortage of manpower acutely. A smile spread across his face as he noticed a long-awaited increment in his experience bar. It seems the experience here is indeed substantially greater. Let us continue. As time passed, Su Luo grew increasingly adept. Now, red fire and blue eyes were capable of single-handedly dispatching skeleton warriors of equal rank. Encounters with small groups of skeletons no longer instilled panic. Of course, these foes were hardly lucrative. They occasionally dropped a few bone blades and swords, which held little value. Encounters with wraiths and zombies might yield better rewards. Even the legs of mosquitoes are meat. Occasionally, one might find foreign coins or wraith crystals that could provide a modest profit. Thus, a week swiftly passed, and Su Luo's level rapidly ascended to 20. However, he soon encountered another bottleneck. Exhaling deeply, he began to organize his belongings, casting a lingering glance at the familiar ghost fishing altar. Tomorrow, he would most likely not return here. With experience nearly stagnant, it appeared he must venture into deeper realms. He gazed at the ominous mists of the ghost domain, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Conventional beings could not endure prolonged existence within the mists. They faced suppression of their mental acuity and were frequently preyed upon by the undead. Moreover, formidable undead lurked within, rumored to include liches equivalent to third-tier professionals and colossal bone dragons soaring through the skies. I shall linger at the fringe of the mists, should danger arise. I can swiftly retreat. That is settled. Su Luo returned to the ruined city and sought out a shop that frequently dealt in materials. Hello, that will be 7,500. Not much bounty today, huh? Have you been slacking off or off having fun? The familiar shopkeeper jested. Su Luo rubbed his face, noting its darker hue today. The materials yielded were disappointingly few. Typically, he could gather around 11,000 to 12,000, and on rare occasions encountering zombies or wraiths, earn around 20,000. Today, he had only procured 3 bone knives. By the way, do you have any holy lanterns and candles? Su Luo inquired. The shopkeeper paused momentarily. Are you planning to venture into the ghost domain mists? It's exceedingly perilous there. Every year, news circulates of professionals who initially profit but subsequently vanish without a trace. It's said that within the mists, danger and opportunity coexist, with opportunities being more abundant. Alas, there's little experience to be gained in the periphery. The shopkeeper chuckled. Indeed, Master Beastmaster is unlike those old-timers who merely loaf about. You've reached second tier at such a young age. With that, he placed 3 lanterns and a box of candles on the table. A bargain, now only 5,000. After tossing the items into his backpack, Su Luo bid farewell and departed. The shopkeeper watched Su Luo's retreating figure with envy, acknowledging the young Beastmaster's talent, at least a green C grade, who had progressed to level 20 in just a few days. If only I had awakened a talent back then. Chapter 10, Second Tier, Beastmaster. At 6 in the morning, as the gatekeeper commenced his shift, Su Luo entered the ruined secret realm. After a 3-hour walk, during which he dispatched several newly emerged skeletons, he arrived near the familiar ghost fishing altar. This time, he did not linger at the usual spot. Are you ready? Su Luo asked Red Fire and Blue Ice. Meow? Red Fire looked at its master in confusion, uncertain of the plan. The 3 donned small lanterns around their necks, igniting the holy candles. The flames emitted a warm glow rather than scorching heat. Blue Ice led the charge, with Su Luo following and Red Fire bringing up the rear. Upon entering the ghostly mist, the anguished wails of spirits filled the air, and the light dimmed further, placing immense pressure on their minds. A glance at his attributes revealed a weakened state: undead domain, mental -30, stamina -30, agility -30. It's certainly not easy here. No sooner had Su Luo spoken than a throng of over 100 skeletons approached. He could not even discern the details of the leading skeleton. Name: Bronze Skeleton Leader. Level. Attributes: Darkness, Strength, Agility. Race: Undead, Skeleton, Growth Type: Undead. Evaluation: Run. Trash. Su Luo quickly directed Red Fire and Blue Ice to hide behind a massive rock. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. Exhaling, Su Luo patted his chest. Suddenly, the sound of stones crashing echoed behind them. A small squad of skeletons emerged from a nearby path, confronting them. Name: Bronze Skeleton Swordsman. Level: LV21. Attributes: Darkness, Strength, Agility. Race: Undead, Skeleton, Growth Type: Undead. Evaluation: the deceased resent all living beings. Combat power estimated at 1,000 to 1,050. Combat power exceeds 1,000. But it's just a bronze skeleton. We can take it. Blue Ice. Combat blessing. Absolute cold blessing. A brilliant light enveloped them. And had Su Luo checked Blue Ice's status bar, he would have witnessed a dramatic surge in its combat strength. Clang, clang. The skeletal swordsman's bone blade shimmered with an eerie glow, likely infused with dark energy. Blue Ice's icy armor activated, transforming it into a formidable tank. Charging through the skeleton ranks, Red Fire gathered its energy, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that sent the rear black iron skeleton reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Blue Ice fired ice arrows, swiftly decimating the skeletal minions. In an instant, the enemy ranks were all but obliterated, inciting an enraged roar from the bronze skeleton. Dark Slash. A flash of light surged forth, aimed directly at Blue Ice. Nearby, Su Luo shook his head. The newly awakened undead seemed lacking in strategy, targeting the tank-like Blue Ice. Although Blue Ice held a slight advantage, it would still require time to vanquish the foe. Clatter, clatter. After a brief skirmish, Su Luo activated 2 status skills. Red Fire. It's your turn. With a fierce rush, Red Fire targeted the rear of the bronze skeleton. The creature faltered in confusion, ultimately being torn apart by Blue Ice's assault. Just as it prepared to extinguish its soul fire with its claws. Wait a moment, Su Luo called out. Living bronze skeletons are far more valuable than their deceased counterparts. These are perpetually sought after by necromancers. He cast a healing spell on the 2 little ones and tossed them 2 portions of spirit pet food. Enslave Contract, activate. A spiritual formation materialized on Su Luo's left hand, a flash of light illuminating the air. The skull emitted a silent howl. Yet one could perceive a tremor of spirit from up close. Afterward, Su Luo pursed his lips. TCH, failed again? As expected. It's quite challenging to forcibly enslave something of a higher realm. He sensed his mental ocean. The pressure was manageable. I shall attempt the contract 2 more times. But if that fails, I will have no choice but to leave you here. In that case, this skull will become a boon for another undead. After a brief respite, he attempted the contract once more. Perhaps due to the skeleton's weakened state, this time it went smoothly. The enslavement succeeded, and he casually threaded a rope through the skull, attaching it to his travel backpack. Unfortunately, the backpack could not accommodate living beings. Rested, he continued on his way. Mew? Red Fire, busy gnawing on a chunk of meat, looked puzzled, but I haven't finished here yet. Thus, Sulu continued to hunt monsters, deftly avoiding encounters with multiple bronze skeletons, focusing instead on solitary ones. After a day of toil, he hurried back before darkness fell, for he knew that lingering in the night could lead to dire consequences. He first arrived at the necromancer's shop. How much for this? Sulu inquired, placing 3 skulls on the counter. Why are they all shattered? The attendant asked, puzzled by this practitioner's apparent lack of professionalism. My technique is a bit rusty. Please excuse me, Sulu chuckled. Well, that's 20,000 each. Isn't that a bit low? I heard the usual price is 25,000? Sulu questioned. But these are all broken. You're left with just the skulls. If they were intact, they could fetch 25,000. Rest assured, we offer the highest price in the entire Wasteland City. Fine. Sulu understood that the combat power wasn't significantly different, and it was challenging to contain his strikes. He proceeded to appraise the combat items, a nearly fine-quality bone dagger, bone spear, and bone sword. These had a decent market value. Although their condition was mediocre, they were widely used weapons for common warriors, ensuring a steady demand. The haul far exceeded his usual takes, yet the risks had multiplied. Thus, Sulu cautiously farmed for 2 months, finally reaching level 20 in his profession. It's finally over. Although he had leveled up around noon, he continued to hunt a couple more waves of monsters, returning at the usual time. Upon arriving back at the Wasteland City, Sulu did not immediately process his materials, but instead headed straight to the profession hall. Hello, how may I assist you? The receptionist greeted him with a polite smile, tempered by just the right amount of warmth, as Sulu had already employed a discreet energy accessory to mask much of his charm. He appreciated being treated with ordinary respect. I would like to apply for the second transfer ceremony, he stated. Transitioning professions did not necessarily require a transfer book. The second tier level had its corresponding ritual array within the Practitioner-S Guild. By paying a fee, one could directly change professions. Some extraordinarily gifted practitioners even learned the core skills of their second tier without a ceremony, possibly to save money. After paying a fee of 100,000, Sulu waited a moment before entering the transfer hall. Are you ready? Came the voice of the staff. Sulu stood in the center of the less than 10 square meter array, awaiting the commencement. Ready? A searing aura surged forth, powerful energies collided, and Sulu was engulfed in a burning light. A series of notifications flashed across his system panel. Profession level increased. First-tier profession Beastmaster Apprentice LV20 has advanced to second-tier profession Beastmaster LV1. You have comprehended the core skills of the Beastmaster. Friendship Contract LV1, Mental Communication LV1, Beast Space LV1. Congratulations on your successful transition. Sighing, Sulu opened his eyes, angrily pushing open the door to the transfer hall. Who operated the array instrument just now? I apologize, sir, a mature pink-haired lady bowed, her ample bosom rendering Sulu momentarily speechless. That was a rookie. They were a bit clumsy. How about this? I'll give you a 20% discount this time and have the front desk refund you 20,000, she said, wrapping her arm around Sulu's as they walked towards the front desk. All right. With the assistance of the guild's mature lady, Sulu exited the hall. Once he was gone, the pink-haired lady's expression grew cold as she approached the array room, angrily pushing the door open. What have you done? You couldn't even stabilize the array. An elder chastised the young man. I'm sorry, master. My hands trembled, the youth stammered. Fortunately, your senior sister's apology was effective, otherwise. Bang. The door swung open. The pink-haired lady's face was frostbitten. Chapter 11. Talent Enhancement. After Sulu dealt with his materials and wrapped up his sales, he returned to his room at the inn. Haha, I finally reached the second tier. He gazed at his attribute panel. Name, Sulu level, LV22, main profession. Beastmaster, second tier profession. LV1 secondary profession. Student LV10, attributes. Strength, 15, 10 from equipment. Agility, 20, 13. Constitution, 20, 19. Intelligence, 38. Spirit, 35, 15. Charm, 70, -45. Talent. Tree of Life, LV20. Professional skills. Friendship Contract, LV1. Mental Communication, LV1. Beast Space, LV1. Intermediate Combat Blessing, LV1. Intermediate Spirit Blessing, LV1. Intermediate Flame Blessing, LV1. Intermediate Frost Blessing, LV1. General Skills. Spirit Pet Food, LV20. Basic Body Refinement, LV15. Introduction to Spirit Techniques, LV20. Swordsmanship LV-15, Beast Spirit Pets. Redfire LV-22, Magic Spotted Tiger. Blue Ice LV-22, Magic Spotted Tiger. Equipment. Wild Forest Beastmaster Set 7. Apprentice's Cross Ring, Small Space Ring, Charm Concealment Badge. After allocating the 5 free attribute points earned from leveling up, his panel looked like this. Upon becoming a second-tier Beastmaster, my focus now lies on those few core skills: friendship contract, a bond of friendship, mutual recognition between you and your beasts. Mental communication, you can engage in direct mental dialogue with your spirit pets. Beast Space, a personal domain created for housing living spirit pets, currently measuring 1 cubic meter. The beast space is still too small. I can't fit red and blue inside. As for the friendship contract, I plan to acquire another spirit pet soon to test it out. Regarding mental communication. Ahem, Redfire. Hearing her name, Redfire paused her playful antics. She glanced around, shaking her head in confusion. Redfire, it's me. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Redfire joyfully bounded over to Sulu, leaping excitedly. Master, you can talk to me now. This is amazing. I want to eat candied hawthorn, and I saw a tall lady wearing a ruby necklace the other day. She was so beautiful. I want that too. And the tall lady Redfire mentioned was the city lord of Wasteland City, an esteemed third-tier pyromancer whom Sulu had encountered a few days prior. That necklace was a rare grade accessory, and Sulu coveted it as well. Ah, cough. What does Blue Ice wish to eat tonight? Suluo inquired, turning to the quietly perched Blue Ice in the corner. Roast meat, steak. I crave a whole roasted cow, Redfire interjected, jumping up repeatedly to capture Suluo's attention. Let us go then, to resolve our dinner. On their return, Suluo conveniently purchased some spatial ores. These would be useful while cultivating the Beast Mastery space. Although one could cultivate without ores, the process would be significantly slowed. During his time at the vocational high school, Suluo had studied introductory and intermediate cultivation methods, encompassing knowledge from the first to the second transition. Advanced and sacred tier cultivation methods could only be acquired at the vocational university. After absorbing a piece of spatial ore, Suluo opened his eyes, noticing a slight expansion in his Beast Mastery space. Gazing at his talent, the Tree of Life remained at level 20. Logically, it should have upgraded after reaching the second transition. Puzzled, Suluo decided to continue his cultivation and observe whether the speed of cultivation would be affected post-transition. He conjured a small spiritual power array in front of him to assist in his cultivation. In the past, Suluo had lacked financial resources, but now, he was amply provided for daily. As he formally commenced the intermediate cultivation technique, his experience bar gradually ascended. He sensed that the Tree of Life within him was absorbing spiritual power with increasing veracity, akin to a whale devouring its prey. Indeed, Suluo maintained a calm mindset and continued his practice. The system prompted a notification. Your talent level has increased. The Tree of Life has grown to the next stage. The small tree in his talent bar noticeably transformed, towering and flourishing with abundant branches and leaves. Your Tree of Life can actively consume. You have learned the skill root entwine. He glanced at the description of root entwine. Root entwine. You may command the roots of the Tree of Life to entwine food, including but not limited to extraordinary life forms, ores, and elemental energies. Oh, let us try it. Suluo retrieved a chunk of meat from his travel backpack. Root entwine. A massive root emerged from the spiritual array before him, slowly curling towards the meat on the ground, ultimately vanishing with it. Observing the painfully slow speed, Suluo's lips twitched. It seemed unreliable as a combat ability. Perhaps it could serve as a control skill. Wait, let me test it. What would happen if the root were injured? A peculiar intuition stirred within Suluo. Summoning the root once more, he refrained from directing it towards a target. Instead, he took a dagger, using it to make a small incision on a tiny root. The root quivered, attempting to evade, yet Suluo forcibly restrained it. Gazing at the wound, he retracted the skill, curious about its implications on himself. After the root disappeared, Suluo placed his hands on his hips. It should be fine, he thought, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his fingertip, despite the absence of any visible wound. Covering his finger, he discovered the painful area closely resembled the cut on the root. What? This is not merely a root. It is akin to my own vascular system. Suluo grimaced, clutching his right hand. It appeared this could not serve as a combat skill. If the root were injured, it would likely cost him dearly. As the root gradually digested the piece of meat, his vitality was restored, and the pain in his finger subsided. Suluo scrutinized his talent, the Tree of Life, and noticed several distinct fruits hanging from its branches. Focusing his consciousness upon them, he discovered: name, Tusk Spore. Level, LV1, 20. Attribute, Earth. Race, Beast Tribe. Wild Boar, lower tier, Servant Beast. Notification: The tusk spore fruit can bestow the skills, lineage, and vitality of the tusk spore to living beings. The closer the biological proximity, the more complete the absorption. Shall I use life force to condense the tusk spore fruit? No. Could it be due to the earlier piece of meat? Su Luo pondered. Upon realizing there were other wild animals, he awakened to the realization that they were the creatures he had previously slain. Continuing his examination, he indeed discovered information on the bronze and black iron skeletons, surprised that even these undead beings had been collected. However, condensing their fruits required the energy of their souls. I believe I have discerned how to proceed. Su Luo turned his gaze towards red fire and blue ice. The following morning, Su Luo, for the first time in a while, abstained from early rising to fish for ghosts. Instead, he ventured to the general store to purchase various monster meats and expended a considerable sum to order materials from several feline monsters, along with an assortment of ores, eager to ascertain their effects. Subsequently, he headed to the Beast Mastery shop, intending to acquire his third Beast Mastery Spirit Pet. Chapter 12. The third Beast Mastery Spirit Pet. Recently, within the mist of the ghost domain, Su Luo discovered himself lacking in reconnaissance capabilities. In a conventional Beast Mastery team, a scout is designated for this purpose. But for a solitary traveler like Su Luo, reconnaissance methods were indispensable. On several occasions, he had found himself face to face with multiple bronze elite skeletons, only to realize too late, fleeing the ghostly mist in haste. The Beast Mastery shop in Wasteland City was modest, as the entire city boasted no large retailers beyond hotels and inns. Aside from the standard beast-type combat pets, there were only 3 scout-type spirit pets available: an owl, a raven, and a windbird. Their attributes were as follows. Name: Night Owl. Level: LV 23. Attribute: Dark. Strength: 16. Agility: 41. Constitution: 22. Intelligence: 23. Spirit: 41. Charm: 17. Race: Avian, Magical Owl, Mid-Tier Elite Spirit Beast. Skills: Dark Control LV 20. Hunter's Instinct LV 18. Undead Intimidation LV 15. Evaluation: a Hunter of the Night, possessing the ability to repel the undead. With a potential score of 1400 and a combat score of 1124. This creature possessed the qualifications that Su Luo favored most, along with the crowd control ability of undead intimidation. The Red-Eyed Raven. Name: Realm of the Dead Raven. Level: LV 22. Attribute: Dark. Strength: 12. Agility: 31. Constitution: 22. Intelligence: 42. Spirit: 41. Charm: 8. Race: Avian. Death Raven, Mid-Tier Elite Spirit Beast. Skills: Dark Control LV 24. Search Instinct LV 20. Communication with the Dead LV 18. Evaluation: a Hunter of the Night, possessing the ability to repel the undead, with a potential score of 1600 and a combat score of 1073. The Realm of the Dead Raven, endowed with Search Instinct, was more suited for reconnaissance. Finally, the last option. Name: Gale Bird. Level: LV 19. Attribute: Wind. Strength: 24. Agility: 43. Constitution: 32. Intelligence: 30. Spirit: 30. Charm: 25. Race: Avian. Gale Eagle, Mid-Tier Elite Spirit Beast. Skills: Gale Control LV 20. Hunter's Instinct LV 20. Wind Feather /LV 21. Evaluation: often employed as a messenger, transmitting information on the battlefield. Possessing a certain degree of combat capability, with a potential score of 2100 and a combat score of 1373. In the desolate realm of the undead, it is undoubtedly more fitting to choose the Night Owl and the Domain Raven. However, the versatile option of the Gale Falcon is preferable. Hence, I made my choice, ultimately purchasing the Gale Falcon, for after all, this creature is remarkably handsome. Its pristine white feathers and tall, elegant physique occasionally glisten with a hint of azure wind energy, swirling within its gem-like eyes. Moreover, its potential is exceptionally high, boasting a potential score of 2100. This signifies that, under normal circumstances, this little fellow could reach levels 34 or 35, a prodigious capacity, albeit at a steeper price of 200,000, while the other two merely cost around 150,000. Esteemed Beastmaster, thank you for your patronage of 200,000. Shall we deliver it to your specified location? No need, no need. Su Luo waved his hand, declining the attendant's offer for delivery. I intend to forge the contract directly. With that, he removed his gloves, his gaze fixed upon the white Gale Falcon within its cage. From this moment forth, we shall be companions. Will you accept my invitation? As he spoke, a circular array of spiritual energy materialized in his hand. Friendship contract. Release. A flash of light ensued, and the contract was successfully established. The Gale Falcon chirped excitedly as Su Luo opened the cage, allowing it to soar into the sky. It circled once before landing on Su Luo's shoulder. Ahem, Su Luo cleared his throat, preparing to greet his new companion. Ah, at last, someone desires my company. I told the red-eyed and the night owl that I would be the first to leave the shop, but they did not believe me, huh? Su Luo, he continued. I am your Beastmaster, and I look forward to our collaboration. The white Gale Falcon regarded Su Luo, and through the bond of their contract, conveyed a sense of adoration. You are my master. Whatever direction you send me, I shall not stray east. Should you command me to catch birds, I shall certainly not pursue chickens. Good heavens! Is this creature quite the socialite? Su Luo chuckled, patting the falcon's wing. That will suffice. With that, Su Luo departed the pet shop alongside his new companion. Master, what shall we eat? I'm tired of birdseed. I yearn for fresh meat. As they strolled along the street corner, the duo made their way out into the distance. Just then, the tree of life yielded another fruit of spiritual energy, which the Gale Falcon, affectionately named by you, consumed. Afterward, its potential score increased by over 300. Quite impressive indeed. Next, Su Luo took a rare moment to rest. Although his current leveling pace would suffice to pass the examinations, he aspired to attend a more prestigious academy and thus planned to venture deeper into the mists of the ghostly fog. Baiyu, a simple yet memorable name, would be his companion. Having spent a considerable time in the cage, Baiyu's combat skills had diminished somewhat and required a period of recuperation. Yet it could still undertake reconnaissance tasks. This time, Su Luo ventured into a region even deeper than before. Baiyu soared high above, detecting enemies and reporting back to Su Luo through their connection. Su Luo would then decide whether to engage. If the foes were formidable, he would tactically retreat. And if they were vulnerable, he would launch a surprise attack, never confronting them head-on. By around 4 in the afternoon, Su Luo's backpack was laden with 4 or 5 bronze elite skulls, promising a substantial profit. The efficiency of their detection had indeed improved. The monsters in the deeper regions were of a higher caliber, averaging levels 24 to 26. Could I possibly grind to level 25 here? He pondered. At this rate, it might take approximately 6 months to reach my limit, leaving another 6 months to prepare for the examinations. But enough of that for now. Suddenly, the eerie wails of ghosts echoed through the air. Wait, Su Luo glanced at the time. It was still before 6 o'clock. Why had the Dark Night Ghouls arrived so early today? Baiyu. Understood, Master. Baiyu ascended into the sky, and through their mental link, Su Luo could vividly perceive the distant swirling vortexes of ghostly energy, with countless specters and skulls dancing in the air. Wait a moment, this scene, could it be? The undead are rioting, a tide of ghosts. Run, Su Luo commanded, utilizing the seldom used speed blessing. Though it was only at level 15, it was better than nothing. Baiyu, being exceptionally swift, could manage itself without concern. The trio hurriedly fled, with red fire and blue ice trailing closely behind. Through Baiyu's transmitted images, they could see the ghostly fog surging toward the outskirts of the wasteland, advancing with great ferocity. Su Luo had already reached the area of the ghostly fishing altar. Yet the storm pursued relentlessly. Could the ghostly fog storm breach the exit to the secret realm? That matter was of little concern to Su Luo at present. He had more pressing issues to address. Gazing at the approaching ghostly tide, Su Luo gritted his teeth. Noticing a small hillock, he took refuge behind a large boulder. Red fire, blue ice. Protect me. He summoned Baiyu back into the Beastmaster space, as its diminutive size allowed for easy storage. Flames and ice formed 2 elemental shields, staunchly resisting the onslaught of ghostly energy from all directions. Su Luo sheltered behind the magical tigers, allowing Baiyu a moment to rest before releasing it once more. Utilizing their mental communication to share images, he witnessed the vast undead army gathering at the exit to the secret realm. Time felt interminable as Su Luo retrieved a small stone clock from his backpack, glancing at it. This clock was specially crafted, precise and unfazed by extreme conditions. A staple for every adventurer. Has it been 2 hours? He mused, hearing distant explosions. It appeared the undead army was assaulting the wasteland city. I can't remain here any longer. He could clearly see small squads of skeletons converging towards the exit of the secret realm. Although this was not a main thoroughfare, it offered little concealment, and encountering a third-tier undead creature would spell disaster for Su Luo's frail form. He produced the secret realm map, recalling that the undead wasteland served as a training ground for level 15 to 25 adventurers. Su Luo had once seen the complete map of this secret realm in the Adventurers Hall. Indeed, the undead wasteland was not the entirety of this realm. This secret realm was a fragment resulting from the collision between Su Luo's world and the realm of the undead. The northern expanse was ruled by a demigod-level lich, while the southwestern region belonged to the Death Academy of the Divine Summer Empire, a prestigious institution for necromancers and death knights. The southeastern area was under the jurisdiction of the Adventurers Alliance of the Northern Empire, with fewer than 10 entrances and exits, one of which was the Undead Wasteland. Located in the eastern part of the Secret Realm, the northeastern territory was the Undead Swamp, a challenge for level 30 adventurers, while the southeastern area was the Undead Battlefield, posing challenges for those above level 35. Suluo contemplated calmly. After extensive observation, it appeared the undead horde was advancing southeastward toward the Undead Battlefield, which would be a far more formidable battleground than the current wasteland city. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Suluo noted that if the undead forces were also headed toward the Undead Swamp, he would need to bide his time. The ghostly fog storm had become less daunting, and Suluo allowed red fire and blue ice to rest in turns while Bayou continued to soar above, maintaining vigilance. After an indeterminate period, Suluo finally opened his eyes. The Undead Swamp no longer had any forces emerging, suggesting the monsters would not be as densely populated. Then, let us set forth. Suluo intended to escape through the city exit located beyond the Necromancer's Swamp, for the situation was dire. The city of the wasteland had accumulated countless undead, rendering all routes completely obstructed. Along the way, he frequently encountered phantoms. Name, Spectre of Terror. Level, LV24. Attribute, Darkness. Strength, Agility. Race, Undead. Phantom, Evolvable Undead. Evaluation, lacking a physical form, it can only be affected by elemental and mental attacks, proving to be quite troublesome. With a combat rating of 1000 to 1200, this entity, under the dual influence of night and ghostly fog storms, has attained a formidable level of 24. Suluo sighed. It would be a tough battle. Typically, he encountered foes of merely a dozen levels, which explained why few dared to spend the night in the wasteland. Redfire unleashed a fireball, scattering the enemy, and upon witnessing his experience points increase, Suluo hastily gathered the spectral powder dropped by the phantom and took off running. He had to act swiftly. The death of a spectre would emit a unique wave, and should he lag, he would easily attract a horde of phantoms, leading to a chaotic scene. The howling winds whipped around him, and holding his directional device, he could only estimate a vague direction. Suluo was not accustomed to leveling up in this area, and the path was unfamiliar. Glancing back at the distant ghost fisher's altar signified that he had crossed the boundary of the Undead Wasteland. Ahead, the terrain became muddy, littered with muck and decaying branches, confirming his arrival at the Necromancer's Swamp. Occasionally, a colossal beast would emerge from the marsh, a necrotic crocodile. Although Suluo's skills indicated 3 question marks. He had perused its data at school. It was a unique race, half undead and half living, capable of reaching level 40 in adulthood, classified as a mid-tier elite magical beast. Suluo deftly avoided the seemingly tranquil large pools of water, only traversing a few smaller puddles. Blue ice led the way, freezing the ground to facilitate smoother passage. A warning from White Feather alerted him. Not far off, 3 towering skeletons, accompanied by several smaller skeletal minions, were advancing towards him. It was likely a mere swarm of weaklings, and he could see their figures from a distance, prompting him to deploy a detection spell. Name, Bronze Skeleton Captain. Level, LV30. Attribute, Darkness. Strength, Agility. Race, Undead, Skeleton, Evolvable Undead. Evaluation, Captain patrolling the caverns, combat rating of 1400 to 1800. Name, Bronze Skeleton Knight. Level, LV28. Name, Bronze Skeleton Archer. Level, LV26. Upon detecting the Bronze Skeleton Captain, the entity visibly trembled, indicating that the detection had been discovered. I should have switched to an intermediate detection spell sooner. Though Suluo had always intended to purchase one, this skill was highly sought after and remained elusive. Blue Ice, prepare. Activate defensive mode. Redfire, charge. Aim for that archer. The skeleton captain sensed a surge of mental energy approaching, raising its head to regard Suluo's direction. The enemy was afoot. A horde of skeletons began rushing toward him. When they were still about 200 meters away, the Gale Hawk, White Feather, unleashed its wind feather slash, sending countless wind blades toward the main force, severing many of the lower-tier black iron skeletons in half. The skeleton captain's soul flame flickered with fury. Darkness slash. The bone dagger, imbued with dark power and necromantic energy, shot forth a grayish blade of energy toward the soaring White Feather. The latter skillfully evaded the attack, for its initial intention was merely to harass while maintaining a safe distance. The skeleton archer drew its bow, aiming to strike White Feather. An opportunity arose. Suluo's eyes sparkled as White Feather drew the attention of the most vulnerable skeleton archer. Just then, Redfire finished charging the fireball, now enhanced to intermediate skill level. Bolstered by the dual effects of Flame Blessing and Spirit Blessing, this fireball was no ordinary projectile. It was a colossal bomb. A gigantic fireball hurtled toward the skeleton horde, with the bronze leaders at its epicenter. Sensing the searing heat and immense light, the skeleton captain shouted, "Dodge!" and hastily sprinted, trampling the smaller skeletons in its path. The skeleton knight urged its skeletal steed to accelerate, but alas, its large size hindered its speed. The skeleton archer, having just shot a probing arrow at White Feather, turned to behold the massive fireball bearing down upon it. Boom, boom. Two explosions rang out. The first was the initial impact, while the second was the scattering damage from the smaller fireballs. Observing the severely weakened skeleton horde, Sulo drew a bone dagger and commanded, "Charge." Chapter 14, The Ambush. Tomb of the Grand Mage. The black iron skeletons were mere fodder to Sulo at this point. Blue ice charged twice, completely clearing the small skeletons. They were either obliterated or outright destroyed. The bronze archer appeared to have perished, disintegrated into ashes by the massive fireball. The skeletal steed of the skeleton knight lay half destroyed on the ground, unable to rise. Blue Ice was locked in a stalemate with the skeleton captain. The icy armor of the frost tiger Blue Ice was a demonic presence against such warrior-type foes. With its speed diminished and the opponent's armor exceedingly thick, Redfire unleashed several fireballs, toppling the skeleton knight, while White Feather continued to eliminate the surrounding black iron skeletons. Some black iron skeletons struggled to revive their shattered bones, attempting to restore their forms. Observing the half-destroyed skeleton knight, Sulo stepped before it. All living beings must perish. He shook his head, while these undead lacked intellect. Their resolve was undeniably steadfast. Enslave contract. The spirit formation radiated with light, signifying the completion of the contract. Recently, Sulo had transformed the contracts of Red Fire and Blue Ice into friendship contracts, intending to reserve the enslavement contracts for such spoils of war. The beasts he planned to cultivate long-term would receive friendship contracts. Approaching Blue Ice, who was still engaged with the skeleton captain, Sulo noticed that the captain was visibly struggling. The previous fireball had dealt significant damage. Sulo advanced, intending to lead Red Fire to swiftly conclude the battle. Oh, Sulo spotted a half-destroyed skeletal steed nearby. Utilizing necromantic power to summon back its leg bones, it was only 2 small legs away from complete restoration. This would make for an excellent mount. Enslave contract. Due to the level disparity and the extent of its injuries, it offered no resistance. Red Fire, White Feather, assist Blue Ice, Sulo commanded, while he assessed whether this undead steed was suitable. Reviewing its information, he noted, name, Undead Bone Horse. Level, LV 15. Attribute, Darkness. Strength, 20. Agility, 30. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 10. Charm, 10. Race, Necromancer, Skeleton, Evolvable Necromancer. Skills, Dark Control LV 15, Necromantic Instinct LV 15, Dark Impact LV 10. Evaluation, once a living horse. It continues to serve as a steed in death, potential rating of 800, combat rating of 573. Its attributes were unremarkable, yet Sulo mounted it without hesitation. It's a bit chilly. Sulo felt relatively well, albeit somewhat chilled and slightly uncomfortable. There was an unsettling sensation lingering in the air. Wait, where's that smoke coming from? Sulo discerned a reaction between the deathly energy emanating from the undead warhorse and the spiritual power he unconsciously radiated. The area where he had been seated showed signs of scorching on the warhorse's bones. Promptly, Sulo dismounted. It appeared that the matter of mounts was no longer viable. He might as well carry some miscellaneous items. After contemplating, he thought that pulling a small cart across the marsh could prove advantageous. He casually placed the rope, which bore the skull of a knight, onto the warhorse and commanded it to follow him at a leisurely pace. The battle ahead had concluded. The skeleton captain had been besieged by 3 spirit pets, ultimately meeting a dismembered fate. Blue Ice, aware of the value of the head, had taken care to freeze it without causing any damage. Well done, Sulo praised, affectionately patting Blue Ice's head. The enslavement contract was invoked, and yet another skull was added to the warhorse's adornments. He collected valuable equipment, a finely crafted bone sword, a bone spear, and to his surprise, the bone bow of a skilled archer remained intact. The other assorted items lacked value, and thus Sulo led his beast companions onward. Wasn't it the case that the majority of the undead had moved to assault the border city? Why were there still some lingering in the marsh? Sulo delved into the memories of the skeleton captain. After a moment, he opened his eyes, excitement evident on his face. It turned out that this skeleton squad belonged to a necromancer, who, upon receiving orders for war, had departed from his tomb to the front lines. Although he had taken the majority of his forces, he left behind 3 small squads responsible for patrolling and guarding. From the memories, he learned of another squad that was similar, composed of 3 bronze-level skeletons. However, the one deep within the tomb was the most elite, a mutated bronze skeleton mage, accompanied by 2 ordinary bronze swordsmen. Considering that this was likely the tomb of a 3rd-tier professional skeleton mage, there must be a wealth of treasures within. It was time to take action. First, he instructed White Feather to soar high into the sky to locate the patrolling squad, while he took a moment to regroup with Red Fire and Blue Ice. Found it. White Feather relayed, transmitting images through their mental link. Boss, I located the skeleton squad. Indeed, fly back from there and scout the terrain, Su Luo commanded as he roused his resting beast companions, preparing for battle. This spot is good, this one is viable. This is the best. Based on the images transmitted by White Feather, Su Luo selected an ambush location. The squad swiftly took cover, employing classic tactics. They calculated the distance as White Feather continued to observe, bestowing Red Fire and Blue Ice with blessings of spiritual power and attributes. 50 meters, attack. Red Fire unleashed a colossal fireball, while Blue Ice conjured a massive ice spear. Boom. The skeleton squad was obliterated. All the beast companions surged forth, harvesting the remnants of their adversaries. This time, luck was not particularly on their side. The central bronze skeleton was annihilated, leaving only 2 skeleton guards with higher defenses, who narrowly escaped death, though they could not evade the fate of enslavement by Su Luo. 2 more bells dangled from the warhorse's harness. Next, it was time to explore the tomb. Su Luo made his way to the tomb indicated by the skeleton captain's memories. At the entrance, numerous footprints were clearly visible, evidence that the necromancer had quite a few subordinates. Upon entering the tomb, he was surprised by its spaciousness. The outermost area was lined with rows of skeletons, resembling multi-tiered beds. Occasionally, he could see some skeletons undergoing transformation into undead, their bones quivering as if striving to rise. Venturing further, he encountered numerous coffins, most of which were empty, likely due to their occupants having gone off to battle. The final coffin was significantly larger, not crafted from wood, but rather a heavy stone sarcophagus, with around 30 of them, most also unoccupied. At the top, there was an enormous throne, presumably the seat of the skeleton mage. However, several coffins still bore lids. Upon hearing the footsteps of Su Luo and his companions, the coffin lids began to tremble. 5 bronze skeletons emerged in succession. Su Luo examined their details. Name, Bronze Skeleton Guard. Level, LV-29. 2 of them. Name, Bronze Skeleton Archer. Level, LV-27. 2 of them. Name, Mutated Bronze Skeleton Mage. Level, LV-30. Attributes, Dark. Strength, Agility. Race, Undead. Skeleton, Growth Type, Undead. Evaluation, Guardian of the Tomb. Favored disciple of the Skeleton Mage, or perhaps an experiment. Capable of wielding elemental magic of ice and fire. Combat power rating of 1600, 2000. 5 in total. Goodness. That skeleton captain must have been a fool. Even a simple count would reveal the discrepancy. Combat power so high, nearing 2000. Su Luo's strongest companions, Red Fire and Blue Ice, currently hovered around a combat power rating of 1500, but with the support of the Beastmaster. The 2 tigers, and one should be able to overcome that skeleton mage. The pressing concern was how to eliminate the other skeletons. Chapter 15, Opening the Treasure Chest. Blue Ice. Through their mental connection, Blue Ice activated the ice armor, entering shield mode and transforming into a massive blue hedgehog. The state skills had already been unleashed, and now it was time to unleash a torrent of firepower. White Feather, high above, continually unleashed wind blades, slicing through the air like razor edges. The stone sarcophagus was shattered into fragments. Red Fire entered artillery mode, relentlessly firing fireballs, seemingly intent on exhausting its spiritual power. Intruders, kill them, commanded the mutated skeleton mage, with flames engulfing its left side and ice swirling around its right. Both hands conjured spells, fireballs and ice spears hurtling toward the blue-striped tiger before them. Blue Ice formed an icy shield before itself, the sounds of impact ringing out, yet it appeared capable of withstanding the assault. White Feather had exhausted its spiritual power and returned to perch on Su Luo's shoulder. Su Luo plucked a spiritual fruit from the Tree of Life and tossed it to the swift-winged eagle, replenishing its power, allowing it to resume its aerial bombardment. Red Fire followed suit, its spiritual energy only depleting slightly later, prompting Su Luo to provide another fruit for replenishment. The results were satisfactory. The 2 relatively fragile skeleton archers had succumbed, leaving only the 2 heavily armored skeleton guards still holding their ground. Boom. Blue Ice was struck by a colossal fireball, crashing violently into a stone sarcophagus. Rising, Blue Ice caught a thrown spiritual fruit, devouring it. A glimmer of blue light flashing in its eyes as its energy was fully restored. Blue Ice took on the frontline duties, while Red Fire and White Feather dispatched the remaining weakened foes. At last, the 2 warriors fell. Su Luo observed the mutated skeleton mage, wondering how long it could endure. 1 minute later, the battle concluded. Although the mutated skeleton mage's spells were formidable, facing 3 adversaries proved excessively challenging. Enslavement contract. Enslavement contract. Ultimately, he collected the remaining skulls as spoils of victory. The mutated mage should fetch a considerably higher price. Su Luo estimates that it could be sold for around 300,000, which would indeed represent the pinnacle value of a mid-tier necromancer. Next comes the meticulous gathering of spoils. Although he suspects that the archmage will not return swiftly, haste is still essential. The main tomb lies desolate, suggesting that any wealth may be concealed elsewhere. The little creatures dispersed in search, and, as expected, they uncovered 2 chambers. One room was filled with various jars and bottles. Upon opening it, Su Luo found ordinary grade bone powder and some materials associated with the undead. However, among the better-placed small vials, he discovered rare-grade materials. Name: spectral essence powder. Type: material. Quality: rare. Note: a once formidable adversary of an unknown necromancer. Ultimately vanquished by their hand. Although of high value, the quantity was rather limited. Continuing his search, Su Luo rummaged through the top drawer and unearthed several boxes of necromantic crystals. These items are essential for necromancers, enhancing the abilities of their undead companions. The quality was commendable, but unfortunately, the quantity was scant. This room likely held no further valuables, amounting to less than 500,000 altogether. Quite meager indeed. Could it be that the archmage anticipated this and carried away the most valuable items? Boss, there's a room over here. Upon hearing Bayu's communication, Su Luo connected mentally, witnessing the scene before it. It was a slightly larger chamber, resembling a warehouse, cluttered with countless skeletal soldiers and bone artifacts. The sheer quantity was astonishing. We are about to strike it rich, Su Luo exclaimed. In the center of the room stood several stone chests, clearly containing higher-tier skeletal soldiers and artifacts. Su Luo casually picked up a bone spear. Indeed, it was of excellent quality. Without further ado, he began stowing it in his travel backpack. Nearly 100 pieces of fine equipment were present, approximately 20 sets in total. Despite their less than stellar condition, each set could easily be valued at tens of thousands. Next, he turned his attention to the stone chests. As he opened one, a bone arrow shot forth, colliding harmlessly against the shield of his companion, Lan Bing. Good thing I was prepared. He then unveiled a rare-grade necklace. Name: Necklace of the Spectral Leader. Type: accessory. Quality: rare. Attributes: Spirit Recovery Speed 15. Special effects: Skill 1, Mental Shield, creating a protective barrier against mental attacks. Skill 2, Advanced Attack Skill, Mental Spike. Equipment requirements: Level 35, Spirit, 75. Note: perfectly suited for those wielding formidable mental prowess and magic, but for me? No chance. This necklace could be valued around 1 million. How much it could fetch, I cannot say. Su Luo, not being a specialist, wondered why he would want to sell it, as he felt his mental attributes would not reach the required level for another 2 or 3 years. He opened another box, prompting Lan Bing to do so. A sphere of death energy erupted forth, which Lan Bing evaded, watching as a massive void was corroded into the ground behind. Su Luo smirked. It had considerable power. Inside lay a pair of bone daggers, expectedly rare grade. Name: Death's Twin Blades. Type: weapon. Quality: rare. Attributes: Armor Piercing 30. Death Energy 30. Shadow Blade 30. Special effects: none. Equipment requirements: Level 40, Strength, 50, Agility, 50, Spirit, 50. Note: once belonging to a high-ranking undead hunter until one fateful day when it sought to hunt a bone dragon. Goodness, this equipment is extraordinarily powerful. The armor-piercing attribute speaks for itself, augmented with dual elements of death energy and dark corrosion. A dual attack of physical and elemental nature. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he needed to sell it, as he could not utilize it himself, and he felt as though he had entered a sage's time. The final box was also opened by Lan Bing, but this time there was no attack, indicating that the archmage had recognized the futility of setting further traps. As the box fully opened, Su Luo gasped. Inside lay a rare staff. Name: the archmage's backup bone staff. Type: weapon. Quality: rare. Attributes: Dark Affinity 15. Death Concordance 15. Undead Affinity 15. Casting Speed 15. Special effects: Bone Spear, Intermediate. Shadow Sphere, Intermediate. Undead Dread, Advanced. Equipment requirements: Level 25, Intelligence, 30, Spirit, 30. Note: a casual creation. Made in case of emergencies. It is better than nothing and still usable. This one Su Luo could indeed equip, as he still had the apprentice's Ring of Transcendence stored in his spatial ring. After all, it could enhance his casting speed. Donning the ring, he equipped the staff. Although it was rare grade, it was still considered the lowest tier among such items, and Su Luo estimated it was likely less valuable than top-tier fine-grade equipment. Observing the multitude of ordinary-grade skeletal soldiers and artifacts, Su Luo fell silent for a moment, glancing at the remaining space of his travel backpack, which still had ample room of 10 cubic meters. Fill it up. After all, even mosquito legs are meat. He sought out items of better condition, checking the time. He estimated the distance traveled. If the Archmage had reacted swiftly upon his intrusion into the tomb, Su Luo still had a window of opportunity for some bargain hunting. All right, let's make our escape. Su Luo led the three little companions swiftly out of the tomb. Unbeknownst to him, the undead Archmage, sensing the tomb's breach, chose not to act, whether out of indifference or some other reason. Chapter 16, Crossing Through. Logically, the Necromantic Marsh, being a level 30 area, had seen most of its larger elite monsters depart for the frontline battlefield. However, the remaining creatures were still around levels 25 to 35. Despite Su Luo's formidable strength, he found himself challenged by level 35 monsters. These creatures had an average power rating of around 2,000, while facing them individually was manageable. Encountering more than 3 simultaneously would lead to a stalemate and a grueling battle for Su Luo's team. If they attracted the attention of surrounding undead, the situation could turn perilous. Yet, this was a visible danger, and Su Luo had an alternative: to dig a hole in the necromantic wasteland to hide. However, he lacked effective means of concealment, fearing an unforeseen encounter with a level 50 or 60 master-level creature, which could easily send him to his demise with a single spell. The new contract with the Swift Wind Hawk Bayou endowed Su Luo with enhanced scouting capabilities and a sense of security for his journey. Thus, Su Luo began his nocturnal prowls, seeking places to conceal himself by night, while allowing Bayou to scout during the day. Eventually, they discovered an area where the ghostly mist was thin. Comparing it to the map of secret realms stored in his mind, he recognized a small hill that seemed familiar. The direction was correct. Having traversed a third of the necromantic wasteland, Su Luo had walked for nearly 2 days. Let us press on. Along the way, they encountered small groups, with Su Luo leading his 3 companions in stealthy ambushes. Occasionally, they would collect mid-tier skeletal undead. Perhaps due to the majority of elite undead heading to the battlefield, Su Luo had yet to encounter any monsters above level 30. The journey proved unexpectedly smooth. As the ghostly mist thinned, after 8 days, Su Luo finally emerged from the necromantic marsh, greeted by verdant fields and shimmering blue lakes. In the vicinity of a lake, it appears that I am located in the southwestern region of the Marsh City. Ahead, there seem to be 2 gathering points. Due to the considerable distance from the leveling area to Marsh City, adventurers have established 2 resting spots along the route, each corresponding to different directions. Su Luo instructed Bayou to ascend into the skies and activate her eagle eye. Indeed, in the eastern direction, traces of human habitation were discerned. Estimating the distance, it would not take half a day. Su Luo led the trio forward with brisk steps, possibly buoyed by a pleasant mood. The bone powder for repelling the undead was abundant, available in both intermediate and basic grades. Collecting the bones and bone artifacts was reasonably priced. The aroma of freshly baked flatbreads wafted through the air. Relishing the long-awaited scent of bustling life, Su Luo savored the moment. Bring me 3 trays of buns and 2 barrels of milk. Ah, here they come. Milk directly for your beasts of burden? Very well. Both Honghua and Lan Bing are particularly fond of human cuisine, while Bayou prefers raw meat. As Su Luo enjoyed his breakfast at the table, Honghua and Lan Bing swiftly drained a barrel of milk beneath. By the way, why does it seem that the population here is quite sparse? Logically, even a small gathering point should have more inhabitants than the desolate city. It is still due to the undead army heading to the battlefield of the undead, clashing fiercely with the Adventurers' Alliance, leaving the entire marsh deserted. Rumor has it that many have recently pilfered from the lairs of the undead archmages. Sigh. My cousin's neighbor's eldest son managed to acquire 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment with his squad, selling them for over $1 million, saving 5 or 6 years of hard work. That is truly remarkable. This made Su Luo somewhat restless, yearning to delve into tomb raiding and play the role of a grave robber. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the shops here offered lower purchasing prices, as the proximity to the wilderness posed greater dangers, resulting in a wider price gap. Given that Su Luo's supply was considerable, it would be wiser to return to Marsh City for processing. The infrastructure here is better developed, equipped with express spirit beast carriages directly to Marsh City. Su Luo promptly booked the next departure and purchased 3 tickets. Having gazed out the window at the passing scenery, Su Luo gradually drifted into slumber, with Lan Bing and Honghua flanking him, faithfully guarding their master. Arriving at Marsh City, travelers, please disembark. Su Luo rubbed his eyes, his vision sharpening. Leading the duo of tigers down from the carriage, he exited the secret realm's exit and inquired about the route, heading straight for the marketplace. Indeed, the prices were somewhat elevated. Oh, spotting a familiar face, Su Luo was taken aback. Not far off, in front of a small shop, stood a bespectacled youth. a former classmate of Su Luo's, who had later been transferred to the spirit arts class. It seemed he had become a necromancer. The youth was engrossed in recording something, and upon noticing Su Luo's approach, he announced, "Purchasing bone soldiers and bone artifacts. Price is fair." "Chao Pingy. Long time no see," Su Luo exclaimed. "Oh, you are Su Luo. It's been ages. You actually ventured out to slay monsters and level up." The youth rose to embrace Su Luo. "You are already level 23. I recall your leveling pace was rather slow." "Oh wait, it appears you have indeed progressed rapidly in monster hunting." Chao Pingy quickly shifted the topic. Most talented classmates completed the curriculum swiftly within 6 months and proceeded to level up. Some chose to enter secret realms to gain experience, while others relied on their innate qualities to cultivate and advance. Although the speed of leveling through cultivation was not as rapid as that of monster hunting, it had the advantage of safety. It was unexpected for Su Luo's level to be so conspicuous before him. Yet, this was also indicative of Chao Pingy's high identification skills, suggesting that his mental prowess was not inferior to Su Luo's, despite Su Luo being a character focused on charm. "Alas, I have no choice but to fend for myself out here," Su Luo remarked, tossing over a spell of identification. "What level are you now?" "Name: Chao Pingy. Level: LV21. Main profession: Necromancer LV3. Secondary profession: Alchemist LV4, Student LV10. Attributes: Strength, Agility." Su Luo mused that his identification spell truly needed an upgrade, as it was only effective due to Chao Pingy's cooperation, allowing him to view the details. Currently, Chao Pingy's level was not as high as Su Luo's, given that his cultivation speed had been remarkably swift, placing him among the first batch of his class. Thus, he expressed astonishment at Su Luo's level. Su Luo glanced at the purchasing prices at Chao Pingy's shop, noting they were comparable to those of other establishments. Perhaps he could sell to an old classmate, allowing Chao Pingy to earn a little extra pocket money. "I have a batch of items to sell. Just give me the market price." "Ah, sure." Chao Pingy responded without surprise. After a moment of waiting, both parties remained still, creating a slight awkwardness. "Are you not going to check the goods?" Su Luo inquired. Chao Pingy replied, "If it's just a few pieces, it should suffice here." "Do you have a large quantity?" Su Luo responded, "Perhaps over 100 pieces." Chao Pingy exclaimed, "Ah, then let's go to my warehouse." As Su Luo produced all the fine and ordinary bone soldiers and bone artifacts, Chao Pingy's mouth formed an A shape in astonishment. Su Luo felt a surge of satisfaction. "The price is 373,000. Let's say 375,000 for you." He gazed at Su Luo, astonished, never having anticipated that his previously unremarkable classmate would earn such a substantial sum. Although many wealthy second-generation students in his class were quite affluent, the fact that a commoner like Su Luo could amass such wealth filled Chao Pingy with envy and jealousy. By the way, there are many bronze skeletons as well. Summoning the undead warhorse from his beast space, Su Luo observed the numerous skulls adorning the neck of the skeletal steed, leaving Chao Pingy speechless for a long while. Chapter 17, Talent Advancement. "Can you handle all of these?" Hearing Su Luo's inquiry, Chao Pingy paused momentarily. Yes, a total of 22 for 220,000. "Oh, what about this mutated ice-fire skeleton? Are you willing to sell it?" Chao Pingy's eyes sparkled with fascination as he circled around the ice-fire skeleton hanging from the neck of the skeletal warhorse. "Of course, I am willing to sell. However, regarding the price, this skeleton holds significant potential. I believe it possesses the capability to evolve into a top-tier undead with further growth, and it is not out of the question for it to advance even further." "How about 500,000? Chao Pingy inquired. Su Luo shook his head, finding it somewhat low. Chao Pingy gritted his teeth, recognizing that this matter pertained to his future. Although his talent was of the blue variety, it was not a combat-oriented gift. Rather, it was a resource-oriented talent named Corpse Cultivation Chi, specifically designed for nurturing undead beings. Thus, he had chosen the necromancer profession that best suited him. While his family could afford high-tier undead, after all, they operated a trading business. Contracting an undead far exceeding his level posed the risk of rebellion, which would constantly exert immense pressure on his soul. Therefore, acquiring a being with the potential to grow into a high-tier undead was most suitable for him. With the assistance of his talent, he could reliably become a high-tier undead, and not merely at the novice level. Chao Pingy had also been nurturing a skeletal war general, but he realized he had accumulated too much corpse chi, which the skeletal war general could not fully digest. Thus, he could nurture another. Su Luo's mutated ice-fire skeleton mage was perfectly suited for him, representing an ideal combination of physical and elemental types. "How about 800,000? Chao Pingy bit his lip, intending to purchase it for himself. He could not use the shop's funds, so he had to rely on his savings, which was already the maximum amount he could offer. With multiple brothers at home, His resource allocation had dwindled significantly after purchasing the Undead War General. To be honest, this price seems somewhat low, though not excessively so. Since you like it, third brother, why not make a decisive offer? How about this, my young friend, 1 million? A hearty laugh resonated in the air. A tall middle-aged man approached, ruffling Chao Pingyi's hair, his neatly parted hairstyle now resembling a tousled mess. Uncle, thank you, he said, his gaze fixed intently on Su Luo. Su Luo felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. All right, the enslavement contract is hereby annulled. Chao Pingyi, filled with exuberance, placed the skull in a special black box. About the money. Ding. The sound of funds being credited reached his ears. All right, let us chat sometime. I must attend to my business now. Su Luo attempted to depart. Just as he turned, wait a moment, young brother. Are you selling your undead warhorse? The burly man called out. The undead warhorse? To be honest, I could sell it or keep it, but Su Luo wished to use it for transporting goods. Carrying a travel backpack was quite taxing. Uncle? Chao Pingyi interjected. Rest assured, it will be on me. It's only reasonable for an undead mage to possess an undead warhorse. Thank you, uncle. Very well then, let us finalize the sale. Someone else might have a greater need for it. Chao Pingyi transferred an additional 300,000, surprised at the high value of the item. Su Luo had assumed it would merely fetch a few thousand, perhaps due to its rarity. He wasn't particularly well-versed in undead matters. After bidding farewell once more, Su Luo made his way to the auction house, selecting to auction the Death Twin Blades and the necklace of the Fallen from the Phantom Leader. Although the process was slower than a direct sale, it promised a higher return. The necklace was of average value, around 1.2 million, while the Death Twin Blades would surely command at least 3 million, Su Luo estimated. Next on his agenda was rest. Having braved the elements for nearly 10 days, Su Luo booked a room. After a refreshing bath and feeding his 3 little companions with beast food, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, a new day greeted him. Stretching languidly, Su Luo rose to tidy himself. He opted for casual attire instead of his gear, storing the equipment in his spatial ring, as he intended to indulge in some expenditure now that he had the means. His first stop was the armor shop, where he ordered a set of exquisite armor for his 3 little companions, Red Fire, Blue Ice, and White Feather. The price was close to 500,000, not insignificant. He also procured a fine quality staff, for disguise purposes, and a secondary item for over 200,000. Yesterday, White Feather had absorbed the second life fruit and the third spiritual power fruit, yet the results were modest, with its potential score increasing by only a few dozen points. It seemed to have reached its limit, with only growth remaining. Of course, this was true for a typical Beastmaster, but for him, it was a different story. Su Luo visited a general goods store, purchasing a substantial quantity of meat from various magical beasts. This substance, aside from being edible, could be used to concoct special potions. And the prices were consistently high. Do you have any rare-grade beast meat? Upon hearing Su Luo's inquiry, the clerk's expression turned awkward. This item is quite scarce. A rare find indeed. However, if we receive any stock, we will notify you. All right. Su Luo left his contact information, then proceeded to buy some meat essence from tiger and eagle beasts. Returning to his room, he immediately tossed it to the roots of the Tree of Life. He meditated and practiced for an indeterminate period. Your innate Tree of Life has grown to the next stage. You have gained a substantial amount of experience and attribute points. Your level has risen to 25, and your minimum attribute points have increased to 50. In a moment of clarity, Su Luo perceived a small tree shooting upwards. Though not yet tall, it had significantly increased in height compared to before. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the system log with immense delight. His interface had transformed dramatically. Name, Su Luo. Level, LV25. Main profession, Beastmaster LV6. Secondary profession, Student LV10. Attributes, Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Constitution, 50. Intellect, 50. Spirit, 50. Charm, 80. Talent, Tree of Life Stage 2 LV1. Professional skills, Bond of Friendship LV12, Mental Communication LV11, Beast Space LV10, Intermediate Battle Blessing LV12, Intermediate Spiritual Power Blessing LV11, Intermediate Explosive Flame Blessing LV10, Intermediate Extreme Cold Blessing LV10. General Skills, Pet Food LV20, Basic Body Refinement Technique LV15, Initial Spiritual Arts LV20, Swordsmanship LV15. Beast Companions, Red Fire LV24, Magic Spotted Tiger, Blue Ice LV24, Magic Spotted Tiger, White Feather, Swift Wind Eagle. Equipment, Mage's Backup Bone Staff, Wild Forest Beastmaster Set, 7. Apprentice's Transcendence Ring, Small Spatial Ring, Charm Concealment Token. Minimum attributes can be raised to 50? Does this imply I can allocate only a single attribute point in the future? He casually allocated the 10 free attribute points to charm, raising it to 90. Wait, it's not like that. Su Luo had an inkling that his talent had only recently advanced to the second stage due to the compensation of these attributes. But so what? He resolved to focus solely on increasing his charm points moving forward. Chapter 18, Bidirectional Evolution. I still wish to enhance my charm. Su Luo previously had attribute points inferior to those of his peers. Aside from the points gained from leveling his main profession, he had only practiced the basic techniques of a Beastmaster. Unlike others from affluent families who could continuously acquire rare high-grade potions crafted by alchemical masters to enhance their attributes, lacking financial resources, yet endowed with diligence, he practiced physical cultivation methods for physical professions and mental meditation for spiritual arts to elevate his attributes. As for Su Luo, he had been tirelessly battling monsters. I have no other choice. Ensuring my leveling speed is paramount. After all, without sufficient levels, I cannot enroll in the university for professionals. This was Su Luo's only avenue as a commoner to grasp the opportunity for a higher inheritance. He did not anticipate such a wealth of rewards for his talent's advancement. Yet the cost was steep, resulting in a significant reduction in leveling speed. Awakening early, refreshed, Su Luo noticed that the Tree of Life had produced several types of heritage fruits: blood pattern tiger, golden chi tiger, thunder eagle, and golden eagle. After calculating, he deduced that at least 3 pieces of magical beast meat essence were required to fully collect their heritage fruits. Shall I give it a try? Su Luo was eager to experiment. Will I use the blood pattern tiger fruit on my companion Blue Ice? The compatibility was a mere 30%. Su Luo shook his head, finding it rather low. He proceeded to test each option, discovering that White Feather had the highest compatibility with the Thunder Eagle at an impressive 70%. He summoned White Feather directly from the beast space. Boss, breakfast. He tossed a fist-sized fruit toward its face. Woo-woo. The fruit was absorbed like juice. Watching White Feather struggle, it seemed that the process of absorption was quite arduous, so Su Luo withdrew it back into the beast space. After extensive training and with the aid of spatial ores, Su Luo's beast space reached LV10, boasting an area of over 10 cubic meters, easily accommodating 3 beast companions. He wished to continue his experiments, curious about the effects of low compatibility heritage fruits on his beast companions. Reluctant to use Little Red and Little Blue for further trials, White Feather, what about me? He planned to visit a pet shop to acquire a test subject. In the murky town of Marsh City, at the corner pet shop, the day had just begun, and the staff had recently fed the creatures their midday meal. Suddenly, a hurried figure appeared. On Su Luo's Tree of Life, the most abundant legacy fruits were those of wild boars and deer, as these prey were the most prevalent in the wilderness forest. Fortunately, this shop indeed had what he sought. Hello, what quality of spirit companion do you desire? I need a wild boar and a deer. The bewildered young shop assistant stammered. Please follow me. Before long, Su Luo had acquired 2 low-tier magical beasts, a wild boar and a deer. Upon returning to the inn, he found Baiyu had just awakened. He checked its attributes. Name: Baiyu, Hybrid Wind Thunder Eagle. Level: LV23. Attributes: Wind, Thunder. Strength: 32. Agility: 53. Constitution: 32. Intelligence: 30. Spirit: 35. Charm: 25. Race: Avian, Mutated Eagle, High-Tier Commander Level Spirit Beast. Skills: Wind Thunder Incarnation LV2, Gale Control LV22, Thunder Control LV8, Hunter's Instinct LV25, Wind Feather /LV23. Evaluation: Often regarded as a messenger, delivering messages on the battlefield, possessing a certain combat ability, with a potential score of 10,152 and a combat power score of 4,968. Good heavens! A potential score of 10,152 and a combat power score of 4,968. Are you jesting with me? Su Luo was astounded. The potential had risen, elevating its quality to that of a high-tier commander-level spirit beast. Its combat power had nearly tripled, not to mention the certification of its most powerful skill. Wind Thunder Incarnation LV2. Was it the power of my legacy fruits, or was Baiyu's aptitude simply extraordinary? Su Luo pondered the reason behind this phenomenon. He decided to conduct experiments with the 2 small creatures, or rather, the little wild boar and the little deer. Test subject number 1, a wild boar. Low-tier servant-level magical beast, priced at 150,000, commonly used for hauling goods. Test subject number 2, a forest deer, low-tier servant-level magical beast, priced at 20,000, typically used as a mount. Let the experimentation commence. Su Luo initiated the tests. Do you wish to use the legacy fruit of the tusked wild boar? Prompt: Compatibility is 65. Nodding, Su Luo confirmed, use. As the wild boar underwent its transformation, he simultaneously applied his influence on the forest deer. Do you wish to use the legacy fruit of the frosty deer? Prompt. Compatibility is 45. Su Luo plunged into fervent experimentation. After a day and night, the once harmless little creatures had undergone a remarkable transformation. The wild boar had consumed 5 legacy fruits, with compatibility scores exceeding 50 each time, leading to potential bloodline alterations or the acquisition of new skills. Most outcomes were beneficial, with the worst resulting in no effect at all. Conversely, the forest deer, with compatibility consistently below 50, suffered tangible harm or grotesque mutations each time, now transformed into a monstrous entity with 3 deer heads, exuding an aura of madness. One deer head dripped saliva that corroded the inn's wooden planks, while another emanated an icy chill. Name: Flesh-Blood Mutation, Mutated Deer. Level: LV. Attributes: Wood Ice. Strength: Agility. Race: Flesh-Blood Mutation. Skills: Chaos. Evaluation: the nefarious experiment has turned this unfortunate creature into a frenzied existence. Potential score? Combat power score? I appreciate your contribution, Su Luo said with a hint of remorse, recalling that the third fruit had been used when the creature was still unblemished. He placed it into a corner of his beast space, allowing it to slumber. The other boar, however, was quite impressive. Name: Hybrid Mountain Crashing Giant Boar. Level: LV 21. Attributes: Earth. Strength: 75. Agility: 40. Constitution: 50. Intelligence: 15. Spirit: 16. Charm: 10. Race: Beast. Mutated Boar, Mid-Tier Elite Magical Beast. Skills: Giant Force Crash LV 5. Wild Instinct LV 10. Evaluation: Special Cultivation has indeed altered this creature's physique, a pure physical type magical beast. Potential score: 2527. Combat power score: 1561. The giant boar stood impressively tall, 2 meters high and 5 meters long, its muscular physique clearly defined. This one, Su Luo communicated, finding the creature quite obedient and easy to converse with. It appeared to have been cultivated well, suitable to serve as a legitimate beast companion. However, regrettably, it did not align with his aesthetic preferences, prompting Su Luo to consider passing it on to someone in need. It seemed fortunate that Baiyu could directly transform into a high-tier beast companion. Perhaps its constitution was better suited to merge with the Thunder Eagle? Next, he resolved to deal with the 2 creatures. Returning to the former pet shop, he reconsidered, deciding to visit another establishment to avoid drawing attention to the matter, especially since the creatures had been procured from this location. Turning towards the auction house, he sought out buyers for spirit companions. To his surprise, a notice caught his eye: purchasing bloodline mutated beasts, price negotiable. The listing was quite prominent. Someone is indeed interested. Su Luo had initially contemplated humane extermination if no buyers emerged. He promptly listed the creature, and the response was swift: 800,000. Deal. Su Luo finalized the contract, transferring the creature through the teleportation array. The mutated giant deer emitted a strange and agonizing wail. Farewell, I hope you can survive. Su Luo bid adieu with a heavy heart. Chapter 19. The Knight Riding the Boar. There was another local notice seeking mounts, specifically those with robust strength and speed. Observing the hybrid mountain crashing giant boar's imposing physique, Su Luo couldn't help but smirk, wondering if the buyer would appreciate such a muscular beast. He contacted the task poster, arranging to meet at a restaurant in the town center at noon. Su Luo ordered a cup of milk tea, patiently waiting, eyes closed as he savored the drink while continuously checking the legacy fruits on the Tree of Life, which had been digesting numerous materials, producing many temporarily useless fruits. A loud voice broke the tranquility. So you're the one selling mounts? Opening his eyes, Su Luo beheld a man towering over 2 meters, clad in menacing black iron armor. It became clear to Su Luo why this fellow sought a robust mount. A smaller beast would hardly support such a formidable figure. Su Luo nodded. That's correct. If it's too weak, I won't take it. Don't deceive me. My older brother is the president of the Black Spirit Guild. If you trick me, I'll make sure you regret it, he warned, his tone a blend of joviality and menace. Su Luo was momentarily speechless. Haha, brother, don't take it to heart. My little brother doesn't he express himself well, interjected a young man in a black mage robe, approaching with an aura of dark elegance that could captivate countless young maidens. Su Luo mused, if you can't articulate your thoughts, you should have mentioned it earlier, brooding mage. Why waste those charm points? The allure of Su Luo, with a remarkable charm score of 90, utterly eclipsed that of his opponent, whose charm barely reached 50, merely scratching the surface of the charm aura. It is truly perplexing why a mage would invest in charm. However, one must assess the situation. If it proves unsuitable, then so be it. Su Luo summoned the hybrid mountain boar from his beast taming space. Its robust physique attracted the attention of passersby. Wow, just imagine how much this massive boar could haul. A burly man, casting a glance at the boar, lamented to the flamboyant mage, "Second brother, this boar lacks style." The flamboyant mage responded with a hint of seriousness. "As a knight, your innate abilities render conventional warhorses unrideable for you. High-level steeds are exceedingly rare in this region. Let us not concern ourselves with aesthetics for now. First, we must secure a mount for you to practice your knightly skills. We can address the issue of style later, all right?" The burly man sighed in resignation. "Very well." The flamboyant mage continued. "Now, brother, may I allow our third brother to give it a try?" Su Luo nodded in agreement. "Sure." He then commanded the boar to temporarily accept the burly man's orders. The man leaped onto the boar, causing the ground to tremble. One could only guess his weight. Yet, the boar remained unfazed. Evidently, this weight was trivial to it. Following the burly man's commands, the boar guided him out of the street and vanished in the blink of an eye. The flamboyant mage sipped a cup of coffee, engaging Su Luo in casual conversation. Before long, the burly man returned, riding the boar. He jumped off and exclaimed, "Second brother, this boar is incredibly intelligent. It grasped my commands despite being our first encounter, and it is remarkably strong. After I unleashed my knightly charge skill, it barreled right through a small hillside. I absolutely adore this boar. I must buy it." The flamboyant mage cleared his throat. Ahem. The burly man fell silent. "Now, my young brother, shall we discuss the price?" Su Luo nodded. 300,000. Too low, 900,000. Excessive, 600,000. 800,000. 700,000. 750,000. Still a bit steep. 750,000. That's my final offer. It's not an exorbitant price. The burly man shook the flamboyant mage's arm. "Second brother. All right. No need to shake. With your strength of 100 points, I cannot endure it. Let us settle on 750,000. Done." The flamboyant mage initiated a transfer. Su Luo accepted the battle pet space pouch handed to him, placing the boar inside and dissolving the enslavement contract. The transaction was amicable. The two shook hands and parted ways. Typically, the finest mid-tier battle pets sell for around 1,000,000, and this boar, approaching the level of mid-tier magical beasts with its unique physique, fetching 750,000 was quite reasonable. Su Luo, recognizing the burly man's compatibility with the boar, refrained from demanding 1,000,000, extending a courtesy to the local Black Spirit Guild. Su Luo's subsequent plans involved continuing to level up, earning money, and purchasing high-grade flesh materials. Initially, he intended to return to the Wasteland City, believing that battles there would yield substantial experience. However, he learned from yesterday's announcements that with the aid of defensive city tools, the daily siege battles had devolved into mere skirmishes, comprised solely of low-level undead. With this plan thwarted, he was fortunate to discover the Undead Marsh, a veritable treasure trove due to the scarcity of high-tier undead, prompting various local guilds to vie for a share, with numerous battle groups recruiting fighters. Reviewing the requirements, Su Luo found that his combat prowess qualified him for the salary of a high-tier fighter. Though money was important, the primary goal was to gain experience and level up. Thus, it was decided. Upon arriving at the auction house, where a 3-day auction was scheduled, he noted that bids were taken from buyers, with the highest bidder prevailing. Yesterday, he observed that a necklace had auctioned for around 10,860,000, and low-grade rare equipment typically fetched standard prices, while the Death Double Blades had sold for 5,000,000, exceeding Su Luo's expectations. "Hello, I am here to check the auction item prices." "Certainly, sir, please hold on." The receptionist, sweetly responding after scanning Su Luo's identity card, informed him. After a brief wait, the auction item information appeared on the monitor before him. The undead necklace was now valued at approximately 120,000, nearing its limit. The Death Double Blades? 6,900,000. Is this item truly worth such a sum? Su Luo was astonished. He had initially estimated it at only around 3,000,000. With a day remaining, he decided to see just how high the price might soar. After a day of further preparation, Su Luo successfully passed a job interview at the Professionals Hall, allowing him to participate in a 3-day hunting event. By afternoon, he checked the auction information again. Ultimately, the undead necklace sold for 160,000, while the Death Double Blades fetched an astounding 8,700,000. Discovering that the Death Double Blades were rare, top-tier equipment, Su Luo felt relieved he had chosen to auction it. His keen eye had paid off. Following this, Su Luo hastily placed an order, directly purchasing a mid-tier detection skill at a markup, as well as a mid-tier skill book for Beast Tamers. Name, Meteor Strike. Type, Spirit Magic. Level, mid-tier Spirit Art. Attribute, none. Effect, The Beast Tamer launches a beast infused with spiritual energy from the beast space, inflicting area damage. Note: it is best for beast battle pets to have high vitality. Using armor-type skills in advance can protect oneself and enhance damage output. This skill is quite conventional for beast tamers, though not everyone is suited for it. The standard price is 750,000, and Su Luo acquired it for 800,000. Having made a substantial profit, Su Luo initially planned to indulge in extravagant shopping, yet found that there were no Beast Tamer skill books available locally. Is there really no profit in beast taming? Why are they not stocking supplies for beast tamers? Su Luo mused, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Chapter 20. Expanding the Wilderness? Su Luo replenished his stock with high-quality demon beast meat and upgraded to a larger spatial ring. Such items were relatively scarce, and the quality in Marsh City was mediocre. Name: Standard Spatial Ring. Type: Accessory. Quality: Rare. Attribute: None. Special Effect: Contains a space of 10 cubic meters for the storage of lifeless objects. Equipment Requirement: Level 30 or Spirit, 50. Note: a standard piece of equipment for master-level professionals, lacking any remarkable features. Standard value is 1,000,000, and Su Luo paid a 200,000 markup to acquire it, as there were no alternatives in this small locale. Fully prepared, he arrived punctually at the designated gathering point, where the Liaolong Guild was recruiting fighters. Su Luo's role was that of a fighter, not an ordinary one, but a high-tier fighter. He recalled how, during the assessment, he had effortlessly subdued the chief examiner, earning the unanimous approval of the guild members. The scene was bustling, filled with noise and excitement, as the goal of this undertaking was a joint necropolis, a large tomb constructed by dozens of third-tier undead. Each guild selected an entrance to attack, and whatever spoils they could seize would be left to fate. As Su Luo disembarked from the carriage, the journey ahead was slow. Flanking him were the red and blue tigers. Since their compatibility had not yet surpassed 70%, he refrained from enhancing them. Su Luo reasoned that such enhancements seemed to have certain limits. He did not wish to squander this precious opportunity. The Liaolong Guild had been assigned a rather unremarkable burial chamber. All personnel, heed my command. Pair every 2 elite fighters with a special operations squad, while the intermediate fighters shall position themselves at the corners of the main force. A youth with fiery red twin tails and a sun-kissed complexion stood at the forefront. Addressing the assembly, observing from the sidelines, Su Luo quipped, "You've utterly tarnished the image of twin tails in my mind. You fiend. With that complexion, calling it the Azure Blue Guild is a travesty. It ought to be named the Azure Black instead." Without a moment's hesitation, upon hearing the squad's orders, Su Luo chose the special operations team, boasting the most beautiful maidens. His sole motivation was to hear the sweet voices of the younger girls calling him brother. To his surprise, he found 5 elite fighters crowded in their ranks, and ultimately, he and a young man clad in leather armor, adorned with a mask reminiscent of ink-wash paintings, were selected by a squad comprised of 5 lovely maidens. "Oh, Beastmaster brother, your red and blue twin tigers are so magnificent. May I touch them?" A purple-haired lady in a black skirt, her striking visage akin to that of an idol group leader, blinked her large, captivating eyes and playfully directed her charm towards Su Luo. Although Su Luo's allure surpassed hers, rendering him immune to her captivating influence, he couldn't help but feel flattered. "Oh, do you merely wish to touch them?" The purple-haired enchantress extended her finger, attempting to caress the nose of the red tiger. "Oh woo." The red tiger snapped at her, but fortunately, she withdrew her finger just in time. "Aha! Liao Yu, this charming beast master possesses a greater allure than you. From start to finish, neither he nor his beasts were swayed by your charm. Almost got bitten, didn't you? Aha! Cut it out, Wang Hanhai, you mischievous rascal. Just wait until I deal with you." With that, she dashed off to engage in a playful scuffle with a girl in a pink dress, their professions seemingly being sorceress and priest. Yet their camaraderie appeared quite amiable. Su Luo sighed, feeling the image of the aloof purple-haired lady in his mind shatter. The slight flutter he had felt moments before vanished, leaving no trace behind. "Ah, my first love. Wait, was it my second? Or perhaps my third, fourth, or even ninth?" The Azure Blue Guild was not particularly well-staffed, with only 3 special operations squads. The squad Su Luo was part of was tasked with flanking the main attack, serving as the vice squad for the guild leader's team. Another squad was designated as the primary tank, responsible for diverting the attention of the formidable boss, thus creating space for the assault team to strike. All troops advance. Their first encounter was with countless skeletal spiders. A deluge of ranged attacks erupted from the main force, with Su Luo's team of maidens showcasing remarkable prowess. A multitude of psychic orbs detonated in the densely packed enemies, while Su Luo commanded the red tiger and blue eyes to unleash icy arrows and fireballs. Watching the experience points in the upper right corner swell, Su Luo couldn't help but beam with delight. Delving into this large necromancer's lair is exhilarating. The Gale Eagle, by Yu, currently possessed nearly 5,000 combat power. Concealed as Su Luo's trump card, the horde of skeletal spiders was swiftly dispersed. The first wave of undead was vanquished, and the guild's morale soared. As they entered a more expansive cavern, the soft earth hinted at numerous surprises hidden within. Crack. Indeed, a multitude of skeletons erupted forth, an endless tide of black-armored skeletons. The weakest among them at level 18. Kill. For treasure and experience. The main force erupted into a frenzy, with an average level of around 25. Battling these skeletons felt as easy as swatting flies, with arrows raining down and elemental attacks of ice, poison, and fire assailing them. Su Luo shared by Yu's eagle-eye vision, revealing that behind them lay a formation of skeletal archers and mages, though their numbers paled in comparison to the skeletal warriors at the forefront. Their aerial attacks could annihilate equally leveled adventurers, and it was no surprise when unfortunate souls fell in battle. Oh, my aching kidneys. Where's my right arm? Goodness. I'll need to spend money for a replacement. The guild leader with the red twin tails waved the command flag, instructing the Special Operations Squad to target the enemy's backline and eliminate their ranged units. Understood. On it. Came the resounding replies from the 3 squad leaders. All right, brother. Echoed the trio. Su Luo rolled his eyes. Support squads 3, 4, and 5. Cover them. Sure thing. The priests of squads 3, 4, and 5 began devising a combined skill. Hope, protection, and retribution of the holy light. We beseech you to smite our foes before us. Arise, holy light guardian. A colossal golden beam descended from the heavens, directly enveloping the area occupied by the skeletal mages, incinerating the central skeleton into vapor. As the radiance dissipated, a massive humanoid golden elemental emerged. Su Luo's vision was momentarily flooded with its information. Name: Light of Retribution, Punishment. Level: LV 30. Attributes: Light, Thunder. Strength: 63. Agility: 37. Constitution: 32. Intelligence: 30. Spirit: 35. Charisma: 30. Race: Elemental, Sacred Light Elemental. High-ranking Sovereign Level Spirit Beast. Skills: Holy Light Retribution LV 7. Thunder Judgment LV 2. Divine LV 2. Avenging/LV 30. Evaluation: A priest devoted to the holy light, chosen by the sacred element, capable of summoning projections of the adversary to descend by their side. Chapter 21. The Skeletal Barrier and the Tree Barrier. The light of retribution stood towering at nearly 10 meters tall, its might overwhelming the skeletal mages. The surface crackled with thunder and holy light. Any ordinary skeleton that came in contact was reduced to ash. Instantly, chaos ensued in the area of the skeletal mages. The majority of the main assault squad consisted of physical-type professions, with members flinging shield warriors at the skeletal archers, who appeared as mere appetizers to these predatory fighters. Unable to restrain himself, Su Luo commanded, Blue Ice. Meow. Use ice armor. Blue Ice transformed into a gigantic blue hedgehog. Meteor Strike. The magical striped tiger blue ice crashed into the midst of the skeletal horde, fracturing the surrounding skeletal warriors into pieces. Watching the experience bar increment slightly, Su Luo felt invigorated to continue. Red Fire. Flame Armor. A woo. Meteor Strike. Another wave of foes fell, with the archers and mages behind them cleared. The first Special Operations Squad, along with Red Fire and Blue Ice, coordinated a simultaneous assault from both the front and rear, swiftly cleansing the area. Rest. At the guild leader's command, everyone took a moment to recuperate as the next stage loomed ahead. 2 hours later, they would pause for a meal. The atmosphere grew slightly tense as the main force advanced. Ahead lay the most formidable guardian of this tomb. Upon entering the next cavern, massive skeletal pillars sealed the exit. The incantations of necromancy echoed ominously. 8 colossal skeletal giants, resembling small mountains, rose from the ground. Su Luo examined their information. Name: Skeletal Giant. Level: LV 41. Attributes: Darkness, Earth. Strength: Agility. Race: Undead, Composite Skeleton Beast, High-ranking Commander Level Undead. Evaluation: Possesses formidable strength, considered a war puppet of the undead, with low intelligence. Combat power rating of 11,000, 13,000. Sulamore quietly retreated a few steps, drawing closer to the priestesses. After all, a Beastmaster could be considered a rear guard. 3 skeletal mages stood at the back. The incantation of necromantic spells echoed. Elemental magic enveloped the skeletal giant. Blue, red, green, and gray luminescence illuminated its form, presumably embodying fire, ice, poison, and the power of death. Everyone formed their battle formation. The dual-tailed president retrieved a massive scroll from her spatial ring, casting a reluctant glance at it. Yet, She chose to activate it. Tree barrier. Enormous trees surged forth, and colossal vines entwined around the skeletal giant. Perhaps due to the president's control, the great tree ensnared only 4 skeletal giants. It seemed she believed her team could handle the remaining 4. After all, the greater the number of controlled entities, the shorter the control duration. The giant of light reappeared, though it remained uncertain whether it could withstand even one. Among the main tank squad, the shield warrior, transcendent knight, and heavy armored warrior confronted the remaining 3, while the president brandished a whip. Sulamore remarked, "President, you consistently surprise me. I always thought you were a warrior. Unleash your full power. Quickly. The tree barrier won't hold for 10 minutes. Bang. The sounds of explosive spells resounded in succession. Red flames and blue ice served as the backline magic output. Unhurriedly, they coalesced the elements of fire and ice for their assault. A fireball, charged by red flames, shattered one of the skeletal giant's hands. Sulamore mused, "This creature merely appears formidable. It is likely a patchwork of countless bones. Its offense may be decent, but its defense is woefully inadequate." The entire squad exerted their utmost effort, while the larger force attacked the skeletal barrier. However, Sulamore remained skeptical of their chances. The crux of victory lay with the 3 special operations squads. The enemy, Doom, the central necromancer, recognized the dire situation and sought to alter the tide with an unknown spell. "For the glory of our Lord," bellowed the fire mage, flames engulfing him as he charged forth like a cannonball, striking the frontline squad. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the front line, leaving the main tanks flustered and the defense perilously weakened. "Rock, sacrifice yourself." Another unknown spell was cast. As a deathly skeletal mage's body slowly melted into gray flames, cascading onto one of the skeletal giants ensnared by the tree barrier. Flames of death ignited upon the skeletal giant, severing the vines that bound it, and it surged forward with alarming speed towards the remaining priest squad. The young women gasped in horror. The president's sister, in charge, drew forth another scroll. Destruction Golden Flame. A golden fire surged towards the approaching skeletal giant. The creature roared in pain as its body was scorched. The gray fire and golden flames devoured each other. Ultimately, the gray fire, due to its numerical advantage, extinguished the golden flames, though one of its hands was reduced to ash. The purple-haired mistress sighed in frustration. This monstrous being was fire-aligned. After all, fire attribute creatures possess a high innate fire resistance. Coincidentally, the life-preserving scroll in her hand was a high-level fire spell. Alas, she sighed. This wretched thing, always acting tough. Let me handle it. The leader of the priest trio, a pink-skirted maiden who often clashed with the purple-haired mistress, stepped forward, producing her own spell scroll. Prison of Ice. An icy breath struck the skeletal giant, freezing it entirely. Excellent. Wonderful. The crowd erupted in cheer, and the pink-skirted maiden basked in their praise. Be careful, a warrior warned, then leapt towards the pink-skirted maiden, whisking her away just as a massive foot descended upon where she had stood. The young lady's face turned pale with fright. The skeletal giant roared incessantly. Its gray flames continued to burn, melting the ice, yet cracks visibly formed in its bones, indicating the gray flames were steadily consuming its vitality. After a few violent tugs, its last arm broke off, while one foot was also severed. With one foot and a severed hand, it crawled towards the group. Although they continuously retreated and attacked, the skeletal giant relentlessly cornered the squad, causing several priestesses to burst into tears. Sword chi slash. The warrior unleashed his most powerful strike, rendering the skeletal giant's body rigid, a massive crack appearing upon it, indicating its defense had significantly diminished, now alarmingly low. Excellent. The group rejoiced. Yet, the skeletal giant remained undeterred, resolutely crawling forward. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Alas, Sulamore sighed. A flash of light enveloped the windstorm eagle, White Feather, as multiple blessing spells were cast upon it. Wind and thunder transformation. The command was issued, and White Feather ascended into the sky. Chapter 22. Successful Elimination. Wind and Thunder Transformation is undeniably a high-level spell. This is also the peak ability of White Feather, a high-ranking commander-level spirit beast. Although previously tested, Sulamore only knew it was powerful, lacking practical experience to gauge its true strength. White Feather soared into the heavens, a tempest and thunder erupting as it became the vortex's center. A purple light flickered in its eagle eyes as it summoned a whirlwind, countless bolts of lightning encircling it. Charging towards the advancing skeletal giant, White Feather entered through the wound of its severed arm, propelled by myriad wind blades and thunder, and through their shared vision. Sulamore discovered its interior was, astonishingly, hollow. White Feather reveled within, unleashing all its energy. Boom. Countless fissures appeared on the skeletal giant's exterior, radiating with lightning's brilliance. Before its body shattered and disintegrated, White Feather emerged triumphantly from the remnants, gracefully landing upon Sullamore's shoulder. Sensing White Feather's presence, its vitality seemed to plummet. Yet it maintained an air of dignity, standing tall. In their mental communication, White Feather exclaimed, "Boss, hurry, recall me. My waist is about to snap." Sullamore responded. A flash of light, and White Feather returned to the Beastmaster space to recuperate. "Wow, you're incredible." Sullamore replied modestly. "Wow. Is your White Eagle a high-level spirit beast?" Sullamore replied, "I barely scraped by." Amidst the flurry of flattery, the composed Sullamore maintained his focus, his mind resolute. The battle pressed on as the secondary assault squad took a brief respite. The front line barely withstood the onslaught, but observing the three skeletal giants breaking free from their restraints, the president's expression soured. Is the secondary assault squad holding up? The tree barrier won't last much longer. "Brother, we're almost there." The purple-haired mistress urged, "Quickly, go help my brother." A group of individuals closed the distance and commenced a relentless bombardment on the remaining 4 skeletal giants. In less than 2 minutes, 2 of the skeletal behemoths were dismembered. Simultaneously, a giant of light was torn apart by one of the skeletal titans. The pressure on the front lines did not diminish. The team continued to work in unison. Su Luo instructed the fiery red and icy blue to engage in ranged attacks, thereby siphoning experience points. Observing the experience records, he noted that the prior solo kill of a skeletal giant had nearly propelled him to the next level. Su Luo could hardly contain his delight. With a resounding boom, the remaining 2 were vanquished. Without pausing for respite, the group focused their firepower on the 3 bound skeletal giants. The guild leader charged alone towards the last remaining necromancer. Incantations were uttered, causing cracks to appear on the surfaces of the 3 skeletal giants, their frenzied energy surging ominously. This was dire. They were about to self-destruct. Retreat. Upon hearing the warning, the group scattered in haste. A tremendous explosion ensued. Su Luo swiftly yanked the 2 nearby magical tigers back into the beast space, then summoned them forth once more, instructing them to activate their elemental shields. He took refuge behind the small red and blue creatures, simultaneously casting a basic spiritual barrier around himself. The shockwave crashed upon them. Although the auxiliary squad was positioned at a distance from the epicenter, they could still perceive the cataclysmic energy. The last remaining necromancer flashed with light, and a teleportation array materialized, indicating a long-distance escape. They fled with remarkable speed, leaving behind no trace. As the smoke dissipated, the group gasped for breath. Su Luo glanced around, relieved that the guild leader had brought a protective scroll. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly have been casualties. Currently, the team was intact. Although some main tanks in the front line bore injuries, it was still deemed a flawless conquest. Cheers erupted in ecstatic jubilation. Subsequently, the skeletal barrier was breached, and the logistics team of the Lianlan Guild commenced the collection of spoils. After a brief respite, the logistics officer approached the fighters, and Su Luo received a small spatial pouch. He peered inside. To his dismay, the contract stipulated that while the fighters enjoyed a higher fixed income, their profit sharing was considerably lower. Su Luo had obtained 2 rare-grade skeletal materials, leading him to estimate that Lianlan had secured at least 20 rare-grade pieces of equipment. For reasons unknown, a pang of bitterness stirred within him. The warrior in his team was engaging in affectionate exchanges with a priestess, further deepening Su Luo's discomfort. Although the initial plan was to conduct a 3-day siege, Lianlan had exhausted their trump cards, yet they had still made commendable gains. Remarkably, in less than 2 days, under the guild leader's guidance, the entire group returned to regroup. The journey there had been slow, but the return was significantly swifter, as the initial trek had involved clearing monsters. In less than half a day, they arrived at the southern gathering point of the swamp region. The fighters dispersed, and Su Luo took the opportunity to replenish his supplies at the camp, purchasing some quality meat for his 3 little companions as sustenance. He also proceeded to the adventurer's hall to submit his quests. The display indicated that his mercenary rank had risen from C to B, likely a result of the commendations from Lianlan. Thus, he resolved to continue grinding for experience. A month later, deep within a small tomb, Su Luo gazed at the level 45 silver skeleton commander ahead, gritting his teeth in regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have succumbed to the temptation of choosing a visibly weaker team. What had initially appeared stable had unexpectedly revealed such formidable foes in this small cavern. The silver skeleton commander stood nearly 5 meters tall. Although it did not surpass the skeletal giants in height, its strength was leagues ahead. With a single blow, it sent one of the last remaining tanks, a heavily armored warrior, flying. The skeleton commander unleashed a frenzied assault on the final frontline tank, the team leader, a bald berserker, who has a trump card. Use it now, or we shall all perish. TMD. You worthless fool. Beside Su Luo stood a destruction mage, another hired high-level fighter. He produced a staff and painfully extracted 2 gemstones, embedding them within. Su Luo observed closely. They appeared to be rare-grade elemental crystals of ice and fire. As he uttered the incantation, the staff began to crack, and the 2 gemstones disintegrated into ashes, unleashing a slender beam of light entwined with ice and fire toward the silver skeleton. The beam pierced through the silver skeleton's protective barrier, shattering it into fragments. Simultaneously, numerous fissures appeared on the surface of the silver skeleton. The mage fell to one knee, clutching his right hand, which bore burns, indicating the steep price of his spell. Su Luo had no time to concern himself with this temporary ally. Facing the last flying berserker was the oncoming silver skeleton. A flicker of purple lightning ignited in Su Luo's eyes. Thunderous strike. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted. The Gale Eagle by Yu surrounded the silver skeleton with storms and lightning, relentlessly attacking. Fortunately, the mage had dismantled the silver skeleton's protective barrier, significantly reducing its defenses. The relentless storm of thunder and wind tore at the skeleton's form, revealing minute cracks. Finally, the skeleton was utterly obliterated into fragments, bursting forth with radiant light. The battle drew to a close. The bald warrior appeared somewhat embarrassed. You two can take the spoils. Su Luo shook his head and collected the 3 items that had dropped. The silver skeleton's great sword, along with the wrist bones that wielded it, both rare-grade materials. And a soul flame. I desire the soul flame. If there's a price difference, I can compensate you. With a labored breath, the mage's arm had healed, and he slowly rose. Su Luo casually tossed the soul flame to the young mage, and then threw the great sword to the bald warrior. You can pay us each 1 million. This skeletal great sword was of decent quality, easily fetching over 3 million in the market. However, it is decidedly ill-suited for both Su Luo and the young mage, given their respective magical professions. The bald warrior scratched his head, expressing his apologies repeatedly. Su Luo felt a sense of helplessness, fully aware that it was not his fault. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable overlord monster would emerge from a diminutive cave? Subsequently, the group gathered approximately 1 million units of metallic materials. Su Luo surmised that there must be a forge within this vicinity. The silver skeleton appeared to be the chief guardian of this place. In truth, the Bald Warriors Guild boasted a commendable reputation. Otherwise, Su Luo's party would not have joined their ranks. Upon returning to Swamp City, Su Luo proceeded to process the materials he had collected. The rare wristbone fetched over 1 million, proving to be an excellent component, and Su Luo anticipated that it could be fashioned into a rather exquisite bracer. Previously, he had expended most of his savings on rare-grade meat chunks, aiming for a swifter advancement in his talents. He had initially believed that exploring minor tombs would pose little danger. Yet this encounter served as a sobering lesson for Su Luo. Arriving at the Adventurers Hall in Swamp City, Su Luo resolved to procure some contingency items. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A tall young man in a golden uniform inquired at the front desk, ready to serve Su Luo. "Please show me your advanced spell scrolls." "Certainly." As Su Luo perused the list of spell scrolls displayed on the monitor, he remained contemplative while making his selections: offensive, defensive, restorative, and escape spells. He opted for 2 advanced spatial teleportation scrolls, 1 scroll of destructive dragon flame, 1 scroll of sacred armor blessing, and 1 scroll of advanced comprehensive resurrection. Let this suffice for now. In certain barriers, teleportation spells may fail, leaving no choice but to fight desperately, Su Luo thought, thus acquiring several advanced scrolls intended for combat. The total came to 5 million, discounted to 4.9 million, which caused Su Luo's heart to bleed as he silently transferred the funds. "Thank you for your patronage," the clerk said with a polite smile. Stepping out of the room, Su Luo took a long-awaited glance at his attribute panel. Name: Su Luo. Level: LV28. Main profession: Beastmaster. LV11. Secondary profession: Student. LV10. Attributes: Strength 50, 10 from equipment, Agility 50, 13, Constitution 50, 19, Intelligence 50, Spirit 50, 15, Charm 115, -65, Talents: Life Tree Second Stage LV5, Professional Skills: Friendship Pact LV16, Mind Communication LV16, Beastmaster Space LV15, Intermediate Combat Blessing LV18, Intermediate Spirit Blessing LV19, Intermediate Explosive Flame Blessing LV17, Intermediate Extreme Cold Blessing LV17, Universal Skills: Intermediate Detection LV15, Spirit Pet Food LV20, Primary Body Refinement LV17, Initial Understanding of Spirit Arts LV20, Swordsmanship LV15, Beastmaster Spirit Pets, White Feather LV30, Wind Thunder Eagle, Red Fire LV29, Magic Spotted Tiger, Blue Ice LV29, Magic Spotted Tiger. Equipment: Archmage's backup bone staff, Wild Forest Beastmaster set, 7. Apprentice's cross ring, small spatial ring, charm concealment badge. Regrettably, this locale is rather small, and the variety of rare-grade meat chunks is limited, predominantly consisting of high-level insectoid monster meat. Neither of these two creatures possesses suitable legacy fruits. Thus, the only option is to return to the larger city of Fengtong, as there seems to be little hope here. Experience has been accruing at a painfully slow rate, as this area is only suitable for those around level 25. The undead forces have yet to return, still engaged in fierce combat with adventurers on the undead battlefield. It is rumored that even 4th Transformation Saints have intervened, with reports of several colossal bone dragon carcasses displayed along the city walls. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that, even with his current prowess, Su Luo would still be well received at reputable adventurer universities during the entrance examinations. However, he also dared to aspire toward the most prestigious institutions. Su Luo intended to apply to the finest Beastmaster Academy in the Divine Summer Empire, which is said to have modest level requirements for admission but maintains rigorous standards for the training of Beastmasters and their professional skills. Thus, he resolved to hone his Beastmaster skills and further cultivate his companions. Should he come across a higher-tier beast with exceptional qualities, he would also consider forming a contract with one. Yet, acquiring such a beast of superior quality is exceedingly challenging, let alone one with remarkable attributes. Most high-quality beasts originate from the hands of beast cultivation masters, a specialized branch of beastmasters who dedicate themselves to perfecting cultivation skills. Their professional traits enable them to enhance the quality, skills, and temperament of beast companions, and it is said to be quite lucrative. I aspire to become a Saint Beastmaster. Mere wealth is not a deterrent, Su Luo mused, contemplating the idea of acquiring a secondary profession that could sustain him. The main and secondary professions could complement each other, with the latter yielding financial resources while the former surged forward in progression. Why overthink? I should focus on leveling up. After purchasing 5 life-saving scrolls, Su Luo remained humble, adhering to his previous strategy of serving as a high-level combatant. He worked for various guilds. Although the pay was modest, it provided stability and a safety net. 2 months later, Su Luo finally leveled up again, reaching LV-29, with his professional level attaining Beastmaster LV-13. Although experience gained had stagnated in the later stages, Su Luo seized every opportunity to reap the rewards from missions, as each expedition yielded substantial gains. Such opportunities were rarely encountered, and it was said that several guilds from nearby cities sought to capitalize on the profits from the Grand Tombs, putting considerable pressure on local guilds. However, the business for Su Luo and his cohort of combatants flourished, with their schedules nearly full. During this time, they encountered 2 unexpected events. The first occurred while conquering the final guardian when a 4th transformation holy insect, a centipede exceeding 30 meters in length with a black iron-colored exoskeleton and a menacing aura, suddenly emerged, tearing apart the barrier between the 2 combatants. Fortunately, the holy insect seemed to merely pass through, shattering the barrier before departing. Su Luo vividly recalled the expressions of despair on everyone's faces upon the insect's arrival. The second incident transpired during the encounter with the final guardian when, midway through the battle, another unexpected foe appeared. Su Luo decisively drew forth an advanced attack spell scroll, intending to activate it, only to witness the guild leader utilizing a beam of holy light to whisk it away. After expending the scroll, the leader lamented, "Damn it, that was a significant loss." Recently, news arrived from the front lines indicating that the war on the undead battlefield had concluded, and the undead forces were turning back. The scent of blood caused the guild members to scatter in haste, retreating to their camp, as none wished to be trapped in a tomb with the undead army, silver skeletons, and their overlords. Su Luo, too, prepared his belongings. Although his level had not progressed significantly in the later stages, a glance at his account balance assured him that he had no regrets. Chapter 24. Phoenix City. Not long ago, Fengtong City held an awakening ceremony, and the new cohort of second-year students had awakened their inherent talents, selecting their suitable professions. Su Luo returned to campus after a long absence, finding himself at the practice grounds of Fengtong No. 1 High School. Behind the stone tablet for Beastmaster skills, it was during the lunch break, and no classmates were present, providing a rare moment of tranquility. He found that there were no further professional skills to learn, prompting Su Luo to reflect that Fengtong No. 1 High School only taught basic and intermediate skills. Moreover, there were no intermediate skills, nor any slightly more potent rare ones. It was time to depart, with over half a year remaining until the practitioner entrance examination. The small city of Fengtong could no longer provide assistance to Su Luo. He intended to journey to the main city, Phoenix City, if circumstances allowed. Su Luo wished to enroll in a tutoring class. Most of his classmates made similar choices, though the esteemed tutoring classes demanded exorbitant fees. Students from ordinary families often opted for a work-study approach, leveling up while earning money to attend these classes. Reflecting on his account balance, Su Luo scoffed. Was there truly a tutoring class he couldn't afford? In the later stages, he would frequently acquire high-level rare materials. Presently, Su Luo's account neared 30 million. He had indeed caught a fortunate break. Initially, news of the Swamp City was tightly sealed, and by the time information leaked and individuals from other cities arrived, most tombs had been thoroughly plundered, leaving only those deeper and more formidable remains. Before his departure, Su Luo returned to the apartment where he had grown up, distributing a box of pastries to his neighbors as a token of gratitude for their care over the years toward him, an orphan. He set off alone on the spirit train bound for Phoenix City. In the early morning, the train's rumble and howls filled the air as Su Luo exited the station. Gazing upon the magnificence of the colossal city, the sky was ever filled with the shimmering glow of spirit arrays, unwavering even in the face of forbidden spells. Passengers jostled their way out of the station. Sigh, I'm probably lost, Su Luo lamented, glancing at his phone's map in exasperation. Despite following the directions, the road signs seemed utterly mismatched to the map. After some investigation, he realized he had taken the wrong turn at a previous fork. Had he known, he would have simply taken a taxi. But primarily, he wanted to admire the streets of Phoenix City. Never mind, I'll check out the tutoring classes this afternoon. For now, I should buy some meat from higher-tier monsters. After all, my talent requires substantial materials for the growth of the Tree of Life, and sufficient quantities of high-tier monster flesh can condense special legacy fruits. His destination, Golden Phoenix Mall. This time, Su Luo didn't require a map. The goal was clear. As it was one of the tallest buildings in Phoenix City, its golden sign incessantly proclaiming its presence to the city dwellers. Within Golden Phoenix, there were shops for physical weapons, spirit wands, beast mounts, and combat pets. Su Luo was completely captivated by the dazzling array of stores at the bottom level. First, I will head to the materials butcher shop. I must not let my gaze wander and be distracted by other things. Visiting the beast pet and mount shops wasn't exactly a waste of time, was it? Certainly not. After all, I am a Beastmaster. Thus, Su Luo convinced himself, eagerly making his way toward the beast mount store. Su Luo had long desired a mount, while red fire and blue ice were rideable. One was icy cold and the other extremely hot, occasionally bursting into flames. Intermediate spirit beasts still struggled to control their emitted elements. There were numerous mounts among the dragon species, including dark flying dragons, explosive flame dragons, water-scaled demon horses, boiling blood horses, coral water dragons, and parrot beasts. Additionally, there were equine mounts. Although only subdragons were on sale, their overall quality and combat prowess exceeded that of other types of beast companions. Due to the Tree of Life's foraging range, Su Luo prioritized beasts, birds, and fish for his combat pets. The beast attribute was conventional, yet held significant potential. The boiling blood horse was quite appealing. Upon checking the inventory, however, he found it sold out. TCH, but I'll still check the restocking date. It wouldn't be until June and August of the following year? How absurd. Su Luo grumbled. With that time, he could have acquired one in another region. Well, it's fine. I plan to attend a crash course for the entrance exam, so I'm not in a hurry for a mount. Continuing to the beast combat pet shop. He found ample stock this time, but most were intermediate top-tier spirit beasts. The few higher-tier options were mere decorative specimens, lacking the potential he sought, particularly among birds and fish. Nevertheless, he discovered one particularly remarkable specimen. Name, Icasa Black Iron Beetle. Level, LV 25. Attribute, Earth. Strength, 52. Agility, 35. Constitution, 57. Intelligence, 20. Spirit, 25. Charm, 35. Race, Insect, Icasa Beetle, Mid-Tier Elite Spirit Beast. Skills, Earth Control, LV 25. Insect Armor War Body, LV 21. Evaluation, an Icasa Beetle with excellent potential. This caterpillar hasn't yet evolved into a bronze beetle at level 25, with a potential score of 5,147 and a combat score of 3,217. Su Luo felt a twinge of interest. It seems that the fourth category most suited to him is indeed the insect race. Although this one is considered a lowly member among the Icasa beetles, it still possesses potential that far exceeds that of mid-tier spirit beasts. However, Icasa beetles are quite rare. Never mind. The price is inconsequential. Su Luo had the funds, but the issue of potential and resources posed a challenge. Currently, he could exchange his wealth for a set of high-level rare gear, but such equipment demands high-level requirements, at least level 40. Furthermore, for the practitioner entrance exam, the highest requirement is to wear fine-grade equipment, and sometimes standard whiteboard common gear is provided, so Su Luo's current equipment needs are minimal. He arrived at the specialized materials section, colloquially known as the butcher shop. Low-level monster meat is primarily used for food preparation, while high-level meat can be crafted into bloodline potions and rare potions that enhance attribute points, hence their high prices, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. However, generally, rare quality meat can still be procured for several hundred thousand. The staff here were rather aloof, perhaps due to their lack of concern for sales. Selecting a service counter, he intended to choose the most appealing one, but they all seemed to be middle-aged women. Forget it, I'll go with someone I find agreeable. You there? Do you have any rare-grade monster meat? Young man, are you implying that our city's largest butcher shop doesn't carry that? A screen in front of Su Luo displayed a list of options. There were quite a few, though not in large quantities, mostly just a few pieces. Please select some from the tiger and eagle categories. Ma'am, the woman murmured. Tigers? Those are in high demand. I don't know where the word got out that they possess some virility-enhancing effects. The gentlemen in the city are always hoarding them. Upon pulling up the list, it was evident that tiger beast meat was sold out. The sales records indicated that as soon as it was listed, it was snatched up. The eagle category still had a few pieces available. Ma'am, I'll take 3 pieces each of black feather eagle, golden winged eagle, and fury blood red eagle. All right. Upon hearing Su Luo wish to purchase rare items, the woman's face lit up with a smile, likely anticipating her commission. Ding dong. Nearly 2 million disappeared from his balance. Subsequently, Su Luo acquired several pieces of rare-grade meat from the horse category. Another 2 million vanished. Before leaving, under the woman's clear hints that she could keep an eye out for tiger meat and assist in purchasing, Su Luo gifted her a 10,000 yuan red envelope and left his contact information. Chapter 25. The intensive training class for the college entrance examination at noon, after savoring the local delicacies. Su Luo arrived at his initial destination, the education street of Phoenix City. Opposite him stood the prestigious Phoenix City No. 1 and No. 2 high schools, while No. 3 housed the finest middle and elementary schools. This side was entirely occupied by various vocational tutoring classes. Su Luo made his way directly to the largest establishment, Hongtao Education, which was highly praised for its teaching quality according to fellow students. The facilities and faculty were exceptionally proficient. Upon entering the lobby, he noticed several affluent parents accompanied by young students whose breaths appeared unstable, likely fresh from their awakening ceremonies, currently enrolling for intensive training packages. Good day. How may I assist you? A tall, voluptuous service attendant with pink hair approached him. The uniform was commendable, a testament to the owner's discerning taste. Su Luo replied, I wish to enroll in the pre-examination intensive training class. The pink-haired attendant guided Su Luo to a large display screen. We currently offer 3 types of intensive training programs. 1. Elite training class, lasting 6 months, with a fee of 300,000. 2. Prestige training class, lasting 8 months, with a fee of 1,000,000. 3. Customized training class, tailored for individuals with exceptional aptitudes and abundant resources, ranging from 1,000,000 to 5,000,000. Our elite training class fills up rapidly. If you wish to enroll, she enthusiastically elaborated. I would like the customized training class, Su Luo interjected. Sir. The pink-haired attendant hesitated. The customized training class has stringent eligibility requirements. Please assess whether you meet the criteria. Only those who qualify may enroll in our prestige training class. Su Luo had previously reviewed the requirements. I have examined them and find myself compliant. Very well, sir, please follow me. At the front desk, Su Luo made an initial payment of 1,000,000. Subsequently, he proceeded into examination rooms to assess his physical attributes, cultivation speed, and beast mastery status. Notably, since Su Luo's talent, the Tree of Life, advanced to the 2nd tier and could now actively consume resources, his previous cultivation speed, which was half that of his peers, had improved. Now, with ample nourishment from the Tree of Life, his cultivation speed exceeded that of contemporaries by approximately 20%. The results were promptly displayed, revealing that Su Luo's cultivation speed surpassed the average of similarly tiered practitioners with green talents by 23. The attendant, upon reviewing the results, appeared somewhat pleased for reasons unknown. Sir, I apologize, but our nurturing masters have limited availability, thus we can only offer a select number of services. Below are the calculated methods to achieve the highest scores for the college entrance examination. Which would you prefer? Su Luo perused the examination report with curiosity, pausing before responding. I will choose the 3rd option. First, to learn intermediate beast mastery skills alongside the prestige training class, and then utilize the facilities here to assist in nurturing my battle companion beasts. The first 2 options required lengthy waits for the nurturing masters to concoct the appropriate potions for Su Luo. He was aware that the concoctions produced by the masters served merely as aids, while the recommended method primarily focused on developing his Wind Thunder Eagle by Yu. With a glimmer of hope of breaking through to a mid-tier spirit beast, surpassing level 40 before the examination, Su Luo glanced at the offered beast spirit elixirs, recalling that their effects were inferior to those of the intermediate-grade spiritual and life fruits he had previously utilized. It would be better to handle it myself, he thought. Very well, sir. Please proceed to the front desk. After completing the enrollment process, Su Luo intended to make a payment, but was surprised to receive a refund of over 200,000. After all, he had only partially utilized the services of the prestige training class for a few months. Su Luo then booked a room at a practitioner training hotel, planning to spend the forthcoming days there. The hotel was equipped with comprehensive training spiritual arrays designed for professionals, boasting spacious rooms and dedicated training grounds. That night, after a session of cultivation, Su Luo opened his eyes and checked his experience bar, noting a marked acceleration in his progress according to the devised plan. Provided resources were abundant. Rising and standing by the window, he surveyed the illuminated Phoenix City at night, occasionally spotting a dragon soaring by. The vibrancy of the city far exceeded that of Fengtong City. Red fire and blue ice rested in the corner of the training room, while Baiyu perched upon a custom bird stand. Uncertain of what the future held, Su Luo sighed and retreated to his bedroom to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Luo received a message from the butcher's wife. Before 6 o'clock, he acquired 2 chunks of unknown rare-grade tiger meat, which he casually tossed to the Tree of Life. After breakfast, he returned to Hongtai Education and entered his designated training class, stepping outside into a small square. Inside, numerous classmates awaited, and after a few minutes, the air was filled with growls as a massive gray dragon descended from the sky. The powerful gust sent the weaker Beastmaster staggering. Su Luo was among the few who remained steady. A man clad in blue heavy armor leaped off the dragon, which spanned several meters in length. Ah, cough, cough. Greetings. I am your temporary instructor for this duration, here to assist in teaching you beast mastery skills. As for how much you can learn, that depends entirely on your personal comprehension. Now, go distribute the textbooks. Understood, Lord Longwu. Responded a line of assistant instructors behind him, each carrying stacks of books for distribution. Su Luo accepted a textbook and glanced through it, noting that it contained intermediate beast mastery skills, alongside the most fundamental elemental and attribute correspondences, such as flame blessing and strength blessing, as well as numerous specialized techniques for various types of battle companions, like dragon might enhancement for dragons and human horse coordination for warhorses. He stowed the guidebook in his pocket, directing his gaze towards the gray dragon and the armored man before him. Perhaps seeking to demonstrate superiority, the man intentionally showcased his information. Name: Longwu level, LV52, main profession. Dragon Knight, 3rd transition, LV19 secondary profession. Breeder LV8, attributes. Strength, 127, 30 from equipment. Agility, 116, 43. Constitution, 131, 32. Intelligence, 50 spirit, 50, 15. Charm, 50 talent. Dance of the Dragon LV19, professional skills. Serve contract LV17. Human pet integration LV17. Beast space LV20. Dragon power blessing LV19. Dragon might technique LV20. General skills. Advanced detection LV17. Spirit pet nourishment LV20. Advanced body refinement LV12. Beast companion. Mountain guardian LV57. Earth type subdragon. Equipment. Dragon battle guardian set 7. Su Luo nodded. The attributes were rather average and not particularly outstanding among the 3rd transitions, though the high profession level was noteworthy. Yet he merely mused silently. He examined the dragon's details, a surge of jealousy rising within him. Chapter 26. Training. Experimental subject by Yu name, Mountain Guardian level, LV57 attributes. Earth strength, 152 agility, 53 constitution, 182 intelligence, 60 spirit, 65 charm, 35 race. Dragonkin, Earth subspecies, high-ranking beast. Skills. Earth manipulation LV50, rock dragon breath LV51, hunter's instinct LV45, rock scales LV43. Evaluation. A meticulously cultivated earth-type subdragon, possessing extraordinary strength, sustained by the frugality of its knight. Potential score, 35147. Combat power score, 33390. This subdragon is the most formidable entity that Su Luo has ever encountered, with a combat power of 330,000. It ranks among the elite within high-ranking beasts. Subsequently, Master Longwu initiated today's instructional plan, imparting techniques for power status skills, followed by a live demonstration. Classes are held only in the morning, dedicating half the time to instruction and the remainder to self-practice. Feeling somewhat shortchanged, Su Luo shook his head, retrieved the textbook, selected a mid-level endurance skill, Blood Rage, and began to practice diligently. After several hours of arduous training, he discovered that the skill panel displayed Blood Rage LV3, which brought him great joy. "Humph, it's our turn now," exclaimed two burly young men as they bullied a slightly weaker teenager, the adolescent. Upon seeing the towering figure behind the bullies, who was clearly destined to become a spirit beast knight, stammered and led his mid-ranking beast, a black wolf dog, away. "Su Luo, is there still a time requirement for this target?" Su Luo's 3 beast companions relentlessly bombarded a single target without pause. The requirement was for each beast to practice for 20 minutes, but Su Luo's trio, particularly the high-ranking spirit beast, the Wind and Thunder Eagle, faced no competition in their endeavor. In fact, most of the students in this training class did not pay to participate. Many received scholarships from the school, allowing them to attend this prestigious training program. Consequently, most of their battle pets were merely mid-ranking spirit beasts. The previously bullied boy was a clear example of this. "Oh, youth." Watching the departing young man, Su Luo clenched his fists in frustration. "Never mind, I shall focus on training." Morning classes, followed by afternoon and evening practice. This was the method to attain higher scores through calculation. Su Luo continued to strive diligently to adhere to his plan. A month later, on a day of rest, he did not attend training. After a prolonged search for rare tiger class meat, Su Luo finally gathered several high-ranking tiger-type spirit beast inheritance fruits. Among them, one had a compatibility of 75 with the flame. However, Su Luo hesitated, pondering whether to use it. Although the fruit had a high compatibility, it pertained to physical strength combat techniques, which Su Luo felt were not entirely suitable. Name: Berserk Fury Tiger Inheritance Fruit. Level: LV160. Attributes: Fire, Earth, Wind. Race: Beastkin. Tiger subspecies: High-ranking beast. Evaluation: King of the Forest, unmatched in its territory, combat power score, 32,000, 35600. Perhaps I should wait a while longer, Su Luo thought, his previous evolution failure instilling caution in him regarding such choices. However, he felt more at ease about Baiyu. After extensive observation, although the creature initially displayed traits of a Gale Eagle, it occasionally sprouted tufts of different colors, confirming it as a genuine hybrid. It possessed multiple bloodlines, currently identified as having wind and thunder attributes. Recently, it condensed a highly compatible inheritance fruit. Name: Golden-winged giant eagle. Level: LV160. Attributes: Gold. Race: Avian. Golden eagle subspecies, high-ranking beast. Evaluation: Upon the precipice, I reign as the king of the skies. Combat power score: 25,000, 28,000. Compatibility: 83. Should the inheritance fruit be utilized? Confirmed for use. A golden fruit appeared, within which a colossal golden eagle could be seen in a cavern. The fruit transformed into golden liquid, flowing over Baiyu. "Boss, this feels unpleasant." Baiyu complained, but under Su Luo's command, it remained steady. "Endure it. You will emerge stronger." Baiyu lowered its head. "All right." With the aid of a one-time spiritual formation inscribed on the ground and an influx of spiritual energy, Baiyu fully absorbed the golden fruit, transforming into a golden egg as it slowly underwent metamorphosis. Su Luo sensed the creature's escalating aura and nodded, storing it in the beast space. Exiting the training chamber, Su Luo found Honghua and Lan Bing practicing their skills outside. "Woo-woo, master. Master." Upon hearing Honghua's affectionate call, Su Luo approached and patted the little creature's head. "What is it?" "That little mixed-feathered bird. How has it grown stronger again? Are you being biased?" Honghua nuzzled against Su Luo, causing him to sway. "Of course not. It's just that, for now, there aren't suitable options for you," Su Luo explained. Honghua pouted. "No, I want to evolve again." "Right now?" "Honghua, stand down. The master is certainly preparing something for us," Lan Bing interjected, leading Honghua away. However, Su Luo could sense Lan Bing's emotions, indicating that it too felt somewhat neglected. Su Luo mused. "It seems I truly am showing favoritism. I am only acting in your best interests. Perhaps I should visit the various meat shops throughout the city more often." Although the meat shop contacted previously was the largest in town, there were still other establishments to explore. I'll make time to check them out. In the second month of the special training, the esteemed training class continued as usual. Yet the difference was that Baiyu was undergoing metamorphosis within the beast space, and this time, the process took longer than expected. One day, in a material shop located in a corner of a city, this shop had supply channels within several subordinate cities. The materials supplied the weapon and armor shops in Phoenix City, but occasionally, they handled some meat, and rarely, they would have rare monster flesh. "Hey, young man. You came at a good time. We happen to have the tiger class meat you need." Su Luo, pleasantly surprised, inquired, "Oh really? Can you pack it up for me?" "What type of tiger meat is it?" Two saber-toothed tigers, one with ice attributes and the other with fire attributes, belonging to an evil beast tamer's primary beast. That is excellent. Su Luo glanced at the meat chunks handed over by the shopkeeper. His expression soured. Why is there so little? This is rather insufficient. Normally, a high-ranking demon beast would yield 3 units of meat, yet here there is barely 1 unit, and it's only a few dozen pounds. Hey, it's a half-elemental creature. This amount is still decent. Half-elemental creature, elemental, Su Luo murmured. Master, where are the cores from those 2 tigers? He asked urgently. The shopkeeper pointed. They should be on the other side of the shop. They're about to be sent to the weapon store for crafting staves. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo vanished. The shopkeeper scratched his head. This kid should just buy some tiger meat to replenish himself. Why is he after elemental cores? Chapter 27. Metamorphosis complete. Wind, thunder, golden eagle. Indeed, Su Luo murmured. The tree of life absorbed the essence of blood and flesh. Yet it did not yield any legacy fruits. However, after assimilating the elemental crystal cores and awaiting a brief moment, it congealed into 2 legacy fruits. Name, Ice Saber-Toothed Tiger. Level, LV 160. Attribute, Ice. Race, Beast, Saber-Toothed Tiger Species, High-Ranking Commander-Level Beast. Evaluation, an Ancient Beast King. An individual proficient in the element of ice. With a combat power rating of 18,000 and 24,000. The second fruit was quite similar, differing only in attribute. Name, Flame Saber-Toothed Tiger. Level, LV 160. Attribute, Fire. Race, Beast, Saber-Toothed Tiger Species, High-Ranking Commander-Level Beast. Evaluation, an Ancient Beast King. An individual adept in the art of flame, with a combat power rating of 19,000 and 23,000. What are you waiting for? Evolve now. Su Luo contemplated, but ultimately decided against it. As the assassination incident in Fengtong City had rendered him perpetually cautious, he remained acutely aware of his own safety. After all, Bai Yu had been evolving for quite some time, leaving Su Luo with a sense of insecurity. He resolved to wait until Bai Yu awakened before making any decisions. Upon arriving at the training class, today's instructor, Long Wu, was teaching some collaborative attack techniques involving both humans and beasts. For Su Luo, a mere beast tamer, the utility of such lessons was rather limited. After class, the training class's little tyrant, whom Su Luo recalled was named Xia Junshuang, approached him with a few followers, having seemingly gained more flunkies in just a few days. Noticing Su Luo's gaze, Xia Junshuang felt a twinge of unease. After all, he was merely a sheltered child, and his aura paled in comparison to Su Luo, who had experienced the brutality of the wild. Clearing his throat to bolster his confidence, Xia Junshuang declared, I've recently sensed an improvement in my beast, a Wan, and I wish to spar with you. With that, a summoning array materialized, and a wolf beast emerged from the beast taming space. Su Luo took a glance. Name, Terrifying Shadow Wolf, Dark Wan. Level, LV 29. Attribute, Dark. Race, Beast, Demon Race. Demon Mutation, High-Ranking Commander-Level Spirit Beast. Skills, Dark Control, LV 22. Demon Blood, LV 21. Hunter Instinct, LV 19. Evaluation, corrupted by demon blood, yet its potential has been enhanced. The tamer possesses commendable skills. Potential rating of 13,753, combat power rating of 8,486. This young man indeed boasted considerable strength, and it was no wonder he had become the class's little tyrant, Su Luo mused. However, the Shadow Wolf's prowess was not as formidable as it appeared, as its skill mastery was rather low, suggesting it relied heavily on innate talent. When Bai Yu was present, despite its combat power being around 6,000, it would likely hold its own against this opponent. One blast of Wind Thunder's whirlwind would probably conclude the encounter. Oh. Su Luo did not shy away from the challenge, but Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan would surely be no match, and with Bai Yu still in the midst of transformation, he intended to explain. What are you all doing? Long Wu approached, typically a master of leaving early, so it was unusual for him to linger. Behind him stood a beautifully dressed lady, and Su Luo was taken aback, realizing, oh, I didn't expect you, Long Wu, to have such prominent features as well. Xia Junshuang, are you bullying your classmates again? Although Su Luo fancied himself quite mature, he was still regarded as a child in the eyes of more seasoned individuals. Xia Junshuang felt a flicker of fear, but mustered the courage to respond. No, Instructor Long Wu, I merely wish to spar with classmate Su Luo. Is that so? Long Wu retorted, his tone commanding. Really, Xia Junshuang stammered. Su Luo quickly interjected. Indeed, Xia Junshuang said as much. But my primary beast is currently undergoing a transformation, having been in the process for over a month, so I was about to politely decline his challenge. Long Wu nodded, acknowledging, it has indeed been a while since I've seen your white eagle. How is it faring? What transformation is it undergoing? Su Luo replied. I can feel the tremors of the golden egg in the beast taming space. Just then, the transformation seemed to reach its completion, prompting curiosity among the classmates who gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. They closely observed Su Luo's actions as the summoning array solidified, revealing the golden egg. Through the inadvertently revealed vista of the beast taming space, Longwu nodded, sensing that this young man was not as simple as he appeared. The beast taming space was nearing the professional level's limits, though he typically concealed it well. As cracks began to form on the surface of the golden egg, a series of sharp sounds resonated, followed by its shattering and the emergence of a colossal golden figure unfurling its wings. Su Luo gazed at the transformed Baiyu. Name: Baiyu, Wind, Thunder, Golden Eagle. Level: LV 30. Attribute: Wind, Thunder, Gold. Strength: 50. Agility: 53. Constitution: 52. Intelligence: 45. Spirit: 45. Charm: 35. Race: Avian. Mutated Eagle, high-ranking commander-level spirit beast. Skills: Wind Thunder Incarnation LV 6, Gale Control LV 30, Thunderstorm Control LV 30, Hunter Instinct LV 28, Golden Chi Control LV 6, Iron Feather /LV 27. Evaluation: a remarkably mixed lineage, yet possessing immense potential. How was it achieved? Potential rating of 18, 483, combat power rating of 10, 462. Though its level had dropped by 2, likely due to the energy expenditure during the transformation, its attributes had seen substantial enhancement, which was commendable. Long Wu's lips twitched. This increase in strength was quite significant, and the costs must have been considerable. Su Luo recalled the exorbitant sums spent on rare monster materials, which, despite some common varieties no longer requiring purchase, still amounted to millions each time. A pang of pain coursed through him at the thought of the total expenditure. Likely in the tens of millions. Still quite worth it, Long Wu remarked. This mutated eagle is nearing the strength of a high-ranking intermediate beast, and you wouldn't find one on the market for less than 10 million. While high-ranking beginners are scarce, they occasionally become available for prices ranging from 1 to 5 million. The price of beast companions surpasses that of equivalent weaponry. High-ranking intermediates are exceedingly rare, often requiring connections and significant resources for breeding and taming. As for high-ranking elites, they can only be found in the hands of powerful factions or esteemed tamers. Should a professional obtain the offspring or egg of such a beast, they would likely sell it to these individuals for a high price, gaining contributions or favors from influential circles. Ordinary individuals can only dream of such prospects. However, auctions occasionally feature them as headline items, an opportunity that is seldom encountered. Feeling the surge of Baiyu's newfound strength, Su Luo felt a swell of satisfaction. After familiarizing himself with its abilities for a while, it seemed that tonight, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan would have the time to evolve. By the way, Xia Zhenshuang, didn't you just mention wanting to spar? Perfect timing. My Baiyu has just completed its transformation, so let us engage in a friendly practice, Su Luo suggested, harboring no ulterior motives. Merely desiring for Baiyu to adapt better to its new form, with a sparring partner at hand. Feigning calmness, Xia Zhenshuang replied, of course. As Su Luo approached the transformed creature, the onlookers kindly created ample space. Not far off, one of Xia Zhenshuang's lackeys, adorned with a notably high-end detector, seemed to have spotted something, jumping and warning Xia Zhenshuang excitedly. Xia Zhenshuang. This. Xia Zhenshuang is drenched in cold sweat. My pet just informed me that it has a bit of a stomachache, perhaps due to something it ate this morning. Alas, I have been so careless. Let us just call it a day. With that, she swiftly led a few of her companions away. Su Luo. Long Wu, the onlookers. You're telling me your demon breed has an upset stomach? That creature can even gnaw through steel, can't it? Chapter 28. Mock examination. After a day of rigorous training, Su Luo returned to the cultivation room, eager to initiate the evolution of his two companions, Honghua and Lanbing. Shall I use the flame saber-toothed tiger inheritance fruit? Prompt. Compatibility is 89. Su Luo, confirmed for use. The blood-red fruit, exuding an aura of flames, transformed into a molten-like juice that slowly dripped on a Honghua's fur, igniting flames in the process. Honghua morphed into a colossal, blazing tiger, curling up and losing consciousness as it entered its metamorphic state. Su Luo, now it's your turn, Lanbing. Lanbing stood tall and resolute, ready for action. Shall I use the ice saber-toothed tiger inheritance fruit? Prompt. Compatibility is 91. Su Luo, naturally, it shall be used. The blue, icy inheritance fruit transformed into tendrils of cold air that enveloped Lanbing's body, morphing it into a gigantic ice sculpture. Sensing that Lanbing had succumbed to slumber, Su Luo simultaneously transferred both creatures into the Beastmaster space. Now, all that remained was to wait, Su Luo murmured. Before he knew it, a month had slipped by unnoticed. At the podium, Long Wu had just finished explaining a technique for utilizing spirit arts with auxiliary weapons when he suddenly recalled something. Oh, tomorrow will be the mock college entrance examination. Everyone must be prepared. What? How sudden? Su Luo was equally taken aback. Was such a spectacle truly necessary after the last training session? Long Wu cleared his throat. As you all know, the vocational college entrance examination is divided into two parts. The general combat assessment, which is essentially a rather straightforward test of combat prowess, and the vocational assessment, which evaluates skills such as combat techniques, spirit arts, priesthood, beast mastery, and various practical capabilities. You may not be aware, but the vocational assessments at the top-tier academies occur prior to the combat evaluations and are considerably more challenging, with a specific quota for candidates necessitating recommendation letters from corresponding institutions. Generally, due to limited spots, most schools tend to issue recommendation letters to those possessing blue B-grade talents. Our training organization requires a rigorous preliminary assessment to qualify candidates for such endorsements. Long Wu paused, surveying the middle school students below. Currently, an ardent gaze from countless classmates was fixed upon Long Wu, eager to hear their names called. Long Wu sighed, apologetically stating, as it stands, only Su Luo and the Little Overlord are consistently able to secure recommendation qualifications. After a brief pause, he added, while this may sound disheartening, I still encourage you to strive for self-improvement. Even if it's merely to obtain assessment qualifications, there have been instances of late bloomers who successfully entered top-tier academies. Initially, the students felt disheartened, but Long Wu's shift in tone painted a brighter picture for the future, revitalizing the atmosphere. Little Overlord Xia Junshuang, upon hearing Long Wu's praise, did not let pride overwhelm her. Ever since that incident before Su Luo, where she found an excuse to retreat in embarrassment, her fervor had been somewhat tempered, leading her to refrain from bullying her classmates. After Long Wu departed, the environment grew more boisterous. The students' enthusiasm for training surged, and the training ground became lively. Due to a significant reduction in the number of his beast companions, Su Luo decided to focus on training Baiyu, now presumably called Jinyu, and then took his leave. Back in the training room, he glanced at the slumbering Honghua and Lan Bing within the Beastmaster space, letting out a sigh. It seemed that for the upcoming mock examination, he would have to rely solely on Baiyu. The following day arrived without incident. Honghua and Lan Bing continued their deep slumber and transformation. As such, Su Luo could only participate in the assessment with Baiyu. Assigned a small plaque bearing the number 28, the randomly distributed number mirrored that of the formal examination. After a short wait, the classmates emerged one by one, their spirits visibly low, indicating the test was rather challenging. Number 28, Su Luo. After the elimination of a girl with braided hair who bore number 27, Su Luo's name was called. With a sense of resolve, he stepped into the examination room, which was spacious yet not empty. The room housed a colossal entity. The battlefield was vast enough to make the large chamber feel somewhat cramped. Su Luo observed. Name, testing spirit energy puppet. Level, LV39. Attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark. Power. Race, mechanical. Teaching instrument, upper tier command level artificial life. Skills, metal control LV39, thunder control LV39, wood control LV39, water control LV6, earth control LV39. Evaluation, teaching test robot capable of simulating most elemental attacks, currently set to level 3, potential score 30,000, combat power score 9, 999. Combat power of 9, 999? No wonder, Su Luo mused. Most of his classmates' beasts barely reached 5,000, even with superior Beastmaster skills. They would struggle against this creature with combat power nearing 10,000. With the enhancement from her Beastmaster skills, Xia Junshuang might prevail, but for himself, he needed to tread carefully to avoid mishaps. Come forth, Baiyu. The summoning array materialized before him, and Baiyu emerged from the Beastmaster space, opening her eyes, which glimmered with a golden light. The test commenced. The testing spirit energy puppet resembled a wooden post more than a robot. At the onset, countless spirit energy elemental attacks rained down like a torrential downpour. Baiyu activated her wind and thunder shield, deflecting the elemental assaults. Beastmaster skill, Steel Bones. Beastmaster skill, Spirit Art Affinity. Beastmaster skill, Calm as Still Water. 3 state skills were unleashed in succession, all of which were more potent intermediate skills, significantly superior to their basic counterparts. Each skill enhanced physical defense, spirit arts attack and recovery, as well as mental fortitude and resistance. Yu first tested her regular attack. Iron Feather Slash. A flurry of golden feathers, sharp as swords, pierced towards the spirit energy puppet. Though the puppet had activated its shield, the keen feathers still penetrated, embedding themselves firmly into its form. The chief examiner felt a twinge of sympathy, but maintained an impassive demeanor. Is it truly that formidable? Su Luo marveled, unaware that the internal structure of the puppet was of upper-tier caliber. Had it been of ordinary mid-tier quality, it would have been shattered long ago. Then, let us unleash my ultimate move, Su Luo commanded. Wind and thunder incarnation. Yu's body radiated with swirling winds and crackling lightning, enveloping her in a colossal tornado of thunder. Charge. The massive whirlwind collided with the puppet, which retaliated by swinging a gigantic iron rod, its weapon, directly at the tornado. The two forces met, resulting in a tremendous explosion of sound and energy. Amidst the tempestuous winds and thunderous roars, the radiant white feather, in a relentless whirl, ultimately breached the protective energy field of its opponent, poised to collide with them. Yet, in an instant, the puppet robot transformed into a beam of light, forcibly withdrawn. The chief examiner then rose, clearing his throat. Well done, here is your simulation report card. Su Luo, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, retorted, You little rascal. Only you can strike me, yet I am forbidden from retaliating? I didn't even make contact before being whisked away. However, upon glancing at the report card, Su Luo's spirits lifted significantly, his heart buoyed with hope. Achieving such a score likely ensured an invitation was within reach. Chapter 29. The Spectator Becomes the Spectacle. Simulation Score. A. Qualifying for Special Recommendation. Su Luo mused, I wonder if Hong Hua and Lan Bing will attain grades above A after their transformations. An A grade secures entry into prestigious universities, while only an S grade offers a chance at the elite institutions. There are instances when, despite an S grade, the chief examiner may deem one's talent and character unsuitable for their school, resulting in rejection. At least this A grade signifies a potential opportunity for advancement. He casually discarded the report card into the trash. As he ventured into the bustling scene, Su Luo noticed two young men embroiled in a heated argument. Surrounded by a circle of prominent figures, including Mentor Long Wu, the director of the Training Institute, the combat class instructor, and the spirit arts class instructor, Long Wu exclaimed, Why aren't these two fighting yet? I've been waiting ages. The spirit arts instructor, a striking woman with long, sleek hair, rolled her eyes. Zhu Yin is a girl, and don't tell me you don't recognize the daughter of Director Zhu. The combat class instructor, a burly man with a fierce countenance named Su Wu, chimed in, I bet 100,000 on Zhu Yin. Long Wu scoffed, how stingy. I'll also wager 100,000 on Zhu Yin. What about you, Yin? The spirit arts instructor, Yu Yun, retorted, You all are miserly. A mere 100,000 isn't even enough for my Xiao Yu to have a decent meal. The Training Institute director, Zhu Tao, interjected, All right, Yu Yun, don't get too worked up. These two aren't worth your ire. Long Wu cast a sidelong glance, muttering softly, Who could possibly consume more than your family's Shui Yun whale? Su Luo pondered for a moment. Since he had returned home so early and had nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to embrace the age-old tradition of Xinxia and partake in the spectacle. Hey Su Luo, get over here. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Su Luo turned, curious about what Mentor Long Wu, with his pronounced brows and eyes, wanted. Did you call for me, Mentor Long Wu? Su Luo feigned innocence. Long Wu wore a stern expression, perhaps believing it lent him an air of authority. Su Luo thought to himself, he actually looks quite dashing like this. Should I take notes on his demeanor? There's a match you need to participate in. You'll represent the Beastmaster class. Don't worry. Regardless of whether you win or lose, there will be rewards. Thank you. Mentor, Su Luo nodded in agreement, inwardly lamenting, You call 100 yuan a reward? Su Wu interjected. Is this kid of yours up to the task? Don't let me down and cost us money. Su Wu and Long Wu had placed a bet with Yu Yun for 500,000. Yu Yun wagered that Zhu Yin would win 2 rounds, prompting the two to recruit additional contestants for a series of duels, with the stipulation that Zhu Yin must not emerge victorious in the end. Long Wu sighed. The strongest in my Beastmaster class is this kid. What else can I do? Should I summon my senior brothers? Su Wu laughed heartily. If you truly brought your senior brothers, Yu Yin would call her sisters and tear us apart. Thus, the spectator, Su Luo, found himself thrust into the limelight of the commotion. Hello there, classmate, a timid male voice called from across the way. Su Luo was taken aback, replying, Hello. He then scrutinized his opponent for this duel, a boy clad in the combat class uniform, standing at an impressive height of nearly 9 meters. Upon hearing the cheers from nearby female warriors, he recognized this fellow as Ji Mu. Oh well, it matters not. This battle seems rather dull. Ready. Begin. A spirit arts class student, moonlighting as a referee, ignited a burst of explosive flames into the sky, serving as makeshift fireworks. The duel commenced. Su Luo summoned White Feather, the summoning array materializing, yet Ji Mu surprisingly refrained from attacking. As Su Luo looked his way, Ji Mu performed a knightly salute. Su Luo snorted, discreetly stowing away the spirit arts scroll he had initially intended to use. Ah, you wish to uphold a sense of honor. With winds and thunder entwined, White Feather emerged, cleaving through the darkness. A flash of golden lightning illuminated the arena. Chirp! White Feather materialized before Su Luo, while the allure of White Feather, boasting over 30 points of charm, captivated countless gazes and elicited gasps of admiration. So majestic. Even Ji Mu's expression softened with appreciation. It appeared that most boys were utterly defenseless against such a grand and formidable eagle companion. Su Luo gestured for Ji Mu to attack. Ji Mu nodded, letting out a fierce roar. Blood fury. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, his veins visibly bulging. His stature soared from nearly 1.9 meters to a towering 2 meters. The massive sword he wielded now resembled a single-handed blade. Blood slash. He unleashed a formidable wave of energy. Iron feather slash. White Feather refused to be outdone. Its golden feathers, as resilient as iron, clashed directly with the warrior's weapon. Golden light and crimson energy blades danced chaotically, colliding against the surrounding spirit energy fields. The majority of the audience shifted their attention to this clash, seemingly uninterested in the duel occurring elsewhere. Su Luo remained stationary, as his opponent displayed chivalry by refraining from targeting him. The Beastmaster, finding the situation somewhat tedious, he reclined, resting his head on his hands while observing the exchange between White Feather and the warrior. Through their mental link, White Feather exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm in trouble. Ow, it hurts. Hey, boss, could you enhance my abilities? Don't just stand there." Su Luo replied, "He hasn't even exerted his full strength. How can I assist? If I were to intervene, wouldn't that seem like an ambush?" Though Su Luo relished the thrill of ambushes in the wild, he still valued his image within the arena. Suddenly, a blast of ice immobilized the swiftly moving swordsman, followed by a concentrated fireball that swept him away. Puffing and panting, the short-haired girl Zhu Yin caught her breath, reveling in her victory over the swordsman from the combat class. "Ah!" she bellowed, as though she were the warrior, not a spirit arts practitioner. A few adoring fans rushed to adjust her attire. "Zhu Yin, wait. Your next opponent hasn't yet appeared." Zhu Yin replied, "How slow? They might as well not show up." Several fans inwardly scoffed. "Clearly, it's because you finished too quickly." Bang! The crimson and golden figures separated. Blood pattern. Ji Mu activated faint crimson lines resembling tattoos on his body, radiating heat like molten lava. His breath resembled flames, and his eyes glowed with a fierce red light. His strength evidently amplified once more. Casually, Su Luo unleashed 3 Beastmaster skills: combat power enhancement, speed enhancement, and spirit arts enhancement, depleting his mana reserves. Now, it was time to observe how White Feather would perform. Through their mental link, White Feather exclaimed, "Boss, I can feel that I'm capable of taking on the last 3 opponents." Su Luo quipped, "I'll grant you a 30 enhancement. You're aiming for 300? If you truly believe you can do that, you might not even know how you fell." Outside the arena, Ji Mu's companion hurled a massive sword towards him. Ji Mu caught it, wielding the colossal weapon with both hands. The 2 figures collided violently. Chapter 30, Valkyrie vs. Storm. A towering silhouette was sent sprawling, and an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Had Ji Mu truly been defeated? Vanquished by a golden giant eagle? A White Feather, nearly the height of a person, landed gracefully on Su Luo's shoulder. Su Luo steadied himself, his expression unchanging, and bowed in gratitude to his classmates from the Beast Tamer class who were congratulating him. In a mental connection, Su Luo exclaimed, "By you. Hurry up and get off. Back when you were merely a meter tall, it was manageable for you to perch on my shoulder, but now, with feathers as heavy as metal, you weigh at least 500 pounds. Are you trying to crush me?" Baiyu replied, "Understood, boss," and with a gentle leap, he landed heavily. Su Luo, Zhu Yin, prepare for the second round. All right, no problem. The androgynous Zhu Yin fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Luo. After a brief respite, the second round commenced. The two approached the center of the arena, where nothing lay within a radius of several dozen meters. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Begin. A glimmer ignited in Zhu Yan's eyes as an intangible mental spike was unleashed. Buzzing. Su Luo's charm-suppressing insignia was sent flying. This artifact also served to convert charm into a mental shield. Instantly, the previously unremarkable Su Luo transformed into a figure of profound allure, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. With over 100 points in charm, he possessed the capacity to exert a degree of mental control over ordinary individuals. though its effect on professionals was somewhat diminished. It still wielded significant influence. Girl 1. That Su Luo fellow seems rather, how should I put it? Girl 2. Handsome? Girl 3. The sorceress. Wore a grave expression. It's not merely handsomeness. He has instilled a charm suppression upon us. Girls 1 and 2. Charm suppression? Girl 3. Indeed. Charm suppression is akin to power suppression, direct and overwhelming. Mental suppression, on the other hand, evokes a sensation of rivalry. Agility quickens, yet the gap feels insurmountable. Charm suppression makes it exceedingly challenging to harbor hostile feelings, and one may unconsciously feel drawn to him. In the case of the opposite sex, it could even evoke love at first sight. Girls 1 and 2, what about us? Girl 3, precisely. If he harbors intentions, you two have already become his captives. Girl 1, how terrifying. Girl 2, it doesn't seem too hard to accept. After all, he truly is. Girl 1, indeed, he is utterly captivating. This wretched charm. As Su Luo's insignia was sent flying, Yu Yun shielded her eyes. Are all beast tamers so flamboyant? Overloading on charm? Long Wu muttered under his breath. Indeed, they do enhance their charm, but seldom to the extent this lad does. He is exceptional. His beast's power surpasses his own considerably, hence such enhancement is expected. Under normal circumstances, we would also augment some physical attributes, mental acuity, and intelligence. Su Wu's expression darkened. That lad's charm value is nearly comparable to our primary attributes. Long Wu nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing the insignia's flight, Su Luo maintained a calm demeanor, offering a faint smile. Zhu Yin found herself momentarily entranced, quickly shaking her head to regain focus. Flicking her tongue to restore her mental clarity. Turning around, she barely avoided a fireball hurtling toward her face. Frost armor. Ice encircled her, but the skill was lost, failing to strike anyone. An explosion resounded, enveloped in smoke. Damn it! A golden figure suddenly materialized behind her, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. The frost armor behind Zhu Yin shattered, and Baiyu struck once more. Bang! Baiyu was sent flying by a barrage of fireballs. Whoa, such swift casting speed. Zhu Yin seethed, battle spirit armor art. Long Wu and Su Wu turned to the previously silent Yu Yun. Did you teach Zhu Yin the battle spirit armor art? Yu Yun nodded. Yes, but I never anticipated she would master it. Such talent. Su Wu regarded Zhu Yin, glowing amidst the radiance, and nodded, despite merely wielding 2 attributes. Her ability to employ such a complex spell at a young age was indeed remarkable. Elements coalesced, earth, wind, water, and fire, transforming into a translucent suit of armor that surrounded Zhu Yin, resembling a war goddess. Clang! She raised a colossal spear, fixing her gaze upon Su Luo and Baiyu in the distance. Rain of blazing flames. Countless flames cascaded like raindrops. Baiyu unleashed a gigantic wind blade, dispersing the fiery deluge into sparks. Ice arrows of extreme cold. A flurry of ice spikes surged forth. Baiyu summoned 2 bolts of lightning, tearing through the ice arrows, scattering them into a flurry of snowflakes. Earth spike. The ground's rocky surface erupted, morphing into stone spikes aimed at Su Luo. Baiyu conjured a multitude of golden energy, forming a massive metallic cage, fiercely protecting Su Luo within. Ugh! Zhu Yin cried out in fury, raising her spear and transforming into an Amazonian warrior, thrusting toward Baiyu, who raised his wings like a metallic blade to parry her attack. Clang, clang, clang. Previous season warriors had faltered against Baiyu. This half-hearted melee mage stood no chance. Zhu Yin was sent sprawling, her armor sustaining cracks. Enraged, she disregarded any notions of victory. Her sole focus was to confront the formidable beast before her. Elemental Goddess. Spirit power unleashed. Zhu Yin transformed into a towering elemental goddess, nearly 5 meters tall. With elements of earth, wind, water, and fire swirling around her, vibrant motes of light dancing like fireflies in the air. Su Luo cast a buffing spell. Beast Tamer technique. Wind and thunder, enhancing their affinity for wind and thunder elements. Together, Su Luo and Baiyu shouted, Incarnation of wind and thunder. Storms and raging thunder erupted, with Baiyu soaring like a tempest spirit, conjuring a massive whirlwind. Onlookers, particularly those of frail constitution, were swept away by the powerful gusts. Bang! The resplendent Valkyrie clashed with the towering tornado. Amidst the swirling chaos, visibility was poor. Spectators could only discern 2 glowing figures parting ways. Yu Yun embraced Zhu Yin. You performed admirably. There's ample room for improvement. Don't lose heart. We were not as formidable in our youth. Zhu Yin whimpered. That golden eagle is too strong. The beast tamer's advantage is unfair. At such a low level, they command such powerful beasts. How can other professions compete? Yu Yin replied, indeed, it is somewhat unfair. but beast tamers do possess heightened strength in the early stages. Long Wu nodded at Su Luo. You've done well, very well indeed. Su Wu concurred. Indeed, quite commendable. That golden eagle's potential is far from exhausted. Su Luo acknowledged. It is indeed commendable, but Master Long Wu, regarding my reward. Huh, there's more to this. Long Wu paused, intending to depart. I heard you wagered 500,000. Long Wu, alongside Master Su Wu, are both quite generous, so. Long Wu burst into laughter. Of course, here you go, lad. He tossed a scroll towards Su Luo, originally intended for students with exceptional potential to qualify for the mock examination. This was restricted to the elite class. Here, take a copy, and I will make another for that little tyrant. Upon seeing the 2 intermediate Beastmaster skill scrolls, Su Luo thought, not bad. Su Wu seemed to recall something and tossed over another skill scroll. Su Luo took it, and, after a glance, his eyes lit up. Chapter 31, Ice and Flame Tiger. Long Wu provided 2 intermediate Beastmaster skill scrolls, which, when used, offer a certain enlightening effect, allowing one to reach nearly level 10 directly. Although the skills themselves were rather average, they still held considerable value. Long Wu's claim of them being a prize was not mere talk. Name: Unity of Spirit. Type: Spiritual Magic. Level: Intermediate Spiritual Art. Attribute: None. Effect: Enhances the coordination of elemental usage with the body. Remarks: A touch more harmonious. The other scroll. Name: Iron Fortress. Type: Spiritual Magic. Level: Intermediate Spiritual Art. Attribute: Metal. Effect: Manipulates the golden energy of a battle pet to create a shield of golden essence. Remarks: For a golden attribute battle pet, my Beastmaster should be a bit safer now. Su Wu's offering was far more intriguing, featuring a riding skill that Su Luo had long desired. Name: Centaur Unity. Type: Physical Combat Technique. Level: Intermediate Combat Technique. Attribute: None. Effect: Grants mid-level riding skills suitable for all equine battle pets and most beast-type companions. Remarks: Haha, at the upcoming horse racing competition, I shall be the star of tomorrow. Wow, this is truly magnificent. Su Luo could hardly contain his joy. It seemed the plan to acquire a mount could be considered sooner than anticipated. At noon, Su Luo prepared for his afternoon meal nearby. Upon returning to the training room, he took out the skill scrolls and used them on himself. Upon opening his eyes, the system log declared, Skill Scroll used, Comprehended Unity of Spirit LV7. This skill appeared to be more challenging than it seemed. As an ordinary intermediate skill, Su Luo estimated he could reach level 10 directly. Continuing system log, Skill Scroll used, Comprehended Iron Fortress LV13. Su Luo thought, fairly average. Continuing system log, Skill Scroll used, Comprehended Centaur Unity LV1. Su Luo pouted, feeling somewhat disheartened since he had previously used skill scrolls that granted level gains. Gazing at Centaur Unity LV1, Su Luo's heart was as placid as still water. Although he had undergone the preliminary examination, normal classes resumed the following day. Little Tyrant Xia Junshuang passed the assessment with flying colors, earning the qualification for the vocational examination at a prestigious academy. Long Wu also bestowed upon him a scroll as a reward. Observing Xia Junshuang's smug expression, Su Luo deduced that the skill scroll he received was likely an attribute for Dark-type Beastmaster skills, roughly on par with Iron Fortress. Days later, while training, Su Luo sensed a tremor. In the Beastmaster space, the colossal ice sphere began to quiver, and the blue ice opened its bright eyes. Su Luo summoned it forth from the Beastmaster space. The blue ice had nearly doubled in size, transforming from a petite tiger of over 2 meters to a giant beast approaching 5 meters, yet its appearance remained that of a tiger, not evolving into a saber-toothed variety. Name: Blue Ice, Ice Spirit Tiger. Level: LV30. Attribute: Ice. Strength: 33. Agility: 35. Constitution: 42. Intelligence: 62. Spirit: 61. Charm: 36. Race: Beast Clan. Mutated Spirit Tiger, High-level Commander Class Spirit Beast. Skills: Ice Control, Advanced, LV5, Beast Instinct LV35, Beast Clan Combat Body LV40. Evaluation: An Ice Attribute Mutated Beast. Awakened a Special Ice Attribute Bloodline. Potential Score 22233. Combat Power Score 12352. Perfect. Su Luo snapped his fingers. With a combat power of 12,352. He once again possessed a master-level combat Beastmaster companion. This was slightly higher than Baiyu, which was to be expected, as Su Luo utilized more rare and compatible heritage fruits for both Blue Ice and Red Fire. Therefore, Red Fire's awakening should be imminent. In the following days, Red Fire remained quietly in slumber within the Beastmaster space. Blue Ice had undergone several days of training, demonstrating overwhelming strength during practice. able to dominate Baiyu without utilizing the wind-thunder transformation's ultimate move. One day, during training breaks, mental connection. Baiyu boss. I can't go on. Let's call it a day. Su Luo glanced at the clock, somewhat exasperated. They had only trained for 3 minutes. At least aim for 15 minutes. Blue ice, rest assured. Master, I will ensure this little yellow bird continues training. Su Luo, I thought, huh? Sensing a tremor from the Beastmaster space. Su Luo, is red fire about to awaken? A crimson summoning array materialized, and a blazing fireball emerged within the array. Su Luo had unwittingly become the focal point of his classmates' attention. Any movement from him drew their gaze. Su Luo, the academic prodigy, wondered, what is happening? Perhaps the red tiger has completed its evolution. Indeed, it was highly likely. As the flames dimmed slightly, red fire opened its eyes and stretched its body. Red fire's size had also transformed to a length of 5 meters, far exceeding the height of an ordinary person. Occasional flames flickered from its crimson skin, suggesting that in the future, one need not purchase charcoal for barbecues. Name, Red Fire. Flame Spirit Tiger. Level, LV 30. Attribute, Fire. Strength, 31. Agility, 32. Constitution, 43. Intelligence, 61. Spirit, 60. Charm, 33. Race, Beast Clan, Mutated Spirit Tiger, High-Level Commander Class Spirit Beast. Skills, Flame Control, Advanced, LV 4, Beast Instinct LV 38, Beast Clan Combat Body, LV 40. Evaluation, a Fire Attribute Mutated Beast, awakened a Special Fire Attribute Bloodline. Potential Score, 21988. Combat Power Score, 12216. Spirit Type Beastmaster Companions primarily rely on skills for damage, thus their basic attributes are not particularly outstanding. Onlookers. Wow, so stunning. More beautiful than any beauty. It's likely evolved into a high-level spirit beast. How wonderful it would be to possess a Beastmaster companion of this caliber. Such daydreams. We should wait until we earn money and acquire one ourselves. Su Luo reminded the dazed Baiyu. What are you staring at? Get back to training. All right, boss. When will I evolve again? I feel so much weaker compared to Little Red Cat and Little Blue Cat. Su Luo was momentarily speechless. Rest assured. There will be bread, and evolution will come. Actually, forget it, no need to say more. Red Fire had just awakened. After a suitable warm-up, Su Luo returned it to the Beastmaster space for continued slumber. The following matters became considerably easier. Gazing at the materials shop before him, Su Luo sighed, recalling his balance. From nearly 30 million previously, each visit to the materials shop, he would purchase rare-grade blood essence in amounts exceeding 1 million. From the initial abundance of resources, where one could procure tiger and eagle species without a second thought, to the subsequent phase of careful selection, and now to the current need for economical choices. One can observe a gradual evolution through various stages. Alas, my balance is nearing the precarious brink of 10 million, yet fortunately, the transformations of Honghua and Lanbing into higher-tier spirit beasts have met my stringent requirements. The next objective is to acquire some affordable rare-grade essence of monster meat. To condense the inheritance fruits that are temporarily unnecessary, primarily to facilitate an enhancement of my innate talents. Su Luo has come to realize that the life tree of his talent is quite voracious. Millions worth of materials have been cast into it with scant response. And through an inexplicable sense, it seems progress remains less than halfway. Although Su Luo did not reserve tiger meat with his elder sister during his recent absence, she still harbors a favorable impression of him. Sister at the meat shop. Young brother, back for more meat? Today, we happen to have a fresh batch of tiger meat. Shall I fetch some for you? Su Luo, do you have anything cheaper? Sister. Chapter 32, Growth and Vocational Assessment. In a frugal manner, Su Luo only purchases the most economical rare-grade monster meat, selecting types that he has yet to catalog. Not seeking rarity or potential, but merely to satiate the appetite of the life tree. Observing Su Luo's departing figure, the sister at the meat shop shakes her head. Colleague beside her, what troubles you? Are you lamenting the plight of a wealthy professional? Sister at the meat shop, I lack both the status and mindset for such musings. Even a worker among professionals far exceeds us. It is merely a pity for this young lad, who must struggle on his own at such a tender age. The days that followed were relatively mundane. After 2 months of continued training, Su Luo completed his teaching schedule. The other students would engage in combat enhancement training, while Su Luo would embark on solitary cultivation. In the final assessment, bolstered by the addition of 2 higher-tier spirit beasts, Su Luo's simulated score ascended from an A to an S. The next milestone is the pre-assessment scheduled for May of the following year, with December nearing its end. There are 5 months left for cultivation. I wonder how far I can progress on my own. With a sigh, Su Luo reflects on his results, which suggest a high probability of admission into a prestigious academy. Yet, he still feels a twinge of anxiety. Regardless, I must devote myself to diligent training. In the upcoming months, Su Luo occasionally purchases discounted rare-grade meat, opting for the most affordable options. While the remainder of his time is spent honing his Beastmaster skills and enhancing the abilities of Baiyu, Xiaohong, and Xiaolan. 5 months later, Su Luo arrives at the training center, where he receives an official recommendation letter and fortuitously encounters former classmates nearing the end of their training. Observing their polished demeanor, it is evident that the subsequent combat courses have significantly impacted their capabilities, with an average power increase of over 1,000, an impressive outcome. With a green C-grade talent, entering an ordinary second-tier academy is relatively effortless. However, gaining admission to a first-tier institution is considerably challenging. Those with blue B-grade talents find it much easier to enter top-tier academies, but the competition for the elite schools is fierce. Most attendees of top-tier academies are scions of prominent families, who expend great resources to secure a place, leaving ordinary individuals to rely solely on their talents. Only a select few with stable A-grade purple talents can consistently gain entry to schools that correspond with their abilities. Yet, at times, possessing an excessively high talent can be a double-edged sword for commoners, as there are frequent reports of gifted individuals facing attacks, particularly those from humble backgrounds. As Su Luo examines his recommendation letter and notes the examination date, May 25th, a mere 15 days away, he realizes that further enhancement seems improbable. Although his current training is progressing swiftly, as he approaches the late stages of his profession, the experience required for advancement is astronomical. Moreover, he lacks the time to venture out for monster hunting. Thus, it seems inevitable that he will participate in the internal examination in his current state. Name: Su Luo. Level: LV 31. Main profession: Beastmaster LV 17. Secondary profession: Knight Apprentice LV 5, Student LV 10. Attributes: Strength, 52, 10 from equipment. Agility, 51, 13. Constitution, 52, 19. Intelligence, 52. Spirit, 55, 15. Charm, 135, -75. Talent: Life Tree, Second Stage, LV 14. Professional skills: Friendship Contract LV 20, Mental Communication LV 20, Beastmaster Space LV 20, Spirit Integration LV 15, Warfare LV 18, Spirit Body LV 11, Incineration LV 15, Ice Body LV 14, Steel Barrier LV 14. General skills: Intermediate Detection LV 20, Spirit Pet Rations LV 20, Riding LV 10, Basic Body Refinement LV 17, Introduction to Spirit Arts LV 20, Swordsmanship LV 15. Beast Pets: Baiyu LV 36, Exotic Winged Eagle, Honghua LV 34, Flame Spirit Tiger, Lombing LV 35, Ice Spirit Tiger. Equipment: Archmage's Backup Bone Staff, Wild Forest Beastmaster Set, 7, Standard Space Ring. Small Space Ring, Charm Concealment Badge. In March, Su Luo inadvertently discovers a terrifying peacock inheritance fruit coalescing on the life tree. Noting that its compatibility with Baiyu soars to an impressive 83. He utilizes it without hesitation, resulting in a modest enhancement of Baiyu's potential and power. With the addition of several striking green feathers to its tail, though the overall changes remain subtle. Current panel: Name: Baiyu, Exotic Winged Eagle. Level: LV 36. Attributes: Wind, Thunder, Metal. Earth: Strength, 50. Agility, 53. Constitution, 52. Intelligence, 67. Spirit, 64. Charm, 35. Race: Avian, Variant Eagle, Higher Tier Spirit Beast. Skills: Wind Thunder Avatar LV 9. Gale Mastery LV 34. Thunderstorm Mastery LV 35. Hunter's Instinct LV 30. Metal Chi Mastery LV 32. Earth LV 26. Iron Feather / Mastery LV 36. Evaluation: Mixed blood yet pure, possessing numerous attributes with exceptional potential. Potential score 24, 738. Combat score 16, 492. Honghua and Lombing have not undergone significant changes, although their combat power has increased slightly, with Honghua now at 13, 844, and Lombing at 14, 410. While they may not quite match Baiyu, they surpass many higher-tier combat pets available on the market. As summer approaches once more, Phoenix City remains bustling and vibrant. However, a small area has been placed under a minor lockdown, with locals having received prior notice and prepared accordingly, accustomed to this annual occurrence. Su Luo presents his examination permit, and after undergoing scrutiny by a group of city guards, he slowly enters the examination area. Number 35, Su Luo, calls out the guiding instructor. Here, Su Luo steps forward from the crowd. Enter, please. He walks through an entrance sealed with a mercury-like liquid. This is a special spatial magic, designed to ensure that candidates from all corners will participate in the examination within a unique space. before being returned afterward to guarantee fairness and justice. Stepping into a small plaza, Su Luo observes 5 judges, though he cannot discern their appearances from his lower vantage point. FH0035, is that you, student Su Luo? Inquires a clear male voice. Su Luo nods. Indeed, that is I, male voice. I am your chief examiner, Ling Hu Yu. Student Su Luo, please do not be anxious. First, release your summoned beasts. Very well. Su Luo opened the summoning space, and 3 radiant figures emerged in succession. The Yu Eagle, Bai Yu, the Flame Spirit Tiger, Hong Hua, and the Ice Spirit Tiger, Lan Bing, made their grand entrance. Chief Examiner Ling Hu Yu. Allow them to stretch a bit, unleash some of their signature moves, and you may utilize some summoner skills as well. Su Luo was somewhat perplexed. Was the examination at this advanced level truly so simplistic? Little did he realize that upon their emergence, all their statuses were displayed on the large screen, including level attributes. Apart from the talent that could not be detected, requiring meticulous examination, details such as where they attended middle and high school, past upgrades, and other personal information were fully shown. As Su Luo executed a summoner skill, the examiners nodded in approval, jotting down scores. Bai Yu and the 2 younger companions, Hong and Lan, had just unleashed a few skills to warm up and were poised to unleash their ultimate moves when Chief Examiner Ling Hu Yu set down his pen, instructing Su Luo to halt. The panel of examiners had completed their initial scoring, aside from one who received an A. The others had all awarded S-level scores, 2 S's and 2 more S's. Chief Examiner Ling Hu Yu, student Su Luo. We have noticed that you do not possess any records of purchasing evolution potions, yet your summoned battle pets have evolved from lower or mid-tier to upper tier. Is that correct? It is my talent, Su Luo replied hastily, aware that each year during the vocational entrance examination, some spies from other races are apprehended. He feared being mistaken for one of them. Su Luo quickly clarified, my talent allows me to produce special fruits that enhance the strength of summoned battle pets. Chief Examiner Ling Hu Yu muttered as he lightly tapped his head with his pen. It seems you can even achieve induced evolution. The examiners lowered their heads, adjusting Su Luo's resource capability rating from previously weak to its maximum potential, categorizing it as the strongest. The scores automatically recalibrated, and the marks assigned to Su Luo transformed into S. Naturally, Su Luo was unaware of this development. Chief Examiner Ling Hu Yu. Very well, student Su Luo. Your performance is exceptionally commendable. A staff member presented the score report to Su Luo. Su Luo was astonished. How could his score have surged so dramatically? While he was aware of his aptitude in summoning, he had not anticipated such strength. In truth, Su Luo's remarkable score was principally due to his prowess in nurturing summoned beasts, though he was oblivious to this fact. Chief Examiner Ling Hu Yu rose. Student Su Luo, congratulations. With your abilities, you are free to choose your institution of learning. We at the Royal Academy of Xingxia, established by the monarchy, are well-resourced. You might want to consider us. Su Luo paused momentarily. Thank you for your kind invitation, esteemed examiner. I am truly grateful. The staff signaled that Su Luo could take his leave. Another examiner stood up. Student Su Luo, have you considered our Dragon Island? Should you choose our school, I would personally bestow upon you several upper-tier, genetically superior dragon beasts. The young man who stood was extraordinarily handsome, with golden hair and 2 dragon horns protruding from his head, exuding a powerful stature. Su Luo promptly returned the gesture. Thank you for your generous offer. But I wish to apply to the newly established joint institution between the Starry Dreamland and the Myriad Beast Kings Academy. The Starry Dreamland and the Myriad Beast Kings Academy are 2 of the foremost institutions in summoning within the Xingxia Empire. In recent years, these 2 schools clandestinely established a unique joint program, only formally admitting students 3 years ago. Since its inception, it has consistently claimed the top rank in summoning academia, with other institutions occasionally shifting in their standings, yet it remains the undisputed strongest. Given Su Luo's outstanding results, he was certain he would opt for this exceptional institution. The other 2 examiners, upon hearing Su Luo's declaration, could not help but chuckle. Presumably, they were examiners from the Starry Dreamland and the Myriad Beast Kings Academy. Farewell, and thank you, esteemed examiners. Su Luo bowed and departed. Exiting the examination venue, the next step was to select his institution. He promptly chose the joint academy of the Starry Dreamland and the Myriad Beast Kings Academy. What a splendid name, Myriad Dreamland. I had expected it to be called Starry Beast Kings Academy. Upon clicking to apply, the admissions personnel, who had been attentively monitoring the assessments, seemed to have received some directive, and Su Luo's application was swiftly approved. Following this, Su Luo's information displayed a message, admitted internally. Logically, Su Luo would no longer need to participate in the general combat power assessment, as he had already been accepted. However, He had heard that achieving a certain rank in the combat power examination could yield rewards, with some candidates having previously obtained rare, even epic-level prizes. Su Luo was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. With a flash of light, Su Luo emerged from the void portal of Phoenix City. He tucked the admission letter into his spatial ring. Hey, someone is calling, Su Luo thought, intending to return to the training room for a moment of rest. Hey, Su Luo. Su Luo turned, somewhat puzzled. Were they calling me? He turned around to find the mentors from the training center standing outside the roadside railing, lined up together. Long Wu waved at Su Luo. Although Su Luo was no longer one of his students, he still held a measure of respect for him, given that Long Wu had diligently guided him for several months, albeit occasionally arriving late or leaving early and reprimanding students. In hindsight, he didn't seem like an exceptionally good teacher. Long Wu, how did you fare in the assessment, Su Luo? Have you chosen a top-tier academy? Su Luo's final simulated score was S-level, making admission to a first-tier institution virtually assured, though attaining a top-tier status was challenging. My score is S, and I have been accepted to the Myriad Dreamland Academy, Su Luo replied, casually displaying the admission letter to Long Wu. Long Wu was taken aback. An S? It appears your strength has indeed improved. Well done, young man. Wait, did you say Myriad Dreamland Academy? Is that the one ranked first? Su Luo nodded. Indeed. It is the very academy that has held the top position in summoning for 3 consecutive years. Long Wu burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling Su Luo's hair, disrupting the meticulously styled look. Well done, young man. It seems this year's banner for our training company will feature you. Su Luo, I must express my gratitude for your diligent instruction, even if you were occasionally late or left early. Long Wu laughed heartily, naturally. At that moment, other mentors, unable to contain themselves, approached to playfully tussle with Su Luo, prompting him to bid farewell and depart. As summer approached, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was pleasantly warm, with a gentle breeze blowing. Su Luo relished the long-awaited tranquility within his heart, finding a rare secluded spot amidst the cacophony of the bustling city. Under the sunlight, a solitary figure walked. Su Luo smiled radiantly. Myriad Dreamland, will you be the starting point of my journey as a vocational practitioner, or merely the pinnacle of a fleeting moment? A shadow flitted by, and someone whispered, I hope it is merely. In the early morning, Su Luo awoke feeling invigorated. Although he had passed the vocational assessment and been accepted into his desired academy, he did not allow himself to become complacent. He still had to prepare for the combat power examination 10 days hence, hoping to seize the opportunity for an epic-level reward. Su Luo picked up the giant cat toy from his bedside. With a series of playful taps, he roused the 2 large cats, Honghua and Lanbing, who were curled up together in slumber. Awaken, awaken, my little lazy cats. There is an early morning training regimen awaiting us. Howl meow. Amidst the haze of slumber, Honghua and Lanbing rise to drink water, while Baiyu descends gracefully from the perch above. Su Luo fills the food bowls of the 3 companions with a somewhat unique blend of spirit pet nourishment. This is a new skill he has recently acquired: cat spirit pet food and avian spirit pet food. It can be considered an intermediate universal skill, and according to the trio, the taste surpasses that of the previous offerings. Alas, one's culinary skills must evolve, having nearly reached the pinnacle of the beast tamer profession. It is hardly fitting to feed his battle pets with low-grade spirit pet food, given that he prepared a more substantial meal for Honghua and Lanbing. The level of cat spirit pet food has upgraded more swiftly, nearing level 15, while the avian spirit pet food lags behind at level 13. This morning's training focuses on physical conditioning, followed by spiritual techniques in the afternoon. Su Luo outlines the day's agenda. The 3 little ones bow their heads to their meals, perhaps unaware of their surroundings, yet attentively listening. Chapter 34, Battle Assessment 1. On June 6th, the city is unusually serene, devoid of its usual bustling crowds. Wait, it's not the absence of people. Rather, they have all gathered near the school. The education street of Phoenix City houses several esteemed institutions, and at this moment, it is teeming with individuals, though the roads remain relatively clear. As the battle assessment for the college entrance examination, this is no longer the small-scale affair of internal assessments. Countless families harbor fervent hopes for their children to gain admission to their dream universities. In this extraordinary world, the importance of a vocational college cannot be overstated for practitioners. Here, ordinary green C-level and white D-level talents may encounter opportunities to transcend into the realm of third-tier masters, potentially breaking free from the shackles of their innate gifts. Su Luo remains unperturbed. After all, the internal assessments have concluded, and his mindset has shifted entirely. Some students nearby tremble slightly with anxiety. Should I not also maintain a semblance of tension to motivate myself? Su Luo slaps his cheeks, attempting to harmonize with the ambience of the gathering. After a few moments of self-encouragement, he finds it largely ineffective, Shaking his head, he muses, what a disheartening feeling. Following the internal assessments, the passion has somewhat waned. Never mind, I shall adopt a tranquil mindset and aim to perform at my usual level. Ultimately, Su Luo is merely here to claim his rewards. The conventional battle power ratings are categorized into several tiers. 1. Master level. 2. Advanced professional. 3. Intermediate professional. 4. Novice professional. All three of Su Luo's summoned beasts possess high-ranking commander-level combat prowess, ensuring their place firmly within the first tier. However, it is said that even within the master level, there are subcategories, and only the most elite among them can attain epic rewards. A flicker of concern crosses Su Luo's mind as he wonders whether he can achieve that caliber of performance. As the crowd thins, those remaining are the candidates for this year's examination. They continue to wait, and soon the chief examiner activates the teleportation spirit array, causing everyone to vanish without a trace. Leaving behind an empty square, Teacher Wang, surely you can now reveal what this year's examination dungeon will be? Goblin Disaster, or perhaps Beast Tide. The chief examiner, having deactivated the teleportation device and replenished the energy crystals in preparation for the return of the examinees, turns upon hearing an inquiry from behind, discovering it to be the Lord of Phoenix City. With a mild smile, he responds, is it truly significant what it is? All these dungeons are challenging. None can be deemed simple. Lordly bursts into laughter. Ha. I merely seek to satisfy my curiosity. This year's chief examiner, also the head of the academic affairs office, Teacher Wang Hongchong, decides to indulge Lord Li's inquisitiveness. This year's examination dungeon, as I have heard from my colleagues, is the Tower of Trials. Lord Li looks astonished. The Tower of Trials? The most comprehensive assessment. Was it not previously said that its intensity was too great to warrant cancellation? Teacher Wang shakes his head, explaining. That was due to an excess of enrollment slots with too few candidates. They did not wish for the assessments to be overly daunting in order to attract more students. Now, however, it will not be so simple. By the way, I have heard that your daughter is participating in the examination this year as well. What profession does she pursue? Lord Li replies with a hint of pride, a submachine gun combatant. Teacher Wang responds, oh? Then she is quite suited for group battles and should find it relatively easy to excel in the combat assessment. The sacred rewards this year are not out of reach. Lord Li offers a wry smile. Based on previous year's standards, her results should undoubtedly be commendable, but this year Su Luo finds himself transported to an unfamiliar space. Within a rather ordinary room. Measuring less than 10 square meters, it contains merely a table, a chair, a wardrobe, and a bed. Examination registration WCV 750, 5671, Student Su Luo. Please change into standard equipment and prepare to enter the first level of the Tower of Trials. Preparation time, 10 minutes. Warning, the use of personal potions is prohibited. As Su Luo prepares to open the wardrobe, he notices an option to change gear. Heavy armor, light armor, or leather armor. For weapons, he can choose between a longsword, a two-handed staff, a spear, or a bow. Su Luo selects leather armor, a one-handed staff, and a magical auxiliary tool. A flash of light envelopes him. Although he recognizes it as a simulation, he cannot help but feel astonished. He retrieves a piece of equipment. Name, City Guard Tunic. Type, armor. Quality, excellent. Attributes, 10 Constitution. 25 Spirit Resistance. Special effects, none. Equipment requirements, level LV20. Remarks, this equipment is quite standardized, indeed, very much so. A quintessential piece of excellent gear, as expected. The quality of the staff and summoning book is also rather ordinary. Well, I suppose I'll treat it as a one-time experience card. Having completed his outfit change. Without waiting for the preparation time to elapse, Su Luo pushes open the door. The first level of the Tower of Trials features battles against novice-level monsters, with random spawns occurring. Level 1. 1. Monsters have been generated. Bronze skeletons LV20, LV27. The arena is randomly set in a wasteland. Su Luo materializes atop a desolate expanse alongside a skeletal adversary. Ah, an old acquaintance, he remarks. Anticipating multiple waves, Su Luo summons all his battle pets at once. Lan Bing emerges first, receiving a nod from Su Luo. With a powerful leap, it pounces upon the skeleton, reducing the hapless creature to mere dust. Honghua and Baiyu follow sequentially from the summoning array. Level 1. 1 completed. Shall we proceed directly to 1? 2. If you choose to enter directly, the rest period will convert into corresponding points. Su Luo responds, let us proceed directly. Level 1. 2. Monsters have been generated. 3 bronze skeletons LV20, LV27. A flash of light, and the 3 bronze skeletons are incinerated by a fireball from Honghua, turning to ash. Level 1. 2 completed. Su Luo declares, let us proceed directly. In the anticipated next stage, a small squad of bronze skeletons appears. It seems that besides combat, there is also an option to flee. The distance covered also counts towards task completion, providing a choice for those of lesser combat prowess. Su Luo raises his finger onward. Crush them. Baiyu soars into the sky, unleashing a flurry of air slashes that rend the skeletons asunder. With a swift victory, Su Luo is forcibly returned to the initial space. This time, a large screen appears on the wall, displaying Su Luo's base score, which he has achieved with flying colors, full marks. In truth, successfully navigating through levels 1 and 2 can yield commendable results, as not all professions excel in group combat. Even the most formidable tacticians and spirit mages may find themselves injured when confronted with a multitude of monstrous foes. Thus, Beastmasters enjoy a significant advantage during the professional examinations for practitioners. It is said that among the top-ranking professionals each year, several are invariably Beastmasters. After all, having summoned beasts to shield them in battle makes it exceedingly easier to emerge unscathed and achieve exceptional scores. After a mandatory 10-minute respite, Su Luo arrived at the second level. He had already formed some conjectures. In the trial tower's second layer, he was to face intermediate-level monsters, which were being randomly generated. Level 2. 1. Monsters have spawned. Elite Forest Wolf LV-27, LV-34, in an arena that borders a forest and a meadow. A solitary gray forest wolf emerged. Blue ice materialized from the summoning array, executing a leap followed by a pounce. Crack! The unfortunate creature's neck was snapped, dissipating into specks of light. Without glancing at the recorded data, Su Luo directly proceeded to 2. Chapter 35, Battle Power Assessment 2. Level 2 was now accessible. He entered immediately. Su Luo remarked, "This is rather effortless." Level 2, 3 was also available. Su Luo commented, "Ah, it seems Baiyu is the only one taking action." Level 3 was now unlocked. Su Luo sighed in relief. Finally, a moment to rest. It feels as though there's a hint of intensity now. A prompt appeared. The upcoming 1 will be a master-level battle power assessment. Although dying within the instance does not pose a threat to life, it may still inflict mental strain. Examination ID WCV 750, 5671. Su Luo, do you wish to continue the trial tower? Yes, no. Su Luo was here for the rewards. He would not let this opportunity slip by. Continue the assessment, he declared. The mandatory rest period after the third stage concluded. Since he had solely relied on his summoned beasts for combat, he was in peak condition, with the stamina of his 3 companions replenished during the break. With a flash of light, he entered the next stage of the trial tower. In the 4th layer, he was to confront beginner-level master monsters, which were being randomly generated. Level 1. Monsters have spawned. Anti-magic stone golem LV-41, LV-47, in a randomly assigned location of a small town church. Su Luo found himself in an ancient, dilapidated town, with a crumbling church not far off. The stone golem atop the church trembled slightly, its form becoming agile. Thud! It landed before him. Su Luo glanced at its basic information. Name: Anti-magic stone golem. Level: LV-44. Attributes: Earth. Strength. Agility. Race: Psionic puppet race. Golem: upper-level commander puppet. Evaluation: a psionic puppet crafted from special techniques, possessing high resistance to spiritual and elemental energies. A formidable tool for hunting witches, with a power score of 8,000 to 12,000. Su Luo noted, "It seems rather formidable. Elemental resistance, huh? Perhaps I should rely on physical attacks?" Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. The summoning array shimmered, and his 3 companions emerged. Uniting their essences enhanced their coordination and combat power. He initiated an assault, casting red flame fireball and blue ice frost spear. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. As the smoke dispersed, Su Luo caught sight of the golem. It shielded itself with its wings, covered in wounds, yet it stood defiantly. The effectiveness appeared limited. Thus, he called out Baiyu. Iron Feather Slash. With few options available, Su Luo realized that his primary attacks were elemental in nature, with Iron Feather Slash being the only semblance of a physical technique. He unleashed a series of energy blades, shattering the golem into fragments. It did not endure long before collapsing. Su Luo mused, was that really so simple? Level 1 completed. Would he proceed directly to 2? Opting for direct entry would convert his rest time into corresponding points. Let us go directly in, Su Luo decided, feeling confident about his condition. Level 2. Monsters have spawned. Octopus Sea Demon LV-41, LV-47, in a randomly assigned venue of a merchant ship at sea. Su Luo found himself aboard a rather worn-out vessel, dressed in traveler-s attire, surrounded by busy sailors. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the air as the crew pointed toward the ocean, where a massive octopus's shadow loomed through the mist. Its tentacles, towering nearly 10 meters high, shattered the sails. Su Luo gazed in awe, marveling at the realism of the scene. The summoning array flickered, and his three companions emerged once more. Perceiving their information, he noted, name, Octopus Sea Demon. Level, LV-47. Attributes, water. Strength, agility. Race, aquatic, psionic octopus species, upper-level commander beast. Evaluation, a high-ranking beast from the depths of the ocean, possessing formidable water elemental abilities, with a power score of 11,000 to 14,000. Su Luo remarked, while its power exceeds that of the previous foe, it should be easier to defeat. Blue Ice. Harness the power of snow and ice. Unleash the cold currents. Let the blizzard descend. The octopus sea demon's body stiffened, and Su Luo followed up with a barrage of fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. The sea demon attempted to conjure a water shield, but its movements were sluggish. The fireballs obliterated the feeble water barrier, reducing the paralyzed sea demon to a scorched, crimson calamari. Su Luo inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. After the assessment, I shall indulge in some teppanyaki, he mused, unknowingly deciding on his dinner. He hastily cleared the level. Level 4, 2 completed. Would he proceed directly to 4-3? If he chose direct entry, his rest time would convert into corresponding points. Feeling confident, Su Luo opted to continue. Direct entry. Level 4-3. Monsters have spawned. Earth Bear Leader LV-47, LV-54, in a randomly assigned location deep within a forest. Su Luo emerged into a snowy woodland, icy and bone-chilling. Goodness, it's freezing, he exclaimed. With no other choice, he raised his staff to cast a psionic shield upon himself, which also provided warmth. Crash, crash. The sound of massive footsteps echoed ahead. Su Luo looked up to see an enormous figure approaching, a colossal white bear towering 7 to 8 meters high. Trembling, Su Luo quickly summoned his beasts. Eager to conclude this encounter, the cold was unbearable. The three companions launched an assault, Blue Ice and Red Flame flanking from either side, while Bayou bombarded from above. Ultimately, the Earth Bear crashed to the ground, its slow speed and inadequate aerial capabilities sealing its fate. This was already a master-level intermediate power assessment. Surely, no greater challenges awaited. Su Luo crossed his arms. Level 4-3 completed. Would he proceed directly to 4-4? If he chose direct entry, his rest time would convert into corresponding points. Su Luo swiftly changed his mind. I want to rest. There was no choice. The previous relentless onslaught had severely depleted the stamina of his companions, making it unwise to recklessly enter the next scene. A slightly lower score is inconsequential. It is only by traversing greater distances that one can achieve higher marks. Bayou gathered several branches and ignited them, as the four companions encircled the flames. Su Luo and his group seized this opportunity to replenish their stamina and spiritual energy. In level 4, monsters had already spawned. A terrifying prairie dragon hunter at levels 47 and 54, set against the backdrop of a randomly generated summer grassland. Su Luo found himself amidst a verdant ocean, where the overgrown grass stood at a modest height of over 3 meters. Suddenly, startled cries echoed from ahead as several level 30 beasts, resembling cattle, rushed past Su Luo in a chaotic flight towards the distance. It appeared that the main threat had arrived. Su Luo summoned 3 beasts of his own. Emerging before him was a dinosaur-like creature towering at 5 meters. Name, Terrifying Prairie Dragon Hunter. Level, LV-49. Attributes, Earth Wood. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragonkin, Prairie Subdragon, Elite Level Beast. Evaluation, the fearsome hunter of the grasslands. Its clan possesses vast territories, with a combat rating of 12,000 to 13,000. Average combat power, indeed. Wait, a clan? As if in response to Su Luo's thoughts, one silhouette after another emerged from behind it. Chapter 36, Combat Assessment 3. Ah, so it is a pack of dragon hunters. Bayou soared high in the sky, establishing a mental connection to share vision. He discerned a total of 8 dragon hunters forming an encircling formation, intent on attacking Su Luo's team. There was no option for defense on the flat terrain of the grasslands. However, one could create their own barriers. Ice of the Blue. Utilizing ice elemental techniques, a colossal wall of ice rose from behind Su Luo's group, manually constructing a defensive barrier. Suddenly, a streak of light zipped through the air, aimed at Su Luo. He perceived it, yet his body could not respond swiftly enough to evade. The flames surged forward, clashing against claws and blades. One of the prairie dragon hunters was revealed from its cloaked state. Su Luo remarked, so underhanded, ambushing us with numerical superiority. With no other choice, Su Luo and the 2 tigers leaned against the ice wall, while the flames provided protection on either side. The 8 prairie dragon hunters closed in, but due to spatial constraints, only 4 could launch their attacks against the trio. Each time they struck, The flames and blue ice conjured elemental shields, defending with all their might. Baiyu bombarded from above, yet despite the dragon hunters not being tank-like beasts, they were not easily dispatched by Baiyu's iron feather slash. After several rounds of stalemate, normal beasts would have retreated by now, but due to the nature of this trial, the prairie dragon hunters relentlessly pursued their assault. Once more, Su Luo repelled the attacks of the dragon hunters. There's no choice left. We must fuse our spirits. Bestow a boon upon Baiyu. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the incarnation of wind and thunder. Baiyu transformed into the eye of a tempest, a massive tornado forming around him, channeling bolts of lightning and directing the whirlwind towards the dragon pack, causing them to scatter in disarray. Yet two were still struck by Baiyu's onslaught, left severely wounded and unable to move. Baiyu, exhausted, began to waver as he ascended into the air. Su Luo recalled Baiyu back into the beast space, observing the dragon hunters fixating on him with their crimson eyes. The next moment, they surged forward. The ice wall and flame shields shattered under their assault. Su Luo continuously bestowed rapid recovery spells upon the two tigers, barely holding the line. Seeing the precarious situation unfold, as the tigers were on the verge of collapse, he sensed Baiyu in the beast space, recovering to half strength. Su Luo declared, "There's no choice. We must strive to take down one more." Within the beast space, Baiyu began to accumulate energy for the wind and thunder incarnation. Meteor strike. Su Luo hurled Baiyu behind the dragon hunters. Baiyu unleashed a full barrage, enveloped in storm and lightning, transforming into a lethal blade aimed at the nearest foe. With a chilling sound, Su Luo applauded, "Excellent." Baiyu ascended, evading the dragon hunter's strike, before landing back on Su Luo's shoulder. In a flash, he was returned to the beast space to rest. After another round, perhaps due to the significant energy expenditure on the enemy's part, Baiyu directly eliminated two more dragon hunters. Su Luo maintained a steady approach. Despite the enemy's numbers matching his own beasts, he opted to allow Baiyu to recuperate. A hunter must possess patience. With his eyes closed, Su Luo opened them. It was time. The prairie dragon hunters remained tireless in their relentless assault on the shield before them. Baiyu reappeared, and the remaining three prairie dragon hunters shrieked in alarm, scattering in retreat. This time, their lives shall meet their end. Flames and blue ice advance. The dual tigers of red and blue pursued, and upon Baiyu's entrance, he swiftly eliminated another foe. Continuing their aerial harassment, the exhausted dragon hunters faced the two tigers, and the outcome was all but sealed. Level 4 has been cleared. Should we proceed directly to level 4-5? If so, the rest period will convert into corresponding points. Su Luo replied, "I choose to rest." He sat down to recover, recalling his beasts into the beast space. Level 4-5. Monsters have spawned. Volcanic flame birds at levels 47 and 54, with the setting randomly determined as volcanic cliffs. Su Luo lamented, "This is insufferable. I can barely hold on." Countless firebirds descended, each at around level 40, in overwhelming numbers, dozens of them. Su Luo contemplated his course of action. There seemed to be no more effective strategies. He replicated his previous tactics, ultimately annihilating the flock. Level 4-6. Monsters have spawned. Earth Dragon Val at levels 54 and 57, with the setting randomly determined as an icy cavern. Su Luo exclaimed, "Ah, finally, a singular opponent. Perhaps this will be easier to handle." He found himself within a cave, surrounded by a world of ice and snow. First, he enveloped himself in a spiritual barrier for warmth and moisture protection. Crash, crash. The ground shook with the sound of colossal footsteps. Su Luo summoned his three beasts, glancing at the approaching figure. Name, Earth Dragon Val. Level, LV 55. Attributes, Earth, Ice. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragonkin, hybrid of Earth and Ice, elite level beast. Evaluation, inheriting the superior lineage of its parents, it boasts exceptional power, ruling over the caverns deep within the northern ice fields, with a combat rating of 22,000 to 25,000, with its blue-scaled hide adorned with icy spines. The massive figure stood over 3 meters tall and extended over 10 meters in length. A resounding dragon roar reverberated through the air, a palpable aura of draconic might enveloping the surroundings. This was the sensation of being shrouded in draconic majesty. Though merely a subdragon, it was indeed imposing. An innate fear swelled within him, reminiscent of prey sensing a predator. Yet he steeled himself. He could fight this. Fusing spirits. Incinerate. Ice form. Su Luo expended his spiritual energy, retreating slightly to maintain a safe distance. The Earth Dragon Val, spotting 3 potential prey rushing towards it, unleashed a thunderous roar. They charged at one another, blue ice on defense, red fire distracting, and Baiyu taking the lead in offense. Ultimately, the Earth Dragon Val was worn down. but its fierce counterattack claimed Blue Ice as its casualty. In his inaugural battle, Su Luo faced the demise of his summoned beast, yet fortuitously, this was but a simulation, and Blue Ice was resurrected after the skirmish. During a brief respite by the flickering fire, Su Luo regained his strength. In Level 4, Wave 7, adversaries had materialized, the Demon Vanguard at levels 54 and 57, with the terrain randomly set as a plains battlefield. As Su Luo entered the fray, he instinctively summoned his beast, contemplating the nature of this trial, which seemed to adapt according to the participants' prowess. Logically, one would expect Level 4, Wave 7 to present foes of master-level strength nearing the pinnacle of Level 60. Nevertheless, he resolved to fight valiantly, surrendering the outcome to fate. An imposing, 3-meter-tall humanoid demon-clad in crimson armor approached. Su Luo assessed its stature. Humph, a diminutive foe. The battle commenced. Su Luo, using one hand to maneuver, found his legs and left hand severed by the Demon Vanguard. Though small in stature, the creature exhibited remarkable speed and staggering attack power. Almost immediately, red fire was dispatched. And despite Blue Ice's earnest attempts to shield Su Luo, he too succumbed to the loss of his legs. Ultimately, as a decoy, Su Luo sacrificed his left hand, allowing Blue Ice to unleash a fierce frost upon the adversary, only to be pierced through the heart moments later. In retaliation, Blue Ice self-destructed, and White Feather unleashed its full might, resulting in a mutual annihilation with the Demon Vanguard amidst the latter's temporarily restrained speed. Though they triumphed, Su Luo felt an overwhelming wave of anguish. This is excruciatingly painful. I am beginning to lose my will to fight. Entering Level 4, Wave 8. New foes had emerged. Legion General Hop at levels 54 and 57, with the battlefield randomly designated as an alien terrain. Chapter 37. Results. On the surface of an unknown planet lay countless corpses of the fallen, including robots, small combat fortresses, and extraterrestrial warriors clad in battle armor. With a sense of resignation, Su Luo summoned all his beasts and ambled forward, where a towering figure leaned against a rock, rising upon hearing his footsteps. Name, Legion General Hop. Level, LV 57. Attributes, Light. Strength, Agility. Race, Warrior Clan, Alien Combatant, Elite Commander Level Alien. Evaluation, the last survivor of a legion engaged in battle with an enemy planet. Undefeated in countless skirmishes, combat rating 24,000 to 25,000. The alien, Hop, donned metallic armor and wielded dual alloy greatswords, standing just under 3 meters tall. However, having encountered the Demon Vanguard prior, Su Luo understood that shorter foes often concealed deadly capabilities. Merging the essence of incineration, ice, and spirit, he retracted White Feather into the beast space, allowing it to gather strength for a tempestuous transformation. The next objective was to endure for a brief span. Su Luo retreated cautiously, plotting an escape route. Hop charged forth, and Blue Ice activated its icy shield in a bid to draw aggro. Red Fire unleashed fireballs to disrupt the enemy's path. Notably, Hop's speed was not as terrifying as that of the Demon Vanguard. Su Luo suspected that the latter had utilized teleportation. With 2 strikes, Hop cleaved through Blue Ice's icy shield. Fortunately, Su Luo reacted swiftly to bolster the defenses. Red Fire continued its harassment. Suddenly, Hop activated an unknown skill, transforming into a sphere of light, and with a single strike, cleaved Red Fire in 2. Silently, Su Luo began to retreat, while Blue Ice moved to entangle the foe. Within a minute, he caught sight of the approaching figure. Little Blue, through their mental link. Su Luo perceived Blue Ice's intent to self-detonate, only to be thwarted by Hop's protective shield, rendering it ineffective. Though Su Luo's agility reached 50 points, he felt as sluggish as a tortoise compared to the formidable General Hop. The pressure within the beast space surged, and White Feather's aura grew ominously potent. Though it had not reached its zenith, the moment had come to release it. Navigating through a narrow cave, a vast expanse of rugged terrain awaited beyond. Hop was less than 100 meters away. In an alien tongue, Hop transformed into a sphere of light and surged forward. Su Luo turned, his expression one of serene composure. Meteor strike. The ethereal eagle, White Feather, shot forth from the beast space like an artillery shell, embodying the tempestuous form of the storm, piercing toward Hop with the fury of a divine spirit. Countless winds and thunders trailed behind it. In response, Hop unleashed an unknown skill, summoning a 10-meter-tall figure of light. With dual swords, it struck at the incoming giant eagle. A resounding crash echoed as smoke erupted. Su Luo sensed trouble. White Feather's energy waned, barely clinging to life, while the adversary, though weakened, remained formidable. Su Luo approached White Feather, lifting it from the crater and supporting it against his shoulder. The sound of footsteps echoed. Hop limped toward him, clutching a broken sword. With a light jog, he charged, sword raised. Su Luo closed his eyes, as if awaiting his fate. Yet, elemental energy flowed within him. Eyes snapping open, he felt the crackle of lightning. Level 4, Wave 8 completed. Shall we proceed directly to Level 4, Wave 9? If so, the rest period will convert into corresponding points. Rest. Ultimately, Su Luo reluctantly drew upon the remaining strength of White Feather, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike the approaching Hop. Though Hop pierced Su Luo's body, the lightning simultaneously tore through Hop's skull, culminating in victory. At least this fellow isn't particularly swift, Su Luo murmured quietly. Just then, a system prompt interrupted his musings. Rest period concluded. In 10 seconds, participants will be transported to the final trial of Level 4, Wave 9. 10, 9, 8. Sighing, Su Luo prepared himself. In Level 4, Wave 9, adversaries emerged. The outer barbarian invasion at levels 10 and 60, with the battlefield designated as the city gate of the Mountain Sea Pass. Upon his arrival, Su Luo beheld comrades in arms garbed similarly to himself. At last, I am not alone in this battle. This should be somewhat easier, he mused. Gazing at the scene beneath the city walls, where a sea of heads surged, towering barbarian warriors mounted upon bizarre beasts. By my stars. Ultimately, Su Luo could not ascertain how many waves he endured before being pierced by a barbarian atop the city walls, while his 3 summoned beasts perished before him. Darkness enveloped him. Time passed, and consciousness gradually returned. Calculating results. Basic combat score 24213, mental score 7648, total score 31861. Compiled results. Please wait for the candidates to rest. Su Luo was transported to a small plaza, casually ordering a sparkling water from a floating spherical robot that approached him. Yo, Wang Genie Turtle. How did you fare? Oh, and you Li Feng Dog? Me? Fairly average, just over 14,000. Fell short of 15,000 by a whisker. Not to brag, but I scored 15,006. Occasionally, candidates exchanged their results. Attaining a score of 5,000 was commendable, given that the standard combat power for professional levels hovered around 3,000. Only achievable with the enhancement of talent and skills. Indeed, a mere 5% of candidates surpassed the 10,000 mark. Su Luo waited patiently. Ding dong. An announcement resonated in everyone's ears, followed by a blinding light that enveloped the area, indicating that participants were being returned to their original positions. Yet, Su Luo did not find himself transported back. Instead, he was transported to an unfamiliar small square. In front of the platform stood a commanding general clad in golden armor. And Su Luo could discern that his level was 68, an exemplary 4th Order saint. Esteemed students, he proclaimed, you are the creme de la creme of the Phoenix West District. Each of you a dragon among those whose scores have surpassed 30,000. He paused momentarily, as the administrator of the West District. I am here to bestow rewards upon these remarkable individuals. The top contenders will even receive epic-level rewards, so please select according to your ranks. It was then that Su Luo noticed a number marked in front of him. 7, placing 7th? Quite remarkable, Su Luo mused. Pleasantly surprised that he could achieve such a commendable score despite failing the final challenge. Unbeknownst to him, however, no one had succeeded in that last trial. Although the assessment dungeons varied for each participant, the final challenge was essentially an insurmountable barrier. Some unfortunate souls had even encountered foes of saint-level prowess and were left to struggle with a finely crafted one-handed sword against a colossal dragon. The first contestant was a petite beauty, barely standing at 1.60 meters, with a doll-like appearance. She confidently approached and selected an epic-grade greatsword. From a distance, Su Luo could only ascertain that it was indeed of epic quality. The second contestant, a young man, opted for an epic one-handed staff. Damn it, Su Luo muttered. Contestants 3 and 4 followed suit. Fortunately, there were over 10 epic-grade rewards available. Although only 4 were weapons or armor, the remainder consisted of materials. Nonetheless, epic-grade materials were still valuable, weren't they? At last, it was Su Luo's turn, with 4 points worth of epic materials remaining. He scrutinized his options. Chapter 38. Rewards. He began by examining the 2 most recent items. One was a piece of wood, and the other a fragment of bone. Name, Heartwood of the Tree King. Type, material. Quality, epic. Attribute, wood. Remark, the core of a colossal war tree, suitable for crafting a staff, spear, or perhaps even a table leg. As for the bone fragment, name, arm bone of the Skeleton King. Type, material. Quality, epic. Attribute, dark. Remark, this is my formidable right hand. Its finest use is in the crafting of weapons and armor. After reviewing these, Su Luo smirked. If no superior option presented itself, selecting the heartwood for crafting a staff would suffice. He then turned his attention to the other 2 items, a chunk of meat and a half of a green wing. Name, essence flesh of the Black Flame Warhorse. Type, material. Quality, epic. Attribute, dark. Remark, the mount of a certain demon general fell victim to a surprise attack. Excellent material for potion crafting. If I choose this, could it mean acquiring a mount of the equine variety? Su Luo pondered, feeling tempted but still glancing toward the other item. Name, Sacred Wing of the Holy Bird. Type, material. Quality, epic. Attribute, wood. Remark, a spirit worshipped by an ancient tribe. The Holy Magus sought to capture it, but unfortunately failed. It appears suitable for crafting spiritual artifacts or weaving protective gear. Oh, this has numerous feathers and likely originates from the remains of the Fourth Order Saint. Faced with the Holy Bird's wing and the essence flesh of the Black Flame Warhorse, Su Luo found himself in a quandary. Both options were excellent, but which should he choose? The previous contestants had made their selections swiftly, as their profession traits were clear, directly opting for usable weapons or armor. Su Luo made his decision, since both could be used. The material capable of producing a spiritual artifact held greater value than the equivalent grade flesh. After all, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. The mount-type beast was in scarce supply, and he had no idea when he might obtain one, whereas the white feathers could be enhanced at any moment. I choose this, Su Luo declared, pointing towards the Holy Bird's wing. The attendant beside him nodded and deactivated the protective barrier, placing the sacred wing into a small spatial pouch and handing it to Su Luo. As he returned to the back, contestants 8 and 9, clearly physical warriors, selected the arm bone of the Skeleton King and the essence flesh of the Black Flame Warhorse, respectively. To Su Luo's surprise, contestant 9 did not opt for the heartwood of the Tree King. However, a closer look at his equipment suggested he was a knight, likely aiming to use the essence flesh of the Black Flame Warhorse for potion crafting. Contestant 10, a spiritual mage, gleefully selected the remaining epic material, unexpectedly securing a suitable item for himself. Contestant 11 approached the platform with a furrowed brow, with epic items depleted and his mood soured. He chose a rare-grade potion to enhance his mental attributes. Su Luo observed with keen interest until he realized it was time to depart. Only 3 contestants remained in the first 10, and he had grown somewhat weary of the proceedings. A flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from the scene. Upon reappearing in the renowned square of Phoenix City, he was met with a cacophony of emotions, some weeping loudly, others laughing heartily, embodying the joyous chaos of humanity. Su Luo stepped away and glanced at the sky, noting that evening had approached. He had unwittingly spent an entire day within the secret realm. In 3 days, the occupational examinations would commence, but Su Luo, having passed the internal assessment, was exempt. Nonetheless, the overall scores would still be publicly announced. The internal assessment was, in fact, somewhat more challenging than the general occupational examination, earning considerable respect. However, every year's occupational assessments prominently featured those in vocational fields. Due to talent and resources, a few dark horses would emerge each year, astonishing everyone. Last year, Su Luo had heard of an individual within the Phoenix West District who, utilizing rare materials, forged an epic sacred artifact and was subsequently recruited into the Royal Academy's forging program. He wondered if such an exciting occurrence would manifest again this year. Yet, every year, when the results were announced, one could marvel at the creations of the blacksmiths and alchemists, exquisite treasures that were indeed a delight to behold. 3 days later, upon the conclusion of the occupational assessments, the restaurants throughout the city were bustling, illuminated by vibrant fireworks. Su Luo stood by the window of the training room, admiring the rare spectacle. He had already entrusted the sacred wing of the Holy Bird to the roots of the Tree of Life, perhaps due to the high material quality. Its absorption was slow. At this rate, it would take several months. Su Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether the fragment of the wing would yield a legacy fruit. Now that the major occupational examinations had concluded, it was time for a 2-day respite. Yip yip, cheered the 3 little ones in celebration. Boss, I want vodka, exclaimed White Feather. Su Luo, I want roasted lamb chops, shouted Red Fire. Master, I want to drink ice spirit juice, piped up Blue Ice. Su Luo winced at their requests. Ugh, none of these are cheap. Nevertheless, he feigned generosity. Let us go. Tonight, we feast. Arriving at the restaurant across the street, a table laden with delectable dishes awaited them. Blue Ice dipped her head into the juice barrel, gulping eagerly. Su Luo felt a pang of sympathy. Come, Blue Ice. Have some meat. Don't just drink that watery stuff. It's a joke. 1 barrel costs thousands, while the meat is far cheaper. Boom. Fireworks erupted, celebrating the night. The next day, the overall rankings were released. To Su Luo's surprise, he placed 5th in the Phoenix West District, while he had initially thought he would be 7th. It appeared that some of the top contenders had faltered in the occupational assessments. However, only the combat assessments offered on-site rewards. The overall evaluations did not. In previous years, Local districts had rewarded those with outstanding scores, seemingly based on academic records. Su Luo was likely to receive a few rare items from Fengtong City. A handful of rare equipment would be splendid, and materials would suffice as well. He was not picky. Just as he finished his thoughts, a message arrived on his phone. The teaching office of Fengtong City. Congratulations to student Su Luo for achieving an outstanding 5th place in the Phoenix West District. As a commendable reward, he may visit the designated location before July 1st to receive his prize. Thank you. Su Luo's expression suddenly turned comical. Come and claim your reward. Come and claim your reward. Come and claim your prize. He sang his newly composed reward song as he entered the teaching office of Fengtong City. Ever since receiving the news, Su Luo had been on the go, returning to Fengtong City within a few days, heading straight to the location to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After presenting his identification, he confirmed his identity and was ushered into the storage room by the director, under the admiring gaze of the receptionist. Since Su Luo had achieved such remarkable results, according to the rules, he was entitled to select an epic-level reward. However, given that Fengtong City is a small town with limited resources, the availability of epic-level items was scant. If Su Luo found nothing to his liking, he could opt for a monetary compensation. Accompanied by the warehouse manager and the director, Su Luo ventured deeper into the storage room, only to be confronted with the stark reality of the empty epic shelf, realizing that the earlier claim of not much was indeed accurate. Before him lay a solitary item, a grimy chunk of flesh. Name: Essence of the Mighty Bull King's Flesh. Type: Material. Quality: Epic. Attribute: Earth. Remark: The beef is sure to be delicious. Alas, it is truly unpalatable. This piece was a reward from a certain Saint's hunt, deemed too distasteful and subsequently stored in exchange for contribution points. Although unappetizing, it could be made into rations, which might not be too disagreeable, right? Director Wang of the Academic Affairs Office suggested that if Su Luo did not wish to take the epic reward, he could exchange it for 10 million in cash. Yet, even this lowest-tier epic material could fetch upwards of 10 million. Moreover, its weight was considerable. Never mind, I'll take this chunk of Mighty Bull King's flesh. Su Luo indicated. Director Wang, as long as you like it. Su Luo's choice took him by surprise. The warehouse manager stored it away and then handed it to Su Luo. The three departed the storage room, with Director Wang and the warehouse manager walking ahead while Su Luo lagged slightly behind. As they turned a corner, he summoned the roots of the Tree of Life, wrapping around the essence of the Mighty Bull King's flesh. For reasons unknown, Su Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction welling up from within. Catching up to the two, Su Luo even let out a hearty burp. Su Luo, it seems you had quite a feast at noon. Director Wang lightened the mood. Su Luo nodded, affirming he had enjoyed a sumptuous meal. The Tree of Life and Su Luo were two sides of the same coin. Upon tossing the chunk of Mighty Bull King's flesh into the roots, Su Luo could sense that once the Tree of Life fully digested both epic materials, it would achieve a breakthrough. He was filled with anticipation for the rewards that might await him. Su Luo received notification of an award ceremony for outstanding graduates the following day, where he would undoubtedly be a central figure. No longer did he fear encountering dangers, as the once dreaded dark spirit assassins were now merely at the novice master level, and he had nearly eradicated them through repeated efforts. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain discreet and cautious. Upon his return, he chose to keep a low profile. In the afternoon, he purchased some candy gift boxes for his longtime neighbors in the community. Thank you, Su Luo, dear brother. Su Luo, you look so handsome. Of course, Su Luo. Your results are commendable. I always believed you would achieve greatness. Thank you for your kind words, Grandma Zhao. After distributing the gift boxes and spending some time in busy activity, he returned to his former room. According to regulations, orphans must vacate the housing provided by the Empire upon reaching adulthood, though they could renew the lease at a nominal rate. Su Luo had previously renewed for a year, but he had no intention of extending it again. Though the room contained little more than some simple furniture, it was imbued with memories of the past. Sighing, Su Luo began tidying up, only keeping a beloved water cup, intending to take it with him. The clothes he had left behind were no longer suitable for the current Su Luo, so he retrieved bedding from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the bed. After a long absence, he planned to rest at home for a night. The next morning, Su Luo arrived at Fengtong No. 1 Middle School. Countless former students gathered to spend their final moments together. Soon, they would part ways, some stepping into society to pursue careers, while others entered universities for further studies, seeking greater opportunities to reach the next level. In truth, the majority opted for rapid universities, completing foundational knowledge in 2 to 3 years, relying on their abilities to obtain resources and secure a better life, aspiring to progress to the master level, though with modest expectations for their futures. Only those with green C-level talents possessed the privilege of choice. For those with white D-level talents, entering the vocational level was already a formidable challenge. "Hey, Su Luo." A familiar voice called out. Su Luo turned to see a tall figure. "Wang Yu. Long time no see." As they met, they instinctively exchanged a detection skill. Name: Wang Yu. Level: LV27. Main profession: Beast Knight LV14. Secondary profession: Knight Apprentice LV5, Student LV10. Attributes: Strength. It appeared that Wang Yu possessed some equipment that concealed detection. Wang Yu, equally surprised, inquired, "Su Luo, do you have some equipment that shields detection, or is it your level?" Su Luo replied, "I haven't purchased any such equipment. I'm currently at level 31. Level 31? No wonder. How did you rise to such heights?" Wang Yu asked, puzzled. Su Luo began to explain as they walked toward the familiar square. Su Luo learned that Wang Yu had also reached master-level combat power, but had been eliminated by a bloodthirsty black tiger during the third minor trial. Nonetheless, he had accrued a score of 140,000. Although his performance in the vocational assessment was mediocre, he still managed to qualify as an outstanding graduate. "By the way, Su Luo, what score did you achieve? With a level that high, it must be better than mine, right?" Wang Yu questioned. Su Luo nodded, indicating a slight gap with his thumb and index finger. Su Luo. "Yes? What is it, teacher? Please head to the podium. It's time for your award." "Oh, sure." Wang Yu gestured to himself. "What about me?" "Please wait a moment," the teacher replied, turning to leave. Wang Yu muttered, "Su Luo seems to have scored significantly higher than me. TSK, just a little bit. This time, our school has 31 students who have been accepted into top-tier vocational universities. Congratulations to them." Applause erupted, especially to our outstanding student, Su Luo, who achieved an impressive 5th place in the Phoenix West District. Su Luo? Who is that? It can't be. He has always been at the bottom of the ranks. As Su Luo approached the podium, the school awarded him 1 million in cash, the highest reward, while other outstanding graduates received 100,000. 10 individuals, each surpassing a score of 20,000, were followed by another group of 21 students who exceeded 10,000 points as they ascended the stage. A cluster of people brandished placards displaying the monetary rewards, grinning foolishly at the cameras. Snap! A commemorative photograph was taken. Subsequently, the crowd descended in succession, as a performance of song and dance was set to commence. "Hey, you there, just a tad higher. You've surpassed what everyone thought was the top score. With a remarkable 23,000 points, you are actually the 5th from Phoenix West. How many points do you truly possess?" Wang Yu nudged Su Luo, causing him to stagger. "Points, you ask?" The combat assessment was 32,000. As for the vocational evaluation, Su Luo had only seen the rankings previously and learned through conversation that there were specific scores, although the means to check them were rather cumbersome. With Wang Yu's assistance, Su Luo finally accessed his score. For the vocational assessment, it stood at an astonishing 49,000 points. Goodness, he had always presumed others performed poorly in their vocational evaluations. Never did he imagine his own score would be so exceptional. The average score was 41,000. Wang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Su Luo rubbed his nose, speculating. "Perhaps the examiners deemed my potential extraordinary, haha." Chapter 40, The Carriage. It appeared that the maximum score for both assessments was 50,000. However, considering that his average score was over 40,000, which was merely in advance of 2 ranks from an individual score of 32,000, it seemed that those at the forefront had a qualitative edge over those behind. As the crowd dispersed, Wang Yu graciously hosted a gathering for the students of the Muyu class. At the dining table, discussions of aspirations flowed freely. Wang Yu had been accepted into a prestigious Knight Academy, and it appeared that a master from his family was also employed nearby at that institution, likely to provide him with some guidance. After a day of rest, the school authorities announced their intention to transport all students accepted into first-rate universities to Phoenix Great City, likely due to the Lord of Fengtong City having been psychologically impacted by the assassins of the Enling clan, fearing mishaps on the journey. In the early morning, the group organized their belongings and arrived at the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion, where an official teleportation array was situated. This was Su Luo's first experience aboard a teleportation array. Previously, he had never availed himself of the opportunity due to the exorbitant cost. The fare for short-distance teleportation approached 100,000, a sum that Su Luo, constrained by poverty, could only regard with longing. Wang Yu embraced Su Luo, bidding farewell. "Once I reach Phoenix City, I shall continue my journey to the Sacred Unicorn Academy, until fate crosses our paths again." Su Luo replied, "Until we meet again." As the teleportation array activated, ethereal lights flickered, and Su Luo's party materialized within the barracks of the Phoenix City Guard. guided by the soldiers. Su Luo exited the barracks and found himself once more on the familiar main thoroughfare of Phoenix City. However, his mindset was markedly different this time. What shall I do next? The students of the Dream Academy must wait until next month to enter. It seems that the acceptance letter stated that those bearing the admission notice and a token would be collected at the designated time. But how would this collection occur? Confused, Su Luo detached the token from the acceptance letter, revealing a ring adorned with a unique, radiant gemstone. Within the gem, colorful mist flowed endlessly, at times dim and profound, at others dazzlingly bright. Oh well, I shall simply cultivate while I wait. Su Luo returned to his previous residence at the training center, booking a room for another month. His funds were about to dip below 5 million, and he had initially intended to acquire a set of lower-tier rare equipment. But it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. All I must do now is patiently await the next chapter. Gazing out at the familiar scenery, Su Luo closed his eyes, finding solace in his cultivation to gain experience. A month later, Su Luo calculated the time. After tonight, he would be entering the Dream Academy. His 3 cherished pets were stored in the beast space. And through diligent training over the past few days, Su Luo had leveled up. Current status: Name: Su Luo. Level: LV32. Main profession: Beastmaster. LV19. Secondary profession: Knight Apprentice. LV9. Student. LV10. Attributes: Strength 53, 10 from equipment, Agility 51, 13, Constitution 54, 19, Intelligence 54, Spirit 57, 15, Charm 135, -75, Talent, Tree of Life. Second Order. LV18. Professional skills: Friendship Pact. LV20. Mind Communication. LV20. Beast Space. LV20. Spirit Fusion. LV19. Battle. LV19. Spirit Body. LV18. Incineration. LV18. Ice Body. LV19. Steel Rampart. LV15. General Skills: Intermediate Detection. LV20. Spirit Pet Nourishment. LV20. Riding. LV10. Beginner Body Refinement. LV19. Introduction to Spirit Techniques. LV20. Swordsmanship. LV15. Beast Pets: White Feather. LV38. Exotic Feather Eagle. Red Flame. LV36. Blazing Spirit Tiger. Blue Ice. LV37. Frost Spirit Tiger. Equipment: Archmage Sparebone Staff. Wild Forest Beastmaster's Set 7. Standard Space Ring, Small Space Ring, Dream Academy Ring, Charm Concealment Waste Token. The Charm Concealment Waste Token, a fine-grade second-order spirit artifact, was nearing expiration. Alas, a trinket costing tens of thousands. It seems I shall need to acquire a rare-grade item in the future. Even a rare spirit artifact could be obtained for just over 1 million. 2 minutes remaining. 1 minute left. For reasons unknown, as the time drew near, Su Luo felt increasingly anxious. When the time arrived, Su Luo activated the ring with his own spiritual energy. He then launched a beam of special light into the sky. It appeared to have no reaction. Su Luo murmured, could it be a scam? Surely not. A swirling vortex materialized in the sky, spinning continuously, from which a carriage emerged. Slowly descending towards Su Luo's window, a young man clad in red emerged from the carriage, stepping forward and floating in midair, evidently at least a third-tier professional. Are you this year's new student, Su Luo? Yes, Su Luo nodded. Come aboard, there is space within. With that, Su Luo opened the window and leaped onto the carriage. The vehicle appeared wooden, yet upon closer inspection, one could feel the myriad of spiritual runes intricately carved upon it. Far from simple in nature. Noticing Su Luo's clumsy demeanor, the young man smiled, showing no signs of impatience. Once Su Luo felt steady, he pushed open the carriage door and entered. The young man respectfully saluted towards the Lord's mansion before also stepping inside the compartment. The carriage surged into the vortex above and vanished from sight, the sky returning to its tranquil state. Inside the carriage, the space was vast, evidently utilizing a spatial spirit array. The interior resembled a grand hotel, expansive and layered, comparable in size to a large shopping mall, with countless spiritual puppets serving spirit tea, fine wines, and delectable dishes. Su Luo, feel free to indulge in the food and drinks. If you grow weary, select a room for yourself. The ring can activate the door. We should arrive at the academy in approximately a day. Have a pleasant journey. Thank you. And have a pleasant journey, Su Luo echoed. Perhaps due to Su Luo boarding the carriage early, there were few other new students within the compartment. He grabbed a bottle of juice from the table, pouring himself a glass. Gulping it down, he found it quite delightful. Moments later, he observed the young man ushering another new student into the carriage. This newcomer exuded calmness, his demeanor serene and composed, clearly a scion of a prominent family. Upon seeing Su Luo, he nodded in greeting. Su Luo reciprocated the gesture. The young man ascended the stairs and selected a room. The ring emitted a radiant glow, the door swung open, and he entered. shutting the door behind him in one fluid motion. Su Luo contemplated, should I also choose a room? Initially, he had intended to have a late-night snack. He climbed to the second floor, picked a favorable spot, aimed at the door, and activated the ring, causing the door to open. To his surprise, the room was exceedingly spacious, equipped with an abundance of facilities for rest and exercise. Upon stepping onto the cultivation array, Su Luo found it activated automatically. He sensed the concentration of spiritual energy. It was remarkably high, and his experience points surged rapidly. I shan't waste any time, he resolved. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes. Time passed unmeasured until Su Luo finally opened his eyes to discover it was morning. Well, it's time for breakfast, he thought. Arriving at the plaza, he noticed several freshmen engaged in lively conversation, accompanied by their beast companions, a massive rhinoceros grazing on the grass nearby. Wow! Such a grand beast companion even has a designated feeding area? Truly, this is a prestigious beast taming university. Even the carriage for welcoming new students is of such high caliber. Su Luo summoned his 3 adorable pets from the beast space, intending to address his hunger. Chapter 41, The Academy of Infinite Dreams. The 3 mid-tier beast companions were impressive. As Su Luo lowered his head to finish his breakfast, he heard someone express admiration before him. Raising his gaze, he saw a chubby young man, barely reaching 1.7 meters in height, dressed in luxurious attire, clearly from a well-off family, appraising Su Luo's 3 beast companions with keen interest. Seemingly sensing Su Luo's gaze, the young man turned and smiled. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. It's just that acquiring 3 mid-tier beast companions is quite a feat, requiring over 40,000 points in combat assessment. The conversation shifted. Your professional assessment score must be quite impressive, right? Taken aback, Su Luo thought, how did he guess that? Ah well, my professional assessment score is decent, and I passed the internal recruitment directly, Su Luo replied, finishing the last bite of his bun. Standing up, he extended his hand. I'm Su Luo, a freshman this year. The chubby youth instinctively shook his hand. No wonder. Your talents seem well suited for nurturing beast companions, he murmured under his breath. Then, as if realizing, he exclaimed, I'm Shengwan Mingqi, also a freshman from the central region of the Qilin district, haha. Su Luo mused, in the future. Let us not make topic transitions so obvious. Shengwan Mingqi continued, by the way, Su Luo, your beast nurturing skills are quite remarkable. Look at these feathers, this stance. Didn't you just say they were 3 mid-tier beast companions? They are in top tier, so what is so impressive about them? Su Luo teased. Shengwan Mingqi seemed slightly irked. You must be mistaken. These 3 companions clearly broke their bloodline shackles and underwent postnatal evolution. Their potential is far beyond what you see. Look at this mutated eagle. These feathers. He was caressing a green feather of the white-feathered beast, refusing to let go. A mental connection formed. The white-feathered beast interjected, hey, who asked this little blind fool? Then, with a flap of its wing, it sent Shengwan Mingqi spinning. Whoa! Exclaimed Shengwan Mingqi, landing on his back. Su Luo remarked, you touched it. Just give me a heads up next time. The white-feathered beast, acting on reflex, had flung its wing out, and Su Luo couldn't intervene. Shengwan Mingqi got up, brushing off the dust, exclaiming, wow. Su Luo observed, with such force, its strength must be considerable. Its potential rating should be close to 250,000. Right? Noticing Shengwan Mingqi's inquisitive gaze, Su Luo nodded. I estimate I'm not mistaken, he replied. Shengwan Mingqi seemed a bit embarrassed. I've only been focused on your beast companions and haven't shown you mine. Here. Shengwan Mingqi invoked a crimson summoning array, indicating a fire attribute beast companion. A lion materialized before him. Su Luo glanced, realizing Shengwan Mingqi had probably disabled the detection shield. Name, Flame Spirit Saint Lion, Juvenile Phase. Level, LV 41. Attributes, Fire. Strength, 77. Agility, 79. Constitution, 83. Intelligence, 85. Spirit, 94. Charm, 55. Race, Beast Clan, Blessed Individual. Holy Tier Monarch Level Spirit Beast. Skills, Holy Blessing Body, LV 41. Advanced Flame Control, LV 20. Lion King Hunting Technique, LV 19. Evaluation, an exceptionally gifted Flame Spirit Lion, having undergone meticulous cultivation and blessing. Its bloodline potential has advanced to the Holy Beast level, with a potential rating of 1,020,000 and a combat rating of 34,167. Su Luo thought. So it's a holy beast. Could this fellow be from a prominent family? Then he recalled, wait, Shengwan Mingqi? The Shengwan family is well known in the central region of the Qilin district, isn't it? He inquired softly, are you from that family? Shengwan Mingqi quickly waved his hands. No, not that one from the imperial capital. Mine is from the southeastern suburbs of Tianjin City, just a branch of the imperial family. He then gazed longingly at the flame spirit Saint Lion. My family's elders spent a tremendous fortune, nearly a decade's worth of family assets, to acquire this little one. Among our generation, I'm the only one who awakened a blue B-tier talent, which granted me the opportunity to contract with it. He approached the flame spirit Saint Lion, gently stroking its thick fur while wiping away a tear. Haha, I'm so ecstatic to have entered the Academy of Infinite Dreams. I seem a bit out of control. Please excuse my excitement. Su Luo understood, and they began discussing aspects of student life at the Academy, with Shangwan Mingqi sharing some information he had gathered. After parting ways, Su Luo felt a heavy weight in his heart as he recalled their earlier conversation. Undoubtedly, the academic demands at the Academy of Infinite Dreams would not be a walk in the park. The Academy operated on a 10-year educational system. Yet most students left after completing only the fundamental subjects. Only those who achieved a certain level in professional skills or significantly enhanced their own levels could return to continue their studies. 5 years. That was the average time most students spent learning. The first 5 years were dedicated to teaching foundational advanced skills, as well as advanced knowledge, while the fourth-tier forbidden spells and secret techniques were only introduced in the latter half of the decade. Moreover, only exceptional talents had the chance to redeem holy beasts, correct? A fiery determination ignited in Su Luo's eyes. I will undoubtedly be among those exceptional individuals. After a day and night passed, a voice resonated within the space, announcing their imminent arrival at the Academy and urging the freshmen to prepare. Su Luo and Shangwan Mingqi had added each other as friends, intending to assist one another in navigating their studies. As the freshmen disembarked from the carriage, they found themselves in a city beneath a starry sky. Countless floating islands, arranged in perfect order by an unknown force, sparkled with brilliant starlight and enchanting multicolored mist, constantly reminding Su Luo that he was no longer within the borders of the divine Summer Empire. Could it be true that the Academy of Infinite Dreams is indeed founded amidst the stars? Su Luo marveled, previously dismissing it as mere rumor. What should he do next? He felt momentarily lost. At that moment, numerous small, drone-like energy mechanical beings flew in from all directions. Ding-dong, a prompt chimed in Su Luo's ear. Greetings, esteemed Su Luo. I am your temporary steward, designated number 4235, at your service. You have successfully activated the ring of the Academy of Infinite Dreams, and it is now time for you to take residence in your dormitory. Your accommodation has been assigned in the northern domain, within the Storm Dragon community, room 0302. Please follow me. As Su Luo listened to the drone's explanation, he merely shrugged. Guided by it, he boarded a small floating cloud that drifted towards the north, en route to the enigmatic Storm Dragon dormitory. Beep. A message arrived on his phone. Shangwan Mingqi, I have been assigned to the northern domain, Titan community. What about you? Su Luo? Su Luo, northern domain, Storm Dragon community. Shangwan Mingqi, I checked the map, and we are quite close. We might have the opportunity to attend class together. Su Luo, no problem. A map? Su Luo pondered, bemused. Is this the privilege of being a scion of a noble family, possessing knowledge of everything? The temporary steward interjected. I have a map, Su Luo. Would you like to see it? Su Luo, yes, please. The steward projected a map, conveniently displaying their current location as a small black dot. Found it. The Titan community is located to the southwest of Storm Dragon, separated by a mere street. Indeed, it is quite near. Before he realized it, they had arrived at their destination, and the temporary steward announced their arrival. Su Luo looked up at his future abode. Chapter 42, Third Transition, Master Beast Tamer. To Su Luo's surprise, he had anticipated a dormitory building, yet he was met with an entire villa district. A single-story building of 100 square meters, accompanied by a two-story house, boasted an independent courtyard of nearly 300 square meters, complete with a beast shelter and well-equipped training facilities. A small drone chimed in. The temporary steward has completed the task. You may choose to keep me. I can assist you with laundry, reservations stay with me. Su Luo replied, realizing that having a steward would indeed be quite convenient. The small drone exclaimed, I am truly delighted, Su Luo. You can give me a name. Countless names flitted through Su Luo's mind. Little chick, little bird, little steward. Well, how about Xiao Luo? Xiao Luo. Splendid. I finally have a name. The drone twirled jubilantly in the air, guiding Su Luo into his new home. Inside, the facilities were fully equipped. Su Luo retrieved his belongings from his spatial ring, organizing his clothes and luggage, and released his 3 beast companions. The external beast shelter was quite spacious, capable of accommodating more than 5 creatures of the size of Honghua and Lanbing. The little ones curiously played with the training stone locks, while Honghua and Lanbing engaged in playful tussles, stirring up clouds of dust. There is even a place for bathing my beast companions? Su Luo began to explore this feature as well. During the initial 2 months of enrollment, before formal classes commenced, new students had time to acclimatize. Given that the instructors at the university were masters of the third transition, many aspired to attain that level before the official start of the semester. However, this was primarily true for the top-tier universities. Most students in average institutions took 2 to 3 years to progress to the third transition. Recently, Su Luo had been diligently honing his professional level. With just one more level to reach 20 in Beast Taming, he would be eligible for the third transition. He was already over halfway there, and with consistent effort, he anticipated achieving it within 15 to 20 days. The Academy of Infinite Dreams also provided certain subsidies for students transitioning to the third level, requiring only about half the market price, approximately $3 million, to secure it. Furthermore, for students from less affluent backgrounds, interest-free loans were available, which was quite a benevolent offering. Alchemist, knight, shapeshifter, and priest were the primary choices for secondary professions, while blacksmith, tailor, and chef were considered secondary options. However, these were merely for the beast tamer profession. Certain mandatory courses required specific secondary professions. For instance, Su Luo's first-year core course in beast cultivation mandated that students possess alchemy as a secondary profession, with a requirement of reaching Alchemist Apprentice level 10 to complete the course satisfactorily. Fortunately, the prerequisites were not overly demanding, and the first transition profession books were quite affordable. Of course, the basic ones were inexpensive, but the premium versions, which provided substantial experience, were exceedingly costly. Every institution had certain channels to acquire resources, which is why the Academy of Infinite Dreams ranked first in beast taming studies. This was largely due to its affiliation with the Starry Dream Academy and the Academy of Infinite Beast Kings. The unique Star God Dream Dungeon of the Starry Dream Academy produced incredibly rare and precious resources known as Dream Crystals. These could be utilized for myriad purposes, such as enhancing equipment, increasing levels, or boosting attributes. This was merely the most basic application. In more advanced uses, they could create life, ignite divine flames, construct divine realms, and even warp laws, resources universally recognized as the pinnacle among practitioners. Subsequent research revealed that one of the most cost-effective methods was life duplication. For example, using a certain quantity of dream crystals on a holy giant dragon could yield a similar holy dragon or even produce an evil counterpart, the malevolent dragon. This collaboration between the Starry Dream Academy and the Academy of Infinite Beast Kings was precisely for this reason, as the latter truly possessed countless sovereign-level holy beasts. Each student of the Academy of Infinite Dreams received 2 small dream crystals annually. Their efficacy could perfectly elevate a lower-tier servant-level beast companion to upper-tier commander level. However, even after 5 years' worth of dream crystals, it would be impossible to elevate an upper-tier commander-level beast companion to the holy sovereign level, thus highlighting the significant disparity between the 4th transition holy tier and the 3rd transition upper tier. Nonetheless, through information gathered from Shangwan Mingqi, Su Luo learned that there were indeed means to circumvent this. With a month of arduous training and substantial financial expenditure, Su Luo acquired multiple secondary professions while simultaneously reaching level 20 in beast taming, thus qualifying for the 3rd transition to become a master beast tamer. Upon arriving at the transition hall in the northern domain of the Academy of Infinite Dreams, it was evident that the academy was vast. Besides the central teaching area, each cardinal direction held a small city, each equipped with a transition hall, reservations, payments, queuing, and waiting for one's number to be called. Everything proceeded with remarkable speed until it was Su Luo's turn. Entering the chamber of the formation, 4 rare energy crystals floated around him. The spiritual formation activated, harmonizing earth, wind, water, and fire as energies clashed. In the center, Su Luo felt no unusual sensations as the exquisitely pure energy flowed into his body. The system's notification echoed continuously. You have transitioned. Your professional tier has risen. Congratulations on attaining the rank of Master Beast Tamer. You have acquired advanced skills. Servitude Contract LV1, Coordinated Combat LV1. Su Luo's tier elevated, and his status underwent a transformation. Name, Su Luo. Level, LV33. Primary profession, Master Beast Tamer LV1. Secondary professions, Tailor LV10, Alchemist Apprentice LV8, Knight Apprentice LV10, Shapeshifter Apprentice LV5. Attributes, Strength, 53, 10 from equipment. Agility, 51, 13. Constitution, 54, 19. Intelligence, 54. Spirit, 57, 15. Charisma, 145, -85. Talent, Tree of Life 2nd tier LV19. Professional skills, Contract Serving LV1, Cooperative Combat LV1. Telepathic Communication LV20, Beast Mastery Space LV20, Spirit Integration LV20, Conquest LV20, Ethereal Body LV20, Incineration LV20, Ice Form LV20, Meteor Strike LV20, Steel Fortress LV19. General Skills. Intermediate Detection LV20, Beast Companion Nourishment LV20, Riding LV10, Primary Body Refinement LV20, Basic Spirit Arts LV20, Swordsmanship LV16, Beast Companions, White Feather LV39, Exotic Feathered Eagle. Red Flame LV37, Blazing Spirit Tiger, Blue Ice LV39, Frost Spirit Tiger. Equipment. Archmage's Backup Bone Staff, Wilderness Forest Beastmaster Set, 7, Standard Space Ring, Small Space Ring. Dreamscape Academy Ring, Charm Concealment Badge. Truly, this is a top-tier academy for Beastmasters. Even the third transition spirit formations are exceptionally professional, with nary a sensation upon closing and reopening one's eyes. The transition from Beastmaster LV20 to Beastmaster Master LV1 is remarkably swift, unlike that previous incompetent spirit formation master who caused Su Luo immense suffering. As Su Luo specializes in a singular profession and is still youthful, the disparity between his professional level and life level is considerable, a common predicament among collegiate practitioners. Scions of noble families rely on consuming rare potions to enhance their attributes and levels, while those from humble backgrounds must toil diligently. As for Su Luo, I await the Tree of Life to elevate me. Chapter 43, The Sacred Beast Tournament. After all, once the Tree of Life advances, attribute points will increase by hundreds. Who would still endure the arduous grind of training? With the third transition complete, the official school year is about to commence. I heard from Shangguan Mingqi that he too advanced to a third transition Beastmaster 10 days prior. Shangguan Mingqi learned of an upcoming tournament featuring recent graduates and acquired several tickets, inviting Su Luo to join him. Graduates? Ordinary graduates merely complete their studies at the master level, and a Beastmaster would only reach the pinnacle of upper-tier commander level. Typically, that would be the assumption. However, at the Dreamscape Academy where Su Luo studies, there are those who possess peak master-level combat strength even during the entrance examinations. After 5 years of dedicated study, attaining the strength of a fourth transition saint is not beyond possibility. Why ponder so much? We shall see for ourselves. The commercial street in the northern region boasts a grand structure that serves as the combat center, resembling a colossal standing tortoise, covering an area of 200,000 square meters. It can accommodate an audience of 10,000 simultaneously. Su Luo, Shangguan Mingqi, and another newly acquainted friend, rumored to be a freshman this year, arrived together. Shangguan Mingqi. This is Lien Weiwei, the legitimate daughter of the Lien family in the City of Ice. Su Luo, oh greetings. I am Su Luo. Lien Weiwei nods gracefully in acknowledgement. Oh, though her bust is modest, her stature is quite grand, with a neutral attire that might easily be mistaken for a young male from a distance. Upon arriving at their seats, they find themselves in a seemingly favorable location, presumably at the front row, suggesting that Shangguan Mingqi has invested significantly. A rumble resonates as the large screen displays the competitors, Sacred Dragon, Zheng Tai's vs Lion King. Su Luo, the Sacred Dragon. That must indeed be a legitimate fourth transition saint. Su Luo is filled with anticipation for the match. As the lights dim, all attention converges on the arena at the center, the battleground for today's contest. The two competitors make their entrance. The one clad in scaled dragon armor must be the Sacred Dragon, Zheng Tai's, while his opponent, with a dense mane and a golden beard, is the Lion King. Su Luo. The referee places a dream crystal into the apparatus, and a mesmerizing mist envelopes the arena. The scene transforms. The large screen displays a simulated terrain, mountaintop. Match preparation. 3, 2, 1, commence. The Sacred Dragon, Zheng Tai's, first summons a colossal blue dragon, then bites down on his own right hand. With a crack, his form shifts, transforming into a red dragon. This fellow also dabbles as a shapeshifter. Moreover, he has attained the fourth transition saint level. After all, if he can morph into a giant dragon, the opposing Lion King, Su Liwu, summons his beast. A female sphinx with a lioness body and a human face, adorned with wings, a strikingly beautiful creature, far more attractive than the flat-chested Lien Weiwei beside him. TSK. Su Luo clicks his tongue. For some reason, Lien Weiwei, seated a space away, feels a surge of irritation at the sound. The large screen reveals detailed information about the combatants. Name, Illusory Blue Dragon Marisa. Level, LV73. Attribute, Lightning. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragonkin. Illusory Blue Dragon, Saint Tier Sovereign Level Dragon. Evaluation, a normally grown adult blue dragon. Combat power rating 240,000. The information of the giant dragon transformed by Sacred Dragon. Zheng Tai's. Name, Wrathwing Red Dragon, Zheng Tai's. Level, LV71. Attribute, Fire. Strength, Agility. Race. Dragonkin. Wrathwing Red Dragon. Saint Tier Sovereign Level Dragon. Evaluation. Transformed from prolonged use of red dragon blood by a Saint Tier shapeshifter. Combat power rating 160,000. Suluo. That's rather feeble, indeed. The combat power is somewhat lacking. Shangwan Mingqi nods in agreement. Lien Weiwei arrogantly remarks. That's because his shapeshifting skills are unparalleled. A high-level shapeshifter's transformation is often superior to the original. Shangwan Mingqi. Yes, Weiwei has a point. The large screen then displays the details of the Sphinx. Name. Sphinx. Delia. Level. LV77. Attribute. Light. Strength. Agility. Race. Beastkin. Sacred Beast Individual. Saint Tier Sovereign Level Sacred Beast. Evaluation. A sacred beast worshipped by a pyramid tribe. Combat power rating 280,000. Lien Weiwei. Humph. With a combat power of 280,000. How could it possibly be a match for the two dragons with a combat power of 200,000? My judgment. Suluo. That may not be the case. Humph. TCH. Shangwan Mingqi. Wow. The fight has begun. The blue dragon ascends to the skies, unleashing a torrent of lightning breath. The Sphinx conjures a thin golden barrier, unexpectedly managing to block the powerful dragon breath with poise. Zheng Tai's red dragon channels energy, gathering an inferno of flames, exhaling a formidable fire breath from the ground. The Sphinx, Delia, chants an incantation, thickening the barrier slightly. Facing the two dragon breaths, she remains steadfast, seemingly unfazed. Is defense all you can manage? The red dragon speaks. The Sphinx steps aside, revealing a smaller figure, the Lion King, Su Liwu. Clearly, your attacks are too weak. In the audience, Shangwan Mingqi exclaims, "Oh, so this Sphinx is a defensive-type battle pet. Its defensive capabilities are extraordinary. If only my Crimson Heart had such strength." Suluo. You might consider training it to be balanced in both offense and defense. Lien Weiwei scoffs. On stage, the red dragon retorts, "My apologies, Marisa?" The blue dragon, upon hearing the command, soars even higher, summoning a tempest of thunder and lightning. Judgment of the divine thunder. A blinding bolt of lightning, piercing the heavens, strikes down towards the Sphinx below. The Lion King, Su Liwu, displayed a look of keen interest. Divine Guardian. Countless golden runes floated up, forming chains that subsequently coalesced into a cage, firmly safeguarding the lion-bodied, human-faced creature and its Beastmaster standing beside it. As the golden cage was bombarded, the surrounding landscape was thrown into chaos, with molten rocks and charred vegetation. The red dragon, Zheng Tai's, scoffed, "Humph, such formidable defense, like a shell of iron." The Lion King, Su Liwu, retorted, "Do not hold back on skills or spiritual energy. Showcase your true strength." The red dragon, Zheng Tai's, replied, "Since you insist." Double Dragon Forbidden Spell. The red dragon soared upward, intertwining and spiraling with the blue dragon. The forbidden spell, Wrathful Dragon's Annihilation Slash, was a unique attack combining thunder and flame, a sacred-level forbidden spell developed solely for personal use. The two frenzied elemental energies compressed into a semi-transparent blade of light, hurtling towards Su Liwu, destined to obliterate everything in its path. The Lion King, Su Liwu, exclaimed, "Now this attack is far more interesting." Superfusion, Beast and Human United. He first transformed into a golden beast nearly 10 meters tall, then fused with the lion-bodied, human-faced creature. A colossal burst of light erupted, and a gigantic pyramid-like illusion appeared. The blade of light from the Wrathful Dragon's Annihilation Slash struck the apex, as if a gentle breeze had brushed against a massive boulder, remaining utterly unmoved. Chapter 44, The Sacred Beast Exhibition 2. The fused lion-bodied, human-faced beast had the upper body of Su Liwu's lion form and the lower body of the former Delia. The large screen failed to display any information, prompting Su Luo to instinctively use a detection skill. All he received was a string of question marks. Su Luo. The fused lion-bodied, human-faced beast unleashed a punch, and countless golden rays coalesced into a massive golden fist silhouette, crashing towards the distant red and blue dragons. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and the large screen reluctantly revealed the information of the fused lion-bodied, human-faced beast. Name, lion-bodied, human-faced, Su Liwu Delia. Level, LV79. Attribute, light. Strength, agility. Race, Beastkin, Sacred Beast Individual, Sacred Level Monarch Class Sacred Beast. Evaluation, the Lion King Su Liwu, a master of transformation. Fused with his beast, boasting a combat power rating of 450,000. 450,000. Upon seeing this figure, gasps of astonishment filled the venue. This power level surpassed the peak sacred level combat power of 350,000, likely marking the emergence of the legendary super sacred beast, poised to enter the realm of legends. Although both dragons possessed a combat power of 200,000, they paled in comparison. As the smoke dissipated, indeed, the two dragons lay defeated upon the ground, unable to rise again. The mist of dreams emitted a faint glow, and the venue returned to its original state before the competition began. The sacred dragon, Zheng Tai's, shook his head helplessly, approaching the Lion King Su Liwu for a handshake and a brief conversation. Zheng Tai's, I never imagined your combat power would approach that threshold. It seems the champion of this year's exhibition is destined to be you. Su Liwu smiled, merely a temporary surge in power. As for the championship, there is a glimmer of hope, but the odds are not substantial, especially against those kings. Once their conversation concluded, they parted ways, and the competition paused for a break. Shangwan Mingqi, I'm going to buy some drinks. Su Luo, Lian Weiwei, what would you like? Lian Weiwei, I want papaya milk tea. Su Luo inwardly scoffed. For someone like you, just give up, there's no hope. However, a disdainful expression slightly betrayed his thoughts. I want some soda. Lian Weiwei, hey Su, what was that expression just now? Are you looking down on me? Su Luo, I said nothing. Perhaps you misinterpreted. Lian Weiwei, that's exactly what you meant. How about we settle this with a duel outside the arena? Su Luo, who? Shangwan Mingqi, never mind, there's no need for that. Just do me a favor, Sai. Vendor for drinks. A small robot flew over. Shangwan Mingqi, I'll take this one, and that one too. Before long, two small robots carried a large bag of items, seemingly intending to silence the two with physical offerings. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the second match commenced. The large screen displayed the upcoming competitors, the Dominator Dragon Knight, Li Xing, versus the Alpha of the Wolves, Gu Hai. A Dragon Knight clad in full black armor entered from one side, while a youth in leather attire wielding a staff emerged from the other. Su Luo remarked, it appears the dragon race indeed possesses both popularity and strength, as two of the four contestants utilize dragons as their battle pets. Shangwan Mingqi nodded in agreement. That's certainly true. If I had the funds, I would consider acquiring another dragon-type beast. Lian Weiwei countered. While dragon-type beasts are undeniably powerful, the outcome of the battle ultimately depends on the Beastmaster themselves. Shangwan Mingqi acknowledged. That's a valid point. Lian Weiwei continued. Only incompetent Beastmasters exist, not inferior beasts. She then huffed and cast a glance at Su Luo. Su Luo, well, I think the topic of a duel earlier was quite intriguing. Shangwan Mingqi, this meat stall is excellent. Su Luo, you should give it a try. Lian Weiwei, would you like a piece too? Lian Weiwei, no, I want to eat dried fruit. Shangwan Mingqi produced a bag of mango slices and handed it over. As the lighting shifted, the entire audience focused on the central arena where the two competitors stood. The facilities activated, and the dream crystal melted. The arena's infrastructure ensured that neither competitor would suffer injuries. Even if bones were broken, they would recover completely post-battle. The terrain was simulated, resulting in a flat grassland. The battle commenced as both summoned their beasts. The Dominator Dragon Knight was sure to summon a dragon, but the exact type remained a mystery. A black summoning array appeared upon the grass, from which a dark figure emerged, a robust body adorned with imposing black scales, spanning several meters in length. The large screen displayed its information. Name, Chaotic Anti-Magic Tyrant Black Dragon, Chaos Spirit. Level, LV-72. Attribute, Dark. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragonkin, Black Dragon Type, Sacred Level Monarch Class Dragon. Evaluation, a mutated black dragon individual, possessing unparalleled magical prowess and elemental resistance, with a combat power rating of 320,000. Once the summoning was complete, Li Xing leapt into the air, directly mounting the dragon, as he was a true dragon knight. On the opposite side, the Alpha of the Wolves, Gu Hai, summoned a multitude of formations, not just one, but numerous, diverse in color and size. Countless wolves sprang forth from the arrays. The display screen only showed a few of their details, as showing them all would be impractical. Name, Forestwood Wolf King. Level, LV-70. Attribute, Wood. Strength, Agility. Race, Beastkin, Wood Wolf Type, Sacred Level Monarch Class Wolf. Evaluation, the King of the Wood Wolf Pack. Capable of utilizing Wood-type magical techniques and commanding the Wolf Horde, with a combat power rating of 170,000. A giant wolf measuring 7 to 8 meters appeared. Another similar in size. Name, Arctic Ice Wolf King. Level, LV-68. Attribute, Ice. Strength, Agility. Race, Beastkin, Ice Wolf Type, Sacred Level Monarch Class Wolf. Evaluation, the King of the Arctic Ice Wolves possesses the ability to wield ice-based spiritual techniques and command a pack of wolves, boasting a combat rating of 190,000. Additionally, there exists a king of earth and rock wolves, with a combat strength of approximately 170,000. On the surface, the Dragon Knight appears to hold a significant advantage in combat power, as the Dragon Knight form far surpasses the inherent strength of the Black Dragon, which is 320,000. However, the Alpha, Guhai, commands a numerical superiority with countless wolves at his back. The Dragon Knight Li Xing does not linger, unleashing his dragon power. With a powerful flap of his wings and a sweeping tail strike, he disrupts the formation of the wolf pack, sending numerous ordinary upper-tier commanding wolves flying and crashing to their demise. The disparity between a monarch and their subjects is evident. They cannot withstand even a single strike. Several wolf kings ascend, their spiritual energy forming chains that ensnare the rampaging giant dragon from multiple directions. The dominant Dragon Knight, Li Xing, smirks, humph. He unsheathes his dragon spear, cleaving through the three spiritual energy chains with a single strike. With a resounding roar, the black dragon breaks free from all chains. Chaotic Dragon Breath. A flash of black light surges forth as the devastating dragon breath is unleashed. The frontal wolf pack, caught off guard, is annihilated without a trace. The dragon's head controls the expulsion of the breath, moving slowly to widen its area of effect. Soon enough, the dragon breath dissipates, indicating a considerable expenditure of energy. The wolf pack suffers nearly half of its numbers, yet fortunately, the wolf kings remain unscathed. The Dragon Knight Li Xing calls out, "It's time to unleash our ultimate move, Guhai." The Alpha, Guhai, steps forth from behind the three wolf kings, responding positively. Chapter 45, The Sacred Beast Tournament 3. As his words resonate, a tremendous light erupts from his hands, forming a chain composed of countless runes that binds the remaining three wolf kings together in a combination. Below, Su Luo observes, pondering how these beings can merge. "It seems I must learn such a technique in the future. It should be quite easy, right?" A creature reminiscent of the mythological Cerberus appears. Should it be called the hellish three-headed wolf? Information appears on the large screen. Name, combined three-headed wolf. Level, LV75. Attributes, ice, earth, wood. Strength, agility. Race, beast, mystical combination, holy class monarch, sacred beast. Evaluation, Guhai's secret technique combines his wolf kings into a mutable formation, capable of various arrangements. With a combat rating of 380,000. Now, its size surpasses that of the Black Dragon. The three-headed wolf beast gathers energy within its mouths, unleashing a torrent of blue, yellow, and green breath. Ice from the ice attribute, petrification from the earth attribute, and corrosion from the wood attribute. The dominant black dragon does not yield, countering with its own black dragon breath. The clash between the black breath and the tricolored breath results in a standoff. The wolf beast Guhai caresses the bone necklace around his neck, a unique pulse radiating forth, energizing the combined three-headed wolf, amplifying its breath as potency as it steadily advances towards the black dragon. The Dragon Knight Li Xing, helpless, lowers his head as black mist swirls around him. Invoking a secret technique, Dragon King Divine Power. The phantom of a roaring giant dragon materializes behind him. Dragon King Break. The spear extends, unleashing a force that merges with the dragon breath. Boom. A colossal explosion erupts at the point of their clash. Who will prevail, the wolf chief or the dragon warrior? Questions arise from the crowd. As the scene becomes clear, the combined three-headed wolf stands triumphantly atop the black giant dragon, howling towards the heavens. It appears that in the final confrontation, the wolf chief Guhai has emerged victorious. Su Luo, intrigued, neglects a trip to the restroom, eagerly awaiting the final showdown. The ultimate battle between the Lion King and the Wolf Chief will determine who will represent the northern region in this year's four-zone finals. What will be the outcome? Thanks to the use of dream crystals, although the battle is brief, there is little depletion of spiritual energy. Perhaps only mental and emotional energy is consumed. So continuing the competition poses no significant issue. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the final duel commences. Lion King Su Liwu versus Alpha Guhai. The spiritual technique facilities activate, and the mist representing the power of dreams rises. The arena randomly transforms into the banks of a long river. The two stand at opposite ends. Lion King Su Liwu states, "Since we VE revealed our true selves, shall we unleash our ultimate techniques directly?" The Wolf Chief Guhai nods in agreement. As two fourth-turn saints, they understand that the outcome hinges upon their most potent methods. Thus, there is no need to squander time. At the start, since none of the wolf pups were injured, Guhai is capable of summoning more than just one three-headed wolf. 1, 2, 3. Although the third is noticeably smaller, it is indeed a legitimate trio of sacred beasts, each exceeding level 70. Meanwhile, Lion King Su Liwu transforms again into a combined lion-headed beast, boasting an impressive level of 79, making a striking impression. The towering figure, nearly 20 meters tall, charges towards the three-headed wolf, which stands at 10 meters, presenting a significant visual impact. Gasps of astonishment arise from the sidelines. While it seems that Lion King Su Liwu holds the advantage, in reality, he is the one on the defensive. If he cannot defeat his opponent within the time of his combination, the likelihood of his defeat increases substantially. With formidable strength, he strikes downwards, vanquishing the smallest of the three-headed wolves, rendering it limp and unable to continue the fight. However, such a display of power does not come without cost. Even the combined lion-headed beast struggles to catch its breath, the sound of its labored breathing clear to Su Luo at the edge of the arena. The remaining two three-headed wolves attack the combined lion-headed beast from either side relentlessly. The wolf chief Gu Hai employs 3 powerful artifacts in succession. Su Luo deduces that each artifact possesses epic quality, for otherwise, their effects would not be so potent. Each activation imbues the three-headed wolves with renewed vigor, enabling them to unleash formidable combat prowess. "It's over," exclaims Lian Weiwei. Su Luo nods in agreement. "Indeed, it is over." Shangwan Mingqi remarks, "It seems to be a stalemate." Lian Weiwei replies, "As the lion-headed beast faces the full power of the three-headed wolves, it has managed to endure this long amidst such ferocious attacks." Su Luo comments, "This indicates that the wolf chief Gu Hai has no further tricks up his sleeve." Shangwan Mingqi concedes, Yes. Though I cannot fully comprehend, I shall feign understanding. The colossal lion, also the Lion King Su Liwu, is surely nearing the end." The alpha, Gu Hai, gazes helplessly at his 2 remaining three-headed wolves, feeling a mix of reluctance and powerlessness. A massive inverted pyramid silhouette erupts with blinding brilliance. Empowered by the pyramid, the combined lion-headed beast delivers a punch that sends one three-headed wolf flying, followed by another punch that unleashes a golden beam, reducing the last remaining three-headed wolf to ashes. Clang, clang, clang. The victorious bell tolls, the energy of dreams distorting as the arena shifts back to its original form. The Lion King and the Wolf Chief embrace at the center of the arena, seemingly exchanging words. Subsequently, the match concludes, and the lights illuminate the scene. Su Luo remains motionless in his seat for an extended period. Shangwan Mingqi appears somewhat dazed, pondering whether he could ever reach such strength by the time he graduates. Beside him, Lian Weiwei is the first to regain her composure, asserting that with effort, there is still hope. Su Luo, aware that Shangwan Mingqi's beast, the Flame Spirit Sacred Lion, has a potential rating of only 100,000, realizes that achieving such a level in 5 years will be a formidable challenge. Yet, encouragement was chosen. The Academy of Myriad Dreams is replete with countless resources, potions, and the legendary dream crystals. If fortune smiles, there remains a glimmer of hope. Shangwan Mingqi chuckled, "Haha, I knew you would try to console me. I'm off. I know a great teppanyaki place. Dinner is on me tonight." "Great. I shall indulge in vegetables. I've had too much to eat today." After the gathering, Su Luo returned to his room, unable to find peace. Could these fellows truly possess such combat prowess after merely 5 years? Su Luo surmised that they must have entered the academy with already master-level combat skills, just a step shy of the 4th transformation of the Saint rank. As for himself, a commoner student barely entering the 3rd transition to mastery, how could he possibly compare? Never mind. I must remain calm and maintain a tranquil heart, Su Luo reassured himself. That night, Su Luo tossed and turned, sleep eluding him. In the stillness of the night, it felt as if someone had uttered a curse. The following days unfolded with the usual opening ceremony, the mundane class allocations, and distribution of textbooks. The initial phase of the freshman year involved fixed instruction in foundational courses, Beast Mastery Training Method 1, Beast Cultivation Studies 1, Advanced Beastmaster Skills 1, and Techniques for Training Beast Forms 1. This structure allowed students to discover their innate talents and freely choose their areas of specialization. Su Luo, unremarkable, was placed in Class 9 of the Northern Region cohort. During the first monthly assessment, with over 30 classmates, he achieved a rather mediocre rank of 15. It was inevitable, as the top tier consisted of children from noble families with sacred beasts, while the second tier included Su Luo and others possessing superior spirit beasts. The third tier was comprised mainly of those focusing on breeding as a secondary profession. Thus, Su Luo's placement at 15 was entirely within the realm of normalcy. At last, amidst Su Luo's eager anticipation, the Tree of Life completed the digestion of those 2 epic materials, reaching its conclusion. Chapter 46, Talent Advancement, Tree of Life, 3rd Stage. Your talent has advanced to the next stage. Tree of Life Level 2, LV 20, Tree of Life Level 3, LV 1. You have gained a substantial number of attribute points and acquired a new ability, Composite Fruits, which allows for the arrangement and combination of multiple legacy fruits and their attributes. Su Luo opened his eyes and exhaled. Finally, an upgrade. My patience has not been in vain. The tree of life in the background of his talent panel appeared to have transformed, growing larger. But it's merely a background image. It's not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was the new ability and the long-awaited enhancement of attributes. Name, Su Luo. Level, LV36. Main profession, Beastmaster LV3. Secondary professions, Tailor LV10, Alchemy Apprentice LV10. Knight Apprentice LV10, Shapeshifter Apprentice LV6. Attributes, Strength, 100, 10 from equipment. Agility, 113. Constitution, 119. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 115. Charm, 165, -90. Talent, Tree of Life Level 3, LV1. Professional skills, Servitude Contract LV3, Cooperative Combat LV3, Beast Space, Advanced, LV3, Mental Communication, Advanced, LV2, Coordination LV2, Battle Spirit Decision LV2. Summoning Decision LV2, Flame Spirit Decision LV2, Ice Spirit Decision LV2, Metal Spirit Decision LV2, Shapeshifting, Basic, LV6. Universal Skills, Advanced Detection LV5, Pet Food, Rare Level, LV2. Advanced Training Method, Beastmaster Professional Edition, LV3, Advanced Body Refinement Method, Beastmaster Professional Edition, LV2, Riding LV10. Beast Companions, White Feather LV41, Exotic Feather Eagle. Red Fire LV39, Flame Spirit Tiger, Blue Ice LV40, Ice Spirit Tiger. Equipment, Archmage Sparebone Staff, Wild Forest Beastmaster Set, 7, Standard Spatial Ring, Small Spatial Ring. Academy of Myriad Dreams Ring, Charm Concealment Waste Token. Indeed, my attributes have risen to a baseline of 100 points, which is incredibly formidable. Those scions from illustrious families, legendary progeny, and rare treasures they possess merely bolster their physical attributes to a little over 100 at this age. I should learn some advanced master-level skills. However, the Charm Concealment Waste Token is nearing its limits. But recently, my finances are tight, so I shall defer that for the time being. The equipment I acquired during my previous venture into the beginner's dream dungeon pales in comparison to that of others. It cannot rival the elite gear of the noble offspring. Most of their gear is of rare quality, while I am on par with mid-tier students, with only occasional rare items among my weapons and armor. Yet, from their conversations, it seems they all aspire to replace their entire gear with rare-level items. A bunch of overachievers. It seems I too must devise a means to upgrade. Otherwise, I risk losing my rank of 15. The newly acquired ability feels strangely familiar, as if I've encountered it before. Su Luo picked up the Beast Cultivation Studies 2 textbook and discovered a phrase on the last page. The third level of Beast Cultivation will elaborate on the methods for cultivating special super-leading battle pets, primarily through the arrangement of compatible attributes. Synthesizing and cultivating stronger super-leading battle beasts from various matched racial traits. Some exceptional specimens may even transcend their bloodline limitations and become sacred beasts. Students, take heed. Su Luo pondered. It appears my Tree of Life Level 3 ability aligns perfectly with Beast Cultivation 3. This bodes well for my success in completing the course. I've heard that Beast Cultivation 3 resides within the domain of sacred-level cultivators, so it seems I could swiftly ascend to become a sacred-level beast cultivator. Although this profession is somewhat auxiliary, its financial potential is among the highest. After all, knights require battle pets, spirit mages need them for support, and priests and hunters also necessitate them. Not to mention, Beastmasters themselves. Some Beastmasters are not adept at breeding battle pets. It appears my plans may need to be adjusted. Strictly speaking, the first 2 courses require students to dedicate 5 years to complete, while the latter 2 belong to the sacred domain, necessitating students to attain saint-level strength before returning to study. However, the academy does offer certain privileges for prodigies. Initially, Su Luo intended to study in his freshman year, then spend his sophomore and junior years grinding in the dream dungeons and subsequently complete the second course. After all, the dream crystals are both useful and valuable. Rumor has it that they even possess the ability to enhance one's life level and skill level. The senior students he observed during the Sacred Beast Martial Arts competition, who had just graduated yet reached saint rank, surely consumed countless dream crystals to achieve such prowess. Thus, altering my plan to focus on advancing to Beast Cultivation 3 first seems prudent. With the assistance of my talents, I should navigate the assessments with ease. Admittedly, my initial level, attributes, and equipment will be significantly inferior to my classmates. No matter, Su Luo thought, I'm not in a rush. Once I earn the title of Sacred Cultivator, With wealth and resources at my disposal, my level will surely ascend swiftly. Suluo maintained a positive outlook. As midterms approached, the time for assessments arrived. The teaching schedule dictated that every half semester, once the courses were completed, students could engage in enjoyable grinding. However, should students wish to dedicate an entire semester to skill acquisition, that was permissible as well. After all, the courses were laid out for self-selection. The assessment for Beast Cultivation 1 took place in the laboratory, and since it pertained to the master-level Beast Cultivation course, the examination content was related to high-ranking leading spirit beasts. 1. The bloodline advancement of leading spirit beasts from mid-tier to upper tier. 2. Individual adjustment of leading spirit beasts to enhance potential and combat power. 3. Skill training of leading spirit beasts to learn advanced skills. Sulo selected content. After all, with the aid of his innate talent, he completed this assessment swiftly and achieved a commendable score. Gazing at his own results, he felt like a fortunate little fellow. Name: Blood-Sweating Horse. Level: LV 30. Attributes: Earth. Strength: 30. Agility: 60. Race: Beast Clan, Horse Species, Mid-Tier Elite Beast. Evaluation: a top-quality steed from a lower world, possessing both superior speed and endurance, with a potential score of 2,135 and a combat power score of 1601. Closing his eyes to attune with the life tree, he sensed its bountiful fruits. The Dark Warhorse had a compatibility of 63, which was rather low. The Earth Warhorse had a compatibility of 75, which was acceptable. The Gale Warhorse boasted a compatibility of 83, currently the highest. After deliberating for a considerable time, Sulo ultimately chose the Gale Warhorse as his focus. He proceeded to prepare stabilizers and energy agents. The auxiliary robot activated, injecting the stabilizer, while the energy potion was being administered. Shall we use the bloodline potion? Sulo commanded. Use the bloodline potion. Previously, he had transformed the Gale Warhorse's inheritance fruit into juice and stored it in a test tube. The evolution commenced. 10, 20. Thanks to the instruments aiding him, the evolution speed was remarkably rapid. The chestnut-colored Earth Horse underwent a significant transformation, its physique becoming more imposing, as the wind elemental's spiritual energy instinctively clung to its form. Sulo cast a glance. Name: Hybrid Bloodline Horse. Level: LV 28. Attributes: Earth. Strength: 36. Agility: 77. Race: Beast Clan. Horse Species: Upper Tier Commander Beast. Evaluation: a mid-tier elite steed, enhanced by a certain breeder, its potential elevated to upper tier commander level, with a potential score of 13,135 and a combat power score of 7,825. The assessment materials were provided by the institution, and of course, the bloodline potion was stored in Sulo's spatial ring. The condensation of the inheritance fruit required a substantial amount of vitality and spiritual energy, both of which Sulo had previously accumulated. Sulo raised his hand. Teacher, I have completed it. An elderly man, engrossed in his newspaper, lifted his gaze. Oh, so soon. Chapter 47. Sacred Stage Inheritance Fruit. Sulo did not need to monitor the breeding progress, as the inheritance fruit was straightforward and unrefined. In fact, other students had also completed their tasks, yet they had to wait for their transformations to conclude. Sulo, on the other hand, finished promptly. The breeding instructor, a seasoned master, approached Sulo's creation. Let me take a look. Ah, it appears quite decent, showing traces of special potions. I presume you utilized your talent for processing it. The old professor then scrutinized it and began sketching in his notebook. Teacher Tsong. Have I passed the assessment? The old professor lazily replied. You have indeed passed, with commendable results, receiving an A grade. A passing score of C was the minimum required, as some individuals were simply not adept in such tasks. Reflecting on his plans, Sulo inquired, Teacher Tsong, may I enroll in Beast Mastery Breeding 2 after the midterm? Teacher Tsong furrowed his brows momentarily, but then relaxed. Oh, are you in a rush? This pertains to Sulo's future resources, so he was indeed anxious. I've heard that students from other classes have already registered, and then Teacher Tsong interrupted. Yes, you may proceed. Sulo exclaimed, and then may? Thank you, teacher. Why so straightforward? I've heard that other students need to undergo another assessment. Teacher Tsong remarked, however, your alchemy level is rather low. To partake in Beast Mastery Breeding 2, your alchemy level must reach that of an alchemist. However, after the midterm, you will be allocated a certain quota of dream crystals, which you can utilize to enhance your alchemy level. 1 unit of crystal should suffice. With that, he turned and departed. Watching the receding figure, Sulo shouted his heartfelt thanks and then exited the classroom with enthusiasm. Teacher Tsong glanced at Sulo's retreating silhouette, reminiscing about his youth when he envied those endowed with breeding talents. Their enhancements to potions and targeted evolution of battle pets were realms unattainable for mere mortals like himself. Yet now, The path of breeding science required genius to pave the way. With the conclusion of the freshman midterm assessments, Sulo earned A grades in 2 subjects and B grades in others, placing him at a rather unremarkable class rank of 15. Sulo sighed as he held his report card, realizing that his performance in the combat examination had hindered him. He crumpled the report card and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Sulo retrieved an item from his spatial ring, a unit of dream crystal recently distributed by the institution. He was only able to claim the most basic unit of low-tier dream crystal, yet its value was astronomical. Although its maximum efficacy approached merely 500 W, its versatile applications kept its market value hovering between 700 W and 800 W. Staring at the shimmering dream crystal, Sulo's eyes glimmered with fascination. Name: low-tier dream crystal. Type: material. Attributes: none. Quality: rare. Remarks: a universal material, capable of enhancing equipment, replicating life and items, elevating skills and levels, possessing a degree of reality-distorting capabilities. Sulo shook his head, regaining his focus. It seemed that students in his class with less favorable conditions had opted to sell theirs for cultivation materials. Most students chose to enhance their equipment, especially since post-midterm, they could engage in frenzied dungeon runs. While enhancing equipment might incur some losses, it was still timely and situational. Occasionally, some would use it to improve the qualifications of their battle pets. Initially, Sulo had intended to reinforce his gear. However, he resolved to adhere to his decision and not waver. System prompt: you have utilized a low-tier dream crystal on your secondary profession, Alchemy Apprentice LV10. Alchemy Apprentice LV10 has reached its maximum level of Alchemist LV20. Further advancement is not possible. Please proceed to the next tier. Sulo took out the prepared Alchemist job transfer scroll and used it directly. Alchemist Apprentice LV20 has advanced to Alchemist LV5. The exquisitely crafted transfer scroll, purchased at a hefty price, typically sold for around 100,000, while this particular refined version had a certain enlightenment effect, costing Sulo over 300,000. Exhaling, Sulo noted that he had a small fragment of dream crystal remaining, approximately 0.3 units. I'll keep it. It may come in handy. After the midterm, students who opted for the dungeon runs began to venture forth, typically 3 times a week. Those who chose to continue their studies only had a guaranteed weekly session on weekends. The disparity in resource acquisition was threefold. However, this merely reflected different choices in timing. It remained uncertain whether some individuals' mentalities would fluctuate. Nonetheless, any change of heart would have to wait until the second half of the semester. Sulo, accompanied by fellow students who were not particularly adept in combat and chose to continue their studies, walked out of the classroom. On the way back to the North District dormitory, they encountered the group of students who had opted for dungeon runs, exchanging friendly greetings. Observing their levels, Sulo noted a significant shift in the mental state of most. Has it only been 2 weeks? How come most of them have surpassed level 40 already? It was inevitable, as they had gained substantial experience while also collecting dream crystals, resulting in a dual speed advantage. I plan to stop studying next semester and spend the entire term grinding dungeons. I was thinking the same. Shall we team up then? Go on. Beastmasters don't team up. Everyone prefers to solo. Oh, dear brother, please take me along. Sulo expressed a tinge of envy. Over the course of 2 weeks, he had ventured into the lowest tier of the War Dream dungeons twice, each time yielding a meager fraction of a unit of dream crystals. At long last, he had assembled a complete lower-grade dream crystal. Coincidentally, the Sacred Bird's inheritance fruit had just finished condensing. When Sulo learned that dream crystals could enhance the completion level of his beast companion's bloodline advancement, he had long been eager to experiment with the effects of combining it with his own inheritance fruit. That night, in Sulo's alchemy chamber, phew, the stabilizer and energy solution have been perfectly prepared. Now it's time to. Sulo summoned Baiyu, who was circling outside, into the room. Baiyu gracefully landed on the large bird perched within. Through their mental connection, Sulo inquired, Baiyu, are you ready? Baiyu replied, I've been ready for ages. Boss. Without hesitation, Sulo simulated the use of the inheritance fruit combination. He discovered that most superior avian combinations paled in comparison to the compatibility with the sacred grade azure bird's inheritance fruit. It seems that, ultimately, even the leaders cannot rival the sacred beasts. Spirit azure bird inheritance fruit, compatibility at 87. Would you like to use it? Sulo decisively responded, use it. Rare material detected, lower grade dream crystal detected, exhibiting favorable effects. Would you like to proceed? Sulo stated, bring it forth. It is intended for your use. Proceed. After being injected with the auxiliary potion, Baiyu welcomed the radiance emanating from the inheritance fruit and dream crystal. Evolution progress. 10, 11. Sulo waited patiently, assessing the speed of the transformation. After using the Dream Crystal, the potential was indeed remarkable, and the evolution speed had significantly accelerated. As for whether the investment was worthwhile, it would ultimately depend on the outcome of Bayu's evolution. 3 days later, Bayu completed its evolution. The status bar transformed. Name, Bayu, Azure Feather Eagle. Level, LV 40. Attributes, Thunder, Wood. Strength, 70. Agility, 73. Constitution, 102. Intelligence, 126. Spirit, 125. Charm, 75. Race, Avian Clan, Sacred Bird Entity, Sacred Grade Monarch Level Spirit Beast. Skills, Sacred Thunder Forbidden Spell, LV1. Gale Forbidden Spell, LV1. Wind Thunder Incarnation, LV20. Apex Predator, LV1. Sacred Feather /LV1. Evaluation. Fortunate recipient of the Sacred Bird Inheritance. Bloodline elevated to Monarch level. Potential score 2, 230, 000. Combat power score 33, 333. Upon waking, Su Luo summoned Bayu while brushing his teeth. Marveling at the effectiveness of the Dream Crystal. Not only had it accelerated Bayu's metamorphosis, but it also facilitated the perfect absorption of the inheritance fruit. It seems that the Sacred Bird possessed moderate potential among the sacred tiers. Typically, advancing the bloodline of beast companions incurs a certain degree of potential loss, which trainers endeavor to mitigate through various means. The Dream Crystal perfectly compensated for this loss, and if there were enough, it could even enhance potential. Now, within the Dream Dungeons, I possess a certain capability to influence events. The lowest tier Dream Dungeon, open to students, features a final boss with the strength of a super beast, situated between Monarch and Leader levels, with a combat power score ranging from 350, 000 to 100, 000. Most Dream Dungeon bosses at this level hover between 50, 000 and 80, 000. Students must possess top-tier leader-level beast companions to contend with them. Those with combat power below 30, 000 can only play a supporting role. Previously, Su Luo could only harvest a fraction of a unit of Dream Crystals after each dungeon run. Whenever he engaged in excessive slaying, the Super Beast boss would take notice, leading to his swift demise without the chance to escape. However, with Bayu's combat power now elevated to 330, 000, he could finally escape should the need arise. On the weekend, the entrance to the Dream Dungeon buzzed with activity. Most students opted for a route of grinding on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. With only the first run being free, the subsequent 2 required a ticket price of 2 units of Dream Crystals. Su Luo, determined to make the most of the free slots, attended every weekend, even if just to play a minor role. Even those specializing in auxiliary life skills would not squander the opportunity, as the guaranteed 1 units of Dream Crystals could fetch a considerable sum. Group 1 will commence once we reach 100 members. A voice boomed. Su Luo had arrived early and had already joined, gazing at the adjacent life skill group. He wore a satisfied smile. The more individuals with lower combat power, the more they could shield him from harm, thus enhancing his potential rewards, especially now that Bayu had completed its transformation. As he looked into the distance, he felt confident that he would last until the end and face the super beast in combat. A nearby girl chuckled, "Though you're a bit stronger than me. We usually emerge together. With our levels, we might as well embrace our role as mere onlookers." Su Luo tilted his head. Hello? I am Su Luo. I am Ji Huishan. Shall we add each other as friends?" The cheerful girl with black twin tails suggested. Su Luo graciously accepted her friend request. How could he refuse a girl, especially one with such charming twin tails? Ji Huishan stood nearly 7 meters tall, donned in black iron armor, and wielded a massive sword on her back. Surprisingly, she was a spirit beast knight. After utilizing her skills, her combat power likely neared 30, 000, akin to Su Luo's previous state. As the group filled to 100, the low-tier Dream Dungeon's Beast King conflict commenced. The portal transformed into a swirling vortex, and the members of Group 1 vanished in a flash of light. Ji Huishan called out, "Let us help each other if the opportunity arises." And with that, she too disappeared in a brilliant flash. Su Luo shrugged, realizing that, at this interval, they likely wouldn't be grouped together. In the final dungeon square, the largest group dissipated, leaving a spacious area behind. The square remained bustling with small groups waiting for friends and guilds recruiting fighters. As the light dimmed, the scene shifted dramatically. The Golden Saber Lion and the Blood Magic Black Ape clashed for reasons unknown. As a mercenary hired by the Blood Magic Black Ape, your current task is to eliminate the Golden Saber Lion's Super Beast minions. Preparation for battle begins in 100 seconds. Please get ready. Su Luo found himself on a vast plain, with a dark forest behind him and an endless green prairie ahead. He could clearly see a horde of beasts charging toward him. In 2 minutes, the 2 armies would officially engage in combat. Su Luo released 3 of his beast companions, spacing them several dozen meters apart. Otherwise, they risked being taken out together by the super beast boss's fierce attacks if they stood too close during an elemental onslaught. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a group of level 20 to 30 monkeys, along with a towering, white-haired, black-skinned ape of around level 50. Monkeys, huh? Su Luo murmured to himself. Transformation spell activate. In a flash of light, Su Luo morphed into a diminutive yellow monkey and seamlessly blended into the logistics crew of small monkeys. He busily helped organize fruits and utensils, rushing about as he had done previously to earn points. As an apprentice-level shapeshifter, Su Luo could currently only transform into a wolf, a large bird, a monkey, or a few other low-level creatures. The combat capabilities are limited, yet the art of disguise remains intact. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated ahead. Thus began the encounter. Su Luo initiated a mental connection with his beasts. Prior to the battle, he unleashed several advanced skills upon the trio, enhancing their combat prowess. With ample spiritual energy at his disposal, Su Luo intended to gradually recuperate during the final showdown, ideally reaching a state of full readiness. Ahead, the monkeys and mercenaries had already encountered an assault from a horde of beasts. The giant eagle and dragon ascended, while the colossal bear and werewolf charged forth. It appeared that Su Luo's allies had made their move, albeit they were also his adversaries. Within the shared vision bestowed by Baiyu, a 3-meter-tall dog-headed humanoid wielding a massive axe dispatched 3 leader-class black wolves in quick succession, only to be overwhelmed by the wolf pack, alongside its Beastmaster. Torn to pieces. Damn it, another one bites the dust. The temporary black-clad Beastmaster had been grumbling. It was an unfortunate fate for those stationed at the front lines. The most perilous position, always the first to perish. Su Luo, transformed into a small yellow monkey, concealed himself among the boxes alongside a cadre of frightened primates. Amidst the trembling troop, one small monkey stood resolutely, its demeanor slightly out of sync with the rest. The elemental spirit tigers, Honghua and Lan Bing, had already dispatched 2 lower-tier beasts. Receiving Su Luo's directive, Baiyu's attack speed was not as rapid, yet still managed to eliminate 3 foes. Should they sustain severe injuries or approach the brink of death, Su Luo planned to forcibly withdraw them into the beast space to conserve their combat strength and vitality. Of course, Su Luo was not alone in this strategy. However, those with lower combat capabilities, engaged in their mundane professions, found it exceedingly challenging to contend with opponents of the same leader class rank without their beasts. Thus they had no choice but to lead the charge. Chapter 49, A Sudden Turn of Events. Within the mental connection, a tremor coursed through the vision transmitted by Lan Bing. Moments later, Lan Bing soared far away, revealing a metallic, black-armored canine monstrosity within its field of vision. The creature pounced upon Lan Bing, tearing at the ice shield encasing the ice spirit tiger. The powerful jaws rendered the icy defenses utterly ineffective, scattering ice crystals everywhere. Lan Bing, lacking in brute strength, could only endure the humiliation of being overpowered by such an adversary. Of course, in the absence of its Beastmaster. A forced recall manifested before Su Luo in the form of a small, swirling spiritual array, resembling a dark abyss. Following suit, a matching array appeared behind Lan Bing, engulfing it. The black-armored iron dog was startled, leaping aside to evade the approaching array, only to realize that its previous prey, the blue cat, had vanished without a trace. With a disgruntled snort, it expressed its displeasure. Meanwhile, Su Luo, still reeling from having forcibly summoned Lan Bing back, felt a rush of anxiety. Where had such a creature come from? Although it was a considerable distance away, its single strike had incapacitated the relatively resilient Lan Bing. Revealing the extent of its injuries, internal damage was evident. To suppress a combat power nearing 20,000, Lan Bing must be a top-tier leader-class beast, boasting over 30,000 in combat strength. After all, this was a 100-person war instance. Such formidable monsters were not entirely uncommon. Instinctively, Su Luo directed Honghua and Baiyu to steer clear of that area. Had that black dog attacked Honghua, given the latter's agility, it likely would have been instantaneously dispatched. Su Luo could not have pulled it back in time. Before long, Su Luo heard the sounds of a colossal battle erupting ahead. Through Baiyu's perspective, he could clearly observe the familiar figure of the black dog engaged in fierce combat with a silver-armored monkey leader. Both were adept in physical combat, rugged and resilient. The clash was visceral, marked by brutal exchanges. After watching for a spell, Su Luo shook his head to regain focus, issuing commands for Baiyu and Honghua to provide mutual cover while they systematically eliminated the opposing leader-class beasts. With the 2 higher-tier leaders engrossed in their savage duel, Su Luo seized the opportunity to reap rewards. 1, 2. It appeared this harvest would be bountiful, with current gains already doubling. Indeed, having top-tier leader-class beasts proved immensely gratifying. At the very least, he could secure 4 units of dream crystals, with potential for more. On the battlefield, the magic apes were evidently gaining the upper hand, yet the ultimate outcome would hinge upon the events unfolding in that vicinity. As the smoke dissipated from the center of the battlefield, the sounds of fierce combat faded. Through Bayu's vision, Su Luo scrutinized the scene. They had triumphed. A wave of elation washed over him. After all, it was far better for the leader to emerge victorious than to suffer defeat. The silver-armored magic ape held the remnants of the black dog's body, the other half shattered beyond recognition. However, upon observing the nearly torn-apart upper body of the silver-armored magic ape, the victory felt hard-won. We won. At least 1 additional unit of dream crystals was secured. A jubilant figure leaped in celebration, likely one of Su Luo's Beastmaster allies. Howling, the silver-armored magic ape released a triumphant roar, expressing its fervor. Su Luo beckoned the fiery spirit tiger to return to his side, intending to cast a healing spell. Observing the bloodied Honghua, he felt a pang of sympathy. Despite being a 5-meter-long behemoth, in Su Luo's heart, it remained his beloved red cat. Look at the state you're in. Come here. Suddenly, a potent sense of danger surged through Su Luo from Bayu's perception. Wait, what's this? Bayu is descending. No sooner had he thought this than a colossal figure struck, obliterating the howling magic ape into dust. Su Luo thought, well, if the leader was taken down so easily, the true master must have arrived. Once again, Su Luo transformed back into the small monkey form, discreetly following the main group as they retreated, muttering, "Serves you right for howling. You summoned the super beast boss to our position." It was likely that the top-tier combat power of this region had arrived. The black dog's swift demise and the proximity of the super beast boss, combined with the reckless howling of a certain individual, culminated in the swift execution of their leader, the raucous magic ape. The jubilant Beastmaster ally who had celebrated earlier was also dispatched in a flash of golden energy. Leaving no trace behind, Bayu had landed on the ground as the magic ape began to retreat. Through the earlier shared vision from Bayu, Su Luo discerned which boss had arrived. Although he hadn't employed a detection spell, Su Luo recalled having purchased a guide at the entrance of the instance, which detailed its information. The Flying Lion Wolf Beast? Name, Flying Lion Wolf Beast. Level, LV59. Attributes, Wind, Earth. Strength, Agility. Race, Beast. Hybrid, Super Leader Class Beast. Evaluation, formed from an unknown power, a fusion of the Wolf Leader and the Master Leader, combat power rated at 43,000 to 56,000. The earlier the beast appears, the stronger its power. It was likely that the creature before Su Luo was at full capacity, nearing 560,000 in combat strength. Then, the Flying Lion Wolf Beast flapped its wings and soared into the sky, seemingly preparing to ravage other regions. Su Luo exhaled a sigh of relief, offering a moment of silence for his companions in that direction. Their scoring journey had come to an end. Casting his gaze upon the pursuing horde, a flash of crimson light ignited in Su Luo's eyes. With their leader departed, did they still dare to pursue? Summoning 3 of his beasts to the forefront, he proclaimed, "To battle! Spiritual form! Incinerate! Ice body!" Then came the meteor strike. The target of the meteor strike, of course, was the already buffed Bayu. Aimed squarely at the heart of the enemy horde, Bayu unleashed the full force of its storm and lightning transformation. Boom! Su Luo launched Bayu into the heart of the beast horde. The embodiment of wind and thunder unleashed tremendous power. However, it was not sufficient to obliterate a commander-level beast in an instant. The time had come to employ a secret technique. The Holy Thunder Forbidden spell was activated. Bayu ascended to the Holy Bird bloodline, possessing the potential of the sacred tier, though it came with significant consumption. In that moment, Bayu emanated an awe-inspiring presence. Surrounded by swirling wind and thunder, inflicting injuries upon numerous commander-level beasts. A handful of these beasts, approximately around 20,000 in strength, lingered at the periphery, sustaining only minor wounds. Enraged, they charged towards the source of their suffering. Then, a heavy cadence erupted from Bayu's beak, accompanied by an indescribable pressure. A few more agile beasts, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee. But was there time? A furious thunderstorm erupted, lightning tearing in all directions. Its simplicity resembled the lowest-tier lightning spiritual technique, yet the power was unparalleled. Wherever the lightning struck, even commander-level beasts were reduced to mere ashes. The area surrounding Bayu transformed into a vast expanse devoid of beasts. Amidst the smoke, the presence of their leaders dissipated. The beast horde collapsed, fleeing in disarray. The previously unaware apes began their pursuit. Su Luo knelt on the ground, realizing that Bayu's spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain the holy tier skill. He himself was nearly drained. Should anyone from the beast horde venture into the explosion's epicenter, they would discover the once mighty Azure Eagle, now sprawled helplessly like a puddle of mud upon the ground. Chapter 50, A Struggle for the Kill. Su Luo ordered Lan Bing to come and retrieve him, and she hoisted him onto her back. Taking advantage of the moment when the beast horde was distracted, they reached the explosion's center and recalled Bayu. He then commanded Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan to find a secluded corner on the battlefield to recuperate. By a small earthen mound, Su Luo instructed Hong Hua to create a cave. He retrieved a sleeping bag from his spatial ring and laid down inside, seeking rest. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted," he sighed. Lan Bing stood guard at the cave entrance while Hong Hua tended to the fire, roasting meat for Su Luo. Carefully, Hong Hua picked up a skewer of roasted meat and approached Su Luo, who communicated telepathically. "Hong Hua, Su Luo, I've finished roasting." "Su Luo, you're so slow." He took a small knife, cut off a piece, and chewed a couple of bites. The flavor was satisfactory, and his culinary skills had evidently improved. "Well done," Su Luo praised, patting Hong Hua's large head. Hong Hua gulped, his throat dry. "Su Luo, why don't you have some too?" Hong Hua, "Well, since you insist, I suppose I will." "Su Luo, you're quite welcome." Fortunately, Hong Hua had roasted enough, with over 20 pounds on a single skewer. He called Lan Bing, who was keeping watch at the entrance, to come and help slice some roasted meat. The three of them relished their meal inside the cave. As Su Luo regained some strength, he checked the time. It was nearly time to rejoin the fray. Unbeknownst to him, they had rested for an hour and a half, and the conflict was likely nearing its conclusion. Would they emerge victorious this time? Indeed, the battle group often faced defeat, boasting a win rate of merely 65. Su Luo had fought 3 times before, suffering 1 loss. That particular match had featured an exceptionally powerful final boss, with a combat strength exceeding 80,000, while his side had not a single member nearing 50,000, leaving them to swallow their defeat. This time, the enemy's strength was around 50,000, and although his teammates were somewhat inexperienced, Su Luo estimated that a few among them boasted strengths of 30,000 to 40,000. A system alert blared. "Warning! Warning! The Super Beast boss has arrived at the battlefield center and has slain the great magic ape leader. All participants, advance to engage, to defeat or subjugate the final boss and achieve victory." Su Luo finished the last few pieces of roasted meat and stood up. With Lan Bing and Hong Hua's appetites, they had consumed everything in just a few bites. Subsequently, Hong Hua had been watching Su Luo eat with longing eyes. Although Bayu had not fully recovered, it still possessed a measure of combat strength. He released Bayu from the beast space. Telepathic connection. "Bayu boss, I'm back to full strength." "Wait, what is that smell? Is it roasted meat?" Su Luo, ahem. Hong Hua, Azure Feathered Bird, we just finished eating, and it was delicious. "Bayu boss, you didn't call me for the roast meat." Su Luo, recovery is our priority. After we finish this dungeon, we will hold a barbecue party in the courtyard. Bayu, all right. Su Luo took out a saddle and placed it onto Lan Bing's back. "Let us depart." The beast taming squad set forth towards the battlefield center where the boss awaited. Along the way, Su Luo encountered several other participants, numbering only a few, around a dozen. As they ventured closer, the landscape was littered with the corpses of monkeys and beasts, and the carnage intensified as they approached the center. They could hear the sounds of battle growing increasingly distinct. Clearly, those skilled players had already been engaged in combat for some time. Aha, this time we should be secure. Beholding the Super Beast's dire state, Su Luo turned to observe a massive creature relentlessly attacking. Someone scanned. "Super Beast boss, current combat strength 430,000. Charge, brothers." The newly arrived dozen individuals began to bombard the boss furiously. The group previously battling the boss appeared to be a small team. The leader, a young man with purple hair, glanced disdainfully at the greedy pack. "Uff, they're too slow." Beside him, a heavily armored man inquired, "Captain, what should we do?" The so-called captain, visibly irritated, retorted, "What else can we do? Unleash full firepower. Attack." "All right," the frightened armored man replied softly. A dazzling array of colorful orbs rained down upon the boss, gradually wearing down the flying lion wolf beast's energy shield. "Watch out. The boss is about to unleash a powerful attack," someone shouted. The remaining members of the 100-person team were either formidable fighters or cunning strategists. In an instant, they scattered like leaves in the wind. Only the aforementioned skilled team remained, trapped too close to the boss. The captain grimaced, "TCH, Captain, should we run too?" the armored man asked. The captain replied, "Run? At this distance?" Reluctantly, he withdrew a scroll, examining its intricate patterns, indicative of a high-level spell. "Everyone gather here. Those with large beasts, return them to the beast space." A teammate rushed over. Great forest S trees, great river S waters, elven wind, eternal starlight. The young man recited. Please protect us, elven guardian spell. A surge of energy enveloped their location as a protective barrier began to rise, glowing with ethereal green lights, the essence of the elves. The super beast boss, the flying lion wolf beast, was preparing a powerful dual wind and earth skill. The ground trembled. The earth crumbled, and a fierce gale swept through, kicking up dust and debris. Where the wild winds blew, rocks shattered into sand. In truth, the super beast boss's initial target was not everyone present, but solely the group relentlessly attacking beneath it. Die! It roared, unleashing a whirlwind of sand. The dust-laden tornado collided with the elven protective barrier, producing an earth-shattering sound. Boom! The enormous noise echoed, then abruptly ceased. Hiding behind distant rocks, Su Luo listened intently. The sound had stopped. The ultimate move should have concluded. Baiyu, acknowledged boss. Baiyu spreads his wings and soars. In the shared vista, he gazes upon the dramatically transformed landscape below, witnessing the tragic remnants of a once mighty squad, now reduced to merely 2 or 3 members, likely succumbing to the overwhelming onslaught of the super beast boss's ultimate attack. Above, the weary super beast boss, having unleashed its powerful strike, now appears drained. It is time to engage. Su Luo springs into action. 3 summoned beasts charge forth. In the corner, the remaining temporary allies emerge, their eyes glinting with fervor as they rush towards the boss. It seems that whoever deals the final blow will receive a reward, though Su Luo is uncertain of its magnitude, having never claimed one before. However, it is rumored that at the very least, it would yield a unit of lower-grade dream crystals, which hold considerable value. Spirit form, incinerate, ice body. 3 advanced spiritual techniques are unleashed, simultaneously exhausting Su Luo's energy. From here on, it is up to you, he observes from a distance as the summoned beasts surge towards the super beast boss in the sky. The current pitiable state of the super beast boss suggests it possesses at most 40,000 combat power. The additional 30,000 combat power of the summoned beasts should prove more than a match. Darn it, it's mine. Blood rage. Dragon power. A crimson flame dragon erupts from the center of the previous battle, likely the last vestige of strength from that high-tier squad. Although the crimson flame dragon is significantly weaker in both size and condition compared to the super beast boss, in its berserk state, it swoops down from the sky to pounce on the boss, both creatures engaging in a frenzied struggle. As the beast horde closes in, both are already on the brink of collapse. Let us seize the boss. The crowd wastes no time, unleashing fireballs, ice spears, lightning strikes, dragon breaths, and spiritual artillery toward the center. A flash of white light announces the boss's demise. However, the captain of the high-tier team reveals a faint smile, indicating that he has indeed claimed the final kill. Su Luo floats in the vast, empty void, opening his eyes. Chapter 51, Dungeon Rewards. Alas, I didn't manage to secure it. What a pity. Su Luo strokes his chin, pondering whether it might have been wiser to have Baiyu unleash a powerful wind spell for greater speed. He contemplates briefly. Oh well, perhaps I shall try that another time. Su Luo raises his head to gaze at the luminous screen before him. Professional. Su Luo, ID C64. Participated in the Dungeon Beast King conflict. Affiliated faction, Blood Magic Black Ape. Battle outcome, defeated the opposing faction's Super Beast, achieving victory. Achievement points, 758. Redeemable for items or convertible into dream crystals. Open redemption shop. List 1. Materials, List 2. Equipment, List 3. Monsters, List 4. Bosses. Su Luo inspects the cheapest materials. 1. Black Werewolf Fur. 2. Black Werewolf Flesh. 3. Black Werewolf Magic Crystal. Su Luo observes that the prices for these rare materials hover around 250 points. Given the market price of dream crystals, which approaches over 2 million, while these materials are valued at only around 1 million, TSK still so expensive. Su Luo can't help but remark, who would buy at such exorbitant prices? It's no wonder that most individuals opt to convert their dream crystals directly. Yet, he occasionally hears of chosen ones who manage to acquire exceedingly rare materials, typically those who defeat final bosses. This is also why the previous high-tier captain expended considerable effort to secure the boss kill. It is said that if one defeats the boss, the redemption at the dungeon's end offers substantial discounts. The more damage you inflict, the greater the discount. Su Luo checks the redemption price for the previously encountered Flying Lion Wolf Beast. List 4 opens. Only one entry. Name, Flying Lion Wolf Beast. Level, LV 59. Attributes, Wind, Earth, Strength, 157. Agility, 168. Constitution, 102. Intelligence, 156. Spirit, 175. Charm, 50. Race, Beast, Hybrid, Super Commander level beast. Evaluation, formed from an unknown power. A fusion of a wolf leader and a master leader, with a potential score of 75,000 and a combat score of 43,000 and 56,000. Quite impressive. Su Luo muses, examining the redemption price. Price: 1 intermediate dream crystal or 10 lower grade dream crystals, or 10,000 achievement points. Su Luo stumbles, exclaiming, "Ah, how exorbitant." Steady yourself, regain your composure. Upon further reflection, this price is reasonable. After all, sacred beasts in the market are often priced without availability, with the cheapest lacking any potential selling for around 50 million. The finest top-tier summoned beasts are valued at around 15 million, while the super beast prices normally range between 15 million and 50 million. Although dream crystals are marked up in the external market, within the dungeon, lower-grade dream crystals default to 5 million. The default actual price is 50 million, and if one secures a kill discount, while still slightly higher than market prices. If a summoned beast aligns perfectly with one's needs, it still presents a viable purchase. He recalls witnessing the exchanges among seniors. No wonder there are so many peculiar summoned beasts. They are likely acquired from the dream dungeon. Not wishing to squander any more time, he decides to convert his points into dream crystals. A small shard of dream crystal condenses before Su Luo. He grasps it and tosses it into his spatial ring. Su Luo transforms into a beam of light, vanishing into the void. The previously tranquil square suddenly erupts into a cacophony. Countless figures emerge as participants exit the dungeon. Wow, I really struck it rich this time. I made it to the finals. Really? Did you reach the final boss? How was the haul? I did reach it, but was quickly taken down. The rewards were rather average, about 5 dream crystals. Wow, so envious. Someone interjects, TSK, he got lucky. That 30,000 combat power golden lion took me out, and then he fled. Heh. A fiery-haired girl in a red outfit exclaims, "Captain, did you secure the final hit?" The purple-haired high-tier captain smiles. "Fortunately, I managed to claim it in the end." "Captain, what discount did you receive?" The purple-haired captain replies, "Aha, 60 off." A burly man in armor asks, "Captain, did you redeem?" "Of course, it came at a cost." The fiery-haired girl reassures, "Don't fret, Captain. We know you'll bring us back profits." Su Luo mutters, "Indeed, these folks are from the strategy team." The school mandates the strategy team to tackle dungeons from Monday to Friday. However, due to their superior strength, they experience intense competition. The study group, tackling dungeons on weekends, comprises weaker members, thus facing relatively easier challenges. Occasionally, the strategy team will purchase slots from the study group, valued at about 0.1 units of dream crystals. Some weaker students choose to cut corners by selling their slots, seemingly turning it into a thriving industry. However, it is said that there are many solo dungeons in the intermediate level where teaming strategies may no longer apply. Su Luo exchanges greetings with a few familiar classmates before bidding farewell. It seems that Shangwan Mingqi is in the same guild as Wei Wei, thriving in the strategy team. The last time Su Luo saw him, he was already at level 44 or 45. Meanwhile, Su Luo remains a mere novice, yet to reach level 40. However, if he maintains this efficiency, he is confident he could reach level 40 by the end of the semester. Returning to his quaint courtyard, with a selection of exquisite cuts of meat purchased along the way, the barbecue party commenced. The vibrant flames of the grill danced as the azure ice provided a refreshing chill, while the graceful white-feathered companion swayed to the rhythm of the music. Once a week, an escape from academia and the cacophony of life, a celebration of the joys of living, though the neighbors might deem it a tad boisterous. The course Beast Mastery Cultivation 2, colloquially referred to as Cultivation Master 2 by students of the Academy of Multitudinous Dreams, signifies a mastery that brings one closer to the esteemed proficiency of a seasoned cultivation master. As most attendees were upperclassmen, few fresh faces like Su Luo's were present, and those that were undoubtedly prodigies. Within this class, for such newcomers existed. The instructor, Dang Gui, a recently appointed mentor, was rumored to be a saint-level beast cultivator, brought in to teach this class primarily to gain practical teaching experience, as the school administration aimed to hone his skills. At over 40 years of age, this esteemed beast cultivator often found himself surrounded by a throng of female mentors, suggesting that cultivators were indeed highly sought after in the realm of romance. As Dang Gui approached Su Luo, a knot formed in Su Luo's stomach. After all, the majority of his classmates had toiled for 23 years before continuing their studies in this course. Su Luo, having advanced a grade, found himself lacking in fundamental skills. Thus, he was frequently the target of reprimands in class. Instructor Dang Gui, ahem. Su Luo, the prelude is upon us, sigh. Instructor Dang Gui, Su Luo. Your stabilizer is of remarkably poor quality. and the potency of this energy potion is utterly subpar. Su Luo, understood, instructor. I shall be more attentive next time. Instructor Dangue, for today's performance, I can only grant you a passing grade of C. You must continue to enhance your professional competencies. Alas, Su Luo's alchemist level had yet to reach 10, while most of his classmates were above level 15. However, this instructor had ignited a resolve within Su Luo. He intended to elevate his alchemist level with the next dream crystal he obtained. Chapter 52, The Disparaged Cultivation Master. As the semester entered its third month, only a month remained for instruction. Besides attending Beast Mastery Cultivation 2, Su Luo enrolled in a few knowledge-based courses, such as techniques for training dragon-type beasts. Combat techniques and spiritual arts were temporarily set aside due to Su Luo's current low level, leaving him with no time to practice the fundamental advanced Beastmaster skills such as spirit combat techniques, spirit summoning techniques, and flame spirit techniques. On a Sunday morning, Su Luo awoke. Xiao Luo, I am here. A small robotic butler flew to Su Luo's bedside. Su Luo, check the morning market for rare-grade materials for tiger-type beasts. Xiao Luo, searching. Found morning market listings. Would you like to play? Play. The holographic screen materialized. Su Luo rose from bed, changing his clothes while glancing at the screen. Upper-tier frost tiger. Yes, I've got that. Upper-tier golden claw tiger. Wow. Quite pricey. Not particularly necessary. Upper-tier magic eye tiger. Reasonable price. Could consider. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Su Luo instructed, Xiao Luo, place an order for that magic eye tiger meat. The robotic butler inquired, would you like to proceed with the payment of 1.68 million for the magic eye tiger meat? A flicker of regret crossed Su Luo's eyes, but he remained resolute and confirmed the purchase. Xiao Luo, order placed. Would you like delivery? Su Luo, no need, I shall retrieve it myself. After all, today is a day off, and I initially planned to go out for a stroll. Moreover, the delivery fee is rather steep. After a prolonged period of expenditure, Su Luo's savings had finally dwindled. Even the last dream crystal he obtained in a dungeon was sold, for he realized that since Baiyu activated the sacred bird bloodline, his appetite had significantly increased, and his level was rising rapidly, leading to greater consumption. Currently, Su Luo needed to obtain at least 0.3 to 0 for units of dream crystals per dungeon run to satisfy his beast's needs. Fortunately, with his enhanced abilities, his harvest had also increased, with recent runs yielding over 0.6 units. Stepping outside, Su Luo summoned Baiyu from the beast space. Dressed in the Academy of Multitudinous Dreams uniform, a robe of unique material with shifting colors and exceptional elemental resistance, Su Luo felt a certain scholarly elegance in his attire. A glance was exchanged, and Baiyu understood the intent, soaring into the sky, carrying Su Luo towards the bustling commercial street of the northern domain. Since discovering that this method was far quicker than using public transportation, Su Luo had not set foot on the ground since, ensuring he was never late. Upon descending from the sky, passers-by instinctively parted ways, accustomed to such sights. Baiyu was returned to the beast space, where, due to Su Luo's advanced beast space level, Baiyu not only thrived rapidly, but also found it quite comfortable. Su Luo subconsciously sensed his beast space, which was nearly the size of a small shopping mall, where two spirit tigers lay peacefully asleep. Baiyu floated above, occasionally summoning lightning and whirlwinds, a jovial exterior masking a diligent nature. Look, a master-level Beastmaster's staff and accompanying spiritual tome, discounted to only 8 million, shouted a vendor from a nearby stall. Su Luo's gaze lingered, tempted by what seemed to be cast-offs from upperclassmen who had advanced to the saint level. A crowd surged forward, some bidding, others haggling. With a sigh, Su Luo reflected on his own modest green attire, his equipment significantly lagging behind most of his peers. Fortunately, in the profession of beast mastery, equipment held less weight. Yet, Su Luo had long desired a new weapon. If I fail the assessment for Beast Mastery Cultivation 2, I shall join a strategy group next semester. By then, what equipment won't I possess? Ahead, a group had gathered, drawn by a commotion. A young girl was flanked by 3 burly men confronting a vendor. Brawny Man 1, why did you deceive my sister? The bloodline evolution potion you sold her is a defective product. The vendor, looking beleaguered, replied, your sister claimed her beast was of the merfolk type, so I provided her with a potion for water and fish hybrids. Who could have known her beast was a fire-type magma naga? She did not clarify, this is not my fault. Brawny Man 2, why didn't you concoct a universal merfolk potion? The vendor, even more distressed, protested, I am merely a seasoned cultivation master. Crafting a universal merfolk potion falls within the domain of saint-level cultivators. Brawny Man 3, I admit we share some blame, but you sold the potion without examining the beast. You bear some responsibility too. My sister's beast is now ruined. What do you propose we do? The girl in the blue gauzy dress whimpered softly. The masked vendor sighed helplessly. Gentlemen, let us discuss this privately. This is a modest business, I implore you. From a distance, Su Luo observed, this is the plight of cultivation masters. Although they are indeed rare talents, what sort of place is this? The Academy of Multitudinous Dreams. The foremost institution in the nation for beast mastery. Those who would be revered in major cities are here, reduced to selling at a small morning market stall, often receiving disdain for their craft. Only those who reach the saint level can establish shops, and even then, they are mostly modest endeavors. Hence, Su Luo planned to complete his studies in Beast Mastery Cultivation 3 before setting up his own stall to earn a living. Su Luo stroked his chin, pondering. When I begin my own stall, I should wear a mask as well. Yes, it obscures my visage, preserving my identity while shielding me from humiliation. A splendid idea. Sorrowfully, Su Luo arrived at the material shop where he had placed his order, retrieving materials for the Eye of Magic Tiger. After making a few rounds in the commercial district to earn some coin, he returned to his abode. Lying on his bed, he lamented his financial woes, pondering. Why am I so broke? After a moment of self-pity, he resolved to engage in training, knowing that experience levels would not diminish over time. As time swiftly passed, the end of term approached. Upon utilizing a dream crystal to elevate his alchemist level to the teens, he noticed that Minter Dangue had significantly lessened his reprimands. When Su Luo consumed a second dream crystal, pushing his alchemist level to nearly its zenith, Minter Dangue ceased to pay him any heed. With his only deficiency rectified, Su Luo's nurturing abilities, bolstered by his innate talent, positioned him among the top tier in his class for that subject. The final assessment required the cultivation of an advanced beast companion. This evaluation spanned 1 to 2 months. Failure necessitated a retake, along with the reimbursement of material costs. The examination forbade the excessive use of dream crystals, permitting only a small portion for assistance. Of course, any unused portions could be considered a bonus. Within the examination hall, Su Luo had submitted the necessary materials to the Tree of Life for digestion days prior, which had coalesced into the corresponding legacy fruit. Before him stood an advanced low-level battle beast. Name: Golden Copperback Giant Bull Level, LV41, Attribute, Earth Strength, 100 Agility, 85 Constitution, 122 Intelligence, 46 Spirit, 39 Charm, 55 Race, Beastkin, Bovine, High-Ranking Commander Class Beast. Evaluation. With a robust physique, when it charges forth, its iron-like form becomes a nightmare for adversaries, boasting a potential score of 13,451 and a combat score of 11,255. I wonder where this unprecedented beast companion came from, Su Luo mused. He combined the most adaptive legacy fruit, infusing it with a bloodline evolution potion, and within a specially crafted cage imbued with mental magic. The bull remained blissfully unaware, munching on imaginary grass. Su Luo administered stabilizing and energy potions into the mix. The progress displayed on the screen beside him read 10/20. The advancement was promising, and the status remained steady. Although the efficacy of Su Luo's legacy fruit for evolution might not be exceptional, it was guaranteed to proceed without incident. Shedding his breeder's white coat against the backdrop of bustling activity, Su Luo departed. In a shadowy corner, a pair of eyes scrutinized his retreating figure. Chapter 53, Weekend Party. Targeted. 10 days later, on a Sunday noon, within a supermarket on the Northern District's commercial street, Su Luo had just procured a rare material and intended to buy some fine-quality meats, suitable for consumption, with exquisite taste, to host a festive gathering. He had invited Shengwan Mingqi and several neighbors along with close classmates that morning. Su Luo. Oh. Su Luo turned to find an upperclassman from his Beast Cultivation 2 class approaching. Is there something you need, senior? Su Luo smiled, gesturing for the clerk to hold on. This morning, Minter Dang seemed quite irked about your cultivated beast. You might want to check in on it this afternoon. But I just saw it a few days ago, and the transformation process is going smoothly. Given the timeline, it should be nearing completion. What's there to be upset about? With a sigh, Su Luo thanked the upperclassman, settled his bill, and exited the supermarket. Summoning his white feathered companion, he instructed it to carry the fine meats back to his residence. Meanwhile, Hong Hua and Lan Bing were busy tending to coal and fresh ice. Su Luo sent a message to Shengwan Mingqi, stating, I have some matters to attend to. You all can start eating. I've sent White Feather back with the meat. Within a minute, Shengwan responded, Understood, return soon. Su Luo shook his head and pocketed his phone, making his way to the assessment location. The venue was still bustling with numerous participants, many of whom were tracking the transformation progress. Approaching his assessment subject, he noted, Isn't this progressing splendidly? The status appeared promising, and he was confident of achieving a good result. Name: Golden Copper Armored Minotaur Warrior, Level, LV40 Attribute, Earth Strength, 146 agility, 125 constitution, 132 intelligence, 66 spirit, 69 charm, 75 race, beastkin, beastman, high-ranking commander class orc. Evaluation: a giant bull transformed into humanoid form, clad in armor, exhibiting exceptional resistance. A heavily armored warrior possessing both speed and strength. With a potential score of 25, 615 and a combat score of 18, 974. Quite impressive. It would be unreasonable for Dang Gui to deny me a good grade. Su Luo admired his creation. Ahem. Su Luo turned to see Minter Dang Gui standing directly behind him. Ah, Minter Dang Gui, I have completed my assessment, he exclaimed, pointing to his creation. Dang Gui stepped forward to inspect, acknowledging, indeed, partially completed. Partially? Su Luo echoed. Isn't there a total of 3 assessment opportunities? But my score should suffice to pass. Su Luo murmured. One must always aim higher. This creation of yours, I can only grant you an A. But isn't an A already excellent? Who said that an A is the pinnacle of excellence? There's also the perfect S. So, little Luo, create another one. I have faith in you. With that, he turned and departed to evaluate elsewhere. Su Luo lifted his gaze to find his classmates surrounding him, some pitying him to the point of laughter. Gritting his teeth, Su Luo felt the burden of being the center of attention, especially with Dang Gui seemingly targeting him specifically. With no other option, he submitted his completed beast companion and received another golden copperback giant bull from Dang Gui. This could not be perceived as targeting Su Luo, as half of the breeding venue's participants faced the same beast. Sighing, Su Luo thought, combining the legacy fruit, I cannot produce another golden copper armored minotaur warrior. I shall choose a different one. This one has a compatibility of 93%. You're the one. He adjusted the stabilizing and energy agents to concoct a bloodline potion from the legacy fruit. Infusing it, he noted the progress, 7, 15, steadily advancing. Secretly stashing the auxiliary dream crystal into his spatial ring, he removed his breeder's coat and glanced at the time. What? 4 hours have already passed. He hurriedly dashed back to the Storm Dragon residential complex. From a distance, he could hear the chaotic music. Upon reaching the entrance, he realized, without the door number as a reminder, he might have mistaken the location for another's home. A massive speaker was set up centrally, with an unknown beast songstress belting out tunes into the microphone. The crowd was exuberantly dancing. As he entered the courtyard, Shangwan Mingqi approached, removing his sunglasses. Hey Su Luo, you're back. You're a bit late. The barbecue's all gone, but there's still some fresh ice left. Care to try? Su Luo paused, taken aback. Who are all these people? I didn't invite that many. Shangwan replied, oh, I'm not sure. Your neighbors and classmates. I'm not familiar with them either. I thought you had invited them all. How many did you actually invite? Fewer than 10. Su Luo glanced around at the 50 or so people crowded into the space, and Shangwan fell silent. The magical beasts have claimed the yards of the neighboring houses. Baiyu flaunts his feathers, drawing the attention of various birds and animals. Honghua and Lan Bing have huddled together with a group of tigers, organizing a small game of ball. Shangwan Mingqi shifts the topic. The meat you brought back has long been consumed. Some have even brought additional meat to replenish our stock. I shall go check if there's any left. Observing the lively crowd, he reflects on the immense academic and leveling pressures at the Dream Realm Academy, recognizing the necessity of such activities. Su Luo sighs, picks up a plate of an unidentifiable vegetable salad, and begins to eat. Despite the noise in Su Luo's area over the weekend, surprisingly, no one intervenes. Thank you. Host Su Luo, someone calls out as they prepare to leave. Come over to my place to play next time. No, I mean next week. Another voice exclaims. Someone help this brother out. A dormitory supervisor adds. Su Luo turns to see a white-haired elder in his 50s waving his hand dismissively, and he responds, no problem. No problem. Su Luo muses. Why is it so noisy yet no one comes to manage it? Shangwan Mingqi, along with Wei Wei and a few neighbors, assists Su Luo in tidying up the trash before they depart. He recalls his 3 magical beasts, who had played all afternoon, back into the magical beast space. Lying on his bed, he ponders the intentions of the middle-aged handsome man, Dang Gui. Has he recently suffered a heartbreak? Or does he simply find me unpleasant? Oh, it doesn't matter. Su Luo decides to focus on his training. 10 days later, Su Luo invites Dang Gui to view his creation. Gazing at the magical artifact within the cage, he reveals his work. Name, Demon Blood Minotaur Berserker. Level, LV40. Attributes, Dark Earth. Strength, 166. Agility, 145. Constitution, 122. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Charisma, 60. Race, Beastfolk, Demonic Body, High Commander Level Orc. Evaluation, a colossal beast tainted by demon blood, transformed into a ferocious demon, with a potential score of 28. 773 and a combat power score of 21, 313. Su Luo presents it. Here, take a look. Dang Gui coughs slightly. Su Luo feels a tightening sensation in his chest. Dang Gui remarks, Su Luo, your creation is quite impressive. Su Luo feels a wave of relief wash over him. Dang Gui assesses him up and down. This time, I can give you an A. Su Luo shrugs, eager to wrap things up, as he wishes to continue his grinding. However, I see you still possess potential. As you Haven T utilized the dream crystals, correct? Su Luo's heart tenses once more. How about this? Take the exam again, and if your score surpasses this one, I shall grant you a higher grade. Watching Dang Gui's retreating figure, he sighs. Chapter 54, Grade S. Infuriated, Su Luo returns to his room, silently training for a day. Yet, the following morning, he still arrives at the cultivation hall, meticulously selecting materials to feed to the tree of life, hoping it will yield the desired fruits. This time, Su Luo intends to exert his utmost effort, pondering whether to use the dream crystals. Wait, perhaps I should consider it. I might save a bit. 10 days later, in the cultivation hall, Su Luo once again summons the strict mentor, Dang Gui, to evaluate his creation. Both gaze at the towering minotaur floating within the cultivation chamber. Name, Heart Demon Transformation, the Solitary Minotaur Chief. Level, LV 40. Attributes, Gold, Earth Dark. Strength, 166. Agility, 145. Constitution, 122. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Charisma, 60. Race, Beast Folk, Orc Race, Super Commander Level Orc. Evaluation, once tainted by demonic blood, it returned to its true self through its own potential, possessing formidable control over gold and earth elements, adeptly utilizing the dark powers bestowed by the demon blood. With a potential score of 41,773 and a combat power score of 27,849. With its towering physique, standing 5 meters tall, its elbows, shoulders, chest, and legs are all adorned with battle armor forged from its own gold-based spiritual techniques. Though it lies in slumber, an air of majesty still emanates from it. Su Luo channels all his energy, the power of the combined fruits becoming apparent. This Minotaur Chief has reached the Super Beast stage, potential between Commander and Saint Beast. Between 350,000 and 100,000, and is considered a mutant, a rare type, not found on the market. Its market price ranges from 20 to 30 million. This transformation occurred swiftly due to Su Luo's use of half the dream crystals. Wow, this kid Su Luo is impressive. His talent likely includes the ability to combine magical beasts. Do you even need to say that? Are we blind? This super beast suits me well. Can I purchase it? It seems you can apply for it at the logistics department, and there are discounts for purchases by our school. No sooner had the words left their lips than two individuals broke from the crowd, exchanging glances before dashing out the door. Su Luo addresses Dang Gui, Mentor. I have completed the cultivation. May I request your grading? Dang Gui silently scribbles the score in his notebook, revealing it to Su Luo, where a bold S is inscribed in red ink. Su Luo nods in acknowledgement. Just as Dang Gui is about to depart, Su Luo calls out, Wait, Mentor Dang. Dang Gui responds, Su Luo bows deeply. Your rigorous instruction, even in the minutest details, your adherence to the rigor of cultivation studies, and your commitment to teaching ethics, I shall forever remember. You are an exemplary mentor. With that, he removes his cultivation robe and exits before Dang Gui. A brief silence envelopes the room. Someone can no longer contain their laughter. The sentiment echoes the thoughts of many present. What are you laughing at, Li Shiming? Your blood pattern giant bull is fluctuating wildly. It's on the verge of exploding. Are you not concerned? Li Shiming, caught in the crossfire of the verbal barrage, remained silent, lamenting his misfortune as he had just administered a stabilizer. Do you wish to risk it again? Li Shiming quietly returns to his seat. The crowd disperses rapidly. As Su Luo strides down the corridor, he stands tall, feeling the sun shining and the rain having ceased. He believes he is back on track. With the end of the teaching month, everyone gathers into strategy groups for dungeon runs, with the ability to tackle 2 to 3 dungeons each week. Due to the recent additional examinations, he can only manage 2 runs weekly, yet he is grateful for the dream crystals he has saved, avoiding significant losses. Having passed the assessment for Magical Beast Cultivation 2, he should now be able to request the textbooks for Magical Beast Cultivation 3, which reportedly contains knowledge on combining magical beasts and delves into the realm of saint cultivators. Su Luo plans to first review the relevant knowledge before advancing Honghua and Lanbing. Given their current mid-level commander potential, their combat prowess feels somewhat lacking. Su Luo estimates that he has accumulated sufficient corresponding tiger-type magical beast inheritance fruits. If he employs a substantial number of dream crystals, he can achieve commendable results. However, he strives for perfection, aiming for an exceptional outcome. Though the probability is low, The characteristics of combining magical beasts can indeed yield saint-level magical beasts. Feeling good today? Perhaps I should attempt a solo dungeon run? The difficulty of solo dungeons is relatively high, and few lower-year students dare to challenge them. In the cultivation hall, an elderly man clad in a purple robe slowly enters. The intricate patterns carved into his attire instantly captivate everyone's attention. Alas, it is the esteemed master breeder of the saint level. What brings you to our humble abode? That is our esteemed head of the breeding studies department, the illustrious master Gongliang Lingming. Are you not familiar with him? Truly remarkable. Gongliang Lingming. Ah, shouting Gui, what seems to be the matter lately? Dan Gui rose from his seat, exclaiming, Master Lingming, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. No need for that. Is the teaching plan progressing smoothly? Quite well, there are no significant issues. Oh, I have heard whispers that you have been somewhat stringent in your teaching methods of late. Well, you see, Dan Gui felt a trickle of cold sweat. There is a lad named Su Luo, whom I perceive to possess considerable potential. I allowed him to take the examination 3 times, and indeed, he ultimately achieved an S grade. Oh, but acquiring an S grade necessitates one to apply proactively rather than passively accepting it at the behest of the mentor, correct? Gongliang Lingming's tone turned grave as he picked up a small booklet chronicling the grades. Flipping through, he noted, Grade A, Work, Golden Copper Minotaur Warrior. Gongliang Lingming mused, not bad. Grade A, Work, Blood Magic Minotaur Berserker. There is a hint of spirit. Grade S, Work, the Lone Minotaur Chieftain. Gongliang Lingming raised an eyebrow. Ah, this lad is destined to become a master breeder. Though he was unaware of Su Luo's detailed talents, as an experienced mentor, he could discern a breeder's capabilities through their works. He scrutinized Su Luo's photograph. Goodness, this lad bears a striking resemblance to Duanmu Chun, he remarked. Casting a glance at Dan Gui, Dan Gui, sweating from his brow, replied, Ah, there is indeed a resemblance. Gongliang Lingming continued, You cannot be unjust to a student simply because he resembles a former rival who once stole your beloved. I am aware of your deep infatuation with Jiang Zik. Yet you must not take your frustrations out on others. Dan Gui muttered softly, It is not unjust, merely slightly more rigorous. A chuckle erupted from the crowd, prompting Dan Gui to shoot a glare in their direction. Li Shiming stifled a laugh, covering his mouth with his sleeve, unable to contain himself. Alas, this time's results. Sigh. Gongliang Lingming shook his head, patting Dan Gui on the shoulder. Well, there goes this month's bonus. Dan Gui's expression darkened. Next month, there will be a collaborative breeding event with the Academy of 10,000 Beast Kings. You shall represent our institution. Upon hearing this, Dan Gui's countenance grew even graver. I shall take my leave now. We are all over 40. It is time to mature a bit. As mentors of the school, we must enhance our teaching capabilities. Understood. Master Lingming. Safe travels. Once Gongliang Lingming had departed, Dan Gui left the room, his face clouded with displeasure. Su Luo's intuition was quite astute. Sometimes, the injustices one faces may stem from obscure reasons, simply because someone holds a dislike for you. Yet, had Su Luo known the reason for Dan Gui's disdain, he might have laughed aloud. Chapter 55, Solo Dream Instance. Su Luo arrived at the Instance Plaza, making his way directly to the teleportation portal for solo instances. Amidst the gazes of admirers revering the Great Ones, he vanished in a flash. As the light gradually brightened, Su Luo discovered himself in a modest square. Welcome to the Arena of Beasts. With each stage you pass, you shall accumulate certain rewards. Survive, Rookie of the Arena. No sooner had the words been spoken than a cacophony erupted akin to a tidal wave. I wager 1 million. My good sir, poverty is not a shameful state. Feel free to raise your voice. Bets are open. Let us see how long this rookie can last. I bet on stage 1. I bet on stage 2. Su Luo found himself standing at one side of the arena. With a thunderous rumble, a colossal cage rose from the ground, housing a beast within that roared in fury, thrashing against the iron bars. A male foxman clad in a blue brocade robe floated in midair, microphone in hand. Welcome to the arena. Welcome to the match. Let us invite our rookie to confront his first adversary. Do you think he can prevail? The audience responded with a gesture of anticipation. I feel it could go either way. Then, let the match begin. Boom. The sound of a gong reverberated through the air. 3 summoning circles materialized before Su Luo. To his left, he summoned Blue Ice. To his right, Red Fire. And before him, he summoned White Feather. 3 beast companions emerged. Glancing at the opponent, Su Luo noted the fog obscuring his view and commanded White Feather to share its vision. Name: Corrupted Mammoth. Level: LV50. Attribute: Earth. Strength: Agility. Race: Beast, Corrupted Entity, Upper Tier Commander Level Beast. Evaluation: Corrupted by an unknown power, its strength and size have greatly increased. Combat Power Rating 19, 000, 21, 000. Standing over 10 meters tall, Its skin is a corrupted purple. However, its combat power is not particularly high. Su Luo commanded his 3 beasts to charge forth and swiftly dispatch the adversary. Ding! The Foxman host spoke in a mechanical tone. Friendly reminder. The first phase is a 1v1 skill match. Su Luo sighed. There's no other choice. Let the weakest, Red Fire, engage first. Of course, Red Fire, with its pride, would not appreciate such a remark. In a mental connection, Su Luo instructed Red Fire, for the first match, take the lead and secure a favorable start. Understood. Let them witness my prowess. Red Fire declared eagerly. Scout ahead, little red, White Feather added. Su Luo gently admonished White Feather with his mental energy. White Feather fell silent. Refraining from further commentary, Red Fire advanced, letting out a mighty roar. Before the match commenced, Su Luo unleashed a high-level Beastmaster skill, the Fire Blessing LV8. Significantly enhancing the damage of fire-based spells. Red Fire's combat power surged from 17,509 to 21,578, fluctuating thereafter, though not very stably. This should suffice. The corrupted mammoth charged forth. Red Fire unleashed a colossal fireball. Boom. The corrupted mammoth barreled through the fireball, its massive tusks aimed at Red Fire. However, the fireball had slowed its momentum considerably. Even with Red Fire's mage-level agility, a light leap allowed it to evade. The corrupted mammoth charged again, and Red Fire retaliated with another fireball, creating distance between them. The arena fell silent. The Foxman host remarked, the situation has reached a stalemate, but I believe there will be a shift shortly. The corrupted mammoth charged once more, with Red Fire repeating its fireball attack, maintaining distance. 2, 3. The audience's discontent grew louder. Su Luo remained unfazed. Each time Red Fire struck the corrupted mammoth with a fireball, albeit minimal damage, it still consumed some of its life. There was no time limit for the match. Why not patiently whittle it down? Boom. Su Luo dodged swiftly, evading the oncoming charge of the corrupted mammoth. Seeing that it could not reach Red Fire, the creature turned its wrath towards Su Luo, aiming to eliminate the Beastmaster directly. However, it is unfortunate that Su Luo's agility now surpasses that of Hong Hua, allowing him to evade effortlessly. A sense of tension gripped Su Luo's heart. After all, this was the Beast Arena, where both Beastmasters and their summoned beasts were essentially feral creatures. Lan Bing and Bai Yu found themselves ensnared within an unknown spiritual formation. Rendered immobile, and could only gaze vacantly from the fringes behind Su Luo, Hong Hua unleashed a barrage of attacks from the rear. The corrupted mammoth, unable to directly target the Beastmaster, resolved to continue its assault on the diminutive red feline. Su Luo took a step back to ensure a modicum of safety, his eyes shimmering with spiritual light. Spirit calling technique. Hong Hua was once again imbued with power, its fiery output becoming even more ferocious. The mammoth, adjusting its strategy, began to condense stones before it, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows with Hong Hua. After Su Luo bestowed yet another enhancement skill, the disparity in speed and power between the stones and Hong Hua became glaringly evident. Following a series of explosive clashes, the mammoth collapsed with a thud. With a resounding boom, Su Luo, the novice, claimed his first victory. Congratulations were in order, albeit accompanied by disdain for subjecting us to such a lackluster display. As a consequence of my waning spirits, the second match would commence in 30 seconds. The voice of the fox echoed. 29, 28, 27. A luminous barrier materialized before him, prompting the selection of his beast for the upcoming duel. Su Luo chose Lan Bing, recalling Hong Hua to the beast space for rest. Lan Bing adorned itself with a suit of icy armor, while Su Luo unleashed an ice spirit technique, advancing to face his next opponent. Boom. In the distance, the iron gate was raised by chains, revealing a towering figure approaching. Su Luo scrutinized it. Name, Alien Dark Energy Giant Ape. Level, LV55. Attribute, Dark. Strength, Agility. Race, Beast Clan, Alien Ape, Upper Tier Commander Level Beast. Evaluation. Although its dark energy is formidable, it is primarily employed as support. It relies heavily on its immense physique to overpower adversaries, with a power rating ranging from 23,000 to 27,000. Quite a high combat power. Observing, Su Luo noted that Lan Bing's combat strength hovered around 22,700. There was a significant gap. Su Luo had no choice but to release the spirit calling technique once more, slightly elevating his combat power to approximately 25,500. While there was some degree of synergy, the cost-effectiveness for Lan Bing, whose primary offensive capabilities relied on spiritual techniques, was rather low. Su Luo resolved to conserve his spiritual energy, planning to bestow Lan Bing with another spirit calling or ice spirit technique shortly. As it stood, Su Luo could only afford to use 3 advanced Beastmaster skills in succession. Each had to be wielded with precision. The alien dark energy giant ape, towering at around 5 meters, ambled forward on its forelimbs like a gorilla, its fur adorned with countless black stripes, likely indicative of its utilization of dark energy. Both beasts were of similar stature. The opponent was a dual practitioner of physical and spiritual combat, while Lan Bing excelled in spiritual prowess. Though it was not deficient in close-quarters combat, often surpassing its own range techniques. The icy armor and claws provided Lan Bing with formidable melee capabilities. Undaunted, Lan Bing lunged forward. Boom. The icy claws collided with the giant ape's massive fists, sending shards of ice flying. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, with Lan Bing's icy armor and spikes continually replenishing. The flowing black patterns on the surface of the alien dark energy giant ape emanated dark power, showing it had sustained minimal damage. Oh, strike. Nonetheless, amidst the chaos, the atmosphere grew electrifying. The audience was captivated. Not far off, Su Luo's expression was grave as he observed the unfolding battle. Chapter 56, the second phase. Each move from the alien dark energy giant ape bore tremendous force. Although Lan Bing's icy combat system countered most melee attacks, it still found itself somewhat on the defensive during their exchanges. With the activation of its dark spirit runes, the giant ape exhibited remarkable elemental resistance, rendering it nearly immune to the slowing and freezing effects of ice. Su Luo patiently observed. After all, Lan Bing could be classified as a mage-type beast. Its stamina was inferior to that of the muscular brute, and its counterattacks grew increasingly feeble. Su Luo contemplated forcibly recalling Lan Bing to employ ice-based spiritual techniques for ranged assault. As Lan Bing's icy claws were shattered by another attack, ice shards flew, colliding with the circular bony joints of the giant ape's legs. The alien dark energy giant ape shuddered slightly. That makes it twice. Evidently, that area is its weak point. Each joint of the alien dark energy giant ape bore a circular bony node, which Su Luo had initially thought served a protective function. It now appeared to be the source of its vulnerability. Thus, Su Luo summoned forth lightning energy, utilizing the scant spiritual energy he had reserved. Alongside the thunderous power borrowed from Baiyu, he unleashed a lightning attack. Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning erupted from Su Luo's hand, striking the alien dark energy giant ape, which was entangled with Lan Bing, striving to break free, yet was firmly ensnared. The lightning struck its hind leg's weak point. A howl of agony erupted. Subsequently, it struggled fiercely, while Lan Bing, prioritizing defense, fortified its icy armor. Su Luo gasped for breath. This technique was quite taxing, yet he still sensed a flicker of spiritual energy within him. Therefore, he decided to strike once more. Thunderstrike. The lightning surged again, targeting the joint of the giant ape's other leg. A howl echoed as both legs sustained injury, severely hampering the alien dark energy giant ape's ability to exert force. Lan Bing retaliated with a fierce leap, claws bared, exhaling icy breath. Pressing the advantage, the alien dark energy giant ape was ultimately encased in a massive ice sculpture. It is finally over. Su Luo recalled Lan Bing back into the beast space. Ding dong. Did Su Luo's contestant actually achieve victory in the second match? Oh dear. I must continue commentating. How troublesome. The fox appeared again, flitting about. The second match was quite spectacular. Let Su Luo's contestant rest for 3 minutes. The voice of the fox proclaimed. This fellow is truly bothersome. Su Luo lay wearily on the ground. Baiyu, having been freed from its bindings, soared to Su Luo's side. Through their mental connection, Su Luo spoke. Baiyu. Baiyu replied. Boss, what is it? Su Luo continued. The upcoming opponent is likely around 30,000 in combat power. With your current strength of 390,000, you should handle it with ease. Maintaining a steady approach. Baiyu acknowledged. Understood, boss. Su Luo found himself devoid of spiritual energy to enhance Baiyu's state further. A barrier appeared, signaling the commencement of the third match. Su Luo chose Baiyu to battle. 29, 28, 27. The countdown commenced. In the distance, a small gate opened, revealing an exceptionally tall creature approaching. Wait, that should not be a horse. Name, Minotaur Beast. Level, LV 59. Attribute, Earth. Strength, Agility. Race, Beast Clan. Beastman, upper tier commander level beast. Evaluation, with the upper body of a bull and the lower body of a centaur, possessing a blend of strength and agility. This beast primarily employs melee attacks. It should be manageable. Its combat power rating is between 28,000 and 32,000. If all goes as expected, the opponent's combat power should hover around 30,000, making it relatively easy for Baiyu to combat, especially considering the 10,000 point advantage. The countdown reached 0. The duel officially began. As the match commenced, Qing Yuing Baiyu soared towards its opponent, raining down countless thunder orbs. Boom. Amidst the smoke, numerous arrows were unleashed towards Baiyu. Baiyu is no ordinary fragile mage. With a powerful flap of her wings, she deflects the incoming arrows. As the explosive smoke dissipates, the Minotaur charges forth, wielding a massive two-handed axe. Su Luo chuckles, does this fellow truly believe he can cleave Baiyu with that axe? The Minotaur dashes forward, but astonishingly, not towards Baiyu at his side, but rather. As I behold the colossal beast barreling towards us, I realize with horror that its speed is overwhelming. Baiyu, startled, feels her feathers bristle and instinctively unleashes multiple lightning chains. The Minotaur becomes ensnared by the chains, slowing its momentum. Su Luo casts a transformation spell, shifting into a petite deer and swiftly retreats to a safer distance from Baiyu. The Minotaur, however, manages to sever the lightning chains with its axe and continues its relentless pursuit of Su Luo. Still coming, Su Luo, in his deer form, is remarkably swift. Consequently, a centaur chases the little deer, while in the arena's center, an eagle summons lightning chains, persistently tugging at the Minotaur and unleashes bombardments of lightning orbs from a distance. Ultimately, the Minotaur's stamina wanes, becoming ensnared by Baiyu's bindings, unable to break free, and is obliterated into countless shards of lightning. Whoosh! Ding dong! This novice contestant Su Luo has surprisingly surpassed the first stage. Let us congratulate him as he prepares to face even more terrifying demons. The announcer's voice resonates once more. Yet, Su Luo pays little heed. The previous battle has drained his spiritual energy, and he feels utterly exhausted, having been pursued relentlessly by the Minotaur. After merely 3 minutes of rest from the last match, he feels akin to a frail student suddenly thrust into a grueling 1,000-meter run. In short, he feels utterly spent, as if every ounce of energy has been wrung from him. The second stage's first challenge is set to commence in 1 minute, as the system alerts. With a slight recovery of his strength, Su Luo rises. Surely the first trial of this new phase will be simpler. Have the rules changed? Or is it still a 1v1? Su Luo opts to summon his beasts, receiving a prompt indicating he can actually deploy 2 this time. An unsettling premonition stirs within him. He chooses to summon red fire and blue ice. The second stage, first challenge begins. The Colosseum, previously sheltered by a canopy, slowly unveils the sky above, revealing a picturesque scene of blue skies and white clouds, with the weather quite agreeable. Occasionally, colossal dragons and phoenixes soar overhead, and in the distance, a flying silhouette approaches, becoming increasingly distinct. Boom. It descends. Su Luo gazes upon the enormous avian before him. Name: Dark Feather, the Savage Elfin. Level: LV60. Attribute: Dark. Strength: Agility. Race: Avian, Dark Feather Bird, Supreme Leader Class Spirit Bird. Evaluation: high above in the heavens, a shadow of pitch black, a ruthless predator. Referred to as the Savage Elfin by the creatures within its territory, with a battle power rating of 34,000 to 36,000. Its ebony feathers resemble those forged from black iron. Its pupils entirely dark, claws stained with blood, whether from a recent kill or simply soaked and uncleaned is unclear. Standing at approximately 8 meters tall, it exudes an aura befitting a top-tier predator. Su Luo casts an ice spirit technique upon blue ice, enhancing its capabilities. 2 spirit tigers, each boasting a battle power of 20,000 against a colossal bird with a power of 350,000. Can they prevail? Chapter 57, the finale. Some believe they can, while others doubt. Su Luo, in his current ethereal state, feels doomed. Barbecue is the only fate awaiting him. However, there's solace in the fact that if he fails, Baiyu can take over. This round should be manageable, but the next. Shaking his head, he slaps his face to regain focus. It's time to concentrate on this match. As the countdown reaches 0, the first match of the second phase commences. Caw! The savage dark feather bird takes to the skies. Flapping its wings, countless shadow orbs rain down from above. Su Luo activates a protective energy shield around himself and initiates his transformation spell. He morphs into a small, beastly monkey and scurries beneath the stands, finding refuge in the dark feather bird's blind spot. From the onset, Su Luo notes that this creature exhibits little interest in him, as its gaze remains fixated on the dual tigers, red fire and blue ice. Red fire and blue ice flank either side. Blue ice encases itself in an icy armor, resembling a massive frost-covered porcupine, and conjures an ice shield to block the oncoming shadow orbs. Red fire inhales deeply, charging up, flames flickering as it unleashes a barrage of explosive fireballs. With a single flap of its wing, the elfin deflects the fireballs, causing them to explode. Then, It sweeps its wings, unleashing a hail of feathers like arrows raining down. Blue Ice conjures another ice shield to intercept the feathered projectiles. Although the elfin possesses superior strength, the distance from which it attacks grants Blue Ice ample opportunity to defend. Ranged confrontations favor them, yet the opponent will undoubtedly seek to adapt. Hidden in the shadows, the monkey-like Su Luo contemplates the elfin's physical attack capabilities. Caw! The elfin descends once more, surrounded by swirling black light, its form shifting. It transforms from a dark giant bird into a more humanoid avian figure, then charges forth. Vanishing in an instant. Bang! Blue Ice is sent flying by the sudden appearance of the dark feather avian. A streak of black light materializes within Red Fire's line of sight. Attempting to retreat, Red Fire is slightly too slow, sustaining significant damage to its front and limbs. The black light was the elfin's claw attack. To his astonishment, its physical prowess is formidable. One strike renders Red Fire immobile. Howl! Blue Ice erupts, transforming into an icy dragon that lunges at the dark feather avian before Red Fire. The elfin relinquishes its target, swiping a claw at the ice dragon. Although the dragon loses a portion of its mass, it perseveres toward the elfin. The elfin, cornered, vanishes to evade the attack. Blue Ice sheds its icy elements, shielding Red Fire behind itself, vigilant and alert. Howl, howl! Anxious cries resonate from the small monkey in the distance. Su Luo opens his eyes, having observed the battle through the shared vision of his beasts while regaining his energy. He has finally amassed enough power. Cooperative combat. Su Luo unleashes the advanced skill inherent to a master beast tamer. Knights and spirit beast warriors typically learn to synchronize their strengths, as they usually command only one beast, merging their powers into a unified force, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. Su Luo's type of beast summoning enables a profound connection between him and his beasts, intertwining their spiritual energy and momentum into a cohesive unit. Empowered. Red Fire and Blue Ice respond in unison. Blue Ice conjures icy chains, wrapping Red Fire securely onto its back. Their senses align, their energies interwoven, nearly becoming one. Su Luo muses that if he could master fusion skills, he could directly meld them into an even more formidable entity. Alas, such abilities belong to the holy class beast tamers. Once again, the dark feather avian appears before them in an instant, its claws poised to strike, as its talons make contact with the solid ice covering Blue Ice. Blue Ice unleashed its entire spiritual power, enveloping the entire area in a frigid embrace. Seizing the moment when the dark feathered harpy slowed, it grasped its form tightly. Soon, the two were on the verge of being completely frozen together. The harpy struggled fiercely, eventually breaking free from the icy prison, but as it emerged, it was met with a blazing fireball, a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy. The fireball struck its face. The dark feathered harpy screeched in fury, unleashing a flurry of shadowy beams that collided with it. A series of thunderous booms echoed as the sounds gradually subsided. Neither combatant rose to their feet. Was it a draw? Nevertheless, it seemed I had passed the test. Su Luo reverted to his human form, retracting the flames and ice back into the beast-keeping space. Though he believed that neither of them could continue fighting after this dream realm instance, he still allowed them to rest properly. The voice of the fox host buzzed incessantly, muttering something. Su Luo, feeling annoyed, chose to ignore it and focused on resting. Eventually, the second stage of the second round officially commenced. A towering beast approached, its dark fur glistening and its cold eyes piercing. How striking! Su Luo felt a twinge of excitement. Name: Dark Crystal Lion. Level: LV60. Attribute: Dark. Strength: Agility. Race: Beast, Mutated Beast Specimen, Ultra Commander Level Beast. Evaluation: Is he the Lion Leader? No, rather than embodying the regal demeanor of a Lion King. He is merely a proud ranger roaming the wilderness, with a combat rating of 40,000 to 42,000, measuring 7 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height. His majestic physique begs the question, why is he not considered kingly? White feathers soared into the air to draw his attention. But the dark crystal lion vanished in an instant. This is bad. Su Luo intended to cast a transformation spell, shifting into a faster beast to evade. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and his last sight was his own familiar lower body not far away. This cunning creature. The claws of the dark lion tore Su Luo in two. Then, the white feathers erupted with boundless power as the sacred beast's inherited forbidden spell activated, summoning the holy spell of thunder and wind. The force of it. Su Luo blinked a few times before losing consciousness, with a series of explosive sounds. The duel arena fell silent as the fox people and spectators stared at the outcome in shock. Oh, what an exhilarating match! The boss of this round, after a desperate struggle against the Azure Eagle, was ultimately obliterated, although the azure eagle also lost its life. The fox host remarked, "Alas, poor contestant Su Luo can no longer hear my commentary, but congratulations are in order for passing this stage." After a moment of mourning, the host announced, "Now, let us welcome the next contestant." Flames erupted, and a figure gradually became clear on the arena. The beast fighting scene ignited once again. Su Luo awoke some time later, finding himself in a void-like space. A luminous screen appeared, flashing countless images of his battles, ultimately freezing on the moment he was torn asunder by the black lion. The white feathers unleashed their sacred spell, clashing fiercely with the black lion, resulting in their mutual demise. The professional Su Luo had participated in the instance of the beast arena. The final result, he had passed the second stage, earning a reward of 600 achievement points, which could be exchanged for items or transformed into dream crystals. The exchange store was now open. Su Luo immediately perused the final boss exchange list. Scrolling to the very bottom, he gazed upon the fearsome beast that had slain him, that striking lion. Name, Dark Crystal Lion. Level, LV 60. Attribute, Dark. Strength, 163. Agility, 188. Constitution, 152. Intelligence, 156. Spirit, 227. Charm, 100. Race, Beast, Mutated Beast Specimen, Ultra Commander Level Beast. Evaluation, is he the Lion Leader? No. Compared to the majestic aura of the Lion King, he is merely a proud ranger in the wilderness, with a potential score of 78,000 and a combat rating of 40,000 to 42,000. Such a lion should possess exceptionally high attributes. Exchange price, discounts. Price, 1 intermediate dream crystal or 10 lower-level dream crystals or 10,000 achievement points. A 5 discount opportunity has been obtained. Would you like to exchange? Insufficient resources detected. Slight Su Luo, feeling somewhat reluctant, glanced at the image of the lion. With a sigh, he transformed achievement points into dream crystals, vanishing from the void-like space. Chapter 58, Leisure. Exhausted in body and spirit, Su Luo appeared in the instant square. In his hands, he possessed only a single piece of rare-level equipment, which felt rather meager. Even the most mediocre students in the class typically amassed around 3 pieces of rare equipment. However, passers-by regarded him with indifference. For many chose to accumulate a certain number of dream crystals, prioritizing the advancement of their beast companions before swapping out equipment. This approach, though not common, was far from rare. Su Luo felt somewhat disoriented, a consequence of dying in the instance. While it posed no physical threat, it did inflict some strain on the psyche, which is why even the strategy team would only engage in instances every other day, allowing themselves some recuperation time. Returning to his room, Su Luo collapsed onto his bed. Feeling drowsy, Xiao Luo, he called out. Your little butler, Xiao Luo, is here. The robotic butler emerged from an unseen corner. Please prepare a bowl of noodles for me. Certainly. Experience the exceptional culinary skills of your little butler, Xiao Luo. A muscular emoji appeared on the screen before him. What can one discern from cooking noodles? Surely, no one is incapable of boiling noodles. In the beast space, the 3 little ones were in a state of infantile slumber, utterly exhausted. A while later, Su Luo was roused by Xiao Luo. Master, the noodles are ready. Oh, well done, Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo displayed a happy emoji in response. That night, Su Luo, clad in pajamas, stood before the mirror, washing up after his training, planning to retire early. Gazing at his handsome visage in the mirror, with a charm of around 50, he was a striking figure amidst the crowd. At 100 points, he would reach the level of a campus idol, exuding an irresistible charm. Whether fiery or enchanting. Above 200 points, one would become an unattainable saint or a sovereign of the mortal realm, radiating an aura so formidable that mere mortals could scarcely gaze upon them. Strictly speaking, a charm score of 50 represents the pinnacle of mortal beauty, which leads some exceedingly vain individuals to invest rare attribute points to elevate their charm to that threshold, even if it bears no impact on their profession. It is said that for certain careers, such as idols and dancers, charm serves as a principal attribute, akin to beast tamers, where the higher the charm, the greater the potency of their skills. Su Luo observed that his charm insignia bore numerous cracks, as merely an exquisite-level piece of equipment. It struggled to contain Su Luo's master-level charm, bearing an immense burden. From his spatial ring, Su Luo retrieved 2 lower-level dream crystals. Their crystalline forms, with colorful, mesmerizing mists swirling within, were utterly enchanting. 2 of them occasionally. Su Luo would sell a few pieces to procure materials for condensing heritage fruits and upgrading the Tree of Life. Some of these would be transformed into food, while a few would be utilized to ensure his alchemical level progressed adequately. After months of diligent effort, he had amassed a modest collection, undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. currently valued close to 15 million. Initially, he intended to use this to elevate Honghua and Lan Bing to the Super Beast level. However, recently, after perusing the textbook of Beast Cultivation Studies 3, he uncovered some intriguing insights. At present, Su Luo could already combine heritage fruits with over 90 compatibility. Yet, if he were to conquer a few knowledge points and employ some dream crystals, well, a battle pet with a potential of 330,000 is a super beast. And one with a potential of 990,000 is also a super beast, is it not? Su Luo maintained his patience. He could afford to wait 3 months for the third volume of Beast Cultivation Studies. Ding ling, a notification chimed, and Su Luo picked up his phone. Shangguan Mingqi. As the new year approaches, since no one is heading home, shall we venture out together on New Year's Eve? Is it really that close to the new year? Su Luo glanced at the time. Indeed, the end of the year was fast approaching. On the floating island of the Dream Academy, where spring reigned eternal, most individuals were oblivious to the passage of seasons. Over 5 years of study, the majority had dedicated themselves to relentless learning, cultivation, and dungeon runs. The dream dungeons were such rare and precious resources that ordinary people outside could neither touch nor reach them. This was a privilege reserved for the students of the academy. Most students opted to reside within the school for the entire 5 years. On New Year's Eve, Su Luo noted that it coincided perfectly with his rest period after completing a dungeon run, requiring no adjustment to his schedule. Su Luo, sounds great. Count me in. As night fell in tranquility, the much-anticipated New Year's Eve had arrived. Shangguan Mingqi arranged to meet at the entrance of the commercial street in the academy's northern district. After finishing breakfast, Su Luo arrived at the designated spot. Baiyu descended from the sky, clutching Su Luo. Impressive entrance, Shangguan Mingqi exclaimed. Hee, it's a quicker way. Su Luo replied, retracting Baiyu. Lien Weiwei huffed. Humph, I've been waiting for ages. You are too slow. Shangguan Mingqi interjected, it's only been 3 minutes. Let us get going. This time, their group consisted of 3 men and 3 women, with the 2 females being classmates and friends of Lien Weiwei, both possessing striking figures. It was a mystery where Lien Weiwei found the confidence to befriend them, as they both appeared to be akin to spirit beast knights, wielding one-handed swords at their waists. Another male was Shangguan Mingqi's fellow townsman, his spirit beast being an advanced magical owl perched upon his shoulder, dressed in a mage's robe, seemingly a spirit beast mage. With reports suggesting their families had close commercial ties, the group utilized a teleportation array to arrive at the Thousand Beast Academy. Indeed, the Dream Academy had a direct teleportation array to the Thousand Beast Academy, as well as one leading directly to the Starry Dream Realm. While the Dream Academy also possessed a teleportation array to the Divine Summer Empire, its subregions were located in the northwestern grasslands of the empire, with the nearest inhabited areas being mere small villages. However, the Thousand Beast Academy was different. It had dozens of teleportation arrays leading to the Divine Summer Empire, including direct routes to the Imperial Capital, the Eastern Demon City, and the Western Capital. Since they were out for leisure, they naturally chose a bustling and popular city. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Su Luo and his companions instantly captured the attention of the entire street. Most students of the Dream Academy preferred to stay indoors. Despite having direct teleportation arrays, few would wander aimlessly, making sightings of Dream Academy students a rarity. The students of the Thousand Beast Academy cast envious glances at the emblems on their attire. The Dream Academy enjoyed the benefits of the Starry Dream dungeons, while the Thousand Beast Academy provided materials for spirit beast battle pets. After consecutive years of excelling in spirit beast studies, there was no Beastmaster who would not desire to visit. Sensing the envious gazes from the crowd, the group quieted down, opting for a more subdued demeanor. Shangguan Mingqi suggested, let us stick to the plan and head towards the southeastern city, Suhui City? Of course, he continued, ahem. The Imperial Capital and the Demon City would be fine too. I haven't been there yet. What is so fun about that? It's crowded and chaotic. Indeed. The air quality is poor. Suhui City it is. The girls chattered excitedly, indicating they had thoroughly researched their outing. All right, just ahead, take a left, Shangguan Mingqi said, feeling the pressure as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, sensing his inclination to visit the Imperial Capital or the Demon City. Choosing the teleportation destination at the energy puppet beside the teleportation array, Shangguan Mingqi swiped his card and made the payment. The group entered the teleportation array, which activated with a humming sound, glowing brightly as they were transported away. Chapter 59, New Year's Eve. As New Year's approached, Suhui City's commercial street was alive with the sounds of bustling crowds, vendors shouting about candied hawthorn and various snacks. Although most lacked the talent to become professionals, they had all become practitioners of life. In this world, Su Luo was solitary, yet not entirely alone. Come, I'm buying candied hawthorn, Shangguan Mingqi said. Walking alongside Su Luo, sharing the bright red treats he had just purchased with the girls. The girls debated where the best vantage point would be to watch the fireworks that evening while enjoying the street games. With their professional abilities, the vendors' expressions grew increasingly grim as the girls played. The three boys sat on a bench by the roadside. I was raised with strict discipline, while other children played. My parents kept a close watch on me, training and studying at home. I often pondered how wonderful it would be to be an ordinary person without awakened talents. What about you, Yuhang? Shangguan Mingqi mused, watching the children play in the distance, feeling a pang of nostalgia. The spirit beast mage Yuhang gazed at the joyful scene, a shadow passing through his eyes as he replied, "Ah, it's all right. Being from a family of privileges, I assent it all quite similar." He then turned the conversation to Su Luo. "What about you, Su Luo?" "Me? Just a solitary soul, going with the flow," Su Luo answered casually. Yuhang sighed. "The academic load is quite heavy. Do you two have any plans?" Shangguan Mingqi replied, "I plan to join a guild with Wei Wei and some classmates. With a senior leading the way, we can level up more quickly, then by the third year, complete the remaining courses in one semester and continue leveling to coast through this university." Yuhang chuckled, "Count me in when you join the guild." "Of course," Shangguan Mingqi replied. "By the way, Su Luo, will you continue next semester?" Su Luo nodded. "I intend to complete Beast Cultivation Studies 3 first. Upon passing, I'll be a top-tier breeding master. As for Studies 4, I'll see how it goes." Yuhang couldn't help but chuckle. "Ahaha, Su Luo, you truly have a sense of humor. Beast Cultivation Studies 3 is something only those who have graduated and touched the threshold of Holy Tier Breeder can return to study. And you say?" Noticing the calm and collected expressions on Su Luo and Shangguan Mingqi, Yuhang ceased his words. Shangguan Mingqi elaborated, "Su Luo's talent is resource-oriented, making him exceptionally suited for breeding spirit beast battle pets. You just passed the examination for Beast Cultivation Studies 2, correct?" Su Luo recalled the irritating mentor and shrugged. It went relatively smoothly, not wishing to elaborate further. Yuhang exclaimed, "Wow, Su Luo, that is impressive. Once my spirit beast battle pet evolves, I'll seek you out." Su Luo carefully observed the little owl perched on his shoulder, a mid-tier commanding spirit beast, which was not comparable to the sacred beast possessed by Shangguan Mingqi. "Once I complete my studies in beast taming and cultivation, I will have the capability to enhance it into a super beast. At that time, I might offer it to you at cost price." Su Luo raised an eyebrow in amusement. Shangguan Mingqi chuckled. "Aha, how about extending that cost price to me as well?" "Not a chance. Strengthening a sacred beast is utterly exhausting," he retorted. After the girls indulged in their playful antics, they expressed a desire to savor the local delicacies. As soon as the girls departed, Shangguan Mingqi discreetly handed some money to the owner. In the mundane world, there exist rules that prohibit practitioners from disturbing or influencing commoners. However, the recent actions of the three girls had already grazed the boundaries of this rule. Fortunately, upon receiving the money, the owner beamed with gratitude, allowing Shangguan Mingqi to hastily catch up. Suhui City is located near the sea, not far from the renowned Suhui port, with fertile plains and gentle hills inland that yield an abundance of both mountain delicacies and fresh produce. The local cuisine here caters to the palates of most visitors, making it a celebrated city for tourism and gastronomy. During lunch, the group relished their meal, nearly swallowing their tongues in delight. Although the culinary offerings at the Dream Academy were commendable, they lacked a certain homely warmth. In the afternoon, they continued their exploration and arrived at a uniquely shaped circular lake, which, according to legend, was formed from the epic battle between a prince of the mythical Summer Empire and an otherworldly dragon hundreds of years ago. Beneath a pavilion by the lakeside, a storyteller recounted this tale, captivating an audience below. Shangguan Mingqi interjected, "I have encountered this account in the historical texts I possess at home. It is indeed true. The Prince Zhu Wushi fought against the Dragon Emperor in the East Sea, ultimately slaying him at Su Hui Mountain. This immense lake is a result of Zhu Wushi's mighty punch." Yuhang expressed skepticism. "Is that even possible? A lake nearly 1,000 meters in both length and width? How could a single punch hold such power? Even a forbidden spell from a spirit mage couldn't achieve such depths." Su Luo replied, "Shall we take a closer look?" He released Baiyu from the beast taming space. At Su Luo's command, Baiyu soared into the sky, causing nearby children to scurry behind their parents in fright. Flying high above, Baiyu shared its vision with Su Luo. After a moment of observation, Su Luo remarked, "It merely appears to be an ordinary lake." Yuhang retorted, "I told you so." Su Luo suggested, "Let us employ Baiyu's spiritual sight for further examination." Following the instruction, Baiyu complied. A faint aura of spiritual energy illuminated an alternate reality, saturating the world with various lines and patterns. Upon looking again, Su Luo gasped. The edges of the lake revealed deep spiritual energy, and through the crystal-clear waters, The unmistakable imprint of a colossal human fist became visible at the lake's bottom. What an enormous fist print. The legend is indeed true. Shangwan Mingqi exclaimed. See? I told you. Su Luo inquired. That Zhu Wuxia prince should be. Shangwan Mingqi nodded. Exactly as you surmise, above the saint level, in the legendary demigod realm. Su Luo marveled. Ah, indeed. Such a realm is truly the stuff of boundless imagination. As evening approached, the group intended to visit the finest viewing platform, which also housed a renowned restaurant. They were greeted with signs proclaiming, "Exquisite spirit beasts on sale at discount." Yu Hang proposed, "Since we have some time before dinner and the fireworks display, shall we take a look? Why not? It would be a delightful diversion. Who knows, we might encounter a divine beast." They laughed, with Lily adding humorously, "You're quite the joker, Lily." 3 burly men, clad in an intimidating style, were beckoning customers in front of numerous beast cages. Masterpieces on offer. For those with children soon to enter high school, don't miss out. All are of elite quality, available at reduced prices. Upon hearing this call, a throng of middle-aged couples rushed to check it out. Su Luo and his companions joined the commotion. After a brief observation, they were appalled by the situation. Even one of Vivi's companions, a fiery spirit beast knight named Lily, flushed with anger. Though they claimed to offer elite spirit beasts, they were, in fact, merely low-tier elite combat pets, some with potential barely exceeding 1,000. Yet priced at the standard for mid-tier elite beasts. However, it must be said, their presentation was impressive, indicating meticulous care. Lily intervened, blocking 2 couples who were about to make a purchase. "Don't buy? This is a scam." "What? You little girl, looking for trouble?" one of the thugs said as he pushed Lily, only to be jolted back by the force of his own push, crashing to the ground. "Ouch. Boss, come quick. We've got a tough one here." The lead man, who had been waiting at the payment station, donned in a hunter's garb, approached with purpose upon hearing his underlings cry. "Do you know who we are?" He noticed the school emblem on Yu Hang's collar, prompting a shift in his tone. "May I inquire what this young lady desires?" Lily replied defiantly, "You're scamming people." The thug, noticing the same emblem on Vivi's sleeve, quickly backtracked. "But we're clearly marked with prices. How can you claim we are scamming?" Vivi retorted, "These spirit beasts are barely elite, yet you're selling them at exorbitant prices." "Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to mislead. I mentioned discounts earlier, but the sign hasn't been displayed yet. Xiao Lu, bring out the sign." The man called Xiao Lu looked bewildered, as if to say, "Boss, where's the sign?" Smack. Xiao Lu received a slap. "Fool, you didn't bring the sign. Go grab a pen and cross out the original price. Mark it down to 80. Okay, right away." The thug turned back to the crowd, laughing heartily. "My brothers here are a bit clumsy, my apologies. Please, don't take offense." Shangwan Mingqi stepped forward. "Since it was an error, we'll let it go. We plan to dine up the mountain shortly. Should we return and find the prices higher than they are now?" The thug quickly shook his head. "That won't happen. I assure you. Let us hope you don't violate the rules." With that, the group made their way toward the scenic overlook. "Take care, young masters and mistresses. Farewell." The thug repeatedly clasped his hands in farewell as they departed. Once their figures faded from view, he sighed in relief. Chapter 60, Setting Sail, The Defense of Tsangyue City. That evening, at the renowned restaurant on the viewing platform in Suhui City, a sumptuous banquet unfolded, with everyone relishing the feast as vibrant fireworks blossomed outside the window. In the center, dancers and singers captivated the audience with their every movement. Su Luo and his companions basked in the joyous atmosphere. Amidst this splendid scene, Shangwan Mingqi's gaze became misty. "I truly hope that one day I can freely control my own life," Su Luo replied. "Huh? What are you saying, Mingqi?" "Nothing." He dismissed with a wave. "Come, cheers. Cheers. Ding ding ding, master. It's time to wake up." Su Luo was abruptly jolted awake by vigorous shaking. Upon sitting up, he realized it was already 10 in the morning, a rare occurrence for him to rise so late. "Oh, I may have indulged a bit too much in alcohol last night." The waiter mentioned the drinks were specially crafted for practitioners, and they certainly packed a punch. He shook his head to clear his mind. Rising from bed, he washed up and changed clothes. It was the first day of the new year. Yet Su Luo had no intention of granting himself a vacation. With a month remaining until the teaching month commenced, he aimed to seize this time to level up as much as possible. Su Luo checked his attributes. Name, Su Luo. Level, LV 43. Primary profession, Beastmaster, LV 8. Secondary professions, Breeding Master, LV 17. Alchemist, LV 20. Apprentice Shapeshifter, LV 15. Tailor, LV 11. Knight Apprentice, LV 10. Attributes, Strength, 106, 10. Agility, 109, 13. Constitution, 111, 19. Intelligence, 114. Spirit, 112, 15. Charisma, 190, -95. Talents, Tree of Life, Level 2, Tier 3. Professional skills, Contract Servitude, LV 10. Coordinated Combat LV7, Advanced Beast Space LV10, Advanced Telepathic Communication LV9, Coordination LV8. Spirit Battle Decision LV9, Spirit Summoning Decision LV8, Flame Spirit Decision LV8, Ice Spirit Decision LV8, Metal Spirit Decision LV8, Shape-Shifting, Beginner, LV10, General Skills, Advanced Detection LV12, Advanced Pet Food LV9, Advanced Beastmaster Training Method LV7, Advanced Beastmaster Body Refinement LV5, Riding LV11, Beast Companions, White Feather LV48, Azure Feather Eagle, Red Flame LV44, Flame Spirit Tiger, Blue Ice LV45, Ice Spirit Tiger. Equipment: Backup Staff of the Grand Mage, Wilderness Forest Beastmaster Set, 7, Standard Spatial Ring, Small Spatial Ring, Dream Academy Ring, Charm Concealment Token. Su Luo's rate of advancement remains impressively swift. Through his own cultivation and ample nourishment from the Tree of Life, he is able to amass considerable experience daily. In the later stages, while grinding dungeons, when White Feather's battle power approaches 40,000, he consistently acquires at least 0.5 units of Dream Crystals each time. Currently, Su Luo's progress ranks him among the last of the 4 tiers, and he aspires to ascend to the 3rd tier before the start of the new semester. In the dungeon square, the calls of teammates resonate incessantly. Although today marks the first day of the new year, the majority of the Dream Academy continues its routine as usual. Opportunities for dungeon runs? One cannot afford to miss them. While the Starry Dream and the Dream Academy share the same dream dungeons, the latter predominantly features rare beasts and sinister dragons, showcasing a higher degree of specialization, unlike the vibrant array of war realms, martial arts tournaments, and post-apocalyptic wastelands found in the Starry Dream. After all, with the option to exchange for battle matches, there's no one here to trade with, rendering it somewhat wasteful for a Beastmaster. Today, Su Luo intends to continue grinding through group dungeons. Most dungeons operate in 3 modes: large group dungeons, small team formations, and solo runs. The solo mode proves exceedingly challenging. Upon returning, Su Luo reviewed the relevant materials. The solo dungeon slightly adjusts the difficulty. It appears to be marginally easier than usual, perhaps to allow less skilled players to progress. Lest Su Luo find himself facing a 40,000 battle power super beast in the 1st or 2nd phase. A voice calls out, "Is this brother joining our team today? We're tackling the Barbaric Assault dungeon, missing 2 members, and there's a wealth of experience to be gained." Su Luo shakes his head, politely declining the invitation. "Ah," sighs the recruiter. "What's wrong, Captain? By the way, why hasn't Yu Hang shown up today?" "Ah, he's latched onto a Beastmaster with a sacred beast. He told me yesterday that he's quitting the team." "TCH, how enviable. But his own battle power isn't that impressive, so he might be looked down upon." From a distance, Su Luo muses that the Yu Hang they speak of might not be the same. The group continues to chat. "No way, Yu Hang's battle power is quite high among us. His synergy with that magical owl is impeccable, and their collaborative spirit techniques are quite powerful. He should be able to stand his ground in that team." "It really is Yu Hang." Su Luo shakes his head. Approaching the teleportation portal, he activates the lower-level dream dungeon. Countless options materialize before him, revealing group dungeons. The Beast King of Jintian Conflict and the Source Fruit Battle have very few participants today. Those 2 are the dungeons Su Luo frequents the most. Periodically, dungeons undergo certain changes, and a new group dungeon has emerged today that seems rather popular, with the number of sign-ups steadily climbing. "Then I shall choose this one today." As the group dungeon commences, a multitude of individuals transforms into beams of light and is whisked away. The dungeon prompt welcomes him to the Battle of Tsangyue City. Your choice: defending Tsangyue City. Task: withstand the assault of the MOU army and survive until the end. It appears daunting. The light curtain vanishes, and Su Luo finds himself standing atop an ancient city wall, his default identity seemingly quite elevated, likely as a squad leader. Seated upon a chair, he casually grabs grapes and jerky to accompany his fruit wine, nibbling and sipping. A survival task? If luck eludes him and he encounters a formidable opponent, he may perish instantly. The risks are considerable. Should the situation prove too challenging, Su Luo resolves to refrain from engaging with this dungeon in the future. A rumbling sound reverberates. "What is that noise, Captain?" Several of his trusted soldiers approach, visibly apprehensive. "Su Luo, equip yourselves and prepare for battle." "What else is there?" "The dungeon has commenced." "Captain, it's bad. The MOU army is attacking." "TCH, everyone gear up." Su Luo strides to the city wall, and unsurprisingly, he gazes into the distance where a dense mass of foes looms, black flags waving amidst a sea of bodies. The dark clouds threaten to engulf the city. Turning back to assess his own forces, he notes a small outpost with fewer than 20 soldiers. The vice captain was previously slacking off. and the sentries had just awoken from their stupor. What a dire situation. How are we supposed to hold this? Number 1. Captain, this is bad. We should retreat to the inner city. There is an inner city? Su Luo ponders. Well, let us adhere to protocol. He feigns calmness. Soldiers, prepare yourselves. If the situation turns grim, we will utilize the lower passage. Understood, no problem, Vice Captain Wang. The soldiers respond in unison. Su Luo releases his 3 beast companions. Gazing at the tightly packed MOU army, warriors, mages, knights, colossal war beasts, and dragon riders, he muses, the enemy forces are too densely concentrated. Should I send White Feather in for a self-destruct? That would surely yield substantial points. No, in such a formidable army, there must be sacred tier powerhouses. I should stick to my original plan. Su Luo resolves to lay low until the end, avoiding drawing attention, and ideally seizing an opportunity to claim a boss kill. As the enemy cries out and war drums resound, the MOU army charges forth. Chapter 61, Enslavement, Inner City. As the Legion advances, Su Luo remains as composed as ever. After all, this secluded corner should be safe from immediate threat. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless arrows rain down. A soldier, caught unawares, transforms into a pincushion. Enemy attack. The soldiers finally react, lighting the signal fires. However, it proves futile. Nearly all the battlements erupt in flames simultaneously. The MOU army has launched their assault. The main city gate endures the fiercest onslaught, as countless black-armored warriors scale the walls, clashing with the defenders atop. Su Luo observes that a small squad of MOU forces is advancing toward his outpost. Why must you choose to come here of all places? With that, he downs his last sip of wine, tossing the empty flask over the wall. Seeking death, are we? The blazing fire and the icy blue appeared behind Su Luo. Frigid ice arrows. Explosive fireballs. On one side, the demonic soldiers were frozen and shattered, while on the other, they were reduced to ash. Oh, the captain is magnificent. His subordinates cheered. Vice Captain Wang, at your command. You lead the brothers to retreat through the secret passage first. Ah, understood, Captain, he replied, waving to gather the remaining men. Su Luo mused that in this war instance, the survival of his direct subordinates would contribute to a greater increase in his achievement points. Your lives are indeed precious. The 3 leaders, upon witnessing the losses of their squad, were engulfed by fury. With a howl, they transformed. One male figure grew in stature, black fur sprouting forth, morphing into several werewolves nearing 3 meters in height. A female figure cast aside her cloak, her blood-red eyes fixated malevolently on the 2 culprits. As countless bats surged towards the flames and ice, the leading woman unfurled her black wings, wielding a whip, commanding 2 hellhounds to charge forward. Oh, werewolves, vampires, and demon sorcerers? Su Luo now understood why they were called the Demon Moon. Never mind, no time to waste, by you. The 3 adversaries possessed combat strengths of 220, 000, 240, 000, and 260, 000 respectively. If an ordinary Beastmaster were assigned here, they would be in dire straits. It seemed this was an elite special operations team of the Demon Moon Army, executing some covert mission. Ordinarily, the first wave of siege forces comprised mere cannon fodder. It was inconceivable for such formidable leaders to engage directly. With a flash of lightning, all 3 demons were dispatched. Su Luo approached the remaining demon sorceress, extending his palm as a small spirit array manifested before him. The female sorceress recognized the array, struggling desperately to retreat, but her body was too weak. Enslavement contract. Sensing her mental resistance, Su Luo forcefully shattered it. Ultimately, the contract was established. Within the instance, all was illusory. To redeem anything, one needed to use dream crystals. However, temporary possession was feasible, such as with the previously acquired grapes, meat, and now this female sorceress. Name, Zhu Meier, Demon Sorceress. Level, LV 50. Attributes, Dark, Fire. Strength, 56. Agility, 51. Constitution, 70. Intelligence, 73. Spirit, 89. Charisma, 138. Race, Demon, Half-Blood Succubus, High-Ranking Demon. Skills, Advanced Dark Control, LV 12. Advanced Demon Summoning, LV 13. Charm, LV 10. Evaluation, the daughter of a certain succubus queen, the 366th daughter, whose father was, if memory serves, a high-ranking demon. Potential score 32, 433. Combat power score 26, 478. Su Luo did not enslave her as a form of punishment. There was no time for that, but rather, forget it. Asking questions would take too long. Better to directly search her memories. All spellcasting professions possessed this ability. Su Luo's skill was average, but he had practiced it several times within instances. Countless images flashed by like scenes from a film. Run away. Through her memories, he learned that such special operations teams were typically monitored by a demon overseer. If this team was wiped out, more squads would be dispatched to resolve the situation. Then, an unusual pressure descended, and Su Luo felt as though a pair of transparent eyes were scrutinizing him meticulously. Here it comes. Without a doubt, the orders have been issued. Su Luo turned to leave, while Zhu Meier stood dazed, a side effect of the forced soul search. It seemed this individual still had some utility. Ah, that Zhu Meier. Huh. Take that fruit basket and follow me. Su Luo dashed toward the underground passage. The guards should be ahead. Zhu Meier quietly trailed behind. Tap, tap. Who? It's me, Su Luo. He emerged from the dim light. Captain, behind you. Fear not, this is my captive. Oh no, I meant my enslaved demon. Hee, Captain, we understand. A knowing smile spread across the lecherous face of a soldier. What do you understand? Hurry and run. Your lives are at stake. Oh. After 2 hours of marching, the group emerged from the hidden cellar. Su Luo released Bai Yu, soaring into the sky to activate his spirit vision. In the distance, thick smoke billowed from the main city gate. As expected, the gate had been breached. Fortunately, it was merely the outer city. The inner city was well fortified. As Su Luo's team traversed the main thoroughfare, they beheld countless civilians surging toward the inner city gates, the scene chaotic beyond measure. At one gate of the inner city. Who goes there? Northeast Post Number 3 Squad. You made it back from so far? Impressive. The gate guards exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and allowing the group entry. They were soon assigned to the walls of the inner city by the military commander, once again becoming glorified cannon fodder. Vice Captain Wang, a middle-aged man with a mustache, stood on the wall, braving the cold wind and complaining, "Damn it, it's not like we weren't paid. They just tossed us out here." Su Luo reclined on a chair, eyes closed, as Zhu Meier offered him a few dates, which he swallowed. Forget it, no use dwelling on that. Best to rest well and prepare for the impending battle. Su Luo discovered that the wine in this world was particularly delightful. Each sip brought immense comfort, invigorating the flow of his spirit power. That sensation must be the power of moonlight, a rare type of spiritual energy that significantly enhanced Beastmaster's cultivation. After exiting the instance, Su Luo planned to exchange some to see how effective it was. Captain, the wine has arrived. A soldier carried a crate of beverages and placed it at his feet. This soldier had been sent by Su Luo to procure various wines for the inner city. Zhu Meier. Zhu Meier helped Su Luo twist open a bottle. Glug, glug. This one had a slightly sour taste, but the concentration of moonlight power was decent. Next one. Glug, glug. A great fire erupted in the outer city residential area, the sounds of wailing and slaughter echoing without cease. At last, the Demon Moon army regrouped, now facing the fully prepared defenders of Tsangyue City. The blaring horn of the charge echoed ominously. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, yet were thwarted by a barrier of spirit power. Then, massive artillery fired special munitions, blazing stone fireballs. The fireballs struck the barrier, effortlessly tearing it apart. As they landed on the city walls, the stone fireballs began to wobble, transforming into humanoid forms. These were the Hellfire Demons, dual-race entities of demons and elements, boasting a staggering combat power of 80,000. Captain, glug, glug. Finishing the last bottle, Su Luo rose, realizing he had perhaps indulged too much. But it was unavoidable. He desired to unlock more exchange options. Everyone, let us strive to survive. Boom. The barrier was completely shattered. Countless dragon knights and flying demons descended from the skies. 3 beast companions appeared before Su Luo. Red fire. Blue ice. Unleash your full bombardment. You stand in formation and protect yourselves. Roger that, Captain. Observing the vision shared by Bai Yu, the battlefield descended into chaos, with the ferocious hellfire wreaking havoc. The colossal spirit energy puppets of Tsangyue City were also deployed, as the 2 massive entities, each over 10 meters tall, engaged in a brutal clash. Sulo delivered a powerful kick, sending the moon demon soldier tumbling from the city wall. Though Sulo was a Beastmaster, his formidable physical prowess and foundational martial skills rendered him more than capable of dealing with such professionally trained adversaries. In the crowded environment, resorting to beastly transformations had lost its efficacy. Sulo seized a longsword, determined to secure this area. Honghua and Lan Bing stood at the forefront, dispatching minor foes, while Bai Yu remained poised, vigilant for any sudden onslaught. Sulo chose to conserve some strength, wary of the potential emergence of a super beast boss. Should he be caught in a moment of exuberance, he could easily be eliminated in a single blow. Sulo's philosophy in team dungeons was to maintain a low profile and exercise patience. However, the rampant slaughter executed by Honghua and Lan Bing did not go unnoticed by the opposing demon commander. Upon receiving orders, a squadron of dragon knights was dispatched. Bai Yu also detected their movements. Name, Air Combat Elites, Dark Moon Dragon Knights. Level, LV54. Attributes, Dark Wind. Strength, Agility. Race, Demon. Demon Warrior, upper tier commander level. Evaluation, the aerial elite of the Moon Demon Army, tasked with annihilating enemy flying units and seizing air supremacy. Combat power rating of 21,000 to 24,000. Deploying a squadron of Dragon Knights against 2 Spirit Beasts with a combat power of 20,000 each was indeed a sign of caution. Baiyu stood atop a nearby watchtower, meticulously observing the battlefield. Yet, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Spirit Summoning Technique. Summoning Technique. Sulo cast 2 high-level blessing spells on Baiyu, instantaneously consuming a significant portion of his spiritual energy. The 5-member Dragon Knight team silently adjusted their formation in the air, preparing to deliver a lethal strike against the 2 red and blue Spirit Tigers, unaware that a true hunter had been silently watching them all along. Baiyu, fully charged, erupted into action, spreading his wings as a flash of azure light pierced the air. Holy Feather Slash. Feather Slash. Slash. With the enhancement of skills, Baiyu's combat power surged, nearing 50,000, almost double that of the Dragon Knights. Coupled with the element of surprise, the Dragon Knight squad was swiftly dismantled. Marvelous! Sulo exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy. A squad of commander-level Dragon Knights would yield hundreds of achievement points. Yet, a furious roar echoed through the air. A dark crimson giant dragon descended from the skies, aiming for Baiyu. Oh no, this is serious trouble. With a thunderous roar, the dark red dragon's breath engulfed the city wall, incinerating everything in its path. Sulo and his 3 beasts found themselves at the epicenter of the attack. Gasping, Sulo felt as if his breath was being scorched. Emerging from the melting rubble, he sensed that his 3 beasts had likely perished, as they were stationed at the front lines while he had managed to evade some of the onslaught. With a pained cry, Sulo realized that much of his body had been charred. So this is what it feels like to be burned alive, he thought, as he lay amidst the shattered remnants of the crumbling wall, gasping for air. In his hazy consciousness, a female figure approached. Was it Jumeir? Oh, there's someone here on the verge of being burned alive. Could it be the Beastmaster who captured you? Another figure approached, and Sulo's eyelids grew heavy. It's him. He's about to die. Hee. Dear Mayor, are you reluctant to part with your master? Shall I escort him on his final journey? No need, he is already. Sulo regained consciousness, finding himself in a void-like space. Before him, a shimmering screen displayed fragments of his recent dungeon experience, while scores fluctuated beside it. He retrieved a vial of water from his spatial ring. Gulp, gulp, he drank, the sensation of having been burned alive lingering ominously. The screen had ceased to flicker. As a professional, Sulo had participated in the defense of Tsangyue City. The final outcome, Phase 1 cleared, and death occurred in Phase 2. He had earned 737 achievement points, with the option to exchange them for items or convert them into dream crystals. The exchange store had been unlocked. Sulo nodded. The amount was quite satisfactory. He felt confident and resolved to continue grinding this dungeon for a while. However, the relentless rain of super beast-level hellfire was inescapable, making ward dungeons notably challenging. If a single hellfire were to land in his vicinity, Sulo would be obliterated instantly. It was possible, as in this recent assault, that a squad of Dragon Knights had been fortuitously discovered by the enemy Dragon Knight commander, resulting in an entire area being reduced to ashes by a single dragon's breath. Sulo opened the exchange list, and indeed, various beverages had been unlocked. 1. Silver Moon Olive Wine. Exchange price, 5 achievement points. 2. Silver Moon Mixed Fruit Wine. Exchange price, 8 achievement points. 3. Cold Moon Frostlight Wine. Exchange price, 12 achievement points. Although he had not encountered a super beast boss, he had stumbled upon a sacred beast. He wondered what else had been unlocked in the exchange list. He decided to check the Moon Demon Army's exchange area. Werewolves, vampires, Dragon Knights, and that hybrid succubus. Sulo gazed at Jumeir for a prolonged moment. Name, Jumeir, Demon Sorceress. Price, 6 lower-tier dream crystals, or 6,000 achievement points. A 50 discount applied, allowing acquisition for just 3 lower-tier dream crystals. Sulo assessed his inventory, calculating that he would need approximately 27 units of lower-tier dream crystals. Rendering him speechless, he was just short. Forget it, beauty can be deceiving, he consoled himself repeatedly. Frustration surged within him, a relentless storm battering his psyche. Subsequently, Sulo exchanged over 200 points for moonlight beverages, eager to see their effects in the real world. With a flash of light, Sulo teleported away, having perished in the dungeon. His spirit felt battered, leaving him somewhat dazed as he exited the dungeon plaza. Upon returning to the North Domain Commercial Street, he intended to purchase some groceries to reward himself. Emerging from the supermarket, he spotted a familiar figure ahead, moving with a certain awkwardness, almost constrained. The The silhouette slipped into a corner of the alley. Oh, it's that classmate. A fellow student he had shared classes with. Sulo decided to greet him. In the dim corner, a voice called out, "Hee, these are for you." For some reason, the voice struck Sulo as somewhat dubious. "Thank you," a sweet voice replied. Sulo approached. "Hello, Wong classmate." As he greeted, he noticed the person turning in a flurry. "Ah." Wong Senmyo stumbled, and Sulo observed that he appeared to be holding some exquisite women's clothing. Behind him stood a stunning succubus with delicate black wings, holding a whip, appearing rather bashful. "Ahem, Wong Senmyo, I didn't see anything today," Sulo stammered. "Why yes." He chuckled lightly. "Well, I'll take my leave now. Let us team up for a dungeon run sometime." All right. Sulo nodded. "Then I shall take my leave." "Ah, yes. Suddenly, Sulo remembered something. Wong Senmyo shuddered in surprise. Sulo patted Wong Senmyo's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "By the way, take care of your health, Brother Wong." With that, he turned and departed. In the alley, Wong Senmyo stood holding 2 bags of women's clothing, staring vacantly at a figure in the distance, exuding an aura of boundless righteousness and elegance, reminiscent of a noble gentleman. Chapter 63, the beginning of the semester. This lad had actually amassed such a wealth of dream crystals. Sulo felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Well, it was better to focus on his own path. Sulo resolved to dedicate this month to conquering this dream realm dungeon. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Sulo, visiting 3 times a week, had discovered the secret and sometimes was able to reach the final stage of the level. The ultimate showdown was between the conqueror of the Demon Moon Army and the Lord of Tsan City, clashing high above in the skies. The Lord's Holy Spirit Moon Wolf faced off against the conqueror's Blood Dragon, a battle of spirit versus dragon. Both were top-tier holy level combatants, with an average win rate of about 50-50. In the final moments, Sulo could only lurk in a corner, dispatching some minor foes, praying that the Lord would be in good form that day to slay the Demon King across from him. Yet each time, he remained at a distance. And even if they triumphed, Sulo was left with lingering questions about the storyline and the reasons for their battle, feeling somewhat regretful. He planned to seek out information from the high-level players if the opportunity arose, purely out of curiosity. Just as the new year began, he leveled up. After grinding for a month, he had gained another level and accumulated 4 lower-level dream crystals, a commendable harvest, especially compared to his peers. Ultimately, Sulo decided against exchanging for any beast companions, intending to save them for upgrading Honghua and Lanbing. He also aimed to elevate his alchemy level to master, a prerequisite for becoming a holy breeder, an essential requirement. In the commercial street, Sulo purchased the job change book for Alchemy Master from a shop. He handed over a dream crystal and received the job change scroll in return. So what lay ahead? In his room, Sulo utilized the job change book. As he opened the scroll, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to use the job change scroll? You have now used the Alchemy Master scroll. Your Alchemist level 20 has now become Alchemy Master level 1. Congratulations on becoming an Alchemy Master. You have gained Advanced Spirit Material Handling, Advanced Potion Compatibility, and Advanced Energy Device Operation. As Sulo opened his eyes, he considered the next steps. Would you like to use 1 unit of Dream Crystal to upgrade your Alchemy Master level? Yes. Level 1 of the Alchemy Master was still too low. Dream Crystals significantly enhanced knowledge type skills. He gained a substantial amount of experience, elevating his Alchemy Master level from 1 to 4. Sulo smirked. A single crystal could boost the level by nearly 10. He checked his current status. Name, Sulo, level, LV 45, main profession, Beastmaster LV 9, secondary professions, Breeder Master LV 18. Alchemy Master LV 4, Shapeshifter Apprentice LV 17, Tailor LV 11, Knight Apprentice LV 10, Attributes, Strength, 108, 10, Agility, 111, 13, Constitution, 112, 19, Intelligence, 117 Spirit, 119, 15 Charm, 200, -95, Talent, Life Tree Level 3 LV 2, Professional Skills, Servant Contract LV 12, Cooperative Combat LV 9, Advanced Beast Space LV 11, Advanced Mind Communication LV 10, Coordination LV 9, Battle Spirit Art LV 11, Summoning Art LV 10, Fire Spirit Art LV 10, Ice Spirit Art LV 10, Gold Spirit Art LV 9, Transformation Basic LV 17, General Skills, Advanced Detection LV 14, Advanced Pet Nourishment LV 12, Advanced Beastmaster Training Method LV 9, Advanced Beastmaster Body Refinement LV 8, Riding LV 15, Beast Companions, Bayou LV 50, Qingyu Eagle, Honghua LV 46, Flame Spirit Tiger, Lanbing LV 47, Ice Spirit Tiger, Equipment, Archmage's Backup Bone Staff, Wild Forest Beastmaster Set, 7, Standard Space Ring, Small Space Ring, Academy of Dreams Ring, Charm Concealment Badge. Su Luo noted that after upgrading his talent, the life tree had progressed to level 3, yet further upgrades were slow, still at level 2. Although his training speed was decent, he still needed to consume some epic materials to enhance it further. Unfortunately, epic-grade sacred beast materials were prohibitively expensive. Su Luo found it challenging to maintain his current consumption. Most of his classmates were adorned with rare equipment, gleaming with blue light, at least 4 or 5 pieces each. Meanwhile, Su Luo remained patient, waiting for his ascension to a holy breeder, at which point wealth would surely flow in. Su Luo checked the previous messages sent by the school. Your Beast Breeding Studies 3 class will be held at the Academy of 10,000 Beast Kings. East District Teaching Building 101 Hall. Note: the classroom is at the Academy of 10,000 Beast Kings. Why was he attending classes at the Academy of 10,000 Beast Kings? Su Luo felt puzzled. Fortunately, there was a teleportation array, and the commute should take less than half an hour. In March, the second semester of his first year officially began. The number of students in his grade attending classes had noticeably decreased, as many seemed lured by the rich rewards from dungeons, changing their minds. After all, once accustomed to a life of affluence, returning to hardship was a daunting prospect. As Su Luo walked towards the teaching building in the central domain with his books, he encountered Shangwan Mingqi and Lian Weiwei among others. The last time he met Shangwan Mingqi, he had boasted about reaching level 49, and Lian Weiwei had achieved level 46, while the newly joined Yuhang was at level 45. Despite their novice combat skills, significantly inferior to Su Luo's, they had managed to reach this level. Su Luo felt a twinge of bitterness. Yuhang exclaimed, "Hey Su Luo, off to class? Life's going to be a bit more austere, huh? You should join us in dungeon runs for the second semester." Su Luo chuckled heartily. "If the opportunity arises, I will." Shangwan Mingqi stepped forward and tapped Su Luo on the chest, saying, "No matter when, as long as you show up, there's always a spot for you in this team." Su Luo nodded, exchanging a knowing smile with him as they passed each other. On Wednesday morning, Su Luo took the dedicated teleportation array to the teaching building, which was not only free but also directly transported him to the East District of the Academy of 10,000 Beast Kings. Dressed in the Dream Academy's colorful robe, amidst a throng of students clad in uniforms bearing various Beast King images, he stood out prominently. Although Su Luo maintained a low profile, he attracted many gazes wherever he went. Ah, the Academy of 10,000 Dreams. So handsome, such high charm. Upon arriving at the first floor hall, he entered and quickly exited. This should be room 101, right? Confused, Su Luo stood at the doorway. "Su Luo, is it?" Someone called from behind. Who are you?" "I am the instructor for this class. Please go in." "All right, instructor." Once inside, he found an empty seat. An elderly man in his 50s nodded at Su Luo, who returned the gesture. The classroom housed approximately 60 students, with over 50 clearly seasoned individuals, the majority appearing to be between 50 and 60 years old. Only a handful of a dozen or so were around Su Luo's age. Clap, clap. The man who identified himself as the instructor applauded, welcoming the alumni who had finally reached the esteemed level of Beastmaster after many years, returning to campus once more. Applause erupted, with some older gentlemen even shedding tears. Certainly, there are some young prodigies among us. The youth should clap their hands in unison. However, due to their limited numbers, the sound is somewhat sparse. "My name is Ren Qinyuan, a seasoned cultivator of the Saint rank, and I am honored to serve as your mentor." Subsequently, Mentor Ren commenced his lecture, outlining 4 key points. Midway through, he called out, "Yi Xiong." A somewhat reserved young man rose to his feet. "Of the 4 key points I just discussed, how many did you comprehend?" Answering, "Teacher, I understood 1. Laughter erupted, but Su Luo perceived that the smiles on the faces of the older colleagues were amicable, devoid of mockery. "That is due to your inadequate foundation. You Beastmasters among you are merely bookish dullards, lacking experience and relying solely on extraordinary innate talent. You must delve into these texts." Ren Qinyuan presented a list, comprising approximately 200 titles. Su Luo interjected, "Ah, it seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Ren Qinyuan shook his head, "Not at all. Consider this. Given the brevity of our time, you should first review these materials to catch up." He delineated 2 circles, one small and one large, encompassing the former, with around 60 titles in the smaller circle and over 120 in the larger one. Su Luo clutched his forehead, feeling an overwhelming headache, for he had not understood a single one of the 4 points Ren had just elucidated. Chapter 64, Essential Materials, the combination of super beast fruits. Fiery stones rained down from the heavens, and the dragon roared. Arrows occasionally fell like raindrops. Su Luo was ensconced within a bunker, engrossed in his studies. Indeed, of late, even amidst dungeon quests, Su Luo would carve out time to read. The consequence of this was that several members of his accompanying team perished, as they were burdened with an unreliable captain. After a protracted endeavor in this dungeon, Su Luo had gleaned insights into score accumulation. To the southwest of the castle lay a small door. Each time he surmounted the first stage, he would expend some resources to reposition his team there. The MOU army primarily consisted of aerial units, placing the greatest pressure on the front lines, albeit with substantial rewards. While these peripheral areas also faced land army assaults, their firepower was considerably weaker. Occasionally encountering lower-tier super beasts, but you could easily dispatch them. Progressing steadily, he reached the third stage, where the formidable leaders would engage in battle. This approach was both effortless and efficient, guaranteeing a minimum of 0.5 units of dream crystals. Boss, a giant beast is approaching. Understood, Su Luo replied, glancing up before returning to his reading. A low-level super beast, approximately 40,000 in combat power, could be dealt with by you once its conditions were enhanced. Baiyu dove into action. Following the dungeon's conclusion, Su Luo exchanged his dream crystals and turned to leave. Sighing, Su Luo reflected on his recent diligence. Nonetheless, his weak foundation had led him to achieve the lowest score in the last theoretical assessment. Among the over 60 students in the class, more than 20 excelled. 30 performed well, 7 passed, and 3, including Su Luo, failed. Fortunately, in the practical exam, Su Luo had exhibited commendable performance, earning an excellent grade to salvage some dignity. He harbored no lofty expectations for the next theoretical examination, merely hoping to secure a passing mark. This month's dungeon income had dwindled, compounded by stable consumption costs, which were quite substantial. However, he managed to accumulate a single dream crystal. Together with his previous savings, he now possessed 5 dream crystals. With his recent studies on the combination of super beasts, Su Luo had successfully sketched out the advanced blueprints for the red fire and blue ice. What remained were merely some minor details. Perhaps next week? It primarily hinged on the arrival of several essential rare spiritual materials, which also served as elemental gemstones for crafting staves, making them highly sought after with tight supply. Once received and absorbed, he could upgrade Xiaohong and Xiaolan. At that time, possessing 2 super beasts and a holy beast hatchling would render the lower-tier dream dungeon easily conquerable, and there would be hope against the dungeon boss. Xiahou Tian performed adequately, Shan Yu Xiaoyan excelled, Pu Panyue achieved a satisfactory grade, and Ban Huanwan also fared well. Su Luo, however, felt an intense anxiety as he awaited his results. Su Luo, your score is a pass. A wave of relief washed over Su Luo, his heart swelled with joy. Thus, every member of their class had passed. What a delightful outcome. Laughter erupted from the audience. Next, we will delve into the critical aspects of advancing a super commander-level beast to a holy beast king, Ren Xingyuan expounded, as the older Beastmaster seated below. Many significantly his seniors listened intently. On a weekend morning, Su Luo completed his morning routine, and little Luo, a robotic assistant, fluttered in with a cheerful expression. Little Luo has received the delivery. After rinsing his mouth, Su Luo inquired, received what? The crystal cores of the ice spirit fox and the flame soul bird. Oh, that is indeed splendid news. After a long wait, the long-anticipated transaction had finally come to fruition. Although Su Luo had already placed an order and paid a deposit, he felt reassured only once he physically held the items. Inside the store, the attendant located the goods. Hello, the total is 3.78 million. Su Luo nodded. Ding. Payment complete. The next step was to await the digestion and crystallization of the inheritance fruits, followed by the booking of a cultivation chamber. On his way home, Su Luo strolled down the street. Ah, Wang Senmio, you've been looking rather listless lately. Your steps seem unsteady. I apologize, Captain. I've been feeling a bit. Su Luo noticed a tall man clad in silver armor reprimanding a young man from a distance. It was none other than the succubus exchange agent Wang Senmio. Upon hearing Wang Senmio's explanation, Su Luo sighed. Beauty can be a double-edged sword. Captain, you don't mean to suggest that you've exchanged for a succubus recently, do you? If you continue down this path, you won't be able to stay in the team. Wang Senmio shook his head. Captain, don't worry, I'll adjust soon. I've just been burning the midnight oil. Su Luo shook his head in response. You've guessed wrong. This fellow exchanged for a succubus last month. Perhaps the school had also recognized this issue, for recent notices in the dungeon square frequently urged students not to exchange for special demons. However, the effectiveness was lacking. As Su Luo observed an increase in those flocking to participate in the Moonlight City Guard battle. Patiently waiting, Su Luo had expended considerable energy on Beast Cultivation Studies 3, causing his performance in other subjects to decline significantly. Traditionally, he would have had a chance at an excellent grade, but now he barely managed a satisfactory one. On a positive note, the 2 crucial inheritance fruits had finally crystallized. Simultaneously, Su Luo had preemptively ordered a well-equipped cultivation chamber. The Wanxian Dream Academy provided corresponding subsidies for the advancement of beast battle pets, so the financial burden was minimal. On Saturday, following a successful dungeon run where he smoothly reached the boss level without any losses among his 3 beasts, Su Luo took a day to recuperate. On Sunday, he arrived at the booked cultivation chamber. His first task was to concoct a bloodline advancement potion. Although Su Luo could directly use the inheritance fruits through multiple experiments, he had discovered that creating the fruits into a bloodline potion yielded a more stable and less intense reaction, utilizing innate talents. The life tree of background revealed a spiritual formation, selecting characteristics from 5 legacy fruits, extracting their essence, and arranging combinations to identify the one with the highest affinity. In a flash of brilliance, a fire attribute legacy fruit emerged, serving as the raw material for the fiery concoction of bloodline elixirs. Next came the blue ice variant. Following the standard procedure, 2 colossal red and blue tigers floated within the nutrient chamber, as a specialized bloodline elixir was slowly infused. Having already received a stabilizer, the 2 little treasures had long since drifted into slumber. Barring unforeseen circumstances, upon awakening, they would have completed their evolution and transformation. Pushing open the door, Su Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. The plan had unfolded seamlessly. He wondered if his potential score could surpass 750,000, an indicator of high status among super beasts. A group approached, enveloping a young man clad in red, whose elevated position clearly drew the attention of the crowd. Was that Zhongsun Beiliang? Su Luo pondered, perplexed. This individual was remarkable, hailing from a family renowned for their contracts with sacred beasts. Boasting a lineage of generations who had possessed a master sacred beast, a prestigious and illustrious clan. As the direct descendant of this family, he had awakened a purple A-tier talent, blessed by the Holy Spirit, enhancing the physique of beast companions. It was said that he had developed his talent to the extent of being able to cultivate sacred beasts. Beiliang, I appreciate your assistance today, the leader of the group said, bowing slightly. No problem, but my time is limited, so let us be swift. Zhongsun Beiliang replied coolly. Ahaha, I assure you, we will not squander your time. The leader responded enthusiastically. Upon noticing Su Luo standing at the door, Zhongsun Beiliang halted, prompting the throng behind him to pause as well. Are you assisting others with their evolving beast companions today, Su Luo? He inquired. Su Luo shook his head. No, this is for my own beast's advancement. Oh, with your abilities, it should proceed smoothly, Zhongsun Beiliang remarked. Indeed. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Su Luo said as he traversed the corridor, intending to head home. Only to encounter familiar faces, Shangwan Mingqi's team appeared for reasons unbeknownst to him. What a coincidence. Shangwan Mingqi greeted, then embraced Su Luo, whispering, You actually know Zhongsun Beiliang? Su Luo shrugged nonchalantly. What is the big deal? It's quite normal. We've both been attending Beast Cultivation 3 recently. Just classmates. P.S. Quite the rising star of our cohort, possessing the ability to advance super beast-level companions to sacred beasts. What do you think of him? Shangwan Mingqi probed. Not much, just an exceptionally talented scholar, Su Luo replied. By the way, who was that Beiliang? Oh, just a talent-dependent underachiever. That S worlds apart from Beiliang, Shangwan Mingqi noted. Zhongsun Beiliang regarded them with a curious expression, despite being labeled an underachiever. His domineering talent ensured he would inevitably ascend to the rank of a sacred-level breeder. Is his cultivation talent truly that formidable? A few of Zhongsun Beiliang's followers silently noted Su Luo's appearance in their minds. Chapter 65, Dual Super Beasts. The 3-day deadline had arrived. It was time for the return of Long. Oh no, Su Luo. After classes, Su Luo headed directly to his breeding chamber on the commercial street. Observing the nearly completed transformations of the fiery red and icy blue beasts, he felt exceedingly satisfied with their metamorphosis. Name, Blue Ice, King of the Extreme Cold Ice Tigers. Level, LV48. Attribute, Ice. Strength, 77. Agility, 83. Constitution, 91. Intelligence, 152. Spirit, 171. Charisma, 75. Species, Beast Clan, Mutated Spirit Tiger Individual, Supreme Ruler Level Spirit Beast. Skills, Extreme Cold Ice Domain LV8. Tiger King Transformation LV8, Advanced Ice Control LV10, Advanced Beast Instinct LV15, Extraordinary Beast Battle Body LV10. Evaluation, the Esteemed Emperor of Ice. The strongest ruler upon the land of the Arctic Mountains, with a potential score of 82, 245, and a combat score of 65, 796. 80,000 potential. A top-tier super beast. Its market value is at least 40 million. He turned his attention to the fiery red beast, wondering if it would evolve into a king of fire. Name, Red Fire, King of Explosive Inferno Tigers. Level, LV47. Attribute, Fire. Strength, 74. Agility, 68. Constitution, 88. Intelligence, 151. Spirit, 181. Charisma, 75. Species, Beast Clan, Mutated Spirit Tiger Individual, Supreme Ruler Level Spirit Beast. Skills, Extreme Flame Transformation LV9, Tiger King Transformation LV8, Advanced Flame Control LV15. Advanced Beast Instinct LV13, Extraordinary Beast Spirit Body LV10. Evaluation, the volatile king among beasts. When enraged, the vicinity shall be engulfed in flames, with a potential score of 80. 976 and a combat score of 63 for 131. Little Red is impressive. I initially doubted it would reach 80,000 potential, yet it has truly exceeded expectations. Su Luo closed his eyes, entering a meditative state to practice the Master Beast Tamer's cultivation method while awaiting the awakening of the two. Time passed, and he sensed a mental stir. Su Luo opened his eyes to find it was around 2 in the morning. Within the nutrient chamber, 2 tigers, each exceeding 8 meters in length, stared intently at him. Through their mental connection, Red Fire exclaimed, "Su Luo, I'm hungry." Su Luo replied, "How about roasted meat?" "Not really in the mood for that. I crave a fire attribute energy core." Su Luo nodded. "And you, Blue Ice?" Blue Ice responded, "Master, I desire an ice attribute energy core." Very well. He opened the nutrient chamber door and tidied up some clutter. After the two emerged to acclimate to their new bodies, Su Luo stored them back in the beast space. In the family's beast yard, Red Fire and Blue Ice bowed their heads, heartily devouring their respective energy cores, showing no interest in the meat they once adored. Su Luo stroked his chin, noting their changed habits, leaning towards elemental beings. It was expected, for they had indeed evolved into spirit tigers, and some elemental transformation was only fitting. Their forms now resembled translucent crystals, much more visually appealing. Su Luo recognized a pressing issue. Bayu's combat power had diminished from the eldest to the youngest, not due to a lack of potential, but because certain sacred beasts require special procedures during their growth. For instance, dragons must slumber, phoenixes undergo a rebirth, and beast kings shed their bones, while flood dragons molt. Of course, not all sacred-level battle beasts follow this pattern, yet Bayu's performance indicated it was necessary. Its slow progression suggested the time for such a transformation had indeed arrived. Su Luo recalled the existence of a corresponding potion. What was the price? He retrieved his phone to check the campus marketplace. Hiss. Name, Sacred Bird Potential Activation Elixir. Type, Consumed Sacred Medicine. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Wood. Special effect, activates the bloodline potential of wood attribute Sacred Birds, breaking open the bloodline shackles. Price, 2 lower-level dream crystals. Bayu possessed both thunder and wood attributes, seemingly requiring an on-site examination for a sacred-level alchemist to concoct the elixir, having previously expended 2 dream crystals on Red Fire and Blue Ice. Su Luo's stock dwindled to 3. Money flows like water, he lamented, yet he proceeded to place the order. Gazing at the slumbering Bayu in the beast space, Su Luo chuckled softly. In the early morning, I arrived at the pharmacy on the commercial street. Bayu underwent a physical examination, meticulously assessed amidst a myriad of instruments and the deft hands of assistant ladies, having previously settled the order. Su Luo now awaited the next steps. First, he attended class. As the final lesson of the afternoon concluded, he returned to the boutique pharmacy on the commercial street. "Master, is this my potion?" Su Luo inquired, holding a bottle of thick, dark liquid. The viscous black potion seemed almost alive, swirling continuously within its confines. "Is this the potion required for the sacred bird of the Woodgar attribute?" "Indeed, Su Luo. The Qingyu eagle is yours," the master replied, glancing at the order details and stroking his goat-like beard. Master, is this guaranteed?" Su Luo questioned. This was prepared by the head of the Academy's alchemy division. "Absolutely guaranteed." The master's irritation was palpable, seemingly provoked by Su Luo's skepticism. "My apologies, I meant no offense," Su Luo quickly clarified. "Wait, so it wasn't tea prepared by him? However, I still trust the head of the alchemy division." Despite the unappealing appearance of the potion, Su Luo reluctantly retrieved 2 dream crystals to settle the balance. He released Bayu, who spiraled gracefully in the air before landing with a flutter of her wings. Establishing a mental connection, Bayu called out, "Boss, what's for dinner?" Su Luo produced the thick potion from his spatial ring. "The method of use is to pour it." "Come here, Bayu." Bayu hesitantly approached. Boss, can we have dinner first?" Su Luo uncorked the small bottle and poured the dark liquid directly onto Bayu's forehead. The black substance, seeming to possess a life of its own, enveloped Bayu entirely. "Wow!" Bayu exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, this feels quite pleasant. Boss, what is this?" Crack. In an instant, Bayu was petrified into a statue. The atmosphere grew quiet, with Bayu's presence fluctuating within the stone form. Just as described in the instructions, everything appeared normal. However, one could only wonder if Bayu would break free from her petrification before the weekend. The prospect was tantalizing. 2 days later, Bayu emerged from her stony confinement. Name: Bayu Qingyu Eagle. Level: LV 49. Attributes: Thunder, Wood. Strength: 75. Agility: 78. Constitution: 142. Intelligence: 146. Spirit: 145. Charm: 75. Race: Avian, Sacred Bird, Sovereign Grade Spirit Beast. Skills: Sacred Thunder Forbidden Spell LV2, Great Wind Forbidden Spell LV2, Top Tier Predator LV2, Sacred Feather / LV2, Wind Thunder Incarnation LV20. Evaluation: a fortunate recipient of the Sacred Bird's legacy. With bloodline elevated to sovereign level, having molted once. Potential score 2, 230, 000, combat power score 61, 250. Su Luo mused that Bayu might require 2 more molts to fully unleash her potential. He winced at the expense, yet acknowledged that such costs were rather commonplace in the nurturing of sacred beasts. With each of his 3 beasts possessing combat power of 60, 000, he wondered if this balance might be overly equalized. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Apart from solo dungeons, other dungeons were not significantly affected. After all, he couldn't even clear the solo once. On the weekend, at the dungeon plaza, a group was engaged in conversation when an individual approached the solo dungeon's teleportation portal, eliciting astonished reactions. Wow, it's a big shot. Is it really a big shot? Su Luo vanished, teleporting into the arena. Welcome to the Beast Arena. With each stage you complete, you will accumulate certain rewards. You again? Did you enjoy being cleaved in two? As Su Luo opened his eyes, he found himself back in the vividly memorable arena, teeming with spectators. I couldn't resist. How did I end up here again? Frustration bubbled within him, recalling the failure this dungeon had brought him. Since I'm here, I might as well fight, he resolved, his gaze ignited with determination. Chapter 66, Passing the Second Stage. Thunder rumbled as he declared, sweep away the hunger and return to oneself. Su Luo munched on an energy bar, observing as Lan Bing effortlessly dispatched the minor bosses. A 350,000 combat power lesser beast posed little challenge for Lan Bing, whose power stood at 650,000. Congratulations on overcoming the first stage. Your formidable strength astonishes us. The host this time was not the previous fox-like figure, but a birdman adorned with expansive white wings. Eloquence radiated from him, far surpassing the previous host. After a brief wait, the second stage commenced. From the opposite gate emerged a familiar creature, the dark crystal lion, with which Su Luo had previously met his demise. In this instance, the adversaries were at 40,000 combat power, just as anticipated. The second stage featured opponents at power levels of 40,000, 50,000, and 60,000, while the third stage escalated to 70,000, 80,000, and 90,000. Of course, these were standard parameters. Solo dungeons adjusted based on the challenger's strength. Little black cat, you won't be able to touch me this time, Lan Bing proclaimed as she entered the fray. Now, Lan Bing towered over her opponent, possessing ice-based spiritual energy capable of controlling the opponent's super speed. As the battle commenced, roar, the extreme cold Ice Tiger King has arrived. With a stomp, the ground became encrusted with solid ice, establishing a domain of frigid desolation. The entire arena transformed into a realm of snow and ice. Roar, roar, the dark crystal lion, undeterred by Lan Bing's enhanced prowess, radiated dark elemental energy from its surface, rising like flames of darkness. In a flash, claws clashed. The dark energy possessed a potent corrosive nature, steadily eroding Lan Bing's form. The two figures danced in combat, with the now weakened dark crystal lion unable to breach the icy barriers. As shards of icy armor fell, Lan Bing replenished her energy while both continued to expend their strength. The dark crystal lion's stamina visibly dwindled. With a powerful strike, the slightly weaker dark crystal lion was sent crashing down. Ice breath. Lan Bing conjured ice elements, a brilliant blue light flashing as the dark crystal lion froze into a statue of ice. The cold contestant has triumphed over the dark crystal lion. Utilizing superior size and strength, the Birdman commentator remarked, isn't this somewhat of a case of the strong overpowering the weak? Su Luo withdrew Lan Bing into the spirit beast space, relishing the fact that as a Beastmaster, he had merely been observing. He hadn't even utilized a single skill, but the power disparity made it exhilarating. As the second stage commenced, Su Luo thought, this time, I should be facing a 50,000 combat power opponent. Clang, clang, clang. Name, Wolf Demon, King of Black Tile Mountain. Level, LV 60. Attributes: Earth, Wind. Strength, Agility, Race, Beast, Wolf Clan, Super Sovereign Grade Demon Beast. Evaluation: After the last Taoist temple and Buddhist monastery in this region were razed, it acknowledged its supremacy, the king of Black Tile Mountain, undeniably the ruler here, with a combat power score between 46,000 and 48,000. A towering werewolf, approximately 5 meters in height, emerged, its physique appearing rather frail and even somewhat emaciated. Tiny yellow whirlwinds perpetually swirled around its joints. On the opposing side, the Inferno Fury Tiger King, Honghua, made its grand entrance. The wolf demon's gaze fixated on the crimson tiger before it, eyes shrouded in malevolence. With a roar, Honghua unleashed its skill, altering its form as its body slightly constricted, transforming into a tiger-human hybrid. Su Luo, perplexed, remarked, "A transformation into a tiger king? What purpose does this serve?" Perhaps harboring dissatisfaction at being relegated to a mere spiritual artillery, Honghua envied its elder brother's prowess in close combat. Ever since awakening this ability, Honghua frequently morphed into a tiger human to hone its physical combat skills. Yet still, it remained a ranged mage. With a howl, the wolf demon dashed forward at an astonishing speed. A fleeting yellow shadow sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash on Honghua's thigh, from which searing blood flowed. Incredible speed. Thankfully, it didn't pursue further. Su Luo, transformed into a bat, clung to the shadows in the rear. For Su Luo in this phase, this was the most advantageous combat style. In the later stages, a Beastmaster would learn some exceedingly powerful life-saving escape skills, such as short-distance teleportation, limb regeneration, and formidable protective spells, but these could only be acquired at level 2 of the Beastmaster skills. Currently, Su Luo's skills as a Beastmaster were rather rudimentary. Fundamental elemental blessings like the Flame Spirit and Ice Spirit techniques had 3 stages of evolution. The first stage involved proficient usage, the second stage, mastery. And even the highest-ranking leaders and battle pets could gain substantial enhancements. The third stage offered special augmentations or attribute transformations, such as burning or fracturing, akin to the Super Beast stage of Beast Battle Pets, lying between Master and Saint levels, a preliminary step toward grasping Saint-tier skills. However, Su Luo had yet to surpass even the first stage. In the early phases, Su Luo focused on nurturing Beast Battle Pets, but now, with 3 little companions having reached their initial forms and maturing normally, Su Luo possessed 2 top-tier super beasts and 1 holy beast. Once fully matured, in the lower-level dream dungeons, Su Luo would virtually stride through unimpeded. Amidst the arena, the wolf demon continued its relentless assault, and in an instant, Honghua was reduced to a bloodied heap. This creature was far more formidable than it appeared. Its skills were impeccably aligned with its physique, and its combat experience was extensive. Even when injured by Honghua's fiery assault, it did not flinch, indicative of a being that had clawed its way up from the bottom of the food chain. Through their mental connection, Honghua bellowed, "You force my hand." A thunderous rumble resonated as Honghua unleashed its psychic energy, a torrent of raw power igniting in flames, forcing the wolf demon to retreat and create distance. Transforming back into its tiger form, Honghua invoked a cataclysmic blaze. The air crackled with the heightened activity of fire elements. The wolf demon executed an unknown skill, enveloping itself in a protective whirlwind. Boom! Honghua shouted. With a roar, a tremendous explosion erupted around Honghua. From the shadows, Su Luo exclaimed, "Goodness!" A flash of inspiration struck, and he summoned a shield to prevent collateral damage. As the smoke cleared, the wolf demon lay defeated among the rubble, its chest heaving in labored breaths. Su Luo reverted to his human form and approached Honghua, whose energy was nearly depleted. Yet, with a decisive thump, a massive fireball obliterated the wolf demon into fragments. Stage 2 cleared. Su Luo gently patted Honghua's head. In the future, refrain from transforming into your beast form indiscriminately. With a soft whimper, Honghua was returned to the beast space. Su Luo has surpassed his own record and is advancing to Stage 3. Let us congratulate him. Applause erupted. Ignoring the commotion, Su Luo closed his eyes for a brief respite. As Stage 3 commenced, Baiyu made its entrance. Although its combat power of 61 placed it as the youngest among the trio, it was, in truth, the strongest. Upon activating its forbidden rune, it unleashed devastating power, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. However, the cost was considerable, often resulting in severe fatigue afterward. Its next adversary was, by standard protocol, approximately 60,000 combat power. Name, Amethyst Winged Dragon Guard. Level, LV 60. Attribute, Light. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragon, Crystal Dragonkin, Super Leader Level Beast. Evaluation, Crystal Dragon S Subordinate. tasked with guarding treasures in the first district, combat power rating between 62,000 and 64,000, standing nearly 4 meters tall. Its weaponry appeared unremarkable, a curved sword and a single-handed shield. Yet Su Luo understood that opponents of this ilk were rarely simple. Intruder, perish. The blade surged toward him. Chapter 67, a temporary conclusion. Baiyu soared gracefully, evading the strike. The amethyst-winged dragon guard produced several small purple crystal orbs from seemingly nowhere and hurled them into the sky, resulting in explosive detonations that scattered countless purple particles. Upon contact with Baiyu's feathers, the purple dust rendered its wings exceedingly heavy, drastically reducing its speed. Dragon's breath slash, cried the amethyst-winged dragon guard as it launched another assault. Baiyu responded with holy feather slash. Metal-like wings clashed against the blade of light. Baiyu staggered back slightly, its strength diminished, but not by much. Observing that the amethyst-winged dragon guard had overlooked him, Su Luo reverted to his human form. Spirit battle technique. He amplified Baiyu's physical combat prowess, bolstering its combat potential. As their wings and blades clashed continuously, Baiyu's Saint-tier bloodline provided a distinct advantage. With its innate attributes being exceptionally high, it began to suppress its opponent during their exchanges. With a resounding crash, the amethyst-winged dragon guard was sent flying into the wall. Victory is mine, or I shall perish. Wrath of the frenzied dragon. It roared, its form swelling as it entered a state of frenzy, its scales bristling, and purple blood seeping through the cracks. A spectral figure of a purple crystal dragon materialized behind it. With a fierce roar, the spectral dragon's voice reverberated, then dissipated into mist, which the amethyst-winged dragon guard absorbed. Shield in hand, enshrouded in purple mist, it charged at Baiyu. Although Baiyu's wings felt immensely heavy, it struggled to ascend. What a joke. You've entered your ultimate form, yet you expect me to remain grounded? Rao-na? An unknown incantation resonated, and Baiyu was struck by a transparent shockwave, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Lai-na? The amethyst-winged dragon guard bellowed, uttering additional syllables, and its body became enveloped in purple crystalline armor. It slashed downwards. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning erupted. The blade's glow was extinguished, and the powerful lightning sent the amethyst-winged dragon guard hurtling away. Baiyu rose, the lightning flickering in its eyes. Holy thunder forbidden spell. Su Luo channeled his psychic energy into Baiyu, aware that this state would only sustain it for mere seconds. Hurry, Baiyu. Within mere moments. Su Luo's energy was nearly depleted. Regrettably, within the confines of the dungeon, the life-giving fruits from the Tree of Life could not be utilized, for the dungeon was a semi-ethereal dreamscape. Otherwise, Baiyu, capable of unleashing powerful spells, would have thrived with continuous nourishment from the energy fruits. Tempest. Baiyu invoked the Great Wind Forbidden spell. An unparalleled velocity, accompanied by an inexhaustible tempest, surged forth with Baiyu, charging towards the rising figure of the purple-winged dragon guardian. With a thunderous roar, the guardian summoned yet another ethereal visage of a crystalline dragon behind it. The colossal dragon collided with the storm, resulting in a resounding crash. As the smoke dissipated, Baiyu arose, feeling the significant drain on both physical and spiritual energies. Yet remarkably unscathed, the arena was now devoid of the purple-winged dragon guardian's presence. A momentary silence enveloped the scene, soon followed by an eruption of cheers as the Baiyu avian host guided the atmosphere. Subsequently, a respite period commenced, with refreshments of sunflower seeds, beverages, and mineral water on offer. Betting was underway. Meanwhile, Su Luo took a moment to recuperate, having finally reached the third stage, facing an opponent of approximately 70,000 combat power. The formal commencement of Phase 3. 1 was announced, with the system indicating no restrictions on the number of beasts that could be summoned. Haha. Does that mean I can gang up on the boss? Su Luo chuckled, shaking out his shoulders and loosening his joints, preparing for an intense battle. I dare say Su Luo is rather pleased at the prospect of teaming up against the boss, remarked the Baiyu host nearby. Su Luo felt an ominous sensation creeping in. Ha ha ha. The audience erupted in laughter. What is so amusing? He scoffed. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps approached. Su Luo turned to behold. Name, Alien Beetle Vanguard level, LV60 attributes, Dark, Earth Strength. Agility. Race, Insectoid. Extraterrestrial Insect, Supreme Overlord level Star Insect. Evaluation. A tribe of insects from the starry void. This individual serves as the hunting squad leader. With a combat power rating of 48,000 to 52,000. This power level was considerably lower than the anticipated 70,000. Su Luo's expression twitched as he beheld a multitude of insect shadows emerging from behind. Alien Beetle Laborers, Alien Beetle Guardians, and Alien Beetle, the Insect Monarch's protectors. boasting combat powers of 30,000, 55,000, and 65,000 respectively. The sheer number was staggering, a veritable swarm of insects filling the air, impenetrable in their density. Through their mental connection, Su Luo commanded, Honghua, prepare for a long-range bombardment. Lan Bing, transform into a tiger man for defense. Baiyu, seek out opportunities. Understood. Su Luo, replied Honghua. Received. Acknowledged Lan Bing. Leave it to me, boss, Baiyu confirmed. The battle commenced. The initial task was to draw away the massive insect monarch protector, whose 10-meter stature was beyond Lan Bing's capacity to withstand. The Frost Tiger King, Lan Bing, let out a fierce roar, transforming into a towering tiger man, enhancing his agility and combat prowess. Frost Barrier, a towering wall of ice materialized before Lan Bing, rising to great heights and effectively bisecting the arena. The swarm of alien insects was thwarted on the other side, as the alien beetle laborers began relentlessly battering against the icy barrier, while the alien beetle guardians concentrated dark energy orbs to unleash devastating strikes. The insect monarch's protectors engaged in a tug-of-war with Baiyu, who soared above. Su Luo, having regained a modicum of spiritual energy, deployed the advanced Beastmaster skill, Flame Spirit Technique. Empowered, a blaze enveloped Honghua, and a glint of red illuminated his eyes, steadily amplifying his momentum as he charged up an intense inferno, preparing to deliver a staggering surprise to the swarm. Exhausted, Su Luo leaned against the rear wall, awaiting the moment the barrier would shatter. After a prolonged period, the relentless efforts of the insect horde bore fruit, gradually thinning the ice wall. At long last, with a resounding crash, the barrier was breached. Yet, they were met with an overwhelming heat on the other side. A blinding red light erupted as an inferno surged forth. Prepared for this, Baiyu ascended higher, while the insect monarch protector diverted its gaze from Baiyu to the opposite side of the arena, only to be engulfed by the flames. The charge-up time for Honghua had been extensive, with one final attack. He expended all his spiritual energy and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, the inferno extinguished, leaving the insect horde scattered and defeated. Baiyu descended from the heights once more, witnessing the insect monarch protector severely burned and incapacitated. Swiftly, Baiyu flickered, executing a flurry of sacred feather slashes, targeting vital points relentlessly. The insect monarch protector succumbed, lifeless upon the ground. Panting heavily, Su Luo realized that throughout the battle, he had continuously transferred his spiritual energy to Lan Bing, enabling them to endure this long. I'm utterly exhausted, the Baiyu host announced. Congratulations to Su Luo for progressing through Phase 3. 1. This was somewhat unexpected. Now please. Su Luo had already grown accustomed to ignoring the host's voice and the audience's cheers. Presently, with Honghua's energy depleted, Lan Bing's energy exhausted, and his own stamina significantly drained, Baiyu only slightly fatigued, Su Luo assessed. In this state, we cannot continue. However, he was curious about who the next opponent would be. As the preparations for Phase 3, 2 began, he observed the approaching adversary. Name, War Demon, Marlos, level, LV60 attributes, Light, Earth Strength, Agility. Race, Warrior Clan, Otherworldly Battle Clan, Supreme Overlord level Warrior. Evaluation, a member of the Otherworldly Battle Clan, insatiable for combat, living for battle. With a combat power rating of 68,000 to 72,000, though appearing unremarkable at just under 2 meters tall and clad in bone armor. Su Luo was acutely aware of its formidable nature, having previously witnessed its might. He closed his eyes, recalling a video where a senior used all his spiritual energy to empower his battle beast, a bone-armored warrior, which subsequently dispatched a group of 55,000 combat power demons with ease. The subtitles emphasize the lesson imparted to junior members: never judge solely by surface combat power. A comprehensive evaluation of a beast's potential is essential. Facing such an opponent in 3-2 was daunting, yet understandable, given they were nearing the penultimate challenge. Su Luo nodded, initiating his decision. The arena's announcement echoed. Su Luo has chosen to forfeit the upcoming match. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Su Luo dismissed them with a disdainful gesture, slowly fading from view. Chapter 68. Familiar faces. Amidst the commotion, the professional Su Luo participated in the dungeon arena, ultimately achieving success in Phase 3. 1. Earning rewards of 950 achievement points, with the option to redeem items or convert them into dream crystals. The exchange store was now open. Oh ho, I didn't expect the rewards to be so substantial upon reaching the 3rd stage. One match yields nearly the same benefits as 3 for others. This was somewhat typical, as about half of the Beastmasters opted to cultivate a single high potential beast. When that beast reached its pinnacle and could not break through, they would only then consider a replacement. With 3 of his beasts possessing extraordinary potential, Su Luo's combat prowess was exceptional, albeit at a considerable cost. After reviewing the exchange list and finding nothing of interest, he opted to convert his points directly into the corresponding dream crystals, vanishing into the void. In the dungeon square, Su Luo strolled back, contemplating a return to rest. Given the substantial gains, perhaps after the midterm, he could choose to tackle the dungeon with full force. Currently, the skill level of Su Luo as a Beastmaster is rather low, thus limiting his influence over the beasts, rendering him increasingly akin to an accessory for them. After acquiring more dream crystals, Su Luo intends to utilize them to enhance his abilities, as employing dream crystals to elevate skill levels proves to be remarkably effective. 3 lower-tier dream crystals can elevate a master-level Beastmaster's skills to nearly their maximum capacity, approximately from levels 3 or 4 to levels 17 or 18. At the beginning of the school year, the senior students who showcased their prowess during the Sacred Beast Tournament possessed the Saint tier level at such a young age, all thanks to the dream crystals they had consumed. Of course, they are also prodigies, among the most gifted individuals even within the Divine Summer Empire. Most students from ordinary backgrounds, upon completing 5 years of study, graduate at around level 50, as leveling up becomes increasingly sluggish in the later stages. However, it is said that upon entering the Saint tier, new methods to level up rapidly become accessible, though that is presently beyond Su Luo's reach. As he walked, Su Luo noticed a few boys ahead. "Hey, a duel is happening. Shall we go watch?" "Of course," chimed in a nearby group of girls. "I heard a scoundrel is toying with a certain female classmate's feelings." "Ugh, I despise scoundrels. By the way, is he handsome? I heard he is not bad. Should we go take a look?" Su Luo scoffed, thinking, what is so interesting about such trivial matters? How dull people are. However, considering he had nothing else to do, he decided to critique just how tedious this situation truly was. Adjacent to the Instance Plaza, several arenas were established, ostensibly for practicing combat and skill exchange. Yet, more often than not, they served as platforms for self-aggrandizement and rivalry. Presently, 2 teams were confronting each other in one of the arenas. "Your teammate deceived my sister's feelings. Today I shall beat him half to death to provide her with an explanation," declared a towering white werewolf with a commanding presence. The opposing party, wait. Su Luo suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He squeezed through the crowd, offering an apologetic smile to the disapproving gazes directed at him. Upon closing the distance, he stroked his chin, realizing it was indeed Shangguan Mingqi, which struck him as odd. Based on Su Luo's understanding of this individual, he was not one to stir up trouble. So, was he merely standing up for his teammate? Recently, Shangguan Mingqi and his comrades had joined several prestigious campus guilds known for their strong cohesion and capability, although the entry requirements were quite stringent. Logically, no one should dare bully him without consequence. Shangguan Mingqi stood unfazed. "Yes, my teammate was wrong. I can have him apologize, but today, in my presence, I cannot allow you to take him away." The white werewolf responded, "In that case, it seems we must resolve this on the duel stage." Raising an eyebrow, he asked, 3v3 or 5v5? Shangguan Mingqi's team was essentially composed of himself and Lian Weiwei, the strongest members, while the other team members were rather average in combat capability. "Let us go with 3v3. The onlookers quickly dispersed, creating ample space for the duel. At that moment, Su Luo noticed that Yu Hang was being cornered by several youths. Firmly restrained, nearby stood a seemingly quiet and gentle young lady, possessing a youthful visage, as they were all adults by now. Su Luo stroked his chin, realizing, "So it's you. I never anticipated that Yu Hang, with those prominent brows and big eyes, would engage in such antics." Shangguan Mingqi seemed to grasp the situation, understanding that Yu Hang had erred, yet still defending him, likely out of fear that the opposing side might inflict serious harm upon Yu Hang. Albeit the likelihood of that happening was minimal. After all, the school's disciplinary committee was not to be trifled with, and respect was maintained. Amidst the chaotic clamor, the 2 sides commenced their first rather unfriendly sparring match. An upperclassman stepped forth to act as the referee. "We all belong to the same guild, and it saddens me to see such discord. Since you both have chosen this method, we must adhere to the rules." The senior added a dream crystal into the apparatus, which activated, seemingly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The first combatant from Shangguan Mingqi's team was Lian Weiwei. Su Luo had glimpsed her beast companion, a white creature, from a distance before. They prepared for battle. Opposing her was a heavily armored knight, clearly of the knightly type. The match began. Lian Weiwei summoned her beast companion, a white fox. Name, Renin Spirit Fox. Level, LV51. Attribute, Fire Strength. Agility. Race, Beast. Spirit Fox, Super Commander Level Spirit Beast. Evaluation, a Spirit Fox adept in wielding fire elements. However, To assume it is merely a fire mage would be a grave underestimation. With a combat power rating of 31,000 to 34,000. Upon observing, Su Luo noted that although this creature was a super beast, its potential seemed rather limited, categorizing it as a lower-tier super beast. Nevertheless, possessing such combat power at this stage placed it among the stronger peers of its cohort. When Su Luo's white feather surpassed 30,000 in combat power, it too entered that echelon. He glanced at the opposing knight. Emerging from the fray was an ordinary red horse. Name: Sun Red Pegasus. Level: LV49. Attribute: Fire Strength. Agility. Race: Beast. Pegasus, Upper Commander Level Spirit Beast. Evaluation: a standard individual of the Pegasus breed. This creature possesses no distinguishing features within its kind, with a combat power rating of 23,000 to 24,000. Judging by the combat power, Lien Weiwei certainly held the advantage, yet she was a traditional Beastmaster, while her opponent was a knight. The hulking figure mounted on the red horse unleashed a series of skills, causing his combat power to skyrocket, reaching peaks close to 40,000. Simultaneously, Lien Weiwei bestowed enhancements upon her Rinnin Spirit Fox, bringing its combat power near 40,000 as well. It appeared that the second-in-command of both teams were of comparable strength, and the subsequent outcome would hinge on their performance. The knight charged forth on horseback. Several fireballs floated atop the fox's tail, then launched in rapid succession like a machine gun. The knight brandished a spear, deflecting several flames, before unleashing a dragon-shaped energy blast with his long spear. Leaning forward to continue his charge, in front of him, the Rinnin Spirit Fox conjured a shield resembling a fan, successfully blocking the knight's energy blast. Heaven-piercing dragon fire spear. Fox Spirit Flame. The colossal dragon formed of flames collided with the Rinnin Spirit Fox's fire, both searing and extinguishing each other. The two combatants intensified their output, relentlessly unleashing flames upon one another. A cloaked figure stealthily approached, hiding behind the Rinnin Spirit Fox alongside Lien Weiwei. With a swift thrust, a blade pierced through. Since the dream apparatus was activated, striking with greater force was permissible, as injuries would be mended post-match. The onlooking students paid little heed, perhaps only murmuring remarks about the lack of chivalry shown. Lien Weiwei gazed down at the blade's tip protruding from her chest, yet bore a smile. Cracks appeared on her skin, and unstable energy tremored and leaked forth. Not good, the White Wolf captain attempted to warn. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The knight was hurled backward, collapsing to the ground, his body scorched and his armor melted significantly. The sight of his charred form instantly extinguished the appetites of the onlookers who had been munching on snacks while observing the spectacle. A figure emerged not far away. It was Lien Weiwei, having stealthily evaded detection, as the hulking man's sensory abilities were woefully inadequate. The earlier illusion of Lien Weiwei had merely served as a decoy. As the dream apparatus activated, the hallucinatory mist enveloped the scene, restoring it to its former state. Both Lien Weiwei and the Beastmaster appeared merely fatigued and scathed. The giant knelt on the ground, pounding it in frustration. The captain of the White Wolf team lifted him up, and the teammates ushered him to safety behind them. The captain turned his gaze towards Shangguan Mingqi, inquiring whether it was now their turn. Shangguan Mingqi stepped into the arena, affirming, indeed. He nodded at the referee. I appreciate your assistance, senior. The referee activated the apparatus to commence the second round of combat. Should Shangguan Mingqi emerge victorious, the matter would be concluded according to the rules, preventing any further discord between the parties involved. The swirling mist encircled the arena, unchanged, still retaining the form of the fighting stage, as the training ground lacked the grandeur of the sacred beast performance venue. The white werewolf summoned a black-armored knight, shrouded in dark energy. Su Luo was just about to catch a glimpse of this entity when, suddenly, the armored knight disassembled into fragments, which then amalgamated onto the white werewolf. The werewolf transformed into a metallic wolf warrior, cloaked in shadows, clad in iron armor that exuded a strikingly formidable aura. Towering over 3 meters, its imposing presence was undeniable. Su Luo mused, the combat power stands at 820,000. Impressive. This creature seemed to embody the epitome of excellence, a paragon of talent among the elite, possessing master-level prowess upon enrollment. Mingqi had mentioned that his beast had recently undergone divine blessing, unlocking its potential significantly, but the question remained, would it match the adversary before him? Name: Fiery Spirit Sacred Lion, Youth, Qixin. Level: LV52. Attributes: Fire. Strength: 87. Agility: 99. Constitution: 123. Intelligence: 187. Spirit: 194. Charm: 75. Race: Beast. A divinely blessed entity, holy sovereign level spirit beast. Skills: Sacred Spirit Form LV2, Sacred Flame Incantation LV2, Advanced Flame Manipulation LV20, Lion King Hunting Technique LV20. Evaluation: a uniquely gifted fiery spirit lion, having undergone the serene cultivation and blessing of a sage, and after utilizing secret elixirs to unleash its full bloodline potential. It boasts a potential score of 1, 0, 20, 0, 0, 0, and a combat power rating of 79, 164. Su Luo frowned, sensing a slight inadequacy. Shangguan Mingqi proceeded to utilize a Beastmaster skill, likely the fiery spirit technique, demonstrating formidable prowess. And it appeared he had enhanced it to the second phase of profundity using dream crystals. The combat power of the fiery spirit Sacred Lion Qixin surged to 830, 000. The metallic werewolf, unwilling to be outdone, howled defiantly, its own power swelling to 840, 000. Mingqi's brow furrowed as he unleashed another skill, which appeared to be the spirit summoning technique, also at the second phase of profundity, albeit with a less significant increase in power, now reaching 860, 000. The werewolf revealed a compartment in its armored chest, containing several vials of blue liquid, which it injected into itself, further enhancing its combat power to 865, 000. Mingqi released yet another skill, one that Su Luo could not identify, followed by another power increase. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, each employing techniques that offered marginal boosts to their combat power, yet neither was willing to concede, eager to demonstrate the superiority of their skills. The onlookers murmured impatiently, "When will they start fighting? My legs are getting numb. Come on, hurry up." Discontented voices rose in waves, while Shangguan Mingqi remained unfazed, his expression calm. In contrast to the more sensitive metallic werewolf, who launched a sudden offensive, the fiery spirit Sacred Lion Qixin was adorned with faint red runes that flowed across its surface, a testament to the sage's blessing, granting it formidable protection. In an instant, a shadow materialized before it. The fiery spirit Sacred Lion, measuring over 8 meters in length, dwarfed its adversary, yet did not possess a clear advantage in strength, as its attack style leaned towards spiritual techniques. The metallic werewolf's claws proved exceptionally resilient, and upon activating certain skills, the dark energy enveloping its claws could even tear through the protective sacred runes of the fiery spirit Sacred Lion. Each flicker of movement resulted in fresh wounds appearing on the lioness form, which could only manage to defend itself with a feeble flame shield. "Mingqi, use that move," Shangguan Mingqi commanded. Qixin roared, unleashing the sacred flame incantation, summoning a multitude of fire elements that ignited. However, an echoing wolf howl reverberated through the air. This howl was no ordinary sound. It disrupted the fiery spirit Sacred Lion, causing it to stagger and falter. The fire elements it had just conjured spiraled out of control, scattering chaotically. Su Luo's eyes narrowed. This was an interference spell capable of disrupting the operation of sacred runes, an effective counter against spiritualists. Remarkable. The fiery spirit Sacred Lion's attempt to release the sacred flame incantation failed, rebounding upon itself and causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood, its spirit waning. Its body nearly immobilized, rendering it unable to assist Shangguan Mingqi any further. In a swift motion, the shadow lunged, colliding with Shangguan Mingqi and sending him crashing to the ground, the towering metallic werewolf looming before him, its claws poised threateningly against his throat. With a sigh, Shangguan Mingqi conceded, "I admit defeat." The second round concluded in failure. The hallucinatory mist swirled, awakening the dream. Shangguan Mingqi descended from the stage with a stoic expression. The opposing team erupted in cheers, while Mingqi's squad wore expressions of dismay. "What do we do now? Who will take the next round? What can we do? None of us exceed 250, 000 in combat power." Shangguan Mingqi sighed. "In that case, perhaps we." A hand clapped on Mingqi's shoulder. "Need some help? Huh, Su Luo? How did you? Oh dear, I've embarrassed myself." Shangguan Mingqi felt a surge of gratitude. "I appreciate your intention, but the opposing team's third member, Wolf Xing, like the White Wolf, is also a transformation master with a combat power of at least 40, 000. Your Baiyu is merely has your red-blue dual tiger transformation concluded?" Su Luo nodded affirmatively, recalling their last encounter in the breeding chamber. "Has your combat power surpassed 40, 000? Shangguan Mingqi inquired. Su Luo gave a thumbs up, signaling a firm yes. "How much?" Su Luo indicated with a 6. "Then, I shall rely on you," Shangguan Mingqi affirmed. The third round, the decisive battle, commenced. The hulking Wolf Xing began in his black wolf form, indicating that these transformation masters were at least adept in their craft, capable of manifesting such powerful spirit wolves. Wolf Xing summoned a golden armor, combining with it to prepare for battle. In response, Su Luo unleashed blue ice. effortlessly executing two skills, the Battle Spirit technique and the Ice Spirit technique. Facing a high-speed melee opponent, utilizing Blue Ice, a master of crowd control and slowing techniques, was a strategic choice. For added security, Su Luo summoned Bai Yu to stand beside him, wary of a sudden ambush from the adversary. The battle began. After the frigid, icy domain of Blue Ice released its control, the golden armored werewolf, Wolf Walk, found himself utterly unable to advance under its blockade. Left with no choice, Wolf Walk engaged in a brutal boxing match against the Blue Ice. Claws clashed, ice spikes collided with stone pillars. Ultimately, with a staggering gap of nearly 20,000 battle points, Wolf Walk succumbed to defeat, lying prostrate on the ground, blood spilling across the arena. Among the three bouts, this one was the most straightforward and visceral, much to the delight of the onlookers. Once the contest concluded and the arena returned to its original state, Su Luo approached Shangguan Mingqi, resolving matters with finesse. Shangguan Mingqi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your trouble." Su Luo waved it off, observing the profound embarrassment on Yu Hang's face as he was thrown back by the opposing team. Shaking his head, Su Luo remarked, "I'll take my leave now." Shangguan Mingqi reassured him, "Rest assured, we can handle this." Su Luo gestured dismissively and vanished through a narrow passage cleared by the spectators. A few days later, Su Luo learned from Shangguan Mingqi that the situation had been resolved. Although Shangguan Mingqi had emerged victorious in the match, he chose to extend an apology. Yu Hang had conversed for a considerable time with the girl, ultimately reaching a mutual agreement for a peaceful separation, with Yu Hang compensating her with a lower-tier dream crystal. Due to limited personal funds, the team had to cover some of the expenses from their collective funds. Su Luo mused. Yu Hang has a tendency to exploit both former and current teammates, yet Shangguan Mingqi still opts to give him a chance. It seems Yu Hang will adopt a more discreet approach in the future, avoiding further troubles. In the Hall 101 of the Beast King Academy's East District Teaching Building, Mentor Rin Xinyuan announced, "Our half-semester course on Beast Cultivation 3 has concluded, and all participants have passed the final theoretical examination." Su Luo sighed in relief. "Finally made it to the end." Mentor Rin continued, "To the esteemed upperclassmen, there will now be a live cultivation examination where you are to cultivate a super beast of reasonable caliber." He added, "If anyone wishes to apply for the examination of a saint-level Beastmaster, they may do so. Passing once out of 3 attempts suffices." This announcement stirred some commotion among the audience. "Hey, Old Wong, are you thinking of taking the plunge?" "Of course. I once synthesized a saint beast, so who knows? Perhaps luck will favor me this time. By the way, Old You, I believe you haven't cultivated a saint beast yet. I plan to give it a shot. After all, I have 3 chances." The atmosphere buzzed as the seasoned cultivation masters expressed their aspirations towards being recognized as saint cultivators. Mentor Rin Xinyuan called out, "Chu Chun, Zhu Hoyan, Zongjing Chong, Su Luo." Su Luo felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon hearing his name. Rin Xinyuan continued, "Your theoretical assessment scores are not particularly high, thus you are required to take the exam 3 times, with a mandate of 2 successes. Oh dear." Su Luo internally pleaded, "System, please bless me." Realizing the situation was not dire, he relaxed, thinking, "This is trivial for me. I can handle 2 successes effortlessly." Given that the cultivation involved super beasts, the materials and dream crystal resources were abundantly available, and strict regulations prevented Su Luo from hoarding supplies as he had in the past. However, it was said that if the materials used were minimal while maintaining high-quality beasts, rewards would be granted. At the Dream Academy's cultivation hall, the candidates with the lowest scores selected their materials first. Su Luo casually chose 2 upper-tier spirit beasts, a horse-like creature and a monkey. He placed them together and proceeded to the materials area to select compatible resources. With his newfound knowledge, Su Luo was now able to calculate the most suitable materials, eliminating the need for the exhaustive selection process he had previously endured. Black Fierce Ape, Ice Snow Spirit Horse, perfect. With these 2, I'm all set. He collected the materials and prepared to return to the Tree of Life for digestion, anticipating the eventual formation of the legacy fruit, from which he could concoct the bloodline potion. 3 days later, in the evening within the Beast King's cultivation hall, numerous seasoned masters diligently supervised their creations. Su Luo arrived at the scene and promptly prepared the corresponding potions. After administering the stabilizer and nutrient solutions, he activated the bloodline potion, completing the process. Su Luo also inserted 2 dream crystals into the device, reasoning that it would enhance stability. Generally, the better the bloodline potion, the lesser the dream crystals consumed by the battle pets. The apparatus was designed to alert Su Luo in case of any anomalies. Having finished his tasks, he returned home to practice. 3 days later, aided by the dream crystals, the transformation progressed rapidly, nearing completion. 4 days later, the metamorphosis was finalized. On the 5th day, early in the morning, Su Luo arrived at the cultivation hall and summoned his mentor. Ren Xinyuan nodded as he examined Su Luo's creation. Name: Centaur Cavalry Level, LV50 Attributes, Light, Earth Strength, 159 Agility, 187 Vitality, 123 Intelligence, 77 Spirit, 84 Charm, 50 Race, Orc, Centaur, Super Commander Level Beast, Skills, Divine Blessing LV12. Advanced Holy Light LV17, Legion Formation LV18, Evaluation. A high-level beast warrior meticulously nurtured by the Holy Light Knights, proficient in charge and combat, with a potential score of 58,000 and a combat score of 48,333. Remarkably robust with impressive overall performance. Excellent. Ren Xinyuan jotted down notes. Su Luo brimmed with confidence, knowing his performance would be commendable, as he had consistently ranked among the top in practical beast cultivation, even among the esteemed masters. The other creation was, name, Bloodfire Cold Steel Ape Level, LV50 Attributes, Earth, Ice. Fire Strength, 174 Agility, 137 Vitality, 143 Intelligence, 90 Spirit, 84 Charm, 50 Race, Beast, Ape, Super Commander Level Savage Beast, Skills, Earth Dominion LV10, Fiery Grasp LV12, Cold Steel Armor LV12. Ferocious Body LV11, Evaluation, Sturdy and Powerful, utilizing ice and fire for defense and destruction, a nightmare for adventurers, with a potential score of 63,000 and a combat score of 52,500. Exceptional, truly exceptional. Your talent is among the finest I have encountered, perfectly suited for cultivating super beasts, Ren Xinyuan remarked. Thank you, Mentor, Su Luo responded, pleased by the praise. Ren Xinyuan shook his head. However, I cannot predict how much assistance it will provide you in the future, or if it will propel you further in the saint-level domain. Su Luo reassured himself. Rest easy. With the life tree equivalent to an A-level talent, I have no doubt. He chuckled softly. Ren Xinyuan then inquired, by the way, Su Luo, would you like to participate in the Saint Cultivator examination? Ah, can I? Su Luo asked, somewhat astonished. Those aiming for the Saint Cultivator exam were typically seasoned masters, some of whom had even ventured into the realm of saint level. As for himself, he felt utterly inexperienced. Ironically, he had previously believed that completing Beast Cultivation 3 would automatically qualify him as a Saint Cultivator, unaware of the arduous assessments that lay ahead. The evaluation for Saint Cultivators was stringent, yet surprisingly lenient. The standard procedure dictates that upon successfully nurturing 3 sacred beasts, one is duly acknowledged as a sacred breeder. Alternatively, one may seek assessment at the district-level breeding association, as no other locales possess the authority to confer such recognition. However, the Dreamscape Academy and the Beast King Academy are far from ordinary. They are the pinnacle of breeding academia, endowed with the power to certify sacred breeders. Ren Xinyuan nodded affirmatively, asserting that there is no doubt you will become a sacred breeder, despite your lack of prior experience. You should certainly give it a try. Su Luo replied, very well. Having completed the 3rd level of beast nurturing, he proceeded to undertake the examination for sacred breeder. Currently, numerous fruits of inheritance adorn the tree of life, with the densest clusters comprised of feline and avian species. Thus, the objective was set. He would select these 2 types. Su Luo opted for 2 standard combat pets. The examination for sacred beasts necessitated the use of at least mid-tier super beasts, possessing potential ratings ranging from 50,000 to 75,000. Due to Su Luo's unique nurturing methodology, his progress was significantly more stable compared to other Beastmasters. Consequently, he chose to nurture both simultaneously. Gazing at the formidable tiger-like super beast before him, Su Luo recalled several advanced pathways he had previously designed for Honghua and Lanbing, one of which was particularly suited for this tiger-like super beast. Given that Honghua and Lanbing were mage-type combat pets, he ultimately dismissed that combination fruit route. Su Luo mused, however, prior to that, I believe I can select corresponding epic materials, right? He chuckled softly. Chapter 71, Sacred Breeder. Naturally, breeding sacred beasts requires the utilization of epic-grade materials. However, due to the exorbitant cost of such materials, one could only select a single portion at a time. Fortunately, Su Luo was somewhat exceptional, as he could directly request 2 portions, likely a special privilege granted by Mentor Ren Xinyuan. Observing the somewhat sparse storeroom, it appeared that epic-grade materials were not so abundant. He selected a portion of Purple Flame Tiger Blood Essence and another of Iron Wing Star Eagle Blood Essence. The formulation of the Sacred Bloodline Potion is exceedingly complex, and due to the scarcity of raw materials, it often necessitates the inclusion of somewhat lower-tier rare materials. As such, the efficacy typically falls short of the original standard. This, of course, is in the absence of dream crystal. Dream crystals are the quintessential materials, wherein anything is possible. After collecting the materials, Su Luo returned home and cast them into the Tree of Life. That evening, he leaned over his desk. Raising his head to gaze at the thick parchment, he believed his calculations were sound. The next step was merely to await the completion of the fruit of inheritance. 15 days later, the 2 portions of epic materials were finally digested. At this juncture, the digesting speed of the Tree of Life became evident. In comparison to other seasoned breeders, they had already refined the blood essence and commenced formulation. However, the effects of the fruits of inheritance produced by the Tree of Life were incomparable, approaching perfection. The purple flame tiger inheritance fruit was stabilized with additional materials, culminating in a completed formulation. The iron-winged star eagle bloodline potion was similarly produced, though during its creation, Su Luo subtly showcased his skills. Arriving at the Beast King Academy's nurturing hall, Su Luo approached his 2 foundational super beasts. The dreamscape apparatus was activated, and the auxiliary intelligence confirmed, initiated. The 2 super beasts were entranced, losing consciousness. Su Luo placed the 2 vials of bloodline potion within the apparatus. The energy agent and stabilizer were steadily injected at 50. Injection complete. After a few minutes, Su Luo observed that the 2 super beasts exhibited no notable reactions. Bloodline potion injection. Bloodline potion injection completed. With arms crossed over his chest, Su Luo feigned observation of their reactions, a pose he had learned from the nearby seasoned breeders. He felt quite dapper adopting such a stance. His bloodline potion was impeccably formulated. From the outset to this point, he had not encountered any intense reactions. After a while, this posture became tiresome. He decided it was time to clock out and head home. Within moments, as several seasoned breeders turned away, Su Luo vanished from his seat. Observing the vacant apparatus, one veteran Beastmaster sighed, remarking on how the actions of a genius are indeed far simpler than our own. Buzzing, an alarm blared. Watching the fluctuating numbers, the veteran Beastmaster glanced at his work, exclaiming, "Stabilizer doubled. Lower the temperature." He then busied himself with several apprentices. 7 days later. In the morning, Su Luo approached his nurturing equipment, only to find it surrounded by a throng of people. "Ah, the main character has arrived. Congratulations, Su Xiaoyu. Your sacred beast has been successfully nurtured." Su Luo smiled, stepping forward to take a closer look. The tiger was revealed. Name, Tiger Man King, Purple Flame Pattern Tiger Man. Level, LV50. Attributes, Wind, Fire, Earth. Strength, 174. Agility, 147. Constitution, 153. Intelligence, 110. Spirit, 104. Charisma, 100. Race, Orc, Tiger Man, Sacred Beast Level Orc. Skills, Gale Battle Claw, LV3. Earth Spirit Wind Body, LV2. Holy Flame Breath, LV2. Beast King Body, LV1. Evaluation, a rare special Tiger Man. The unique purple flame pattern is more than mere adornment. With a potential rating of 1.51 million and a combat rating of 1.13 million. Ah, quite formidable. The Sacred Breeder Certificate is within my grasp. Su Luo then turned to the other beast. Name, Iron-Winged Man-Faced War Eagle. Level, LV50. Attributes, Wind Metal. Strength, 104. Agility, 137. Constitution, 103. Intelligence, 110. Spirit, 104. Charisma, 75. Race, Birdman, Eagleman, Super Commander Level Eagleman. Skills, Rapid Domain LV8, Storm Incarnation LV12, Eagle Iron Claw LV19, Advanced Storm Control LV19. Evaluation, with a body of steel and iron. Capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, the elite guard leader of the Eagleman tribe, with a potential rating of 930,000 and a combat rating of 775,000. Furrowing his brow, Su Luo pondered why it had not evolved into a sacred beast. The primary ingredient of the bloodline potion, the fruit of inheritance, is of sacred beast caliber. Closing his eyes, Su Luo recalled the process of preparing the bloodline potion. Realizing that the various attributes of the bloodline essence required careful adjustment of the corresponding auxiliary materials, one must neither exceed nor fall short. In the event of conflict, one should reinforce the strongest aspect. Su Luo could directly utilize the fruit of inheritance, yet reflecting on the extensive knowledge he had acquired. He considered himself a theoretical master now. He could not let his learning go to waste. A slight adjustment was necessary to enhance Iron Wing's traits, thereby conserving some vitality and spiritual energy. Iron Wing, Pink Star. Su Luo opened his eyes, realizing that the strength did not lie with Iron Wing, but rather with Pink Star. Thus, the enhancement yielded an Iron Wing Eagleman instead of a Pink Star Eagleman. How careless of him. Thankfully, he was experimenting with public materials. Had it been his own combat pets, Su Luo would have been inconsolable. Indeed, his current proficiency was insufficient for the flexible application of sacred-grade fruits of inheritance. Congratulations. Congratulations. Amidst the accolades from his classmates, Su Luo reciprocated his thanks. Oh, you managed to succeed on your first attempt. Remarkable. Mentor Ren Qinyuan's voice resonated behind Su Luo. Mentor, does this mean I am now officially a sacred breeder? Su Luo was brimming with excitement, for this meant he could set up a stall. The bloodline elixirs for the super beasts were not inexpensive. With a single vial worth over 10 million, the bloodline elixir is the most crucial component for advancing battle pets. As long as he unlocked the corresponding legacy fruits, he could produce them indefinitely by merely consuming a few life and spiritual fruits. Wouldn't that lead to a steady stream of income? Ren Qinyuan nodded, acknowledging, indeed. You are in a favorable position now, but the certificates and badges will take some time to be issued. Su Luo saluted, understood, mentor. May I? Ren Qinyuan interjected. Yes, you may leave, but are you certain you do not wish to cultivate another sacred beast? Su Luo hesitated. I'm not. To which Ren Qinyuan replied, cultivating a sacred beast rewards you with 3 dream crystals, and the materials are free. Are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity? Of course. He would not give it up. Su Luo was not one to shy away from challenges. Mentor, may I go select the materials now? Ren Qinyuan affirmed. Yes, go ahead. Observing Su Luo's retreating figure, he mused that he had not anticipated Su Luo being the first among this group to cultivate a sacred beast. He had assumed it would be Zhongsun Bailiang or Sikong Hao. However, who among the two would become a sacred cultivator first? At the materials depot, Su Luo coincidentally arrived just as the new stock was being received. He immediately directed his attention to the epic grade section. There were no tiger or eagle types available. Perhaps he should inspect the avian category? Suddenly, a radiant glow captured Su Luo's gaze. Name, lightning sacred bird elemental core, type, material, attribute, lightning, quality, epic, node. A sanctified spirit worshipped by a tribal island. A semi-elemental being capable of wielding powerful lightning elements while executing formidable combat techniques. Thus, the hunters could not restrain themselves. This core is the essence of the sacred bird, holding the highest value and serving as excellent material for crafting staves. This elemental core, being an epic-grade advanced material, could directly yield a superb staff if used for crafting equipment. A thought struck Su Luo, and he clicked to apply with the inventory management robot. To his surprise, he was granted permission without delay, and he selected it as the cultivation material, acquiring at least 50 million worth of epic materials effortlessly. However, using such a high-level material for cultivating a sacred beast was quite normal, as battle pets were indeed more costly than equipment of the same tier. The greatest beneficiary of this endeavor was, in fact, the white feather. Chapter 72. The street vendor. This time, Su Luo refrained from showcasing his less-than-stellar skills. After condensing the lightning sacred bird's legacy fruit, he injected the bloodline elixir into the previously selected massive superbird under standard configurations. 5 days later, with the assistance of the dream crystals, it successfully metamorphosed. Name, explosive lightning giant bird level, LV50 attribute. Lightning strength, 104 agility, 117 constitution, 133 intelligence, 160 spirit, 154 charm, 50 race, avian. Mutated individual, sacred beast level giant bird. Skills, sacred lightning forbidden spell LV2, lightning breath LV20, advanced storm control LV19, lightning strike LV18. Evaluation. The inherited sacred bloodline has not been fully activated, yet it can contend with dragons amidst stormy weather, with a potential score of 153 million and a combat power score of 114 million. Su Luo mused, in truth, it is still weaker than a dragon of the same level. A common dragon of that tier can easily achieve a potential score exceeding 200,000. Nevertheless, under stormy conditions, it could hold its ground effectively. Submitting his creation, Su Luo achieved a final score of 2 wins out of 3 in the sacred level assessment, thereby securing additional rewards. To his astonishment, Mentor Ren Qinyuan even organized an award ceremony. On the podium, 11 cultivation masters were upgraded to sacred cultivators, 8 of whom were seasoned masters, 3 of whom appeared unexpectedly delighted, likely due to extraordinary performances. Among the younger ones, there were only 3, Su Luo, Sikong Hao, and Zhongsun Bailiang. Their order was determined by their achievements. Su Luo was not very familiar with Sikong Hao, who was relatively low-key, yet consistently performed well. It seemed that he had also cultivated a sacred beast 3 times, slightly faster than Zhongsun Bailiang. The latter maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor, and for some reason, Su Luo sensed a hint of discontent in him. A jubilant crowd gathered to receive their sacred cultivator certificates and badges, marking the successful conclusion of the Beast Mastery 3 course. As Beast Mastery 3 and 4 were part of a single curriculum, The second semester would continue with Beast Mastery 4, except for those who had failed. Among Sulo's cohort, half of the newcomers had flunked the practical assessments, and those wishing to retake would need to pay half the fees. Most would opt to invest time honing their skills before attempting the retest again. For these individuals, even if they ultimately failed, they remained deserving of the title of genius. Having qualified to study Beast Mastery 3 within a 5-year program, they were already among the elite in their field. This semester, aside from Beast Mastery, Sulo had not enrolled in any particularly challenging courses. It was said that Beast Mastery 4 merely encompassed some more esoteric theories, each course summarizing a type of battle pet, thus presenting less difficulty than Beast Mastery 3, at least for someone like Sulo, who struggled academically. Given the manageable course load and the weekly dungeons, he was able to accumulate nearly 1 unit of dream crystals each time, thanks to his 3 super beast companions. Now what lay ahead was, come all, grand opening celebration. The sacred cultivator will safeguard your endeavors. Specializing in super beast cultivation, premium bloodline elixirs are available for just 2 low-tier dream crystals. Wearing a tiger mask, Sulo enthusiastically hawked his wares on the bustling commercial street that weekend morning. The dual signs of being a sacred cultivator and a grand opening discount were highly alluring. Furthermore, setting up a stall in the commercial street required the submission of relevant documentation with strict scrutiny. Information could be directly accessed online, deterring any deceitful practices. Who would expect a sacred cultivator to be peddling goods on the street? Most would typically operate a storefront, right? Haha, you just don't understand. Apparently, 3 years ago, a senior sacred cultivator chose to set up a stall, claiming it offered greater freedom and did not interfere with studies. Oh, but what about the price of 2 dream crystals? That's about the standard rate for mid-tier super beast bloodline elixirs. Perhaps this Beastmaster is not interested in dealing with low-tier super beasts, but his target clientele is well-defined, and his status as a sacred cultivator lends credibility. Senior, aren't you going to check it out? No, my battle pet has just advanced to the super beast tier, and my wallet is already empty. Hey, why are you leaving? Although there was a decent crowd, Sulo had yet to make any sales today. Finally, a young man with an austere demeanor approached and inquired, "Can you create a dragon blood elixir?" Sulo, still donning the tiger mask, replied, "What a tribute. Earth. Let me take a look." Sulo checked the campus network and indeed found several Earth-type subdragon beasts. To his surprise, there was a complete set of materials for a pure-blood Earth dragon, including dragon crystals, dragon meat, and dragon bones. He promptly placed an order for 1 unit of dragon meat, although he hadn't made any profit yet. He had already spent 2 dream crystals. Turning back with a weighty tone, he said, "Yes, I can." The young man asked, "What quality can you produce?" Sulo replied, "Well, I can manage mid-level." The young man concluded, "Then I'll take a bottle of mid-tier." After paying the deposit, the young man was informed that he could collect the items in approximately 10 days. He remained silent, as it is customary for such bespoke services to require a deposit. A notification on his phone confirmed that the payment had been received. The progression route for the dragon species and their subtypes, such as the phoenix, differs slightly from that of ordinary beast companions. By utilizing the corresponding attribute pure dragon blood potions and accumulating them over time, one can advance to a pure-blood dragon through a special ritual. The market offers dragon blood potions in 3 tiers, low, medium, and high, with standard prices set at 7.5 million for the low tier, 15 million for the medium, and 30 million for the high. However, due to the immense popularity of dragon beast companions, these potions are exceedingly scarce and often require a premium to purchase, with some instances resulting in unavailability altogether. In truth, the dragon blood potion is considerably simpler to procure than bloodline potions, primarily due to the scarcity of materials and manpower. Sulo concocted at least a high-quality dragon blood potion using the fruits of the sacred dragon's inheritance, though it could be diluted to become a medium-grade potion. In reality, this transaction yielded minimal profit for Sulo, but he did acquire a valuable inheritance fruit, which could be considered a modest gain. Following this transaction, the onlookers seemed to be invigorated. "Can you create a fire attribute dragon blood potion?" they inquired. "Yes, certainly." "What about an ice attribute dragon blood potion?" "Ah, yes." "And a gold attribute dragon blood potion?" "Absolutely." The crowd gradually thinned. Not all were dragon tamers, but the scarcity of dragon blood potions prompted them to inform their peers, thus igniting a fervent purchasing spree. Recently, Sulo had cultivated a sacred beast, which rewarded him with 7 low-tier dream crystals. Coupled with his previous savings, he now possessed nearly 10 dream crystals, a sum that he swiftly expended on the necessary materials. As fewer customers approached, Sulo leaned his head on his hand while sitting in his chair, contemplating whether to close up shop. At that moment, he noticed a vibrant-haired young woman standing before him, her head bowed. Tall and clad in rare leather armor, she exuded an air of affluence, Indeed, a premium client. This continent, with its extraordinary professions, boasts a variety of hair colors due to certain hereditary traits, yet such a rainbow hue was a rarity. Her long bangs obscured her face, which was a pity. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Su Luo inquired, adopting the tone of a standard shopkeeper. "I was wondering if you could concoct a bloodline potion for my beast." Su Luo glanced at the dazed creature beside her and replied, "Certainly. The consultation fee is 100,000, but I am offering a discount of 50,000 for the grand opening. Larger establishments charge upwards of 200,000, but they provide comprehensive examinations and detailed reports along with recommended advancement routes for beast tamers." Su Luo, on the other hand, kept it simple, selecting 3 to 5 of the highest compatibility types or those desired by the beast tamer. The colorful-haired woman responded softly, That sounds fine." If not for Su Luo's heightened physical attributes, he might not have heard her at all. Upon hearing the notification of payment, he asked, "Do you prefer the most powerful option, or do you have specific attributes in mind?" The girl replied quietly, Either is fine. Both options are available." Su Luo mused, proceeding to adapt the beast to the inheritance fruits from the Tree of Life. Ultimately, he chose the 3 options with the highest compatibility scores and wrote them down to present to her. 1. Thunderwater Ice for Rabbit, compatibility 83. Priced at 2 low-tier dream crystals. 2. Cold Star Tong Rabbit, compatibility 86. Priced at 2 low-tier dream crystals. 3. Blood Ash Crystal Rabbit, compatibility 89. Priced at 2.5 low-tier dream crystals. For now, Su Luo had no better options available, but the quality was already commendable. Rabbits, being lightweight and inexpensive as beast companions, were frequently purchased by Su Luo, leading to a considerable accumulation of inheritance fruits. The colorful-haired girl pointed at the Cold Star Tong Rabbit and said, "I'll take this one." Su Luo nodded, stating, "The original price for the bloodline potion is 2 low-tier dream crystals, but please pay a deposit of 1.5 million. The girl produced a golden pouch the size of a fist, and upon opening it, the brilliance dazzled Su Luo's eyes. So many dream crystals. This pouch was a spatial item, and at that moment, Su Luo glimpsed at least 100 dream crystals within, including several mid-tier ones. This seemingly shy girl was, in fact, quite affluent. Here are 2, she said, directly handing over 2 low-tier dream crystals, paying in full without needing a deposit. Truly a naive sweetheart. Su Luo wished to chat more with her, but felt a sudden unease. Would a person of such wealth and innocence be permitted to wander alone by her family's influence? An answer promptly surfaced in his mind. Certainly not. Never mind. I must remain discreet." Su Luo then said earnestly, "Please add the shop's contact information. Once the bloodline potion is prepared, I will inform you of the collection time." The colorful-haired girl nodded and departed. Afterward, Su Luo observed closely, noting that 4 or 5 figures seemed to be trailing her discreetly. A scion of a noble family, indeed. Enough of that. I'll close up and head home. In June, the 4th installment of Beast Cultivation officially commenced. As each major chapter delved deeper, Su Luo found himself increasingly fatigued. The theories proved too profound, prompting him to record the relevant materials for future study. To pass the Beast Cultivation 4 course, the final practical examination necessitated a successful assessment by a sacred cultivator. Having already passed that stage, Su Luo was exempt from the final exam. Consequently, he devoted more energy to his stall business. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, Su Luo would set up his stall at the morning market without needing to remain there constantly. Thanks to intelligent machinery, orders were automatically processed at his stall, and Su Luo had input the recipes for the bloodline potions he could produce into the system. Little Luo would relay the automatically received orders to Su Luo. In the mornings or evenings, he would deliver the prepared potions and send notifications to the buyers. A month later, on a Sunday, Su Luo rested his head on the stall's seat. He had just distributed the prepared bloodline potions to his customers that morning. His studies had become quite manageable lately, leading Su Luo to feel somewhat bored. He continued to acquire epic-grade materials, resulting in an abundant yield of sacred beast inheritance fruits from the Tree of Life. With the possession of numerous inheritance fruits from popular beast companions in the market, Su Luo was now able to effortlessly condense genuine inheritance fruits in reality using vitality and spiritual energy fruits, eliminating the need to purchase raw materials. This heralded pure profit, with funds rapidly replenishing, a sum that would leave official shops envious. "Boss, do you have ice dragon blood potions?" "Indeed," Su Luo replied, retrieving a blue dragon blood potion from the potion box as the customer handed over 2 dream crystals in payment. Since discovering the lucrative market for dragon blood potions, Su Luo had been preparing a dozen or so for display each time he set up his stall, which helped increase foot traffic. Leaning on the table, Su Luo contemplated a recent issue. It seemed that the school's supply of epic materials could no longer meet his needs. He began to consider seeking alternative sources, perhaps collaborating with a secret realm company from another world or joining a large organization. These were rather conventional methods to enhance purchasing channels. Forget it. I'll wait until the completion of the Beast Mastery Level 4 course to discuss further. Su Luo has firmly made up his mind. As the Tree of Life devours a substantial amount of epic materials, its previously stagnant level begins to ascend rapidly, resulting in a significant boost to Su Luo's attributes and experience. Recently, Baiyu has also undergone changes after Su Luo administered the bloodline elixir of the lightning sacred bird. Su Luo's status is as follows. Name, Su Luo, level, LV48, main profession. Beastmaster LV12, secondary professions. Sacred Breeder LV5, Alchemist LV19, Shapeshifter LV3, Tailor LV11. Knight Apprentice LV10, attributes. Strength, 118, 10, Agility, 121, 13, Constitution, 122, 19, Intelligence, 123 Spirit, 122, 15, Charm, 215, -95, Talent, Tree of Life. Level 8, Tier 3, Professional Skills, Servitude Contract LV14, Collaborative Combat LV10, Advanced Beast Space LV14, Advanced Mental Communication LV15, Coordination LV11, Battle Spirit Technique LV13, Spirit Summoning Technique LV14. Flame Spirit Technique LV12, Ice Spirit Technique LV20, Gold Spirit Technique LV1, Intermediate Shapeshifting LV17, General Skills, Advanced Detection LV20, Advanced Pet Food LV20, Advanced Beastmaster Training Method LV12, Advanced Beastmaster Body Refinement Technique LV12, Intermediate Riding LV7, Beast Companions, Baiyu LV53, Azure Feather Thunder Hawk, Honghua LV49, Erupting Flame Tiger King. Lan Bing LV50, Extreme Cold Ice Tiger King. Equipment. Backup Bone Staff of the Archmage, Wild Forest Beastmaster Set, 7, Standard Space Ring, Small Space Ring, Dreamland Academy Ring. Charm Concealment Badge. With a tremendous increase in his attributes and having not engaged in many dungeon runs, Su Luo's level has surged rapidly by 3 levels. Baiyu has also seen significant enhancements. Name, Baiyu, Azure Feather Thunder Hawk, level, LV53, attributes, Thunder. Wood Strength, 85 Agility, 103 Constitution, 142 Intelligence, 186 Spirit, 195 Charm, 75 Race, Avian Tribe, Sacred Bird Individual, Sacred Tier, Monarch Level Spirit Beast, Skills, Sacred Thunder Forbidden Spell, LV5, Great Wind Forbidden Spell, LV4, Top Predator, LV3, Holy Feather / LV5, Wind and Thunder Incarnation, LV20, Evaluation. The fortunate recipient of the Sacred Bird Inheritance. With Bloodline elevated to Monarch level, having molted twice, with a potential rating of 2, 53 million and a combat power rating of 1, 27 million. After further consumption of the Sacred Tier Inheritance Fruit, Baiyu's potential rating increased by just over 20,000, but it underwent another Sacred Bird molting, Bloodline activation, significantly enhancing its overall combat power to 1, 27 million. It now possesses the combat strength of a Sacred Beast, greatly augmenting Su Luo's prowess. With such a considerable enhancement in strength, during yesterday's weekend dungeon, Su Luo once again challenged the solo dungeon arena, reaching the 9th level, the final stage. And although he ultimately suffered defeat against the boss, he was nonetheless very satisfied with Baiyu's condition. He sold 2 more Dragon Blood Elixirs. With each sale, Su Luo now reaps nearly 10 million in pure profit, a substantial financial gain that leaves ordinary breeders envious to the point of tears. Having just seen off 2 customers, 2 individuals clad in distinctive black attire approached, suggesting an affiliation with a large organization. Without pleasantries, they directly inquired, "Are you the esteemed Sacred Breeder Su Luo?" Given that only 3 newcomers passed the Sacred Beast assessment this term, it was quite easy for those with keen eyes to recognize Su Luo. Su Luo lifted his gaze. "Who are you?" "We are recruiters from the Evil Alliance. We wonder if you might be interested in joining our guild. What are the benefits? How are they calculated? Most importantly, what will my responsibilities entail?" Facing Su Luo's straightforward yet rigorous inquiries, the 2 staff members exchanged glances. Chapter 74. The Ordinary of the Sacred One. This is the corresponding treatment offered by our Evil Alliance. Please take a look. Su Luo nodded. "All right. I will consider it after reviewing. By the way," after further discussion, the staff handed him a business card, stating, "This contains my contact information. Please give our guild some thought." Su Luo accepted the card, The 2 exchanged glances once more. "Then we shall take our leave." As they departed, Su Luo gazed after their retreating figures. That means others will be arriving soon. Sure enough, in the following days, Su Luo received recruitment offers from over a dozen large guilds, all with considerable conditions. However, what he valued most were the supply channels and freedom. After researching the relevant information, Su Luo ultimately decided that the Evil Alliance was quite appealing. Although its name seemed somewhat crude, it is, in fact, a subsidiary of the Sacred Summer's top 10 guild, the Heart Union. The Heart Union consists of two factions, the righteous in the south and the wicked in the northern region, along with a loosely organized Outer Alliance and the Star Alliance, which has conquered multiple worlds. It is said that several asteroids in the starry sky now belong to the Star Alliance. The benefits appeared rather average, but the promotion and demotion mechanisms were fair, and the internal talent pool was ample with abundant resources. Then it shall be them, Su Luo resolved. In mid-August, having just concluded the final event of the Beast Mastery Level 4 course, it seemed that the theoretical knowledge from the course had activated the potential of several breeders, resulting in a number of them successfully passing the assessment to become sacred breeders. Observing the joyful faces of the elders on stage, Su Luo joined the applause from the audience. As everyone exchanged farewells, some of the brothers who had failed approached the mentors for guidance on certain knowledge points, while Su Luo engaged in conversation with several seasoned breeders nearby. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his body. Su Xiaogu, what's wrong? Nothing, I just leveled up. Oh, congratulations. The conversation resumed. On his way home, he noticed a system prompt. Sigh. Su Luo let out a breath. System prompt, your talent. Tree of Life Tier 3 LV8 has advanced to Tier 3 LV9. You have gained experience points shared by the Tree of Life. Your level has increased. Your life level has risen to LV49. Some time ago, when Su Luo was aggressively acquiring all the flesh materials for super beast-level battle pets on the market, he began to procure epic materials for sacred beasts again at the start of this month. The Tree of Life upgraded rapidly, returning a substantial amount of experience to himself daily, approximately several hundred times that of his normal training. Su Luo felt he had lost motivation for cultivation. After hours of arduous practice and witnessing only a slight increase in his experience bar, he found it discouraging compared to the massive returns from a single breath of the Tree of Life. He felt like a lazy fish. During the first month of opening his stall, with little fame, business was average, yet even so, the revenue was enough to bring a smile to Su Luo's face. In the second month, after the finals, he coincided with the time when students from the Dreamland Academy collectively ventured into dungeons. With a certain degree of renown already established in the commercial district, even students from other areas of the campus would come to purchase from Su Luo, thanks to the ample supply available on his end. However, that month, Su Luo's expenses were substantial. Firstly, he had chosen the task of acquiring dragon blood potions from the Sinister Alliance of the Tongshin Society, providing approximately 30 bottles each month, which earned him a commendable amount of contribution points. Within a month's time, Su Luo ascended to the status of a senior member. He expended a considerable sum to purchase the Scroll of Inheritance from the Saint Alchemist, elevating his alchemical proficiency to that of a Saint Alchemist, thereby further enhancing his production efficiency. Next, Su Luo reflected upon the manageable intensity of his current workload and acquired a secret merchant identity through the Sinister Alliance, which denoted the status of a high-level merchant and provided certain channels. He subsequently established contact with a major commercial firm in the northern region. Due to the scarcity of certain rare potions with limited production capacity, Su Luo began supplying them with around 30 to 35 bottles of holy blood potions each month, with the firm purchasing at standard market prices. Thus, Su Luo secured a steady additional income. By August, Su Luo's commercial empire had taken shape, albeit appearing as a modest stall to the outside world. Yet, the income generated was exceedingly formidable. Su Luo possessed a unique talent, a perpetual certification. After solidifying the corresponding bloodline inheritance fruits, he no longer needed to repurchase materials, only requiring basic life and spiritual fruits. Over the past fortnight, due to the peak season, his income had been notably high, amassing over 70 dream crystals. Averaged over the year, this amounted to approximately 100 per month. The guild's fixed monthly revenue was around 450 million, while the commercial alliance fluctuated between 5 to 600 million. Su Luo felt numb from the profits. He was overwhelmed, as were others around him. A typical saint breeder would earn merely a little over 10 dream crystals monthly, with additional income possibly capping at 20. This was far beyond the meager earnings of ordinary saint-level combatants who fought valiantly for their lives, earning a mere 10 or so crystals per month, the standard for the affluent and powerful. And what was Su Luo? A veritable money-making machine. Previously somewhat carefree, Su Luo had recently adopted a more discreet demeanor. Compelled to do so, when the charm that concealed his identity finally dissipated under the increasing allure of Su Luo, he expended a tremendous cost to acquire the following item. Name, the ordinary of the Exalted One type, Accessory quality. Epic attributes. None special effects. Contains an artificial soul named Lilith. Possessing formidable auxiliary capabilities, capable of firing energy projectiles with the power of a saint. It features 1,000 cubic meters of internal space that can be transformed according to need, allowing for more significant life space consumption, and offers exceptional concealment functions, enabling the wearer to alter their appearance and diminish their presence. It can also freely change form into a bracelet, ring, necklace, or medal. Equipment requirements. Level LV 60 or mentality, 120, strength, 100. Remarks. There was once a belief that the advent of professionals would greatly diminish the role of human technology. However, when technology fused with artificial intelligence and spiritual apparatuses, it birthed countless powerful entities. The cutting-edge technology employed in the creation of this accessory rivals that used in the world-ending fission devices. Su Luo spent approximately 500 million to purchase it at the beginning of August, and it had only just arrived. Despite being an epic-level top-tier piece of equipment, Su Luo was able to don it due to his exceptionally high attributes from the Tree of Life. After hearing a few seasoned breeders recount tales of a lavishly living saint breeder being robbed by a group of saint-level professionals, losing all their long-saved assets, Su Luo decided to reserve a certain amount of operational funds while dedicating all his possessions to enhancing his own capabilities. One night, Su Luo was engaged in a remote conversation with a certain individual, Master Ho. Opposite him was a burly man with a full beard, an elder in the forging hall of the Sinister Alliance, and a top-tier saint-level blacksmith, whose wife was a premier saint-level tailor. Master Su, have you made up your mind on which set to purchase? The Holy Dragon Battle Armor is truly remarkable. How many men dream of being a Dragon Knight? Su Luo perused the options presented. Holy Dragon Battle Armor, Spirit Phoenix Blaster, Beastmaster, and the King of Black Magic. I intend to choose the Beastmaster. Su Luo declared upon making his decision. Master Ho seemed somewhat disappointed. Oh, really? Are you not considering the Holy Dragon Battle Armor? It looks so impressive. Please don't recommend that rusty shell of yours. Since Master Su has chosen the Beastmaster set, let us not waste any more time and proceed with the contract. A feminine voice interrupted from behind. All right then, how about we sign contract number 3? Master Ho suggested. It had been previously discussed that a deposit of 100 million would be made first, and then production would commence, as the manufacturing cycle for epic-level gear is lengthy. Once completed, it would be delivered to Su Luo, who would then pay the balance and the deposit for the next item. Sounds good. Su Luo affirmed as he signed the contract. There were indeed many saint-level sets available, but after countless years of research and experimentation, the most powerful batch had been recognized, each set comprising a standard of 7 pieces of epic-tier equipment. The set Su Luo selected was crafted from the processed pelts of various top-tier beast kings. The entire set would cost around 3 billion or so. He decided not to dwell on the price. Enhancing his strength was paramount. Never did he expect that one day he would bypass even rare-level equipment and directly opt for top-tier epics. Hey, Su Xiaoyu, don't hang up just yet. Master Ho halted Su Luo's actions. Su Xiaoyu, how about these weapon staves? If you like any, do let me know. My craftsmanship is quite commendable. Master Ho sent a plethora of top-tier staff information. Su Luo, feeling helpless, replied, well, I don't have that much money at the moment. I plan to purchase armor first. No worries. Just take a look. It doesn't cost anything. Master Ho waved his hand, for such affluent clients were indeed rare. All right, I'll take a closer look. Goodbye, Master Ho. Farewell. The screen faded, and this meeting had been quite pleasant. Su Luo intended to wash up and sleep. Ever since the Tree of Life had provided a significant amount of experience, his training regimen had become less rigorous. Now, he merely practiced to pass the time. Before sleeping, he would review the information sent by Old Ho. Later that evening, he examined the various staves, the Starwatch staff, the terrifying compilation staff, the Ice Demon Spider's Dead Cold, the Flame Demon Beast's Raging Flame, and the Holy Word Edict. All were commendable, yet he felt drowsy. In the past, dungeon runs were Su Luo's sole source of income, where he would always prepare meticulously. Now, dungeon runs had transformed into a source of amusement for him. He no longer toiled for achievement points, but sought enjoyment instead. In the single-player dungeon arena, Su Luo had been stuck at the final level for quite some time. Ultimately, he assessed that if he opted for a 1v1 encounter, he would have a fair chance, but it required Yu to bolster his strength further, aiming for 150,000. With that, he should be able to comfortably clear the 9th level. Enhancing his strength could wait. Currently, the lower-tier dream dungeons posed limited difficulty for Su Luo, who had already commenced challenging the intermediate dream dungeons. Generally, the lower-tier dungeon bosses were super beasts, with occasional encounters with Saint Beast level bosses. The regular boss in the intermediate dream realm instance is the Sacred Beast, while the more formidable boss is the super sacred beast. Rarely does one encounter the transcendent sacred tier or the legendary totem. It is said that only one such instance exists at a time. The advanced Dream Realm instances are not accessible to students, and it is rumored that encountering one requires many years of waiting. However, their duration is quite lengthy. The last known instance occurred 8 years ago, and the wait for the next is uncertain, with the prerequisite of possessing at least sacred tier strength to enter. Today is Saturday, and Su Luo does not need to set up a stall, as intelligent machinery is automatically processing orders. Upon returning home in the evening, he will simply prepare some potions. Which raid should he undertake today? The options are Beastman Invasion, Star Demon Descent, Three Dragons Contest, Lich's Conquest, or the Cataclysm of the Five Sacred Beasts. For some inexplicable reason, the number of intermediate Dream Realm instances is significantly fewer than those of the lower tier, and certain instances disappear after only a few openings. Having already completed the first two, Su Luo decides to explore the third instance this time. He clicks to join and waits. The Beastman Invasion depicts a war between the Beastmen and the human race, featuring colossal behemoths and divine angels soaring through the skies, a blood-soaked melee that lacks excitement. The Star Demon Descent involves the formless void demons from another realm descending upon cities, wreaking havoc and slaughtering countless beings, a survival-type instance. The Three Dragons Contest, he surmises, is likely a competition for supremacy. With a resounding thud, the instance begins. Countless students transform into beams of light, vanishing one after another. Su Luo regains consciousness. The instance's prompt echoes in his mind. Welcome to the Three Dragons Contest. In the Ice Rain continent, every millennium, the continent's ruler will be chosen among the representatives of the malevolent Dragon Mother and the Platinum Dragon God. Until that year, the Elves of the North. Your faction is the Northern Alliance. Task: assist the otherworldly dragon in becoming the world's ruler in the final battle. Task initiated. As Su Luo regains his senses, he finds himself in a snowy forest, now embodying a half-elf, a hybrid of human and elf. Ahead, a small town appears to beckon him. Su Luo, hurry. The adult elves are gathering. A female elven archer calls out as she approaches him. Oh right. Su Luo quickly sets down the grapes he was holding, under the resentful gaze of a vendor, and follows the elven archer. In the largest elven treehouse of the town, chaos reigns. What should we do? News has come that the Black Dragon King has already defeated the Holy Silver Dragon Queen. It seems the Black Dragon King will become the world's ruler. A voice cries out. Our clans share a deep-seated enmity with him. The Black Dragon King has vowed to make us pay. Indeed. The princess spoke of summoning an otherworldly Dragon King to help us defeat the Black Dragon King. Did it succeed? I heard they summoned a white dragon. A white dragon? The weakest among the five-color giants? That spells disaster. Su Luo casually finds an empty seat to observe the unfolding situation. An elderly elf, supported by several young elves, enters the meeting hall and takes a seat at the main position. Ahem. Instantly, the room falls silent. Eldest elder, be quiet. Listen to me. The eldest elder shouts hoarsely, but his voice is barely audible. A young man behind him pats the eldest elder's back, allowing him to catch his breath. The queen used the legendary ranger's token to summon the Dragon King from another world. According to the records, that Dragon King was immensely powerful over 1,000 years ago and is only stronger now. The appearance of the white dragon is merely due to the different laws of the world. His voice dwindles, and soon the eldest elder begins to cough up blood. A young elven maiden rushes forward with a potion to offer him. Step aside. The eldest elder pushes her away. We must have confidence. Trust in the queen, trust in the white dragon king. Before he can finish, the eldest elder faints, and several elves rush forward to provide aid, plunging the room back into chaos. Chapter 76, The Elven City Defense Battle. A resounding crash echoes through the air. This is bad. The Black Dragon King's army is attacking. Someone shouts. A group of master-level elves with combat professions steps forward, and Su Luo is led out of the hall by an elderly elf. Where is General AI you taking us? I'm not sure. We should just wait and see. After passing through several small teleportation arrays, they arrive at a small hill. Elven General AIU. The Black Dragon King's army is attacking from 6 directions, each led by a super sacred tier commander. We must defend the path through the Emerald Forest. Scouts have already reported that the main force is approaching, so prepare yourselves. He pauses. Remember, behind us is our home. We have no retreat now. Deputy Chui Ling, deploy the defense line as planned. Understood, General. The group disperses, and Su Luo follows suit. Watching the departing elves, once they have vanished, General AIU sighs. Ah, if this old body perishes, so be it. What a pity for the talents of our elven race. Su Luo finds himself stationed on a small hill with a master-level archer and a great druid. In a somewhat forward position, a precarious spot, indeed. As the battle begins, they are strategically positioned at the entrance, risking becoming mere cannon fodder. Frostwolf. Su Luo calls to the great druid. What is it, Captain? Scout the path ahead. Understood, Captain. The druid nods in agreement. Wind Chaser. The elven archer steps forward. Up close, her hair is a striking blue-violet, and her sharp gaze is partially obscured by a mask. Maintain contact with our superiors. Got it, Captain. A small bird, Lark, hops onto her shoulder, chattering animatedly. Once the two have departed, Su Luo summons White Feather, sending it soaring high into the sky to scout the distance. Su Luo remains still. To an outsider, he might appear lost in contemplation of the scenery, but in reality, he is sharing vision with White Feather, surveying the far-off landscape. Initially, the flight reveals nothing but emptiness, but soon a dark mass comes into view. White Feather activates its eagle-eye vision, zooming in on the vast army that blots out the sun, with legions of dragons soaring overhead. On the ground, swathes of dragonkin guards, gnolls, warlocks, dragon-blooded individuals, and countless dragonkin followers move in unison. Su Luo, is this intermediate instance particularly difficult? The sense of oppression is overwhelming. White Feather, be cautious and maintain a safe distance. Despite his caution, White Feather, with its barely sacred beast-level strength, has already been detected by the army. And the reason no one has attacked is simply that scouts like White Feather are abundant in the skies. The opposing forces have grown indifferent, intent only on sweeping through the elven city. Nearby, several black colossal birds seem to take offense at White Feather's presence and converge around it. Su Luo checks the information through shared vision. Name, Frenzied Dark Raven level, LV59, attributes, Wind, Dark Strength, Agility, Race, Beastkin, Corrupted Entity, Super Commander level Avian Beast, Evaluation, corrupted by the power of the Black Dragon, they once believed they would gain greater strength, unaware of the cost involved. Combat Power Rating, 75, 000, 83, 000. If it were merely a single opponent, you could easily handle the situation. However, they were confronted by a small battalion. Should they become entangled, the ensuing threat from the colossal army of 5-colored dragons would be dire. Baiyu run. Upon hearing Su Luo's command, Baiyu activated the wind elemental acceleration, swiftly distancing himself from the Dark Raven and soaring back to the nearby mountaintop beside Su Luo, continuing to observe the army. It became evident that they were dispersing. 3 factions advanced directly toward the elven city, while another 3 ventured in different directions, one of which was a slightly smaller contingent approaching their direction. Captain Su, this is the local route map. That Songlong, transforming from a massive gray wolf into human form, presented a map. Indeed, the purple-haired elf, chasing wind, remarked as he approached, we will encounter the enemy forces in approximately 1 minute. Acknowledging with a nod, Su Luo handed the map to Chasing Wind. Memorize routes 1, 2, and 3, which correspond to the assault, flanking, and retreat strategies. After a brief glance, Songlong began summoning a pack of wolves using his magical energy. These semi-transparent wolves, mere projections of spiritual energy, possessed combat capabilities comparable to that of ordinary wild wolves. Chasing Wind produced several special metal arrows, meticulously treating them with a potent potion, likely treasured relics. Su Luo summoned 2 spirit tigers to his side. With eyes wide open, Su Luo declared, "Here they come." The enemy battalion had commenced its entry into the valley, prompting Su Luo to signal for silence. As the troops reached the valley's heart, a colossal spirit energy magic circle materialized in the sky, layer upon layer, 5-fold and multicolored. It was the Elven Quintuple Magic Judgment, a top-tier sacred forbidden spell. At the moment the spiritual array manifested, several dragons unleashed their breath into the sky, only to have it dissipated by the energy emanating from the array. Subsequently, a torrent of powerful colored light descended, encompassing lightning, flames, spiritual energy, and extreme cold. Countless elements surged downward, intent on tearing the very earth asunder. Dragon King's Curse. 3 even larger dragons ascended, chanting the incantation, and a massive black dragon's phantom emerged. Casting a fleeting glance at the multicolored spiritual array above, the black dragon let out a thunderous roar, causing cracks to appear along the edges of the spiritual formations. The potency of the elemental light beams diminished significantly as the colored pillars collided with the protective barrier created by the black incantation. A tremendous explosion resonated. As the smoke cleared, Su Luo shared Baiyu's perspective. The lesser enemies at the periphery were eradicated, while those in the central area sustained injuries. Yet the foes at the very center remained unscathed. This was somewhat acceptable. At least the initial wave had eliminated a majority of the cannon fodder. After all, when numbers reached an overwhelming scale, they became exceedingly troublesome. Captain, the vice captain commands. Charge. As you command. The 2 led the charge. with the fiery red and icy blue following suit. Baiyu remained nearby, keeping a watchful eye on Su Luo. Climbing to the highest tree on the steep slope, Su Luo observed the multitude of troops assaulting from various mountain peaks. These were his allies. Chasing Wind, the purple-haired elf, loosed an arrow into the sky, which erupted above, unleashing a rain of arrows that mowed down the nearby goblin army as if they were mere wheat in a field. Within the instance of the instance, Su Luo, by default the squad leader, was considered a top-tier master in combat prowess. If an entity of sacred beast caliber were to suddenly appear from this direction, it would necessitate Su Luo's intervention. Suddenly, a colossal beast man, towering over 3 meters with red magical sigils etched upon his form, emerged, sending the transformed Songlong druid hurtling away. The sigils shimmered with spiritual light. Baiyu activated his keen eagle vision. Name: Dragon Blood Magic Sigil, Beastman Dragonborn. Level: LV 59. Attributes: Fire. Strength. Agility. Race: Beastfolk, Dragonborn, Sacred Tier Beastman. Evaluation: The Bloodline of Dragons, a master crafted this sigil. Only a handful of elite beast warriors could endure until the final phase. The sacred dragon blood engraved in the sigil grants him a robust physique, endowing him with sacred tier combat prowess, rated at 970,000 to 1,030,000. Observing its ferocious aura, Su Luo commanded, Songlong, Chasing Wind, you too. Chapter 77. Harvesting on the battlefield, pursuing the sacred beast. Stand back and let me handle this. Understood. As you command. The two stepped aside. A flash of spiritual light ignited within Su Luo's eyes. Fighting Spirit Technique. Summon Spirit Technique. After utilizing multiple dream crystals, all of Su Luo's advanced Beastmaster skills entered their second phase, becoming instinctual and immensely powerful. Although such skills offered limited enhancement against a sacred beast like Baiyu, they still augmented his combat capability by several thousand. Baiyu descended from the heavens, executing the sacred feather slash. Countless blades of light flashed, and the Beastman Dragonborn was instantaneously cleaved into a veritable fountain of blood. Roar. Arama. In the tongue of dragons, Baiyu was sent reeling back as the Beastman Dragonborn visibly healed from its wounds. It seemed to be a formidable foe. Despite Baiyu's superior combat power by over 20,000, the opponent was not without means to retaliate. Moreover, it was a robust and resilient combatant of the beast folk, making it challenging to dispatch swiftly. Su Luo transformed into a bear man, intending to ambush the minor goblin foes from behind. Time was of the essence, as prolonged engagement would likely draw the attention of the enemy's sacred beast. Baiyu unleashed his full potential. If unable to resolve the situation within 10 minutes, he could resort to a sacred spell. Mental link. Understood, boss. Baiyu activated his wind thunder incarnation, transforming into a thunderous eagle, soaring into the sky, and relentlessly striking the beast man with bolts of lightning. Su Luo employed his shapeshifting ability, transforming into a werewolf. His shapeshifter level approached the pinnacle of the profession, and soon he could consider advancing to the 3rd tier of shapeshifting mastery. Currently, the most potent forms he could assume were the bearman and werewolf, both representing the apex of combat prowess. This transformation also provided a degree of concealment, as no one would suspect a werewolf to be a sacred beast, let alone the master of 2 super beasts. The majority of the Black Dragon army consisted of professional-level foes, while the elite were masters. After bestowing himself with enhancement skills, Su Luo could effortlessly dispatch the lesser foes, even solely relying on his shapeshifter abilities. He also experienced a visceral excitement in close combat, a sensation he had not fully grasped during his time as a Beastmaster. With a thud, he smashed a dragon-scaled lizard in half, glancing at the time, nearing the 10-minute mark. Looking up, perhaps sensing Su Luo's gaze, Baiyu suddenly exerted himself, unleashing a multitude of corrosive wood-wind blades that diminished the Beastman Dragonborn's defenses. Baiyu transformed into a massive bolt of lightning, flashing through the Beastman Dragonborn's body, causing a torrential spray of blood as its heart suffered critical damage. The Beastman Dragonborn stood momentarily stunned before collapsing. After a brief bout, a colossal black tornado began to swirl at the battlefield's center, causing ripples in space. Captain, the general has sent word. The enemy's main force is utilizing spatial magic to retreat from the main battlefield. Su Luo interrupted, quickly retreat. Chasing Wind hesitated for a moment, but then followed Su Luo and Songlong as they withdrew to a distant peak. Soon, multiple dragons and the Dragonborn super beast raced toward the exit, and although the elven troops pursued, it was exceedingly difficult to catch them given their desperate speed. As he gazed at the receding figure, Su Luo appeared alongside his 2 temporary companions. Indeed, even the vast teleportation magic could not transport all the troops away. The unfortunate souls remaining would have to rely on their own devices to break through. The area near the entrance of the forest where they found themselves was a zone of heightened safety, serving as their primary option for escape. The purple-haired elf, chasing wind, turned pale. Captain, thank you. Isu Luo waved his hand dismissively. What further orders does the general have? Oh, the general has instructed the troops in the mid-rear area to accompany him in supporting the front lines of the royal capital. Our frontline troops are tasked with thoroughly exterminating the remaining Black Dragon forces. Very well, let us commence. The group's eyes glinted with fervor as they beheld the somewhat bewildered remnants of the Black Dragons. With a swift motion, Su Luo extracted his hands from the body of the Dragonkin Guard. Under normal circumstances, the master-level prowess of the Dragonkin Guard would have rendered it impossible for someone of Su Luo's intermediate skill to defeat him. This particular creature had been deliberately captured and beaten to near death by Blue Ice, entrusted to Su Luo for practice. 5 squads united to annihilate a contingent of Dragonkin Guards, and soon the battlefield would be cleared. Su Luo transformed back from his wolf form. Song Lang, what do you think of my transformation technique? Upon hearing this, the massive white wolf reverted to human form. Song Lang contemplated for a moment. Well, your transformation is approaching the limits of professional level. Captain Su, your primary vocation is that of a Beastmaster, and possessing a sacred beast is beneficial for supplementing your shortcomings with transformation techniques. Su Luo wiped his hands clean. Must you be so formal? I sincerely seek your advice. I am on the verge of advancing to Master of Transformation. Please share any drawbacks and points of caution directly. Song Lang displayed a look of realization and nodded. Your technique is somewhat rigid, lacking in fluidity. While you have reached the pinnacle of transformation mastery, it is evident that you have utilized items to forcibly enhance your skills. Nevertheless, it is acceptable as a secondary profession. Song Lang paused. Master level indeed. With your abilities, Captain Su, do not rely solely on special auxiliary items. Practice in conjunction with them is essential for mutual reinforcement. Su Luo nodded, pondering that this was essentially an admonition against overindulging in dream crystal consumption. Su Luo replied, so you mean I should practice more and think more, correct? Song Lang chuckled. Precisely. By the way, Su the purple-haired elf, chasing wind, rushed over. The general has ordered everyone to retreat to the royal city immediately. It's urgent. Su Luo waved his hand. Let us go. With only the front line remaining, their numbers were scant, and they planned to head to the royal capital together. During their dialogue, a flying eagle knight soared overhead. Come, those with sacred tier strength, help us. 3 heavily injured sacred beasts are fleeing to the east. The group exchanged glances. Only 3 among them possessed sacred tier strength. The vice-general, a seasoned archdruid, and Su Luo. The vice-general was himself a sacred tier powerhouse, while the seasoned archdruid had formidable transformation capabilities, able to assume the forms of dragons and sacred beasts. Su Luo approached the elder druid. General, allow me to go. Cui Ling, I shall go, the vice-general nodded. Having more pressing matters to attend to, leading the others to provide support. The 2 exchanged a glance and a salute before employing their respective abilities. Su Luo was lifted by the white feather, soaring into the sky, while the elder druid transformed into a green dragon, flapping its wings. They closely followed the Eagle Knight. The Eagle Knight appeared to be an officer of the Royal City's guard. Along the way, he recounted that his squad, with a sacred tier captain and the rest being super beast tier, had engaged in battle with 3 sacred beasts, leaving him as the sole survivor. His comrades had fallen, while the 3 opposing sacred beasts were also gravely wounded. He did not wish to squander this opportunity and pursued them, fortuitously encountering this troop bound for the Elven Royal City. After temporarily recruiting the 2, it wasn't long before the 3 sacred beasts, likely due to their injuries, were pursued by 3 flying sacred beasts. They chose to flee in different directions. The Eagle Knight declared, we should also split up. Glancing at Su Luo, he instructed, you pursue the one on the right. Elder, you take the one on the left, and I will chase the one in the middle. Seeing both men nod, the 3 dispersed. Perhaps due to Su Luo's youth, the Eagle Knight assigned him the weakest of the beasts, opting to confront the strongest himself. The sacred beast Su Luo pursued was somewhat slower, while the white feather moved with remarkable speed, reluctantly halting to engage Su Luo in combat. Su Luo leaped down from the grasp of the white feather, locking eyes with his opponent. Chapter 78, The Grim Outcome. Name, Magic Cat King, Kelbit. Level, LV67. Attributes, Wind, Earth, Strength, Agility. Race, Beast Kind, blessed by the Magic Dragon, Sacred Tier Monarch Level Magical Beast. Evaluation, the King of Wild Cats. One of the Black Dragon King's vassals, endowed with Sacred Tier Strength after being blessed by the blood of the Magic Dragon, with a power score of 1, 130, 000, and 1, 260,000. The Magic Cat King was covered in wounds, with multiple spears embedded in its body, a testament to the desperate efforts of the Eagle Knights. Meow. The ferocious cry of the cat fixed its gaze upon the azure, giant eagle above. Observing its pitiful condition, with one eye even punctured, Su Luo shook his head. Recognizing that in its current state, it could not possibly contend with the White Feather. White Feather, unleash all your firepower and resolve this swiftly. Understood, boss. A whirlwind manifested as the White Feather, eyes alight with determination, prepared to strike. The Sacred Lightning Incantation and Great Wind Incantation activated simultaneously. I am the spirit of the tempest, the eye of destruction. With a flash of lightning, it dove toward the ground. The Magic Cat King roared defiantly. The aura of the black dragon erupted, its body enveloped in black scales as it entered a frenzy, surging forth with a bloodthirsty dragon energy to clash with the descending White Feather. Boom! From within the smoke, a figure emerged. One of the White Feather's wings was drawn tight, its bones twisted and deformed. As the smoke cleared, Su Luo clearly saw the mangled remains of the Cat King behind. Evidently, in its weakened state, it had attempted to match the White Feather's devastating attack and was sliced in half. Of course, the White Feather had also sustained some injuries. Su Luo exhaled, releasing a high-level recovery spirit technique. Warm light blossomed, a sustained spell that, after Su Luo expended most of his spiritual energy, left the White Feather unblemished. The two rested for a few minutes to regain their strength. Let us move. Let us see if they have resolved their end. With a flap of its wings, the White Feather lifted Su Luo into the air, and a few kilometers away, they heard the sounds of conflict. As they descended, Su Luo observed a massive green dragon engaged in a fierce struggle with a dragon blood demon lizard, each locked in a deadly grip around the other's neck. Blood flowing and corroding the ground into a steaming mess. Upon seeing the White Feather, the demon lizard thrashed violently, while the green dragon's eyes lit up with determination, tightening its grip to overpower its foe. White Feather, utilize your instincts as a top predator. With keen eyesight activated, countless crimson points of light emerged, highlighting the weak spots of the adversary. Sacred Feather Slash. With a swift motion, the White Feather pierced the heart of the dragon blood demon lizard. The demon lizard struggled for a few moments before its body fell still. The green dragon gradually transformed back into the elder druid, who was now covered in wounds. Su Luo approached, intending to employ a recovery spirit technique on him, but the druid waved his hand. There is no need to waste effort. This dragon blood demon lizard possesses an exceptionally potent venom. Should we attempt to heal it directly with restorative magic, it would only accelerate the flow of toxins, leading to a disastrous outbreak. Su Luo inquired, what shall we do then? The old druid reassured him, do not worry. Pull down your shirt. Su Luo observed a gaping wound in the elder's chest. The dragon blood demon lizard pierced my heart. I conjured a magical heart using my own mana to continue fighting. This is a high-level spell of my own creation, which also possesses the ability to restore and purify toxins. Su Luo nodded, silently amazed by the elder's prowess. The old druid continued, I am now devoid of combat capability and cannot move. You should assist the leader of the Flying Eagle Knights, who is likely located on that small hill to the northwest. Do not concern yourself with me. I still possess means of self-preservation. Su Luo nodded, summoning Bai Yu. Ready to take flight. Wait, he turned back to receive a scroll. This is my self-created heart restoration spell. Young friend, you may find time to peruse it. Su Luo clasped his fists in gratitude, and the old druid waved him off. Bai Yu transformed into a streak of azure lightning, vanishing into the sky in an instant. A sigh of resignation emanated from behind them. As Su Luo progressed, he glanced at the scroll containing the heart restoration spell, realizing it was a high-level skill, applicable for himself and his summoned beasts, making it quite suitable for his needs. He resolved to exchange it once he was out. In flight, the tumult of battle came into view, sacred beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle, their might evident. Bai Yu dispatched the Demon Cat King, creating a massive crater several dozen meters deep, while the old druid wrestled with the dragon blood demon lizard, nearly flattening the entire grove. Around them lay fallen trees, small hills, smoldering woods, and innocent animals frozen in statuesque horror. Su Luo shook his head, unleashing a chill to extinguish the flames. Ahead, only faint sounds lingered, suggesting the battle had reached its conclusion. Su Luo drew closer, with Bai Yu closely following. A colossal creature was relentlessly tearing at something. It was the demon Tyrannosaurus. Name, Demon Tyrannosaurus, Belu. Level, LV 67. Attributes, Earth, Dark. Strength, Agility. Race, Beast, blessed by the dragon, a holy class monarch-level demon beast. Evaluation, the tyrant king of a certain valley, a vassal of the Black Dragon King, having been blessed by the dragon's blood, now possesses holy class combat prowess. With a power rating between 510,000 and 630,000. Its ears were singed, one eye barely open, its legs severed, leaving only a single front claw intact. Its appearance was that of a black tyrant dragon, marked with dark dragon patterns upon its surface. Su Luo approached the fallen flying eagle knight, gently closing his eyes. Perhaps due to vision impairment, the demon Tyrannosaurus had not noticed Su Luo and Baiyu, lost in its frenzy of tearing apart the enormous eagle. Baiyu. In a flash of brilliance, the crippled Tyrannosaurus could not resist. Its massive form was pierced, its heart exploded as it slowly collapsed. It was unexpected that the flying eagle knight had ultimately succumbed to the mightiest of the sacred beasts, meeting defeat and death. The old druid's heart had also shattered. Having just observed the heart restoration spell, Su Luo surmised that the elder had likely begun to enter a state of dormancy to recuperate from his injuries. The three of them had arrived full of vigor, but as the battle concluded, only one remained solitary beneath the setting sun. Uncertain how much time had passed, he thought. Let us move on, Baiyu. A figure shot up into the sky. Stop. Who goes there? Su Luo, IDDB-003 team. Why have you only just arrived? What were you doing before? Were you fleeing? A young elven soldier, overwhelmed with emotion, advanced and tightly grasped Su Luo's collar, pushing him against the wall. He was swiftly pulled away by the patrolling elven soldiers. I apologize, Great Elf Su Luo. May I inquire what you were occupied with previously? I was lying in ambush for the Black Dragon Legion on the path in the Emerald Forest, subsequently encircling the remnants, and then pursued alongside a flying eagle captain and an elder druid in pursuit of 3 sacred beasts. Upon hearing that 2 of the 3 formidable beings had perished, and that only Su Luo had returned, the soldiers present gasped, some even shedding tears. The captain of the guards, upon hearing of the flying eagle knight's demise, experienced a flicker of recognition, questioning whether that knight was indeed the one. Su Luo retrieved a soldier's insignia from his spatial ring. This is the insignia of the flying eagle captain. The captain trembled as he touched the insignia. Upon recognizing the familiar name, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down his face. He. Su Luo regarded the sorrowful figure. He was a hero, a vengeful comrade, a courageous warrior of the kingdom. Chapter 79. The final battle, Dragon King versus Dragon King. In the ravaged elven city, the eyes of the patrolling soldiers burned with fierce determination, for all knew that this war was far from over. During the time Su Luo spent in pursuit and ambush, they had unknowingly transitioned into the second phase. The battlefield general of the Black Dragon Army, the Blue Dragon King, was defeated and banished by a Dragon King from another realm, ultimately sealed within an endless tempest of thunder. Both sides were beings of holy class power. It was said that a single strike of lightning from the White Dragon, deflected by the Blue Dragon King, struck the earth, creating a fissure over 1,000 meters long at the forefront of the royal city walls. When the attack struck, the earth quaked violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. It was rumored that the White Dragon King from another realm possessed immense strength, defeating the Blue Dragon King in mere moments. Within the shattered palace, countless elves rested. In the dead of night, news arrived that another main force of the Black Dragon Army had been vanquished by the Silver Dragon King. Now, the Black Dragon King was left with but a single army. The White Dragon King resolved to activate a teleportation spell the following day, preparing to confront the Black Dragon Army beneath the holy mountain of flowing clouds. An abundant breakfast was laid out, with numerous young elves serving food to the elder elves. The entire palace resembled a grand banquet, yet the main figures were clad in battered armor, their bodies adorned with bandages. Fruits, pastries, and fine wines were available for indulgence. Though the atmosphere remained unusually solemn, the 5 elder elves of the elven race conducted a motivational session, while several female spellcasters distributed magic scrolls. Temporary repairs to weapons and armor were provided to those in need. Upon hearing the announcement for the 3rd batch, Su Luo and those in the vicinity rose together, proceeding towards their destination. A young mage beside Su Luo was tugged at the sleeve by a young elven child. Uncle, are you also going to my father? Yes, Sally. Could you make him return sooner? I will. Sally, take care of her, and Yuna, take care of yourself. A female elf nodded and stepped forward to embrace the youth. As the crowd continued onward, the colossal spatial magic array was activated. Such a high-level teleportation array could not go unnoticed. Then came the resounding boom. Explosions echoed as the dragons unleashed their dragon-type, forbidden spells below. At the very center of the protective barrier stood a white dragon nearly 100 meters in length. The magical bombardments from the 5-color dragon horde were effortlessly deflected by it. As time passed, the elven forces completed their assembly. The protective barrier faded away. Charge. Kill. Magic spells erupted. Battle techniques clashed, as the giant eagles and dragons surged forth. Flames of red and icy blues rained down upon the front lines. As Bayou patrolled for dangers, occasionally dispatching nearby strays with a single sweep of its wing. Boom. In the midst of battle, a colossal black dragon was inexplicably hurled into this vicinity. With a thunderous roar, the dragon, seething with rage, opened its massive jaws, gathering dark energy with the intent to obliterate this area. Su Luo cast a glance at it. Name, Black Dragon Vanguard, General Erda. Level, LV-79. Attribute, Dark. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragonkind, Corrupted Black Dragon, Supreme Monarch Class Dragon. Evaluation, an adult dragon, notorious for its brutality even among black dragons. A personal guard of the Black Dragon King, part of his elite forces, with a combat power rating of 3. 63 million and 4. 27 million. This creature is formidable. This is a significant predicament. With a single breath of dragon fire, Su Luo estimated that no living being would survive in this entire region. Suddenly, a massive silver griffin swooped down, its claws firmly grasping the dragon's snout, forcing the breath of fire back into its throat. The two beasts engaged in a fierce aerial struggle, gradually distancing themselves as they soared into the horizon. Phew, that was close. Su Luo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was prudent for a mere fish like him to steer clear of such titans in combat. Nevertheless, the outcome of this war ultimately hinged upon the two colossal beings in the sky. High above, the two dragons locked eyes. The immense black dragon was adorned with massive black metal armor, while the white dragon across from it bore silver wooden armor. I have heard that you are the Dragon King of another realm. Quite so. How could such a being as yourself emerge from that foolish white dragon clan? The White Dragon King remained silent. Should you choose not to assist the elves, I could offer you a portion of my divine power. The white dragon replied, I have come to this world to uphold my promise. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss? By the way, is a promise truly significant to us wicked dragons? Indeed, although this Dragon King hailed from another realm, his transformation into the White Dragon King signified that he was an authentic, malevolent dragon, not a benevolent entity. For me, a promise is the second most important thing after the pursuit of power. How alike we are. My greatest passion is also the pursuit of power. However, my second most cherished endeavor is combat. The black dragon suddenly surged forward, launching an offensive. Darkness descends. The previously cleared battlefield was instantly shrouded in impenetrable blackness, devoid of any light. A radiant white light illuminated the surroundings, floating like a myriad of stars. Though faint, it was sufficient to continue the battle. Those were the elite soldiers of the White Dragon King, spellcasters releasing their ethereal magic. The Black Dragon King in the high heavens then launched a furious assault, his wings striking fiercely. The White Dragon King employed a similar maneuver. Victory in battle is my second greatest delight, declared the Black Dragon King. Boom. The two combatants recoiled. And under normal circumstances, the Black Dragon's potential and strength would surpass that of the White Dragon. Yet, this particular White Dragon was exceedingly robust, standing firm against the Black Dragon's might. The corrosive breath of the Black Dragon clashed with the freezing breath of the White Dragon. Then came the incantation of a forbidden dragon spell, a magic of unparalleled might. Boom, boom. The sky erupted with a dazzling array of colors. Even the residual force instilled a profound sense of dread. Exhausted, Su Luo had already lost his companion Bayou in a confrontation with a saint-level superior dragon. And his other allies, Red Fire and Blue Ice, had been slain by a top-tier shadow leopard assassin, severing their psychic connection. Su Luo, having maintained some distance, was among the last to survive. After snapping the necks of over a dozen goblin warriors, he gazed skyward, pondering when this ordeal would come to an end. The White Dragon King remarked, in this world, the Black Dragon King's power lies in enslavement and enhancement, while that rookie Blue Dragon King's ability is to manipulate illusions. My own power is to control weather and lightning. The Black Dragon King responded, the Green Dragon King's ability is to govern forest flora. While the Red Dragon has not appeared in millennia, so its abilities remain undocumented. The White Dragon King continued, though I do not comprehend why I manifest as the White Dragon in this realm, my abilities extend beyond those of a mere White Dragon King. I also possess the powers of the Red Dragon King. The Black Dragon King's pupils constricted. The Red Dragon King's ability is to control emotions and enhance combat prowess. The White Dragon chuckled, I have yet to personally test this. With an insatiable battle spirit, the White Dragon King's eyes glowed crimson, and a red aura enveloped his form as he charged forth. Su Luo, having dispatched the last of the goblin mooks in his vicinity, looked up as the battle in the sky reached its conclusion. The White Dragon King descended gracefully from the heavens. At last, in a flash of light, Su Luo found himself at the instant's conclusion point, within a void space. Chapter 80, Golden Autumn in August, a freshman in his first year. Countless images flashed before him. The scenes of the elven army battling the black dragon's minions gradually receding until they were suspended in the sky. Ultimately freezing at the moment the White Dragon King vanquished the Black Dragon King, sealing him within the desolate mountains at the world's edge. It seemed that the sacrifices of the elven army were of little consequence, and indeed, that was the case. The course of the war was invariably dictated by the Titans. As an adventurer, Su Luo participated in the instance, the three-dragon conflict. The final outcome: he progressed through 3 phases and emerged alive. He received rewards, accruing 1950 achievement points, which could be exchanged for items or converted into dream crystals. The exchange shop was now open. The rewards from intermediate dream instances were indeed substantial, but the costs were equally steep. Should one perish within the instance, a minimum of 5 days of rest was required before re-entering the dream instance. Even with favorable luck, survival necessitated at least 3 days of recuperation. Su Luo's physical attributes had neared those of an average saint. Now, having just exited the instance, he felt slightly dazed. He perused the exchange list, arriving at the final option for the instance boss. Following a series of minor boss options, there it was, the Blue Dragon King? Why were the White Dragon King and Black Dragon King absent? Su Luo felt perplexed, suspecting there were still rules he did not fully grasp. He examined the information on the Blue Dragon King. Name: Blue Dragon King Maligos. Level: LV99. Attributes: Thunder, Earth, Wind, Water, Fire. Strength: 378. Agility: 377. Constitution: 384. Intelligence: 486. Spirit: 497. Charisma: 350. Race: Dragonkind. Ancient Blue Dragon, Legendary Totem Class Dragon. Skills: Nature's Forbidden Spell LV20. Immortal Dragon Form LV20. Dragon King S Combat Technique LV15. Illusory Realm LV15. Evaluation: the 9th son of the previous Blue Dragon King, he is naturally quiet and has a passion for magic. Unexpectedly, he defeated many of his siblings to become the new Blue Dragon King, with a potential rating of 8. 68 million and a combat rating of 12. 72 million. Price: no exchange eligibility. With a mere 8. 68 million in bloodline potential, yet a combat score of 12. 72 million. It appears that even the most exalted dragon bloodlines struggle to attain legendary status through natural growth alone, Su Luo pondered. He had yet to encounter the Blue Dragon King and held no exchange eligibility. But he had heard that it seemed to require more than 100 lower-tier dream crystals to acquire, and it was not the complete form of the boss, but rather its juvenile state. The rules had always been thus: the stronger the being, the less likely one could exchange for its complete form. The mid-tier super beasts that were exchanged possess merely the strength of advanced battle pets, while the high-tier super beasts only yield the capabilities of intermediate battle pets upon exchange. It is said that the sacred beasts are in their juvenile forms. There have been instances where individuals exchanged for a phoenix, which emerged as an egg. Subsequently, the elderly druid's heart-replenishing technique was exchanged, costing over 500 points, with the remaining achievement points transformed into dream crystals, as Su Luo vanished into the void. Have you heard? The Blue Dragon King from the Three Dragon War has been exchanged, and the dungeon related to the Three Dragon War has disappeared. Oh, is that so? What a pity. I had intended to exchange for a dragon. What kind of look is that? I possess dream crystals. I merely require a loan for 3 years. I wonder which illustrious figure acquired a totem-level battle pet. I envy them greatly. I wish I could strangle them. I heard it was the president of the Fearless Guild who made the exchange. Oh, isn't he already a dragon knight with a red dragon? His red dragon has reached its full potential. It is said he signed a 30-year loan agreement to secure funding from the Merchant Guild. I truly wish I could strangle him. I wonder when the next dungeon that allows exchanges for demigod totems will open. What does that have to do with you? You don't even possess a single super beast. The dungeon square fell into a peculiar atmosphere after the Blue Dragon King was exchanged. The chatter ignited, transforming from lively to cacophonous. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Luo recalled that during his previous venture into the Dream Dungeon, there was a distinctive dragon marking behind the Three Dragon War. He had assumed that all dungeons related to dragons were similar. Little did he know, it represented a dungeon that could exchange for totem-level battle pets. Then, a sudden thought sparked in Su Luo's mind. At the end of August, on a certain morning, within the Dream Academy of Countless Dreams, in the commercial street of the northern region. What is this big brother doing? He must be setting up a stall. I am a scion of the EC royal family. I find those few potions quite appealing. Could you possibly give me a discount? Do not be so vain. You are wasting time. The academy is filled with the offspring of noble families, and if not, then there are prodigies everywhere. What does your impoverished royal family amount to? I am merely teasing everyone. Su Luo lifted his head, and a few first-year students were chatting obliviously, disrupting his reverie. A A somewhat flustered teenage boy approached to inquire. Senior? Su Luo nodded, yes. How much are these dragon blood potions? Su Luo replied, clearly priced at 2 lower-grade dream crystals. Oh, but we have just entered the school and do not yet possess any dreams. A nearby girl in red appeared eager to purchase. Cash is also acceptable, 15 million. Su Luo raised his head, donning a fox mask, obscuring his expression from others. Ah, so cheap. In our place, potions of moderate quality are at least 18 million. Humph. Do you even realize where this is? 2 girls in skirts approached, stating, we'll each buy a bottle. What attributes? Ice. Wind. Please settle the payment. After the transaction was completed, Su Luo did not even lift his head. As the group departed, they murmured about encountering such poor service for the first time. But given the low prices, they hoped to return. Hey! A voice exclaimed, and Su Luo looked up. The team led by Shangguan Mingqi gathered before him. Huh. Give us 4 bottles of dragon blood potions, same attributes as before. Oh. Shangguan Mingqi purchased from Su Luo, receiving a 30% discount. Paying merely the cost price, as per others' costs. Naturally, Shangguan Mingqi did not buy too many, just enough for his team members. By the way, Luozi, will you participate in the freshman martial arts competition in a few days? Shangguan Mingqi asked. No, I have no interest. It's a joke. How could I dare to show off without being a saint? If it weren't necessary, I wouldn't even want to leave my room. Oh, I guess you wouldn't go. By the way, I've already signed up. Do come watch me compete. Shangguan Mingqi said, unusually shy. No problem. Oh, this young man is Lian Weiwei's cousin. A freshman this year. Come say hello. A boy approached, somewhat bashful, entirely unlike Lian Weiwei's boisterous demeanor. Oh, Junior, hello. Su Luo nodded, seated, and shook hands with the newcomer. We're off to tackle a dungeon. Luozi, wishing you booming business. Shangguan Mingqi led his team away. Cousin, why isn't that senior Su tackling dungeons? Didn't you say opportunities in dungeons are rare? Lian Zhanting asked his cousin. Him? He earns over a dozen dream crystals a month. How could he be like us, struggling through dungeons? His tone held a hint of jealousy as he glanced at the leisurely Su Luo, feeling even more irate. HMPF. He scoffed again. Chapter 81, Epic Set, Sovereign of Beasts. To utilize more powerful beast taming skills, one must first select and assemble their own system. However, those vital skills must still be learned, such as aerial control, diving, powerful shields, and rapid escape. The instructor at the front spoke eloquently, while Su Luo patiently listened below. It was now mid-October, approaching the midterms of Su Luo's sophomore year. Each day, Su Luo continued to amass wealth, incessantly acquiring epic materials. The Tree of Life bore abundant fruits of inheritance, and he frequently practiced with his classmates' battle beasts to gain experience. While his breeding skills improved, Su Luo became increasingly cautious about enhancing his battle pets. He discovered that Baiyu possessed a rare constitution, exhibiting excellent compatibility with changes to his bloodline. However, Su Luo realized that his prior enhancement methods were flawed, resulting in the loss of its wind attribute. After careful calculation, he determined that he needed a wind attribute sacred bird's inheritance fruit. Unfortunately, he did not possess one and could only wait patiently. Red Fire and Blue Ice currently exhibited high-tier super beast potential, with numerous sacred grade inheritance fruits suited for them. Yet, while advancing the bloodlines of many classmates' battle pets, Su Luo found that most battle pets were best raised to a nearly perfect state. Certainly, Baiyu was an exception, otherwise, the subsequent bloodline enhancements would yield diminished results and increased difficulty, even for a rare constitution like Baiyu. The second use of sacred grade bloodline enhancement only slightly improved its bloodline potential. Su Luo shook his head. No wonder so many are fond of sacred beast subspecies. Although they come at a steep price, the path to enhancement is indeed straightforward. The instructor at the podium concluded the lesson and departed. Su Luo glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Level, LV 51. Main profession, Beastmaster LV 14. Secondary professions, Sacred Breeder LV 9, Sacred Alchemist LV 5, Transformation Master LV 6, Knight LV 4. Attributes, Strength, 119. Agility, 123. Constitution, 125, 45. Intelligence, 128. Spirit, 127, 55. Charisma, 215, minus 185. Talent, Tree of Life, Tier 3, LV 11. Professional skills, Servitude Contract LV 16. Collaborative Combat LV 17. Advanced Beast Mastery Space LV 18. Advanced Mind Communication LV 18. Harmony LV 18. Battle Spirit Technique LV 20. Summon Elemental Spirit Technique LV 20. Flame Burst Spirit Technique LV 20. Ice Cold Spirit Technique LV 20. Metal Spirit Technique LV 20. Advanced Transformation Technique LV 6. General Skills. Advanced Detection Technique LV 20. Advanced Spirit Pet Nourishment LV20, Advanced Beastmaster Training Method LV19. Advanced Beastmaster Body Refinement Technique LV17, Advanced Mounting LV7, Beast Companions, White Feather LV56, Azure Feather Eagle, Red Fire LV52, Explosive Flame Fury Tiger King. Blue Ice LV53, Extreme Cold Ice Tiger King. Equipment: Backup Staff of the Grand Mage, Regal Attire of the Beastmaster, 1-7, Dream Realm Academy Ring. Ordinary of the Holy Monarch. The Wild Forest Beastmaster set, which had accompanied Su Luo for a long time, was discarded in favor of the Regal Attire of the Beastmaster, as the latter provided superior attributes. Thus, Su Luo did not waste time on mixing and matching. The profession of Sacred Alchemist, acquired at a considerable cost, though only at level 5, was more than sufficient for Su Luo's current rudimentary operations. With the aid of Dream Crystals, he was on the verge of reaching the second stage of advanced Beastmaster skills. Advancing to the third stage would require even more Dream Crystals, with the cost for a single skill nearing 10 pieces. It was a price unattainable for ordinary students, necessitating arduous practice and a certain degree of talent to select a more suitable skill system. However, as for Su Luo, well, time will tell. He possessed an ample supply of Dream Crystals. After class, upon arriving at his doorstep, several members of the Sinister Alliance awaited patiently. Upon spotting Su Luo's return, the leader greeted, "Greetings, Elder Su. Here is the equipment you ordered." Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Due to his prodigious potion production, he had risen to the esteemed rank of honorary elder within a mere few months. Although lacking real authority, his treatment was equivalent to that of the high-ranking members of the Sinister Alliance. Opening the safe to inspect the equipment, he found: Name: Wild Leggings of the Beastmaster. Type: Armor. Quality: Epic. Attributes: 700 Defense, 25 Constitution, 35 Agility, 28 Health Regeneration, 60 Magic Resistance, 30 Physical Resistance, 30 Battle Pet Affinity. Special Effects: Effect 1 grants the skill Holy Leopard Dash, a basic holy skill, which temporarily bestows its agility upon you. Effect 2 Set 4, Wild Call, a basic holy skill that enhances the wildness and loyalty of your battle pets. Effect 3 Set 7, Beast King Command, an intermediate holy skill that establishes you as the leader of the beast herd, their king. Equipment requirements: Level LV 60 or Spirit, 120, Strength, 100. Remarks: Top-tier equipment for sacred Beastmasters, Tamers, and Summoners. The lower half of the Beastmaster set appears unremarkable, but possesses formidable attributes. After confirming the equipment was in order, Su Luo nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. "No need for formalities, Elder Su. It is our duty," the group humbly replied before bidding farewell. Upon entering his home, Su Luo donned the newly acquired equipment, and, upon seeing his splendidly wild reflection in the mirror, leaped with joy. The second piece of the Beastmaster set acquired, the additional skill, Holy Leopard Dash, is far more useful than the Holy Bear's protection from the upper garment. It also looked splendid, crafted from the leather of the Beast King's hide. Su Luo transferred the remaining balance of 400 million to the account of the Forging Elder. The next item on his agenda was the helmet. 2 pieces of top-tier epic equipment, each granting powerful holy skills. Thus, he pondered whether the plan could commence. Su Luo was well aware that students could exchange for legendary totem-level beast companions in dungeons, which piqued his interest. Upon further inquiry, he found that many had indeed made such exchanges. However, nurturing beasts of this caliber proved exceedingly difficult, with most only able to cultivate them to the level of advanced holy beasts, and super holy beasts were rare. The duration for exchanges ranged from 4 months to as short as a month, particularly for more common types encountered in the dungeons, such as the dragon species from the last time, which could be swapped out swiftly. Following the 3-Dragon War, the dungeon that allowed exchanges for legendary totems was known as the Legend of Sea Monsters, featuring water attributes and inhabited by an extraterrestrial creature resembling a colossal octopus, wielding the powers of stellar and water elements. Indeed, quite niche. Su Luo anticipated an early exchange, as none of the graduating students possessed the aptitude to tame this octopus. He planned to hire a team of bodyguards to escort him to the final boss, where he could execute a few moves and potentially secure an exchange. Currently, Su Luo held over 180 Dream Crystals, more than sufficient for his family's needs. Now, all that remained was to wait and see if he could encounter a suitable battle pet. 2 weeks later, the Starry Sky Octopus Dungeon became unavailable for exchanges and was replaced by the Evil Heart Catastrophe. Upon the emergence of the first batch of conquerors, Su Luo received word that the final boss was a corrupted Evil Heart Chelan. "Well, the time has come," Su Luo declared, picking up his phone to contact a few teams. Chapter 82, The Plague of Evil. The Wrench Squad. a senior team belonging to the same guild as Shangguan Mingqi, had accepted numerous tasks in the past. While their success rate was average, their professionalism earned them a commendable reputation. Boss, this time the wrench squad is at your service. According to the rules, we will escort you to the final boss, said the team leader, Ji He, a robust man clad in red metallic armor. As he approached Su Luo, who donned a black robe, Su Luo nodded from within his robe, just follow the rules, provide a diligent escort, and even in failure, I shall compensate you with 12 dream crystals. Rest assured, Captain Ji. Haha, we trust in our boss's integrity, Ji He replied, turning to converse with his team members. The dungeon square was teeming with people. Despite the opportunity to exchange for the evil heart Qilin, the number of participants remained low. It was rumored that this dungeon posed a significant challenge, with a highly variable terrain, densely packed monsters, and random encounters, often featuring super beasts, making it difficult for most teams to reach the end. However, the wrench squad had previously defeated the evil heart Qilin, which was why Su Luo opted to hire this experienced team for his protection. Preparations complete, the system prompted the wrench squad to invite him to join. Confirmation received. He became a temporary member of the wrench squad. Team leader Ji He selected the dungeon, Evil Heart Catastrophe. After a brief wait, countless figures in the square transformed into light particles and vanished. Su Luo gradually regained consciousness. The dungeon announcement resonated. Welcome to the dungeon, Evil Heart Catastrophe. Since the discovery of geocentric energy, humanity has recklessly mined it for millennia. Although research indicates that geocentric energy is the foundational energy of the planet, complementing another form of energy to create a harmonious world, excessive extraction is detrimental. Yet, humanity remained indifferent until the day came when the ground collapsed, unleashing countless evil heart beasts. Your faction is humanity. Task: survive and eliminate the annihilation evil heart beasts. Task commenced. As the haze lifted, the members of the wrench squad beside Su Luo gradually regained their composure. To his dismay, it appeared that this instance bore an environmental theme. Su Luo lamented, speculating that the malevolent beasts were perhaps a primal retaliation from this planet. Team leader Ji He stepped forward, saying, Boss, although you may have perused the details of this instance, allow me to elucidate further. In the first phase, the ground in the planet's 12 regions collapses, unleashing countless malevolent beasts from the depths of the earth. At this juncture, the divine beasts become visible, and when a malevolent divine beast is attacked, the nearby divine beasts will come to its aid. Thus, this phase primarily revolves around evasion. In the second phase, humanity retaliates, and at this point, the super malevolent beasts emerge. We can opt to ally with the military, and if our contributions are substantial, we can earn the right to exchange for the local specialties, the Source Energy Divine Body and Source Energy Armor. The Source Energy Divine Body includes various status skills and transformation spells, while the Source Energy Armor simply complements the Source Energy Divine Body. Given your wealth, or rather your affluence, it may be wise to consider some exchanges, as this instance's features are particularly well regarded among classes such as the Transforming Armor Masters. Transformation skills and status abilities? Su Luo pondered, contemplating the possibility of exchanges, for he considered himself a transformation master. Albeit one who had only achieved rudimentary mastery, his current transformations into the frenzied wolfman and the spirit-resistant giant bear did lack sophistication. Ji He continued his explanation. In the third phase, the world-ending malevolent beasts will appear in succession, namely the malevolent Qilin, the malevolent spider demon, and a tainted extraterrestrial life form. In this instance, we can only exchange for the malevolent Qilin, which resides in 3 specific areas. Gazing at the map Ji He produced, Su Luo observed that his current location was roughly situated between the malevolent spider demon and the malevolent Qilin areas. Favorable luck, indeed, as he still had a chance to encounter the malevolent Qilin. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The instance has commenced. Follow me, Ji He called, gesturing for the squad to follow, with Su Luo shielded in the center. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Ah, an earthquake? Buildings are collapsing, run. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Mom, where are you? The squad hastily fled as cries of panic erupted from behind. Countless individuals were tainted by the malevolent energy from the Earth's core, and without a doubt, they would transform into malevolent zombies, losing their faculties and succumbing to their primal instincts of destruction. Ji He shook his head in dismay. In the sky, a multitude of translucent black bats appeared, launching attacks on the aerial vehicles, some of which were colossal enough to demolish a skyscraper with a single blow. This was precisely why the group had refrained from fleeing into the air. Then, a massive black sphere hovered above, surrounded by countless black bats acting as its sentinels. The group had refrained from summoning their battle pets earlier, fearing they would attract concentrated fire. Feeling the proximity, Su Luo instinctively glanced at the sphere. Name: Malevolent Divine Embryo. Level, LV79. Attributes, Dark. Strength, Agility. Race, Malevolent Entity, Holy Class Monarch Level Malevolent Beast. Evaluation, a divine embryo condensed from a millennium of compressed malevolent energy within the Earth's veins, composed of greed and sin. Destined to be hatched by the fears and despair of humanity, ultimately transforming into the forms you most dread. Combat Power Rating, 160, 000, 320, 000. Team Leader Ji he cautioned, this entity must not be engaged at present. The more you attack it, the stronger the malevolent divine beast that hatches will become. Wait until it absorbs the crowd's fear and manifests a corporeal form. That will be the opportune moment. Observing the peculiar expression on Ji He's face, Su Luo surmised that he had suffered considerable losses in the past. In no time, the group found themselves in a lavishly decorated automobile dealership. The interior filled with a plethora of sci-fi-styled mech motorcycles. The dealership staff had long since fled. Every city possesses such a dealership, given the current congested road conditions. Source energy motorcycles are the optimal means of transport, Ji he explained. A female team member, clad in a sleek black sci-fi combat suit, remained enigmatic to Su Luo. Yet he discerned her expertise when she began her work. A hacker? The female hacker produced a unique metallic orb, connecting it to the dealership's computer. In a matter of moments, the most expensive source energy motorcycles at the center of the showroom flickered to life, their lights illuminating in sequence. Ji he tossed a motorcycle key, which Su Luo caught. Upon pressing the ignition, the headlight of one motorcycle glowed. Su Luo mounted it, and the other team members followed suit. Source Energy Motorcycle KB132-457 at your service. Source Energy Motorcycle KB77975-4 has issued a follow command. Will you follow? Su Luo responded affirmatively. Follow. With a roar, the Source Energy motorcycles surged forth, their exteriors transforming and unfurling ethereal blue wings, ascending gracefully and gliding beneath the shadows of towering structures. As they glided, Su Luo scrutinized his blue and white motorcycle, realizing it was, in fact, a battle pet. Name, HLK006, 3 Model Field Source Energy Motorcycle. Level, LV50. Attributes, Light. Strength, 50. Agility, 130. Constitution, 50. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 50. Charisma, 50. Race, Mechanical, Small Vehicle, Upper Tier Commander Class Motorcycle. Evaluation, a crystallization of source energy technology from the human race of this realm, a mechanical artificial life form, a high-grade motorcycle beyond the reach of mere mortals. Boasting exceptional speed at a masterful level. Potential rating, 10, 000, 30, 000, subject to expansion module variations. Combat power rating, 150, 000. Oh, it seems you possess a mid-tier configuration. Chapter 83, Phase. As they glided at low altitude, the group spent some time escaping the city. The thunderous sound of collapsing structures and the wails of the populace echoed behind them. With a sigh of relief, Ji he remarked, Boss, we should have successfully passed the first phase. We'll wait a while in the town ahead. The military should arrive soon. Su Luo nodded in agreement, no problem. Within the town, throngs of people fled with their families, having witnessed on the news the destruction wrought upon the distant city by ferocious hordes of monsters. With such proximity, it was likely that the beasts would soon arrive. Ji he gazed down at the crowd, shaking his head in sorrow. These individuals have no inkling that the safest place in the coming moments will be right here. A male team member beside him remarked. Dream instances merely serve to replay disasters. They are but puppets on strings. Ji he replied, do not think so pessimistically. Suddenly, a rumble interrupted them. They're coming. Su Luo was resting on his motorcycle, fiddling with the controls. Boss, next, we need to observe the location of the world-ending malevolent beasts. And then we shall proceed to the malevolent Chilin's territory. Understood. The female hacker stepped forward. This is bad, Chief. I connected to the direct network to search for news updates. The malevolent Chilin should appear in the northeastern part of this area. Ji he shrugged. It doesn't matter. It will roam throughout the entire region. We shall wait for it. The female hacker added, we have already spotted the malevolent spider demon in this area. Ji he exclaimed, what? The female hacker continued, and there's not just one. Run. The screams of the crowd erupted from the northwest direction. A colossal black spider advanced from a distance. Su Luo summoned by you to scout the battlefield. Captain Ji, is it possible for us to circumvent them and proceed to the area where the wicked Kirin resides? Ji responded with resignation, it is quite difficult. Their target encompasses the entire town region, and, as expected, the resistance forces in the northwest have been utterly decimated. Su Luo inquired, what then shall we do? Ji replied, we can only retreat eastward while falling back. Su Luo affirmed, I shall heed your guidance, Captain Ji. Ji clapped his hands. All teams, retreat eastward. The group mounted their energy motorcycles and hastily retreated eastward. Despite the motorcycles' impressive speed, they were soon detected by a squad of spider demons, which blocked their path. Before them loomed a gargantuan spider. Name, Wicked Spider, Vanguard of the Battle General. Level, LV-79. Attributes, Darkness. Strength, Agility. Race, Wicked Entity, Holy Monarch, Grade Wicked Beast. Evaluation, one of the myriad incarnations of the world-destroying Wicked Beast, Spider Demon. This individual possesses exceptional physical strength and is adept at direct combat on the battlefield, with a combat rating of 280,000 to 320,000. Its power is formidable, and its attributes are remarkably high, especially considering it has 7 companions. Ji, with a heavy heart, declared, "There's no choice left. Prepare for battle, everyone." Numerous beast tamers summoned their combat pets, 3 intermediate holy beasts with combat powers around 200,000, while the rest were super beasts, with several nearing a power of 100,000. Even among the elite of the 5th Academy, they constituted a formidable team. Su Luo also summoned Honghua and Lan Bing for protection. Everyone exerted their utmost strength, unleashing countless status-enhancing skills. A holy beast army materialized. The opposing beast hordes locked eyes and charged with a howl. The spider demons attacked with simplicity, either crashing their massive bodies, 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters tall, into foes, or using venomous claws to tear and fangs to spray corrosive venom. Both methods proving significantly potent. Baiyu flitted between the spider demons, occasionally identifying a weakness to unleash a holy feather strike. The spider demons, struck at their vulnerabilities, writhed in agony, driven to the brink of fury. Through their mental connection, Baiyu exclaimed, "Boss, did you see that strike? I pierced right through the spider demon leader." Su Luo cautioned, "Stay safe." After a brutal melee, Honghua and Lan Bing, who guarded Su Luo, were overwhelmed and slain by the encroaching spider demons. Baiyu had exhausted all skill enhancements from its equipment. Ji turned to Su Luo, "I'm sorry, boss, we can proceed no further." Poison Heart, his summoned beast, a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a scorpion, charged at the remaining 3 spider demons upon receiving the command. Bomb. The self-detonation of Ji resulted in his demise, but the outcome was not without merit. The 3 spider demons were left severely battered. Baiyu flew over to deliver the finishing blows to the remaining spider demons. Now, aside from Su Luo, only the hacker girl and the healing priestess remained. "Shall we continue towards Dongxing Town?" The hacker girl despaired. "There is no Dongxing Town left." Su Luo, confused, instructed Baiyu to ascend and activate its eagle-eye vision. In the distance, the town lay in ruins, over 100 spider demon holy beasts advancing towards Su Luo's position. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with thunderous footsteps, and Baiyu was spotted. A colossal web shot into the sky, ensnaring Baiyu. Boom. Baiyu activated the Wind Thunder Holy Spell, exploding the web and soaring towards the opposite direction in an attempt to divert the spider demons. Yet, only a few spider demons were dispatched in pursuit. As they continued forward, the foremost spider demons observed the mangled remains of their kin and the 3 survivors amidst the nearby ruins. Su Luo, dazed, found himself reappearing in the instant square. This mission had not gone smoothly, yet he bore no grudge against the members of the wrench team. The difficulty of this instance was well acknowledged, though it was indeed a pity. Su Luo produced 12 dream crystals and handed them to Captain Ji. Since they had only reached the middle of the second phase, Ji returned 6 crystals, apologizing. "I'm sorry, boss. Our team needs to practice further in this instance to gain more experience. Please return when we are ready." Su Luo nodded in agreement, bidding farewell. During this period, he had not heard of anyone seeking to exchange for the Wicked Kirin, yet Su Luo felt discontented by his failure to succeed in the exchange, leaving him somewhat anxious and distressed. 2 weeks later, at 8 in the morning, at the Dream Academy's instant square, the wrench team convened. Ji thumped his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, boss, we will undoubtedly pass the 3rd phase this time." Upon entering the 3rd phase, they smoothly evaded the Wicked Beast horde and encountered only a few attacks from Wicked Holy Beasts. Ji noted, "Next comes the Super Holy Beast stage. We shall remain in the rear while the military takes the lead." A light wave horn sounded. "Attention, everyone. The target has breached the energy armor group. All personnel intercept at southwest coordinates 0512. Caution. All personnel. Is it the Wicked Kirin?" Ji queried. The hacker girl shook her head. "No, it's not. It appears to be a super divine beast, resembling a tower." An unusual and oppressive force approached, weighing heavily upon their hearts. Gazing towards the distant sky, they beheld countless energy cannons bombarding the towering figure hovering 300 meters above the ground. its dark form impervious to the cannon fire, repelled by a colorless special energy barrier. Su Luo checked the information, finding only a series of question marks. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, prompting Su Luo to hastily activate the Holy Bear Guardian skill attached to his attire. Boom. As the light dimmed, all that remained in Su Luo's vision was a wasteland. The tower spun and soared towards the distant sky, vanishing in an instant. Subsequently, Su Luo's eyes fluttered shut, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 84, The Wicked Kirin. What was that move? Why was its power so tremendous? Su Luo found himself back in the instant square, his head spinning. Ji approached him, apologizing. "I'm sorry, boss. Our luck wasn't favorable this time." Su Luo waved his hand. "You did well. We just lacked a bit of luck. Shall we try again next week?" Ji nodded affirmatively. This time, the members of the team had joined forces with the military, contributing significantly, which unlocked the option for the energy divine body, a transformation technique distinctive to that world, along with energy spirit techniques. Su Luo managed to acquire 2 commendable skills. Skill. Name, Energy Battle General Transformation Technique. Type, Transformation Technique. Level, Early Holy Stage. Attributes, none. Effect, transforms the user into a gigantic divine general composed of energy, enhancing their overall physical capabilities based on their spiritual and physical condition. Learning requirements. Holy Transformationalist must comprehend the Holy Transformation Heart, or for Spirit, 150, Intelligence, 150, Strength, 150. Remarks, grow taller, grow stronger. Another skill. Name, Blessing of the Source Beast. Type, Spirit Technique. Level, Early Holy Stage. Attributes, none. Effect, bestows energy and spiritual blessings upon summoned creatures or battle pets, enhancing their attributes and manifesting energy battle armor for them. Learning requirements. Sacred Class Magic Profession or Spirit, 150. Intelligence, 150. Note, put on a shield and charge forward. Each skill costs 15 dream crystals, rather expensive. Currently, Su Luo lacks the required conditions to utilize them. The purchase is solely a preparatory measure for future ascension to the sacred class. Within the dungeon, after overcoming the second phase, Su Luo joined the military to assist in combat, incurring certain costs to gain access to the military's arsenal, thereby unlocking some source energy equipment from that world. This included a series of high-tech source energy machines such as main battle tanks, fighter jets, infantry carriers, and small spacecraft. After careful consideration, Su Luo opted for one of these. Name, HLK 379 Type Source Energy Battle Vehicle Beast, Black Wolf Variant. Level, LV 65. Attributes, Light. Strength, 100. Agility, 240. Constitution, 100. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 100. Charisma, 100. Race, Mechanical, Small Vehicle, Sacred Class Sovereign Level Source Energy Beast. Evaluation, a source energy mechanical life form capable of transforming freely between a field motorcycle battle vehicle and the black mechanical beast, the Black Wolf. With a potential score of 120,000, 150,000, subject to expansion module variations, and a combat power score of 120,000. Although it is classified as a motorcycle, its size surpasses that of an ordinary sedan. Once transformed into the Black Wolf mechanical beast, its ferocity in battle rivals that of an armored vehicle. The combat strength of the sacred class is exorbitant, yet alternatives exist. The decision to exchange for it stems solely from Su Luo's fondness for its striking appearance, making it quite suitable for transportation. In the morning, Su Luo concluded his business affairs. Recovering from death in the dungeon necessitated a certain amount of time, after which he returned to his abode. At the entrance, several members of the Notorious Alliance awaited him. Su Luo was not taken aback by their presence. The leader stepped forward. "Elder Su, here are your items. Please receive them." Su Luo opened the safe, glanced inside, and nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to several members, he entered his room to open the equipment safe. The Beastmaster's equipment for this month had finally arrived. He donned it. Name, Crown of Reflection from the Beastmaster. Type, Armor. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 320 Defense, 60 Constitution, 40 Spirit, 30 Mana Regeneration, 30 Magic Resistance, 30 Blessing Effect, 30 Insight Effect. Special Effects. Effect 1 grants the skill, Eagle Eye. A primary sacred class skill. The Spirit of the Eagle bestows Enhanced Perception, a sacred class detection skill. Effect 2, Set 4, Wild Call, a primary sacred class skill. Enhances the wildness and loyalty of battle pets. Effect 3, Set 7, Beast King's Dominion, a mid-level sacred class skill, establishes you as the leader of the beast horde. Their king. Equipment requirements. Level LV 60 or Spirit, 120, Strength, 100. Note, the pinnacle equipment for sacred class beast tamers, animal trainers, and summoners. The headpiece of the Beastmaster set appears dull from the outside, yet upon closer inspection, it is crafted from exceedingly luxurious materials. The third piece acquired. Su Luo mimicked the action of obtaining an item in an RPG game. Old Was delivery speed remains remarkably steady. A piece arrives each month. Oh, but this set should have been crafted by his wife. Regardless, although the dungeon venture failed today, acquiring an epic piece of equipment is still worthy of celebration. Su Luo reassured himself. At midnight, in bed, gazing at the familiar ceiling, the insomniac Su Luo thought, I refuse to believe this. Next week, Wednesday at 8 in the morning, Dungeon Square. Jihi looked at Su Luo. Boss, are you ready? Su Luo nodded, and the group entered in succession. The rumble of engines echoed as they commenced the third phase of the dungeon, escaping the blockade to join the military. The female hacker teammate observed the rapidly changing scenes on the computer. The super sacred beasts were appearing sequentially, 123 of them. From our southern flank, confirmed. It is the evil-hearted Qilin. Ah, this is fantastic. Finally encountering it. The entire team erupted in cheers, but Jihi signaled for silence. The group continued to closely monitor the battlefield situation. The female hacker reported, the target has breached the first layer of blockade. The source energy fighter jets have all been downed. The target has surpassed the second layer of blockade. The source energy divine guard squad has been annihilated. The target is now breaching the third layer of blockade. Captain. The female hacker glanced at Jihi. Jihi shouted, prepare to move out. Everyone. Protect the boss and approach the evil-hearted Qilin. Understood. Previously, the military's mission was to eliminate the evil-hearted beasts, and the group maintained a certain distance from the core combat zone. On the periphery, they feigned engagement, taking down several evil-hearted beasts to maintain their status. A convoy was flying at low altitude. Su Luo piloted his newly exchanged Black Wolf battle vehicle, while the other team members utilized the master-grade vehicles from the dealership. Amid the roar of engines, the group surged towards the front line. The sound of cannon fire echoed continuously as the main battle tanks and heavily armored units bombarded to thwart the advance of the evil-hearted Qilin. A dark, corrosive aura swept through, causing countless source energy tanks to succumb to corrosion, rendered incapable of combat. Observing the behemoth stretching nearly 500 meters in length and towering over 200 meters, a single breath from it effortlessly devastated a swath of armored units. The group fell into silence. This is incredibly ferocious. Not just ferocious. 3 of these level creatures could potentially annihilate the world. Jihi declared, forget that. Let us create an opportunity for the boss. Hey Z. The female hacker responded. The armored units to the east have just been crushed. The evil-hearted beasts there are now advancing towards the south and west. Jihi asked, should we head east? The female hacker nodded, affirming that it was the most advantageous route at present. Onward. The group glided at low altitude. The stride of the evil-hearted Qilin was slow, yet its speed was surprisingly rapid. The team flew at full speed, inching closer. Half an hour later, they finally reached the eastern flank of the evil-hearted Qilin. Several sacred-class evil-hearted beasts emerged to block their path. Captain Jihi rallied the main force to engage in battle, buying time for Su Luo, leaving only the female hacker He Z to accompany him. The two continued onward. He Z remarked, 10 kilometers ahead. We are entering an open area. Let us hurry. Upon hearing this, Su Luo surged forward with all his might. They arrived at a collapsed campus. The square littered with the corpses of slain evil-hearted beasts and remnants of source energy machinery. Gazing at the towering figure that reached for the sky, Su Luo summoned all his beasts. Eagle Eye, a sacred class detection skill. Su Luo discovered that a section of the scales here was somewhat fractured, likely damaged by source energy bombardment. Red Fire, Blue Ice. Unleash full firepower. Taking advantage of the brief absence of evil-hearted beasts nearby, he ordered Red Fire and Blue Ice to commence a long-range bombardment. The intense psychic cannon fire, before even nearing the surface of the evil-hearted Qilin, was dissipated by an invisible protective barrier, vanishing into thin air. Su Luo mused, this should have inflicted no damage. With no alternative, Su Luo resorted to using the source energy bombs attached to his epic ring. Bang, bang, bang. The protective barrier was shattered, and the third source energy bomb even struck the scales of the evil-hearted Qilin. Few the malevolent Kirin remained unconcerned, as the firepower of the nearby source energy armored brigade intensified. However, the nearby Saint-Tier malevolent beasts, drawn by the sounds of the assault, began to approach. Baiyu, quickly. Sacred Thunder Forbidden Spell. Great Wind Forbidden Spell. With monumental force, Baiyu crashed into the shattered scales. A spurt of blood emerged, perhaps just a few drops. Baiyu was violently rebounded by the powerful energy, exploding in midair and scattering into a flurry of feathers. Su Luo sighed. At last, I've encountered you. A roar erupted as the malevolent Kirin unleashed its breath, sweeping across the surroundings. Below, Su Luo's final vision was filled with an endless cascade of dark, malevolent energy descending from the heavens. Chapter 85. The Duality of Good and Evil. Transformation. What an expansive range of attack. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Luo found himself in the void space of the dungeon's conclusion. Countless images flashed before him, showcasing colossal source energy deities clad in source energy armor charging towards the horde of malevolent beasts. The scene eventually froze on 3 world-ending malevolent beasts, collapsing after being struck by multiple source energy disintegration projectiles. It appeared humanity had ultimately triumphed, though the consumption of those projectiles was immense, depleting decades' worth of the world's source energy reserves, while the malevolent beasts continued to emerge relentlessly from the Earth's core. It seemed they had much to contend with ahead. As a professional, Su Luo had participated in the dungeon, Calamity of Malevolence. The final outcome was a progression through stages 3 and 2, resulting in death. He received a reward of 1450 achievement points, which could be exchanged for items or transformed into dream crystals. The exchange store was now open. He directly accessed the list of final bosses, scrolling to the end. Upon seeing a familiar figure, Su Luo let out a sound of realization. Name: Malevolent Kirin. World-ending Earth Demon Heart. Level: LV99. Attributes: Dark, Earth, Thunder, Wind, Fire, Water, Metal, Wood. Strength: 478. Agility: 477. Constitution: 584. Intelligence: 300. Spirit: 300. Charm: 400. Race: Kirin. Earth Vein Kirin. Legendary Totem Level Kirin. Skills: Nature's Forbidden Spell LV20. Immortal Body of Malevolence LV20. Malevolent Breath LV20. Malevolent Kinship LV20. Evaluation. Humanity's reckless exploitation of the source energy world has led to the incessant accumulation of malevolent energy within the planet, culminating in an explosion. The malevolent Kirin is birthed from the Earth's source energy and endless malevolence after millennia of gestation, with a potential rating of 990,000 and a combat rating of 1,490,000. Price: 125 lower-tier dream crystals or 125,000 achievement points, currently with a 98 discount. At long last, I've awaited your arrival. Thankfully, I did not give up. Su Luo murmured as he retrieved a special scroll from his spatial ring. Name: Duality of Good and Evil Transformation Scroll. Type: Item. Quality: Epic. Special effect: Upon use, the exchanged battle pet will undergo a transformation of good and evil, morphing into a similar race with unchanged potential, though its personality may vary. Note: when certain dungeon conquerors exchange for battle pets, there is a small probability that the duality of good and evil will be triggered, causing this item to appear in the exchange list. However, most of the time, no one opts to purchase it. Su Luo held little interest in the malevolent Dark Kirin, having no desire to contract with a creature that perpetually sought rebellion. It would be too taxing. Thus, he expended a few dream crystals to acquire it. A flash of light ensued as Su Luo utilized the scroll, choosing to exchange for the malevolent Kirin. A tremendous roar erupted, and the selection for the malevolent Kirin dimmed, its name shimmering with an enchanting hue. Ultimately, a diminutive creature, the size of a small dog and less than half a meter long, appeared before Su Luo. He approached and gently stroked the creature's head, glancing at its information. Name: Tranquil Baize. Level: LV1. Attributes: Light. Strength: 4. Agility: 4. Constitution: 5. Intelligence: 8. Spirit: 8. Charm: 9. Race: Kirin. Kirin subspecies: Legendary Totem Level Kirin. Skills: Affinity LV10. Tranquility LV15. Insight LV20. Evaluation: it appears to be unobtainable through normal channels, a beast of auspicious omens. Capable of speech and understanding the emotions of all beings, renowned for its omniscience, with a potential rating of 990,000 and a combat rating of 28. None of its skills are combat related, and its attributes are rather unimpressive. This combat rating is quite genuine. A friendship contract formation appeared in Su Luo's hand, and the little creature looked up at him. It yawned, seemingly indifferent. The contract was smoothly completed, and Su Luo wished to foster a bond with the little one. Mental connection: Little Baize. So sleepy. Su Luo. He returned it to the beast space for rest, converting the remaining achievement points into dream crystals. Su Luo vanished from the void space. Have you heard? The malevolent Kirin has been exchanged for, and the Dungeon of Malevolence has been closed. That dungeon was far too difficult. I never managed to complete it. It matters not. It has no bearing on us. Do you know which senior from the 5th year acquired it? It seems that all those from this year's 5th year have already exchanged. It shouldn't be one of them. Could it be a formidable fourth year? The wrench squad awaited at the dungeon square. Ji held the hacker Heisey, lamenting. You have no idea how much pressure I'm under. Each attempt results in death. Although the boss guarantees a minimum, the pressure is immense. Heisey, the sacrifices I've made for my brothers. Heisey, all right. Look, the boss is here. Upon spotting Su Luo, Ji stood at attention, saluting, boss. The task has been successfully completed. Behind the black cloak, Su Luo nodded. Activating the ordinary concealment effect of the saint's crown, they could never discern his true appearance. You all performed admirably. You are indeed the wrench squad. Here is your payment for this endeavor. Accept it. Ji stepped forward to receive the dream crystals. Su Luo, the task is complete, and everyone is content. Should the opportunity arise for collaboration again, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. He waved and departed. Upon hearing the mention of future collaboration, the squad exchanged awkward smiles, likely foreseeing that they would not accept similar tasks in dungeons of such high difficulty again. Do you wish to eat this? Su Luo inquired, holding out pet food to Tranquil Baize, which it shook its head at disapprovingly. This. Su Luo presented a piece of roasted meat. Tranquil Baize displayed a look of disdain. Sighing, Su Luo produced a piece of his lunch, a large flatbread. How about this? Tranquil Baize approached and devoured it in a few bites. It then glanced at the fruits on the table, giving Su Luo a look that clearly indicated, I want that. Ah, fruits is it? He brought the fruits over and handed them to little Baize. After consuming a few, it ambled to its little bed and promptly fell asleep. Sighing once more, Su Luo noted that its attributes had scarcely changed over the past few days. Although he was not particularly anxious, the waiting was undeniably grueling. He had even specifically researched relevant materials and discovered that Kirins were known to consume elemental energies. Fire Kirins feasted on fire energy, water Kirins on water energy. Yet he was still unclear about what this Baize consumed. Forget it, let's give it another try. 3 days later, in the morning, Su Luo slammed his book down in frustration, utterly perplexed. Fine, I shall resort to spending money for answers. 3 hours later, at the largest department store in the Northern District Commercial Street, Su Luo expended millions to obtain information, only to receive a single word in return. Book. A book? Upon returning home, he discovered Baize sitting comfortably in a chair, engrossed in a book he had rented, filled with information about Kirin-like mythical beasts. Judging by the way he was nodding with delight, he seemed quite taken with it. A glance at the status bar revealed a slight increase in combat power. Oh. This typically, Su Luo did not frequent the library, but after spending a hefty sum to purchase an epic, hidden camouflage accessory bell for Baize, the two had become regulars there. Chapter 86. What ranking in the campus? So that's it. Baize, seemingly enlightened, spoke in human language. Nearby students cast curious glances, and upon realizing it was merely a small dog, chuckled before returning to their studies. After all, the disturbance was caused by a talking battle pet, which, while rare, was not entirely extraordinary. After extensive experimentation, Su Luo discovered that Baize's method of leveling up did not solely rely on reading books. Watching television and reading newspapers also contributed. Moreover, this little fellow had an unexpected penchant for observing the world around him and seemed to possess a certain prophetic ability, guiding Su Luo to nearby locations before events occurred. Baize closed the book and declared, All right, Su Luo, that's enough for today. Su Luo replied. Baize continued, Today is the day the campus ranking list is announced. I wish to go see it. Su Luo, bewildered, asked, Campus ranking what? Baize explained with utmost seriousness. The campus storm ranking list is established by the Dream Academy to encourage student initiative. Besides the primary combat power ranking, there are also lists for Beastmasters, Knights, Shapeshifters, and Cultivators. Su Luo regarded Baize, who was speaking so eloquently, and inquired, How do you know this? Baize retorted, I am not like you, a bookworm. I possess an acute awareness of my surroundings. Su Luo muttered, I don't even know for whom I come to the library every day. Goodness, I've become a bookworm. Baize added, By the way, Su Luo, you have recently been featured on the Cultivator ranking. Su Luo was taken aback. Really? Baize continued, Last week. The school awarded you 5 lower-grade dream crystals as a reward. Reflecting on it, Su Luo recalled indeed receiving that, initially thinking it was a final payment from someone. Perplexed as to whether he had conducted business with anyone from the Dream Academy's Storm Association. So that is how it is. In that case, let us go take a look. Unable to resist, under Baize's guidance, Su Luo made his way to the announcement area. First-year students gathered to witness the spectacle. They were not qualified to be on the ranking list until their second year, and even then, few managed to make it. Third-year seniors could barely scrape into the lower ranks, while fourth-year seniors occupied the middle, and fifth-year students dominated the top, perhaps due to arriving early. The announcement area was relatively empty, but noticing the throngs rushing toward them, Su Luo hastily scanned the list. Cultivator ranking, cultivator ranking. Ah, here it is. Cultivator ranking. First place, Zhang Hanhai, top-tier saint-level cultivator, 5th year, mentor of Beast Cultivation Studies 1, Zhang family's direct descendant. Cultivator ranking, 2nd place, Yuan Xian, senior saint-level cultivator, 5th year. Manager of the Western Region Phoenix Cultivation Shop on campus, a direct descendant of the Yuan family in the Divine Summer South region. Cultivator ranking, 3rd place, Psycho Huan. Senior saint-level cultivator, 4th year, president of the Campus Cultivation Union, grandson of the dean of the Beast King Institute. Cultivator ranking, 4th place, Su Luo, intermediate saint-level cultivator. 2nd year, freelancer, commoner. Su Luo exclaimed, "Good heavens, my introduction is so brief. What is wrong with being a commoner? I'm merely saving space on the list." Looking at the rewards, the 1st place received 10, 2nd place 8, 3rd place 6, 4th place 5. Apparently, he had indeed been in 4th place last month. Wait a minute. How did the school know I was an intermediate saint-level cultivator? Oh right, some data was transmitted through the campus network when I set up my stall. The school was aware of Su Luo's activities, and perhaps they altered his designation from stall owner to freelancer for a more polished presentation. Were Zhongsun Bailiang and Sikong Hao on the list? Su Luo was quite interested in his peers. 7th place, Zhongsun Bailiang, intermediate saint level. 11th place, Sikong Hao, junior saint level. There were not many individuals on the cultivator ranking, likely due to it being a support profession. It seemed that any saint-level cultivator could make the list. However, at the university level, those who ranked were typically gifted individuals, as their innate talents greatly enhanced their beast cultivation capabilities. As for the main combat power ranking, he recognized no familiar names, but within the top 50, most were individuals whose combat power and beasts had both reached the saint level. The remaining participants were predominantly Beastmasters who possessed saint beasts. Having just learned about this storm ranking, Su Luo had never participated in a campus ranking match. Hence his name did not appear on the list. I earn a few hundred dream crystals each month. When would I have time for such things? Su Luo reassured himself, indeed lacking the time, as he was busy preparing potions for his stall, studying, honing his skills, and then returning to continue potion making. Occasionally engaging in dungeon runs to unwind. He simply had no time for such trivial matters. The rewards for the combat power ranking were more substantial. The top 10 received 10 dream crystals, followed by 8 for the top 20, 6 for the top 30, and so on. Most notably, the school offered these rewards as genuine profit, seemingly twice a year. For the top 10, this reward alone could be exchanged for a high-level Saint Beast. Uninterested, Su Luo decided to head home to process orders. "All right, I'm leaving." Baizé interjected, "Wait a moment. I want to watch a bit longer." Su Luo sighed. "Fine, you watching the commotion helps you level up, as your master. I shall accompany you." Standing at the edge of the list on a small platform he had conjured with his spiritual energy, Su Luo watched as Baizé perched on his shoulder, keenly observing the crowd around them, his little head bobbing side to side. Some areas erupted in conflicts, with groups seemingly preparing to settle disputes in the arena. Baizé seemed thoroughly entertained. After a while, Su Luo sighed. "Ah, I'm tired. Let me put you down." Zzz Baizé, having feasted his eyes, promptly fell asleep. Su Luo then stored Baizé in the beast space, tidied up, and prepared to return home. "Hey!" Su Luo turned to find Shangwan Mingqi's team approaching. Shangwan Mingqi called out, "Luozi, have you seen my name? This time I made it onto the 2nd-year ranking." It seemed the combat power rankings were monopolized by 4th and 5th-year students, prompting the school to create a 2nd and 3rd-year list. Although there were no rewards, those listed were likely to ascend to the combat power rankings in the future, serving as potential candidates. I think I was around 36th. Su Luo had not actually scrutinized that list. He merely glanced at it before moving on. He hadn't anticipated Shangwan Mingqi would rank, but then again, he was a Saint Beast combatant. Not that high, just 42nd place. Congratulations. Though there are no rewards, it's just to get my name out there. By the way, Luozi, my flame spirit line has been wanting to enhance its potential lately. Shangwan Mingqi stated earnestly. Su Luo nodded. "So? You want to come over for bloodline evolution? I'll give you a 50% discount." Shangwan Mingqi. "Ahaha, good brother. A standard beast cultivator would hardly make a profit at a 70% discount. It is unnecessary. My red heart is a sacred, blessed beast, and it would be best to continue advancing in this manner, for you are not particularly adept in this area." Su Luo pondered, not merely lacking proficiency. He had only learned some basic operations, and this approach was inherently somewhat niche. The most prevalent types of beast cultivation are twofold. One involves bloodline evolution, utilizing bloodline potions for transformation. The other pertains to the purification of sacred beasts, akin to those dragons that incessantly consume dragon blood potions to enhance their bloodline concentration. Shangwan Mingqi, rest assured, I have already contacted Zhongsuan Bailiang, His talents are perfectly suited for me, and his abilities are quite formidable. Let me check. Ah, look. He ranks 7th on the Beast Cultivation leaderboard. The leaderboard is located over there in the corner, and not many pay attention to it. Even Wei Wei nudged Shangguan Mingqi, pointing towards it. Shangguan Mingqi scrutinized the ranking list carefully. Lucy, how come you are in 4th place? Chapter 87, Dialogue, and what grand competition? Su Luo, a rather inconspicuous figure, indeed had a touch of anonymity within the same academic year. Students outside the beast cultivation discipline hardly recognized his name. Beast cultivators might have heard of Su Luo, a remarkably gifted commoner prodigy whose innate talent could propel him to the realm of sacred cultivators, inciting immense envy. However, the fact that Su Luo's cultivation abilities surpassed those of Zhongxuan Bailiang, Xikong Hao, and several senior students in their 4th and 5th years was truly astonishing. The campus's leaderboard infused a modicum of vitality into the otherwise somber academic life. Yet for Su Luo, it was merely fodder for casual conversation after meals. Roar. Roar. Acute sound. Mental connection. Honghua. No. No. Calm down. Younger brother, you should be fiercer, and your spiritual energy should fluctuate. Roar, roar. Jingxin, is that so? Honghua, you're still lacking a bit. Keep practicing. Jingxin, the little Bai Zhe, possessed exceedingly high aptitude. It could learn the universal skills of both Honghua and Lan Bing with remarkable speed. Within a week, the red and blue twin tigers had nothing left to teach it. Moreover, after a period of study at the library, having perused countless tomes, Su Luo found that he seemed to possess less knowledge than little Bai Zhe. In the evening library, the two creatures sat at a table engrossed in their reading. Su Luo, Jingxin, Jingxin. Little Bai Zhe, what is it? Su Luo, why did your Bai Zhe have the words calm heart before? Little Bai Zhe, that is because after you used the twin virtues transformation scroll, it transformed from the opposite of the evil-hearted Qilin's temperament. Since that evil-hearted Qilin was irascible, my nature is tranquil, calm-hearted. Su Luo nodded. Oh, I see. Continuing to read. Su Luo, Jingxin, Jingxin. Little Bai Zhe, what is it? Su Luo, you said I originally entered the academy to broaden my horizons, enhance my foundation, and grow stronger quickly. Now, every day I set up a stall, selling potions, learning whatever knowledge I can. I even studied postpartum care for the mother-type dragon beasts. Isn't that a bit of a waste of time in life? Little Bai Zhe, what you say reflects a form of confusion. All knowledge and skills are valuable, especially those subjects within the campus, as they have been meticulously selected. For a beast cultivator, the postpartum care for mother-type dragon beasts is immensely beneficial. Continuing to read. Su Luo, Jingxin, Jingxin. Little Bai Zhe looked up. What is it? Su Luo continued to read, casually mumbling. Don't you think spending dozens of dream crystals on things that are temporarily unnecessary is somewhat wasteful? Little Bai Zhe, dozens of dream crystals are not a significant cost for you, and you will utilize them soon enough. Su Luo smiled. How soon? Little Bai Zhe, don't you already know? Su Luo raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to see if you knew. Little Bai Zhe contemplated for a moment. Less than half a year? Su Luo nodded. You guessed right. Very correct. In fact, it won't even take half a year. Now that it has just entered December, Su Luo's level has already reached LV 55. The epic materials fed to the Tree of Life have never ceased. Sometimes, he even reserves a little for clients, just in case he acquires a rare beast combat pet, so he can digest the corresponding materials. With ample resources, the Tree of Life levels up every half month, simultaneously elevating Su Luo's life level. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, in 2 months, that is to say, by February of next year, Su Luo will attain a life level of LV 60, advancing to the sacred tier. By then, the Tree of Life will also ascend to the 4th tier. He wondered what new abilities he might acquire. The scene would surely be breathtaking. And Su Luo found himself lost in reverie. Su Luo shook himself awake, his body swaying as Jingxin nudged him. Continue reading, Su Luo, do not daydream. Little Jingxin reminded him. Very well, after a while, thinking about how regardless of his reading, the knowledge gap between him and Bai Zhe would only widen. He felt a twinge of discouragement. Jingxin seemed to sense something. You are not in competition with others. You only need to know that you are stronger than your former self. Su Luo, continuing to read. Su Luo, you mentioned that I chose shapeshifter as my second profession. What should I select for the third? Upon hearing Su Luo's inquiry, little Jingxin did not look up. This question is somewhat premature for you, as you have yet to reach the sacred tier. Su Luo, is it too early? I will become a sacred being in less than half a year. Jingxin, well, it is not too early. There are various pathways to ascend to the legendary tier within the sacred realm. Currently, the two most mainstream methods include continuously integrating with a suitable sacred profession to ultimately become legendary, or condensing a virtual divine essence, infusing it with one's own laws or divine blood to become a demigod. If you desire to pursue the legendary path, your choice of third profession should depend on your abilities. From my observations, your spiritual arts talent is exceptional, while your combat skills talent is merely above average. Therefore, compared to a holy knight, you would be better suited to first become a holy spiritual arts master. Su Luo nodded. As expected of Jingxin, I think so too. Continuing to read. Su Luo, Jingxin. Jingxin, what is it now? Su Luo, the library is about to close. What would you like to eat tonight? Jingxin closed the book in hand. I'm not particularly hungry right now. In fact, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Please store me in the beast space. Su Luo, you certainly make it easy for yourself. You don't even need to walk home. Just let me carry you. Shaking his head, he activated the spiritual energy array, and Jingxin Baizhe was returned to the beast space. At the end of December, Su Luo was summoned to the office of the Director of Education. Upon entering, he discovered he was not the only one called. Zhongsu and Bailiang and Sikong Hao were also present. The tall Director of Education, a dragon knight, stood over 2 meters tall, his blue armor gleaming. I wonder if you have heard of the glamorous competition? Su Luo, the glamorous competition? Sikong Hao, the glamorous competition. Zhongsu and Bailiang, oh, the glamorous competition. Dragon Knight Director, indeed, it is the glamorous competition, a small-scale contest jointly hosted by the Wanjian Dream Academy, Wanjian Beast King Academy, the Beast Cultivator Association, and the Beast Combat Pet Alliance. Its notoriety is not particularly high, only circulating within the Beast Cultivator community. Su Luo, allow me to elaborate. An elderly voice resonated from behind. A figure emerged as Pei Yushui's teaching group leader, Gongliang Lingming, stepped forward. With a warm and friendly demeanor, he regarded the 3 individuals, assuring them that although it was a competition, the requirements were not overly stringent. Just give it your best, he encouraged, adding that regardless of the outcome, the school would reward them. As he spoke, he flourished his sleeves, revealing 3 blue crystals. Sua Luo activated his eagle-eyed vision. Name, Inheritance Crystal, Gongliang Lingming. Type, Consumable. Quality, Epic. Special effect. Upon activation, it bestows the knowledge of beast cultivation imparted by Gongliang Lingming, enhancing one's beast cultivation level. Note, Gongliang Lingming. This is merely a fraction of my understanding. How long does the competition last? Sua Luo inquired, seemingly unaware of the grandeur of the event. Fear not. It will conclude in less than a week, and with the presence of a teleportation array, you can return anytime without disrupting your campus activities. Gongliang Lingming replied. Sua Luo nodded, recognizing that despite the challenges ahead, he could still manage his business. It seemed that with some time management, his trade would not suffer. Take these trinkets I crafted and return home for now. Await further notice. Gongliang Lingming instructed as the 3 departed in succession, observing their retreating figures. The dragon riding director asked, do you think they can succeed? Gongliang Lingming replied, a momentary triumph signifies little, yet I hold great faith in their potential. The dragon riding director remarked, I've heard the prizes for this edition are quite sumptuous. We must not let such an opportunity slip away. Gongliang Lingming, pondering momentarily, raised an eyebrow. Indeed, they are quite lavish. Chapter 88. In the moonlit city of the Eastern Sea, the competition commenced. An empty blue crystal was discarded upon the ground. Sua Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, inundated with a torrent of knowledge. System notification. You have utilized the inheritance crystal, acquiring a wealth of beast cultivation knowledge. Saint Cultivator level 12 to Saint Cultivator level 15. Sua Luo regained his senses, shaking his head. The cultivation prowess of Gongliang Lingming, an esteemed mentor, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Saint tier. Even a fragment of his legacy could elevate Sua Luo by 3 levels. Now I understand why the top contenders in the cultivation rankings have reached the Saint tier before even graduating, he mused. They must have connections, Sua Luo muttered, reflecting on the profound impact of such a small crystal. Recently, when at home, he had instructed the artificial intelligence Lilith to gather information on the grand competition. In contrast to the auxiliary profession of forging equipment, training battle pets garnered significantly less popularity. After all, everyone required gear, yet fewer than half utilized beast companions. The competition rules dictated 3 contests, cultivating the mightiest battle pet under specific conditions, creating the strongest legion, and producing cost-effective battle pets amidst resource scarcity. Each contest would be scored independently. Upon entering his freshman year, Sua Luo had witnessed a certain wolf head during the Sacred Beast exhibition, exemplifying the legion type. Beastmasters of this category wielded considerable influence at the Saint tier. The difficulty and intensity of the competition were formidable, yet the rewards were rumored to be exceptional. It was said that victors would experience meteoric growth in their cultivation levels upon returning. Hence, his companion, Xiao Jingxin Base, had been assisting Sua Luo in perusing literature on beast battle pet legions. Suo Luo felt that this particular category would be his weakness, as he was not particularly adept in it. As the month progressed, Suo Luo joyously received a new epic piece of equipment. After bidding farewell to the members of the Evil Alliance, he placed the safe on the table, and upon opening it, he seemed to hear the bellow of a mighty bull. Name: Mantle of the Bull King, Lord of Beasts. Type: Armor. Quality: Epic. Attributes: 425 defense, 35 spirit, 30 magic resistance, 20 physical resistance, 30 blessing effect. Special effects: Effect 1 grants the skill Bull's Roar, a beginner Saint tier skill that bestows enhanced strength and speed through the blessing of the Bull Spirit. Effect 2, Set 4, Wild Call, a beginner Saint tier skill that increases the wildness and loyalty of battle pets. Effect 3, Set 7, Dominion of the Beast King, an intermediate Saint tier skill that establishes you as the leader of the pack. Equipment requirement: Level 60 or Spirit, 120, Strength, 100. Note: the pinnacle equipment for Saint tier Beastmasters, Tamers, and Summoners, the shoulder piece of the Lord of Beasts set. Those with lower mental acuity may perceive a colossal bull behind you. This month, the delivery was a shoulder piece. Suo Luo donned it, and it certainly added an air of sophistication. The 4 pieces of equipment activated the set effect. He summoned Blue Ice and cast 2 skills, noticing that the Spirit technique enhanced accuracy and potency, while the Battle skill improved physical penetration. The effects were indeed formidable, fueling Suo Luo's anticipation for the 7-piece set effect. As the end of December approached, the first semester of his sophomore year concluded, and all students engaged in dungeon runs. Suo Luo's academic performance had improved this semester due to increased study time. His plans were progressing smoothly, and if all went well, he would complete all 5 years of university coursework by the next semester. Consequently, business was expected to thrive next month. Suo Luo prepared stock in advance at the month's end, while the school also announced the commencement of the grand competition. In the Divine Summer Empire, moonlit city of the Eastern Sea, the largest port city of the empire, abundant in marine resources, connected to countless secret realms teeming with wealth. Suo Luo found himself among the representatives of the Academy of Thousand Dream Realms, riding a colossal black dragon. Lilith, have Xiao Luo dispatch the goods. Received, came the voice of the AI Lilith from the ring. Suo Luo operated silently. On the first day of January, Suo Luo had already prepared the month's stock. At his stall, he arranged for the delivery of the Holy Blood Potion to be handled by the retrieval robot. Notably, Lilith had upgraded Xiao Luo to a higher level of artificial intelligence, which, while not significantly altering its capabilities, had rendered it more agile in thought. Gongliang Lingming announced, "Today is the first competition. Cultivate your most adept and promising battle pet. First, select your materials and prepare. By the way, feel free to choose materials. After all, they are complementary, albeit with some limitations, yet still ample for your needs." Suo Luo pondered. The group arrived at the Battle Pet Merchant Alliance in moonlit city of the Eastern Sea, where countless individuals awaited eagerly. Wow, the representatives from the Academy of Thousand Dream Realms have arrived. Now that everyone is here, the competition can commence. Are they only sending 3 people? They represent the Academy of Thousand Dream Realms. They are more principled than those shameless families of the Merchant Alliance. Gongliang Lingming reassured, "No need to be nervous, just relax." Suo Luo thought to himself that he was quite at ease. However, glancing at his companion Sikong Hao, who trembled visibly, and Zhongsun Bailiang, whose body was rigid with tension, perhaps a hint of nervousness was warranted. The venue for the competition was a vast plaza adjacent to a colossal cultivation center, reputed to be the largest in the eastern region of the Divine Summer Empire. The wait was brief before the competition commenced. Suo Luo was assigned number 16 and stood beside a table. The arrangement does not seem to be organized by school, as I find myself surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Though they all appear to be in their 20s, the promising stars of the cultivation realm. Shortly thereafter, the voice of the host resonates from the front. Reportedly a prominent figure from a certain cultivation association. The first competition involves selecting materials and battle beasts to cultivate your most prized combat pet. A friendly reminder, while materials are plentiful, they are not infinite. The swift shall reap rewards, while the slow shall find themselves empty-handed. The competition commences. With the ringing of a bell, information about the materials and battle beasts is projected onto the table. Suo Luo, having prepared in advance, is taken aback by the sight of the golden-stripped winged tiger and the ice-fire phoenix feathers. Such exceedingly rare materials are indeed present. However, it appears that there is a limit on quantities, with each participant allowed to procure only 3 materials. Suo Luo promptly reserves 1. Currently, the 2 most abundant types of legacy fruits from the Tree of Life are the Lion-Tiger category and the Bird-Eagle category. Given that the Lion-Tiger category appeals to a broader audience, Its quantity is approximately double that of the bird eagle category. Su Luo initially intended to cultivate beasts from this category. With one precious reservation made for the golden stripped winged tiger, the remaining materials are also valuable, yet Su Luo possesses the connections to acquire them in ample quantities. He proceeds directly to the area housing the battle beasts, specifically the lion-tiger zone. Most of the creatures here are primary holy beasts, boasting potential combat power in the vicinity of 100,000. Su Luo combines his most formidable lion-tiger legacy fruits and sequentially matches them with the beasts, assessing their compatibility. Compatibility at 83, acceptable, proceed. 92, good, noted. 96, excellent, retained. The highest compatibility thus far is 106. Having traversed the Holy Beast Zone, he encounters some top-tier super beasts. Initially, he contemplated returning to select the one with 106 compatibility, but since he is already here, why not take a chance? After all, the number of creatures in the Super Beast Zone is limited, scattered here and there. Compatibility ratings of 96, 97, 103, 132, and 81 flash before him. Wait a moment. Did he just see a compatibility of 132? Su Luo retraces his steps, spotting a small lion displaying a compatibility of 132. Silently, he confirms his selection. You are the one, young fellow. Chapter 89, The Super Holy Beast. He examines its status. Name, Prairie Spirit Lion, Adventurer Toba. Level, LV 60. Attributes, Wood. Strength, 105. Agility, 108. Constitution, 122. Intelligence, 136. Spirit, 135. Charm, 150. Race, Beastkin, Mutated Spirit Lion, Super Leader Class Spirit Beast. Evaluation. Typically, Prairie Spirit Lions possess attributes of earth and metal. Yet Toba is an exceptional case, mutated to embody the wood attribute. As he approached maturity, Toba was expelled from his clan along with his brothers, who sought to venture to other grasslands, while Toba yearned for distant lands, wishing to see the snowy mountains, the vast oceans, the heights of the sky, longing for freedom and liberation. Potential rating, 990,000. Combat rating, 860,000. With a spirited disposition, Su Luo utilizes his remaining 2 material slots, acquiring 1 Icefire Phoenix Feather and another Prairie Spirit Lion King, intending to provide this for Toba, as he aims for commendable results. After securing the battle beast, he heads to the cultivation apparatus. Not wanting to be constrained by time, the facilities for this competition possess a time acceleration feature, albeit at the cost of dream crystals. Upon entering the time acceleration chamber, he emerges instantaneously. Ahem, next time I should bring some snacks. It's quite uncomfortable to have been eating the same snacks for several days from my spatial ring. Within the time acceleration chamber, Su Luo has completed the consumption of the 2 lion-tiger materials. Closing his eyes, he arranges the legacy fruits, eager to discern any potential from the 2 newly acquired fruits. Unnamed legacy fruit, compatibility at 141. Shall it be utilized? Upon seeing the system prompt, Su Luo nods, pleased with the outcome. Naturally, he would not employ this combination fruit directly. Solidifying the legacy fruit, the process concludes, and he adds supplementary ingredients to yield a super lion bloodline elixir. What transformation it might undergo remains uncertain, but with such high compatibility, he hopes this little one will not disappoint him. He injects the bloodline elixir, stabilizer, and energy agent, activating the dream apparatus. This device accelerates evolution, ensuring a perfect transformation, although it comes at a steep cost, exceedingly expensive. Hence, the apparatus defaults to energy-saving mode, minimizing consumption for greater cost-effectiveness, which may require over a day's time. I'm done. Su Luo raises his hand, and shortly, an examiner approaches to conduct an inspection, signaling Su Luo that he is free to exit. With the work completed, Su Luo steps out of the cultivation hall, noticing he may have been relatively slow. As the time spent consuming materials was considerable, even with time acceleration, he still lagged behind others. Zhongsun Bailiang has yet to emerge. His talent involves the continuous accumulation of blessing energy, making him even slower than Su Luo. Xikong Hao, however, exits quite early, though his anxious demeanor suggests a lack of confidence. Group leader Gongliang Lingming states, since you have finished, there is no need to linger here any longer. Donghai Yuming still has many enjoyable attractions, but do exercise caution. After all, this place is not like the school, being an open city with reduced safety. Understood. The 2 bid farewell. Su Luo heads directly back to the hotel booked through the school, intending to engage in online shopping from the comfort of his room. Xikong Hao, it appears, is headed in a different direction, leaving Su Luo unaware of his whereabouts. In his room, Su Luo reclines on the bed. Lilith, I'm here, he commands. Search for currently available epic-level flesh materials in Donghai Yuming. Lilith responds, search complete. Su Luo instructs, remove the materials from list 1. Lilith affirms, removed. Su Luo queries, what is the price for each unit of material? Lilith calculates, the total value is approximately 7 billion. Su Luo reacts, 280 billion. How much is that? So much. Upon reviewing the list, he discovers that some items are so obscure that even the appraisers are unaware of their existence. Yet they are undeniably epic-level flesh materials. And there are quite a few. Forget it, I'll handle this manually. First, he examines marine-type battle beasts. Wow, over 8 billion, quite a lot. He selects a popular type, costing over 5 billion. Then, he opts for those with a better cost-performance ratio. As Su Luo continually refines his criteria, he ultimately narrows it down to 22 billion. Lilith, how much do I still have in my account? You possess multiple merchant cards, with a total balance of 257.5 billion. Oh, that's still sufficient. Su Luo ponders for less than a second. Purchase. Lilith confirms. Order received. Processing your purchase. Lilith then alerts him. Notice. As you will soon encounter a large crowd, would you like to order a more spacious storage facility? Su Luo responds. Please arrange one for me. I'm tired. I'll take a nap for a while. Lilith replies. Delivery address, changed to Smart Warehouse, KA003. Su Luo sighs, ZZZ. After dinner, Su Luo recalls the delivery. Lilith has already arranged for the smart transfer, and he takes a vehicle to a massive warehouse. Gazing up at the towering roof, he feels a bit dizzy. All right, which room should I go to retrieve my goods? Lilith, Master Su Luo, all the items in this warehouse belong to you. Su Luo, all right then. From that moment on, Su Luo merely acted as a tool. Each time the small intelligent robots delivered goods before him, he would utilize the mundane power of the Saint's Crown to store them in his space, simultaneously instructing Lilith to record and organize their numbers. Feeling a bit weary, Su Luo queried, Lilith, can't you handle this yourself? Lilith, I do not possess that authority at the moment. Su Luo, I grant you temporary permission. Lilith, okay. Before long, Su Luo unknowingly drifted into slumber, vaguely awakening twice. Ultimately, in the dead of night, he was roused to return to his hotel room. The materials from the aquatic beasts of Donghai Moonlit City were plentiful. He should visit more frequently. He had nearly collected all the materials for the more common beast bird dragons available in the market, yet he still lacked many for the fish and marine beast companions. The next day was a day of rest. On the third day, however, Su Luo and his companions did not take a break. Gongliang Lingming provided impromptu guidance to the trio. Thus, if you lack a solid strategy, you should apply existing formulas, understood? After years of continuous experimentation, these military formulas represent the highest combat power types. Do you comprehend? Gongliang Lingming shouted. Understood, replied Su Luo. In the afternoon, Su Luo studied alongside Bai Zhe, meticulously examining how to develop the combat power legion. Gongliang Lingming's formulas were indeed simplistic. While they might yield decent scores, achieving high marks would still require personal understanding. On the third day, competition day, Donghai Moonlit City, Breeding Center. Su Luo arrived before his creation, awaiting the arrival of the examiners. They arrived swiftly, and 3 examiners gathered to activate the device. Su Luo glanced at it. Name, Fearless Lion Adventurer Toba. Level, LV 61. Attributes, Wood. Strength, 123. Agility, 127. Constitution, 152. Intelligence, 186. Spirit, 185. Charisma, 200. Race, Orc, Lion Tribe, Super Saint Tier Monarch Level Orc. Evaluation. The Prairie Spirit Lion Toba, after numerous adventures to enhance adaptability, transformed into lion form. He faces dragons without fear, evades attacks from phoenixes, and escapes from totems. Potential rating, 4, 990, 000. Combat power rating, 3, 800, 000. Wow, a Super Saint Beast. Su Luo had never cultivated a beast companion of this caliber before. His previous record was a Thunder Dragon, which seemed to be an upper-tier holy beast. The chief examiner, a middle-aged man with glasses and a stern expression, addressed Su Luo. Contestant Su Luo, what led you to select this super beast as your material? Most tend to choose intermediate holy beasts. Su Luo pondered. I'm not quite sure why its compatibility is so high. Perhaps it's just a feeling. The middle-aged examiner seemed to crack a subtle smile, tugging at the corner of his mouth. A feeling, you say? He made some annotations on a thick stack of forms before handing the score sheet to Su Luo. Watching them depart, Su Luo turned to an adjacent contestant. 9 points. That should be on a 10-point scale, right? Chapter 90, Beast Legion. The astute elder replied with a smirk. I received 7 points. It must be a 10-point scale. Thank you, elder. Su Luo expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. Due to the stringent grading standards and the evaluators, The scoring was completed in less than half an hour. Next came the second round, the cultivation of Legion-type beast companions. Everyone returned to the plaza. The hostess' voice echoed forth. For the second round, the rules remain the same. It is a contest for cultivating Legion-level beast companions. You each have a monetary limit for materials and battle beasts, which differ but will total the same amount. Now, let the competition commence. Dingling. Before Su Luo appeared a projection displaying 2 monetary pools. Beast companion total, 2. 25 billion. Evolution material total, 2. 75 billion. Ah, this is quite average, Su Luo mused, glancing sidelong at others' totals, which were all around 500 million. However, some had drawn combinations of 3 battle beasts and 7 materials, necessitating high requirements for the evolution of the beasts. Su Luo examined the beast companion options. Should I choose the Eilong, or perhaps the lion or bird groups? In a moment of hesitation, all 3 Eilong groups were rapidly snatched up. Damn it, Su Luo exclaimed, hastily selecting one, only to find that all Eilong options were now sold out. Did I miss out? He knew Eilongs were in high demand, but not to this extent. Checking the display, he saw there was still stock and successfully acquired an Eilong of unknown attributes. Upon reviewing the information, name, ironclad giant dragon lizard. Level, LV40, LV60. Attributes, Earth. Strength. Agility. Race, dragon, giant lizard Eilong, upper tier commander level Eilong. Evaluation, residing within a certain metallic mountain range, feeding on gold and iron ore. It can form a formidable armor. Combat power rating, 18,000, 23,000. Price, 6 million each. A standard upper-tier battle companion, albeit at a higher price due to its Eilong classification. Su Luo purchased a total of 37, having the remaining funds to add to the material budget. Observing the crowd rushing toward the beast pens, Su Luo joined in the fray. After all, even among the same species of beast companions, potential varies significantly. I want this one and that one. I'm too late. This round of competition prohibited the use of equipment and items, and small shields were installed outside the enclosure. Activating insight proved futile without equipment and with his own low insight level, rendering him unable to discern anything clearly. Forget it, I'll leave it to chance. Su Luo stepped forward, fervently selecting, I'll take this one and that one, picking those that caught his eye. He reached a total of 37 before returning to his position to contemplate how to enhance them. The materials were abundant and unrestricted, so everyone remained quietly focused. Dragonman Guardian Core? No, too low cost performance. Dragon Beast Legion? No, insufficient combat power. Su Luo recalled Professor Gongliang Lingming's advanced formula. Should I utilize it? Gazing at the calculations on his scrap paper, he confirmed it. A combination of Dragonman Guardians and mountable dragon beasts. However, which types of Dragonmen and dragon beasts should he select? Su Luo decided to experiment, moving to the enclosure of the ironclad giant dragon lizard to choose the one with the best appearance. Combination inheritance fruit. Compatibility, 84. What about this one? Compatibility, 91. However, the auxiliary materials were rather expensive. Continuously verifying, he ultimately calculated the 2 highest cost performance types. You two will do. Next, Su Luo selected materials and entered the time acceleration chamber to process them. Soon, all the giant dragon lizards were evolved with the aid of the apparatus. Now, he awaited their metamorphosis and advancement. Raising his hand, he signaled that he had completed his task. Exiting the plaza, he spotted Gongliang Lingming waiting at the entrance alongside Sikong Hao. Sikong Hao, how did you finish so quickly? You were faster than me last time as well. Are you a rabbit or something? Gongliang Lingming, has Xiaosalu emerged? How is it? What battle pet did you select as the foundation for your legion? Ironclad giant dragon lizard. Gongliang Lingming pondered for a moment. That's acceptable. By the way, Zhongsu and Bailiang is rather slow. You two should head back first. All right. Farewell, Captain. During their journey, Sikong Hao seemed eager to speak with Sulu, gradually closing the distance. Sikong Hao, is there something you wish to discuss? Sikong Hao, a robust figure standing approximately 185 meters tall, possessed solid muscles reminiscent of a knight rather than a nurturer. Ah, haha, Sulu, let us return to the hotel together. Sulu replied. If you have something to say, just go ahead. Is there something you need assistance with, Sikong Hao? Nothing at all. Sikong Hao hastily waved his hands. These materials aren't particularly rare. They will be available in a couple of days. With a shift in conversation, Sulu thought, finally, here it comes. Sulu, you excel in nurturing various types of beast companions, do you not? Sulu felt a sense of pride from the compliment. Ah, well, I manage. No need to be modest. In the first competition, you scored 9 points while I only managed 3, and that Zhongsu and Bailiang fellow scored 7. Sulu offered some consolation, suggesting that perhaps Sikong Hao did not perform at his best. Not at all. I actually exceeded my usual performance, as my normal level is only about 2 points. Oh. Sulu responded. By the way, Sikong Hao continued, I wonder if you could enhance a water attribute, approximately 80,000 potential, Super Beastman fish to around 150,000 potential, without significantly altering its form? Finally, arriving at the crux of the matter, Sulu paused, and Sikong Hao followed suit. Sulu closed his eyes, envisioning countless legacy fruits on the tree of life, shimmering with ethereal light. Water attribute, fish, unchanged form. Got it. An area identified, albeit still somewhat sparse with legacy fruits. Sulu opened his eyes. Would royal blood evolution suffice? Sikong Hao contemplated briefly. I'd prefer to evolve it to around 150,000 potential before subjecting it to royal blood evolution. Oh, that is rather demanding. Not merely demanding. This difficulty surpasses the evolution of a typical high-tier sacred beast. Sulu closed his eyes once more, considering that he currently possessed ample materials. After digesting all the merman, fishman, and mermaid resources, it should be feasible. Yes, it is possible, but it will take some time. Upon hearing Sulu's response, Sikong Hao exhaled, appearing considerably relieved. Then we'll wait. I must thank you in advance. Regarding payment, I will provide you with 30 dream crystals. Just a minor matter, Sulu replied, knowing both were sacred nurturers, affluent and handsome in their profession, rendering financial concerns trivial. Gradually advancing towards intermediate sacred beasts, next would be royal blood evolution to higher or super sacred beast levels. Sulu contemplated briefly, as a realization dawned upon him. Do you possess any legendary totem materials related to water attribute fish? Sulu blurted out. Sikong Hao paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, my family's ancestral stockpile. However, my expertise lies in mutation evolution rather than this stable advancement. Your guess is remarkably accurate. After all, they were both knowledgeable in the field, making such deductions quite natural. In truth, Sikong Hao's nurturing approach did not significantly differ in cost from directly exchanging for a totem beast dream replica, yet it was considerably more time-consuming and labor-intensive. Sulu surmised that the ancestral stockpile likely entailed other complexities. Chapter 91 finally concluded. A day of rest. On this day, Gongliang Lingming imparted little knowledge, merely stating, the cost performance assessment is not as simple as you might think. During the competition, you must give it your all before departing. What does it mean to have stronger battle prowess for the same price? Is there anything else to be manipulated? Sulu pondered. Things will naturally fall into place. On the third day, the competition day, it was also the day for the results of the previous Legion strength assessment. At 8 in the morning, in the nurturing center of Donghai Yuming City, Sulu stood before the nurturing chamber, awaiting the arrival of the examiner. This time, the process seemed slower than before, naturally, as they were evaluating a greater number of beasts than the last occasion, which only involved one. Open the nurturing chamber. All right. Sulu nodded in agreement. Sulu, alongside the examiner, gazed upon his remarkable creation. Name: Ironclad Lizard Dragon Warrior. Level: LV 55. Attribute: Earth. Strength: 120. Agility: 133. Constitution: 125. Intelligence: 73. Spirit: 61. Charm: 50. Race: Dragon Clan. Dragon Man. High-level Commander Grade Dragon Man. Skills: Raptor/LV 15. Dragonman Battle Body LV 15. Dragon Blood Transformation LV 10. Iron Lizard Armor LV 15. Evaluation: the ironclad giant dragon lizard evolved into Dragonman form. Although the human physique has reduced its physical attributes, agility and combat capability have significantly increased, with a potential score of 32, 245, and a combat score of 29, 596. This is the night. Let us take a look at the mount. Name: Ironclad Lizard Raptor. Level: LV 55. Attribute: Earth. Strength: 130. Agility: 113. Constitution: 145. Intelligence: 63. Spirit: 51. Charm: 35. Race: Dragon Clan. Earth-type Subdragon. High-level Commander Grade Subdragon. Skills: Raptor Pounce LV 15. Earth Dragon Battle Body LV 15. Frenzied Blood Transformation LV 10. Iron Lizard Armor LV 15. Evaluation: the ironclad giant dragon lizard has evolved into a more ferocious dragon type, with all abilities enhanced and the addition of wings, granting limited flying capability, albeit slow. Who could refuse a mount capable of flight? Potential score of 36, 316, and combat score of 33, 290, with some surplus funds remaining. Sulu also crafted an ironclad lizard dragon general and a flying ironclad lizard raptor, both reinforced types to serve as leaders, each boasting nearly 50,000 combat power. The examiner for this session was a mature lady clad in a black dress, adorned with glasses, exuding an air of intellectual sophistication. She silently marked notes and calculated Sulu's scores. Excellent, she softly uttered, revealing 2 words. Her assistant presented the score sheet to Sulu. Still 9 points? Shouldn't this be out of 10? Sulu inquired of the individual nearby. The exceptionally astute neighbor nodded. Does this imply my score is still quite high? Perhaps the results were favorable. Haha. After the scoring was completed, everyone returned to the plaza. The 3rd round of the competition commenced, stating, you will be randomly assigned a beast companion along with a certain amount of currency. Utilize all your resources to enhance its potential and combat strength. As the words echoed, a chorus of dismay rippled through the crowd. Ah, how challenging. Numerous lamentations ensued as participants beheld their formidable targets and meager budgets. Sulu stared at the sheet before him, his lips twitching. Name, Silver Moon Wolf. Level, LV40, LV60. Attribute, Light. Strength, Agility. Race, Beast Folk, Silver Moon Wolf Clan. High-ranking commander-level Wolf Clan. Evaluation, Under the Moonlight. Beneath its radiant glow, I howl, for I am the child of the moon, with a battle power rating of 16,000, 21,000. Cost, 15 million. This amount, under normal circumstances, is sufficient to enhance within the ranks of mid-tier and low-tier super beasts. However, I speculate that a high-tier super beast could yield commendable results. For Suluo, this task is quite straightforward. He leads the battle beast to the cultivation chamber. Suluo combines the corresponding fruits. Compatibility, 73, 86, 93, 102. There are indeed many with high compatibility, but are they within this financial range? Perhaps I should try a few more? Typically, when Suluo combines the inherited fruits, the quantity hovers around 5 to 7, with a maximum of 36 combinations. However, previous attempts yielded only marginal improvements, making the process exceedingly tedious. Thus, Suluo seldom employs such numerous combinations thereafter. Let us start with 18 ultimate techniques. Compatibility, 75, 87, 94, 101. Indeed, the highest compatibility this time is slightly stronger than the previous attempt. Now, let us try 27 combinations. Compatibility, 76, 87, 95, 103. Should I inspect 36 combinations? Compatibility, 76, 87, 95, 103. The changes are minimal, and the highest compatibility does not surpass that of the 27 combinations. Given the constraints of material costs, this will suffice. An unknown wolf-type enhancement with a compatibility of 117, you shall be my choice. Upon gathering the materials, I enter the time acceleration chamber, feigning the creation of a bloodline potion with the materials. Adjusting, infusing, normal, everything proceeds smoothly. Once completed, Suluo signals that he is finished, and the examiner approaches to affix the seal. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting. Exiting the door, I find myself surprisingly the first to emerge from the examination hall. Gongliang Lingming observes Suluo's confident stride. It seems you are quite assured this time. Oh, the battle pet bestowed upon me this time is one I am rather familiar with. Gongliang Lingming replies. Very well, you may return, no need to wait for the others. Suluo bids farewell. Observing Suluo's retreating figure, Gongliang Lingming muses. This child would know how to lie. All subjects in the 3rd round are ones he has not previously encountered. This boy is indeed remarkable. After a day's rest, following the conclusion of the competition, Gongliang Lingming takes a few individuals on a leisurely exploration of Donghai Yuming City, alleviating the stress of prior events. After the outing, Gongliang Lingming presents each of the 3 with a heritage crystal, containing knowledge approximately 3 times that of the previous one. Suluo estimates that after utilizing it, he could elevate his cultivation master level by at least 2 tiers. On the competition day, the 7th day, the contest is set to conclude. The examiner, a kindly old man with a head of white hair, approaches Suluo. The cultivation chamber opens, revealing a brand new entity before them. Name, Legendary Moonlight Hunter. Level, LV60. Attribute, Light, Dark. Strength, 107. Agility, 123. Constitution, 111. Intelligence, 122. Spirit, 121. Charisma, 115. Race, Orc, Silver Moon Werewolf. Holy Tier, Monarch Level Werewolf. Evaluation. It is said that when the Silver Moon Wolf comprehends light, darkness, and the heart of freedom, it gains special abilities, with a potential rating of 132 million and a battle power rating of 118,000. Oh, Suluo is equally astonished. A mid-tier commander-level battle beast has directly ascended several folds to become a holy beast. This must be noted. The old man smiles. Young man, your methods are quite impressive. Fortunate indeed. Su Luo responds, a little extended performance. Huh? The old man shakes his head and hands over the score sheet. As expected, it remains at 9 points. Upon returning to the square, the large screen displays the scores of the participants. Among 32 competitors, 10 scored below 9 points, 15 between 10 and 20, while the remaining 7 scored above 20, with 4 achieving the highest score of 27 points, Su Luo being one of them. Su Luo himself is somewhat surprised. While he believed his performance was commendable, he did not anticipate ranking at the top. Am I truly that strong? The host announces, regardless of the scores. You are all exceptional cultivation masters. Basic rewards will be distributed based on rankings in 3 tiers. The sound of scattered applause reverberates. The Rising Star Award is presented to the most outstanding contestants. The most balanced award, the host brandishing a trophy, calls for Su Luo to step forward. Applause erupts. Su Luo, taken aback, raises his head. Me? Chapter 92, The Choice of 3. What should I say? First, I must thank the Divine Summer Empire. Then express gratitude to Divine Summer Media. No, wait, there's no need to thank the media. I should thank my teachers at school, and then my classmates and friends. That shall suffice. The host hands Su Luo the trophy. Su Luo, please wait here for a moment. There will be a photo opportunity shortly. Ah, that's it. No acceptance speech? I wasted my words, Su Luo murmurs in the corner. The Best Battle Pet Award. Please welcome contestant Kong Jinjing. A quiet, doll-like young boy receives the trophy, smiling shyly. He approaches Su Luo and shakes his hand. The Most Imaginative Award. Please welcome contestant Xia Binyan. A handsome young man steps forward to claim his award, afterward greeting Su Luo and Kong Jinjing amicably. Snap, 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 the cameras click. The host declares, I hereby announce the successful conclusion of this grand competition. Applause reverberates. Phew, it's finally over. Gazing at the trophy in hand, crafted from transparent crystal, it dazzles captivatingly under the sunlight. Quite beautiful, Su Luo stores it within his spatial ring, intending to descend the podium and return to school with his classmates. Suddenly, a hand tugs at the hem of Su Luo's garment. Huh, it is none other than the doll-faced Kong Jinjing. Su Luo, wait, don't go just yet. Beside them, Xia Binyan, unable to contain himself, interjects. We still have rewards to collect, just a moment. Oh, rewards? Su Luo, possessing ample patience for such matters, follows the staff's guidance as the 3 make their way to a resplendent hall at the rear of the square. The previous examiner and a group of senior holy tier cultivation masters sit behind a high table. The familiar host, with a friendly demeanor, states, you 4 contestants have achieved full marks and, according to the rules, are eligible to receive the most precious prizes of this grand competition. The host unveils a red cloth covering a small table before him. All professions peak at the holy tier, yet some legendary figures surpass limits, propelling themselves into the realm of demigods. The host gestures towards 3 heritage crystals before them. This is the legacy crystal of 3 renowned legendary breeders, each belonging to distinguished figures, the Dream Alterer, the Breeding Library, and the Exotic Star Shepherd. Please make your selection, Su Luo. Su Luo, attentively listening, exclaimed, Ah? You choose first. Me? Su Luo stepped forward, gazing at the 3 legacy crystals, each swirling with a myriad of ethereal energies. Name, Beastmaster's Knowledge Legacy Crystal, Dream Alterer. Type, consumable. Quality, legendary. Special effect, upon activation, it grants the knowledge of the Dream Alterer's beast breeding techniques, enhancing one's beast breeding proficiency. Remark, Dream Alterer. In addition to fundamental knowledge, I provide the crafting methods for 32 legendary totem beasts. The other 2 are similar. The Breeding Library primarily elucidates the critical points for breeding legendary totem-level battle pets. The Exotic Star Shepherd offers insights on selecting individuals with superior innate talents and provides recipes to enhance potential. Ah, this, Su Luo hesitated immensely. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, with no one urging him on. In his indecision, he seemed to notice a hat swaying back and forth. Oh, it's group leader Gongliang Lingming. Gongliang Lingming, seated atop the platform, excitedly yet quietly pointed in Su Luo's direction. To the left, this one? Su Luo inquired. Gongliang Lingming continued to gesture. This one? He gave a thumbs up. The Breeding Library? All right, then I'll choose this one, Su Luo declared as he made his selection and descended. Kong Jingjing and Xia Binyan appeared to have made their choices in advance. Kong Jingjing directly opted for the Exotic Star Shepherd's crystal, while Xia Binyan selected the Dream Alterers. There was also a girl, wearing a consistently sullen expression, whom Su Luo remembered as Huang Fuxian. Interestingly, all 4 had scored 27 points. Yet she did not receive a reward, which would naturally infuriate any ordinary person. She angrily pointed at the Dream Alterer's legacy crystal. The Dream Alterer's legacy crystal was set aside, and shortly thereafter, a peculiar wave emanated. Su Luo remarked. That familiar wave. Is it the replication of the dream crystal? The staff presented 2 crystals to Xia Binyan and Huangfu Xian respectively. Once all participants had selected and received their legacy crystals, the dignitaries on the platform rose and departed, while the 4 contestants exited the hall, marking the grand competition's conclusion. In the afternoon, due to Su Luo's commendable ranking, Gongliang Lingming invited the 3 of them to the tallest building in Donghai Yueming City, which housed the finest restaurant in the city. As they dined and chatted, Gongliang Lingming advised, Su Luo, save that legacy crystal for when your Saint Breeder level is nearly maxed out. It will yield the best results. Remember that. Su Luo nodded. The feast was lavish, and they indulged heartily. Si Konghao exclaimed, Ahaha, I scored a high 7 in the final round, barely surpassing 10 with a total score of 13, securing the second prize. What a close call. Congratulations, Su Luo replied. Si Konghao continued. Zhongxuan Bailiang only managed 3 points in the final round. Ahaha, his talent is indeed somewhat lackluster. Zhongxuan Bailiang coldly interjected, that has nothing to do with you. Su Luo raised his glass. Let us keep the harmony. Cheers. Cheers. Enjoying their meal, just as they were about to leave, Su Luo spotted 3 somewhat familiar figures. They moved directly to the vacant seats behind them. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, as the hall offered a panoramic view of the city, creating a more vibrant atmosphere, thus attracting more guests. A sweet yet somewhat arrogant voice pierced through. It infuriates me. Why is everyone receiving perfect scores while I have no trophy? It sounded familiar. Xiener, don't be upset. Although you all saw 9 points, we have a more detailed breakdown of the scores. In the first round, the strongest beast was indeed the Sky Thunder Dragon cultivated by Kong Jingjing, a top-tier super sacred beast, scoring 97 points. In the second and third rounds, the strongest were your senior brother's mutated swarm of insects and high-jump insectoids, both exceeding 95 points. The highest cumulative score belongs to that one. Huangfu Xian hinted. Su Luo. Oh, right, that young man named Su Luo. There's no favoritism in scoring. The normal procedure dictates that these 3 individuals receive trophies. Huangfu Xian huffed humph. Xia Binyan remarked, Junior sister, achieving 27 points is impressive. In past years, only 1 or 2 managed to score that high. Who would have thought this year would have 4? Xia Binyan added, by the way, Master, our Master-S title is Exotic Star Shepherd, and all the knowledge we inherit is from him. It's perfectly reasonable not to choose him. Why didn't you allow either of us to select the breeding library's legacy crystal? Oh, that? The techniques of the Dream Alterer resonate more closely with us. I see. At this moment, Gongliang Lingming rose, prompting Su Luo and the others to follow suit and prepare to depart. Oh, is that breeder Huangfu Tianhong also here for dinner? The middle-aged man referred to as Huangfu Tianhong stood to greet them. Gongliang Lingming, I've heard this restaurant is quite reputable, so I brought my daughter and disciple along. Gongliang Lingming replied, your daughter and disciple both scored 27 points, truly remarkable talents. Your lineage is indeed profound. You flatter me, Huangfu Tianhong replied. Your young friend Su Luo from your institution is quite impressive as well. Upon receiving praise, Su Luo quietly expressed his gratitude. Gongliang Lingming bid farewell. We plan to return to the academy. If we have time to meet again, we can exchange breeding knowledge. Certainly, certainly. As the 4 departed, Su Luo waved goodbye to Xia Binyan and Huangfu Xian. Xia Binyan waved back amicably, while Huangfu Xian half-turned, feigning not to see them. Chapter 93, A Life Too Ordinary. The familiar campus, the familiar commercial street, the familiar neighborhood. Aha, I Su Luo am back again. Su Luo tossed aside his coat and leaped onto the bed. He released Hong Hua, Lan Bing, Bai Yu, and Jing Xin to stretch their wings, as they had been cooped up in the beast space for several days and were growing restless. As for the Black Wolf battle vehicle, being an intelligent mechanical entity, it was best kept contained to prevent wear and tear, as maintenance could be rather cumbersome. I wonder if my clients have missed me? Perhaps due to Su Luo's identity being revealed, the orders have indeed increased significantly. He systematically accepted the orders and arranged the dates. Should I sleep first? Or? All right. Su Luo got up and retrieved the large legacy crystal gifted by Gongliang Lingming. I should use this first, then tomorrow morning, after setting up my stall, I'll venture into a dungeon. How delightful. Activating the legacy crystal, Su Luo felt an overwhelming influx of beast breeding knowledge surge into his mind. System prompt. You have used a legacy crystal. You have gained a substantial amount of beast breeding experience points. Your secondary profession, Saint Breeder LV16, has risen to LV19. Su Luo opened his eyes, feeling dizzy, and checked the time. It was 7 a.m. Assessing his condition, he felt utterly dreadful. Oh no. There's no way I can tackle a dungeon this morning. Nevertheless, Su Luo still needed to set up his stall, as he had appointments booked for the day. With great effort, he rose, made his way to the commercial street and set up his stall, awaiting his clients. Hello, Saint Master. I intend to enhance my Black Wind Berserker to the first level. Hello, I'm here for my reservation at spot number 2. I'd like to directly enhance my Metal Yalong-S bloodline. Is that feasible? After completing the third order, he also sold a few bottles of holy blood potions. I can't take it anymore. I really need to rest. Su Luo hurriedly packed up his stall and sought respite. After a period of time, Su Luo finally regained his composure, no longer appearing mentally exhausted or physically feeble. He resolved to minimize the use of the inheritance crystal in the future. Gazing at the legendary inheritance crystal floating within his spatial ring, Su Luo's expression turned pensive. He estimated that depleting this item would cost him nearly half his life. Never mind, I'll deal with it when I'm back to my prime, he mused. Beep, beep. A message. Gongliang Lingming. By the way, Su Luo, it's best to use that legendary inheritance crystal only after you reach the saint level or have a physique exceeding 200. Otherwise, you might fall into a prolonged slumber and suffer from mental instability, emotional outbursts, and even incontinence. Is it really that terrifying? Su Luo responded. All right, I understand. Team leader. Given Su Luo's relatively high attributes and the enhancements from his equipment, his physique was nearing 200. After consuming a few physique potions, he felt confident. However, the concern about the slumber Gongliang Lingming mentioned lingered in his mind. I'll wait until I submit next month's orders. After all, the penalty for breaching contract is substantial. Beep, beep. What is it, old team leader? Oh, it's an old classmate. Wang Yu, is that you? An old classmate sent a photo of himself receiving an award alongside Kong Jinxing and Xiao Binyan. It seemed to be a media shot, captioned with the successful conclusion of the 33rd Splendid competition. The old classmate was likely reveling in his achievement. Su Luo, haha, you snagged a small prize. Wang Yu, when did you become a saint breeder? Su Luo, didn't I mention it last June? He flipped through his records. June. Su Luo, I have become a saint breeder. Come to me for breeding battle pets. I'll deliver them at cost. Wang Yu, how mundane. Su Luo reviewed the records and realized he had indeed mentioned it, but subsequently, his old classmates had not reached out to chat. He found it odd, as he recalled this profession was quite sought after. He shared the chat history with Wang Yu. Wang Yu, scroll back a bit. June. Mu Wanwan, I've become a saint spirit mage. I'll use holy forbidden spells as fireworks to dazzle my classmates. Wang Yu, I've become a saint knight. I'll use holy combat skills to smash the mountain blocking my view of the sunrise. Feng Hao, once I become a saint priest, I'll summon 2 angel sisters. One to feed me fruits and the other to massage my legs. Zhang Miao Miao, when I become a saint sorcerer, I'll summon several succubus queens to serve me. Wang Yu, take care of yourself, brother Zhang. Zhang Miao Miao, I know the first to collapse will definitely be you. The next day, Su Luo, I have become a saint breeder. Come to me for breeding battle pets. I'll deliver them at cost. Wang Yu, how mundane. Su Luo thought to himself, well, compared to their boasts, mine does sound rather ordinary. But the key is, what I said is genuinely true. It is true. Wang Yu, we thought you were joking. Su Luo, ahem, is there anything you need my help with? Your battle pet is a high-ranking warhorse, right? I can enhance it to a holy beast, though it will be pricey. If you don't meet the conditions, I can at least enhance it to a super beast. Wang Yu, I'm currently mining in a secret realm. I'll let you know when this work phase is over. I'm about to reach master level. By the way, Su Luo, what level are you now? As a student of the Dreamland Academy, you must have reached master level by now. Su Luo glanced at his level, a glaring LV 57. He decided to understate it. About LV 47. Wang Yu, impressive. I truly envy you. The disparity between first-rate professional colleges and your top-tier institution is immense. Su Luo's contemporaries were generally around LV 47 or LV 48. So he opted to mention the average to avoid startling them with his actual level. After chatting for a while, Wang Yu mentioned he would find a time to visit, intending to head directly to the nearest subordinate city of the 1,000 Beast Kings, allowing for a smooth transfer. By mid-month, the new Beastmaster set arrived at his doorstep. This time a belt. Name, Goliath Belt of the Beastmaster. Type, armor. Quality, epic. Attributes, 30 defense, 30 spirit, 20 resistance to magic, 20 magic speed, 40 blessing effect. Special effects. Effect 1 grants the skill Goliath's Might, a basic saint-level skill, where the spirit of the elephant bestows you with greater vitality and strength. A blessing skill of the saint level. Effect 2, set 4/4 Wild Call, a basic saint-level skill that enhances the wildness and loyalty of battle pets. Effect 3, set 7/7 Dominion of the Beast King, an intermediate saint-level skill, proclaiming you as the leader of the beasts, their king. Equipment requirements. Level LV 60 or Spirit, 120, Strength, 100. Note, top-tier equipment for Saint Beastmasters, Tamer, and Summoners. Wearing this belt will imbue you with boundless strength at your waist. Upon donning the belt, Su Luo felt an inexhaustible surge of vitality radiating from his waist, dispelling the weakness he had experienced from using the inheritance crystal not long ago. His waist no longer ached, and his body felt invigorated. Glancing at his current physique, which stood at 125, 130, he felt confident enough to use that inheritance crystal now without issue. Yet, recalling the terrifying side effects, he decided to hold off for a while. After enduring a period of weakness, he resolved to enjoy a few days of good fortune. Tomorrow promised to be a day brimming with vitality. Chapter 94, for Holy Ring Dragons. After relishing a few days of excellent health, Su Luo noted that it was nearing the end of January. He gazed at the holy blood potions he had prepared for the upcoming month. It's time. In the morning, with the sun shining brightly. The weather at the Dreamland Academy was under free control. Typically, the mornings were sunny while afternoons might bring rain, determined by a student vote. At a renowned potion shop. Su Luo, I seek the finest physique potion. Do you have any of same quality? The short, stout clerk. Young brother, you've come to the right place. Our physique potions are the best. Do you want a permanent or temporary one? Su Luo thought to himself, having inquired extensively to find this shop. He certainly knew of its esteemed reputation. What's the price? The stout clerk continued. A saint-level physique potion that permanently enhances attribute points costs 50 million or 7 lower-level dream crystals. How exorbitant. No wonder only the wealthy can afford such potions. Ordinary professionals must strive diligently to bridge the gap. The temporary physique potion is around 30 million. Which do you prefer? The temporary boost provides approximately 50 to 70 points for those with a physique above 200, the clerk explained. How long does it last? About a day. Is there anything better? Something with a longer duration? If Su Luo recalled correctly, the higher the physique, the shorter the absorption time for the inheritance crystal, resulting in fewer side effects. Mental and intelligence attributes also had a certain impact, but enhancing physique yielded the most significant benefits. The clerk flashed a knowing smile. Young brother, you've come to the right place. Allow me to show you our prized possession, boasting powerful and lasting effects. A small box was presented by the shop attendant, who opened it to reveal a dazzling golden bottle in the shape of a dragon. Su Luo began his examination. Name, 4 Sacred Rings Dragon Elixir. Type, consumable. Quality, epic tier. Special effects, temporarily increases constitution by 80 to 120 points for 3 to 5 days. After the effect dissipates, it will permanently enhance a small number of attribute points. After 3 uses, the permanent attribute enhancement effect will vanish. Usage requirements, level LV 60 or constitution 150. Remarks, crafted from the blood of the sacred bull, sacred python, sacred tiger, sacred elephant, and the sacred tier giant dragon. It is said to have been developed by a top-tier sorcerer to address the issue of his waning vitality. Is this the only bottle? Su Luo inquired. Oh, 1 bottle is sufficient for a single use. If the customer desires more, I can place an order with the headquarters. Additionally, consuming this will render lower-tier potions unnecessary, as it will overshadow their effects. Oh, Su Luo promptly settled the bill. The attendant watched enviously as Su Luo departed, pondering whether he intended to confront the demon queen or the elven queen, given the exorbitant price of his purchase. Upon exiting the shop, Su Luo glanced back at the pink sign and then at the ring on his finger, confirming the unassuming effect of the crown of the sanctified. Who could have imagined that the most effective constitution potion in the entire academy resided in a quaint corner shop? After bathing and changing, he noted that next month's stock was already prepared. Gazing at the shimmering golden elixir in his hand, he declared, "Let us do this." As he drank, Su Luo felt the presence of 4 sacred beasts and a giant dragon encircling him, their roars echoing in his ears. An infinite surge of vitality erupted within him, and he watched his constitution steadily rise until it stabilized at 125, 130, 93, surpassing the 300 mark. He then retrieved the legendary inheritance crystal, exhaling deeply to steady himself. He activated it. System notification. You have used the inheritance crystal. You have gained a substantial amount of experience in beast cultivation. Your secondary profession, Sacred Breeder, has reached LV19 and is now at max. This crystal will automatically scan and supplement the knowledge Su Luo already possesses. Once it has fully replenished his understanding of beast cultivation, an ancient voice resonated. All right, the first part is complete. You have reached the pinnacle of the breeder profession. Although I am referred to as a legendary breeder, that title is somewhat misleading. I merely assisted a few super sacred beasts in successfully traversing the path to legend. To truly be deemed a legendary breeder, you must grasp the key points for advancing to legend: aptitude, opportunity, and perseverance. Firstly, your aptitude should ideally be at least 750. 000. Exhausted, Su Luo opened his eyes, realizing that there was no true legendary breeder. Rather, there are those who are well-versed in the path to legend. Reflecting on the words from the breeding library, he concluded that regardless, a legendary Beastmaster must indeed be legendary themselves. The path to legend, he mused. As he checked the time, it had only been 3 days. Standing beside a mirror, he marveled at his reflection. Su Luo had grown from roughly 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters, his physique significantly larger. However, he surmised that this effect was temporary and would recede in a few days. It was somewhat regrettable. As height was of great importance in the warrior and knight professions, few were below 1.9 meters. Other professions were generally less concerned about stature, with shapeshifters being the least affected by height, for who could rival a dragon, titan, or behemoth in size? Extending his arm to reveal his robust muscles, Su Luo felt a pang of reluctance. He recalled the sacred shape-shifting techniques stored in his spatial ring, which required a sacred shapeshifter's core skills for proper usage. Otherwise, it could lead to mental disarray or beastification. The sacred shapeshifter was a favored secondary profession among Beastmasters and held considerable intrigue for Su Luo, who planned to pursue it in due time. Though relying solely on dream crystals for advancement would yield lower combat prowess compared to those forged through relentless trials, it was undoubtedly better than having none at all. As February dawned, the second month of the campus-wide dungeon event commenced. One morning, after bidding farewell to 2 customers, Su Luo noted, "Phew, it's almost 10 o'clock, time to close up." As he stood, a surge of chaotic energy emanated from him, exuding a strong pressure and a unique vibration. "I've leveled up. It seems I will reach level 60 by the end of this month, at which point I can learn the core skills of the sacred Beastmaster. As for the job change book or the job change hall, I'm afraid for the 4th job change, those options are merely subpar. They cannot fully impart the essence of the profession. The 4th job change requires a special awakening ritual to complete. Merely using a job change book or formation will not suffice." Ding, ding. He took out his phone. "Has that guy Wang Yu finally found time?" "Wang Yu, I just came out of the mine. After I finish clearing the ores this afternoon, I'll come find you." "Su Luo, you applied to enter the 1000 Beast King Institute from Tianhai City. That's much quicker." Tianhai City was the closest city to Wang Yu's school that was affiliated with the 1000 Beast King Institute. "Wang Yu, no problem." The next day, in the evening, while Su Luo was in the midst of training, his phone buzzed again. "Wang Yu, Luozi, my application was rejected. They said this month is not a visiting month." Su Luo, hold on. He consulted Lilith regarding the relevant regulations and confirmed that the 1000 Beast King Institute was not open for visits at all times. There were only 4 months a year designated for visitor access, and entry was strictly regulated. The 1000 Dream Academy was even more stringent, having no visiting months whatsoever. However, students within the academy could still invite friends. Su Luo submitted an invitation request for a friend, entered Wang Yu's information, and clicked to transfer from the 1000 Beast King Institute. The request was approved. Su Luo sent a message. "Wang Yu, the request has been approved. But it's too late now. Let us go tomorrow morning instead. Make sure to rest well." "Wang Yu, all right, see you then." Su Luo, see you. Chapter 95. Su Luo's willingness to help friends. Early in the morning, at the teleportation array of the 1000 Beast King Institute, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure of Wang Yu materialized amidst the humming light. After more than a year apart, he had matured significantly, his stature now surpassing 1.95 meters. A full beard adorned his face, marking his newfound maturity. "Wang Yu, hey." Su Luo had been waiting at the array. "Huh, Saint Breeder." The two embraced. "How was your meal?" "I've already eaten. Here, I brought you a local specialty from our school, blue iron ore, a mineral for enhancing equipment. It should be useful for fortifying your red and blue twin tigers." "Ah, thank you." Su Luo casually stored the bag of ore into his spatial ring. He led Wang Yu toward the teleportation array leading to the 1000 Dream Academy. To demonstrate his authenticity as a sacred breeder, Su Luo had donned a black robe adorned with intricate magical patterns that signified his special status. As they walked, countless students from the 1000 Beast King Institute gazed at Su Luo with expressions of admiration and envy. Male students were filled with jealousy while female students drew closer, eager to showcase themselves. Wang Yu felt quite uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny. "Hey, Su Luo, does being a sacred breeder make you more popular than the average sacred tier warrior?" Wang Yu inquired. "Not necessarily. It just means I earn a bit more than the average saint," Su Luo explained. Wang Yu quietly asked, "How much do you earn in a month now? If it's not too inconvenient." Su Luo could hardly disclose the truth. He merely revealed that the average income for this profession was approximately 10 to 20 dream crystals. Wang Yu remarked, "I believe I've heard of dream crystals before. Aren't they valued at over 1 million each? So, that amounts to tens of millions monthly? Wow, that is truly impressive. I toil away mining for a month and barely earn over 100,000 Presently, dream crystals hovered around 7 million, yet Sulo chose not to correct him. Let me first take you on a tour of my campus. We'll just take a brief stroll. At noon, Sulo guided him to the finest restaurant at their school, albeit its culinary offerings were rather mediocre. After lunch, Sulo deemed it time to attend to business. Let us go. It's time to enhance your battle pet. Sulo led Wang Yu to the commercial street, where he frequently set up his stall, donning his mask along the way. Was the mask necessary? In truth, if he activated the ordinary concealment function of the Saint's crown, it would be entirely superfluous. However, Sulo had grown accustomed to wearing it. Arriving at the premier breeding facility on the commercial street, Sulo often operated his stall adjacent to it, selling only bloodline enhancement potions. Regardless of the usage process, Sulo's potions were renowned for their efficacy, yielding minimal adverse reactions, much to the delight of customers who saved a considerable sum while Sulo saved ample time. Oh, isn't this the street vendor? How rare to see you here. In such large establishments, there were usually enforcers present, typically a Saint-tier practitioner. Smaller shops would possess their own defensive measures, but lacked such direct oversight. Hey, the shopkeeper, get me a room. Sulo's ability to attract wealth had ignited envy among the surrounding businesses. This establishment might have positive interactions with him due to mutual business interests. And the shopkeeper maintained a relatively amiable demeanor, although his attitude was tinged with envy. The Saint overseeing the shop appeared to be a melee specialist. Yet his specific profession remained unclear as Sulo had never witnessed him in action. Receiving the room, key tossed by the shopkeeper, Sulo ushered Wang Yu into the rented breeding chamber. In the hall, Sulo said, "Let us release your battle pet first." "All right," Wang Yu nodded. With a flash of summoning light, a magnificent warhorse materialized within the array. Following that, another summoning circle revealed a colossal gray bear. Wang Yu explained, "Both of these are my battle pets. The warhorse was procured by my family as an upper-tier commander-level spirit beast. The bear is a predator we encountered in a secret realm, defeated and tamed by my team, and ultimately came to me. Which one do you prefer?" Sulo, opting for ease, employed a high-level detection spell for a cursory glance, foregoing any Saint-tier detection skills. It's worth noting that most practitioners typically don their gear. Yet within the confines of the school, many utilized specific spirit art accessories to disguise themselves, appearing to wear standard school uniforms. However, those with high mental acuity or detection skills would perceive an entirely different realm. Name, Icewing Pegasus. Level, LV45. Attributes, Wind, Ice. Strength, Agility. Race, Beastkin. Pegasus Clan, upper-tier commander-level Pegasus. Evaluation, a beloved creation of a renowned horse breeder, a hybrid of Ice and Wind Pegasi, with a combat rating of 160,000 to 170,000. Fierce Bear. Name, Ferocious Evil Bear. Level, LV48. Attributes, Earth. Strength, Agility. Race, Beastkin, Earth Bear Clan, upper-tier commander-level beast. Evaluation, a top predator in the region, ferocious and brutal, with an immensely strong physique capable of harnessing the power of earth elements. Combat rating 220,000 to 230,000. One exhibits mid-tier potential, while the other showcases high-tier potential. Sulo could easily deduce this from his professional acumen. Wang Yu elaborated. This bear possesses greater combat prowess and can be ridden, while the Pegasus has a better temperament and aligns more closely with my Spirit Knight specialization. Sulo inquired about Wang Yu's current status. I'm now at level 42, nearing the maximum for my profession, at which point I can ascend to master level. Sulo contemplated briefly before making a decision. Let us enhance your Icewing Pegasus. Although I could elevate it further, considering your leveling speed, it would be prudent to enhance it to the potential of a low-tier Saint Beast first. After all, a significant level disparity between a battle pet and its master is not ideal, and given that Wang Yu does not augment his charisma, it poses quite a risk. Sounds good, I'll follow your lead, Wang Yu affirmed. Sulo nodded. Then I shall commence. Wang Yu recalled the ferocious evil bear. Should I step out? No need. It'll be quick. All right. Sulo stood before the apparatus, retrieving a vial of bloodline potion. Wang Yu stared at him in astonishment. What are you looking at? Have your Icewing Pegasus step into the breeding chamber. Okay. As the creature entered, the door closed, and the Icewing Pegasus fell into slumber as the potions were administered in succession, concluding with the insertion of a dream crystal to expedite the process. Done. That was fast. Nothing but practice, Sulo replied. In the afternoon, Sulo took Wang Yu to the training grounds to observe the matches, where students aspiring to improve their rankings frequently congregated. The two chatted and dined while watching, though Sulo sensed that Wang Yu seemed somewhat distracted. Perhaps he was preoccupied with thoughts of his battle pet. In the evening, Sulo brought Wang Yu to his home, which was notably spacious. Merely expansive in terms of area. The two initiated a barbecue party. reveling in merriment until midnight under the starlit sky. Wang Yu inquired, Sulo, do you think I can reach the Saint tier? I feel it's quite difficult compared to you all. Absolutely, Sulo affirmed earnestly. All individuals endowed with blue talents have the potential to ascend to the Saint tier through adequate training and learning. Wang Yu sighed, you don't understand, never mind. I'll take your words as an omen of good fortune. As long as I exert myself, success will follow. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu shook his head and smiled. Chapter 96. Extraordinary Saint. The following morning, the two returned to the rented breeding chamber. Upon activating the apparatus, a significantly larger Pegasus floated within the breeding chamber. Name, Divine Icewing Pegasus. Level, LV42. Attributes, Wind, Ice. Strength, 124. Agility, 168. Constitution, 128. Intelligence, 81. Spirit, 86. Charisma, 75. Race, Beastkin, Pegasus Clan, Saint Tier Monarch Level Pegasus. Evaluation, a cherished creation of a renowned horse breeder, a hybrid of ice and wind Pegasi, subsequently refined by a breeder, with bloodline potential advancing to the Saint Tier. Potential rating 1, 120,000. Combat rating 830,000. Wang Yu exclaimed, wow, Sulo, you're truly remarkable. Sulo humbly replied, oh, it's nothing. Wang Yu continued to praise. This is incredible. Sulo felt quite pleased, graciously deflecting the praise. Wang Yu circled the Divine Icewing Pegasus, examining it closely. The current iteration of the Divine Icewing Pegasus appeared significantly prouder than before, seemingly indifferent to Wang Yu's flattery, yet it bore no ill will, indicating that Wang Yu had treated it well previously and their bond was strong. Observing Wang Yu's engrossed expression, Sulo cleared his throat. Ahem, you may continue to extol my virtues. I can handle it. Wang Yu simply stared in silence. Sulo chuckled, jesting lightly. He then proceeded to counsel Wang Yu on areas of caution and the necessity of continually honing his skills to steadily enhance his prowess. Wang Yu presented Sulo with 20 million, an amount Sulo accepted graciously. The market price for evolving a lower-tier sacred beast typically ranged from 40 to 50 million. Sulo had offered Wang Yu a significant discount, reflecting the bonds of friendship. The effort Sulo invested was considerable, compounded by the use of a dream crystal. Yet under the current circumstances, he was more than willing to assist a friend. Previously, in Fengtong City, Wang Yu hailed from a family of merchants. But the expenditure associated with a sacred beast was indeed a substantial burden for his entire household. As Wang Yu departed, a joyful air surrounded him. With the completion of his studies in beast mastery, Sulo had officially taken over the business of higher-tier sacred beasts. Initially, he had focused solely on super beasts, then lower-tier and intermediate sacred beasts, gradually building a strong reputation and garnering widespread acclaim for his business acumen. Take care, he called after his last customer of the day. Closing up shop. A few days prior, the Qingyu Eagle, Bai Yu, had utilized a wind-type sacred bird's bloodline fusion potion, successfully restoring its wind attribute. Moving forward, Sulo intended to enrich its elemental attributes. If all went well, it could evolve into a super sacred beast, allowing it to follow the most orthodox path of avian evolution towards the phoenix lineage. Ironically, due to his previous limitations, Sulo had been rather radical in his adjustments to Baiyu's attributes, opting for superior bloodline legacies. Yet now he found himself pursuing the most traditional route. In contrast, he had approached the adjustments for the red flame and blue ice with a steady hand, yet now he was engulfed in indecision. Should he evolve them into the unparalleled war body, the majestic Holy Spirit type, or the dualistic Spirit Martial fusion? Theoretically, all options were commendable. But based on Sulo's understanding of their traits, the Holy Spirit type was likely the most compatible choice. Oh well, if all else fails, I could concoct a versatile evolution potion, he mused. Such a potion was a showcase of a cultivator's prowess, containing multiple evolution paths tailored to personality, adaptability, and desires. Priced equivalent to 3 to 5 standard bloodline potions, it was a poor value proposition. However, Sulo was unconcerned with cost at present. This month had also brought him an exquisite piece of the epic set. He received the equipment insurance box. Farewell, Elder Su. The 3 burly men from the Evil Alliance vanished in a flash. Take care. Upon returning to his chamber, he opened the equipment insurance box. Name, Blessing Gauntlets of the Beastmaster. Type, Armor. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 250 Defense, 20 Spirit, 28 Health Recovery, 25 Magic Resistance, 20 Spellcasting Speed, 30 Blessing Effect. Special Effects. Effect 1 grants the skill, Deer Affinity, a primary holy skill, allowing the Holy Spirit of the deer to bestow elemental affinity upon you. Effect 2 Set 4. Wild Call, a primary holy skill, enhances the wildness and loyalty of your battle companions. Effect 3 Set 7. Beast King Dominion, an intermediate holy skill. proclaims you the leader of the herd, their king. Equipment requirements: level LV 60 or Spirit, 120, Strength, 100. Remarks: the pinnacle equipment for holy Beastmasters, Tamers, and Summoners. The gloves of the Beastmaster set appear to be crafted from the hide of a sacred deer and change color with the seasons. Sulo proceeded to pay the remaining balance, ensuring that the final piece of the Beastmaster set would be acquired next month, unlocking the set effects and significantly enhancing his capabilities. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the primary and secondary weapons, as they are the most critical components influencing 1's offensive capabilities. Unlike the limited options for sets, there exists a plethora of primary weapon choices, dozens in fact, accounting for the wielder's attributes and preferences, ensuring that even the most unique weapons will find a suitable candidate. Oh, never mind. I shall consider it once I reach the holy tier, he concluded. It was anticipated that within the latter half of the month, Sulo would formally reach level 60, ascending both his profession and life level to the holy tier at an astonishing pace. A month later, in mid-March, having just commenced the second semester of his sophomore year, Sulo leaned his head on his hand, gazing forward as the instructor, an elderly gentleman with white hair, diligently elucidated concepts to the class. Why haven't I reached level 60 yet? I usually gain a level every half month, yet now it's been a month, and I'm stuck at 59. His Beastmaster level was already maxed out, yet his life level stubbornly remained at 59. Ding ding ding, the class bell rang. As the teacher tidied up the materials, students began to exit. Sulo, feeling somewhat agitated, began to pack his belongings after most had left. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted from an unknown corner of his being. Golden light flickered in Sulo's eyes as his body began to levitate uncontrollably. System notification: your innate life tree has progressed to the next stage. Life Tree Tier 3 LV20 Life Tree Tier 4 LV1. You have gained a substantial amount of attributes, increased experience points, and acquired a new ability, the Sacred Beast Codex, which allows for the combination of existing legacy fruits to produce superior bloodline legacy fruits. The greater the quantity, the easier and more comprehensive the results. Your life level has ascended to level 61. You have entered the holy tier. You will receive the extraordinary holy body. A unique energy began to flow from the depths of his being, transforming his blood and bones to a golden hue. You have acquired the extraordinary holy body. Your physical and spiritual essence has evolved to the pinnacle of humanity. Abilities below master level will struggle to inflict harm upon you, while master level damage will be significantly mitigated. You have now become a saint. As Sulo opened his eyes, a cold, indifferent glint shimmered within his pupils. A unique perspective activated. And as he surveyed his classmates leaving for home, an overwhelming sense of superiority washed over him, akin to gazing down upon ants. Whoa! Sulo quickly shook his head, regaining his composure. Applause echoed in the classroom, which was now nearly empty save for Sulo and 3 teachers. A middle-aged man in red exclaimed, "Congratulations, young friend. On entering the holy tier, you have become a saint." A handsome young man in black added, "You can immediately apply for the Sacred Beastmaster's legacy. It's located in the academic office on the 3rd floor." The previously mentioned white-haired instructor remarked, "Congratulations, Sulo." Congratulations. Chapter 97. Heart of Multitudes, Superfusion, Sacred Heart Oath. Thank you, esteemed teachers, Sulo bowed respectfully. To his astonishment, he had surged directly into the realm of saints, a most delightful surprise. He proceeded to the academic office to apply for the legacy, which was soon granted. Under the guidance of a small intelligent robot, Sulo underwent several checks before arriving at the expansive legacy square. This was the repository for the core legacies of Beastmasters. 3 immense black stone tablets loomed majestically. Heart of Multitudes, Superfusion, Sacred Heart Oath. These were the 3 core skills of the Sacred Beastmaster. Should he choose to utilize a class transfer book, he could only acquire 1. A class transfer formation could yield 2, but with no guarantee of mastery. The Heart of Multitudes would bestow tremendous passive enhancements to the battle companions of the Sacred Beastmaster. The seemingly innocuous rabbit captured by the Sacred Beastmaster could potentially defeat a Beastmaster of the Abyss in a one-on-one confrontation. Beneath this facade lies an intricate network of branches, including the Dragon's Heart, Beast's Heart, Phoenix's Heart, and Mermaid's Heart. Certain specialized Beastmasters may select the one most suited to them for study. For someone like Su Luo, with a penchant for variety, selecting the myriad hearts would suffice. The superfusion ability allows for temporary amalgamation with either oneself or their beasts, significantly enhancing their power. A knight may merge with their steed, potentially transforming into a centaur, while a spirit pet sorcerer might fuse with their spirit beast to become an unyielding and formidable sacred spirit beast. Similarly, A shapeshifter who combines with their battle pet could achieve a form akin to the Sphinx witnessed in the previous Sacred Beast tournament. The Sacred Heart Oath represents a stronger vow, a sacred commitment said to possess a certain causal capability, with effects that are both peculiar and potent. Most of the blessings associated with the sacred tier are shared skills with priests and spiritualists, rather than core abilities, yet they hold significant importance nonetheless. Su Luo produced a special energy crystal he had purchased and placed it within the spirit array before the stone tablet. As the array activated, a deluge of runic knowledge surged into Su Luo's consciousness. Countless hearts. The array dimmed, and upon opening his eyes, Su Luo realized the difficulty of the task. He had not mastered it. The knowledge at this level was exceedingly challenging. It was said that in ancient times, mastering a forbidden spell of the sacred tier required decades of diligent study. Assessing his condition, he felt capable and decided to try again, producing another crystal. Valued at 10 million each, a trivial expense for him. Typically, a newly initiated sacred tier practitioner would use one crystal and subsequently engage in intense training before returning to utilize the inheritance spirit array once more. However, Su Luo intended to conserve that time. A flash of light prompted Su Luo to exclaim, "It appears I am still lacking." The array activated once more, and he remarked, "Just a tad more." After another attempt, he stated, "That feels about right." On his fifth try, he sighed in relief. "At last, I have learned it." Counting his attempts, he realized that the norm was around 3 tries, and having used 2 additional ones was inconsequential. Su Luo then turned his gaze toward the nearest superfusion. As night fell and dawn approached, the diligent king of scrolls arose before 5 in the morning to head to the training grounds. Exiting the sacred inheritance temple, Su Luo, with the aid of his financial prowess, had comprehended 3 core skills overnight, officially elevating his professional rank to Sacred Beastmaster. Coupled with his prior talent advancement, his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Su Luo. Level: LV 61. Main profession: Sacred Beastmaster LV1. Secondary professions: Sacred Breeder LV Max, Sacred Alchemist LV 17, Shapeshifter LV 19. Knight LV 8. Attributes: Strength 151, Agility 153, 35, Constitution 165, 130, Intelligence 158, Spirit 157, 125, Charm 245, -185, Talent, Tree of Life 4th Stage LV1. Professional skills: Sacred Heart Oath LV1, Myriad Hearts LV1, Superfusion LV1, Cooperative Combat LV20, Advanced Beast Space LV20, Advanced Mental Communication LV20, Harmony LV20, Battle Spirit Technique LV20, Summon Elemental Spirit Technique LV20. General skills: Extraordinary Sacred Body LV1, Advanced Detection Technique LV20, Advanced Spirit Pet Nourishment LV20, Advanced Beastmaster Training Method LV20, Advanced Beastmaster Body Refinement Technique LV20, Advanced Riding LV8, Beast Spirit Pets, White Feather LV65, Blue Feather Eagle, Red Fire LV60, Blazing Fury Tiger King, Blue Ice LV60, Extreme Cold Ice Tiger King, Black Wolf War Chariot LV65, Source Energy Mechanized Beast, Calm Heart LV20, by Zay. Equipment: Mage's Sparebone Staff, Beastmaster S Ensemble 6, 7, Myriad Dream Academy Ring. Commoner of the Sacred Monarch, Su Luo's eyes sparkled with vitality, captivating the passing students with the brilliance emanating from his gaze. Su Luo. Su Luo. A classmate called out. "Where are you headed? Class is about to start." "Oh, I have something to attend to today, so I won't be going," Su Luo replied. "Take care of yourself," the classmate advised. Upon entering his home, Su Luo adjusted his sacred form, capable of enduring several days without sleep. The crucial factor was the substantial exertion of the spirit array from the previous day, which had significantly impacted his mental state. Regaining his breath, he heard a knock. Ding, ding, ding. Here they come. He opened the door to find 2 teachers of sacred level, who congratulated him on entering the sacred realm. "This is a mental technique and body refinement method exclusive to sacred practitioners. Please accept it." "Thank you, teachers," he said as he bid them farewell. The common training methods at the sacred level were compiled from the efforts of countless practitioners across various worlds. However, it was somewhat awkward, as the inhabitants of Su Luo's world seldom dedicated themselves to earnest practice, for alongside the training methods came countless secret techniques. Once individuals experienced the thrill of extraordinary abilities, who would willingly endure the rigors of traditional training, who would spend time reading such things. Su Luo tossed the 2 books onto his desk and contemplated. He summoned his calm-hearted Bai Zhe. "Ah, cough, cough, little calm heart. What is it?" Su Luo asked. "Would you accompany me in reviewing this general training method?" "All right," came the reply. Teacher, We are short one student today. Someone alerted the instructor. Normally, at Myriad Dream Academy, students would not skip class without reason. Oh, is that so? The imposing body refinement instructor raised an eyebrow. Upon checking the attendance roster, his expression turned astonished. Ah, truly a genius, he murmured softly. Su Luo has already taken a leave of absence. Wow. Teacher, you should deduct his performance points. Someone suggested mischievously. The body refinement instructor shook his head, stating, he no longer requires this course. A glimmer of understanding sparkled in the eyes of several students below. The course in question was titled Advanced Body Refinement Techniques. Originally, Su Luo had nearly filled his semester with courses, but upon entering the sacred realm, unnecessary classes had been automatically removed by the Academy's intelligence system. What lay ahead for Su Luo were the legendary courses beyond the Great Five, lacking any direct instruction and relying solely on self-study. Within the cluster of sacred spellstone tablets, two figures swayed their heads. Su Luo, Little Calm Heart. I have some questions here. Could you elucidate them for me? Calm Heart by Zayware. Chapter 98. Opening a shop? Open more. After graduating from the Great Five, students of Myriad Dream Academy, if fortunate or talented, could return to campus upon entering the Sacred Tier to receive the Sacred Tier inheritance. Should they wish, they could sign a contract with the Academy, receiving certain support and guidance, with the cost being to serve the institution, either as faculty or within its affiliated military forces. Due to their affection for their alma mater, the majority of members viewed the military favorably. For those of average capability in the sacred realm, it also represented a commendable opportunity. Given Su Luo's current situation, the Academy deemed him unfit to remain, as a sacred breeder was undeniably in high demand. Thus, Su Luo was left to fend for himself. Su Luo felt a sense of urgency. With his financial acumen, he aimed to reach at least level 75 to avoid inciting envy and to secure his own protection. Otherwise, one would have to seek refuge within a formidable faction. Although Su Luo has attained the esteemed position of elder within the Sinister Alliance, the loose-knit organization offers scant protection to a mere honorary elder. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Su Luo concluded his studies for the day. Having recently mastered all the foundational sacred spells of the holy Beastmaster, an accomplishment worthy of celebration. At the entrance of the Heritage Hall, the two awaited for quite some time. Su Luo. Ah, Mentor Gongliang Lingming. What brings you here to await Su Luo? Su Luo inquired, noticing the individual beside him. The imposing figure clad in silver-gray armor waved his hand dismissively. You may converse first. Su Luo turned to Gongliang Lingming, asking, is there something you wish to discuss? Gongliang Lingming nodded. I shall be direct. Su Luo, do you have any intentions of opening a shop within the academy? Not one of those, small establishments. Perplexed by the sudden topic, Su Luo recalled that he had previously entertained the idea but abandoned it due to exorbitant rental costs. I once thought about it, but later reconsidered because of the rent. Gongliang Lingming waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, the academy does not charge rent for top-tier holy beast trainers, though a certain quota must be shared. Take a look. Su Luo accepted the proposal. To prevent malicious competition, the institution would allocate specific quotas within a designated area, with some shops specializing in potions, while others focused on spiritual wands. The Beast Battle Pet Shop could select certain categories of battle pets. For instance, one shop might have a diverse array of subdragons, while another could feature a plethora of wild beasts. As Su Luo surveyed the options, he suddenly realized that a shop was available in the area where he frequently set up his stall. Previously, it appeared to be a battle pet equipment store. This will do, he decided. I shall specialize in selling sacred blood potions. Excellent, no objections there. By the way, Su Luo, what about staffing? After all, you cannot remain in the shop all the time. A high-level intelligent robot will suffice. Many shops employ such assistants. How convenient for you. This matter should be resolved in about 2 days. I shall take my leave now. You two continue your discussion. Gongliang Lingming departed swiftly, his movements exuding vigor. Isn't he the one who came with Gongliang Lingming? What is his purpose? Su Luo wondered aloud. The armored giant replied, I am from the Academic Affairs Office. Here is your Campus Elite card. Keep it safe. Campus Elite? Su Luo asked. This is the instruction manual. If you have any questions, feel free to call. The giant stated before vanishing in an instant. Such speed. Su Luo momentarily suspected he was a thief. The Campus Elite League is organized by numerous prestigious universities, featuring advanced equipment. Glancing at the instructions, Su Luo realized the significance of the Campus Elite card. Many top-tier schools excel in specific areas, such as the Beast Tamers at the Dream Realm Academy, the Spiritualists at the Royal Academy, and the Dragon Riders on Dragon Island. To avoid cultivating individuals who excel only in internal competition while being inept externally, these esteemed institutions established this league. Due to the costly and limited resources, It is currently available only to students who have reached the Saint level. The entrance is situated at the training grounds of the Dream Realm Academy. It is said that the rankings on the campus honor roll are partially based on this, albeit only for those above the Saint level. Wow, this seems rather intriguing. After all, battling in dungeons means confronting monsters and sacred beasts. I haven't yet fought against humans. So, it's merely a means to hone my PvP skills. Much simpler to comprehend that way. Returning to his room, Su Luo called out, "Lilith, I am here." Lilith replied. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo pondered, "If I am to open a beast battle pet shop, how many should I establish? What model should I employ?" Lilith responded, "Considering factors such as risk, channels, capabilities, and cost, I have completed the calculations." The super-intelligent Lilith projected several options before Su Luo. 1. A boutique shop in a small area, such as Dragon Island or the Royal Academy, where foot traffic is densest, fully committing to a top-tier beast battle pet shop. Su Luo shook his head. "No, that's not feasible. I lack the time." 2. A chain of mid-sized shops within a larger region, offering core technologies such as bloodline potions. That seems viable. 3. A large-scale business alliance, establishing a massive battle pet company under his own name. This would require a significant workforce and rapid capital accumulation. But the risks are considerable. Given the substantial risks, I will opt for option 2. Let's see if there's a suitable location in the Phoenix West District. Su Luo recalled his hometown, which, being sparsely populated and lacking in specialties on the imperial border, offered little opportunity. Even acquiring a high-ranking battle pet was exceptionally challenging. Detecting that a large battle pet company was on the brink of bankruptcy and seeking to sell, he realized that with minor modifications, he could establish a shop and save considerable effort. Glancing at the price, 15 million? Quite low. But external debts amount to 3 billion? How did they manage that? Upon further examination of the information, it appeared that the owner had absconded with funds under the pretext of a succubus, fleeing to another world while leaving behind a mountain of debt. As long as the company itself was not at fault, it could be tolerated. Reviewing the channels, there were a few large battle pet breeding bases, but still insufficient. It was no wonder that acquiring high-ranking battle pets in his hometown was so difficult, Su Luo mused. Calculate the business model. Understood. Several business models emerged. Given that the locals lacked funds, the focus would be on cost-effectiveness. As for the shops, the priority would be to establish a reputation. Currently, a large battle pet store was operational, thus opening 2 more, one in Phoenix City and another in the most bustling area of this region, specifically in the gathering zone of the evil Fire Mountain secret realm, seemed prudent. Lilith, acquire a few more battle pet breeding bases. These few are insufficient. Received. In an undisclosed conference room, the tycoons of the Commerce Guild wore expressions of despair. Huang He, you scoundrel, how dare you abscond with the donations? You truly are despicable. A middle-aged man exclaimed angrily. Enough of that. Have some water, a young man interjected, trying to calm the situation. It's over, the company is doomed. What am I to do? Must I return home to inherit a dozen large companies? How tedious. A youth in splendid attire lamented, collapsing onto the table in sorrow. All right, good news. A well-dressed woman rushed in, embodying the role of a secretary. What good news? Did they catch Huang He? The youth in splendid attire asked eagerly. No, not that. Our company has been sold, the secretary replied. What? Which fool would buy our mess? The youth in splendid attire mused incredulously. Ahem. It's nothing. I was just taken aback, he stammered. Ding dong, the secretary's voice trembled. It's a connection request from the new owner. What are you standing there for? Hurry and answer, someone urged. The projector flickered to life, revealing the ethereal figure of a blue-haired woman. Ah, who is this? Greetings. I am the intelligent steward of the new owner of this company. You may refer to me as the steward. Who is the manager? I am. The youth in splendid attire weakly raised his hand. Lilith, I shall now present the plans for the upcoming changes within the company. Please follow the steps accordingly. After speaking, her piercing gaze locked onto the youth, who, despite knowing that she was merely an artificial intelligence, could not help but nod weakly in agreement. Lilith, who is the production supervisor? Butler. It is I. The middle-aged man who had incessantly berated the former boss raised his hand. Lilith, there has been a change in the production plan. Certain matters require your attention. Understood. Lilith, let us adjourn for now. I hope you will fulfill my requests in a timely manner. Should you harbor any dissatisfaction or feel inadequate, I urge you to resign voluntarily. I shall provide you with compensation in accordance with the Empire's regulations. Furthermore, the atmosphere in the room tightened. I wish you all good health and smooth endeavors. The meeting is adjourned. Lilith's virtual image nodded in acknowledgement before the screen flickered and the projector ceased its illumination. A brief silence enveloped the room as the production supervisor was the first to rise and exit the hall, followed by the manager, and soon everyone busied themselves. Lilith's voice resonated in his ear. Master, the matters regarding the store have been successfully communicated, and the veteran employees have been quite cooperative, adhering to my directives. Su Luo nodded. Proceed as planned. He lowered his right hand, adorned with a ring, and gazed ahead at the mysterious entrance concealed behind the training grounds. This month, around mid-month, Su Luo received the final piece of the Beastmaster's set, completing the 7-piece ensemble. Name, Beastmaster's Mountain Treading Greaves. Type, Armor. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 300 Defense, 30 Agility, 30 Spirit, 25 Magic Resistance, 20 Physical Resistance, 30 Blessing Effect. Special Effects. Effect 1 grants the skill Hoof of the Lamb Spirit, an initial tier holy skill that allows you to traverse terrain, walking upon mountains, water, and air. Effect 2 of Set 4, Wild Call, an initial tier holy skill that enhances the ferocity and loyalty of battle pets. Effect 3 of Set 7, Beast King Dominion, a mid-tier holy skill that marks you as the leader of the beast horde, their king. Equipment requirements. Level LV 60 or Spirit, 120. Strength, 100. Remarks. The pinnacle equipment for holy beast tamers, and summoners, the footwear of the Beastmaster set. This hoof appears not to originate from the holy lamb beast, but rather from some kind of goat demon. Nevertheless, it serves its purpose well. Upon entering the holy tier, Su Luo found it increasingly difficult to access lower-level dream instances. Invitations were required for entry. However, he was indifferent, as he held little interest in lower difficulties, given that the highest combat power in those instances was merely the holy beasts. Aside from occasionally tackling mid-level dream instances, Su Luo maintained a relatively low intensity in his training. He had grown somewhat weary of frequently battling holy beasts. Gazing at that mysterious entrance, Su Luo's eyes sparkled with determination. Due to spatial and equipment constraints, this elite campus zone was segmented by time. Seniors attended in the morning, 4th years in the afternoon, and 3rd years in the evening. Su Luo, a 2nd-year student, also came in the evening, alongside the 3rd years. After swiping his card for entry, the interface displayed 25, indicating a maximum of 25 individuals. The room was quite spacious, yet the equipment inside was substantial, each occupying around 10 square meters while still requiring space for aisles. The manual suggested this was how it should be activated. Su Luo located an unoccupied device. Swiping his card, a chime echoed. Upon activation, he found only a metallic chair inside. Su Luo seated himself and initiated the device. Enigmatic mist began to rise. Welcome to the Elite Arena. Student Su Luo from the Academy of Many Dreams. As this is your first entry, would you like to undergo a power assessment? Su Luo realized he had materialized in a dim corner beneath towering skyscrapers. Power assessment? To expedite matching you with opponents of similar caliber. Refusal would necessitate starting from the lowest tier of the holy rank. Su Luo shook his head. Wait a moment. He stepped out from between the buildings. Walking along the grand avenue of the arena city, a gentle rain fell from the sky, occasionally pierced by the roar of colossal beasts. The system announced, within the arena, you may engage in certain transformations. This feature is complimentary. Su Luo noticed he was now garbed in a black robe, concealing his visage with a black mask, likely the system's default attire. He casually adjusted a few parameters, height, weight, all modifiable. Su Luo opted for the black robe representing a holy beast tamer. A sleek black base adorned with golden patterns, understated yet luxurious. Today, Old Wang and Old Ban are scheduled to duel. Shall we go observe the spectacle? Of course. As he observed 2 oddly dressed individuals passing by, it was evident they were arena players. Su Luo intended to witness what this duel entailed. The city, steeped in a steampunk aesthetic, featured self-driving hover vehicles. It seemed as though all beings and objects on the streets sensed something, hastily vacating the area. 2 figures emerged at the street's edge, approaching one another. Ban Xiao Xiao, Wang Huaihai. It is time to redeem the disgrace of my previous defeat. No matter. If you wish to battle, I shall oblige. Su Luo felt a spark of curiosity. Indeed, there was an air of sophistication about them. The 2 spectators nearby were less than courteous, urging, hurry up and fight. Who doesn't know this is the low-tier zone? One of you is ranked 5th from the bottom. The other 6th. Do you think your legendary warriors dueling atop Mount Hua? Ban Xiao Xiao, clad in silver, appeared flustered and angered. Silence. If you wish to watch, stay. If not, leave. You've ruined the atmosphere. All right, I shall be quiet. By the way, Lu Jia, who do you bet on to win? Me? Su Luo mused, realizing it was a clash between the bottom ranks, watching them puff themselves up dramatically. Commence battle. As the words fell, a prompt appeared before Su Luo. Detected a duel in progress nearby. Would you like to observe? Observe. Su Luo found himself suddenly seated on a bench by the roadside, with a large screen on the building at the intersection clearly displaying the 2 combatants. He could directly witness the unfolding battle. The other two spectators occupied a bench across from him. Ban Xiaoqiao shouted, "Divine power transformation." A resonating hum filled the air. Wang Huaihai, clad in red robes of the Holy Spirit Mage, retrieved a colossal two-handed staff from his spatial ring. The silver staff, embedded with numerous red high-grade gems, suggested he was a fire-type Holy Spirit Mage. Su Luo glanced away, curious to see what this divine power transformation would entail. A 3-meter-tall, silver alien emerged. Sporting a prominent horn, silver energy swirled around it, indicating it likely belonged to the physical combat skill category. Su Luo utilized his eagle eye to investigate. Name: Divine Power Horned Alien. Level: LV65. Attributes: Earth. Strength: Agility. Race: Alien Race. Divine Power Individual. Holy Tier Monarch Level Abnormality. Evaluation: a Holy Tier individual among the Divine Power Aliens. Dual cultivating gas and body. Remarkably strong, with a combat rating of 1. 14 million 1. 15 million. Divine Power Transformation appears to be a transformation from the Divine Power Alien series. It seems Ban Xiaoqiao is indeed a series shapeshifter. Chapter 100, Dual Outcome, Power Assessment. A series shapeshifter specializes in mastering various battle beast transformation techniques. For instance, those who specialize in transforming into colossal dragons, or the sacred birds, or titans. Such shapeshifters ascend in power at a remarkable pace compared to traditional practitioners of transformation, wielding greater strength, albeit with vulnerabilities that are also more easily exploited. The fiery crimson gem atop Wang Huaihai's immense staff shattered in succession. Behold, the Flame Hydra, a gargantuan elemental hydra, composed entirely of flames, materialized before him. Approaching the size of a dragon, Ban Xiaoqiao's transformed celestial being appeared diminutive in its presence. Name: Flame Hydra. Level: LV70. Attribute: Fire. Strength: Agility. Race: Elemental, Fire Elemental. Holy Tier Sovereign Level Elemental Creature. Evaluation: a temporary elemental life form, crystallized from Holy Tier spiritual energy through a unique incantation, with a combat rating of 1, 090, 000 to 1, 180, 000. A Holy Tier summon, indeed, yet can it truly protect you? Su Luo expressed his skepticism, for it was evident that this creature was primarily offensive in nature. Divine Power Impact. A flash of silver light erupted. Boom. The Flame Hydra was immediately struck, losing one of its heads to the force of the celestial being's charge. The severed head clung tenaciously to the celestial being, before opting for self-destruction. Bomb. Wang Huaihai scoffed. TCH, a new trick is it? With a flick of his wrist, he invoked the Holy Flame Guardian spell. A sacred protective shield of fire enveloped him. The celestial being suddenly appeared before him, sending him crashing into the wall of a third-story building. Emerging from the wreckage, Wang Huaihai remarked, "As expected. Yet another of your tactics." The celestial being, clad in pitch-black armor, bore the marks of the explosion rebounded by the flame shield. "Your fiery counter-reflective shield remains quite the nuisance," he muttered, evading the Flame Hydra's advances. Wang Huaihai taunted, "Your strongest form has already been gravely wounded. What will you do next? Succumb to exhaustion and be incinerated, or surrender?" Ban Xiaoqiao chuckled. "Strongest form? That was 2 weeks ago. This is my true form now." Divine Power Transformation. Sparks of lightning erupted as another physique manifested before the onlookers. Name: Divine Power Thunder Warrior. Level: LV65. Attribute: Thunder. Strength: Agility. Race: Alien, Divine Power Entity, Holy Tier, Sovereign Level Aberrant. Evaluation: an alien imbued with the power of thunder, capable of scorching the spiritual energy of targets. A bane to spiritual practitioners, with a combat rating of 1, 250, 000 to 1, 370, 000. This poses a significant dilemma for the holy spiritual practitioner. The Violet Thunder Warrior soared through the air, its thunderous shield resisting the Flame Hydra's ferocious bites. Thunderstorm eruption. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth, rending everything in their path. As a bolt of lightning crackled past Su Luo, it was deflected by an invisible shield, redirecting its course. The sounds of explosions ceased, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The Flame Hydra had been torn asunder, dissolving into sparks of fire. A chain of lightning connected the Thunder Warrior to the holy spiritual practitioner, Wang Huaihai. The chain, possessing formidable penetrating power, pierced through Wang Huaihai's shield, and then his very form. Flames blazed from Wang Huaihai's hands as he struggled to detach the lightning chain. Damn it! Why is my spiritual energy depleting so rapidly? Gradually, his strength waned, his movement slowed, and he collapsed to the ground, blood flowing freely. Ding dong! An announcement echoed. Competitor LD063, Ban Xiaoqiao, has emerged victorious in this duel. Recovery in progress. A peculiar wave surged forth. The shattered fragments reassembled, restoring their original state. Wang Huaihai's form reverted to its pre-battle condition. He shot a fierce glare at Ban Xiaoqiao before departing, gradually vanishing into the streets. As the match concluded, the transparent, colorless boundary dissolved. Ban Xiaoqiao reverted to his human form, turning to raise his right hand towards the sky. I declare that I, Ban Xiaoqiao, have reclaimed the 6th to last position. Oh no, I meant the 187th place in the competition. Su Luo remarked. As for the other two, the one with the fiery temper, I can't take it anymore. Come on, Ban Xiaoqiao, let us have a match. I'm going to pound you hard. Ban Xiaoqiao feigned ignorance, muttering, cough cough. I'm quite fatigued today. Let us meet another time. His figure gradually became translucent and vanished, evidently frightened into logging off. This fellow is truly audacious. I shall confront him tomorrow. Never mind. It's not worth it. Don't you have a duel scheduled for tomorrow? TCH, what strength do I even have left to confront him with? The two proceeded towards the southern fork of the intersection. The streets bustled once more, with maglev vehicles and semi-robotic beings passing by. Wow, this is quite intriguing. I see that in less than half an hour, a duel can be concluded. I could encounter countless professions and a myriad of opponents, formidable adversaries. Su Luo exclaimed. Let us get started. I can hardly contain my excitement. Tilting his head, he added, perhaps it's better to complete that combat power assessment first. Su Luo clicked to apply. The system prompted, you have applied for a combat power assessment. Please select the level you wish to choose. 1. Holy Tier Beginner LV61. LV67, Low Tier, 2. Holy Tier Intermediate LV67, LV74, Intermediate Tier, 3. Holy Tier Advanced LV74, LV79, High Tier, 4. Holy Tier Pinnacle LV79, LV80, Pinnacle Tier. Su Luo pondered, my strongest battle pet, the White Feather, has a combat power of 230,000. Should I choose Intermediate? Wouldn't that be too high? Considering his current ensemble of top-tier epic gear, he resolved, what is there to fear? Su Luo clicked to apply for the Intermediate Tier. The system responded, please follow the prompts to find an opponent. Su Luo questioned, aren't I supposed to be teleported directly into the instance? Why must I search for an opponent myself? Following the arrow ahead, he turned left, then right, then left again, finally arriving at a plaza. Where's the test opponent? Should I wait a bit? A broadcast echoed, warning, warning. Vehicles from Feifei Biotech have been intercepted by rebels. The intelligent protective system has been compromised by hackers. The vehicles are currently fleeing towards the Leisure Plaza in the southwestern district. Please avoid the area. Attention, please steer clear. Su Luo contemplated as chaos erupted around him. Countless people fled in panic from the plaza. A thunderous crash resounded as a colossal truck toppled onto the road opposite the square. Boom, bang, bang, bang. The armored compartment of the truck shattered, and a massive, beastly figure emerged from the smoke. Name, Modified Frenzy Beast, Nightmare Hacker Invasion Berserk Form. Level, LV70. Attribute, Earth. Strength. Agility. Race, half mechanical, half biological entity. Holy Tier, Sovereign Level Modification. Evaluation, a living beast cultivated through ancient and alien genes, failing to meet its creator's expectations. Its combat power enhanced through mechanical modification, with a combat rating of 1, 850,000 to 2, 370,000. A lion? A tiger? A wild boar? What manner of beast is this? I can't even identify it. A 10-meter long, 3-meter tall tiger-like combat beast, half of its body composed of silver metallic skeleton. Su Luo marveled. The cybernetically enhanced beast, its crimson eyes fixated on Su Luo, appeared as though he were a delectable morsel. A system notification echoed. Defeat your opponent to pass the combat assessment. Su Luo shook his head, his gears cloaking disabled, revealing an array of glimmering equipment. Planetary Meteor Strike. For a master-level beast tamer, this was at least an advanced skill. For a holy beast tamer, it was merely a manifestation of summoning array. A colossal fireball descended from the heavens with formidable force. Boom. Chapter 101. The initial battle, heart-piercing. This fireball was, in fact, the Red Flame. Su Luo intended to test how much damage this apex super beast's red flame could inflict upon a mid-tier holy beast. The massive fireball collided with the cybernetic beast's form. Howl! The metal fragments of the modified beast scattered across the ground. Reacting swiftly, the beast charged at the fireball, propelling the red flame into a distant skyscraper. Through their mental link, the red flame lost consciousness. Sorry, little red, I'll treat you to a chicken leg later, Su Luo silently apologized. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a massive ice orb. Indeed, this was the blue ice. Whack! This time, the modified beast cleverly evaded. Though part of its body still bore the brunt of the impact, Its tail and rear were encased in ice. Howl! Bang! The blue ice was thrust into another skyscraper. It seemed the blue ice had a thicker durability than the red flame, struggling to rise and continue the fight. Su Luo signaled for it to rest on the sidelines. Withdrawing from combat, the cybernetic beast, in a fit of rage, charged at Su Luo, intent on tearing apart this loathsome foe. Su Luo smirked disdainfully. Do you really think I would fear the assault of an ordinary mid-tier holy beast while clad in my finest armor? Observing the beast's train-like ferocity, he decided to summon Baiyu from the beast's space. Never mind, I shall not grant you the chance to face the war god directly. Thunder roared, gales howled. Wind and lightning entwined, as leaves of wood energy cascaded down. The re-emergence of Baiyu, the three-colored feathered eagle, was imminent. Name: Baiyu, three-colored feathered eagle. Level: LV65. Attributes: Thunder, Wind, Wood. Strength: 105. Agility: 108. Constitution: 202. Intelligence: 236. Spirit: 235. Charm: 125. Race: Avian, Holy Bird, Holy Monarch level. Skills: Holy Thunder Forbidden Spell LV5. Great Wind Forbidden Spell LV5. Top Predator LV3. Holy Feather / LV10. Wind and Thunder Incarnation LV20. Evaluation: a fortunate individual bestowed with multiple Holy Bird inheritances. Its bloodline elevated to the apex of the avian category and poised for evolution into a phoenix type, with potential scoring 2. 68 million and combat scoring 2. 23 million. Its extraordinary bloodline potential has always rendered it Su Luo's strongest asset, and he eagerly anticipates its ascension to the phoenix form. In a full-force assault, Baiyu is unexpectedly dodged by the modified beast, as Baiyu's combat skills had always been rather average. Screech! Baiyu, infuriated, unleashed the Great Wind Forbidden Spell. Its speed surged, summoning a tempest that sliced through the cybernetic beast's body like a blade. Howl! The beast's exterior manifested a shield of blood mist. Clang, clang! The thin mist was struck by the wind blades, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. Within the blood mist, the cybernetic beast emitted faint blue electrical sparks. Su Luo sensed impending danger. Activating Eagle Eye, his piercing insight penetrated the blood mist, revealing mechanical appendages extending from either side of the beast's body, forming an enormous cannon. Energy was coalescing, nearing completion. Not good. Leopard's Charge. Su Luo instantaneously unleashed the skill from his armor's greaves. Boom. A colossal blue beam soared skyward, aimed at the soaring Baiyu. The tremendous force cleaved through a 20-story building with ease. Empowered, Baiyu's speed skyrocketed, despite the rapidity of the blue beam. It struggled to strike its target, buzzing. Eventually, the beam dimmed and vanished. Su Luo exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the significantly weakened cybernetic beast. He commanded, "Finish it off, Baiyu." Through their mental connection, Baiyu responded, "Understood, boss. Watch how I deal with it for using a light cannon against me. Thunder. Heed my call." The Holy Thunder Forbidden Spell was unleashed. A bolt of lightning descended, piercing the sky. Bang! The cybernetic beast was struck, its body charred and collapsing to the ground. Phew. System notification. Congratulations, Combatant WM066, Su Luo, for passing the Intermediate Combat Assessment. You will now enter the Intermediate Combat Zone. In 30 seconds, the scene and combatants would be restored. Illusory energy surged, the severed building, the pockmarked square, and the overturned truck reverted to their former states. And the area returned to its pre-battle state, with children frolicking and women chatting together. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Su Luo realized that despite the long duration ahead, he wished to depart. "I'm so tired. I'm leaving," he decided to exit, vanishing from this competitive metropolis. As he stepped through the doorway, he glanced back at the small entrance. Smiling, he remarked, "I shall return to play again. On a certain day, within the elite arena, on an expansive platform." Su Luo executed the skills of his complete set of equipment in succession, while the opposing holy swordsman glared at Su Luo with a face full of envy. The Beast Lord? Truly affluent. Boom. The official initial battle victory was declared. Haha. I, Su Luo, the war god of beast tamers. Though it was merely banter, the thrill of the competition was undeniable. Feeling his energy levels, he found the consumption not overly taxing. Let us have another round. Presently, Su Luo was no longer in the previous competitive city, but had instead materialized in an ancient martial arts arena, said to transform into different locales periodically. Nevertheless, it remained a sacred ground for battles. The system automatically matched him with an opponent of comparable strength. Ding dong. The battle commenced. The two stood on opposite sides of the platform. Greetings. The knight opposite bowed respectfully. Hello. Su Luo returned the gesture. Boom, boom, boom. The drums sounded, and the battle officially began. Su Luo opened with Baiyu, launching it in the form of a wind thunder energy orb. As for the red flame and blue ice, they would not be regarded as expendables. Clash. The opposing knight dodged with remarkable speed, then steadily summoned his own battle pet. Name, Element Guardian, Anti-Magic Dragon. Level, LV72. Attributes, Earth. Strength. Agility. Race, Dragon, Earth Dragon, Holy Monarch level Giant Dragon. Evaluation. Through alchemical means, the dragon hatchlings were meticulously modified, ultimately evolving into an individual with exceptional resistance to spiritual techniques. Combat rating 1. 96 million, 2. 15 million. This could be troublesome, Su Luo thought. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the anti-magic dragon and Baiyu engaged in a fierce struggle, making it exceedingly difficult for Baiyu to breach its defenses. The knight's silhouette vanished in an instant. With a resounding thud, Su Luo swiftly invoked the protective spirit of the Holy Bear, summoning the colossal spirit bear to appear behind him, blocking the incoming strike. The sound of a bellowing bull erupted from the shoulder piece. As the massive bull's head spirit flung the knight backwards, energy bolts erupted. 3, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3. A series of crashes rang out. Is it resolved? Baiyu continued to grapple with the anti-magic dragon. The knight emerged from the swirling smoke. Is that the Beastmaster set? Quite the affluent individual, he mused, observing the radiant aura flowing through the knight's armor. It was a top-tier holy-grade battle armor, boasting formidable defense. Su Luo silently reflected, aren't you also quite wealthy? The opposing knight declared, your defeat was destined from the very beginning. Although your Holy Bear's defense is commendable, it remains merely a primary holy skill. In a flash, his figure vanished. Holy Bear. Su Luo gasped as the colossal sword pierced through his chest. He reached out, attempting to cast a healing spell. The knight withdrew the sword, leaving Su Luo sprawled on the ground. Indeed, reliance solely on equipment was insufficient as consciousness began to fade. A system prompt indicated, you have been defeated. Competitor's mental state has fallen below the threshold, exiting the arena in 10 seconds. 109:10. Filled with indignation, Su Luo returned home. So, you think you can bully a Beastmaster in close combat? He searched for a staff that piqued his interest, scrolling through the list until his eyes brightened at the sight of a staff with exceptional durability and attack power. This one will do. Chapter 102. Advancement, Target Phoenix Species. Name, Shadow Beastmaster. Type, Weapon. Quality, Epic. Attributes, 50 physical damage, 60 spiritual damage, 30 acid damage, 110 spirit damage, 110 spiritual effect, 35 blessing effect. Special effects. Effect 1 grants the skill, Bloodthirsty War Demon, a mid-tier holy skill that enhances the attack and defense of summoned battle pets, significantly boosting physical prowess and spiritual resistance. Effect 2 grants the skill, Vitality Drain, a mid-tier holy skill that siphons the target's life force, weakening their status, slowing them down, and reducing their attack power. Equipment requirements. Level LV 60 or Spirit, 120, Strength, 100. Remarks. A top-tier weapon for holy-grade Beastmasters, Tamer, and Demon Summoners. It not only enhances blessing capabilities, but also weakens and diminishes the enemy's status. Su Luo chose this primarily for its superior physical damage, akin to that of a rare-grade one-handed sword. The half-meter-long staff, with its grotesque design, resembled the arm bone of some demon. He dialed a number. Hello. Is this Old Hua? I intend to acquire the staff number 13. Can you craft it now? Excellent, 1 billion. That's fine. After finalizing the order, Su Luo pondered that Baiyu was also due for an enhancement. The strength of the red fire and blue ice super beasts had proven limited in current holy grade battles. It was time for advancement. The source energy mechanized beast, the Black Wolf War Chariot, was not expected to do much, and though the quiet white Zephyr had immense potential, its growth was painfully slow. Su Luo had hesitated to strengthen red fire and blue ice previously, while Baiyu had been accumulating the necessary legacy fruits. Following the Tree of Life's capability advancement, many fruits of tiger and bird-type beast had coalesced into even stronger and more unique legacy fruits. Name, Earth Super Sacred War Tiger. Level LV80. Attributes, Earth. Race, Beast Clan, Tiger Species, Super Sacred Monarch Level Sacred Beast. Evaluation, the pinnacle of Tiger-type battle beasts. Combat power rating 650,000 to 850,000. Name, Hurricane Elemental Super Sacred Bird. Level LV80. Attributes, Wind. Race, Avian Clan, Sacred Bird Species, Super Sacred Monarch Level Sacred Beast. Evaluation, the pinnacle of bird-type battle beasts. Combat power rating 700,000 to 900,000. There were several Super Sacred Legacy fruits leaning towards the Super Sacred Tiger and Giant Bird. The time had come. There was no need for further delay. Su Luo rose, summoning Bai Yu, whose evolution was the simplest. First, he needed to balance the 5 elemental attributes. He selected the characteristics of 4 other super sacred birds to combine with the wood attribute, crafting a bloodline more suitable for Bai Yu. Continuous experimentation ensued. Compatibility at 126, 132, 138, and finally achieving a peak compatibility of 170 with the Super Sacred Advancement Potion. Through a mental connection, Su Luo spoke. Bai Yu. What is it, boss? Bai Yu replied. Are you ready to evolve and grow stronger? Always prepared. Starting tomorrow, adjust your state. At dawn, Su Luo arrived at the Dream Academy, the finest cultivation hall, and reserved the highest tier cultivation chamber. 2 holy grade cultivators arrived as assistants. An elderly man with long white hair remarked, young friend Su Luo, are you aiming for a legendary totem qualified battle beast? Su Luo shook his head, not at that level, merely advancing to super sacred. The other silver-haired middle-aged cultivator said, even super sacred level is no small feat. We will assist you. Please feel free to issue any requests. The long-haired elder added, young friend Su Luo's bloodline potion is renowned for its stability. What use would we have? Su Luo replied, don't say that. Someone needs to keep watch during the shift. The two exchanged glances. As the spirit array activated in the center of the room, Su Luo summoned Bai Yu, who flew into the array's heart. An intangible spiritual force enveloped Bai Yu, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Su Luo produced the super sacred bloodline advancement potion he had concocted, a massive test tube nearly half a meter long, placed on the table. Its transparent body occasionally shimmering with light. The dazzling brilliance was captivating. The silver-haired middle-aged man shook his head. It is said that all super sacred potions exhibit odd phenomena. I used to disbelieve this, but today, the long-haired elder activated the apparatus as Su Luo inserted the colossal potion. It's initiated. The potion slowly emptied. Special patterns activating within the spirit array, gradually entering the floating Bai Yu. The silver-haired middle-aged man inquired. Currently, the status is stable, young friend Su Luo. How many dream crystals do you require? Let us start with 10 intermediate ones. They can be returned if unused, Su Luo responded. The two maintained their composure. While the amount was substantial, it was typical for them as holy cultivators. After inserting the dream crystals, the advancement would be more flawless and the evolution faster. Su Luo asked, what is the estimated evolution time? The silver-haired middle-aged man replied, the display indicates around 3 to 10 days. Then we shall wait a few days. I appreciate your assistance. The two shook their heads, not a bother. Su Luo bid farewell and exited the cultivation chamber, gazing at the clouds in the sky. Having the capability, I shall elevate the Beastmaster to the pinnacle. On his way home, he called out Lilith. I'm here. Lilith responded. I previously listed the materials for various tiger-type battle beasts. How many are still needed? I have obtained 8 types. The remaining ones are scarce and quite challenging to acquire. Sulo, investigate the corresponding flow of materials and intercept the price increase purchases. Lilith, by how much? Sulo, no limits. Let's start with a 15-fold increase, and anything below 3-fold will suffice. Lilith, understood, estimated time, 3 days. The following afternoon, Jingxin Baizhe diligently studied at his desk, while Sulo prepared lunch. The Black Wolf war chariot was stationed in the garage, and Honghua and Lan Bing frolicked with a ball in the beast pen. Beep, beep. Lilith's projection materialized in midair. Sulo, my master, the materials have been procured and are expected to arrive by evening. Sulo nodded in approval. Lilith, additionally, have those 2 shops resumed normal operations? Is there any differentiation in the product lines? Sulo shook his head. The 100 Beast series and Spirit Bird series will be supplied in full, while the Yalong and Warhorse series will be refined into boutique offerings. After all, these 2 do not lack for sales. However, every shop will carry our entire range of products. If a particular item is out of stock, customers can choose to place an order. Lilith nodded. Excellent. Sulo, we should also acquire a few more war pet breeding bases. 3 varieties of Yalong are insufficient. We must ensure that we have at least one of each attribute. Well, that will be all for now. Lilith, understood. I shall take my leave. Sulo nodded. Currently, due to the small size of the war pet bases, only wind, earth, and metal attribute Yalong beasts were available, which fell short of Sulo's aspirations. Nonetheless, even if new breeding bases were established now, it would take several years for them to produce relevant Yalong cubs. Sulo plated the stir-fried dish and called out towards the window. Dinner is served. Chapter 103. The Dual Tiger's Ascension, the 3 Saints Transformation. In the evening, Sulo received the remaining varieties of tiger-type materials. He tossed them to the Tree of Life for rapid digestion, retrieving his previous design sketches. He glanced over them and placed them on the table, closing his eyes to meditate on the sage's cultivation method. In the dead of night, Sulo opened his eyes. gazing at the newly formed holy grade inheritance fruits on the tree, nodding in approval. It was time to begin. He rose, having not slept a wink. The next morning, Sulo returned to the breeding room, reserving a premium chamber that allowed for the simultaneous ascension of 2 beast companions. The same silver-haired, middle-aged saint breeder arrived. Sulo, my young friend, what brings you here? Sulo, oh, I am planning to advance my other 2 beast companions. Are they also super beasts? Yes, but in a somewhat unique manner. They are twins. That is indeed special. Shall I summon Old Song? Sulo, if there are no pressing matters, then please do so. Once preparations were complete, Sulo produced the special potions he had ready. One bottle was red, appearing as if countless flames were igniting within. The other was blue, which, upon resting for a moment, developed frost upon the surface. Name: 3 Saints Transformation Bloodline Evolution Potion, red, fire. Type: consumable. Quality: epic grade. Special effect: when used on a beast companion, it allows for advancement towards one of 3 super sacred beast directions: Holy Spirit, Equilibrium, or Holy War, based on their aptitude, personality, and preferences. Usage requirement: level LV 60. Remark: a meticulous creation of a top-tier saint breeder. Compared to ordinary super sacred potions, its drawback is a higher cost. But its advantage lies in its spectacular effects. The other bottle was of the blue, ice variety. Sulo eagerly anticipated their advancement towards the equilibrium direction. For who could refuse a battle pet that embodies dual cultivation of spirit? The apparatus was activated and pre-ran. Honghua and Lan Bing stepped into the spirit formation, with Honghua displaying a somewhat anxious expression while Lan Bing offered encouragement. Buzz. The 2 were lifted, enveloped by a unique spiritual energy. The bloodline potion was injected, and auxiliary potions were dispensed in sequence. Awoo, awoo. Initially, their cries were filled with anguish, but soon they lost consciousness. Sulo gazed at the 2 valiant battle pets who had grown alongside him, assuring himself that he had not interfered with their advancement based on personal preference. They were free to choose their own paths, bodies, and futures. Baiyu was perfectly suited for the Phoenix lineage, and previous advancements had left it with little choice. Observing the 2 glowing entities, Sulo, despite knowing the efficacy of his potions, felt an overwhelming sense of worry. He casually tossed in 10 intermediate dream crystals as insurance. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed guardians. Rest assured, young friend Sulo, the effects of your potions are commendable. We shall merely observe from the side. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Sulo headed to the dungeon plaza. The 5-day rest period had concluded, and he was now able to tackle dungeons. However, one issue remained. Sulo lacked a primary battle pet. Nevertheless, he could still come and observe. Sulo checked the options. During this time, a special dungeon could reward a legendary celestial knight. Rumor had it that this dungeon had been contracted by several major female guilds, including the Rose Girl Group and the Eternal 18-Year-Old Women S Association, employing special items for confinement. Whispers claimed that the celestial knight was exceedingly handsome. I suspect there is some truth to it. I wonder if they have managed to acquire him. Opening the dungeon list revealed Goblin Kingdom, Mechanical and Biochemical Apocalypse, Bloodthirsty Demon Calamity, and the 4 Holy Apes of World Destruction. Upon noticing that the knight's legendary dungeon remained sealed, it seemed that the charming knight had yet to be captured. Hurry up, will you? Sulo intended to seize the opportunity to acquire another totem-graded cub. He hoped it would not turn out to be as disappointing as Baizhe. Jingxin Baizeha? Sulo was merely observing today and had no intention of engaging in battle. He glanced around, planning to return home to address some matters. Countless fervent men voiced their grievances along the roadside. Oh, how long has that group of ladies been sealing the totem dungeon? 2 months now. Indeed. Using 2 sealing scrolls consecutively is quite extravagant. I wonder what makes that pretty boy knight so desirable. One cannot dismiss it so easily. The knight is undeniably handsome and valiant. Oh, why are you standing so far from me? Through the sacred heart oath. Sulo could constantly sense the status of the 3 companions. Should any mishap occur, he could teleport instantly. For now, he was at home attending to potion matters. Sulo's business philosophy for the 3 shops was to sell classic, cost-effective battle pets, focusing on Yalong and Pegasus as boutique offerings. While the 100 beasts and flying birds represented quantity, he also provided core potions tailored to his specifications. Indeed, every type of beast sold in Sulo's establishment could advance to the sacred beast level, with a minimum standard of mid-tier sacred grade. Currently, there were 3 varieties of Yalong, with 10 bottles of each prepared. Was that perhaps too few? Sulo decided to configure 30 bottles of each. For the Pegasus, there were 7 types, with 20 bottles each. The 100 beasts and flying birds numbered close to 100 varieties. Thus, he would initially prepare 10 bottles of each type. No, 5 bottles would suffice for now. He could restock the more popular types later. For others, configuring potions is a formidable challenge. acquiring materials, extracting essences, and painstakingly crafting. For Sulo, it was considerably simpler, utilizing vitality and spiritual energy to condense the inheritance fruits, preparing auxiliary materials, shaking, and voila. Thus, it appeared numerous. Yet Sulo completed it all in one night. As the sun rose, Sulo had successfully packed all the potions. Although they appeared ordinary, their market value approached 5 billion. Each of the 3 shops would initially distribute 1 potion of each type, reserving a quarter of the remaining potions in the city bank, while the majority would be stored in the secret vault of the Tongshin Association under the auspices of the Merchant Guild. Sulo was filled with unease. A mere fraction of the potion could barely be safeguarded by the meager defenses of a small town. However, if he kept it under wraps, no one would be the wiser. It would be best for Lilith to handle it discreetly. Within the Beastmaster's space, the tranquil Baizé communicated with Sulo, expressing a desire to emerge and read in the early hours. Recently, this fellow had been engrossed in a brief history of other worlds. Now on the 36th volume of the 42-part series, truly a prodigy, there remained over 70 volumes of this captivating history for him to peruse, enough to keep him occupied for quite some time. All right, he conceded, as the immaculate and sacred summoning array coalesced before him, allowing Baizé to leap forth. I crave butter mushrooms for breakfast. Very well, you are quite forthright. After ascending to the status of a saint, Sulo found his training tasks considerably less demanding, often dedicating time to prepare meals for his battle companions. An intermediate dream crystal could significantly enhance the experience points for saint-level sacred arts. One might assume that Sulo was rapidly advancing in skill levels. However, the reality was quite the opposite. He could only swiftly progress in lower or general-level sacred arts, while the advanced saint-level forbidden spells posed tremendous challenges, with stringent prerequisites regarding level, physical constitution, foundational skills, and compatible talents or unique physiques. Presently, Sulo found himself wealthy, yet at a loss for how to spend it. Nonetheless, it was time to contemplate advancing several other professions to the saint realm, as entering the saint level made subsequent advancements in other professions far more attainable. I am a saint Beastmaster. I am a saint transformist. I am a saint spiritist. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone interrupted his thoughts. Lilith, answer the call. A visual projection materialized before him, revealing the duty-bound nurturing master. Young Sulo, your Saint Eagle's physical state appears to be changing, and its spirit seems to be fluctuating, as if on the brink of awakening. What are your intentions? Sulo replied. Do not worry, I shall be there shortly. He swiftly consumed the mushrooms on his plate and rose. Little Jingshin, guard the home well. Understood. Moments later, Sulo's figure gradually faded from view. Little Jingshin stealthily made her way to the garage, leaping into the Black Wolf war machine. Black Wolf, shift to rapid mode. The electronic voice of the Black Wolf war machine responded. Is that permissible? What if the master discovers us? Will we be reprimanded? Jingshin Baizé retorted. Last time, that little black next door managed to outrun us and secured first place. Are you willing to accept that? The Black Wolf war machine hummed in response. And with a flash of black lightning, it darted from the garage. Chapter 104. Multicolored, Omniscient, Super Saint. Inside a lavish nurturing chamber, Sulo gazed at the enormous egg before him, its surface marred by a myriad of fissures. Through a mental connection, he sensed the consciousness of Bayu nearing awakening. A glance at the control panel revealed that the mental intensity registered at an impressive 95%. Sulo felt certain that within the hour, Bayu would break free from its shell. Thus, he decided to bide his time patiently, engaging in discussions on nurturing insights with the other 2 nurturing masters while they awaited the moment. 40 minutes passed. Crack, crack. It's happening. The trio rose in anticipation as several significant cracks appeared. The middle-aged nurturing master closed the protective shield of the instrument. The vibrant elemental energies burst forth, no longer restrained. Swirling throughout the nurturing room, a brilliant light blazed forth from the fissures of the eggshell. Chirp, chirp. A figure soared from within, spiraling high above. Its massive form, reminiscent of a dragon, was adorned with resplendent and colorful feathers. Sulo assessed Bayu's current state. Name, Bayu, multicolored omniscient super saint bird. Level, LV68. Attributes, thunder, wind. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Strength, 155. Agility, 158. Constitution, 282. Intelligence, 286. Spirit, 285. Charm, 200. Race, Avian, Super Saint Bird, Super Saint Monarch level. Skills, Holy Thunder Forbidden Spell, LV5. Great Wind Forbidden Spell, LV5. Golden Feather Forbidden Spell, LV2. Tree Realm Forbidden Spell, LV2. Great Waterfall Forbidden Spell, LV2. Holy Flame Scorching Technique, LV2. Earth Transformation Forbidden Spell, LV2. Ultimate Predator, LV5. Holy Feather / LV-15. Evaluation. After being nurtured by a top-tier master. Possesses the bloodline potential of various attribute super beasts. Although diverse in attributes, if energy is too dispersed, its development may remain incomplete, rendering it potentially weaker than top super beasts with singular attributes. Potential score, 880,000. Combat power score, 7, 480,000. Combat power has tripled. Yet potential remains lower than those combination materials. Those top-tier Saint Birds boast potential scores of 900,000. However, this aligns with my expectations. Further adjustments are needed to enhance the Phoenix's bloodline density. Only then will it truly transform into a Phoenix species. The two accompanying Saint Nurturers congratulated Sulo. Congratulations, Master Sulo. Young Sulo, the transformation is remarkably successful. It has seamlessly evolved into a Super Saint Beast. Sulo expressed his gratitude. Thank you both for your assistance. Bayou soared above, reveling in its newfound, formidable physique. Chirp, chirp. Through their mental connection, Bayou exclaimed, Boss, I feel incredibly powerful now. Sulo replied, Indeed. Boss, I'm truly super strong now. Just look at this power, this speed, this elemental affinity, and... Sulo interjected, I understand. Shall we head to the training ground for a test? Absolutely. Sulo bid farewell to the two nurturing masters, stating, I'll head to the training ground for a moment. Those two super tigers will continue to trouble you. Not a bother at all. Howl. Boom, boom, boom. Bayou, Bayou. Observing Bayou wreak havoc in the rented arena. Sulo realized that the sacred arts now came effortlessly to Bayou. Previous experiments had confirmed how much enhancement Bayou provided after advancing to a super beast. The results were astonishing. The Beastmaster could channel the strength of their beasts, and utilizing Bayou's power, Sulo's energy shield boasted an astonishing strength, easily deflecting the attacks of advanced single-target forbidden spells. Sulo recalled the Dragon Knight who had previously bested him. Today, he would exact his revenge. Preparations complete, he mused. First, I shall return for lunch. To celebrate Bayou's successful advancement, Sulo planned a grand feast. Lilith, I'm here. Order from the finest restaurant, and have the Black Wolf mechanism bring little Jingshin here. Understood. Recently those two. Lilith hesitated. What's the matter? Sulo inquired. It's nothing. I've already notified them. In truth, Sulo could summon them forcefully. But he held great respect for his little darlings and seldom employed that ability. Arriving at the bustling commercial district south most vibrant street, the Black Wolf mechanism soon arrived, escorting little Jingshin. Today, the two little ones seemed excessively exuberant, perhaps anticipating the lavish meal. Sulo thought to himself, let us go. Tonight, all expenses are on young Master Sulo. After indulging for nearly an entire afternoon, in the evening, he instructed the Black Wolf mechanism to send little Jingshin back to continue studying, for reading could lead to upgrades. He then resolved to head toward the elite arena to settle the score. Wait, could it be that my master is being so duplicitous? The cacophony ahead was overwhelming. It turned out that the school had posted a massive notice at the entrance of the training ground. Sulo decided to take a look. Due to the abundance of beast tamers at our school, many students had left their battle companions in their rooms. After several days, these highly intelligent creatures, growing weary of boredom, had begun to cause various disturbances. In the eastern region, battle pets formed gangs, vying for territory every night after their tamers retired for the evening. In the southern region, battle pets established gambling dens, with some even pilfering their tamers' belongings in hopes of turning their fortunes. In the western region, frequent combat competitions resulted in serious injuries among battle pets. In the northern region, for reasons unknown, there had been a surge in street racing competitions lately. While no major troubles had arisen, the overall atmosphere remained troubling. Sulo remarked, some battle pets are even losing money and resorting to stealing from their tamers. That's hilarious. And can you believe we have street racing in the northern region? What kind of foolish beast tamers can't even control their own battle pets? Lilith agreed. It's quite entertaining. Sulo was in high spirits as he entered the elite arena. Arriving early, he selected a favored spot, powered up, and entered. A mystical mist enveloped the arena. Welcome to the elite arena. Competitor WM066, Sulo. The system detects significant fluctuations in your combat power. Would you like to undergo a reevaluation? Sulo responded, no. Just get me to the advanced area. How can I crush the weaklings otherwise? Today, the arena resembled a fantastical city, with dragons occasionally soaring through the sky. Elves, dwarves, orcs, and humans conducted trade along the streets. Direct invitation. The system announced. Competitor WM066 invites competitor LD0053 for a duel and is awaiting confirmation. A dashing young knight was attending a ball in another realm, mingling with several young men and women. One young man was engaged in conversation with a long-haired elf over goblets of fruit wine. Buzzing, a red-armored warrior inquired. What is going on, Tai Shu Sheng? The knight emptied his glass and set it down on the table. Nothing much, just someone invited me for a match. The red-armored warrior scoffed. Just some pathetic opponents, right? Ignore them. The young dragon knight replied. No, this one seems to be quite skilled. I'll be right back. The red-armored knight said. A little diversion wouldn't hurt. I'll wait for you here, so hurry back. All right. The young dragon knight nodded and instantly vanished from the ball. Su Luo appeared simultaneously atop the fortress wall. They exchanged greetings. Hello, hello. They locked eyes, and the duel commenced. Chapter 105, to win back what you've lost. As the match began, the dragon knight intended to use his usual strategy, separating his dragon from himself to confront their opponents individually. Both sides summoned their battle companions at the outset. The opposing side summoned a familiar anti-magic dragon, while Su Luo called forth Baiyu. The distinct summoning formations and radiance caused a flicker of anxiety in the dragon knight. Has this fellow switched battle companions? A resplendent figure descended from the sky amidst a spectrum of colors. What did the dragon knight, using his own detection method, noted the anticipated combat power listed as that of a super sacred beast. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, Where have you been these past few days? Your power has surged dramatically. Su Luo smiled at the dragon knight's inquiry but did not respond. With a wave of his hand, he drew upon the shared power from Baiyu to manifest a magical shield. Bang! The knight's long sword struck the shield. As expected, the dragon knight had attempted a sneak attack. Boom! In the distance, a tremendous sound erupted as Baiyu summoned a fire meteor to shatter the anti-magic dragon's defenses, followed by a flurry of binding spells. What was once an impenetrable defense crumbled before Baiyu's might. Feeling the connection with his beast companion sever, the dragon knight's expression darkened. For glory, for the oath, he bellowed, unleashing all his power, hoping to seize the last opportunity before Baiyu could approach. Clang, clang. The longsword clanged against the shield. As the dragon knight roared, Su Luo chimed in with a verse. Allow me to embrace the rivers and mountains to win your favor. As the multitudes sing praises through the ages, behold the distant mountains smiling, the waters flowing long, enduring through lifetimes until the seas run dry and rocks crumble. Outside, the dragon knight continued to clang his sword, while Su Luo sang effortlessly, fully mocking him. Ding! After executing his strongest technique, it proved futile. The long sword shattered simultaneously. The young dragon knight fell into despair, yet continued to attack with his broken blade, his eyes still blazing with determination. Observing his misty gaze, Su Luo felt a pang of guilt. Had he perhaps gone too far? When he had been defeated, he had pierced his heart without humiliation. Shaking his head, he decided to end it swiftly. Holy Bull's roar. A colossal golden bull phantom manifested beside Su Luo, and with Baiyu's magical energy sustaining it, delivered a devastating blow that sent the dragon knight flying. Partial transformation. Mastering the art of transformation to its peak allowed for localized metamorphosis of the body, yielding swifter transformations while conserving magical energy and stamina. Su Luo's left hand morphed into a massive wolf claw, enveloping the golden bull phantom. Whoosh! The claw snatched the retreating dragon knight back. Crack! The claw crushed him with force, and fragments of armor fell away. Shaking off his hand, the claw gradually shrank back to a human form. The system announced, Congratulations. Competitor WM066, Su Luo has emerged victorious in this duel. In 30 seconds, the venue and both competitors will reset. The mystical energy swirled as the fortress, once on the verge of collapse, reassembled stone by stone to its former glory. Su Luo felt a sense of detachment, having been angry for several days. He had anticipated exhilaration after avenging himself, but instead, he chose to exit quietly, his silhouette gradually fading away. At the ball, the red-armored warrior chatted merrily with his team members. When will Tai Shu Sheng return? Someone inquired. The red-armored warrior replied, Should be soon. Don't underestimate your vice-captain. He paused. What's the matter? Nothing. Just feeling a bit tired, so he left early. TSK. I still haven't had my fill of fun. The red-armored warrior laughed. Haha, perhaps the opponent was quite tough to beat. He mused inwardly. Tough? He was just outright defeated. His mental threshold had plummeted to the point of being forcibly logged out. The state shifted from combat to offline in an instant. He wondered what kind of formidable opponent Tai Shu Sheng had encountered. Hadn't he said it was manageable? Shaking his head, he decided to let it go. Regardless, Su Luo had enjoyed himself today. Stepping out of the secret room in the arena, Su Luo noticed an incoming call on his phone. What's this? Just as he was about to check who it was, the phone rang. Hello? Yes? My battle pet crashed into public property while street racing? Haha. You must be joking. A white deer and a motor beast, you say? Do you have photos? Send them over. Let me take a look. Oh, how much do I need to compensate? 32 million, right? All right, I'll transfer it to you right away. To the Academic Affairs office, right? All right, I'll find the time. Thank you for your trouble. Beep beep. Hey, what's going on with those two? After pondering for a moment, Su Luo calmed down, not wishing to disrupt the pleasant mood of the day, and made his way toward the Academic Affairs office. Upon arriving, he said, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in discipline. After settling the fine, Su Luo retrieved both Jingxin and the Black Wolf Mecha Beast. Jingxin Baizhe remarked, Su Luo, we. Su Luo interjected, no? How did you both suddenly develop a penchant for street racing? Jingxin Baizhe replied, we were just having some fun. There happens to be an open racing track in the northwest of the northern region. Our neighbor, Xiaohei, took us to see it. Su Luo, feeling somewhat irritated, retorted, I have a bad feeling about that black cat. You should play with it less. Jingxin Baizhe responded, oh. Su Luo continued, by the way, if you insist on racing, may I inquire why you are racing alongside two flying creatures? Having watched the footage, Su Luo saw Jingxin driving the Black Wolf, while a shadow, undoubtedly Xiaohei, piloted a small flying craft. Another unknown creature rode a bird, leaving only the two of them racing on the ground. Aren't you at a disadvantage? Jingxin Baizhe explained, on the next street, Huang Yu is also riding a war motorcycle. It's always in last place, but it has been ill lately, leaving just the two of us on the ground. Consequently, we've been in last place lately. He looked quite aggrieved. Su Luo sighed, fine. I won't let this ruin my good mood today. He smiled and patted Baizhe's head, and together they mounted the Black Wolf and headed home. What shall we have for a late-night snack? I want a fruit platter. No problem. The following morning, Su Luo reported the issue of leaving battle pets at home to the school authorities. More than half of the Beastmasters possess multiple battle pets, and due to differences in talent, they often favor the training of certain ones. Weaker pets, or those in recovery, are left at home. Moreover, being neglected may lead to psychological issues for these battle pets. Rather than blocking, it is better to open up. Thus, Su Luo suggested to the school to establish beneficial activities for the battle pets left at home. This could also foster competition, enhancing their spirit and mood, potentially even improving their combat prowess. During the call, the school officials listened calmly to Su Luo's suggestions and replied, understood. Many have reported this issue recently, and we will find a solution. It remains uncertain whether they will address these matters. Well, I've done what I could. After breakfast, Su Luo planned to test the current combat strength of Baiyu within a dungeon. He chose a crowded intermediate dream dungeon that was about to commence. Reappearing at the dungeon plaza, he exclaimed, wow, this is impressive. During the dungeon, Su Luo summoned Baiyu and conjured a spiritual shield for himself. He decided to engage anyone who approached. As the battle progressed, they encountered the big boss, an ultra-holy beast whose power was comparable to Baiyu's, though it had numerous minions. Initially, it posed some challenges, but after a while, the other participants arrived, making it easy to clear the dungeon. Su Luo commented, this feels too effortless, it's somewhat dull. I was practically idle throughout, only engaging at the end when the Ultra Beast boss appeared and unleashed several holy-level blessings. I wonder how Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan will fare after advancing to Ultra Beast during my next dungeon run. Beep beep. At the same time, Su Luo sensed that Hong Hua and Lan Bing's consciousness were gradually awakening and becoming familiar. All right, I understand. He hung up the call and took to the skies, flying toward the breeding hall. Chapter 106. Ultra Beast Twins, Ice and Fire Holy Spirits. Soaring through the air, Su Luo spotted his destination and descended before the breeding hall. It seems my flying talent is rather average. Upon reaching the holy level, a saint can ascend into the air using their own power, unlike at the master level, which requires the use of spiritual techniques or auxiliary means. Su Luo planned to purchase a corresponding holy level flying technique soon, in terms of escape and self-preservation. He always aimed for the highest configuration. Arriving at the twin breeding chamber, he found the apparatus shut down, with a massive fireball ablaze and a colossal ice sphere exuding cold swirling above the spiritual array. What will you two ultimately choose to evolve into? It should lean towards the holy tiger in terms of spiritual techniques. I'm immensely excited. As the flames and frost gradually faded, two unexpected forms emerged before Su Luo. Congratulations, Master Su. You have once again bred an ultra-holy beast. Su Xiaoyu is truly remarkable. Su Luo smirked slightly, observing the strange new forms of Hong Hua and Lan Bing. Name, Lan Bing, Extreme Cold Ice Holy Spirit. Level, LV 63. Attributes, Ice. Strength, 177. Agility, 183. Constitution, 251. Intelligence, 282. Spirit, 291. Charm, 150. Race, Elemental Holy Spirit. Ultra Holy Level Monarch, Grade Holy Spirit. Skills, Sacred Ice Domain LV3. Ice Spirit Clone LV3. Ice Sealing Curse LV4. Elemental Holy Body, LV10. Evaluation. An elemental Holy Spirit evolved from controlling ice creatures. Ice Elemental Saint. Monarch of Ice. Potential score 780, 000. Combat power score 6, 140, 000. A nearly 2-meter-tall ice sphere gradually transformed into the form of a cold ice spirit tiger as it landed. Its body was almost completely transparent, with every part distinctly made of ice. Mind connection. Lanbing. Master, my evolution is complete. Su Luo. Excellent. Honghua. Su Luo. I've also finished evolving. Take a look at me. Su Luo. I've been watching. Now resembling a fiery spirit tiger once more. Honghua had transformed back from a large fireball into its flame spirit tiger form. Likewise, Honghua was now also an elemental creature. Name, Honghua. Explosive Flame Fire Holy Spirit. Level, LV62. Attributes, Fire. Strength, 174. Agility, 168. Constitution, 248. Intelligence, 277. Spirit, 288. Charm, 150. Race, Elemental Race. Elemental Holy Spirit. Ultra Holy Level Monarch, Grade Holy Spirit. Skills, Sacred Fire Prison LV3, Flame Spirit Clone LV8, Flame Sealing Curse LV4, Elemental Holy Body LV10. Evaluation. An elemental Holy Spirit evolved from controlling flame creatures. Fire Elemental Saint, Monarch of Fire. Potential score 760, 000. Combat power score 5, 890, 000. Mind connection. Honghua. Su Luo. Su Luo. Do you think I look beautiful now? Su Luo. Of course you look beautiful. Both you and Lanbing have always been lovely. The two little creatures then showcased their new skills before Su Luo. The ability to freely create projection clones. Now they could easily generate primary and intermediate level clones of holy rank, with combat power ranging from 100, 000 to 200, 000, able to produce them in a short time. However, creating clones with over 300, 000 combat power was much more challenging, requiring more time and a closer mental connection. If they perished, it would also affect their own beings. On a typical day, utilizing the 100, 000 and 200, 000 clones was a matter of convenience. But when it approached 300, 000 and beyond, one had to exercise caution. Su Luo pondered this thoughtfully. After the two little ones had their fill of play, he retracted them into the Beast Taming space. He then bid farewell to the two saint breeders. Stepping out of the nurturing chamber, he gazed upon the clear azure sky, basking in the splendid sunlight. A sigh escaped him. He wondered if it had been unnecessary to concoct that tri-saint blood transformation elixir. What a marvel it would be. Directly transforming into elemental beings. Alas, that was their own choice. Su Luo slapped his face lightly. However, he anticipated that future battle companions would not be granted such a plethora of evolutionary options that allowed for free choice. Outside the window, the intelligent little butler, Xiao Luo, prepared a lavish lunch for the assortment of battle pets. Su Luo stood by the window, perusing through materials, deep in thought. He recalled that elemental spirits could seemingly be sealed into elemental gemstones. Was there a secret art that allowed spirits to transform into elements themselves? After a lengthy search through library catalogs and available arcane tomes, he found nothing of worth. Su Luo, the steak is ready. You can come down now. Xiao Luo's voice rang out from outside the window. Acknowledging the call, he closed the book and descended the stairs. During the meal, upon hearing Su Luo's inquiry, Jingxin Bei's promptly revealed the title of a book. After finishing his meal, Su Luo searched for it and discovered a variation of the true spirit sealing art. Strictly speaking, this was a secret technique that resided between saint and master levels. No wonder he hadn't found it among the saint-level spiritual arts. It could serve as both a sealing technique and a transformation art, with corresponding scrolls available in the local spiritual arts shops. Without hesitation, Su Luo closed the book and soared towards the commercial street. Moments later, he exclaimed, Honghua, Lanbing, look what I've brought back for you two. What is it? They inquired. Just a secret technique, he replied nonchalantly. The two scrolls cost approximately 30 million, a trivial sum for Su Luo. A brilliance flashed, and he observed new skills appearing in Honghua and Lanbing's skill panels, nodding in approval. Holy Gem Form. The Holy Spirit alters its form into an elemental gemstone form, which possesses a higher affinity for elements and is more suitable for casting spiritual arts. While in this form, with the consent of the Holy Spirit, it can be used for embedding. Perfect. He then instructed them to try transforming into the Holy Gem form. A violent burst of energy ensued, and the two companions transformed into gemstones the size of basketballs. Can you make them a bit smaller? Su Luo asked. I'll give it another try, Honghua replied. The gemstones gradually shrank, ultimately reducing to the size of quail eggs. Su Luo held one in his hand. It was warm, hot enough to melt iron, though merely uncomfortable for Su Luo, who had a holy body. Honghua, can you adjust the temperature to near room temperature? It's a bit hot. Let me tweak it, Honghua replied. Meanwhile, Lan Bing followed suit, transforming into a suitably sized blue gemstone. After a moment of fiddling, Su Luo inquired if they felt any discomfort. They assured him it was manageable, noting that since becoming elemental beings, their need for movement had diminished. Next, Su Luo produced 2 rare-grade rings, and both Honghua and Lan Bing dove into the gemstone slots. Honghua employed flames while Lan Bing used frost to embed themselves within. The moment Su Luo donned the rings, a powerful surge of energy flowed from them. The elemental forces of red flames and blue ice coursed through Su Luo's hands and into his body. His robe burned on one side while freezing on the other. Such overwhelming spiritual power. Fire, ice, elemental avatars. Su Luo tested the effects, discovering the might to be even greater than before. Previously, the combat strategy with Honghua and Lan Bing involved Honghua executing long-range bombardments while Lan Bing managed close-range control. However, with their transformation into elemental beings and gemstones, their combat capabilities appeared significantly enhanced. Su Luo could now directly employ Lan Bing to wield ice-based spiritual arts for control and defense. Moreover, these 2 super holy beast-level elemental gemstones were irreplaceable, paired with the finest saint-level rings. Hey, Old Hua, can you craft epic-grade rings? Su Luo inquired over the phone. What a question. As the Grand Elder of the Forging Hall within the sinister alliance of the Heart Union, a saint-level equipment maker, of course, I can do that. However, my skills with wooden or bone materials are rather mediocre, Hualan replied. Material doesn't matter, just something suitable for embedding gemstones, Su Luo specified. Elder Su, it seems you've recently acquired some saint-level gemstones? Lucky you. Mind sharing your sources? Hualan asked. No. My 2 battle pets just recently advanced and coincidentally transformed into elemental holy spirits, Su Luo clarified. Holy spirit to holy gem secret art? Hualan queried. Yes, you know about it. Su Luo replied, slightly surprised. Well, I am a professional in this field. Given your prowess as a saint breeder, you should possess the potential of a mid-tier holy beast, right? Hualan commented. Lucky enough to have the potential of a super holy beast, Su Luo admitted. After a brief silence, Hualan remarked, for gemstones of that caliber, ordinary epics are difficult to utilize effectively. Give me a moment. After a short wait, Hualan exclaimed. Found it. Choose from these options. Since they were to be gemstone-centric, Hualan presented rings with lower performance among their tier, but which would yield greater utility and strength once embedded with gemstones. Su Luo perused the selections, opting for those aligned with both fire and ice attributes. Options appeared, sharing similar attributes but differing in materials. One crafted from obsidian, another from fine gold, and the last from mithril. Su Luo tilted his head, recalling the gemstone forms of Honghua and Lan Bing and envisioning how they would complement his own appearance. Regardless of the choice, they would look incredibly dashing. No denying that my charm of over 200 is not just for show. After some contemplation, Su Luo inquired, which one can be crafted the fastest? Ideally, it would arrive alongside that staff. Hualan replied, the obsidian takes a bit longer, around 2 months. The fine gold and mithril are similar in speed. Quick to forge but slower for engraving and enchantment, roughly 10 days. I'll go with the mithril, Su Luo decided. Are you sure about this selection? Hualan asked before sending over the details of the chosen ring. Name, Legend of the Flames, Extreme Flame Ring, Type, Accessory, Quality, Epic, Attributes, 100 Fire Damage, 10 Fire Damage, 30 Physical Resistance, 30 Spiritual Resistance, 40 Spiritual Recovery, 20 Spiritual Speed, 45 Spirit, Special Effects, Super Embedding Slot. The highest tier of Holy Gemstone Embedding Slot. Equipment Requirements, Level LV 60 or Spirit, 200, Strength, 100. Remarks, specifically crafted for embedding top-tier fire attribute Holy Gemstones. Basic attributes are relatively low, but the stronger the embedded gemstone, the more it showcases its value. Su Luo selected 2, the other mirroring this one, tailored for ice attributes. All right, understood, Hualan concluded, promptly terminating the call without mentioning any down payment. Su Luo shrugged, now left with the anticipation. As evening descended, he entered the elite arena of the Myriad Dreams Academy, selecting a device to engage with. Welcome to the Elite Arena. Competitor WM066, Su Luo. The system has detected a significant fluctuation in your combat power. Would you like to undergo a reevaluation? Su Luo, yes. Continuously bullying weaker opponents is rather dull. Currently, Su Luo's strongest battle pet, White Feather, boasts a combat power of 750,000, while Red Fire and Blue Ice each possess a combat power of 600,000. However, Su Luo merely considers his pets as accessories. Even with Su Luo's additional support, he still possesses a combat power at the high end of the holy tier, which should qualify him for the advanced zone. The primary issue is that there are no challengers left to face in the intermediate zone. Su Luo clicks to apply for the advanced zone. System, application received. Please proceed to the assessment location as instructed. Accustomed to the protocol, Su Luo shrugs and follows the arrow that materializes in the void. As he surveys his surroundings, Su Luo realizes that today's arena resembles an ancient city of the divine Xia Empire. The streets are filled with common folk clad in simple garments, occasionally interrupted by the passing of nobility adorned in luxurious attire. I seem to have yet to attempt the ancient dungeons of the divine Xia. I should find time to explore them. A fleeting thought crosses his mind. After traversing a small grove, the system alerts him. Battle initiated. A young scout, clad in the attire of a ranger, spots Su Luo and bellows. Found him. Whoosh. Bang. A fiery explosion lights up the sky. An arrow, like a thunderous storm, descends as an army materializes before Su Luo. An elderly Taoist steps forward. Demonic sorcerer. You have assassinated the prince. Your sins are unforgivable. Prepare to face your demise. Iron Golem, heed my command. Charge. Boom. A massive golden golem strides down from the rear battle wagon. Su Luo glances over. Name, Psychic Mechanism, Holy Spirit Golem. Level, LV70. Attributes, Gold, Wood, Earth. Strength, Agility. Race, Mechanical, Psychic Apparatus, Holy Tier, Lord Level Golem. Evaluation, a killing machine jointly created by the Yuan E sect and the Royal Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Capable of breaking through an enemy formation of 100,000 soldiers with 10 psychic golems. Combat power ratings of 280,000 and 320,000. Su Luo shakes his head. This combat power assessment is quite simple. A standard of 300,000 combat power? Who in their right mind would venture into the advanced zone seeking punishment? Come forth. He commands, and 3 psychic arrays materialize simultaneously. The significantly shrunken red fire and blue ice appear at Su Luo's sides. The phoenix, like white feather, gracefully flaps its wings in the air, descending before him. The enemy formation begins to stir. Is that the divine bird, the phoenix? What phoenix? It's sorcery. Sorcery. A general steps forward, shouting, form ranks. A commanding female voice responds. She is a female general, towering at nearly 2 meters, broad-shouldered, fit for international basketball. 2 battle formations emerge. To the left, a cohort of archers. To the right, a contingent of cavalry. Charge. Su Luo deactivates the concealment effect, activating his equipment, which glimmers with the brilliance of top-tier spiritual patterns. To the onlookers, Su Luo sheds his black robe, revealing his true form. The female general quickly shields her eyes. Demonic sorcerer. Do not attempt to enchant us. The elderly Taoist's eyes flicker with greed. Iron Golem. Unleash the light of annihilation. The towering Iron Golem, constructed from wood, metal, and special stones, opens its chest cavity, unleashing a colorless beam of energy. Caw. White feather shrieks. Holy thunder forbidden spell. The colossal lightning collides with the energy beam, resulting in a tremendous explosion of power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows descends. Su Luo raises his right hand. Blue ice conjures a chilling aura, freezing the arrows in midair, forming a gigantic ice barrier. Crash. The ice barrier shatters into countless ice spikes, hurling toward the opposing formation, instantly toppling the entire ranks of archers, with numerous archers pierced by the ice shards. Kill. The cavalry charges. Boom. Red fire launches a massive fireball that scatters the cavalry formation. With another strike, only a few cavalrymen remain at the edges, while the center is reduced to ashes. Caw. The enormous lightning bolt neutralizes the energy beam, penetrating the Iron Golem's chest cavity. The Iron Golem collapses, emitting smoke. This is impossible. This is our Yuan E sect's greatest masterpiece. The old Taoist exclaims, utterly disheartened. Caw. Countless bolts of thunder rain down. As soldiers fall like wheat being harvested, the army in disarray, with many fleeing in panic. Su Luo strides over to the fallen female general beneath the battle wagon. Please, do not kill me. I can serve as your consort. I can chop wood. I have a large build, and I can bear children. Upon hearing this, Su Luo chuckles and shakes his head. He merely came to observe the structure of this psychic golem. It turns out to rely solely on materials, merely a basic assembly. As Su Luo's figure fades, gradually disappearing, the female general crawls out from beneath the wagon, rising and letting out a sigh of relief. Yet, for some reason, she feels a slight pang of disappointment within. Chapter 108. Fragments of Legend. System prompt. Congratulations, competitor WM066, Su Luo, for successfully passing the intermediate combat power assessment. You will now enter the advanced combat zone. In 30 seconds, the scene and competitors will be restored. The scene shifts, and Su Luo reappears in the ancient city of the divine Xia Empire. He approaches a snack stall. One skewer of candied hawthorn, please. Here you go, esteemed guest. Having visited numerous times, Su Luo discovers that the elite arena, regardless of its simulations, boasts impressive entertainment facilities. Some individuals even come here solely for leisure. Indeed, just ahead, several competitors are entering a casino. Munching on half of the candied hawthorn, Su Luo thinks, I should find a match and engage in some combat. I can't let my visit be in vain. I want to test the prowess of the advanced zone. Primarily, he needs to complete the combat power assessment without breaking a sweat. In the advanced zone, it seems that most individuals possess strength at the high end of the holy tier. Su Luo is curious to see what the pinnacle combat power of other professions looks like. System matching begins. Instantly, an opponent is assigned. 3, 2, 1. The venue shifts. Su Luo finds himself in a vast battlefield, littered with heaps of soldier corpses and countless remnants of psychic golems. In the distance, a female figure clad in the robe of a holy spirit sorceress immediately captures Su Luo's attention. Not for any particular reason, but because she is casting enhancement spells on herself before the match begins. Su Luo muses, is this what it means to be a master? Seizing every moment before the battle, he summons red fire and blue ice to his sides, while white feather descends from the sky. Red fire and blue ice transform into their holy spirit forms, resembling towering fire and ice orbs. This form enhances their utilization of spiritual energy and elemental powers. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concludes, the duel commences. The female sorceress, with fiery red hair, a tall and voluptuous figure, and stunning features, yet lacking in inherent charm, likely due to her natural beauty, speaks with a melodious voice. A new opponent, I see. Are you a newcomer? Su Luo smiles. Indeed, I am a novice. I hope for your guidance. The female sorceress replies, you think too highly of yourself. I will not hold back. Heavenly thunder descends. Boom. A tremendous thunderclap resounds from the heavens. Suro. So, this is what it means to be a top-tier spirit mage? Initiating the advanced forbidden lightning spell. By my decree, destruction, annihilation, arise, my elemental servants. The female spirit mage recited the incantation, and it was evident that she was summoning magic. A colossal ice spear abruptly materialized, aiming directly at the spirit mage suspended in the sky, only to be thwarted by a protective barrier forged from lightning chains. Come forth, flames, ice, and thunder. Subsequently, 3 enormous elemental giants manifested not far from Suro. Name, Flame Elemental Giant. Level, LV74. Attribute, Fire. Strength, Agility. Race, Elemental. Fire Elemental, Holy Monarch level Elemental Being. Evaluation, a projection of the Flame Elemental Giant summoned through a pact. Combat power rating at 150,000 to 190,000. The other two were analogous, differing solely in attributes and appearance. The towering elemental giants, each over 10 meters tall, exuded a formidable presence. High above, Bayou darted through the thunderclouds, engaging in a magical clash with the opposing spirit mage. Enormous purple lightning clashed with white thunder. The flames and icy blue elements emitted a unique resonance. Soon after, the elemental giants of ice and fire dissipated their elemental powers and spiritual energy, reduced to mere rubble, cascading to the ground, summoning the holy elements back. Suro expressed his surprise. Oh, you two can perform this trick as well. The voice of the flame element echoed in Suro's ear. All elemental spirits possess this ability. Thereafter, the flame and ice began to ravage the lightning elemental giant, striking relentlessly, rendering it immobile. Suro surmised that the opposing spirit mage likely believed these two fiery orbs to be some extraordinary equipment. The opponent's detection skills must have been rather lacking, obscured by the ordinary interference of the Holy Crown, preventing a clear view of Suro's companions. Observing the 3 elemental giants he had summoned, witnessing 2 of them instantly crumble into rubble, the fiery-haired spirit mage erupted in a furious tirade. You, show off. The scene turned rather awkward. Suro mused, such a foul mouth is a shame for such a beautiful face. Perhaps emotions can indeed enhance combat prowess. The fiery-haired spirit mage's crimson locks billowed upwards, her eyes brimming with spiritual energy, radiating a white glow, a potent spiritual pressure enveloping the entire battlefield. Up in the heavens, dark clouds gathered, and violent thunder clashed in a chaotic symphony. A rift appeared before the fiery-haired spirit mage, and from it emerged a massive staff over 3 meters long. Until now, she had been casting spells with her bare hands, never wielding the staff. Suro remarked, I have never encountered such a distinctive staff. A probing spell revealed a wave of peculiar interference, Yet some information still surfaced. Name, fragment of the Elemental Lord. Type, weapon. Quality, legendary. Attribute, remark, you see. This is a fragment of a legendary staff. I cannot tell you what remains. Suro gasped in astonishment. Quickly, how can one casually produce a legendary weapon? Holy elemental blessing. Ice, fire, thunder. Suro instantaneously depleted his spiritual energy, urging his 3 summoned beasts to swiftly vanquish their adversaries, preventing them from unleashing their ultimate moves. At the outset, Baiyu was able to maintain a steady suppression over the opponent, who likely possessed combat power below 400,000. Yet, after the staff was drawn, even with Suro's enhancement, Baiyu gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Holy Thunder Punishment, Holy Extreme Ice Breath, Annihilating Holy Fire. 3 immensely powerful holy-level forbidden spells surged towards the spirit mage in the sky. I shall see if you live or die. The fiery-haired spirit mage muttered an incantation, invoking demons, voids, and a vow of obliteration. A blinding white light erupted from the staff, yet the first to be consumed was the fiery-haired mage herself. It appeared she, too, could not wield this power. The forbidden breaths of the 3 super sacred beasts dissipated before her as if tofu meeting steel. Suro transformed into a werewolf, seeking to distance himself, unwilling to be incinerated. The luminous sphere obliterated nearly 1,000-meter radius before vanishing in an instant. The 3 summoned beasts plummeted from the sky, gazing at Suro, who was retreating into the distance. Through their shared vision, Suro witnessed the scene behind him, halted, and turned back. Resuming his human form, Suro approached the melted circular pit, crossing his arms. I knew that without the spirit mage, this staff wouldn't hold for long. The trio remarked. Well done. Thank you for your efforts. We shall not continue the battle today. Let us call it a day. System notification. Congratulations to competitor WM066 Suro for achieving victory in this duel. In 30 seconds, the scene and both competitors shall revert. Illusory energy began to rise. And within the emptiness of the colossal pit, an unknown force restored the area, returning it to its former state, littered with bodies. Exiting the elite arena. Though he himself had not perished, Suro felt slightly dazed. The toll on the mind was quite substantial. Beep beep. Shangguan Mingqi, the knight's legendary dungeon has been conquered. Unexpectedly. That legendary knight was not taken by the ladies of those large guilds, but rather by the female vice president of a small guild. Tomorrow, the totem dungeon is set to update. It has finally come to an end. Suro replied, acknowledged. Chapter 109. Forbidden Arts, Selling Oneself. The Elite Arena. Inside an ancient 2-story tavern, several oddly dressed young nobles conversed amiably, indulging in food and drink. Bang! The door to the private room swung open, and a stunning woman clad in a resplendent crimson gown entered, taking a seat at the nearest table and seizing a jar of wine. Gulp, gulp. Huh. Waiter. Bring me 10 more jars of wine. Understood. The waiter hurried downstairs to fetch the wine. What's wrong with Linlin? A girl dressed in a white gauzy dress, exuding a cold and divine aura, approached. The woman in the fiery red gown was none other than the spirit mage who had previously been besieged by Suro and his 3 super sacred beasts. Nothing much. Just lost the match earlier. Aren't you often defeated? Haha, you got so angry that you even self-destructed with that massive staff. A young man dressed as a hunter in leather armor teased. As he scrutinized the fiery gowned spirit mage before him, he added, wait, you self-destructed and still lost? Who did you fight that left you in such a state? Was it Xiahou Liitao or Gong Sun Fu? How dare they bully Lady Zheng Shilin? The youth speculated. The spirit mage Zheng Shilin shook her head. Neither of them, just a newcomer. Wow, a newcomer in the high-tier area? Several have arrived in recent days, haven't they? Someone exclaimed. I'm getting old. I'll be left in the dust. Linlin, what kind of class is this spirit? Zheng Shilin responded. It's a spirit Beastmaster. The Beastmaster class is rather mediocre. The ones I've encountered before weren't particularly strong. You're referring to those spirit Beastmasters without resources. Those with resources are unbeatable. By the way, to defeat the top tier in the holy rank, that individual must possess a super sacred beast level companion, right? Zheng Shilin nodded. Yes. Super sacred beast level, but they have 3. The crowd gasped. Zheng Shilin gulped down another generous mouthful of wine, her irritation palpable. That newcomer, oblivious to the rules, had unleashed all 3 of his battle beasts, leaving her unable to descend from the skies. After much effort, she had summoned 3 elemental sacred beasts, hoping to hold her ground. With gritted teeth, she declared, let him be summoned back immediately. Sobbing, she unleashed a self-destruct technique fueled by her fury, yet it failed to even graze him. A woman in a flowing white dress stepped forward to console her, embracing Zheng Shilin and gently patting her back. Don't cry, Linlin. Waiter, bring the wine. Quickly. Someone remarked, however, this rule is generally accepted as a means for us to better hone our skills. It's only natural that the newcomer is unaware. The woman in white shot him a fierce glare. Ah, cough, cough. I shall keep silent, he stammered. The following morning, Su Luo set up a stall in front of his newly opened shop, ensuring he wouldn't be chased away by other vendors. Boss, do you have the sacred dragon potion? The ice attribute, please. Su Luo lazily slapped the table. Yes, just head to my shop behind. Wow, boss. You've got a storefront now. Congratulations. All right, today, it's a 5 discount. Such joyous news. Quiet down, please. That fellow over there isn't moving an inch. Su Luo lifted his gaze and shot him a glance. The minimum discount is 5. It cannot be lower. In the shop, an intelligent robot was automatically vending sacred blood potions while Su Luo waited outside, bored, for the custom bloodline potion service. Boss, can I order a bloodline evolution potion for the mountain giant ape? A towering man blocked the sunlight as he approached Su Luo's stall. Oh, finally someone interested in a bloodline potion. Su Luo stood up. Of course, it's a small matter, but it depends on compatibility. I usually recommend 3 evolutionary paths, with a fee of 100,000 for each change. I've heard your skills are commendable. As Su Luo approached the giant, he realized this man stood at least 5 meters tall. One could only wonder what he had eaten to grow so large. Sir, please unleash your battle pet, Su Luo suggested. The giant shook his head. This is not a battle pet, but rather myself. Oh, for sprouted. And his physique transformed into a colossal ape before Su Luo. Ah, so you are a pure-blood shapeshifter. This lineage specializes in a transformation technique, where the beast transformed is but an alternate form of their own body. It requires fewer resources and grows rapidly. But the drawback is that they stand no chance against a countering opponent, leaving no room for adjustment. It is said that among the 3 legendary shapeshifters known to have emerged, 2 have followed this path. Currently, this remains the mainstream direction for shapeshifters, whereas those specializing in transformation armor are considered anomalies. Gazing at the giant ape before him, Su Luo noted its impressive statistics. Name, mountain giant ape level, LV70 attribute, earth strength, agility, race, beast race, ape race, holy tier monarch beast, evaluation, transformed by the holy shapeshifter Lin Taiju, specializing in ape transformation techniques, evolving from the foundational black iron ape to this stage. With a combat rating of 230,000 to 260,000. Ah, this young man possesses remarkable strength. The mountain giant ape's strength, barely approaching the holy tier intermediate level, was a testament to the individual's formidable abilities. Su Luo selected the 3 options with the highest compatibility: the crimson lotus lava ape, the azure cloud fighting ape, and the starlight white ape. The prices were 10, 9, and 12 dream crystals respectively. Which one do you wish to choose? Hearing Su Luo's words, the giant reverted to his human form, slightly bashful. I currently have 65 million on hand, but, while I am not in need of money, I cannot lower the price too much. This is business. Perhaps you could earn some more in return? The giant continued to fidget. I come from another academy, aware of the abundance of holy nurturers here with high standards. It took considerable effort to arrive. Su Luo pondered alone. Odd jobs. Brick moving? Ding. An idea struck Su Luo. He executed a master-level transformation technique, morphing into a bloodthirsty war wolf. Look, my friend, I am also a master-level shapeshifter. Uffed. The giant laughed, unable to contain himself. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. This esteemed master, your transformation technique is, well, rather lacking, quite poor. Su Luo, aware of his limitations, was taken aback by the harsh critique. By the way, my friend, are you familiar with the forbidden deprivation technique? The giant shook his head. Not at all. It can deprive one of a core ability, lowering the skill's level or completely removing it. Your core skill as a holy tier shapeshifter, the holy shapeshifting heart, must be quite high, right? Currently, at level 14. How about this? If you deprive it by 1/4, it should separate into the holy shapeshifter heart inheritance scroll. Though this level of deprivation comes at a steep price, with some time, you should be able to recover. I could purchase this scroll at a 2-fold market price. What do you think? The giant pondered and nodded. Where should I go? Su Luo handed him a business card. Just go there and contact me if needed. The giant turned and departed. After a while, a phone call came through. Su Luo answered. Yes, it's me. Proceed with the ritual for him. I'll cover the handling fee. All right. After a lengthy wait, Su Luo, initially ready to close up, lingered longer due to this matter. A tall figure approached. Esteemed master, The giant's face was pale, walking slowly as if drained of energy. The ritual had evidently taken a toll. He handed over a golden scroll. Chapter 110, Sacred Inheritance Scroll, Forbidden Experiment. Su Luo employed a detection spell to examine its details. Name, Sacred Inheritance Scroll. Holy Shapeshifter Heart. Type. Consumable. Quality. Epic. Special effect. The user will gain the core skill of the Holy Shapeshifter, the Holy Shapeshifter Heart. Usage requirement. Level LV 60 and Shapeshifting Mastery at level 20. Note. A power taken from a shapeshifting genius. The strong side effects leave the user exceedingly weak. Perfect. Su Luo snapped his fingers. The current market price hovers around 300 million. How about I offer you 360 million? All right. Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you. Ding dong. The melodious sound of funds arriving made the giant tremble at the sight of the figure. The money came too swiftly. He approached Su Luo. Then I shall take the most expensive one. Wait. Su Luo interrupted. Since you now have funds, these mid-tier sacred beasts no longer match your worth. Are you interested in the bloodline of an ultra-sacred beast? The giant was astonished by Su Luo's words. Can the master nurture ultra-sacred beasts at this level? With a stroke of luck, I recently reached the level cap, now a holy nurturer at LV max. The burly man exclaimed with surprise, of course, I am quite interested. However, I am uncertain about the price. Su Luo replied, young sir, you have been of immense assistance to me today, so I shall waive my consultation fee. Please, take a look. Closing his eyes, Su Luo summoned forth innumerable fruits of the sacred ape's inheritance, arranging and combining them to calculate the optimal solutions, ultimately yielding 3 of the most outstanding options. He conducted successive trials, compatibility rates of 132, 146, and 157. Upon reopening his eyes, Su Luo presented the 3 options with the highest compatibility to the burly man. I have calculated, and these 3 are the most suitable for you. The Diamond Divine Ape, the Bone-Devouring Demon Ape, and the Azure Wave Water Ape, priced at 3 billion, 5 billion, and 2 billion, respectively. The compatibility is arranged from high to low, making the Diamond Divine Ape the most fitting for you. The burly man gazed hungrily at the options. But I only possess a little over 2 billion. How about this, my friend? Do you desire the core skill of the Holy Transmorpher, Holy Wild Nature? I could sell it. Su Luo pondered for a moment, then shook his head. The forbidden technique cannot be used consecutively. However, since you have been such a great help, I shall offer you a 5 discount. This way, you can purchase it and still have some funds left to rent a nurturing chamber. The burly man nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed on the Diamond Divine Ape option. Ding dong. The melodious sound of a transaction echoed as Su Luo received 2 billion. Wait a moment, Su Luo said, entering the shop and approaching the alchemical platform at the back of the room. He performed a series of operations, and after finishing, stepped back outside. The burly man awaited anxiously. Here you go. Be careful, it's rather heavy. Su Luo was puzzled as to why this vial was so weighty, at least 1,000 pounds. The burly man effortlessly lifted it, as if handling a stick of popcorn. Thank you, Holy Master. I am truly grateful. Su Luo nodded, resuming his nonchalant demeanor. You should inject it at the nurturing hall in the central domain. Their equipment is superior. Thank you so much. Farewell, Holy Master. With a wave, Su Luo saw the burly man depart. Finally, I can close shop. Perhaps I shall venture into a dungeon this afternoon to see what the newly opened totem dungeon entails. Su Luo tidied up, pleased with the rare inheritance scroll he had acquired, yielding a modest profit, double the joy. In a distant corner, 2 elderly men with white hair, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Academy of Endless Dreams, observed the conclusion of the transaction in silence. Is this how you watch your grandson sell himself for profit? One elder inquired. The other elder replied, I have always raised this lad in poverty to cultivate his self-reliance. Did he not mention that after a period of recovery, his skill levels could be enhanced? Your family's holy transmorpher is worth far more than this. Unbeknownst to them, was it not so? By the way, your second uncle is attempting to reach the legendary realm with the form of the Azure Wave Water Ape, correct? Do you know about the other 2 options? The elder pondered. Well, it is said that hundreds of years ago, a traitor within the clan used the blood of kin for a blood transformation, ultimately becoming a colossal bone demon ape, immensely powerful, yet losing its mind and perishing in a frenzied dance. That must be the bone-devouring demon ape. And what of the Diamond Divine Ape? The burly man's grandfather shook his head, his gaze distant as he watched Su Luo's retreating figure. This child is extraordinary. Of course, a class at the saint level reaching LV max is no ordinary feat indeed. Su Luo arrived at the dungeon plaza. Let me see what the updated totem dungeon is. Behind one dungeon, a vivid dragon-shaped magical pattern appeared. Forbidden experiment? I already like the sound of this dungeon. Su Luo clicked to confirm. Due to its difficulty, most ordinary students would shy away from the totem dungeon, especially in its initial stages, where the first entrants were often referred to as exploratory cannon fodder. System prompt. Matching has begun. Moments later, boom, countless waiting students transformed into beams of light, flickering and vanishing in an instant. As Su Luo gradually regained consciousness, he found himself transformed into a youthful and handsome young man, clad in casual attire and carrying a travel backpack, as if preparing for a journey. The city in his view resembled a Western city from the 167th century, filled with ordinary people, devoid of any exotic beings. Ah, could this be a stealth-type dungeon? This is not my forte. I prefer dungeons that involve more combat. Su Luo lamented. Bang, bang, bang. A colossal roar reverberated. Huh, now this is getting interesting. Su Luo instantly leapt onto a street lamp, performing a few agile jumps to perch atop a 4-story building, gazing into the distance. Smoke billowed up ahead, accompanied by the cries and wails of the crowd. As the smoke cleared, Su Luo discerned the source of the commotion. A monstrous creature stood nearly 20 meters tall, its body composed of grotesquely stitched flesh, though its strength appeared average, requiring several blows to demolish a building. Name: Flesh Aberration, Alien Warrior. Level: LV70. Attributes: Earth. Strength: Agility. Race: Flesh Aberration Mutant, Saint Level. Evaluation: Created by the Evil Alliance's Experimental Group 3, originally human, beast, and combat power rating: 1, 56 million, 2, 27 million. As Su Luo observed the aberration, he felt a surge of excitement. As a royal agent, should he not stealthily infiltrate to avoid drawing the enemy's attention? A squad of armored soldiers was sent flying by the creature. Forget stealth. I'm going to slay it right now. Summoning a radiant spirit, he conjured a crimson flame. Arise, sacred spirit of flame. Chapter 111. Infiltration, Phase 1 and 2. A massive fireball materialized, transforming into a red spiritual tiger. Red flame go? With a roar, the red flame opened its mouth, forming a colossal fireball that surged toward the alien warrior. Boom. The alien warrior was obliterated in an instant, its blood and flesh turning the entire area into a slaughterhouse. The might of a saint-level fireball was indeed formidable. Su Luo chuckled. Haha, let us see if I can claim any rewards. Moments later, Director, this hero has resolved the forbidden creature. Indeed, it is I, Su Luo thought, striking a pose and feigning an aloof demeanor as he gazed skyward. An elderly director in his 50s approached. Thank you. Oh, why has this agent not proceeded to the evil forest? Ah, well, I merely saw you were in trouble and came to assist, Su Luo explained. The old director replied. While I appreciate your good intentions, such trifles need not trouble you. Allow me to have the officers escort you, my lord. Su Luo thought. I had hoped to unlock some rewards, but it seems I was mistaken. Accompanied by the officers, Su Luo swiftly rode a terrestrial dragon towards the forest bordering the city. Upon arrival, the director expressed, My lord, we sincerely thank you for your contributions to the royal cause. Oh, Su Luo leapt down from the earth dragon. In the distance, a tremendous explosion reverberated. Activating his spiritual vision, Su Luo beheld a squad of soldiers encircling a diminutive, grotesque creature. Sir, look, the other teams have already commenced their infiltration. It is time for you to do the same. Su Luo responded with excitement, floating upwards and gazing down from the sky as countless figures began to enter the forbidden forest, effortlessly dispatching any foes they encountered. What a hardcore infiltration. I like it. He waved farewell, expressing gratitude to the driver. Su Luo sprinted forth, undeterred by the terrain, be it brooks, piles of stones, or thickets, thanks to the effect of the goat's spirit's hooves, rendering obstacles insignificant. Before long, he encountered a charming little rabbit. Its rosy hue was deceiving, however. Name: Flesh Distortion. Malevolent Rabbit. Level: LV60. Attributes: Wind. Strength: 107. Agility: 108. Constitution: 102. Intelligence: 116. Spirit: 175. Charisma: 25. Race: Flesh Distortion Mutant, Holy Tier. Evaluation: Created by the Sin Alliance's Experimental Group 3, originally composed of humans, magical beasts, and combat power rating: 660, 000, 770, 000. Upon closer inspection, this little rabbit was indeed rather large, nearly a meter in length, though it hardly seemed menacing. A woo. The rabbit emitted a cry that startled the birds and beasts of the forest. Its skeletal structure cracked ominously as it transformed into a small humanoid rabbit. It unleashed a flurry of wind blades, and a massive elephant, attempting to evade an unseen threat, was instantaneously cleaved into several pieces. The rabbit man vanished in an instant, reappearing atop the elephant's remains, brandishing a colossal, still throbbing heart, and began to voraciously devour it. Su Luo mused, I retract my earlier comment about its cuteness. This is downright fiery. A woo. Let us turn it into braised rabbit head. No problem. Fiery rushed forward. The rabbit man seemed to sense something, disappearing in a flash, only to reappear not far away, engulfed in flames. It rolled incessantly, attempting to extinguish the fire, but gradually slowed, ultimately succumbing to the searing inferno. While the rabbit was indeed braised, it was somewhat charred. Su Luo approached the rabbit man's carcass, scrutinizing it closely to discern its true nature. Interesting, indeed, this forbidden experiment. Within the rabbit man's body, Su Luo discerned several blood and flesh combinations of sacred beasts, alongside a peculiar power. It was not a force belonging to the dragon race, but perhaps that of the divine beings? Su Luo pressed deeper into the dense forest. Within a dilapidated base, shattered experimental apparatus littered the ground, with sporadic pools of a highly corrosive green substance. A system prompt appeared. You have completed the first stage. Please retrieve the forbidden document 1. A small arrow materialized before him. Following its guidance, Su Luo arrived at the corpse of an individual clad in a white research uniform, from which he extracted a disc-like document from its backpack. The system notified him. You have found Forbidden Research Document 1. You have acquired the research base map. Please proceed to the large experimental facility to seek Forbidden Research Document 2. Su Luo paid little heed to this, carefully examining the document in his possession. To an outsider, it appeared merely as a task item, yet to Su Luo, a top-tier sacred breeder, it was a treasure. He realized he could deconstruct it into several formulas for creating super beasts. Fascinating, indeed. To combine the blood and flesh of the divine beings favored with that of sacred beasts to concoct flesh distortion mutants? The document was thin, likely a partial research plan. After swiftly perusing its contents, he resolved to exchange it for another copy upon exiting the dungeon. Next, he was to venture towards the large experimental facility. A straightforward linear level, still quite simple. Su Luo tucked the document away and continued onward. Reflecting on the map he had previously studied, it seemed rather distant. Black Wolf. The source energy war machine, Black Wolf, sprang forth from the summoning array. Unable to drive, Black Wolf transformed into its beast form. Su Luo leaped inside, reclining comfortably, and recalled Fiery into the spirit beast space, summoning Blue Ice, which morphed into a blue little spirit tiger that nestled atop Black Wolf. Keep watch. Wake me when we arrive. Having foregone his afternoon nap, Su Luo quickly donned an eye mask and fell into a deep slumber. Along the way, he faintly heard the sounds of battle twice, though they soon faded. The super sacred beasts acted swiftly, dispatching the minions in an instant. You dogs of the Dragon God Alliance, akin to those of the Demon God Alliance, shamelessly attempting to usurp the fruits of others' labor. Su Luo was roused by a thunderous voice. Lifting his eye mask, he discovered it was a boss speech, tedious. A man in a white research coat on a small hill was bellowing at the royal agents below. It appeared they had entered the decisive battle of the second stage. The boss this time was likely a super sacred beast. Yet, he was uncertain if it was of the intermediate, combat power 500, 000-750, 000, or advanced, combat power 750, 000-990, 000, tier. Su Luo estimated its power to be at least around 800, 000, recalling the previous small boss, Blue Ice, who struggled against a power of 600, 000, failing to end the fight swiftly and awakening Su Luo in the process. You traitors of this plane, traitors! Allow me to showcase our might. The man brandished a mysterious key, inserting it into a spiritual array. With a thunderous rumble, the mountains trembled and the earth split open. A colossal figure emerged. The small hill was, in fact, the cultivation chamber of that super beast. A flash of information crossed Su Luo's mind. Name, Forbidden Life Form, Dark Energy Spider Demon. Level LV80. Attributes, Dark. Strength. Agility. Race, Flesh Distortion Mutant, Super Sacred Tier. Evaluation, created by the Sin Alliance's Experimental Group 3, employing numerous cutting-edge theories. It possesses power surpassing the Sacred Tier, having touched the legendary barrier. Originally composed of the blood and flesh of the demon spider gods favored, humans, and sacred beasts. Combat power rating, 770, 000, 830, 000. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Su Luo's estimate proved accurate. Its combat power indeed hovered around 800, 000. Yet 4 emerged at once. He had miscalculated the numbers. The other 3 were a water energy octopus beast, a 100-headed dragon demon, and a distorted giant battle dragon man. Peering around, Su Luo felt relieved to see several super sacred beasts on his side as well. Well then, come forth, White Feather, Fiery. Chapter 112. The Arrival of the Water God. Su Luo could contend with 2 of them. The remaining would depend on their performance. White Feather soared through the sky, unleashing massive wind blades and lightning to combat the dark energy spider demon. Fiery and Blue Ice transformed into 2 colossal elemental orbs, continuously circling the water energy octopus beast. The blazing flames and icy cold worked in concert, It remained uncertain whether the octopus would meet its fate as grilled delicacy or as fresh sashimi. Su Luo's 4 super sacred beasts engaged each boss in pairs. Although the bosses possessed formidable power, it became evident that they displayed a lack of coordination. The 800,000 combat power dark energy spider demon was being suppressed by White Feather. Judgment Thunder. Shadow Arrow. Crash. The dark energy arrow rain fell, and the gale blades whistled through the air. As time flows, Su Luo deduces that the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be by you, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Thus, Su Luo invokes enhanced spiritual arts, unleashing a resplendent glow from his hands. With the blessing of the holy elements, lightning, ice, and fire, the sacred tier skills are released, hastening the conclusion of the battle. Su Luo claps his hands together, wary of unforeseen circumstances. Should an ultra-holy beast unexpectedly emerge, it could spell doom for everyone. The effects of the 3 sacred tier blessings are substantial, instantly bolstering their combat prowess and shifting the tide of battle in favor of Su Luo and his cadre of royal agents. "Boss, I can barely hold on," cries one of the men seeking Su Luo's assistance. "It's only been 3 minutes. Men should endure at least 15, Su Luo retorts. "Just kill me." Another pleads. "Boss, please help our group first." Su Luo reassures them, "No problem." The water element octopus beast towers over 20 meters. Its colossal tentacles capable of unleashing spiritual energy beams and manipulating special water elements. Unfortunately, it is severely hampered by the red flames and blue ice. Whenever it launches a water element attack, it is met with freezing blue ice. Its spiritual energy beams, characterized by their restorative properties, are far less ferocious in combat compared to the explosive ferocity of the red flames. Not long into the fight, the immense octopus finds itself in a state of half-roasting and half-freezing. Meanwhile, the 100-headed dragon demon, a grotesque giant dragon man, maintains the upper hand, sending the 2 colossal dragons and 2 sacred beasts tumbling and fleeing in disarray. A single fiery forbidden spell shatters the final joint of the octopus's tentacle. A deep roar reverberates throughout the valley. The water element octopus beast erupts with overwhelming energy, its upper body separating from the damaged tentacles, soaring into the sky. Its octopus head pulsates with blood and flesh, and suddenly, pop, a colossal humanoid figure emerges. Though drenched in blood and slime, it is unmistakably female. The massive female form utters an unknown language. The octopus body explodes, scattering into fragments, revealing a 10-meter-tall colossal being. Name: Blood Flesh Avatar of the Water Goddess, Bikitris. Level: LV 80. Attributes: Water. Strength. Agility. Race: Deity Descendant, Ultra Sacred Tier. Evaluation: The power of the Water Goddess descends upon this mass of her divine flesh. Her thoughts are inscrutable. Yet this form cannot sustain her presence in this world for long. Combat Power Rating: 990,000. Trouble brews for Su Luo as he realizes that such immense combat power is nearly insurmountable. He considers summoning all 3 of his combat pets for a fighting chance. Perhaps due to her disdain for Su Luo, countless water elements swirl around the goddess as she gestures, sending a water dragon hurtling towards him. In an instant, the blue ice and red flames come to Su Luo's defense. A tremendous force erupts from Su Luo's hands. Superfusion. The red flames and blue ice meld into an elemental tiger beast, its left side ablaze with fiery red elements, and its right side glistening with icy blue elements. Though its semi-transparent form is less than 5 meters long, its power is formidable. Name: Gemini Fusion, Ice and Flame Sacred Spirit Tiger. Level: LV 79. Attributes: Ice, Fire. Strength. Agility. Race: Elemental Species, Temporary Fusion, Ultra Sacred Tier. Evaluation: Under the power of the Sacred Beastmaster. This Ice-Fire dual Sacred Beast has temporarily fused into a new form with a combat power rating of 840,000. This should suffice as a defense, albeit for a short duration, but the adversary cannot endure for long either. Given the temporary nature of the fusion, its attributes fluctuate. Yet Su Luo estimates its mental acuity to be at least above 350. A massive ice shield materializes to counter the oncoming water dragon. Crack. The ice shield shatters repeatedly. This is bad. The strength of the spiritual energy is still lacking. Su Luo unleashes another Beastmaster skill. Sacred Elemental Energy. Enhancing spiritual energy levels and strength along with recovery. Bolstered by the Beast Lord set, the effect remains potent. A powerful clash of energies ensues, and the other 3 ultra-holy beast bosses wisely retreat to a safe distance. The relentless water dragon shatters the ice shield of the ice and flame sacred spirit tiger, forcing Su Luo to retreat step by step. Something feels amiss. The disparity in spiritual energy and strength should not be so pronounced. He gazes into the depths of the goddess's profound eyes. They possess a certain application. These gods are indeed formidable. Su Luo muses as he intends to hold on just a bit longer before forcibly summoning Baiyu back to his side. Although the defenses may crumble, prolonging survival is paramount. The water dragon gradually diminishes the ice shield by half and continues its assault. Just as Su Luo prepares to summon Baiyu, a resounding crack echoes as a massive fissure appears on the goddess's body. Su Luo pauses his actions. Oh, let us hold on for a moment. As cracks spread across her entire form, when 3/4 of the ice shield has been eroded, the goddess's body begins to disintegrate. Lana, Patri, Yake. Su Luo seems to catch fragments of warnings, perhaps an indication to be prepared. You've got to be kidding me. You come here without warning and attack me. With so many others around, why single me out? I truly love you. Once her form completely disintegrates into ash, the Gemini fusion also splits apart, revealing two extremely fatigued spiritual tigers that appear beside Su Luo. Thank you for your efforts, he acknowledges. Two beams of light flash, returning them to the Beastmaster space. Well done, Su Luo muses, rubbing his nose. With one ultra-holy beast dealt with, he has lost two of his own. It's hard to determine if it's a loss or a gain. Su Luo leaps back into the cockpit of the Black Wolf Mecha Beast, racing towards Baiyu's battlefield. At least now he is liberated to assist with full strength. Though his spiritual energy is depleted, he still possesses the abilities conferred by his equipment. The Dark Energy Spider Demon's attack methods are quite limited, and the most effective strategy against Baiyu is the Dark Energy Spider Web. However, under the dual assault of lightning and wind blades, the effectiveness of its web is minimal, being torn apart upon its emergence. Su Luo dashes behind the Dark Energy Spider Demon and fires a source energy projectile. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots are fired in quick succession. This weapon can currently store power equivalent to a high-level sacred tier, producing a combat power close to 300,000. However, against the ultra-holy beast, the Dark Energy Spider Demon, the damage merely grazes its surface. With such mediocre results, what should he try next? Chapter 113, God, Dragon Man. The Holy Bull's Spirit Roar, summoning the power of the Sacred Bull from his shoulder armor. When harnessed for himself, this power can enhance strength. If infused with stronger spiritual energy, it can be unleashed. A massive bull, towering 5 to 6 meters high and 7 to 8 meters long, crashes into the Dark Energy Spider Demon's bent knee. The Dark Energy Spider Demon lets out a pained howl, its left leg buckling to the ground, causing the Dark Energy Spider Web it intended to launch to veer off course into the unknown. Baiyu's wind blades and lightning strike true against its form, instantly lacerating its body. In Baiyu's eyes, a spark of spiritual light flickers. Elemental powers surge through her wings, manifesting as sacred thunder, roaring winds, golden feathers, tree realms, mighty waterfalls, sacred flames, earth shifts, and feathers shimmering in a myriad of colors. A forbidden spell is cast upon her wings, Sacred Feather Slash. With a swift motion, she unleashes her attack. A flash of resplendent colors illuminated the scene as the head of the Dark Energy Arachnid Demon fell. At last, it was over. Boss, come help us. A cry for assistance echoed from afar, where a top-tier Holy Thunder Dragon clashed against a behemoth, both being relentlessly battered by a colossal dragon man. Trouble loomed as Su Luo sensed the presence of red fire and blue ice within the Beast Taming space. Resting atop a mound of elemental crystals, their spiritual energy restored significantly. Come forth. It's time to work. The summoning diagram materialized, and 2 spiritual tigers appeared, red fire appearing somewhat languid. Su Luo directed them towards the 100-headed dragon demon while he accompanied Baiyu to confront the giant dragon man. The red dragon and the Holy Thunder Lion, who had been tirelessly restraining the 100-headed dragon demon, were utterly exhausted. With the boss's arrival, they promptly retreated to Su Luo's side, seizing the moment to recuperate their strength and stamina. Through their mental connection, Su Luo urged, "You too can unleash your full power now." "Understood," replied Red Fire. "At your command," answered Blue Ice. The Sacred Ice Domain and the Sacred Fire Prison manifested, with one half engulfed in molten lava and the other encased in chilling ice. Red Fire then unleashed a torrent of crimson holy flames, followed by Blue Ice's frigid breath. The colossal form of the 100-headed dragon demon was adorned with numerous dragon heads, though not all were pure-blood dragons. Most were merely dragon heads of lesser lineage. Yet, their sheer density instilled a profound sense of dread. After each round of fiery and icy breath, countless dragon heads plummeted, and the body began to shatter. Ultimately, the massive form of the 100-headed dragon demon began to disintegrate, succumbing to its demise. From its carcass, several ordinary dragon figures emerged, coalescing into a sphere of light before fleeing. In an instant, Su Luo, through their shared vision, glimpsed what seemed to be 3 blood-red dragons and a blood-soaked dragon man. It was bewildering how the 100-headed dragon demon harbored such entities within. The 2 beast tamers joined Red Fire and Blue Ice in pursuit, and Su Luo estimated that their chances of success were favorable. Shifting his focus, Su Luo, alongside Baiyu, continued to engage the giant dragon man. Noting that among the 4 super sacred beasts, excluding the descending water deity, this one was the strongest. Its formidable physique, flawless form, and immense destructive capability were remarkable, albeit its combat techniques were lacking. Su Luo surmised that the Malevolent Alliance had failed to bestow it with commensurate combat techniques, rendering it a blank slate. In the mental link, Red Fire and Blue Ice had already vanquished their foes, and upon exhausting their spiritual energy, they autonomously returned to the summoning space. Unquestionably, the other 2 beast tamers would soon follow, thus sealing the story's inevitable conclusion. However, Su Luo was reluctant to allow Baiyu to engage recklessly. Patience was key. Shortly thereafter, the 2 other beast tamers returned, and the 5 of them surrounded and relentlessly assaulted the giant dragon man. Regardless of its formidable health, it would ultimately succumb. Its armor shattered, collapsing under the weight of dragon blood. System notification: you have completed the 2nd stage. Please retrieve the Forbidden Research Document 2. A small arrow appeared before Su Luo once more. Following its direction, they arrived at a collapsed laboratory, where a burly beast tamer eagerly turned over stones, unearthing several boxes filled with documents. System notification: you have found Forbidden Research Document 2. You have obtained the core map of the Malevolent Alliance's research. Please proceed to the Alliance's main research base to seek Forbidden Research Document 3. Boss, shall we go together? The group gazed at Su Luo, who was concealed beneath his robe with eager anticipation. Flipping through the research documents, Su Luo shook his head. You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Very well, they replied, disappointment evident. Su Luo closed the book, realizing that Forbidden Research Document 2 pertained to the cultivation of super sacred beasts, detailing the taboo hybridization techniques involving humans, dragons, divinely favored beings, and sacred beasts, utilizing flesh and souls as materials, an exceedingly sinister and gruesome process. Any ordinary person who perused these findings would surely lose their appetite. My excitement for Forbidden Research Document 3 is mounting, Su Luo exclaimed, leaping into the Black Wolf energy machine beast. Upon receiving the command, the Black Wolf began to sprint. Not long after the crowd departed, a peculiar sphere of light was discovered by a small dragon man, originating from the fallen water deity, who promptly picked it up before soaring into the distance. Su Luo's journey was initially smooth, yet he encountered a squad of aberrant beasts, a top-tier sacred beast leading a pack of lesser sacred beasts, mistakenly believing Su Luo's Black Wolf to be an easy target. Truly seeking death, Su Luo muttered. As Red Fire and Blue Ice charged up, their elemental cores were valuable, prompting Su Luo to resolve to have them engage less frequently. Although he currently possessed several hundred billion in assets, he could not afford to squander them recklessly. Within the energy machine beast, Su Luo lay back as Baiyu displayed his prowess amidst the assault of numerous combat beasts. Feathers cascaded like a tempest, felling multiple sacred beasts. Gazing through the transparent glass at the sky, he noted that Red Fire and Blue Ice's combat styles leaned towards spiritual techniques and support, while Baiyu dominated the aerial domain, seemingly lacking a sturdy ground-based combat pet to lead the charge. Bai Zhe and the Black Wolf duo were presently devoid of combat capability, having been overlooked by Su Luo. The surroundings grew quieter, indicative of an impending conclusion. Su Luo rose, continue. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as countless grotesque aberrant beasts charged toward them, their target unmistakably Su Luo. Trouble looms. You traitors. Betraying your world and destroying its core strength, forsaking your kin. A mechanical wolf surged forward, leaping atop a collapsed building. Su Luo emerged, surrounded by a dozen beast tamers, the last of the royal agents, most of whom possessed the combat power of top-tier sacred beasts at this stage. As he observed a man delivering a speech, he covered his head. Am I late? I missed the cutscene. What bad luck. After dispatching the squad of aberrant beasts, Su Luo found himself blocked by the monstrous army summoned by their cries, forcing him to unleash the partially charged ice and fire twins. After a prolonged battle, they finally arrived. Had he known, he would have chosen to break through the encirclement rather than attempt to eliminate them all. It was a tremendous waste of time. The boss's speech drew to a close. Behold our most formidable power. Several small dragon men soared into the air. First was the divine. A familiar force was cast into the machinery. Next came the dragon. A massive incubation chamber opened, revealing a half-dragon figure, human in form but adorned with dragon horns, tail, and wings. its stature slightly larger than that of an ordinary human. Finally, the humans. A squad of malevolent Alliance soldiers stepped into a spiritual array, brandishing daggers to pierce their own hearts. Blood gushed forth, activating the spiritual array. With the soldiers' demise, potent energy coalesced within the half-dragon's form. Lightning coursed through the air as its eyes slowly opened, glimmering with a sinister crimson light, and countless spiritual runes emerged across its surface. The aura of water, a tribute divine power, descended upon the scene, exerting pressure over all present. Chapter 114, Hybrid, the Riftbreaker. Standing at less than 2 meters, the magic runes began to pulse with water attribute divine energy, its dragon horns curving backward, and its visage exuding an air of authority. Name, Water God Dragonman Hybrid. Rebellious Force L8S3. Level, LV89. Attribute, Water. Strength, Agility. Race, Dragonkin, Divinely Favored. Taboo Hybrid, Legendary Totemic Hybrid. Evaluation, the final product of the forbidden experiment by the Sinister Alliance, derived from the dragon blood power of the most elite dragon blood warriors. Has cultivated the most formidable Dragonman warframe, infused with the divine power of the Water God, resulting in a taboo life form with a combat score of 105 and 130,000. A ferocious roar followed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dragon might. Trouble loomed. Su Luo commanded the Black Wolf to retreat hastily. Smaller boss entities are often more troublesome, exhibiting heightened agility and rapid speed, preferring to engage beast tamers directly. Su Luo planned to create a safe distance, intending to flee several dozen miles away. Many shared Su Luo's sentiments. The figure of the Dragonman hybrid vanished in an instant, causing Su Luo's heart to skip a beat. Had it materialized beside him, he would have met his demise. Fortunately, it chose another target. It seized a royal agent, piercing through his heart with a single strike. This beast tamer, no stranger to peril, unleashed an unknown skill that ensnared both their bodies with 2 intertwining auras, binding them tightly. Subsequently, it summoned Beast. A massive man-eating flower opened its maw and launched a black stinger, piercing through both of them. A pained dragon's roar echoed. Huh, I've got you now. It was hardly a loss. The Dragonman hybrid exerted itself to break free, the energy auras entwined around it trembling violently, until with a forceful effort, the binding rings shattered, and it casually rent the unfortunate beast tamer in front of it in half. A roar erupted. Upon witnessing this sight, the surrounding beast tamers fled even faster. Scattering in every direction, some took to the skies, while others dashed across the ground. Su Luo's Black Wolf accelerated once more, moving like the wind. Soon, 2 more unfortunate souls fell victim, and as all beast tamers retreated, the Dragonman hybrid shifted its focus to the incessantly harassing swarm of beasts. High above, several supreme sacred beasts unleashed colossal forbidden spell techniques. Thunder, fire, and dragon breath rained down. The Dragonman hybrid's voice rumbled, guardian of the Water God. An ethereal female figure of the Water God materialized behind it, stretching out her arms as if to embrace the Dragonman hybrid. Multiple forbidden spells struck its form, yet failed to make the protective barrier of the goddess waver. The ground trembled violently. The earth was riddled with craters. A sight of utter devastation. As Su Luo fled into the distance, he glimpsed this scene through the shared vision of White Feather. With a slight grimace, he decided to wait for the faction to make its move. At this moment, Su Luo's only desire was to survive until the conclusion of the instance. Why haven't the big shots made their move yet? Soon, Xiao Bai and the others will be slaughtered. Hey, agent, halt. An obstruction lay ahead. The Black Wolf mech came to a stop, facing individuals presenting credentials from the royal faction. Su Luo was assigned a temporary mission to guard a secret weapon. Phew, finally. By this time, Su Luo was 50 kilometers away from the Dragonman hybrid, guarding a group of researchers assembling equipment. Ultimately, name, Skybreaker. Type, siege weapon. Quality, legendary. Attribute, none. Special effect, fires special source energy projectiles. Usage requirement, strength, 200. Remarks, a special weapon developed by a golden dragon alchemist, which once obliterated a so-called unfalling sky city in another world and breached the divine realm of a lesser deity, representing the ultimate form of the psychic cannon. Moments later, a 10-meter-tall massive cannon tower stood resolutely within the valley. Several burly men carried a peculiar box, reverently extracting a crystalline object, presumably the source energy projectile. After adjustments lasting a few minutes, they prepared for launch. Boom. Through White Feather's vision, Su Luo distinctly observed the Dragonman hybrid sensing something, prompting the goddess's ethereal form to reappear, bracing for defense. The special source energy projectile materialized instantly, striking the Dragonman hybrid. The previously impenetrable goddess shield shattered like glass. and the source energy projectile pierced through the Dragon Man hybrid's body. A roar of anguish erupted. Through White Feather's vision, Su Luo could see the combat strength of the Dragon Man hybrid plummeting, even dropping below 900,000. It was time to claim the kill. However, several figures emerged from the ranks, soaring into the distance. The Royal Guard Captain, the Royal General, and the Royal Academy Dean. Why didn't you all intervene earlier? Su Luo shook his head, now awaiting the outcome of the ensuing scramble. Su Luo found himself in a void space. As the instance concluded, countless images flashed before him. The final scene froze on the Dragon Man hybrid's defeat and demise under the assault of numerous royal dignitaries and opportunistic beast tamers. The professional Su Luo participated in the instance of the forbidden experiment. The ultimate result: he successfully navigated through phases 3 and survived. He received rewards amounting to 250 achievement points, with the option to exchange for items or convert into dream crystals. The redemption shop was now open. Su Luo exhaled. How fortunate, a flawless clear. However, it was a bit of a struggle to contend with those royal guards for the data on Forbidden 3. Thankfully, through everyone's efforts, the data for Forbidden 3 was seized by the Beast Tamer royal agents and subsequently traded among them, with those who survived completing their missions. He opened the redemption list, first exchanging the data for Forbidden 1, 2, and 3. As Su Luo had unlocked everything during the instance, there were no qualification restrictions. Forbidden 1, redemption price, 10 dream crystals or 10,000 achievement points. Forbidden 2, redemption price, 50 dream crystals or 50,000 achievement points. Forbidden 3, redemption price, 125 dream crystals or 1,250,000 achievement points. Su Luo blinked not once, redeeming them all. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. Su Luo clutched his head. Unsurprisingly, the useful insights pertained primarily to combinations of certain divine materials. Su Luo opened his eyes, a deeper intensity reflected within them. He accessed the final boss list: Water God Dragon Man Hybrid Embryo, and Dark Energy Spider Demon. Su Luo shook his head. Indeed, in the eyes of professionals, these supreme sacred beasts are mere rudimentary creations. In truth, the Dragon Man Hybrid Embryo was commendable, capable of providing a top-tier sacred beast Dragon Man physique, which under the care of a holy breeder, Su Luo could craft into something remarkable. However, having seen the data for Forbidden 3, Su Luo understood that the resources consumed by that entity were of a strategic nature, requiring substantial funds. For factions lacking substantial backing, it might be acceptable. But for Su Luo, the cost-to-benefit ratio was simply too low. The divine essence of the water god was quite potent, capable of enchanting equipment and even enhancing its quality to legendary status, yet the price was comparable to directly purchasing legendary gear. Just as Su Luo contemplated abandoning this pursuit and scrolled down the list, an option caught his attention. Name: Rebirth Dragon Spirit, Primal Blood Dragon. Level: LV 70. Attribute: None. Strength: 157. Agility: 168. Constitution: 252. Intelligence: 156. Spirit: 275. Charisma: 150. Race: Dragonkin, Primal Dragonkin, Saint Tier Monarch Level Dragonkin. Evaluation: the 100 Dragon Demon is an amalgamation of countless failed specimens. At the moment of its demise, the purer fragments of its soul coalesced with the remnants of its corporeal form, which retained some vitality, to create a new entity with a potential score of 280,000 and a combat power score of 450,000. Su Luo closed his eyes, reminiscing about the fierce battle that ensued. Upon opening them, he remarked, "This fellow is a serendipitous find, a perfect uncut gem." Chapter 115, The Primordial Spirit Dragon Egg. I have been promoted. Within the dungeon, unexpected phenomena often arise due to the actions of adventurers. In addition to this primordial blood dragon, there are 2 other dragons and a dragon man, all remnants of the dragon demon's prior corporeal materials, their incomplete wills having escaped after the original body perished. This primordial blood dragon is an entirely new life form. Fascinating, indeed. Su Luo expended 40 dream crystals to initiate an exchange. A massive chunk of flesh materialized before him. Su Luo sensed it. It indeed possessed life and proceeded to establish a contract. The contract was successful, and the information appeared. Name: Primordial Spirit Dragon Egg. Level: LV 40. Attributes: None. Strength: 100. Agility: 100. Constitution: 100. Intelligence: 100. Spirit: 100. Charisma: 100. Race: Dragon, Primordial Dragon, Saint Tier Monarch Level Dragon. Evaluation: a peculiar being formed from pure dragon soul and primordial dragon blood. What will hatch from this egg? Potential score 100, 000, 350, 000. Combat power score 50, 000, 175, 000. I am uncertain, yet I know what I can cultivate it into. Su Luo chuckled and chose to exit the void space. In the dungeon plaza, although slightly fatigued, likely due to the smoothness of his adventures, Su Luo felt quite well. He rejoiced at conquering the dungeon and proceeded to handle some matters at the shop. Upon returning home in the evening, Su Luo began to process the newly acquired dragon egg. Although the primordial spirit dragon egg is a rough gem, it cannot be bestowed with too great a potential before hatching, lest it become stagnant and grow slowly. A kinner, quietly reading beside him, inexplicably sneezed. Su Luo mused, however, it must not be too low, or else its potential will be difficult to unlock. Thus, let us aim for the upper-tier dragons. From the fruits of the dragon clan's heritage on the Tree of Life, an ethereal fruit began to amalgamate various dragon traits. I require a battle companion for direct confrontation, thus establishing earth, wood, and metal as foundational attributes. The earth battle dragon, the emerald jade dragon, and the golden scale dragon serve as base materials. Here it comes, huh? Let me examine the compatibility. Compatibility, 100, perfect match. Su Luo utilized the Tree of Life to simulate what the primordial spirit dragon egg could evolve into after absorbing this heritage fruit. Simulation complete. It can evolve into a top-tier dragon with a potential score of approximately 320, 000. Not too shabby, then you shall be the one. Su Luo directly expended a considerable amount of life force and spiritual energy to materialize this fruit, placing it atop the primordial spirit dragon egg, where it transformed into liquid and was promptly absorbed. State altered to incubation. 3 brawny dragons. I hope your transformation will meet my expectations. Su Luo patted the dragon egg and stored it in the Beastmaster space. Now, it was time to attend to his own matters. In the deep of night, 3 dream crystals turned to dust, elevating Su Luo's transmutation master level to LV20. Opening his eyes, he retrieved the scroll obtained from the young man, the sacred heritage scroll, part of the holy transmuter. Su Luo tore open the scroll, and a phantasmal giant ape emerged, howling to the heavens before dispersing into countless motes of light that drifted into Su Luo's body. He seemed to witness herds of beasts galloping across the earth, colossal birds soaring in the sky, and schools of fish swimming through the waters. His eyes appeared to have experienced countless epochs, witnessing the vicissitudes of time and the life journey of myriad beasts. System prompt. You have utilized the sacred heritage scroll. You have acquired the skill heart of the holy transmuter, transmutation master LV20, holy transmuter LV1. Su Luo exhaled deeply. Next, sleep beckoned. Exhaustion nearly overwhelmed him. Engaging in the intermediate dream dungeon, calculating the cultivation direction for the primordial spirit dragon egg, and advancing his profession, each task was no easy feat. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already the next day. Su Luo slumbered soundly. For the following period, Su Luo maintained a regular routine. Mornings were spent setting up shop. Afternoons were for various activities, and evenings were dedicated to the arena. Occasionally, he attended a class every 5 days, and during the middle of the month, Old Ho delivered the staff and 2 exquisite rings Su Luo had ordered, the Flame Legend Inferno ring, the Ice Legend Arctic ring, and the initially ordered Shadow Beastmaster staff. His combat power surged once more. After several days in the arena, Su Luo found his score stagnating. Competing against high-ranking opponents at the Saint tier was no simple matter. Most competitors, besides being high-level saints, possessed a secondary Saint tier profession, making them exceedingly formidable, ideal for Su Luo to hone his skills. With few in number, they became familiar with one another over the days, forming their opinions of Su Luo. That kid's battle beast is ferocious. Best to avoid him and target the Beastmaster first. In later matches, opponents relentlessly pursued Su Luo, while Baiyu struck from the rear, and Honghua and Lan Bing restrained foes in front. In most instances, no one could breach Su Luo's twin defenses. Currently, Su Luo ranked 3rd in the high-level tier. This was quite reasonable, given Baiyu's combat power of over 700, 000, and the twins' 600, 000. They were at the pinnacle of the Saint tier. Thus, even though Su Luo remained at level 61, he still occupied a position at the top of the food chain in the high-level arena. The top 2 competitors had staggered schedules, one competing in the morning and the other in the afternoon, resulting in Su Luo never having the opportunity to face them directly. One day, after finishing his stall, Su Luo, having practiced the holy transmutation technique for a while, eagerly entered the elite arena, hoping to match with a fortunate opponent for practice. Selecting a machine. Upon entering, he was welcomed to the elite arena. Competitor WM066, Su Luo. He received a notification that a voting activity was underway in his area. Inquiring if he wished to participate, Su Luo was perplexed. What is this? A vote in the arena? Opening the prompt. He learned it concerned a proposal to forcibly promote competitor W06 to the pinnacle tier. Su Luo thought, such a thing exists? They can forcibly promote someone? Upon reviewing the details, he discovered that individuals had reported to the staff that this competitor exhibited significant power imbalances, leading to a community vote. Power imbalance? What shameless person is still bullying weaklings in the lower tier? Vote, vote, vote. Su Luo clicked confirm. Like me, even at level 61, I was placed in the high tier and didn't cause a fuss. Su Luo exited the options, intending to match with another contender who might bring him some joy. Today, he decided to utilize his super fusion ability, as this skill only grew more proficient with practice. Imagining the scene of commanding the fused twins in a spectacular display, Su Luo felt a wave of relief. Matching with an opponent. System notification. You are temporarily unable to use this feature. What? Has the arena undergone maintenance? Su Luo shook his head, deciding to wait a while and seek amusement elsewhere. Today's arena resembled an elven city, and Su Luo entered a treehouse tavern. Oh, have you placed your bets? Of course I did. That guy was laughing heartily when he blasted me with that scruffy bird. Indeed. He even used 2 divine spirits to unleash a dual onslaught of ice and fire upon me. However, I must say, the sensation was quite unique. Su Luo ordered a bottle of fruit wine, and a beautiful green-haired elven waitress approached to hand him the cup. As Su Luo listened, he grew increasingly uneasy. Glancing at the competitor's number, it seemed eerily familiar. Could it be me? No way. Su Luo contemplated inquiring with the administrator about whether that individual was himself. Suddenly, the scene before Su Luo transformed. He found himself in a sparsely populated area. System notification, you have been promoted to the pinnacle zone. Su Luo felt a surge of anger, tempted to hurl the wine cup down, a certain plant name surfacing in his mind. He restrained himself, suppressing his fury. After finishing the wine, he stepped forward. Perfect. I am indeed curious to see what this pinnacle zone is like. Chapter 116, Invitation to Battle. The Elite Arena's pinnacle zone was, in fact, quite small, merely a small area beneath a massive elven tree. Well, that was to be expected, after all. How many could there be in the pinnacle zone? The advanced zone had a mere 200 participants, and the pinnacle zone. Su Luo checked the leaderboard. He currently ranked last, in the 49th position. Wow, I am somehow among the top 50 in the pinnacle zone. With nothing to do, he grumbled slightly. Approaching the elven tree, he noticed a few individuals engaging with the colossal ancient tree. As he drew near, a black-armored knight greeted him amicably. Hey, young man. I heard you were kicked up here? Su Luo responded. That stings, my friend. The black-armored knight donned fearsome black demonic armor, towering around 1.90 meters. With a massive greatsword strapped to his back, accompanied by a nightmare steed emanating dark mist. Huh, don't be upset. I read the report. You were invincible in the advanced zone. You should have passed the pinnacle assessment long ago. Staying in the advanced zone ISNT exactly ideal, the knight chuckled. Su Luo shrugged. Thanks for the consolation. The assessment for the pinnacle zone required a combat strength of around 500,000, which Su Luo could easily surpass now that his 3 battle pets had taken shape. However, he had wanted to practice in the advanced zone, given his low level, which unfortunately drew public ire. The black-armored knight smiled. I'm Zong Qinjin, currently ranked 9th in the pinnacle zone. My profession is Chaos Warrior. Su Luo replied. I'm Su Luo, presently at the bottom, with the profession of Holy Beast Tamer. They shook hands. Zong Qinjin remarked, by the way, Su Luo, you're only level 61? The disparity in your combat power is quite vast. Your battle pets must be formidable. Su Luo nodded, noting the knight's somewhat arrogant expression, indicating he was indeed competent. Shall we spar? Zong Qinjin proposed. Sure, Su Luo agreed. System notification. Competitor HJ003 invites you to a duel. Do you accept? Su Luo, accept. The two were transported to a vast forest. The duel commenced. From the outset, Su Luo could sense an overwhelming energy emanating from his opponent. In his perception, Zong Qinjin appeared as a towering giant, strikingly prominent. Su Luo soared into the air. A summoning array flickered as Baiyu descended, flapping its wings. The fiery red and icy blue forms transformed into gemstone shapes, entering Su Luo's hands. The ring of extreme flame and the ring of extreme cold. Ice and fire shield. Activate. He prioritized defense, ensuring it was maximized. The Chaos Warrior Zong Qinjin charged towards him on his nightmare steed. Perhaps due to his lack of a shielding spirit artifact, Su Luo could glean some information about him. Name, Zong Qinjin. Level, LV75. Main profession, Holy Chaos Warrior LV15. Secondary professions, Chaos Sorcerer LV9, Chaos Knight LV11. Attributes, Strength, Agility. Evaluation, a high-level, rare profession, the Chaos Warrior, capable of wielding formidable chaotic power. Combat strength rating 500,000 to 750,000. His steed is a moderately ranked nightmare beast, relatively ordinary, with combat power exceeding 200,000. Nothing else could be discerned. Baiyu unleashed a composite spell. A myriad of elemental energy orbs bombarding Zong Qinjin below. Boom. The wail of the nightmare steed echoed. Little black. Zong Qinjin leaped into action. Chaos slash. A beam of black light sliced through. Baiyu's protective spirit shield shattered like paper under the black light. Baiyu instantaneously blinked, forcefully evading. However, the spell consumed significant energy and could not be used excessively. Oh, quick reflexes. Normally, I should attack the Beast Tamer directly. But today I'll indulge my little brother Su Luo a bit. So, Zong Qinjin raised his great sword, chanting an incantation, Chaotic Wave. The chaotic energy flowed continuously across his body, reminiscent of undulating waves. Yip yip. Baiyu unleashed its full firepower, empowered by Su Luo's blessing skill. Delivering its mightiest strike, Elemental Annihilation Forbidden Spell. A composite forbidden spell of multiple attributes, exceedingly powerful, costing Su Luo a substantial amount. A radiant beam of 7 colors descended upon the warrior below. Alright. Zong Qinjin bellowed. Demon God slash, second form. A colossal black-armored demon god apparition materialized behind Zong Qinjin, wielding an utterly dark great sword. As Zong Qinjin moved, it unleashed a cataclysmic slash. The black sword light clashed against Baiyu's colorful radiance, surging against the light before piercing through Baiyu's form. Baiyu's body was cleaved in two, severing the mental connection. This demon god slash, while devastating the body, could also consume the soul. However, a remnant of white light struck Zong Qinjin below. His black armor melted, emitting white smoke under the elemental annihilation light, his body scorched. A massive surge of chaotic power erupted, and his figure vanished in an instant. Without a doubt, Su Luo knew where he would reappear. He infused all his spiritual power into his spirit shield. Bang! Sizzle! The great sword struck Su Luo's shield, repeatedly piercing it. The shield straining to hold as the red fire and blue ice valiantly shared their spiritual energy with Su Luo. Did he manage to withstand it? A fleeting black light surged past. The chaos great sword pierced through the spirit shield, subsequently penetrating Su Luo's elegant attire. Yet, he did not continue his assault. Zong Qinjin halted his actions. Haha, Su Luo. This time, I win, he declared, showing mercy and choosing to withdraw. Su Luo shook his head, conceding defeat. System notification. Competitor WM066 has chosen to concede. Congratulations to competitor HJ003 for winning this duel. In 30 seconds, both competitors and the arena would restore. The giant tree, severed in half, and the collapsed peaks returned to their original state, and the two figures vanished. Returning to the zenith of the arena, beneath the Tree of Spirits, Su Luo, having survived the battle, found himself in a favorable condition, slightly better than his companion, Zong Qinjin, who had been struck by Baiyu's elemental annihilation curse. Zong Qinjin exclaimed, Haha, Su Luo, your battle beast is incredibly strong. After clashing with my demon god slash, it still managed to leave me in a weakened state. Su Luo replied, You are even more formidable. By the way, if you were to attack me directly, how many moves would it take? Zong Qinjin tilted his head, seemingly contemplating the question. Perhaps just one move? Your other class levels are too low. Typically, every peak challenger possesses 2 primary sacred tier classes, but you seem to have specialized in just one. Su Luo shared this sentiment. Subsequently, Zong Qinjin decided to take a break and logged off first. But not before introducing some features to Su Luo. Simulated combat. It's quite similar to the battle assessment, but with more precision, allowing you to select opponents within a power range of 50,000. You can choose from sacred tier to super sacred, up to a staggering 990,000. Notably, once your power exceeds 750,000, there's a daily limit on the number of challenges, and it's first come, first served. Gazing at the options, Su Luo chose to engage at the 10,000 power level. He wanted to test if he could defeat a sacred tier opponent utilizing only his shape-shifting abilities. A colossal energy warrior clashed with a massive treant, engaging in a fierce battle. Ultimately, just before exhaustion set in, Su Luo managed to defeat the treant and emerged victorious, transforming into a beam of light, vanishing from the simulated battlefield. Ugh, that was exceedingly difficult. Su Luo began to adopt his werewolf form, but his smaller stature made it challenging to breach the defenses of the 20-meter-tall treant. In the sacred bear form, although his defense was considerably higher, his sluggish speed allowed the treant's branches to ensnare him repeatedly, requiring a great deal of effort to break free. Finally, he transformed into a giant over 10 meters tall, dodging left and attacking right. Relying on his elevated attributes, he barely managed to wear down the Treant. Through this evenly matched combat, Su Luo realized that his shape-shifting skills might be ridiculed as mere superficiality. His combat experience was lacking, and the martial techniques associated with his shape-shifting forms were deficient. There was much to improve upon. Looking up at the sky, the weather in the arena remained splendid, with clear blue skies. He turned around. Ouch, my back. Chapter 117, Hatching. I can't take it anymore. I must log off. The internet-addicted youth Su Luo decided to disconnect. In the stillness of the night, Su Luo contemplated the most suitable combat style for himself and discovered that no matter how he calculated, the ultimate conclusion was simply 2 words: all-rounder. Indeed, there are no weaknesses among peak Sacred Tier practitioners. Tearing open a legacy scroll, he acquired the skill Sacred Wild Nature. This ability was significantly easier to master than the heart of the Sacred Shapeshifter, although it was considered a core skill of that class. Nonetheless, many Sacred Shapeshifters did not pay much attention to it. The Sacred Wild Nature is akin to the myriad hearts of the Sacred Beast Tamer. It provides immense bonuses to oneself, allowing one to become whatever they wish, greatly enhancing combat power, though the drawback is the risk of losing one's true self. The heart of the Sacred Shapeshifter is required to maintain sincerity. Thus, many Sacred Shapeshifters merely practice this skill briefly before pursuing a secondary class. The secondary classes most suitable for shapeshifters are warriors and spirit mages, with most shapeshifters choosing based on their aptitude and insight. System notification: you have utilized the Sacred Legacy Scroll. You have acquired the skill Sacred Wild Nature, level 1. Su Luo sighed. Phew, it's done. Time to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound, sensing that something within the beast taming space emitted a noise. Today, it had finally hatched, quite unexpectedly, at this moment. Shaking his head, Su Luo summoned the dragon egg into his room. The egg was adorned with numerous dream crystals, and the dragon nest beneath it was inscribed with a hatching spiritual array. For the dragon egg, this was the epitome of a luxurious dwelling. The blood-red shell shattered. Roar. A small dragon peeked out. Name: Sanlin Young Dragon. Level: LV 50. Attributes: Gold. Wood Earth. Strength: 175. Agility: 168. Constitution: 185. Intelligence: 120. Spirit: 120. Charm: 125. Race: Dragon, Elemental Hybrid Dragon, Sacred Tier, Monarch Level Dragon. Evaluation: Pure Dragon Soul, Primal Dragon Blood. Forming a pristine dragon egg, which, after being nurtured by a certain breeder, possesses the potential of a top-tier pure blood dragon. Potential score 390,000. Combat power score 1, 250,000. Su Luo examined its status, nodding in satisfaction. With such combat power, it would still require dragon blood transformation, but that was a trivial matter. The Sanlin Young Dragon turned and devoured the remnants of its shell before circling around Su Luo. Roar! It communicated telepathically. I'm hungry. Su Luo responded, no problem. With a snap of his fingers, he retrieved a substantial amount of spirit pet food from his storage space, which had been prepared in advance. After red fire and blue ice switched to consuming elemental crystals, there was quite a bit left over. Little Jingxin and Baizhe had no interest in this food, and the black wolf could easily sustain itself with a charge. The Sanlin Young Dragon leaped onto the mound of food and began to eat heartily. Su Luo stroked his chin, pondering, I've always considered myself poor at naming, but it seems I must name you. How about Jinmu too? Although it was unclear whether the name resonated with the one who would be fed, the Sanlin Young Dragon emitted a faint growl of discontent. Su Luo remarked, not to your liking? How about Jinyu Sure? Roar. Su Luo clasped his head with both hands and ruffled his hair. I can't take it anymore. My head is about to explode. Let us go with Sure Jinyu. The Sanlin Young Dragon tilted its head, contemplated for a moment, and then roared with a clear voice, which seemed to indicate agreement. On the system interface, the Sanlin Young Dragon's name changed to Sure Jinyu. Su Luo quickly regained his composure and snapped his fingers, resolving the matter perfectly. Checking the time, it was nearing midnight. He glanced at the Sure Jinyu's eating speed. Take your time. Call me when you're done. Turning towards his bedroom, he suddenly remembered something, paused, and returned to the living room, retrieving another pile of spirit pet food from his storage space and tossing it into the living room. Enjoy your meal and drink well. Goodbye. The next morning, Su Luo awoke to find little Jingxin racing in front of him. Jingxin Baizhe, Su Luo, today I'm participating in the inaugural racing event organized by the school. Just wanted to say hello. While preparing milk, Su Luo responded, huh? Jingxin Baizhe, this is an official event. I signed up a few days ago for the ground team. Su Luo exclaimed, huh? Jingxin Baizhe, I'm heading to the practice track now. The race is in the afternoon, so if you have time, come cheer for me. With that, she dashed into the garage below. He heard her voice. I told you the master would agree. I'm off. Old Black. Roar. The sound of the engine revving echoed. Watching her disappear, Su Luo chuckled, then suddenly realized. Wait, did I just agree to that? It seems I did. Or did I not? Little Bai Zai's stealth abilities were remarkably high. Even top-tier sacred detection techniques could only reveal that it was a master-level potential white deer. It remained low-key, leaving others to wonder how Su Luo had cultivated such a formidable beast companion. After breakfast, Lilith called out, Master. Su Luo, enjoying his day off and not setting up his stall, lay on the sofa reading the breeder's journal. What's the matter? Su Luo asked. Lilith, the previous pet trading firm and the pet breeding base have officially merged. Should we decide on a formal name? Solo whatever. Let's call it the Boutique Battle Pet Store. Lilith. Master, that name has already been registered. I will select a few options for you to choose from. Solo, alright. Solo glanced at the myriad of names projected by Lilith. Let's name it the Starlit Battle Pet Pavilion. Lilith. Checked and confirmed. No duplicates found. Master. Shall we apply this name to the parent company as well? Solo, sure. Wait. This battle beast can be handled like this too? Lilith. The company name has been registered and renamed, currently in a remote meeting. A little while later, Lilith. Master. The Starlit Chamber of Commerce is in dire need of breeding masters. The demand is substantial. Solo stood up. Starlit? Oh, that's my company, right? If they need breeding masters, they can just recruit. Lilith. Breeding masters are quite rare talents in the Phoenix West District, highly sought after. As a friendly reminder, there is a graduate recruitment fair at the Dream Academy today. You might want to consider it. Solo sighed. Fine, I'll drop by. After changing his clothes, he stepped out the door. Damn it, just when I finally get a moment to rest, he grumbled. As the 5th year of studies approached graduation, the most exceptional students had already reached the Saint rank, though their numbers were scarce, fewer than 50. The stronger cohort could amass a Saint rank battle pet or a core skill of the Saint rank, raising their own levels to around 55. Even the weakest among them could reach level 50, ensuring that nearly everyone would secure a top-tier super beast. Most graduates would choose to join guilds, venturing into secret realms or other worlds to accumulate resources and enhance their levels and skills. However, some individuals, due to their lack of combat aptitude or aversion to violence, would seek more stable occupations, such as professional mentors or breeders. Solo's goal was precisely these individuals. Looking at the prompt from Lilith, it seemed optimal to recruit around 3 to 5 people initially. Solo felt this was a challenge, considering his modest company was located in a remote area with average wages. Chapter 118, Recruitment. Lilith had already applied for recruitment qualifications with the Academy, and Solo went directly to the recruitment venue. The venue was situated in the bustling central plaza within the Academy. Solo found an empty spot, and after a while, a delivery person brought a promotional board. The two quickly set it up before the courier bid farewell. Solo leaned against the corner, perusing some publications while awaiting interested seniors. He watched as people lined up in droves at the premier battle guilds in the distance. After a long wait, only a few individuals approached the recruitment spot of his small company. Solo felt a twinge of disappointment. Solo Jr. Someone called out to him. Solo turned to see 3 individuals holding guild flyers, one of whom was a somewhat delicate-looking young man greeting him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Senior Fong Yafan. They had previously attended the beast breeding course together, but Fong had failed the 3rd level. However, that was understandable, strictly speaking. The 3rd level of beast breeding was not designed for ordinary students, but rather for seasoned masters. Solo greeted warmly. Hey, Senior, are you looking for a job? I'm just bored and noting down which benefits are better. Would you like to hear? Solo's words piqued the interest of another young man he was familiar with, who had also attended beast breeding level 2. His name was Yi Guang. Yi Guang approached to greet him. Long time no see, Solo. Which guilds offer better benefits? We're mainly looking for something a bit more relaxed. We're not suited for combat. Solo produced the table he had idly compiled, detailing the various guilds' freedoms, benefits, and work intensities. Hey, a girl poked Yi Guang's side, glancing at the recruitment information on the board beside Solo. Yi Guang exclaimed, Oh, Solo, you started a company? The benefits seem decent. Solo, you're impressive. Solo replied, I've opened a battle pet company and am currently looking for breeders. Yi Guang remarked, I remember you passed beast breeding level 3, right? That is quite impressive. With some experience, passing the Saint Breeder qualification shouldn't be too difficult. Running a regular battle pet company is relatively simple, but 1T recruiting master breeders be a bit much? After all, their salaries are not low. Fong Yefan coughed twice. That Yi Guang, Solo has already passed beast breeding level 4 and even participated in the grand tournament, winning the Balanced Star Award. He was also ranked high on the previous campus breeding list. Yi Guang was taken aback, not expecting this revelation. Wow, that's really impressive. Solo scratched his head. Huh? I suppose that's the case. I forgot if I was 4th or 5th. By the way, Senior, do you have anyone you could recommend? My company is still in its initial stages, but we have sufficient funds, and with me, a top-tier saint breeder at the helm, the conditions are. You're already a top-tier saint. The others exclaimed in unison. Solo clarified. The prize from the grand tournament included a top-tier inheritance crystal, and I've been diligently practicing with clients. Researching, and now I'm already a top-tier saint breeder. Junior, hold on, they murmured amongst themselves. A moment later, Fong Yefan stepped forward. Junior, do you have employee training? If there are areas where we struggle, can we consult you? That is certainly manageable. Solo nodded in agreement. Awesome. Junior, do you think I'd be suitable? Fong Yefan jumped for joy, then inquired further. Solo, Senior, I certainly trust you. Could you recommend a few more? Fong Yefan, that's easy. I have a little group of breeders. I'll send a message shortly. But does your company still recruit combat professionals? Yi Guang and his girlfriend are from the Phoenix West District and have some ideas. Solo, I'll check on that. Communicating with Lilith, since combat positions were slightly easier to fill, she planned to recruit locally. However, since there was interest, there were still openings available. Thus, Solo agreed to bring on the other two, and soon. After Fong Yefan shared that Solo was now a top-tier saint breeder and would organize employee training in their breeder group chat, several individuals expressed interest and came for interviews. Solo casually asked a few questions, and both parties signed contracts. In fact, two young men even tore up their previous contracts with a major guild, incurring a penalty of several million, ultimately recruiting a total of 7 breeders, along with Yi Guang and 2 combat staff. Lilith sent the individuals' information to headquarters, instructing them to report after graduation. The recruitment of breeders was successfully concluded. Solo checked the time. It was just before 2 o'clock, and he should still make it to Baize's racing event. Solo, Lilith, check the location for that racing event. Lilith, location confirmed. The Ground Team South competition will take place at the Northwest Square in the Northern region, officially starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Solo smirked. It's a bit early. But oh well. Solo soared into the sky, heading towards the Northern Square. During the flight, he pondered what this event was truly about. The issue of leaving battle pets unattended has long plagued the school administration. These spirited creatures, when their masters are absent, tend to run rampant, even resulting in incidents of battle pet fatalities. Consequently, each district now has designated personnel conducting inspections to avert such mishaps. In recent years, the situation has improved somewhat. However, it appears that the incidents have merely shifted to the shadows, with battle pets roaming freely each night. Ultimately, the school decided to organize various competitions to provide an outlet for these abandoned battle pets, allowing them to enjoy the prizes they win, with their masters unable to intervene directly. Across the 4 major campuses, several small plazas have been constructed, serving as battlegrounds for these creatures, where each district's champions will claim dominion, though the allocation of territories will change with each event. In addition to racing competitions, there will also be fighting and team battle events. Although the officials do not openly endorse gambling, it is rumored that they turn a blind eye while imposing certain restrictions. Looking at the plethora of prizes and regulations, Su Luo remarked, the school has done quite the interesting job. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how the battle pets would perform. In the northern region, the Northwest Plaza, once a desolate location, now buzzed with excitement. Even vending robots, sensing business opportunities, gathered to sell their wares. Ding dong. Su Luo purchased a bottle of beverage and a barrel of fruit wine, handing the latter to Baiyu. Currently, Baiyu stood just over a meter tall, having utilized a shape-shifting spell. Some sacred beasts possess the ability to alter their forms, and even some erudite dragons can assume human shapes without compromising their battle prowess. Baiyu, originally incapable of such a feat, had insisted on acquiring it after witnessing other sacred beasts employing the technique. Gulping down the drink, Baiyu exclaimed, Come and see how our dear Jingxin drives. Su Luo, sipping his drink, glanced towards the arena where Xiao Jingxin awaited the start of the race. Visibly anxious within the cockpit of the Black Wolf, a furtive shadow suddenly appeared before Su Luo. Hey, want to place a bet? The little black cat explained. The official odds provide a maximum reward of 108 to 1, with transaction fees allocated to support the mental and physical well-being of the unattended battle pets. Su Luo replied, let me see, accepting the flyer. I'll place 50,000 on number 6. He noted that number 6 represented Xiao Jingxin and the Black Wolf. All right, boss. Here's your ticket. Upon hearing the sound of the transfer, the little cat handed Su Luo a ticket before scurrying off to promote elsewhere. Baiyu exclaimed, Boss, what about me? I want to bet too. With a sigh, Su Luo instructed Lilith to transfer funds once more, just this once. Baiyu leaped, circling around Su Luo twice in delight. Thank you, boss. After landing, he scrutinized the betting sheet, declaring, I want this one, the blood horse. It looks fast, and should outperform the combination of the little deer and the black dog. As the race was about to commence, Bayu fixated intently on the competition grounds, particularly on the crimson steed labeled as number 3. Go, go, go! A female angel flapped her wings, floating above the racetrack with a microphone in hand. Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural Battle Pet Racing event. This is the ground division, featuring elite competitors from various regions, all striving for victory. Get ready. The starting lights began their countdown. 3, 2, 1. Roaring sounds erupted as numerous figures surged forward: motorcycles, sedans, off-road vehicles, and even battle horses. Lions, tigers, and rabbits in a dazzling array. Within 30 seconds of the start, the first curve delineated two groups. The first tier sped ahead, while the second tier stumbled, with some even colliding. A 5-meter-long white rabbit, seemingly daft yet cunningly clever, executed a swift maneuver, kicking a golden-haired lion into the wall. Enraged, the lion erupted from the wall, its fury palpable as it activated its berserk skill, pursuing the rabbit with a powerful leap. In the process, it collided with a nearby black-striped tiger. The trio engaged in a fierce brawl, unleashing wind blades, entangling vines, and fireballs. Chaos reigned as their drivers, including hamsters, birds, and dogs, jumped out to join the fray, creating a raucous spectacle. Nearby spectators were enthralled, their adrenaline surging at the thrilling scene, reveling in the fact that they were witnessing this for free. Su Luo mused, "What a pity I'm not over there." Nearby, a girl in white leapt up, shouting, "Dumb white rabbit, little hamster, please stop fighting." To Su Luo's surprise, she was a Beastmaster for one of the teams, although they had been eliminated early. Much to her disappointment, eventually, a blue-dressed sorceress soared down from the sky, casting 2 freezing spells that encased the brawling battle pets in ice. Feeling her overwhelming presence, Su Luo thought, a top-tier holy sorceress? It seems the administration places great importance on this event. The race continued unabated, as the participants had likely grown accustomed to such interruptions. Jingxin and the Black Wolf performed admirably, securing a position in the first tier right from the start. After a few turns, they consistently maintained a spot in the top 4. Su Luo noted that they needed to complete 3 laps in total. Currently, out of 32 competitors, over a dozen had been eliminated due to fighting, with a notice indicating that the fighting had exceeded the time limit. So this is a racing event, is it? He pondered. As the first lap concluded and the second commenced, the first tier was approaching the second tier, their speed considerably faster, almost a full lap ahead. A knight on a battle horse, frustrated by the competitors blocking his path, shouted, "Dueling slash." 2 massive waves of sword energy sent 3 contenders flying off the track, resulting in their disqualification. An off-road vehicle extended 2 cannons, firing several projectiles that knocked out a number of contestants. Su Luo gasped, "Is this scene really this wild? I wonder if Xiao Jingxin will be scared." Just then, the broadcast shifted to the Jingxin and Black Wolf team. Observing the chaotic battlefield ahead, Jingxin's expression hardened. "You're clearing out the weaklings far too slowly, Old Black." The Black Wolf responded with an electronic voice, activating preset combat mode, energy cannon array engaged. As they sped forward, the motorcycle transformed, revealing an array of source energy machine guns and cannons. The Black Wolf instantly morphed into a demon of weaponry. In a flash, blue energy projectiles erupted forth like fireworks, overwhelming the second tier of competitors. With this opportunity, a 4-wheeler darted past the Black Wolf, perhaps due to prior preparation. It had activated its energy shield just as the Black Wolf unleashed its barrage. Haha. As it overtook the Black Wolf, it emitted a synthesized laugh through its speakers, taunting the little Jingxin and the Black Wolf team. A woo. The Black Wolf let out a digital howl, clearly dissatisfied. The race swiftly transitioned into the 3rd lap, the final showdown. Only 10 competitors remained on the track, with 1 lagging significantly behind, likely the last lucky survivor, trembling in the presence of the formidable contenders, seeking refuge from afar. Despite the diligent efforts of the Tranquil by Zay team to catch up, they currently find themselves in 6th place. Su Luo sighed. Is there truly no chance left? Bayu encouraged, "Go for it. Blood Horse. Keep going." An array of spectators rose to their feet, applauding and cheering. A magnificent chimera beast appeared, with a female horned sorceress from an exotic race perched atop it, evidently a battle companion contracted by certain individuals. The sorceress raised her staff to unleash arcane spells, prompting the chimera to expel a fireball into the summoned spirit array. Subsequently, a colossal prototype spiritual magic array manifested in the sky, raining down numerous massive fireballs. The angelic host exclaimed, Contestant number 2 has unleashed a meteor shower. While its power may be modest, it significantly impacts the competitor's speed." A brown warhorse deftly dodged the fireballs, its eyes flashing with a golden light. With a resounding crash, it unleashed a force of earth energy that reached the very core of the planet, causing the ground to tremble violently. Contestant number 7 has invoked an earthquake. This is disastrous. The terrain will be distorted. Under the tremors, streetlights toppled, and portions of the racetrack crumbled. Several vehicular battle companions were flung into the air. Though the tranquil Black Wolf team remained unscathed, the Black Wolf transformed from its war chariot form into a source energy beast, leaping over debris and crossing vast fissures. After traversing the earthquake zone, it reverted to its chariot form and continued to gallop forward. Only 7 contestants remained in the final phase. A colossal spiritual energy chariot, piloted by a high-level spiritual puppet, declared, "No one shall seize our prize, the light energy lock. All contestants ahead must come to a halt." The chariot's massive cannons fired several light locks, which, despite attempts to evade, seemed to possess a locking mechanism that erratically tracked and latched onto the rear of several vehicles. 3 cavalry riders appeared unfazed by this tactic, raising their great swords to sever the light locks. The lock snapped, but the blood horse was evidently unable to gauge its strength, launching itself forward as the locks broke. Bayou lamented, "My blood-red horse." Seizing the opportunity, the tranquil Black Wolf team surged ahead of the spiritual energy chariot. The chariot fired another light lock in an attempt to ensnare the Black Wolf. With her eyes closed, Tranquil murmured an incantation, "Righteousness." Su Luo remarked, "Oh, I have yet to witness this technique. Is it a supreme defensive capability?" The Black Wolf chariot gradually became transparent, vanishing from sight just in time to evade the light lock. Is this invisibility? As the final stage approached, the contestants could see the finish line. All minds focused on flooring the accelerator and charging forth. The angel wiped the sweat from her brow. Finally, the contestants have quieted down. They are poised to cross the finish line. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures surged past in succession. The first place belongs to Chapter 120, Race Rankings and Unexpected Encounters. The angelic host announced, the first place is claimed by the Skeletal Warhorse and the Death Knight's skeletal combination. TCH. A group of contestants allowed the undead to take first place. How incompetent. The angelic hostess had an inherent disdain for the undead, muttering under her breath. The second and third places were awarded to the Crimson Team and the Tranquil Black Wolf Team, respectively, due to the Black Wolf Team's use of invisibility. The machine was calculating who would claim second place, thankfully not involving the undead. The fourth place went to the Cybernetic Mechanical Team, whose energy chariot, which fired countless light locks, ultimately finished in fifth place. As the chariot's door opened, a humanoid entity radiating white light emerged, and upon hearing the result, furiously struck the ground with a fist. Damn it. Su Luo deduced that the glowing figure was likely a spirit. Sixth place went to the Electric Lion Team. Seventh to the Fluffy Team, and eighth, the host's voice trailed off in indifference. A blue-skirted holy sorceress soared into the sky, tapping the angel's head with her staff. "Atu Mei, pay attention." Her voice echoed through the microphone, audible across the entire square. "Ah, yes, yes." 10th place goes to the True Selection Team, and 11th. The angel Atu Mei seemed to hear something, tilting her ear to listen. "Ah, everyone, pay attention. The determination of third place has arrived. Look at the big screen." Baize leapt from the chariot, leaning against the Black Wolf as they awaited the results. While Su Luo stood up, listening intently, Baiyu tore up his ticket, scattering the pieces on the ground. "Damn blood-red horse. Useless thing, it's ruined me. How infuriating." The big screen displayed the image of both competitors crossing the finish line simultaneously, the Black Wolf remaining invisible, yet still rendered a phantom by the calculations. According to the rules, both contestants had nearly crossed the line at the same time, necessitating a determination based on their centers. The image shifted. Both competitors were of comparable size, roughly 4 meters tall. The calculated center positions were also remarkably close, almost coinciding. "Wow, are we to share second and third places?" The crowd erupted into a buzz of surprise at this unexpected outcome. The angel Atu Mei clarified, "This center is not based on length, but on the overall center." The big screen shifted again, revealing that due to the differing structures of the chariot and the warhorse, with the chariot's engine at the front, its overall center was slightly more forward. Thus, the second place in this race goes to the Tranquil Black Wolf Team, and the third place to the Crimson Team. Applause erupted. Tranquil Baize approached the crimson armored warrior of the Crimson Team. The race was exhilarating. "I hope we have the opportunity to compete again." The Crimson Warrior extended his hand, with all joints emitting a void, revealing him to be an armored entity of sentience. Their fists collided in a friendly gesture. "Well done." Su Luo clapped, surprised by how well little Tranquil had performed. "Why can't you be as capable, blood-red horse?" Baiyu sighed, his head lowered. As the competition concluded, ribbons and flowers descended from above, and officials distributed prizes and medals to the top-ranking contestants. The arena restored its original state with the activation of dream instruments. The battle companions that had clashed on the field were retrieved by their respective masters. Thus, The inaugural Battle Pet racing event came to a successful conclusion. Su Luo stepped forward to greet the tranquil Black Wolf, only to be caught by a paw. Why, you exclaimed, boss. There's another race, the aquatic group. Give me a chance. I can still make my losses back. A flash of light enveloped by you as he was forcibly returned to the beast space. Sigh, a gambler will never find peace, Su Luo mused, intending to provide him with some psychological comfort. Let us welcome the tranquil Black Wolf. Little Tranquil exclaimed, Su Luo. We did splendidly, didn't we? Right? Yes, indeed. Su Luo nodded, affectionately stroking Little Tranquil's antlers and patting the Black Wolf's chassis. By the way, how do you plan to spend your prize money? Would you like me to help you save it? The three of them exited the venue amidst the throng. That evening, there was reportedly a battle competition for battle pets, the kind without the control of Beastmasters. Su Luo decided to attend, first resolving his dinner plans. To his surprise, he encountered the team of Shangguan Mingqi engaged in a team-building dinner. Given the limited number of decent restaurants on campus, such encounters were not uncommon. Hey, Su Luo, come join us. As Su Luo entered the hall, Shangguan Mingqi spotted him and waved him over. Oh, are you off today? Su Luo took a seat beside Shangguan Mingqi. As the trainer who provided discounts to the entire team, Su Luo earned the respect of all team members. Master Su, Senior Su, hello Su Luo. Almost all members of the team rose in salute. Su Luo, there is no need for formalities, by the way. Mingqi, how is your beast cultivation progressing? Shangguan Mingqi sighed. The Red Heart has successfully advanced to the intermediate level of the holy rank, quite smoothly. Su Luo nodded and poured himself a drink. How much will it cost to continue its advancement to the later stage of the holy rank? Shangguan Mingqi, Zhongsu and Beiliang mentioned that my Red Heart's potential is rather limited and suggested I consider replacing it. If I were to continue advancing the Red Heart, it would require over 75 dream crystals, which is not cost-effective. However, I do not wish to part with it. Su Luo raised his hand. Waiter, bring me a whole roasted cow. Sitting down. By the way, what did you say after cost-effectiveness? I didn't catch that. Everyone, Captain is getting poetic. Shangguan Mingqi, ahem. So Su Luo, what do you suggest? Should I continue cultivating the Red Heart, or? Su Luo, oh, these are minor matters. I will prepare a bloodline potion that can elevate it to the pinnacle of its lineage. I will charge you the cost price. So you can save some dream crystals while advancing it to the peak of the holy rank. Once its potential is higher, Zhongsu and Beiliang 1T charge you excessively. Shangguan Mingqi, that sounds wonderful. Then I 1T need to replace it with another beast. By the way, what is the cost price? Su Luo, I will charge you the standard market price of 40 crystals, and Zhongsu and Beiliang would require at least 40 crystals to upgrade a beast of this level, totaling 80 crystals. Looking at it this way, Zhongsu and Beiliang's price is indeed quite fair. I will give Shangguan Mingqi a 30 discount off the market price. Around 30 crystals total, which doesn't save much, but this method should elevate its potential to the pinnacle of the holy rank. Although it feels a bit embarrassing. Considering the earlier bravado, let us make it a 50 discount. That price is already astonishingly low. Su Luo gathered his thoughts. I will offer you the market price at half, 20 dream crystals. This should raise the Red Heart's lineage potential score to about 280,000. After that, we can hand it over to Zhongsu and Beiliang for further processing, and its potential should surpass 400,000, advancing to the Super Holy Beast stage. Albeit it will only be a low-tier Super Holy Beast. Shangguan Mingqi, a Super Holy Beast? A Super Holy Beast. I will be thoroughly satisfied with that. Thank you immensely. Not only have I saved a lot of money, but its potential has also been enhanced, all thanks to my friend's assistance. Su Luo, it's nothing. Su Luo released several beasts from the beast space, allowing them to join the table of battle pets. Oh, what's this dragon of Su Luo's? The more composed Yu Hang noticed the 3-scaled young dragon and inquired. This one is a product I encountered by chance in a dungeon. It's quite intriguing. Oh, the crowd exclaimed. If even the holy breeder finds it an interesting battle pet, it must be an exceedingly rare existence. Chapter 121, the last and second to last. For some unknown reason, the 3-scaled young dragon, busily gnawing on the roasted cow, suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Shangguan Mingqi has now reached level 52, making him among the highest in his class, excluding the scions of prominent families. His teammates are also nearing level 50, indicating that this small team is exceptionally formidable. After an enjoyable dinner, the group parted ways, as their team was set to conquer a dungeon the following day. Su Luo attended several combat matches in the western campus area, finding them rather mediocre, and subsequently exited to engage in the arena. Welcome to the Elite Arena. Competitor WM066. Su Luo. Today's arena features a modern city, with pedestrians bustling about after work. Let us match for a round, and see how the typical opponents fare. Su Luo murmured. Red fire and blue ice have recently remained in gem form, since these two have become elemental spirits. The acceleration effect of the beast space has had little impact on them. Once their elemental half-plane was filled with elemental gems, they often resided within the ring. Time to get to work. Wake up. Fireball and Iceball appeared, and red fire and blue ice indicated they were alert. Su Luo shook his head. System prompt. Matching an opponent. No participants detected for matching. Process halted. Su Luo. Indeed, there are too few people in the peak area. Never mind. Today I shall observe the unique opponents of this dungeon. The arena changes its background daily. Previously, it was the elven city characterized by tree spirits and ancient trees. I wonder what the unique opponents of this city will be. Hey! A shout came from afar. Seeing a familiar face, Su Luo greeted. Senior Zhong Qinjin. You're online during this period as well? What a coincidence. Zhong Qinjin smiled. Haha, us soon-to-graduate folks have time every day. I especially enjoy being here. I saw you had a matching light glowing. Are you looking to fight a match? Yes, but unfortunately I couldn't find an opponent, Su Luo lamented. That's where you're mistaken. In the peak area, most people match in the morning and afternoon, while the evenings are reserved for free practice, Zhong Qinjin explained. Su Luo nodded. I see. Zhong Qinjin, how about this? I happen to have a junior who is online and not very skilled. I'll help you get in touch for a sparring session. Thank you very much. The two walked a short distance. And Zhong Qinjin pointed to a young man in a baggy orange sweatshirt, with a head full of braids, happily playing on a skateboard. There he is. Hey, Zhong Shofeng. Zhong Qinjin called out. What is up, cousin? Zhong Shofeng took off his headphones. Zhong Qinjin, come over and spar with Su Luo. Zhong Shofeng, oh? You must be the new kid. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhong Shofeng, currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm Su Luo, currently at the very bottom too. Zhong Shofeng. Well, today I'm not engaging in a battle. Given my lack of skill, I can't win against anyone. Let us not dwell on this disheartening topic. Let us have a match then. System prompt. Competitor HJ063 invites you to a duel. Do you accept? Su Luo, accept. The scene shifted, and the two found themselves in a massive football stadium, the scale of which and the number of spectator seats suggested it was the premier main stadium. Though it was unclear which team it belonged to. The duel commenced. Zhong Shofeng took to the skies, riding the wind. Since our skills are closely matched, I won't hold back. Shall we have a proper duel? Su Luo nodded. That works. Zhong Shofeng, then let us begin. Wings of the gale. A fierce wind swept up, gathering wind elements behind him to form a magnificent, flowing wing. Su Luo unleashed Baiyu. Caw caw. Perhaps due to the earlier losses, Baiyu was in a foul mood, starting off with great fury. Boom. Thunder clapped and lightning fell. Countless bolts of lightning struck Zhong Shofeng, who had spread his wings high. Zhong Shofeng, such intense anger. Shadow of the moment. His figure vanished instantaneously, and Baiyu activated its spiritual sight. After all, having evolved from avian lineage, Baiyu's perceptual abilities were commendable, standing at a superior level. Turning its head, Baiyu discerned a translucent figure rapidly approaching Su Luo, moving swiftly in silence, yet at an incredible pace. Mind link. Baiyu, be careful. Boss. Su Luo understood. First, activate the protective spirit shield. Then, with both hands, one spewing flames and the other exhaling icy breath. First, I shall cast away area damage, ensuring I will not be struck by others without suffering harm, thereby achieving a perfect victory. Su Luo rotated his body, ensuring no blind spots in a full 360-degree sweep. In a daze, he felt as though the flames from his left hand had ignited something. The forbidden spirit domain. He sensed that the flow of spiritual energy on his right side had abruptly ceased, even affecting the inferno ring where the flames resided, halting the movement of fire elements. With his left hand, Su Luo conjured a massive ice spear using the extreme cold ring and hurled it in that direction. Bang! The ice spear shattered, revealing Zhong Shofeng, who emerged wielding a semi-transparent longsword, wind elements swirling around its blade. Zhong Shofeng bore some burns on his face, a clever tactic, but it consumes a considerable amount of spiritual energy. I shall now unleash my ultimate move. Be cautious, for its power is so immense that I can scarcely control it. A tempest began to gather, an inexhaustible force erupting forth. Zhong Shofeng's body appeared to be enveloped in a translucent feathered garment, fashioned from countless wind elements. The wind god of wings transformation. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Su Luo could only thicken his spiritual shield temporarily, while white feathers rained down indiscriminately from the sky, hoping to strike his opponent and expose them. Clang. A long sword pierced through the chest of the white feathers, followed by a colossal hole erupting from behind, inflicting tremendous damage that rendered the white feathers powerless. Severing Su Luo's mental connection. A single strike eliminated the highly formidable white feathers, While they were not renowned for their defense, they were nonetheless formidable. Such power. The speed was staggering, and without the white feathers, Su Luo found it even more challenging to discern his opponent's movements. What to do? Clang, clang, clang. In a heartbeat, countless slashes rained upon Su Luo's protective spiritual shield, forcing him against the walls at the edge of the arena. Su Luo unleashed an ice-type forbidden spell, an icy tempest. While wearing the extreme cold ring, Su Luo could directly utilize ice-type forbidden spells. Did it freeze him? Su Luo pondered. Clang, clang, clang. More relentless slashes struck the opposite side of Su Luo's shield. Su Luo activated the Holy Rank transformation technique, transforming into the formidable Earth Holy Bear form. He then employed the Holy Bear Guardian. With a triple layer of defense from my spiritual shield, equipment, and skills, I refuse to believe you can eliminate me in one blow. A sword tip protruded from his chest, blood flowing forth. Su Luo's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. The last image he beheld was that of a figure with only a head and torso remaining. Zhong Shofeng gripping the long sword in his mouth, stabbing it through Su Luo's formidable defenses. It seems this winged wind god technique exacts a heavy toll, disassembling one's own body, consciousness fading. The scene transitioned back to the elite arena within the city. Su Luo exclaimed, regaining his senses. Has my junior brother awakened? Zhong Shofeng has logged off, Zhong Qingjin explained. That move of his, indeed, comes with a hefty price, but he seldom employs it even in defeat. As it is exceedingly painful, Zhong Qingjin clarified. Yet he used it against me. This was merely a friendly sparring match between the bottom two, Su Luo thought, somewhat perplexed. Perhaps he sought to prove he is not the weakest. Zhong Qingjin laughed heartily. For some reason, Su Luo felt an ominous premonition, sensing the truth in those words. Chapter 122, a hard-fought victory, acquiring a secondary weapon. In the afternoon, the elite arena. A sword energy slashed skyward, cleaving the earth as its aura scattered, parting the clouds above. As the sword energy swept through, the white feathers before Su Luo fell. In his final vision was an endless expanse of sword energy. Sighing, Su Luo lamented, the vanquished must exit. Having ascended to the pinnacle competition zone, Su Luo enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted access to the arena at any time, and in recent days, he had sought opportunities to duel with others daily. Currently, he boasted an impressive record of 9 defeats and 1 victory. The sole win occurred when, during the match, his opponent, having ensnared the white feathers with a special spiritual artifact, broke free from the confinement of the battle pets, and, just as the duel was about to transition into an engaging swordsman versus Beastmaster segment, opted to forfeit due to an urgent matter, thus granting Su Luo an unearned victory. Oh dear, when will I win a match? Su Luo sighed, a solitary victory proving elusive. In recent days, he had been selecting a secondary weapon for his spiritual techniques. Once acquired, he anticipated that elevating his spiritual master level would enable him to secure a few more victories, bolstered by formidable spiritual skills. The pace of his spiritual master level S advancement had been unexpectedly swift, considering that, as a Beastmaster, he primarily employed enhancement techniques. Presently, he had reached the level of a dozen or so in spiritual mastery, and within a month, he could attain mastery level. Su Luo was currently deliberating on which aspect to enhance with his secondary weapon, whether to amplify the blessing effects or to bolster the strength of his spiritual energy. Oh well, I shall ponder this further upon my return. Today's arena bore a sci-fi backdrop, set within an otherworldly beast-fighting city. Despite his defeat and profound exhaustion, Su Luo resolved to further hone his shape-shifting abilities. He selected a simulated opponent, one whose power ranged between 100,000 and 150,000. Upon teleportation, the battlefield materialized as a beast arena. His opponent was an armored robot. It appeared that once again, he was the beast in this scenario. Su Luo began his transformation. Golden fur sprouted, and his physique grew imposing. He assumed the form of the holy lycanthrope king. The opposing mech stood approximately 8 meters tall, sturdy, and formidable, while Su Luo's transformed lycanthrope king was only about half its height. The humanoid mech extended 2 cannons from its arms, beginning to whirl. The golden lycanthrope king lunged forward with ferocity. Whoosh! The golden werewolf morphed back into human form, eliciting thunderous cheers from the spectators surrounding the arena. Su Luo's record against opponents at this stage was flawless. It stemmed not only from his superior base attributes, but also from his ability to regain control of the situation even in dire circumstances, utilizing techniques beyond mere shapeshifting. Su Luo's primary objective now was to cultivate his combat proficiency while in transformed states. Exhausted, he declared the training session concluded. Su Luo's hands shifted continuously from human to wolf claws. Should he learn the accompanying spiritual techniques and combat skills of the Lycanthrope King? Perhaps the Golden Claw technique would significantly enhance his melee prowess. Indeed, the official free transformation techniques granted by the Divine Summer Empire, namely the Holy Lycanthrope King and the Holy Earth Bear, are quite regrettable. Despite the myriad of subclass advancement paths available, such as the Steel Lycanthrope King, Bloodthirsty Lycanthrope King, and Frenzied Poison Lycanthrope King, the associated spiritual techniques and combat skills all come at a cost. When one genuinely intends to delve deeper into mastering these two transformation techniques, they soon realize the full price is hardly cheaper than that of equivalent dragon transformation techniques. Nevertheless, the nature of the original versions being complementary indeed affords novice holy rank shapeshifters a broader array of choices. Research institutions have verified that the revenue generated from the sale of related spiritual techniques and combat skills by the Divine Summer Empire each year constitutes a substantial income, illustrating that what is free is often the most costly. A few days ago, Su Luo completed his final courses on campus, having accrued sufficient credits. Suddenly, time felt abundant. Each day was filled with setting up his stall, engaging in arena battles, and tackling dungeons. Not to mention, his combat skills were improving remarkably fast. Strangely, despite the monthly income reaching several billion, Su Luo felt a sense of emptiness. Recently, Su Luo has been inundated with an insatiable desire to indulge in extravagant purchases, a means to combat the emptiness he feels. One night, after concluding his training, Su Luo sought the assistance of Lilith to select suitable equipment. Lilith inputted the data regarding Su Luo and the available gear, employing simulations to determine which equipment would best complement his abilities. Observing the simulated scenes, he witnessed himself nearing level 70, wielding two different energy-infused sidearms in combat, both exhibiting formidable power capable of cataclysmic destruction. Upon reviewing the summary report, Su Luo pondered the implications. Initially, the Holy Light Grimoire had outperformed the Book of Destruction, but upon reaching level 68, their combat effectiveness seemed equal, only for the latter to subsequently surpass the former. Indeed, the simulation results confirmed this assessment, as Lilith affirmed. Resolute in his decision, Su Luo declared, "Then I shall proceed to acquire the Book of Destruction." Lilith inquired, "Shall we confirm the purchase of the Book of Destruction? Which channel shall we utilize?" Given that the Evil Alliance of the Heart could not manufacture such equipment, only the Sorcerers Association and the Ultimate Energy Instrument Company possessed the capability to produce the highest-tier energy sidearms, with the channel from the Evil Alliance leading to the Ultimate Energy Instrument Company, while the academic institution's route directed to the Sorcerers Association. Gazing at the displayed information, he noted, name, Book of Destruction, type, weapon quality, epic, attributes, 30 physical damage, 60 sorcery damage, 40 spirit, 110 sorcery damage, 65 sorcery recovery speed, 25 elemental resistance, 30 blessing effect, 15 casting speed. Special effect. Effect 1 grants the skill, Void Fury, a mid-tier holy skill that unleashes a furious torrent of arcane energy, significantly enhancing your sorcery effects and potency. Equipment requirements. Level LV 60 with Spirit, 200, Strength, 100. Remarks. Once an evil world-ending artifact in another realm. Its stats may seem unimpressive at first glance, yet calculations reveal it to be the most suitable for your needs. The equipment information from both channels was identical, with prices slightly diverging. The academic institution listed it at 8.9 billion, while the Evil Alliance's price was 9.1 billion. However, the latter promised a swifter delivery, arriving in under 7 days, whereas the school would require approximately 2 weeks. A mere 2 million difference for several days? Su Luo dismissed the thought, commanding, Lilith, proceed with the purchase of the Book of Destruction from the school's channel. Understood, Lilith replied. By the way, Lilith, could you input the parameters of those shapeshifters' gloves into the simulation? Certainly, she responded. As Su Luo turned to fetch a drink, he thought he heard a faint sigh. After several hours of Lilith's diligent work, Su Luo realized that, given his current rate of advancement as a shapeshifter, the choice of weapon mattered little. It would be wiser to select a more suitable and superior holy shapeshifting technique. I recall that the Royal Academy possesses the finest shapeshifting experience rooms. I should find time to try them out. Welcome to the Elite Arena. Contestant WM066, Su Luo, you qualify to enroll in an upcoming competition. Will you register? Let me see. Chapter 123, University Freshman Tournament. Ah, Director Wong. I heard your grandson has advanced to high-tier holy status. Congratulations. A mentor in a corner of the Royal Academy was congratulating the director. Haha, that boy has remarkable talent and a diligent work ethic. Coupled with a touch of luck, haha, tomorrow, my family will host a banquet. Do come if you have the time. An elderly man laughed heartily, exuding a jovial demeanor. As the two departed, another mentor emerged from class, walking back to the office with the previous one. Have you heard? Director Wang's grandson, in his 3rd year, has already advanced to high-tier holy status. Truly impressive, his strength surpasses even ours. Such talent. Director Wang likely employed 3 rapid upgrade secret rituals for his grandson. Any holy class professional could achieve high-tier status with that, remarked another. That boy is fortunate to have such a grandfather. Indeed. Meanwhile, in the office of the Education Bureau of the Divine Empire, a beautiful angelic secretary, clad in professional attire with long, elegant legs, approached the director. Director, regarding Director Wang's request to host a high-tier holy competition, what are your thoughts? Since we have the elite arena, we can trial it there. As per the plan, we'll group students from freshman to junior years and experiment with hosting this event. Director. I heard that Director Wang's grandson just entered high-tier holy status and immediately applied for this event. Is that correct? That's unrelated. We were planning to host this anyway. Furthermore, there are a few students in their 3rd year with high-tier holy strength as well. Aren't there? I have the list here. The director took the document and glanced at it. The number ISNT substantial O? This young man is intriguing. Intriguing? Why is the director so pleased? Within a week of entering the advanced zone, he has stirred discontent among most of the participants, leading to a collective vote elevating him to the pinnacle zone. Does that mean this contestant is rather unfortunate? Unfortunate? With such high combat power, he hasn't applied to enter the pinnacle zone? The management assessed him thoroughly before approval. It's quite fair. Reading the name, the director chuckled softly. Old Wang has quite the scheme. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Luo thought, let me see what this competition entails. The freshman to junior university preliminary tournament is set to be held first, followed by trials for mid-tier and advanced tournaments for seniors. The prizes are substantial. All contestants are encouraged to register enthusiastically. Su Luo nodded. This works well. I happen to be rather bored, and the opponents in the arena have proven insufficient. However, Su Luo was aware that he remained formidable against contenders from both the advanced and lower zones, though he hesitated to boast of his strength. Reviewing the leaderboard, it appeared that no one from the senior year or below resided in the pinnacle zone, save for himself. Thus, as the guardian of the pinnacle zone, Su Luo's official strength was already the strongest in the preliminary group. Am I now to prepare my acceptance speech? He mused, clearing his throat. One must not be complacent. One never knows if a scion of a prestigious family possesses forbidden techniques, clandestine legacies, or legendary weapons that could easily turn the tide. Regardless, participation is paramount, he decided, clicking the registration option. By early May, it took only a few days for Su Luo to experience a long-awaited level up, reaching level 62. Assessing his rate of experience gain, he noted that the prior pace of leveling up once every half-month had dissipated. Now, it would require at least a month and a half for ascension. Still quite rapid, he mused. While all saints initially level up quickly, Su Luo's speed was exceptional, especially without employing secret techniques. The talent of the Tree of Life flourished under ample resources. Days later, the preliminary group competition officially commenced. Due to the high number of participants, a preliminary selection process was implemented. System prompt. Shall you undergo the preliminary selection assessment? The system will assign you a fixed strength opponent for evaluation. Indeed, as Su Luo contemplated, this was merely a test of combat strength. However, considering the increased difficulty, it was understandable. A higher challenge would result in more participants being eliminated, thus shortening the duration of the event, which was indeed quite beneficial. The system automatically assigned opponents, and the simulation commenced, preparing for battle. The scene shifted, and Su Luo found himself amidst a snowy landscape. Flakes of snow descended like feathers from the sky, and a colossal figure approached. Without hesitation, Su Luo cast a detection skill. Name: Frost Giant King level, LV70. Attributes: Ice Strength, Agility. Race: Orc. Troll: Saint Tier Monarch level Troll. Evaluation: The Troll King, endowed with the ability to wield the powers of ice and snow, possesses a robust physique and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Regrowing severed limbs is a trivial task for the Troll King. Combat Strength Rating: 280,000 to 310,000. A Saint Tier high-level Guardian Boss. This foe was trivial for Su Luo, but formidable for most participants. Only the strongest among the intermediate ranks could pass this test. Without summoning by you, Su Luo directly conjured 2 ice elementals, red fire and blue ice, while he leisurely enjoyed an orange nearby. In a matter of moments, Su Luo dispatched his opponent effortlessly. The system notified him, "You have successfully passed the preliminary selection. Please await the commencement of the main event." After 30 seconds, the competitors and the venue returned to their original state. The scene shifted again. The next morning, Su Luo received a notification on his phone, announcing that the main event would take place that evening. He attended punctually. In the arena, a new option appeared, the junior tournament. He clicked to participate and waited. The event commenced at 7 o'clock, featuring 64 contestants selected from the preliminary round. 3 rounds of competition would be held today, followed by 3 more tomorrow, concluding swiftly with remarkable efficiency. Opponents had already been matched for him. 10 seconds later, the competition officially began. 10:21 start. The scene transformed, and the battle commenced. Before Su Luo stood a young man clad in the golden uniform of the Royal Academy, while Su Luo recognized he was in the attire of the Dreamland Academy. Was this a competition based on school affiliation? The Royal Academy opponent wore an expression of arrogance, gazing disdainfully at Su Luo. To be defeated by my Zago hand is your honor. Allow me to demonstrate my family's protective artifact. Come forth, Majad. The youth summoned a massive spear from his spatial ring. Name, Majad's Spirit Spear. Type, weapon quality, legendary attributes. Remarks, the front half of a legendary spear, symbolizing war and destruction in its world. Su Luo thought, how realistic. Not even a semblance of pretense, regardless of whether it's the decisive battle or not, launching a powerful move right from the start. Unbeknownst to Su Luo, the entire venue was filled with numerous students unveiling legendary equipment, most of which were fragmented pieces, instantly transforming the arena into a grand exhibition of legendary artifacts. Chapter 124, the first round. Let me show you the might of my clan's treasured sword, the Heaven's Destiny White Sword. Behold the might of my Xuanwu Wargate's sacred artifact, the Blackwater Shield. Witness the prowess of the top-tier weapon from the Haiwang Merchant Alliance, the Reverse Source Energy Cannon. In the first round, countless divine weapons emerged. Rarely seen legendary weapons filled the arena. In the grandstands, where influential figures gathered, the old director's face turned ashen. The fair and just competition had devolved into this farce, making him, as the organizer, appear a fool. Secretary, in the next round, prohibit the use of legendary level or higher equipment and items. Upon hearing this decree, the principals of several top-tier schools displayed uncomfortable smiles, and the guests from other powerful factions also wore grim expressions. Yu Xuanwu Wargate actually brought out the sacred artifact, the Blackwater Shield. How shameless. And you, East Region Monster Firearms Company, have you not also unveiled the Star Energy Annihilation Cannon? Who is that lad from Dragon Island? He even summoned the Dragon Soul. The principal of Dragon Island Academy wore an awkward smile as the event guests erupted into chaos. After the Royal Academy's Zagu unveiled his spear, he displayed a contemptuous demeanor and gestured for Su Luo to attack first. Su Luo, well-versed in dealing with such opponents from his experiences in the advanced arena, recognized that many adversaries relied on such fragments of legendary-level equipment. Numerous powerful factions possessed these items, utilizing them during incursions into smaller worlds, where the most formidable indigenous forces would often wield several such divine artifacts. Even if they were not present during the invasion, the will of the world would temporarily manufacture a few. However, against the overwhelmingly powerful Divine Summer and its countless minions, defeat was ultimately inevitable. These legendary fragments were among the coveted spoils of war. While formidable, the incomplete nature of these artifacts came with a hefty price in terms of usage. As soon as Su Luo observed the legendary fragment, he swiftly retreated, creating distance. Red Fire, Blue Ice. Summon elemental avatars. A combat strength of around 150,000 will suffice. Understood. Comprehended. A massive ice tiger materialized, charging toward the young man. The youth cleaved it in half with his spear, followed by a fire elemental tiger exhaling flames, which charged in. When the spear failed to strike it, the tiger resorted to self-detonation as an attack. 1, 2, countless elemental avatars rushed forth. You. If you have the guts, come here. What is the point of running so far? Zaga trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Luo. Su Luo replied, if you have the guts, come and catch me. If you manage to, then you have skill. Red Fire and Blue Ice resumed their work, conjuring one elemental avatar after another. The opponent, barely a mid-tier saint, possessed extremely limited spiritual power. Minutes later, Zagu collapsed to the ground. I can't go on. He attempted to wield his spear again, but there was nothing left, not a drop of spiritual energy remained. You, despicable. Boom. A fireball ended the duel. Su Luo approached the fallen adversary and touched the legendary spear, allowing its spiritual energy to slice his finger. After wiping the blood, he gazed at Zagu's withered form and shook his head. Young man, this won't do. You lack endurance. Dreamlike mist enveloped the scene, and the environment shifted. Su Luo returned to the contestants' rest area, where the eliminated competitors had vanished, leaving behind a majority of victorious participants with smiles on their faces from the first round. The system alerted, warning, rule change. In the next round, The use of legendary level or higher equipment and items is prohibited. Ah, the rules have changed. How unfortunate. Farewell, my treasures. Countless individuals lamented, clutching their heads in despair as these legendary warriors lost their protective divine artifacts. Su Luo also mourned, no? How can we play without legendary fragments? Nearby, others echoed, indeed, indeed. Su Luo remarked, without legendary fragments, how can they even challenge me? The competition will be far too mundane. TCH, pretentious fools. You put on quite the act, very impressive and well-rounded. I could give you a turn. Young man. Just you wait, don't let me cross paths with you. Su Luo thought to himself. Humph, should we meet? You wouldn't even recognize me. The audience could only discern uniforms and approximate figures, as the system had activated protective shielding. After a brief respite, perhaps due to the nature of the competition, the more formidable rules were employed, and following the first round, everyone felt almost no fatigue. Soon, the second round of competition commenced. The scene shifted, and the second round officially began. Su Luo was transported to the edge of a small lake, facing a young man standing with his back to him on a small boat. I am Duan Pengfei, a civilian genius, devotedly honing my skills until I reached the sacred tier. Su Luo responded, bravo, let us applaud. The organizers had banned legendary weapons, ensuring that you scions of esteemed families no longer had the advantage of equipment, allowing you to witness my painstakingly developed sword techniques and secret arts. Feel the power of a civilian genius, whom you once deemed insignificant. Su Luo clapped. Well said. You've truly voiced the sentiments of us commoners. Duan Pengfei was momentarily taken aback and awkwardly inquired. Hey there, are you also of common origin? You must be joking. Su Luo retrieved a staff from his storage space, affirming, indeed, I am too. Your speech was quite impressive and full of vigor. Now, let us get this started. Duan Pengfei replied, very well. Let us engage in a splendid duel, showcasing our will and strength to the judges. Long, questioning heart sword. Duan Pengfei surged forth at incredible speed, soaring low above the water as the lake parted before him, as if cleaved in two by his sword aura. Two elemental avatars of ice and fire appeared flanking Su Luo, infused with an immense amount of energy, each possessing nearly 250,000 combat power. A brilliant light erupted from Su Luo's hands. Superfusion. Since discovering this technique was effective for the ice and fire avatars, Su Luo had frequently practiced to enhance his skill proficiency. An ice-fire sacred tiger materialized before him, towering 7 to 8 meters high and 10 meters long, facing the approaching Duan Pengfei. With a roar, it lunged forward, sweeping with its paw. Duan Pengfei's sword aura became even sharper as he thrust his sword into the claw of the ice-fire sacred tiger. A hissing sound echoed as cracks appeared on the elemental body of the claw. Not bad. Following this, Duan Pengfei was sent flying high into the sky by the tiger's paw. After a brief moment, the system notified Su Luo of his victory in the duel. Su Luo covered his face with both hands. My apologies, brother from the common folk. I didn't expect you to be so lacking. Had I known, I would have used two 150,000 combat power elemental avatars instead. Upon returning to the contestants' waiting area, the number of participants had halved once again, leaving only 16 competitors, making the hall feel much more spacious. There was one last battle, after which Su Luo could finally return to rest. Let us wrap this up swiftly. The scene shifted for the third round. As the match commenced, Su Luo noticed that the arena was a forest, sensing the presence of his opponent approaching. He flew up to the top of a tall tree, deliberately facing away from his adversary. The opponent appeared. I am Duan Pengfei, a civilian genius, steadily advancing until I reached the sacred tier. The organizers had banned legendary weapons, ensuring that you scions of esteemed families no longer had the advantage of equipment, allowing you to witness the sword techniques and secret arts I have diligently practiced. The opponent, a young man in black attire, whose school uniform Su Luo did not recognize, remarked, well, I'm a classmate and neighbor of Duan Pengfei. You mimic him quite well. Su Luo retorted, why so much chatter? Let us get to the fight. The black-clad youth sighed, fine. He drew a long knife from his waist. Su Luo examined his information. Name? Level, LV69. Primary profession, Blade King of Frenzy, LV9. Secondary profession, Warrior, LV19. Master of Magic Swords, LV12. Attributes, Strength? Agility? Evaluation, a swordsman of the sacred tier, difficult to assess due to insufficient information. Combat power rating, 270,000, 320,000. The long knife bore dragon engravings, occasionally coursing with blood-red energy. Su Luo summoned by you, stroking his chin. That knife looks magnificent. I realize I still lack a melee weapon. Should I purchase one? The black-clad youth swung his long knife. unleashing several blade lights that shattered upon nearing Su Luo, as they were deflected by his spiritual shield. So, you two are fond of the weapons of the Bloodblade sect? Huh, mine is an epic-grade weapon, enchanted with Bloodfire Dragon and measures. Su Luo interrupted. What are you doing? We're in a competition. Are you looking down on me? His expression turned exceedingly serious. The black-clad youth paused. I apologize. Su Luo inquired. By the way, how much does one cost? The youth hesitated, considering that his family had business dealings. This one is a bit cheaper for me. The market price is around 800 million. Su Luo exclaimed. All right. The youth replied. It is somewhat expensive, but the quality is exceptional and worth every penny. Su Luo remarked. What a bargain. I'll buy a pair in a few days, one to hang on the wall and the other for practice. By the way, what else did you say about its quality? The black-clad youth, feeling his grip on the knife tighten inexplicably, replied, Nothing. I don't know why I am holding my knife more firmly. Su Luo interjected. Right, we're supposed to be fighting, so why are you chatting with me? Are you trying to distract me to launch a sneak attack? The black-clad youth exhaled. From the Divine Summer Academy. I am Muguchin. Please, enlighten me. Su Luo waved his hand. Come on, let us finish this. I want to head back sooner. Muguchin, filled with rage, trembled with fury, and shouted. Cold Ice 3 styles. He charged forward. A colossal knife shadow of over 20 meters manifested from his long knife, as an ice dragon coiled around it, roaring. Baiyu flapped its wings. Holy Feather Slash. Su Luo declared, Your combat power is less than half of mine. How will you fight? Clang. Baiyu's Holy Feather Slash shattered the icy knife shadow, sending shockwaves that uprooted trees behind them. Muguchin was sent sprawling backward by the immense force, flipping over. He gazed gravely at the resplendent, multicolored feathered holy bird before him. Flame 4 styles. Falling Flame Blade. Muguchin spun himself, igniting the blade aura with flames. As a massive fire lion lunged toward the airborne Baiyu. Great Water Forbidden Spell. A torrent of water cascaded down, extinguishing the flames of the blade. While the powerful flow pushed Muguchin away. Holy Thunder Forbidden Spell. Judgment Thunder. A titanic bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Muguchin, exhausted and breathless, leaned on his sword, gasping for air. Unfazed by the lightning, he unleashed his sword technique. Thunderblade 7 styles. Thunder Summoning Blade. As he executed the blade technique, the lightning was drawn to the tip of his sword, striking a nearby hillside, obliterating it, and sending forth plumes of white smoke. In the distance, Su Luo mused. Is the Blade King of Frenzy such a formidable profession? I find myself quite tempted. Your fighting spirit has earned my respect. Now, allow me to showcase my utmost power. Holy Elemental Blessing. Su Lu, wielding his staff, unleashed his most formidable enhancement spell. Baiyu, fortified by sacred magic, flapped her wings, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. With the Elemental Annihilation spell, a slender beam of vibrant light descended. Muguchin strained to support his form, bracing against the immense spiritual pressure emanating from the luminous glow. Gritting his teeth, he declared, The 9 styles of warfare, my resolve is eternal. With a final surge of energy, a divine specter, bearing a striking resemblance to him, materialized behind him. Fearlessly confronting the blinding white light, it soared into the heavens. As the match concluded, the scene shifted. The first round came to an end, and Su Lu deactivated the arena's apparatus, stepping through the doorway. Should I employ my next spell to exhibit my prowess? After all, possessing the dual rings of extreme ice and flame grants Su Lu the capabilities of a master of ice and fire sacred magic, potentially rendering the competition less monotonous. Never mind. I shall return home to examine the products from the Bloodblade sect. Perhaps I should engage in some training first? Though its effects may be minimal, it is essential to maintain that good habit. In the late hours, the director remained engrossed in planning the event. Through hosting this preliminary competition, several issues had indeed come to light, and numerous loopholes in the rules were evident. Firstly, the prohibition of legendary tier equipment and items must be enforced, alongside a ban on match fixing, among other regulations. Knock, knock. The angelic secretary pushed open the door and floated into the office. Director, this is a proposal from several family heads requesting a ban on the use of super sacred beast battle pets. The director chuckled, glancing at the document. It does seem to hold some merit. What is your perspective? I believe restrictions are necessary. If some individuals were to temporarily contract a few super sacred beasts, they would be nearly invincible, the secretary replied. What about the Beastmaster profession? The director inquired. We could impose a time limit, stipulating a minimum duration for the contract. The secretary suggested. The director nodded approvingly. A splendid idea. By the way, do you think they are targeting a specific Beastmaster? I sense there may be some connection. The secretary responded. The director smiled. But they are misdirected. That battle pet was cultivated by that young man himself. He glanced at the file, which displayed Su Lu's profile. noting his top-tier status as a sacred cultivator. This young man is quite impressive. In the depths of night, within the capital city, a residential area lay unnoticed, concealing the prestigious Jingwu Academy. A figure practiced swordsmanship diligently by a small lake. Although Duan Pengfei's techniques were limited, each strike was executed with utmost vigor. A familiar silhouette approached, Mu Guchun, who, upon nearing Duan, seized his favored blade and struck at a nearby training dummy. You lost as well? Duan Pengfei inquired. Mu Guchun nodded. Indeed, my opponent was formidable. By the way, the one who eliminated me must be the same individual who defeated you. Duan recalled the moment he was sent flying, his expression darkening. That fellow is undeniably strong. He dispatched me with ease. However, your strength surpasses mine significantly. Surely you and he engaged in a fierce battle? Had Mu Guqin been vain, he might have acquiesced, but his straightforward nature forbade deceit. Shaking his head, he replied, though I exerted my utmost effort, it hardly constituted a fierce struggle. Throughout our duel, he remained remarkably composed. That detestable fellow, Duan muttered. Mu Guqin nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite detestable. In the stillness of night, the sounds of their strikes against the dummy echoed by the lake. Chapter 126, Invitations, Street Racing, and Coupons. At the Wanxian Dream Academy's commercial street, as noon approached, Sulu lounged over his stall's table, occasionally attending to clients. The majority of his classmates favored top-tier super beast enhancements. With sacred beasts being quite rare, perhaps 1 in 5 attempts, the models were predominantly mainstream, allowing Sulu to rely on past records rather than matching them with the Tree of Life's most compatible fruits. Though somewhat mundane and lacking in excitement, his peers' assessments of Sulu continued to rise. He instantly produces the most suitable bloodline potions upon hearing the name of my battle pet. It's truly impressive. Your battle pet is rather common, isn't it? Remarkable indeed. Is this what it means to be a sacred cultivator? Clearly, your battle pet is rather conventional. Sulu retorted. Come on, why don't you all provide me with some more challenging battle pets to cultivate? This was quite natural, as the cost of a single battle pet was substantial. Thus, most preferred the durable, classic models, with few daring to be innovative. By the way, should I showcase my shapeshifting skills tonight? Relying solely on super sacred beasts feels somewhat like bullying. Suddenly, the memory flashed in his mind of being overwhelmed by a group of adversaries in the pinnacle zone. If it is bullying, let it be. I shall help them acclimatize to the harsh realities ahead, he reassured himself. A diminutive figure ambled up to Sulu's stall. Hello, Master Sulu? Due to the street's commotion, having shut down his senses, the languorous Sulu failed to notice the approaching individual. The alarm on the table was intended for customers to rouse him. What was that noise? Probably just the neighboring restaurant, Sulu mused, shifting his position. Master Sulu. Master Sulu. A small arm nudged Sulu's shoulder, and upon turning, he discovered a boy barely 5 meters tall, shorter than the stall's table. Who are you? A customer? Master Sulu, it's me. The one who sold you the sacred shapeshifter's heart. Huh, a familiar face? No, I don't recall having such a short acquaintance, Sulu replied, rising with a professional demeanor. Greetings. How may I assist you today? The short boy exclaimed. It's me, Master Sulu. Since I advanced my ape form to the diamond ape, my height has shrunk to this stature. Sulu, gazing at the diminutive figure before him, recalled the once robust and imposing man. After a moment of silence, he apologized. I'm sorry. The boy laughed. Master Sulu, you truly have a sense of humor. I should be thanking you instead. Thanking me. The boy continued. Our family values height, and I was never satisfied with my previous stature. Thank you for helping me become so much more handsome. Sulu responded, by the way, Master Sulu may not yet know my name. I am Yuan Xianjin, 17 years old, hailing from the shape-shifting family of the eastern region. Yuan Xianjin now appeared as a youthful lad of 14 or 15, yet his demeanor and speech conveyed a maturity beyond his appearance. Today, I have come not only to express my gratitude but also to attend to a matter of business, he said, handing over an invitation. Sulu remarked, It is merely my duty to ease your burdens. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Upon opening the invitation and reading it carefully, he noted that the elders and clan leader of the Yuan family wished to meet him for an important discussion that afternoon. I have no engagements this afternoon. Simply come to the shop to find me, Sulu replied. Thank you, Master Sulu. I shall take my leave now, Yuan Xianjin said, taking a few steps before adding. By the way, Master Sulu, where is the best restaurant around here? The last time I returned, I spent all my fare on the ticket and walked home without truly enjoying myself. Several restaurants, namely Xianyu, Qinxian, Wangjia, and Suluo, were noted down along with their approximate locations, which were then torn off and handed to Yuan Xianjin. Thank you, Master Su. You are welcome. Do visit when you have time. Observing the retreating figure, he mused, what an interesting fellow. Beep, beep, beep. See you then. Off work, off work. Su Luo rose. Lilith. Automatically pack up. Understood, Lilith replied. Behind Su Luo, the stall automatically organized itself, folding into a massive metallic cube, which would revert to its original stall appearance whenever Su Luo needed it. Master, the commercial system of the 100 Stars Battle Pet Pavilion has been officially established. Shall we conduct a test? Su Luo replied. Let's discuss it upon returning. Ever since Su Luo ascended to the saint rank and gained the ability to fly freely, he found himself increasingly fond of walking. He strolled home leisurely. Screech, screech, the sound of tires grinding against the ground. In the garage, Jing Xin Baize leapt off the Black Wolf motorcycle. Ah, old Hay has lost again. Those guys must have upgraded their speed lately. They're all running faster than ever. The Black Wolf battle vehicle chimed. Should we consider upgrading our speed as well? But we only have less than 10 million. Jing Xin replied. Should we consult the master? Wait, it seems like Su Luo is back. Peeking out, she coincidentally saw Su Luo push open the door and enter the courtyard. 12 starts. Huh, I've lost again. How painful, how infuriating, how sorrowful. Don't you feel the same, Black Wolf? Why am I the only one crying? You should join in too. Huh, well, I feel the same. Upon hearing the wails, Su Luo approached the garage. What's wrong? Have you been wronged, Jing Xin Black Wolf? Yes. My old rivals have all upgraded their components with the support of Beastmasters, greatly enhancing their speed. We've been unable to secure first place for quite some time now. It's truly miserable. Why do they have the support of a master? After saying this, she tilted her head to glance at Su Luo. The Black Wolf echoed, me too. It's just bullying. If I had that, I would definitely. All right. In a few days, I'll find time to upgrade the Black Wolf. You should head back and study now. Oh, okay. Black Wolf, you should also recharge. The Black Wolf vehicle beeped. Su Luo returned to his room, where the butler, Xiao Luo, served the prepared meal on the table. Thank you, Xiao Luo. It is my honor. Xiao Luo joyfully twirled around. At the dining table, Su Luo opened the commercial shopping system of his 100 Stars Battle Pet Pavilion. I can view product information and order enhancement services. The features are quite comprehensive, and I can also issue discount coupons. As the owner, I possess the highest authority. Yet due to cost considerations, even I can only issue half-price coupons. This is no longer profitable, but rather a gift, primarily for some partners and esteemed individuals. Even management can only issue 20 off coupons. Among Su Luo's old classmates, aside from Wang Yu, none had purchased battle pets, as it represented a significant expenditure. Although they all knew that Su Luo was an authentic saint cultivator now, lacking battle pets made them hesitant to ask for his help, leaving them without a way to utilize his skills for the time being. Group message. Su Luo, haha, my shop is open. There's a storefront back in my hometown. By the way, Old Song recently advanced to Spirit Master, right? Here's a 50 off coupon for a high-ranking battle pet, which you can use at my shop. Su Luo sent the discount coupon, and soon after, Song Jiayong. Thank you, Old Su, I truly appreciate it. In a training room, Song Jiayong opened the commercial interface of the 100 Stars Battle Pet Pavilion, astonished to behold the vast array of beast battle pets available under the Spirit Master recommendation section. Chapter 127, Inheritance Spirit Array and Exceptional Gauntlets. After lunch, Su Luo arrived at his small shop, awaiting the arrival of the Eastern Domain Yuan clan, who intended to discuss important matters with him. Before 1 p.m., two elderly gentlemen arrived at Su Luo's storefront. Despite their advanced age, they retained impressive physiques. Robust and powerful. You must be Master Su. I am the head of the Eastern Domain Yuan clan. The invitation was sent by my grandson. And this is our clan's third elder. Su Luo, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Please, come in. After all, it would be better to discuss important matters in a more private space. The two men entered the shop, passing through the sales area where the robots patiently awaited customers. Next was the meeting area, and at the back stood a small alchemical station where Su Luo occasionally concocted potions. In the meeting area, Su Luo poured several cups of tea. I wonder what brings you two elders to me. Su Luo thought. Other than evolution potions, what could it be? The Yuan clan leader began. We wish to purchase your formulas for the bloodline potions of the Diamond Divine Ape, Bone-Biting Demon Ape, and the Azure Wave Water Ape. Would that be possible? Su Luo's inner thoughts. My guess was incorrect, but they certainly have high aspirations. The formulas for bloodline potions are generally straightforward and can often be deduced by cultivators. However, the formulas for a super sacred beast that combines multiple bloodlines are an entirely different matter. They require countless sacred tier materials arranged in specific combinations, and a slight error could result in a potion that might even regress the user's bloodline. Su Luo, is it feasible? The two elders displayed signs of tension, and the elder holding the tea trembled slightly. Su Luo reassured them, of course, it is possible. However, The difficulty level of such potions seems to be beyond what an ordinary saint cultivator could concoct. What is your clan? The Yuan clan leader interjected. Thank you, Master Su. Our clan's third elder can transform the bloodline potion formulas into an inheritance spirit array. I see, Su Luo nodded. The inheritance spirit array is quite similar to the awakening profession spirit array Su Luo had previously used. However, the power of a saint-tier inheritance spirit array is significantly greater, requiring specific offerings and a substantial amount of spiritual materials. By drawing the spirit array, one can inject energy and bloodline essence into the inheritor. This could even result in the inheritor possessing high skill levels immediately after awakening their abilities. Reflecting on the vast knowledge of cultivation in his mind, Su Luo recognized that this was essentially a powerful, yet somewhat crude bloodline potion. The corresponding inheritance spirit array could be drawn from the bloodline potion formulas. Simultaneously, the inheritance spirit array could provide insights into deducing the bloodline potion formulas. Su Luo pondered for a moment and inquired, "May I ask about the proficiency of the spirit array master your clan has contacted?" The Yuan clan leader chuckled. "Rest assured, Elder Su. My third brother possesses exceptional skills in array formation and has been a top-tier saint-level spirit array master for over 20 years. The third elder beside him clasped his fists. Su Luo then asked, "What do you both know about the top-tier transformation techniques of the Shapeshifter Guild?" The Shenshap Empire's Shapeshifter Guild possesses an abundance of sacred-level transformation techniques, with the market offering only the classic varieties. Those shapeshifters with a particular specialization may directly approach the guild to seek out transformation techniques that suit their unique abilities. However, the guild does not accept monetary payments. Instead, one must exchange contribution points for their desired techniques. Consequently, numerous sacred shapeshifters have embarked on their careers within the guild. While it is possible to purchase contribution points with money, the exchange rate is rather unfavorable. The most efficient means of acquiring contribution points lies in offering transformation techniques that the guild lacks, specifically the legacy spirit arrays. Bloodline potions are exclusively applicable to those specialized in a specific type of transformation. The legacy spirit arrays and legacy scrolls are the preferred choices for the majority of shapeshifters. The clan leader of the Yuan family harbored suspicions. Might it be that you intend to? Su Luo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I wish to exchange at the Shapeshifter Guild. Could your esteemed clan's spirit array master assist in converting several legacy spirit arrays? I desire to exchange for the finest transformation techniques available. The group subsequently engaged in discussion, estimating the requisite number of legacy spirit arrays needed to procure the pinnacle of transformation techniques. After their calculations, they determined that 2 would suffice. As the Yuan family's spirit array master excelled in converting legacy arrays pertaining to simian forms, Su Luo presented 2 ultra-sacred level bloodline potion formulas. The counterpart agreed to assist in the conversion pro bono, as they would benefit from acquiring the 2 bloodline formulas. Consequently, Su Luo obtained these at a price significantly lower than the market rate, merely 5 billion. The other party expressed profound gratitude, yet due to insufficient cash, they offered a top-tier shapeshifter's equipment as a form of debt repayment. Although the profession of shapeshifting is widely acknowledged as one that does not rely on equipment, there indeed exist exceptional items for shapeshifters. Name: Fist of the Phantom Bone of the Sacred Ape. Type: Weapon quality: Epic. Attributes: 100 physical damage, 100 spiritual damage, 100 void damage, 15 release speed, 15 attack speed, 20 armor penetration. Special effects: Effect 1 grants the skill Void Enchantment, a mid-level sacred skill that bestows the blessing of Void Energy, augmenting attacks with Void Energy damage. Effect 2 grants the skill Void Wormhole, a low-level sacred skill that allows for rapid teleportation, albeit at the cost of Void Energy. Equipment requirements: Level LV 60 or Agility, 200. Strength, 100. Remarks: A supreme weapon for sacred void creatures, shapeshifters, and spiritual warriors, forged from the wrist bone of a certain ultra-sacred void demon. Having undergone multiple enhancements and enchantments, it ultimately became an epic-level equipment. It is said that the Yuan family has not produced a sacred-level powerhouse inclined towards spiritual techniques for 3 generations, and the family has entirely shifted its focus on training physical warriors. This equipment is unlikely to see use for quite some time. Thus, it was only fitting that Su Luo acquired this item. After bidding farewell, the 2 departed with smiles, clutching the transformed bloodline potion formulas written by Su Luo. After all, the mere 5 billion was but a fleeting hardship for a family boasting multiple sacred-level combatants. The converted legacy spirit arrays would serve future generations for centuries, rendering them a far more valuable asset. Once they left, Su Luo joyfully donned the gauntlet, which transformed his hand into a set of exoskeletal armor, seamlessly integrated as an extension of his arm. The gauntlet's form continually shifted between solidity and translucence, and within its semi-transparent confines. One could almost hear the roar of a colossal creature. This gauntlet is truly magnificent. As for whether it suits Su Luo's level as a shapeshifter, that is of little consequence. After spending some time at a stall in the afternoon, Su Luo arrived early at the elite arena. Eager to test the gauntlet's enhancement to his combat prowess, he sought a formidable opponent to commemorate his new weapon. Typically, he faced opponents around 100,000 in combat strength. But today he aimed for a range closer to 180,000, allowing the system to randomly select his challenger. The match commenced, and Su Luo's opponent was a draconian figure nearing the mid-tier sacred beast level. The surface of Su Luo's gauntlet shimmered with void energy as he smiled. Earth Saint Bear. The transformation began, summoning a bear of nearly 20 meters in height, which loomed over the Dragon Man, flashing a sinister grin. Chapter 128, Duel with the North Wind Sword Saint. Given that this league was held within the elite arena, a number of intrigued competitors gathered to witness the spectacle, their applause resonating with anticipation for a thrilling confrontation. In the contestants' lounge, Su Luo, having trained for a while, felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was brimming with excitement. This gauntlet was extraordinarily powerful. With it, he believed he could defeat opponents of up to 200,000 combat strength solely through his shapeshifting abilities. Su Luo estimated his current limit to be around 250,000. As the training session concluded and the time for the competition drew near, Su Luo made his way to the arena. Amid the slightly tense atmosphere, his calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to those around him. Some competitors were deep in thought, strategizing, while others engaged in meditation to relax. In the corner, Su Luo pondered, what should I say during the award speech? Perhaps I should first express my gratitude to the Xinjia Empire, then to my alma mater and teachers. Should I mention my friends and classmates? Perhaps I should. Ding, ding, ding. Competitors, prepare. The quarterfinals are about to commence. All participants rose, awaiting the system's automated allocation of opponents. The countdown began on the large screen in the lounge. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the scene transformed. Su Luo found himself atop the roof of an ancient palace, facing a young swordsman clad in armor, who appeared to possess only 2 or 3 epic-level pieces of equipment aside from his sword. Su Luo smirked, a pauper. This match is in the bag. On the platform, upon seeing the youth's entrance, someone exclaimed, wow, Principal Wang, your grandson possesses such advanced sacred-level strength at such a young age. That's impressive. Principal Wang stroked his beard, chuckling. Haha, my grandson trains diligently, and look at the epic equipment he wears. He earned every bit of it without asking the family for a single coin. Truly commendable, that hard-working lad. Listening to such flattery, Principal Wang's smile grew increasingly radiant. The young man clasped his fists, declaring, North Wind Sword Sect, Wang Danqing, pleased to meet you. Su Luo returned the gesture, Countless Dreamscapes, Anonymous, pleased to meet you. The two assessed one another, their expressions unchanged. Wang Danqing practiced a form of spiritual eye technique, and even through the ordinary facade of the Saint's Crown, he could glean Su Luo's basic information. This fellow's level may be low, but his charm is exceedingly high, quite formidable. Recalling how he had been made to look foolish by a certain senior sister of the dancer profession in the arena, Wang Danqing harbored a certain fear of high charisma classes. Su Luo utilized a detection skill to glance at his opponent. Name, Wang Danqing level, LV72, main profession. Sword Saint LV14, secondary professions. Great Knight LV9. Martial Master LV19, attributes, strength, agility. Evaluation, a top-tier swordsman who takes pride in his blade, with a combat strength rating of 300,000 to 380,000. Su Luo mused, a sword saint, is it? On either side of Su Luo, a fiery element tiger avatar materialized, boasting a combat strength of around 200,000. The elemental giant tiger descended with a thunderous crash, collapsing the roof and charging toward Wang Danqing. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the elemental giant tiger, Wang Danqing felt a sense of reassurance. Was he a Beastmaster or a spirit sorcerer? Thankfully, he was not a dancer. With a commanding shout, he invoked North Wind Sword Technique, Gale Thrust. Numerous sword lights surged forth, piercing towards the elemental giant tiger within the palace. A mournful roar echoed, followed by a violent explosion that obliterated the main house. Su Luo and Wang Danqing leaped from the roof, landing gracefully in the square below. In midair, Su Luo concentrated his energy, communicating with the ice elements through the blue ice, wielding the ring of extreme cold. Upon landing, he unleashed an attack, Ice Dragon Shackles, a conventional holy tier ice-based spirit technique. Kid, once I freeze you, I can do with you as I please, Su Luo sneered, envisioning his impending victory. Unfazed by the incoming ice dragon, Wang Danqing countered with North Wind sword technique, hurricane slash. Elements of wind coalesced around him, imbuing his sword with a razor-sharp wind aura capable of tearing through anything. A brilliant arc of sword light cleaved through the massive ice dragon, shattering it into fragments. Su Luo smirked. My ice dragon shackles are not limited to just one. 3 ice dragon shackles approached from different directions, their vast coverage leaving Wang Danqing with little room to evade. The previous strike had left him slightly winded, but he remained resolute. Closing his eyes, he felt the sword energy flowing within him. North Wind secret technique, Northern Wind deity transformation. Countless wind elements gathered, encircling Wang Danqing in a swirling tempest. The overwhelming wind pressure kept the ice dragons at bay. Upon completing the transformation, a phantom resembling Wang Danqing emerged, not towering but capable of enveloping him within its protective embrace. This divine apparition exuded a sacred aura. Northern Wind deity transformation, complete. The eyes of the divine specter glimmered with an enchanting light. With a flick, the arc of sword light severed 2 ice dragon shackles, while his other hand braced against the final oncoming ice dragon. A surge of power coursed through him, and in a flash, the ice dragon shattered into icy shards, scattering wind blades that obliterated distant structures. Su Luo observed the technique with a sense of familiarity, yet acknowledged Wang Danqing's prowess. Impressive, young man. Grateful for the compliment, Wang Danqing prepared for his next move. Su Luo, let us see if this works again. It was then that Wang Danqing realized he was enveloped in a vast fire-based spirit formation, the Fire God Barrier. The barrier constricted, drawing closer to him, and when they converged, a catastrophic explosion would ensue. With a mighty shout, Wang Danqing unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy, momentarily pushing back the Fire God Barrier. However, it soon surged forward once more. Wang Danqing's expression turned grim. The divine phantom around him expanded to an imposing height of over 10 meters, slashing outward in all directions. The Fire God Barrier momentarily stalled, allowing Wang Danqing to execute North Wind's secret technique, armor-piercing slash. A beam of sword light pierced toward the core of the barrier, targeting a flame rune. Previously, he had been testing the barrier. Now, he had discovered its weak point. The explosion reverberated as the Fire God Barrier crumbled. Through the smoke, Su Luo's voice was heard. You're quite formidable. Wang Danqing smiled, preparing to respond when the smoke cleared, revealing 2 towering elemental avatars of fire and ice standing behind Su Luo, each boasting a combat power of around 300,000, exuding an immense sense of pressure. But that was not all. Su Luo ascended slowly, his hands shimmering with distorted spiritual light, declaring, superfusion, with a cacophony of sounds. A colossal figure emerged, a super divine beast, the Super Ice Flame Holy Tiger, towering over 20 meters with a power level of 450,000. A powerful aura enveloped the entire area, making the Sword Saint Wang Danqing appear diminutive in comparison. With a deep sigh, Wang Danqing grasped his sword, pointing it at the Super Ice Flame Holy Tiger. North Wind's secret technique, sacrifice. A sound of shattering resonance emanated from his body as the divine phantom cloaked in sword energy turned a blood-red hue. He charged at the towering beast. Both engaged in a fervent battle. Each strike drained his vitality significantly. The consumption from the Northern Wind deity transformation was already substantial, compounded by the explosive nature of the sacrifice technique. As ice and flame clashed, Wang Danqing's sword light flickered, striking the elemental shield, yet inflicting no damage. His expression grew cold and impassive as he invoked Supreme Celestial Slash, unleashing a technique distinct from the North Wind sword sect. Several beams of sword light flashed, causing immense cracks to appear on the Super Ice Flame Holy Tiger, which crashed to the ground. Witnessing the battle's outcome, Su Luo mused, you truly are remarkable, managing to defeat a super divine beast under these circumstances. Hovering in the air, resting his head on his hands, he looked down at Wang Danqing, who was half kneeling on the ground, propped up by his sword. The super divine beast lay beside him, already suffering grievous wounds. Amidst the fragments, red and blue elemental mist swirled slowly, transforming into energy and being absorbed back into the ring containing the red fire and blue ice. It's time to conclude, Su Luo announced. Come forth, White Feather. A cascade of 7-colored light radiated from the spirit formation above. White Feather descended, gazing down at its adversary. With great effort, Wang Danqing managed to rise, and as White Feather flapped its wings, a tempest erupted, signaling the arrival of the holy bird. The atmosphere fell silent as the outcome of the duel became apparent. That North Wind Sword Saint is incredibly strong. Indeed. But that Beastmaster from the Thousand Dreams is even stronger. It's no surprise, that fellow was once a formidable force in the Advanced District. later unceremoniously voted into the Pinnacle district. Is that so? Tell me more. You arrived late. It happened just a few months ago. Here is how it went. Director Wong's face darkened as he observed the outcome of the duel, his colleagues attempting to console him. Director Wong, your grandson performed admirably. It's just that his opponent was too powerful. Yes, a 750,000 power super divine bird. Even we might not stand a chance. Indeed. Try not to be too upset. Director Wong plucked a small tuft of his beard in frustration. No, the director previously stated that strict regulations must be enforced. This kid is clearly exceeding the limits. This cannot stand. I must file a report. With that, he dashed toward the director's office. In a daze, Su Luo returned. But this time, he found himself not in the contestants' lounge. Hello, Su Luo. As Su Luo's vision gradually cleared, he discerned an elderly gentleman before him, accompanied by a celestial angel. Ah, greetings. I am the organizer of this event, the director of the Divine Summer Education Bureau. I must commend you, Su Luo. Your performance has been exceptionally remarkable, the old director remarked. Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your kind words, director. However, I am uncertain as to why I find myself here. I ought to. The old director interjected, indeed, as this is our inaugural event. The regulations are not yet fully established. We have just decided that participants must don standardized equipment and weapons, and their combat power must remain below 350,000. Therefore, my young friend you, Su Luo interjected. Oh, I currently possess rather excessive capabilities, with top-tier equipment and weapons, and the combat power of 3 super divine beasts. Even bringing along a mere dog would surpass the stipulated limit of 350,000. The old director continued. We have conducted over 10 simulations, and each time you emerged as the champion, decisively overwhelming your opponents. As you are aware, our aim in hosting this competition is to foster communication and skill enhancement, thus. Understanding the situation, Su Luo replied, very well, I shall withdraw. The old director nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your cooperation, Su Luo. We shall award you the prize befitting a champion. Secretary, the angel stepped forward. I am here. Please escort Su Luo to view his rewards. Understood. With that, the old director departed, and Su Luo followed the angel to a chamber where she presented him with a list. The options for equipment and weapons were mundane, and Su Luo scarcely glanced at them, instead directing his attention to the rare skills and knowledge section. He began with the Beastmaster skills. In such a setting, one would expect to find skills from various professions, and indeed, he discovered a legendary Beastmaster skill. Name, Scroll of Legacy, Divine Transfer. Type, Consumable. Quality, Legendary. Special effect, the user will acquire the skill, Divine Transfer. Usage requirements, level 75 or Intelligence, 200, Spirit, 300, Charisma, 250. Remarks, this skill allows the user to bestow their divine power upon equipment, weapons, or battle companions, or to absorb divine power from elsewhere. Note, forcibly transferring divine power requires the target to be in a weakened state. Alas, I lack divine power myself, and my battle companions are devoid of it as well. Thus, it is of no use to me. As for forcibly absorbing a demigod's divine essence, I would rather not tempt fate, Su Luo sighed, turning his gaze to other Beastmaster legacies, but finding nothing particularly useful. There were some shapeshifter skills available, but he would soon obtain those from the Shapeshifter Association. He decided to explore further. Initially intending to peruse the equipment and weapons, he stumbled upon something that piqued his interest. Name, Heart of the 7 Apertures. Type, Consumable. Quality, Legendary. Special effect, the user will enhance their physical constitution, gaining the 7 Apertures characteristic, significantly boosting their understanding and physical prowess, enabling them to master spiritual techniques and combat skills with ease. Usage requirements, level 80 or all attributes above 150 points. Remarks, this item was extracted from the remains of a certain spirit stone being, which remained immortal for millennia after death. Relevant institutions have determined it to be a legendary being of demigod status or higher. This indeed seems promising. I shall choose this, Su Luo mused. For his talents in spiritual arts and knowledge were commendable, although lacking in martial techniques and physical prowess. He pondered whether the Tree of Life would permit him to utilize this item. Nevertheless, if it were not allowed, he could always give it to Bai Yu or the Sanlin Dragonstone. With determination, he cleared his throat. That secretary lady, the angel, a resplendent figure with white hair, donned in a white business attire and sporting white wings, rolled her eyes upon hearing his address. I wish to select this, he stated. The angel glanced at Su Luo's choice, pursing her lips. You are already at the Saint tier. What more do you need to enhance your attributes? Most individuals who attain the Saint tier possess top-tier qualifications and are not lacking in talent. Very well, I understand. Your prize will be dispatched to you in a few days. Await the news. Oh, as the angel escorted him out, Su Luo realized he was still near the arena, where it seemed the quarterfinals were ongoing. He had forfeited, allowing Wang Danqing to continue competing. In the arena, Wang Danqing was decisively overpowering a frenzied blood holy warrior. Observing the two melee combatants exchanging blows, Su Luo found the spectacle rather dull. I shall venture to the peak zone and arrange for an opponent. I will return to watch the finals shortly. With a flash of light, Su Luo arrived at the peak zone, dissatisfied with the previous opponent of less than 200,000 combat power. This time, he aimed to challenge one with 250,000. As he was about to confirm, he hesitated, wondering if 250,000 might be too trivial. Shall I challenge one with 300,000 instead? So be it. I shall proceed with 300,000, he resolved. His figure vanished, and the scene shifted. Wang Danqing triumphed over his opponent, while Su Luo found himself in a fierce struggle. During the climactic battle, Su Luo resorted to covertly employing cheats, enhancing his status with numerous skills, and employing fiery red and icy blue to grant himself a forbidden-level spiritual shield and enchantments. Ultimately, he vanquished his adversary. What a taxing ordeal. I should have been more cautious, he sighed. Teleporting back to the arena, Su Luo anticipated witnessing the finals. The colossal screen displayed a grand elemental dragon vortex reaching towards the heavens, as a female, Holy Spirit sorceress summoned divine punishment lightning, shattering the sword energy of Wang Danqing's supreme / executed in a dual state of the northern wind god transformation and self-sacrifice. The tall and stunning female Holy Spirit sorceress let out a cry towards the sky, exuding an unexpectedly striking charisma. The match concluded. Damn it, I arrived too late. Su Luo lamented. Chapter 130, Absorption, Strengthening the Black Wolf. Having missed the moment when Wang Danqing was struck, Su Luo felt a pang of regret. 2 days later, the school staff delivered a box. Upon opening it, he discovered, as anticipated, the heart of the 7 apertures, the prize from the competition. In the quiet of the night, as the stillness enveloped him, Su Luo gazed at the pulsating heart floating before him, radiating a spectrum of colors and appearing almost translucent. He felt a twinge of anxiety. I wonder if the Tree of Life will allow me to use this item. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it should indeed be effective. Although the rare elixirs he had previously consumed had their attribute points overshadowed by the Tree of Life's advancement, they still contributed to an enhancement. This item should similarly yield beneficial effects, though how much of its efficacy would be retained remained uncertain. With his left hand transforming into a sharp wolf claw, he sliced open his right wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto the heart of the 7 apertures. The heart began to pulse rhythmically, inhaling and exhaling. Su Luo infused it with his spiritual energy. Remarkably, it seems to absorb quite a bit. The heart of the 7 apertures ascended higher, a burst of light illuminating the space as it collided with Su Luo's chest. Ah, it doesn't hurt, he mused. Placing a hand on his chest and closing his eyes to attune to his inner self, it appeared that not much had changed within him. Though he sensed an intriguing new presence within his soul, a small cluster of enigmatic runes. Curious about its effects, Su Luo retrieved a one-handed sword and began to practice. Half an hour later, he set down the sword, exhaling deeply. There is indeed some improvement. His swordsmanship, previously limited to sporadic practice at about the level of intermediate swordsmanship LV5, had not benefited from the Dream Crystal enhancement. He had previously reached an impasse in his training, unable to progress despite his efforts. However, after today's practice, he found that the barriers which once constrained him now felt surmountable with focused effort. It appears I have made some advancement. What are my spiritual techniques? Su Luo closed his eyes and envisioned a skill for a Saint-tier Beastmaster. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a slight enhancement. How much of an improvement? Never mind. He would visit a professional institution for an examination tomorrow. His own estimations were hardly reliable. The following day, Su Luo made his way to the health check center in the Central Domain's commercial street, expending a small fortune to acquire a report. He had undergone similar assessments before, allowing him to discern the changes clearly. His overall aptitude in spiritual arts had risen to an A rank, having previously hovered between B and A modest increase. In terms of physical combat skills, his aptitude had advanced to A/B rank from C, marking a significant leap. It seemed that improvements were more pronounced in the areas where he started lower. However, there was likely still a considerable effect to be had. Su Luo sensed that he had yet to fully assimilate the 7 apertures Linglong heart, and once that was accomplished, he anticipated further enhancements. At the beginning of June, the exquisite auxiliary magic tomes Su Luo had ordered arrived. Now he found himself competing daily in the peak arena, and with the augmentation of formidable equipment, he finally had a chance of victory, provided, of course, that his opponents were in a somewhat weakened state. Just a few days prior, a distracted contender had succumbed to Sulo, granting him his second win, although his points still languished at the bottom of the leaderboard. In the evening, upon returning from his stall, Sulo pushed open the door, exclaiming, "I'm back. Xiao Luo, whip up a couple of dishes." "Xiao Luo, understood, please be patient," came the reply. The robotic butler, appearing to have just emerged from a dusting session, zipped off to the kitchen. Sulo glanced towards the study, where the tranquil Baizé was engrossed in his reading. Although the creature appeared focused, Sulo could sense through their bond that its mood had been rather dismal lately. Should he inquire? Perhaps consult Lilith instead? "Sulo," he called. "How may I assist you, master?" Lilith responded. "Recently, Baizé has been in low spirits. Do you know the reason?" "It may be due to his recent performance, which has been rather lackluster," Lilith suggested. "Performance? In the racing competitions?" "Indeed, Baizé has recently placed 545th in the surface group of the Saint-Tier Monarch level events. Oh, I recall him previously ranking in the top 3. The racing events have been escalating in quality, with various Beastmasters upgrading their competitors' setups, enhancing acceleration skills and devices, resulting in a decline in Baizé's standings. Why didn't you alert me?" Sulo queried. "Show me the devices available for upgrading the Black Wolf." Searching. Search complete. The Black Wolf, HLK 379 model Energy War Beast, originated from a sci-fi instance, and due to the periodic rotation of instances, related battle pets and materials remained available for purchase in the market. Name, Intermediate Saint-Tier Energy Core Durability. Type, Consumable. Quality, Epic, Medium. Special effect, enhances the life level of Energy War Beasts, promoting low-tier Sacred Beasts to mid-tier and mid-tier Sacred Beasts to mid-tier peak, significantly boosting stamina attributes and reducing energy consumption. Usage requirement, level LV61, and the body must be of the Energy War Beast type. Note, the Energy Core serves as the energy center of the Energy War Beast. This variant focuses on endurance, quite straightforward. Price, 20 lower-tier Dream Crystals. In addition to the core, there were other plugins. Name, Intermediate Saint-Tier Energy Plugin Assault. Type, Equipment. Quality, Epic, Medium. Attributes, 30 physical damage, 30 spiritual damage, 15 charge speed, 15 attack speed, 10 armor penetration effect. Special effect, none. Equipment requirement, level LV61, and the body must be of the Energy War Beast type. Note, combat plugin, embedded within the Energy War Beast's body to enhance its cannon capabilities. Price, 8 lower-tier Dream Crystals. Other cores could enhance strength, flight abilities, and energy storage. The plugins offered additional skills, including Dragon Roar and Lightning Strike, among various others. Sulo marveled at the depth of options available for this specific category of battle pets. "Is there nothing available in higher-level Saint-Tier cores and plugins, Lilith?" he inquired. Searching. Search complete. "I found a merchant that frequently sells Energy War Beast cores and plugins and has records of high-level sales. Shall I inquire with this merchant?" "Please do. Would you like to communicate personally with him?" "You handle it. I'll have my meal first." In a vast workshop, a young technician, clad in a disheveled appearance and smeared with grease, was busy repairing something beneath a massive war vehicle. "Beep beep," chimed an electronic female voice. "Xiao Xiao has received a client inquiry regarding the purchase of high-level energy items, presumed to be a premium user. Would you like to engage personally with him?" The technician rose, straightening his wrench. "You handle it. I'm off to lunch." Understood. As the two masters resolved their dinner, the two AI systems exchanged automated communications. "Lilith, may I inquire what high-level energy plugins you have available? Are there top-tier energy plugins as well?" "Xiao Xiao, currently, we do not have any top-tier options, but we have a plethora of high-level items." "Lilith, could you provide the specific types and parameters of the high-level energy plugins?" "Xiao Xiao, my pleasure." Thunderstrike, Blazing Flames, Sonic Wave. Sulo devoured his dinner with gusto. "Xiao Luo, your culinary skills are improving splendidly. Thank you for your praise, master. It brings me great joy." Xiao Luo replied, a cheerful expression appearing on the display screen. "Bring me a glass of grape juice." Order received. Sulo turned to the large screen projected by Lilith, where an array of mechanical parameters unfolded in succession, revealing quantities of 726 and 1314. "Huh. You asked if there was anything available. What have you unearthed?" Chapter 131, The New Black Wolf. "Lilith, I merely wish to examine the detailed parameters of the merchandise." Sulo, have you found anything suitable? Lilith, indeed, there are several options. However, the merchant offers customization services, allowing for the core and plugins to be tailored according to desired enhancement directions. Sulo, let us proceed with that customization service. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was engaged in her own tasks. What are you up to? Xiao Xiao, well, At 9 in the morning, she intended to close early for the day, aiming to upgrade the Black Wolf. Vroom vroom. With a graceful turn, the Black Wolf halted before Sulo's stall. Fortunately, the streets were relatively empty. Otherwise, he would have had to compensate pedestrians for any mishaps, losing several dream crystals he had earned that day. The vehicle door swung open, and Baizé leapt out. In its fully enclosed form, the Black Wolf war vehicle boasted enhanced combat capabilities, though Baizé was solely focused on racing. Thank you, Sulo. I heard the news. I truly appreciate it. Hurry, hop in. We're off to upgrade. Black Wolf, are you excited? Beep beep. Sulo silently settled into the back seat, while Baizé took the driver's position. Suro, Lilith, please send the coordinates to Black Wolf and set it to autopilot. Lilith, acknowledged. Xiaojing pouted in annoyance. Humph. Perhaps it was due to Lilith's command, but Black Wolf advanced at an exceedingly slow pace, only marginally faster than a leisurely jog. Xiaojing shifted restlessly, displaying her impatience. Lilith, a pinnacle of artificial intelligence, wielded control over all of Suro's smart devices, including the butler Xiao Luo, the war vehicle Black Wolf, as well as the automated vending machines and stalls, all of which had been significantly upgraded by Lilith, enhancing their intelligence. Naturally, this meant that Lilith held the second highest authority, second only to Suro himself. The sluggish speed of Black Wolf was entirely at Lilith's behest, as she was aware that Suro preferred a more measured pace. They arrived at a location that resembled a factory more than a dwelling. An electronic voice emanated from the entrance. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. A projection of Lilith's image appeared on the wristband, and with a wave of her hand, a series of barcodes appeared. Welcome to the Super Iron Studio. Please enter. Esteemed guest. The gates opened automatically, and Black Wolf slowly drove into the workshop, with all doors along the way seemingly responding to an unseen command, parting to allow passage. Eventually, Suro and his companions entered the largest workshop within. One by one, they alighted from the vehicle. Welcome to the Super Iron Studio. May I inquire in what manner the esteemed guest wishes to enhance their source energy beast? Approached a dashing young man clad in denim, his appearance tidy and well-groomed. Indeed, this technician was quite handsome. A charming young girl projected herself beside the young man. Xiao Xiao chiming in, this client possesses considerable wealth, a Tai. You must provide exceptional service and maintain a pleasant demeanor. The young man, a Tai, replied, Oh, I will remember that, Xiao Xiao. Lilith, unwilling to be outdone, projected herself into the space, her striking blue hair framing her elegant figure. Master, this Super Iron Studio offers comprehensive upgrades for source energy beasts. I have reviewed the relevant records, and the majority are favorable. Suro, understood. The two exchanged a glance. Noting that Suro's wristband, the ordinary of the blessed, and the young man's watch bore the same emblem, suggesting they belonged to the same product line. Suro's device primarily functioned as a camouflage detection aid, while the one across from him, which he had seen before, was designed for storage, likely offering a more expansive capacity. Both men thought simultaneously, this fellow must be quite affluent. A Tai inquired, You wish to enhance this source energy motorcycle, correct? He stepped forward to circle Black Wolf. Inspecting it, Suro nodded. Indeed, it is this source energy war vehicle. A Tai continued, What aspect do you intend to enhance? To the peak of the intermediate level, or to the advanced level? He patted Black Wolf's exhaust pipe, causing it to emit a puff of black smoke that darkened a Tai's face. Upon hearing this, Xiaojing approached excitedly. We need to enhance speed, faster speed, and also a physique with formidable defensive capabilities. The firepower of the cannon must also be improved, and, casting a glance at the incessantly chattering Xiaojing, Suro shook his head, uncertain whether such enhancements could reach the highest tier and indifferent to the costs involved. A Tai shook his head. Unfortunately, I cannot offer that. My workshop can produce a top-tier source energy core only once every 18 months. And the last one I had was utilized half a year ago, so, sighing, Suro replied, In that case, let us enhance it to the advanced tier. As for the enhancement direction, it should prioritize speed without sacrificing performance. Xiaojing exclaimed, Huh. Black Wolf beeped affirmatively. A Tai reassured him, Rest assured. My enhancements have always been flawless, especially when funds are not restricted. Suro admired a Tai's confidence and proceeded to inquire about the time frame and estimated costs. Leaving a deposit to commence the enhancements, Black Wolf was hoisted and placed into a specialized cultivation apparatus. A Tai remarked, According to the performance curve, enhancing this position is optimal and harmonious. Body 3, Agility 7, correct? Excellent, let us proceed. He produced a high-tier advanced source energy core. Black Wolf's main system had entered a state of dormancy, yet some auxiliary systems remained active, prompting a notification, Upgrade core detected. Shall it be embedded? Embedding now. Estimated upgrade time, 156 days. A Tai retrieved several dream crystals, inserted them, and activated the dream instrument, prompting the upgrade time to plummet from 156 days to a mere 3.5 days. A Tai declared, It is complete. The plugins are a simple matter. Suro nodded, finding no further reason to linger, and chose to take his leave. Xiaojing stared blankly at the now empty space where Black Wolf had been, murmuring, "Black Wolf, you must evolve splendidly. Our glory must be reclaimed by our own hands," a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. "Let us go. We must not disturb Black Wolf further." Suro called her back, and as they departed, they did not notice the front lights of Black Wolf flicker twice. 3 days later, Lilith reminded Suro that the time had come. He collected the stall and, accompanied by Xiaojing, strolled leisurely towards the factory. "Slow down. Why the rush?" The factory's doors recognized their esteemed guest and opened automatically in succession. They smoothly arrived at the previous hall. Atai was at work, embedding a basketball-sized red metal block into the war vehicle. Removing his protective helmet, he greeted them. "You arrived just in time. All the plug-in modules have been installed, and now we can officially activate the awakening." Atai powered on the instrument, and Black Wolf was finally liberated from its restraints. "Suruo, Lilith, activate the Black Wolf system and awaken it." Lilith acknowledged. Beep beep beep. The headlights illuminated, and the alloy panels adorning it fell away, revealing the changes that had previously been obscured. The new Black Wolf emerged, not only with a transformed exterior, but also significantly enhanced attributes. Name: Black Wolf. Advanced Source Energy War Vehicle Beast. Agile modifications. Level: LV75. Attributes: Light. Strength: 150. Agility: 300. Constitution: 200. Intelligence: 120. Spirit: 120. Charisma: 100. Race: Mechanical. Small Vehicle, Holy Tier Sovereign Source Energy Beast. Evaluation: Source Energy Mechanical Life, capable of transforming into a field motorcycle or a Black War Beast. Having installed 5 large plug-in modules and 2 small auxiliary modules, potential score 330,000, combat power score 310,000. The current Black Wolf had grown considerably, exuding a more menacing aura. Where it once resembled a quiet sedan, it now radiated a wild, off-road essence. Its exterior appeared more robust than ever. A pitch-black body that was both striking and alluring. Xiaojing exclaimed, "Wow, Black Wolf, you look so much more handsome." Beep beep beep. Suro shook hands with Atai. "Pleasure doing business." He settled the final payment and took his leave, guiding Xiaojing and Black Wolf away. Observing Suro's retreating figure, Atai recalled the calm demeanor he had exhibited when paying billions previously, not even flickering an eye. Atai stroked his chin. "This fellow seems to possess even more wealth than I." Chapter 132, Shopping Spree and Gathering. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months had slipped by, and July arrived. Suro had leveled up again by mid-June, reaching LV63. Perhaps due to the newfound speed of Black Wolf, Xiaojing's recent competitions had been consistently victorious. Her spirits soared, prompting her advancement from mid-tier elite to high-tier commander, and she had swiftly ascended to LV45 post-advancement. Name: Tranquil by Zay. Level: LV45. Attribute: Light. Strength: 105. Agility: 107. Constitution: 257. Intelligence: 289. Spirit: 278. Charisma: 200. Race: Chelan, subspecies, Legendary Totem Level Chelan. Skills: Judgment LV5, Heart's Inquiry LV3, Mirror of Clarity LV4, Natural Law LV5. Transformation Technique LV2. Evaluation: It appears that this entity cannot be procured through conventional means. A creature of auspicious omen, capable of speech, attuned to the emotions of all beings, and possessing knowledge of the divine. This deity is renowned for its omniscience, with a potential score of 990,000 and a combat score of 320,000. Remarkably, Tranquil by Zay has awakened the ability to transform, taking on the form of a refreshing young man, exhibiting heightened prowess in racing. It is perplexing how Bai Zay has attained this ability so early, as it is typically reserved for high-ranking sacred beasts. The other summoned beasts have undergone minimal changes, merely leveling up by 2, currently in a state of tranquility. Name: Su Luo. Level: LV63. Primary profession: Sacred Beastmaster LV7, Sacred Transformer LV3. Secondary professions: Sacred Breeder LV Max, Sacred Alchemist LV20, Spirit Master LV16, Martial Artist LV17. Attributes: Strength: 158. Agility: 161/65. Constitution: 159/130. Intelligence: 167. Spirit: 164/245. Charisma: 257/210. Talent: Life Tree 4th Stage LV3. Professional skills: Sacred Heart Vow LV7, Heart of Multitudes LV7, Super Fusion LV8, Summon Beast Semi-Dimension LV8, Sacred Element Blessing LV8. Sacred War Blessing LV7. Sacred Source Energy Technique LV7. Heart of the Sacred Transformer LV4. Sacred Wild Nature LV2. Super War Dragon General LV2. Super Phoenix Overlord LV1. Super Chelan Ranger LV2. Sacred Werewolf King LV5. Earthly Sacred Bear LV4. Source Energy War General LV5. General Skills. Extraordinary Sacred Body LV4. Sacred Practitioner Method LV4. Sacred Body Refinement Technique LV3. Sacred Detection Technique LV10. Advanced Spirit Pet Nourishment LV20. Advanced Riding LV8. Summon Beasts and Pets. White Feather LV70. Qingyu Eagle. Blue Ice LV66. Extreme Cold Ice Sacred Spirit. Red Fire LV65. Explosive Flame Fire Sacred Spirit. Black Wolf War Chariot LV75. Source Energy Mechanized Beast. Tranquil by Zay LV45. Stone Gold Jade LV50. 3 Chelan Young Dragon. Equipment. Shadow Beast Controller. Destructive Black Magic Tome. Beastmaster's Set. 7. Commoner's Crown of the Sacred. Extreme Flame Ring. Extreme Cold Ring. Multitude's Dream Academy Ring. Bone Fist of the Monkey Sage in the backpack. At the end of June, the Yuan family summoned Su Luo with 2 sets of Legacy Spirit Formations, which he promptly contributed to the Transformer Guild, earning a substantial amount of contribution points. To Su Luo's surprise, he received even more than he anticipated. After exchanging for 3 of the most powerful transformation techniques, he still had a modest surplus. The 3 elite transformation techniques, Super War Dragon General, Super Phoenix Overlord, and Super Chelan Ranger, are capable of transforming into super sacred beasts. However, Su Luo's level as a transformer does not permit prolonged use, resulting in diminished power. The speed of upgrading, while utilizing Dream Crystals, is excruciatingly slow. Having utilized the 7 Apertures Linglong Heart, Su Luo's understanding has significantly enhanced, allowing for rapid advancement in the Spirit Master profession, reaching the level of Spirit Master within a few months. Eager to explore physical professions, he dabbled in heavy armored warrior, martial artist, fighter, and berserker. Ultimately, he discovered that the fighter and martial artist professions provided the highest augmentation to his transformer abilities, with the martial artist proving to be more suited to his style. Recently, he has occasionally practiced martial artist skills. His progress has been swift. Without the use of Dream Crystals, he ascended to second transition LV17 within a mere few months. Perhaps it is due to possessing the extraordinary sacred body inherent to those of the sacred rank, referred to as the innate body within the martial artist profession. This physique significantly enhances skill acquisition, resulting in remarkably rapid leveling. As the sun began to set, the day's business hours came to a close. Su Luo Lilith. Time to close up. Lilith, understood. The stall behind automatically folded and retracted. Su Luo rose and entered the shop, pouring himself a cup of tea. Inquiring, how much money do I have now? Lilith, including today's earnings, the total amount across 5 black cards is 186. For billion, with 1,036 low-level Dream Crystals. This does not account for the assets of my Beast Pavilion, which comprises fixed assets and remains in a trial operation phase, thus unstable. Su Luo nodded. Oh, that is quite a bit. It's time to go shopping. Is there anywhere worth visiting? I just happen to be returning to my hometown soon. Those old classmates and friends have been quite impressive, each advancing to the 3rd transition master level. Su Luo intends to accompany them in selecting battle pets. They tentatively agreed to a time, likely a few days hence, for a small reunion. Lilith, the Xuanwu North District, the Xianshui Secret Realm in the southwest, and the Shengwa Secret Realm in the East District of the Divine Dragon are currently embroiled in border conflicts, yielding a variety of materials. Additionally, the old haunt, Haiban Suhui City, also produces various materials. Su Luo nodded. Some locations cannot facilitate remote deliveries, as demand is not an issue. For smaller quantities, he would arrange for a proxy purchase, but for larger amounts, he must make the journey himself. Checking the time, he pondered whether 3 days would suffice. The agreed-upon time with everyone is in 3 days, and as the primary participant, he must manage his schedule effectively. Lilith, a preliminary estimate suggests 2 to 3 days. Under extreme conditions, it can be completed in 1 to 2 days. Su Luo, very well, then we shall depart tomorrow. Since he would be away from the academy for several days, Su Luo decided to indulge in some extensive practice at the arena that evening. In the morning, Tranquil Baizé protested, wishing to stay behind, claiming he wanted to compete with the Bai Shui Tianma for the title of Northern Domain Little King in an important upcoming match. Sighing, Su Luo considered his busy little companion, participating in trivial competitions that were not officially sanctioned. Su Luo, decline the invitation. We shall discuss it in a few days. Tranquil Baizé's protests fell on deaf ears, and he was subsequently placed into the summoned beast space by Su Luo. Once prepared, he arrived at a city within the Xuanwu realm via the teleportation array, followed by several more teleports until he reached the farthest vicinity of the Xianshui secret realm. Arriving at the largest trading market in the area, he began his shopping spree. As it was not a large city, the market was somewhat chaotic, necessitating personal selection and inspection, especially since it is a small town that has benefited from the border conflict, resulting in an abundance of epic material sources. Qingmu Niu, acceptable. Purchase, payment. Hongshua Mushin, acceptable, purchase. There were no instances of deceit. The locals, lacking in power, recognized that these shopping magnates were not to be trifled with. After acquiring over 80 varieties of epic materials, spending around 2 billion, the time taken was extensive, nearly a day and a half. Following this, he utilized the teleportation array to reach the Shengua secret realm in the east district of the Divine Dragon. This area is a well-established commercial secret realm. Despite the war's impact, the business of secret medicines and fruits has diminished, but the foundation remains strong, with excellent commercial management. Upon reaching the mall, equipped with the appropriate instruments, Su Luo opened the inventory and commenced his purchases. In a mere half-day, I procured all the necessary items, amassing over 120 varieties of epic materials at a cost of 3 billion. Subsequently, I teleported to the coastal city of Suhui. Having arranged a prior handover with the merchants due to Lilith's esteemed guest status, having indulged in extravagant shopping in the past. Upon reviewing the list, the meeting time was adjusted, and the merchants graciously reserved a few extra days for Lilith. Upon my arrival, I carefully selected my items. I had amassed a considerable stock of common materials, but now sought the rare and exotic. While not as abundant as I had imagined, I still acquired over 100 varieties, spending an additional 2.5 billion, all resolved within half a day. There were a few minor locations left to explore, but as the scheduled time approached, I teleported back to the Phoenix West district, where I owned a shop, making it an ideal gathering spot. Gazing at the familiar city stirred a sense of nostalgia within me. The city remained largely unchanged, yet I had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 133, Travelogue of Phoenix City. A sudden change. Group message. Sulo, haha, I've arrived in Phoenix City. How about we meet tomorrow at noon? My treat. Wang Yu, sounds good. Mu Wanwan, since Master Sulo has invited us, we will definitely attend. Song Jiayong, I will certainly be there. The group buzzed with excitement. This tight-knit circle had formed during our sophomore year, frequently attending classes together and often encountering one another, fostering a close camaraderie. Considering travel time, we agreed to gather at noon. In the morning, I visited a breakfast shop I used to frequent, where the owner, the familiar elderly lady, was still there, working alongside her daughter-in-law. Young man, your buns. Oh, it seems I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been off to lately? The middle-aged woman, exuding a competent demeanor, inquired with keen interest. I've been at university, and it's been nearly 2 years since my last visit. I replied casually as I accepted the buns. You're looking quite dashing, or rather, competent. You must have been accepted into a prestigious university, perhaps a top-tier vocational institution? The diligent woman continued her questioning. Pretty much, I responded. That's impressive, young man, the elderly lady chimed in. Xia, come over here to attend to the customers. Someone has ordered porridge. Don't disturb others while they're eating. Understood. The woman reluctantly departed. I shook my head. Even the mundane aspects of being a saint, despite masking my considerable charm, still wielded a remarkable impact. Quite refreshing indeed. By noon, a group of us gathered in front of my battle pet shop. Ah, Wang Yu. How is your holy tier horse beast treating you? Remarkably well. Wan, have you secretly increased your charm again? What are you talking about? I'm simply naturally beautiful. I don't believe it. Want to fight? By the way, Song Jiayong, what battle pet did you acquire? A thunder giant eagle. Quick, let me see. After a brief discussion, I finally realized that this establishment was indeed mine and likely had a reception area. I had never been here before, so I decided to explore. Let us go inside and sit for a moment. I'll help everyone select a challenge pet. Ah, thank you, old Sulo. You're so thoughtful, brother Sulo. The sign at the entrance read by Xing Battle Pet Pavilion, Phoenix City Branch. Upon entering the lobby, I was pleasantly surprised by its spaciousness. The venue was quite substantial. With no need to worry about rent, I had purchased the land outright. Several staff members approached to greet us. Welcome to Bai Xing Battle Pet Pavilion. May I inquire what types of battle pets you wish to purchase? ZZZ Lilith projected herself. No need, my master and I will browse on our own. You all may attend to other matters. Ah, boss. The staff were taken aback upon seeing Lilith's image. During training sessions, her figure was often referenced. Always regarded highly among the managerial staff. Most new employees assumed Lilith was the owner. Lilith corrected them. I am not the owner. I am the steward. Understood, steward. We shall step aside. Despite her words, The entire Baixing Battle Pet Pavilion became noticeably busier, with some staff organizing items, others cleaning, and a few quietly retreating to summon the store manager. We were accorded the highest standard of hospitality. The manager, a strikingly handsome young man, silently followed behind me, busily attending to our needs. I accompanied my classmates as they selected their battle pets. How about this flame giant eagle? Does it compare to Zhangjiang's? It has decent qualifications, but its charm is about 10 points lower than that thunder giant eagle. By the way, aren't you a heavy armored warrior? You should consider acquiring a mount-type battle pet instead. Could you assist me with that? I thought to myself, am I not standing beside you, helping you choose? After an unexpectedly tiring afternoon of selection, I finally provided them with the optimal battle pets tailored to their needs. Phew, I wiped the sweat from my brow, mentally exhausted, while the others appeared quite cheerful. Let us head out for dinner, I proposed. Absolutely. Let us go. I'm starving. I intentionally starved myself all day. Do you believe me? I turned to the manager and said, you can return now. There's no need to follow us. Of course, Chairman. In the future, continue to work hard. Our company's promotion mechanism is quite fair. Understood, Chairman. We departed, leaving the bustling scene behind us. Only when the figures of the group faded from view did the young manager wipe the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, phew, what immense pressure. Ashing. Someone called from afar. The manager turned to see a familiar figure. Oh, it's Manager Wang. Manager Wang asked, why didn't you come with me for the inspections today? Didn't we agree to check the overall layout of the store? Since the boss was here, I had to accompany him personally, Ashing replied. Manager Wang expressed confusion. The boss? The one with the highest authority to manipulate the store system directly and optimize it. Who else could issue those discount vouchers? Manager Wang connected the dots. Wait, where's the boss now? Gone far away, Ashing replied. Manager Wang inquired quietly. Is our boss handsome? Seems like a bit of a looker, but I recognize that wristband of his. It's a high-end Smart Series disguise model. That wristband could have traded for 2 companies when his previous one went bankrupt. While we chose a renowned restaurant, and after dining, we enjoyed the area until midnight. I then escorted my friends back to their hotels. Phew, time to relax. A few classmates hadn't joined us, likely because they hadn't reached the master level yet. Well, I'll leave my discount vouchers for them and wish them prosperous fortunes and smooth advancements in their careers. The next morning, I bid farewell to my friends. Checking the time, I realized I wouldn't be able to tackle the dungeon until the following day, leaving me with plenty of time today. Lilith. Here. Which locations still require epic materials? There are still once again. We set off to procure items from a few locations before returning to the Dream Academy in the morning. At the teleportation array, I announced, I, Sulo, have returned. Glancing at the time, it appeared to still be before 6 o'clock. Though it wasn't yet time for the market to open, I could still engage in dungeon exploration. Should we release the white, Zhaohai Black Wolf? After a brief glance, it appears that several of the summoned beasts are soundly asleep. Never mind, I shall decide after we complete the dungeon. As I stroll towards the dungeon square, I notice the sparse gathering of adventurers. Just as Su Luo intends to match for entry, an alarming shout pierces the air. Trouble! Extraterrestrial beasts have invaded the campus. The crowd momentarily halts. Laughter erupts as the jesting youth adds levity to the early morning atmosphere. You all, if you want to run, then I shall. With that, the young man summons a giant eagle and takes flight towards the north. The onlookers are left bewildered. Beep, beep, beep. A simultaneous notification echoes through the crowd. Warning, warning. The campus is under siege by a horde of extraterrestrial beasts. Please swiftly evacuate to the designated areas or retreat through the nearest teleportation array. Warning, warning. The dungeon square descends into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Then chaos ensues as the crowd scatters in all directions. Su Luo, too, resolves to dash towards the nearest teleportation array. Boom. A colossal explosion reverberates through the air, and the sky above the Dream Academy is torn asunder by a blinding light. Through the rift, a figure clad in white with twin horns can be seen clashing with a towering structure and a massive golden lion with wings. Su Luo activates his probe and is greeted by a flurry of question marks, though he barely discerns a level of 90, which is sufficient information. He hastily summons the Black Wolf, preparing to flee, when a thunderous crash emanates from the southern part of the campus. A series of radiant beams streak towards him at incredible speed, one of which hurtles directly in Su Luo's direction. Boom. The ground shakes violently as a monstrous creature lands, lifting its head to reveal a sinister grin to the scattered students in the dungeon square. Its overwhelming aura signifies its status as a super sacred beast. Chapter 134, Continuous Battle. As Su Luo examines the creature, information flashes before him. Name: Super Beast King, Sky Wind Wolf La Yi. Level: LV 80. Attributes: Wind, Light. Strength: Agility. Race. Beast Clan, Super Divine Body, Super Sacred Level Monarch Beast. Evaluation. A general at the boundary of the divine realm, renowned for its speed. Its fur transformed into metal, possessing formidable wind affinity. Combat power rated between 430,000 to 560,000. Upon landing, the beast emanates a dazzling light, morphing from a colossal creature into a towering, 3-meter-tall metal werewolf wielding a scythe. Humans, perish. The scythe swings down, aiming to cleave a female student in two. The student's battle pet, a brave dog with approximately 50,000 combat power, stands valiantly before its owner. However, despair fills their eyes, as the entire square is engulfed in chaos, with most fleeing, and even those possessing sacred beasts are few and far between. Bang! The scythe is intercepted by a massive ice shield. Run! Su Luo shouts urgently. The dog, quick to react, hoists its owner onto its back and races towards a less crowded area. There's no choice. I'll hold it off for you. Su Luo, feeling helpless, realizes that at this early hour, the square lacks any formidable sacred tier fighters. If this Super Beast King were to unleash its wrath, few would survive, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Ice, Sacred Spirit. The werewolf vanishes in an instant. Clang. The scythe strikes against Su Luo's protective spirit shield. Hiss. As the students continue their retreat, Su Luo is reluctant to unleash powerful spells, fearing collateral damage. Fortunately, the foe appears to favor physical combat. Clang, clang, clang. The scythe relentlessly assaults the spirit shield, yet the combined power of the dual elemental sacred beast shield proves nearly unbreakable. Its speed is astonishing, evading Su Luo's fireballs and ice spikes. You possess strength, but you are slow, the werewolf's raspy voice taunts. A massive blade of light descends upon him. Su Luo extends his arms, summoning both fire and ice to defend against the impending attack. In this standoff, he glances around, noting the swift reactions of his fellow students. Within mere seconds, the square is deserted. Despite the continuous thunderous crashes in the distance, Su Luo realizes he can still escape unscathed when he unleashes his full power. Clang. Have you had your fill of swinging that scythe? Su Luo quips, as a summoning array materializes in the air, heralding the arrival of the awaited white feather. Elemental Annihilation Spell. The white feather unleashes its ultimate attack, aiming to obliterate this swift adversary, for its speed could relentlessly pursue Su Luo. Upon the appearance of the white feather, the werewolf's pupils narrow, as the multicolored beams of light surge forth, accompanied by immense pressure that renders the werewolf nearly immobile. It desperately hurls a starlit orb towards its chest. The starlight flashes, and the werewolf's figure vanishes without a trace. Has it fled? Su Luo recalls the white feather, allowing it to remain in the beast space, maintaining its readiness for battle. Keeping it close would only attract attention. Climbing onto the black wolf, he gazes up at the distant figures engaged in fierce combat, still apprehensive about being caught in an unknown area of effect attack. Black wolf, to the third teleportation array. Understood. The black wolf races ahead. Beep, beep. Lilith's voice chimes in. The campus official website has announced that the Guardian Spirit Array has been activated. Currently, short-distance teleportation spells and arrays are rendered ineffective, but the third array remains operational. Got it. The black wolf forges onward, passing through the northern commercial district, where chaos reigns. Small battle beasts wreak havoc, seemingly focused on looting rather than engaging in combat. Approaching his shop, Lilith sends a preemptive message. The store has long been closed. But perhaps due to the allure of the sacred blood potions, a horde of small creatures gathers before his storefront, with a few attempting to break in. A swarm of diminutive creatures with combat power in the tens of thousands. I cannot allow this. Su Luo's irritation surges as he commands the black wolf to attack. The black wolf halts, extending several spiritual energy cannons. Rat-a-tat-tat. The door possesses a special defensive mechanism. Attacks below the sacred tier struggle to breach it. Su Luo instructs the black wolf to limit its attack power to below 100,000. The small beasts suffer heavy casualties, fleeing in a panic. Should I retrieve all the sacred blood potions? After all, it represents a significant sum, and it wouldn't take long. Su Luo hesitates, contemplating disembarking. Suddenly, a shadow lunges forth. Su Luo grimaces. The black wolf disengages. Crack, crack. The claws shred through the black wolf's protective glass as the shadow surges inside, aiming to eliminate the driver, Su Luo. Upon seeing the shadow, Su Luo's expression is one of astonishment. Amongst the rabble, a creature capable of penetrating high-tier sacred beast defenses emerges. The shadow, puzzled, notes that a typical person would wear a mask of terror and despair at such a moment, yet this one appears entirely different. Perhaps it is simply stunned by fear. The claws reach for the seemingly dazed individual, only to unexpectedly collide with something. Crack. The claws clash against the spirit shield, causing cracks to form. This shadow's attack exceeds even that of the previous Super Beast King. There seems to be no other option. The most formidable counterattack was unleashed by Blue Ice, who exerted every ounce of strength. The frost ring upon their left hand emanated an ethereal azure glow. Forbidden spell, Eternal Frost. The intensely compressed breath of ice was even colder than that of an ice dragon. The adversary's claws were ensnared within the crevice of the spirit shield, and Blue Ice's icy breath, in a defensive retaliation, surged through the shield and struck true. A roar of anguish erupted. The shadowy figure, with half of its body encased in ice, transformed into a streak of darkness, retreating to create distance. Blue Ice's magical energy was nearly depleted, and just then, Su Luo leapt from the vehicle, commanding Red Fire to deliver the final blow. This creature, with a single strike, could shatter the spirit shield to such an extent. Even if it were of the high explosive type, it would still possess around 700,000 in combat power. If the opponent's physique were not robust, this strike should suffice to vanquish it. Red Fire's ultimate strike was a conflagration, compressed to near its full fire-based potential. As the flames surged, they constantly morphed, sometimes resembling a dragon, other times a tiger, infused with an abundance of life energy. The fiery essence surged towards the shadow. Although the shadow contended against the frigid air with half of its form, it still emitted some dark mist to counter the flames. The hiss of sizzling filled the air as the dark mist was scorched, yet it managed to maintain a tenuous standoff. Moments later, Su Luo remarked, "This creature appears remarkably powerful." Despite the flames seeming to dominate, Red Fire could no longer channel any more magical energy. The dark mist was steadily eroding the flames. Fortunately, I still have a card to play. Arise, White Feather. The summoning array flickered, and the fully energized White Feather appeared. Under the enhancement of Su Luo's multitude of skills, this entity now boasted at least an additional 100,000 in combat power. With all its might, it unleashed the elemental obliteration spell. I refuse to believe you possess any further tricks at this juncture. The shadow indeed had no more gambits left, its countenance reflecting sheer terror as it beheld the approaching spectrum of light. The dark mist offered a feeble resistance before being pierced by the radiant brilliance. A pained roar echoed through the air. White Feather cried out, descending and forcefully pinning the shadow down with its claws, seeking to bring about its end. "Cease, White Feather." Su Luo rushed nearby. The cracks on the spirit shield had already mended. Is it wise to waste such power? After all, it is a super sacred beast. Enslave Contract. Release. Chapter 135, The Void Wormhole. The assault on its mental resistance was not executed with full force. Su Luo merely approached it with a trial mindset. After all, capturing it would be ideal, but if that failed, then annihilation and a hasty retreat would suffice. Once the contract's power breached its defenses, the shadow's mental resistance dissipated, revealing it to be a coward at heart. The contract was completed. Phew, splendid. As the dark mist on its surface began to disperse, Su Luo was eager to discern its true nature. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated across the skies, generating a powerful shockwave that scattered the clouds at the horizon. The battle in the heavens was no longer a mere 1v2 clash. Now, the towering spire and the golden lion unleashed a relentless bombardment upon the cloaked figure. The horned figure in white fixed its gaze upon the two adversaries, exclaiming, "Damn it, I can't withstand this any longer. Everyone, retreat." With a snap of its fingers, a flicker of energy ignited, releasing a few sparks of magical energy. Forbidden flight? Humph. After all, I am a skywalking chillin. However, in this moment, there is no recourse. I must act decisively. Void Wormhole. Clenching its fist, it unleashed some arcane technique, causing the rifts in the sky to slowly mend. Phew, it's finally over. Wait. Just as Su Luo was about to relax and catch his breath, a radiant orb adorned with starlight emerged from the chest of the dark beast, distorting the space around it and forming a colossal wormhole that expanded rapidly, generating an immense gravitational pull. Both Su Luo and the dark beast at the center were instantly drawn into the vortex, and Su Luo barely managed to retract all his battle companions into the beast-controlling space before losing consciousness. Countless small creatures and spirits, upon catching sight of the wormhole, rushed towards it, one after another leaping into the abyss. The enormous void wormhole lasted only a few minutes before vanishing in an instant. In the aftermath, the once bustling street was left with nothing but a massive crater. Beep, beep, master. Beep, beep, master. Master. Beep, beep, master. Su Luo groaned. I feel so dizzy. Slowly rising, he found himself atop a small hill, surrounded by trees and lush undergrowth. The scenery, quite pleasant. Lilith, are you alright? Fortunately, I sustained no injuries. After a cursory examination of his body, He found no visible scars, and upon inspecting the ground beneath him, he noticed a massive, several-meter-deep pit, likely the result of his teleportation and subsequent fall. I have both bad and good news. Which would you prefer to hear, Lilith? Su Luo dusted himself off. Lilith responded in a calm tone. Based on my assessment of the current situation, I believe there is no good news. Su Luo chuckled. Don't be so rigid, Lilith. Look. Ding, ding, ding. He pointed towards the distant ruins, which appeared to be a fragment of the commercial street that had teleported alongside him. Fortunately, it was not his shop. Such land is invaluable. A familiar supermarket, Lilith remarked, her tone laced with surprise. Su Luo entered the crooked supermarket and rummaged through until he found a bottle of happy water. The automated vending machine chimed. Connection with the system lost, entering offline mode. Happy water, orange flavor, priced at 3 yuan. Please proceed to checkout. Su Luo tossed in 3 coins. Thank you for your patronage. Master, in this situation, shouldn't we forego payment? Must everything adhere to rules? Stepping out of the supermarket, he opened the beverage bottle with a satisfying pop. Leaning against the door, he gazed at the sky adorned with 3 suns and 5 moons, contemplating his next course of action. Whoosh crack. A familiar alert sounded. What now? Su Luo sighed in exasperation. Intruder detected. An eagle man appeared not far from Su Luo. The eagle man flapped its wings, brandishing a black iron fork. Fixating its gaze on Su Luo, a quick glance revealed. Name, Star Wars Scout, Gale Black Eagle Ral. Level, LV-78. Attributes, Wind, Gold. Strength, Agility. Race, Avian, Black Eagle, Saint Tier Monarch Level Eagle Man. Evaluation, responsible for reconnaissance and sweeping operations, a scout on the battlefield, incredibly swift, sturdy, and with feathers heavier than gold. Combat power, 310, 000, 330, 000. TCH, a mere fish. He drained the last of his beverage and casually tossed the bottle behind him. Just as he was about to unleash a forbidden spell to reduce it to ashes, 2 figures materialized beside him. What's the matter, Rao? Why did you send out a signal? It's like this. Su Luo observed the 2 newly arrived figures, Super Beast King, Mountain Bull Demon Wuxing, and Super Beast King, Star Whispering Sheepling Sheen. Their combat powers stood at 700, 000, and 550, 000, respectively. Su Luo mused, it's not unmanageable. First, let us shield myself with a spirit shield. What's wrong? Wuxing, why are you standing there motionless? A voice echoed from a distance. Soon after, countless sacred beasts and super sacred beasts filled Su Luo's field of vision, blotting out the sun and moon. Among them were even several with combat powers exceeding 900, 000. Suro raised his hands and proclaimed, I am a Star Realm wanderer. My spaceship has encountered an accident and crashed here. I seek refuge as a refugee. This was a standard script, one that could be uttered in any major power's domain, playing the role of the unfortunate victim of a shipwreck. Whether they would assist, he was left to fate. Neomo Wuxing turned back and remarked, this fellow claims to be a Star Realm traveler whose ship has met with misfortune. A serpent-headed Super Beast King, listening with evident displeasure, thought to himself, what Star Realm traveler? He is merely a smuggler attempting to infiltrate the Starlin Divine Realm. It would be too troublesome to send him to the Border Management Bureau. It would be easier to crush him outright. Approaching with a bloodthirsty gaze, exuding an aura of brutality, the other Super Beast Kings did not intervene. What to do? We cannot fight back, and fleeing seems futile. A thought flickered through his mind. I am a top-tier Saint-level Beast Tamer, a highly skilled professional. It appears that auxiliary professions of the Saint level are quite sought after in any world, as noted in the Starry Sky Manual. Have you ever heard of the profession of Beast Tamer? No, I only know of blacksmiths. The leading Super Beast King, a blue bull, slightly furrowed his brow upon hearing Suro proclaim his title as a Saint Beast Tamer, as if recalling something. As he witnessed the serpent-headed Super Beast King draw closer to Suro, he suddenly vanished, appearing beside the Serpent King and knocking him away with a swift motion. Step aside, he commanded, slowly walking towards Suro. Ahaha, so you are a Beast Tamer, huh? My memory is rather poor. I have a vague impression of that title. Might you remind me what exactly a Beast Tamer does? Suro, glancing at the 990, 000 combat power before him, spoke with a hint of nervousness. It involves enhancing the combat abilities of beasts, or rather, utilizing methods to upgrade the bloodlines of divine beasts. Upgrading bloodlines. Isn't that forbidden? Neomo Wuxing's words were cut off by the Blue Bull Super Beast King. Shoo, quiet down. Look around you. You have heard nothing, understood? Understood, boss. Understood, understood. The smallest of the eagle men trembled in fear. Turning back to Suro, his smile became exceedingly radiant. Come, let us escort this unfortunate, oh no, our esteemed guest, into my splendid golden carriage. As you command, boss. Several approached and guided Suro into the center of their formation, within a golden chariot. The Blue Bull Super Beast King, recalling something, approached the Serpent Beast King who had just crawled out from the rubble. You heard nothing just now, understood? Boss. My head is spinning. What did you say? I truly didn't catch it. Could you repeat? Bang. A slap sent him flying. Not hearing, and still wasting my time. Chapter 136, The Qinglin Border. Inside the golden chariot, Suro indulged in delicacies and fine wine. While he appeared to be feasting, he was actually connecting his consciousness to the beast control space. Finally, he had time to examine the black beast he had captured earlier. In the beast control space, several beasts kept their distance from the black creature, while only Xiao Jingxin remained nearby, frowning at it. The contract chains held the black beast tightly. The dark mist surrounding it had thinned, allowing Suro to discern its true form. Name: Xianshui Hei Feng Evil Kirin Beast, Madness State. Level: LV 75. Attributes: Dark, Wind, Water. Strength: 287. Agility: 330. Constitution: 200. Intelligence: 200. Spirit: 200. Charisma: 100. Race: Kirin, Star Lin subspecies, Super Sacred Level Monarch Kirin Beast. Skills: Holy Evil Heart LV 18. Bloodthirsty Devour LV 15. Curse Breaking Claw LV 15. Quiet Evil Aura LV 19. Blackwater Holy Incantation LV 12. Great Wind Holy Incantation LV 12. Evaluation: Born from a drop of the Great Wind Kirin's essence, which fell into the evil water marsh and was nurtured for a century. This creature possesses a trace of the wind's power from the Great Wind Kirin. However, its essence is marred by malevolence and dark waters, its bloodline bearing certain flaws: bloodthirsty, combative, and insane, with potential ratings of 630,000 and combat power ratings of 860,000. This creature is rather peculiar. Well, let us have it cease its struggles for now. Suro shook his head at the writhing black, evil Kirin beast. Ice Heart, Clarity. He cast a skill to reduce mental anomalies and another to increase mental resistance. The black, evil Kirin ceased its thrashing, its eyes regaining clarity. Its form shifted, transforming into a girl clad in black, appearing around 15 or 16 years of age. Bound by iron chains, she hung suspended in the air. Hee, I have been captured, it seems. So, dear master, what are your demands? If it's for gold or secret elixirs, I must disappoint you, for I am utterly impoverished. Suro inquired, do you have a name? The black-clad girl replied disdainfully, I have no parents. How could I have a name? Suro, uninterested in pondering further, said, Xiao Jingxin, give her a name. Jingxin, gazing down in contemplation, suggested, names like Feng Xian, Hei Xian Feng, or Hei Xian Shui all fit her attributes well. Suro decided, let us call her Feng Xian. A female named Hei Xian seems rather odd. The name in her attribute panel changed to Feng Xian. Now, you must tell me, what exactly are you? In the forefront of the Holy Beast Army's chariot, a black ape stealthily approached the Blue Bull Super Beast King and queried, Boss. That Star Realm refugee beast tamer we encountered earlier, what about him? Slap. Didn't I instruct you to act as if you know nothing? The Blue Bull Super Beast King shot a glare at the black ape. The black ape, looking somewhat aggrieved, responded, No, I was merely trying to say, Boss. Weren't we tasked with escorting the vanguard to the Northlight secret realm? Returning this way might disappoint the 27th prince. Escort. What nonsense. Did you not see those little beasts turn to mush? Do you know what you're thinking, daring to use the Morningstar General as spaceball? Who doesn't he know that the only trace of bloodline he has is from his grandfather? With a spaceball, 4 or 5 out of 10 explode. Not a single one of those unfortunate souls returned. The Blue Bull Super Beast King lamented, Fortunately, we stumbled upon a bloodline taboo master. This time, not only will we avoid blame, but we might even earn merit, and perhaps even retrieve a drop of starlight sacred water. The black ape inquired, Should we test this bloodline taboo master first? The Blue Bull Super Beast King tilted his head and asked, Do you know how to test? The black ape shook his head, No. The Blue Bull Super Beast King replied, Then what is there to test? Gazing towards the heavens, he quietly advised, Do not rush to undertake every task. Refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Upon hearing Feng Xian's explanation, Suro sighed, So that is the case. This group, attacking the Myriad Dream Realms Academy, is quite the unexpected twist. The force Feng Xian belonged to was stationed in a border region northwest of the Star Lin Divine Realm. Though they claimed to guard the frontier, everyone knew that those who arrived here were either exiled or defeated in battle. Presently, this area was under the command of the 27th Prince of the Qinglin Kingdom. The war's origins stemmed from the prince receiving a distress signal regarding an invasion in a nearby subordinate world, prompting him to order a few generals to address the situation. Through Feng Xian's memories, Suro discerned the attire of those they battled, leading him to deduce that they were likely a coalition army from the starry sky dream realm. The Myriad Dream Realm, the Myriad Beast Kings, and the Southern Domain Merchant Alliance. They effortlessly vanquished the enemy, for they were accompanied by two legendary figures. Their intention was to eradicate the threat entirely, utilizing the teleportation array of the Starry Dream Realm to deploy several battalions. Upon breaching the defenses, they soon realized they had encountered formidable resistance. Thus unfolded the events within the campus. For the Divine Summer Empire and the Qinglin Kingdom, this was merely a minor border skirmish. Although Qinglin Kingdom resided in a high-level world, it remained a small nation, while the Divine Summer Empire boasted numerous subordinate realms, each possessing the strength of several intermediate worlds. However, in terms of high-level power, the disparity was minimal, as both sides were relatively evenly matched. Su Luo anticipated that negotiations would soon ensue, as prolonged conflict would yield no benefits for either party. Such occurrences had transpired many times before. The discovery of a medium-sized world, an assault, conquest, only to find that the opposing side was already well defended, leading to a confrontation where both sides clashed. Defeat necessitated a retreat, victory allowed for occupation, and in the end, a stalemate would ensue, with territories divided according to strength. It was also understood that direct advancements to the bloodlines of spirit beasts were prohibited in this realm, which possessed its own unique enhancement elixir, a rare substance known as Starlight Divine Essence. This powerful essence could transform even a mere stone, through persistent accumulation, into a starry Kirin, becoming a divine beast in its own right. Subsequently, Su Luo inquired about the systems and prices within the Qinglin Kingdom. Within an immense palace, in the grandest hall, a young man clad in resplendent golden garments sat at the pinnacle, surrounded by numerous super beast kings, all indulging in extravagant feasting in humanoid form. Perhaps a more space-efficient arrangement? The young man set down his goblet and inquired about the state of the conflict. An attendant stepped forward to respond, "Your Highness, the commander and the Grand General have retreated. Through their encounters, it has been revealed that the opposing side also possesses demigod-level individuals. According to information gleaned from captured prisoners, the force we are contending with likely includes around 5 demigods, and the commander is currently engaged in negotiations with them. 5. They are slightly inferior to us. But the opposing side is merely a coalition of a few factions from that world, with power levels not vastly different from ours. It would be prudent to negotiate sooner rather than later," the prince replied. "By the way, Your Highness, the opposing side has proactively reached out to us, seeking to establish trade relations. What are your thoughts?" The Qinglin prince responded, "Oh, what is the quality of their goods? Are they merely limited to minor exchanges of fruits and vegetables?" "Your Highness, the commander has initially assessed it as a level 3 commercial world." A crash resounded as the goblet fell to the floor, followed by a hearty laugh. "I never expected that I, Qing Mu Yunming, exiled to this desolate place, would encounter such fortune. A level 3 commercial world offers value exceeding that of the 2 trade centers in our kingdom. Without a doubt, this will soon become the wealthiest locale in Qinglin Kingdom." In Chapter 137, Flattery, the chief of the Qing Neo Super Beast King excitedly rushed into the command tent. A towering man, nearly 3 meters tall, was scrutinizing documents over a sand table. "What is all this commotion about? Have we received news of the forced retreat of the vanguard troops?" "Yes, we have." "How many?" "They've been reduced to mere pulp." The general replied with a sigh. "By the way, Chief, we have captured a bloodline sorcerer. How should we handle him? What level is he?" "Oh, my memory fails me. I believe he is of the holy rank." A sharp slap landed on the Qing Nyo's head. "What use is a holy rank?" "Well, it might have some utility." "Forget it. You and the other subordinate generals should test him out. AMU is from the imperial capital and has more experience. Report back to me with any findings." "Understood, Chief." Meanwhile, Su Luo was escorted out of the golden carriage and followed by 2 lackeys into a grand hall. The familiar figure of the Qing Nyo Super Beast King was in discussion with several other Super Beast Kings. A white-clad youth with a singular horn remarked, "What kind of cultivator is he? Merely a charlatan from a lower world, of no use to us at our level. Just toss him out and let him find his way to the inner city of the continent." A young man in black, with gray hair and silver eyes, sat at the table. The bloodline advancement technique requires an extensive amount of flesh and blood. The process is excessively gruesome and disruptive to the heavens. Initially, it was rejected by the Starry Lin Divine Realm. It is said that some higher worlds possess divine-level bloodline technologies, but I doubt we would encounter them easily. Moreover, Old Qing mentioned that this fellow's strength is quite average. The Qing Nyo Super Beast King concurred. "That makes sense." Reporting, "General, the individual has arrived. Let him in." "What should we do?" "We need to demonstrate value. Regardless, we must maintain a good attitude." Su Luo entered the tent, where 3 individuals loomed over him. The young man in black asked, "What abilities do you possess? Can you provide us with advancements?" The white-clad youth sneered while the Qing Niu leisurely sipped his tea. Remaining remarkably calm, Su Luo replied, "May I have a closer look at each of you, esteemed sirs?" The young man in black nodded, "Certainly." Su Luo unleashed his probing abilities, directing a subtly invasive mental force towards the trio. The white-clad youth, dismissive, lowered his defenses, while the Qing Niu removed a ring from his finger, also refraining from concealing his power. The young man in black remained unaffected. Su Luo's abilities revealed only a void. A Genued demon tiger, perhaps? How fortuitous to encounter a spirit beast I am somewhat familiar with. This esteemed one, your true form is the Genued demon tiger, is it not? The white-clad youth chuckled. Indeed, and what of it? Su Luo responded, your essence and spirit are abundant, and within you lie 3 additional bloodlines, showing immense potential. Truly, a celestial holy tiger. Upon hearing this, the white-clad youth's expression softened, and he smiled. Ah, indeed I possess other bloodlines. Can you discern them? Su Luo nodded. If I am not mistaken, they are the Vanhai Tide Tiger, the Dual Polestar Tiger, and the Thunder Forged Fire Tiger, correct? The white-clad youth nodded at the first 2, but furrowed his brow at the mention of the third, murmuring, Thunder Forged Fire Tiger? No wonder my lightning affinity is so pronounced. The others remained silent. Esteemed sir, Su Luo continued, I possess some knowledge regarding the enhancement of the spirit tiger's bloodline. I have several enhancement proposals. Would you be interested in hearing them? The white-clad youth approached Su Luo, courteously pulling a chair for him and gesturing for him to sit. Master, do share. Leaning against the table, his face brimming with anticipation, Su Luo began to align the bloodline inheritance fruits with the compatibility of the white-clad youth's lineage. 112, 139, 142, 171, 163. Selecting the ones with the highest compatibility, he softly stated, the brave god tiger, possessing tremendous divine power and unparalleled combat prowess. A top-tier super sacred beast. Quite impressive. Then there is the Xian Yin Moon Demon Tiger, the sovereign of the dark night, the king of the shadow moon. An embodiment of destruction. At the mention of the Xian Yin Moon Demon Tiger, both the Qing Niu Super Beast King and the white-clad youth frowned. The Qing Niu Super Beast King inquired, is the Xian Yin Moon Demon Tiger ranked among the top 10 on the Demon Tiger list? The white-clad youth responded, it ranks 7th, but the descriptions on the black list are far more terrifying than what this master has conveyed. Turning back to Su Luo, he urged, Master, do not mind, please continue. Su Luo swallowed hard, pondering the enigmatic black tiger list they spoke of. Regardless, he decided to continue. Mentioning another entity known as the Star Xian Tiger, the embodiment of stellar radiance, and the apostle heralding the descent of the star god. Upon hearing about the Star Xian Tiger, the frown that had deepened on his brow due to the mention of the Xian Yin Moon Demon Tiger grew even more pronounced. The Azure Bull Super Beast King interjected, I have not heard of this before. Is it listed among the Spirit Tiger Demon Tigers? The young man in white replied, Master, could you perhaps describe its general appearance? It possesses a body woven from starlight, suffused with stellar energy, capable of transforming into a divine general of the constellations. Ah, indeed. It is that creature, exclaimed the Azure Bull Super Beast King. Ming, do you recall where the Star Xian Tiger ranks? The young man in white answered, no. It is not on the Spirit Tiger list. My mother mentioned that before the bipolar Star Tiger clan arrived in the Starlin continent, they were under the protection of a celestial tiger endowed with stellar power, a legendary beast capable of transforming into a divine general. It seems to align. The Azure Bull Super Beast King noted. Indeed, it does. By the way, what is your name, Master? Su Luo inquired. I am surnamed Su, given name Luo, he replied. Master Su, can these enhancements truly be realized? Su Luo responded affirmatively. Of course, they can be achieved, but it requires a plethora of materials. I will compile a list for you. As Su Luo meticulously crafted the list, the young man in white, Ming, was taken aback by the extensive inventory. Nevertheless, he carefully stored it away. Su Luo cautioned, it is not solely reliant on those materials. Utilizing some living blood can serve as a substitute, yielding even better results, particularly from your esteemed general subordinates. Ming raised his hand to halt Su Luo. Please, Master Su. I am a general who cherishes my soldiers as my own children. You may take your leave. I shall find a way to procure the materials. Sooner. A beautiful woman with pristine white wings emerged from the tent's rear. Sooner, ensure Master Su is accommodated in the finest chamber with the utmost hospitality. Do you understand? Sooner nodded in comprehension, leading Su Luo away. The 2 remaining individuals quickly gathered around, eager to see the materials. Weren't you skeptical? One remarked. I merely wish to take a look. This inventory is astonishingly vast, and much of it comprises the flesh and blood of spirit tigers, is it not? Where will you procure such items? By the way, I recall that physical examinations include blood tests, right? Are you not a general who treasures his soldiers? What's wrong with my son donating some blood for his father? As Su Luo lay upon the bed within the tent, he gazed at the unfamiliar night scenery. Fruits and beverages were laid out on the table before him. I wonder what tomorrow holds, he mused. Closing his eyes, he directed his consciousness into the Beastmaster space. Bai Yu had transformed into a humanoid form, an attractive youth with twin horns and striking white hair, wielding a wrench of indeterminate origin as he tightened screws on the Black Wolf war chariot. The Wind Xin maiden, bound by chains, observed the peculiar antics of the young Bai Yu with quiet curiosity, unaware of what this noble bloodline was engaged in. The Black Wolf's glass had long since restored itself, as the source energy beast possessed a degree of self-healing ability. Su Luo's spiritual entity approached Xiao Jingxin, playfully tapping her head. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be studying? The Black Wolf mentioned discomfort on the left side of its body, so I am helping to alleviate it, Xiao Jingxin explained. Su Luo extended his hand, and an encyclopedia floated into his grasp, which he then handed to Xiao Jingxin. With a sigh, she set down the wrench and hurried to her study table. Opening the book, after ascending to the sacred stage, Su Luo's Beastmaster space evolved into a semi-dimensional realm, given the enduring cultivation foundation of Beastmasters. This advancement resulted in a significant increase in volume, with the laws of the space resembling a small world. Currently, his semi-dimensional realm spanned approximately 100,000 square meters, adorned with vibrant flora, each beast having its designated area. Some sanctified beings with divine essence even transformed their semi-dimensional realms into divine kingdoms. However, such methods were exceedingly rare, and Su Luo had no means to acquire them at present. Turning his attention to the Xian Shui, Hei Feng, Evil Lin beast, Wen Xian, Su Luo felt a twinge of headache. This tier of battle pet possessed combat prowess far surpassing his own, and the forced contract posed a constant risk of rebellion. Rubbing his chin, Su Luo contemplated his next move. The bloodline exhibited a certain flaw. An idea struck him, and he jumped up in elation. If I can resolve this flaw, the creature's power will undoubtedly diminish, while its potential can be enhanced, allowing me to exert greater control over it. However, he gazed at the Tree of Life, where a single fruit related to the Qilan lay, belonging to Jingxin Baizhe. Upon checking its compatibility, he noted it was merely 23. Never mind, I shall address it when the opportunity arises. For now, it is best to keep her confined. Su Luo decided as he exited his Beastmaster space. Upon awakening in the morning, several maidens delivered breakfast. Su Luo had anticipated raw meat, yet was pleasantly surprised by a selection of ordinary but well-prepared dishes. After eating, the maidens tidied up, leaving him in solitude. Well, since there is nothing to do, I might as well cultivate, he thought, relieved that his most valuable assets lay within the modesty of the Sacred One. He retrieved 3 pieces of tiger-shaped epic materials, tossing them to the Tree of Life, sufficient for several days of digestion. Closing his eyes, he opened them again 4 hours later, still without any notification. Observing the lunch brought by the maidens, Su Luo shrugged, finishing his meal and continuing his cultivation. Master, Lord Su. Upon hearing his name, Su Luo opened his eyes. A swan maiden was rousing him. White Moon Ming and General Azure Bull are awaiting you. Understood, he replied, rising to follow the 2 maidens. They arrived at a plaza where several hundred sacred beast soldiers stood in formation, seemingly awaiting something. It was said they were to undergo physical examinations, requiring blood draws. Rumor had it that this time, a substantial quantity of blood would be extracted. The soldiers are in need of a health check. And I wonder how much blood we should draw, Sacred Master Su. White Moon Ming remarked with an arched brow upon spotting Su Luo. Understood, Su Luo nodded, grasping the implication. Without compromising health, utilizing appropriate recovery spells, we could safely extract 1/10 of their blood. Wouldn't that be a tad insufficient? Is that enough? White Moon Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow. Glancing over the gathered sacred beasts, numbering over 200, Su Luo nodded. At present, that seems adequate. Then let us commence. White Moon Ming declared. The maiden, Sunner, called out, let us begin. After the blood draw, you shall have 3 days free from training. Now that is agreeable. Daily training can be quite tiresome. A few days of rest will be refreshing. The soldiers brightened as they lined up. A colossal leech was designated to draw blood. Appearing somewhat grotesque, yet it served as the military's medic. That's enough. Don't extract too much. Blood spirit, if you continue, I shall have to retaliate. One soldier exclaimed. Not enough yet. Just a moment longer, came a sweet, melodic voice that, if not for her appearance, would lead one to believe she was an adorable girl. Seated within the tent behind the blood extraction point, Su Luo awaited the fresh blood's emergence. Theoretically, he required at least 3 units of sacred beast flesh to condense its inheritance fruit. However, given the presence of numerous soldiers from the same race, he was certain he could create an abundance of inheritance fruits. Anticipation brimmed within him. Whenever a fresh barrel of blood was brought in, Suluo would promptly place it into his storage space. At night, he would toss the newly acquired blood to the roots of the tree, allowing it to digest first. Then, it was time for the concoction. Suluo retrieved the appropriate alchemical platform. After all, it was essential for sustenance, and he always kept a spare on hand. On the first day, a small vial of blue potion was set out. On the second day, a small vial of green potion. By the seventh day, all the blood had been digested. The life tree of Suluo bore dozens of sacred tier legacy fruits. Unexpectedly, 2 were particularly special. Name, White Jade Deer. Level, LV 180. Attributes, Light Wood. Race, Chelan, Star Lin subspecies, Ultra Sacred Tier Monarch Chelan Beast. Evaluation, its body is as pure as jade, imbued with incomparably divine power. Exuding an air of nobility in its movements, often aiding travelers in distress within the forest. Combat power rating, 560, 000, 720, 000. And another. Name, Colorful Illusion Deer. Level, LV 180. Attributes, Light, Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth. Race, Chelan, Star Lin subspecies, Ultra Sacred Tier Monarch Chelan Beast. Evaluation, the Lord of the Forest. Frequently transforming into human form to rescue the suffering. Possessing elemental attributes of the 5 basic elements and formidable spiritual capabilities. Combat power rating, 520, 000, 780, 000. Suluo was puzzled as to why 2 Chelan subspecies legacy fruits materialized among the myriad of spiritual beasts, especially since neither of these creatures existed among them. Perhaps someone among them bore the bloodline of these 2 beasts. The earlier small vials were mere decoys, signifying that Suluo had been busy. The bloodline evolution potion of Bai Yuming had always been within reach. Suluo's stock of life and spiritual fruits was sufficient. Previously, Bai Yuming had clearly expressed a desire for the bloodline evolution potion of the Star Xian Tiger. Suluo condensed the Star Xian Tiger's legacy fruit, diluting it to incorporate a stabilizing agent. Task completed flawlessly. Stepping out of the tent, Suluo summoned a maid. Su Xingshi, how may I serve you? Notify General Bai Yuming that the bloodline evolution potion of the Star Xian Tiger has been prepared. Is that so? I shall inform the general at once. Moments later, Bai Yuming and the Qingtian Beast King arrived at Suluo's tent, brimming with excitement. Su Xingshi, is it ready? At Bai Yuming's inquiry, Suluo replied. Indeed, as he handed a massive test tube to Bai Yuming. Within the test tube, starlight twinkled, with meteoric glimmers frequently streaking across. Bai Yuming, overtaken by exhilaration, accepted it, gazing dreamily at the vial. I can sense an incredibly familiar aura within it. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he asked, by the way, Su Xingshi, how is this to be used? Suluo mimicked an injection motion. Inject it into your bloodstream. It may sting a bit. That's trivial. Bai Yuming replied, turning to leave. And remember to eat well beforehand to ensure ample energy reserves. Bai Yuming waved his hand in acknowledgement as he departed. Once the figure faded from view, Suluo sighed. Phew, once he completes his advancement, he should be able to draw back blood. Chapter 139. The Holy Spirit Sorcerer advances to Star Xian Tiger. Unbeknownst to him, a month had slipped by. Each day, Suluo would eat, cultivate, and then sleep. He relished the long-awaited tranquility of life. Late at night, after dinner's cultivation period ended, he lamented, how boring. I wonder if Bai Yuming has completed his advancement. He felt as if he were living a life of luxury, albeit one akin to soft imprisonment. However, though each day was monotonous, perhaps due to his frequent cultivation, it seemed his upgrade was progressing faster than usual, now reaching LV 64. Continuous practice and analysis of spiritual techniques had elevated his mastery level to its zenith at LV 20. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a discounted awakening scroll for a Holy Spirit sorcerer. Otherwise, he would have struggled to advance. He recalled the merchant shop where a core skill scroll for a Holy Spirit sorcerer was on clearance. Wanting to take the easy route, he purchased it. As self-study would be time-consuming, he retrieved the scroll from his storage space. Name, Legacy Scroll, Holy Element Control. Type, Consumable. Quality, Epic. Special effect, the user will acquire the skill, Heart of the Holy Element. Usage requirements, level LV 60 and mastery level 20 in spiritual techniques. Note, the core skill of a Holy Spirit sorcerer, capable of enhancing the power of your basic elemental skills, encompassing the elemental attributes of light, darkness, wind, thunder, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Holy Spirit sorcerer possesses 2 additional core skills. Holy Arcane Control, which enables the manipulation of primal arcane energies and the chaotic forces beyond space, enhancing potency while increasing danger, corresponding to the basic elemental control. Due to its complexity, fewer sorcerers opt for arcane control. The other core skill, Holy Spiritual Network, allows the construction of a personal spiritual network, facilitating faster and more powerful release of spiritual techniques. Once mastered to profound depths, even if one's physical form disintegrates. Holy Spirit sorcerers can utilize their spiritual network to manifest a spiritual body. This skill is highly sought after, though Su Luo currently lacked it, which was somewhat regrettable. Certain core skills of different professions may conflict, such as the Holy Tier Spirit Breaker's core skill, Holy Element Resistance, which completely opposes Holy Element Control. However, practitioners today select second and third professions that perfectly align with their abilities, avoiding such conflicts, particularly someone like Su Luo, who has calculated extensively. Su Luo tore open the scroll, and a kaleidoscope of light particles floated in the air, subsequently entering his body one by one. He felt as if the entire universe had transformed. The world was now composed of vibrant elements, all in fluid motion, including himself. However, the sacred tier body seemed to compress the elements significantly. As his perspective shifted, everything returned to normal. System notification: you have used the Sacred Legacy Scroll. You have acquired the skill Holy Element Control, and your mastery level has reached LV20 as a Holy Spirit Sorcerer, now at LV1. Success. Now possessing another sacred tier profession. Su Luo remained remarkably composed. To celebrate, he turned over and lay down to sleep. Su Shengshi. Su Shengshi. Su Luo sat up and donned his outer garment. What is it? A maid rushed in, flustered. General Bai Yuming has completed his advancement. And General Qingtian has come to see you as well. Was it successful? Observing Bai Yuming's expression, he appeared to be in good spirits. What's to worry? Su Luo rose to tidy himself. In just a few minutes, Bai Yuming and the Qingtian Beast King arrived at Su Luo's tent. Su Shengshi. Bai Yuming enthusiastically approached and embraced Su Luo, patting him repeatedly. Ahem, that's enough. Su Luo gestured for him to stop. His small frame unable to endure such exuberance. I successfully advanced. I can feel an inexhaustible power of the stars within me, far stronger than before. Though the process was a bit painful and nearly unbearable, he said, casting a slightly resentful glance at Su Luo. Su Luo shivered. Let me take a closer look. Of course, Su Shengshi, Bai Yuming replied with great enthusiasm. Su Luo scrutinized him from head to toe, continuously probing. Name: Xing Xianhu Bai Yuming. Level: LV 80. Attribute: Light. Strength: Agility. Race: Beast Tribe, Xing Xianhu Ultra Sacred Tier Monarch Level Spirit Beast. Evaluation: this individual has evolved into a celestial tiger infused with the power of the cosmos after undergoing transformation, possessing a trace of the star god bloodline potential. Perhaps capable of transcending into legend? Potential rating: 880,000. Combat strength rating: 990,000. The combat prowess of these entities from the Star Lin Divine Realm far exceeds their potential, and Su Luo remains perplexed by this phenomenon. Su Luo estimates that Bai Yuming's potential score has surged by nearly 200,000, marking a significant leap in level. However, it seems the absorption is not optimal. With some adjustments, the potential score could increase further. Su Luo nodded. Fortunately, it hasn't been fully absorbed. I will concoct some adjusting potions for you, which should enhance your potential. Really? That's incredible. Su Shengshi, you are indeed my benefactor. As a result, Su Luo provided a list. Bai Yuming glanced at the materials, finding them somewhat off, but deemed it a minor issue, promising to procure them in a few days. By the way, Lao Qing has something to discuss with you. Raising an eyebrow, Su Luo sensed something. Bai Yuming, I'll take my leave now. You all continue your conversation. Qing Niu Chao Beast King. Su Shengshi, may I come in? After entering the tent, he paused at the entrance and asked, Su Shengshi, what do you think about enhancing my bloodline? Su Luo, certainly. Qing Niu Chao Beast King sat down, holding his breath, not a hint of energy flowing through him. Having already removed his shielding ring, Su Luo examined the situation. Since the other party belonged to a common lineage of the bovine race, he had quite a stock of resources available. However, the compatibility was low: 73, 101, 121, 113. None exceeded the explosive compatibility of 150. Moreover, Su Luo discovered that the foundational race of Qing Niu Chao Beast King appeared rather ordinary, almost indistinguishable from a typical wild blue bull. Oh, the bloodline of General Qing Niu is remarkably pure. Qing Niu Chao Beast King laughed heartily. Haha, Su Shengshi, there's no need for such formality. I am merely an ordinary bull beast of the fields, fortuitously bestowed with divine liquid by the Holy Monarch, gradually advancing for hundreds of years to reach this stage. All achieved at the cost of my life. Thus, I greatly envy those who can thrive solely on their bloodline. Su Luo, General Qing Niu is formidable. I do have some enhancement plans, but their effectiveness may not match that of previous endeavors, and the results may be rather modest. After all, Bai Yuming was fortunate to encounter Su Luo, an expert in enhancing tiger-type war beasts. General Qing Niu furrowed his brow. Are you implying that the advancement effects are limited? Su Luo. Currently, that is the case. However, General Qing Niu tapped his fingers on the table, stating, I will gather plenty of rare bovine bloodline samples for you, Su Shengshi, to experiment with. Perhaps we can devise more effective plans? Su Luo nodded. That is undoubtedly the case, General. Qing Niu Chao Beast King stood. Well then, I shall procure them immediately. Su Shengshi, do not worry, it won't take long. Chapter 140, Deception, Semi-Divine Calamity. A few days later, Su Luo was summoned by a maid into a tent, quietly awaiting something. You see, I told you it's true, you should give it a try first. The familiar voice of Qing Niu Chao Beast King echoed. Really? Do those special secret potions you mentioned actually work? It works on some individuals, but it depends on whether their constitution is suitable. Besides, it's just a little blood extraction. What else to fear? Upon hearing Qing Niu Chao Beast King's voice, the crowd buzzed with excitement. It seemed some were intrigued. Then, the leech demon began drawing blood, and barrel after barrel of fresh blood was brought into the tent, which Su Luo organized meticulously. Through the crack in the door, Su Luo could see dozens of the top-tier bovine super beasts queuing to donate blood. General Qing Niu is indeed impressive. He managed to gather so many ultra-sacred tier bovine beast kings. Once the blood extraction was complete, General Qing Niu pushed open the tent flap. Phew, Su Shengshi, could you concoct a universal potion that would yield some effect for all bovine races? Of course. The quantity need not be excessive, I just need to make do. Su Luo nodded. That is feasible. I am immensely grateful. By the way, is the current quantity sufficient? Reflecting on the amount, Su Luo replied. It's adequate, but the more, the better. Thus, General Qing Niu nodded. I understand your meaning, Su Shengshi. Please prepare a few bottles of that universal potion, and then I will proceed accordingly. I comprehend. A few days later, under Su Luo's guidance, General Qing Niu administered those bottles of universal sacred bovine potions to several super bovine beasts with the lowest bloodline potential. As it was a universal potion, the absorption was swift, and within days, their strength increased significantly, yielding favorable feedback. Leveraging this reputation, General Qing Niu successfully convinced 2 more batches of honest bulls to participate. Ultimately, General Qing Niu, Su Shengshi, is the quantity sufficient? Without a doubt, just a few days ago, we condensed over 20 sacred bovine heritage fruits. No problem, General, allow me to investigate once more. Su Luo scrutinized General Qing Niu while continually combining and matching options, ultimately selecting 2 extraordinarily compatible variants. Please wait a few days, General. By then, I will be able to present the plan to you. My apologies for the trouble. After indulging in leisure for 3 days, within Su Luo's tent, the general was presented with 2 enhancement plans, one for the Emu Eternal Life Bull and another for the King Kong Divine Martial Bull. Characterized by, no need, Su Shengshi. I am familiar with these 2. They rank 7th and 5th on the Spirit Bull rankings, and I am well aware of their traits. The Emu Eternal Life Bull is more suitable for me, correct? How did he know? Su Luo nodded. Precisely, General. Indeed. With hands clasped behind his back, General Qing Niu paced restlessly around the room, finally exhaling deeply. Su Shengshi. I wish to advance to become the Emu Eternal Life Bull. Su Luo nodded. Understood. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Qing Niu Chao Beast King. In a state of anxious anticipation, while Su Luo prepared the bloodline advancement potion, was called into the tent by the commander of the border army. Boss, what is the matter that you summoned me? Qing Niu Chao Beast King pushed open the door. The commander had his back turned to Qing Niu. I heard you've been fervently assisting that bloodline sorcerer in gathering materials lately. Qing Niu was well prepared, eating the king's grain, relieving the king's worries. The commander, don't be so formal, I know you too well. By the way, arrange for us to meet. I want to see if he can assist with semi-divine levels. Qing Niu, well, matters like this require experimentation. Coincidentally, that Master Su is busy with an enhancement project. Once the results are in, we can discuss it further. Bloodline matters should be approached with greater caution. The commander, you, as if I'm stealing your time. Forget it. Let us see how your enhancement goes first, alright? Qing Niu, boss. I'm doing this for you if. The commander waved his hand, scram. Alright, boss. Qing Niu took his leave. The commander gazed out at the bright moon, murmuring, can this method still work for semi-divine levels? It seems quite challenging. But even slight effects would be splendid. Receiving the bloodline potion handed to him by Su Luo, General Qing Niu was immensely excited. Good, good. Please note that there may be pain, and ensure your energy reserves are sufficient. Understood, Qing Niu took his leave. Su Luo sighed. Finally, I can rest for a few days. These past few days have been utterly exhausting. A colossal azure bull, ensnared by several chains, revealed its true form as the Azure Beast King, measuring over 60 meters in length and towering at 20 meters in height. The transformation of its bloodline, originating from its very marrow, instigated an unbearable itch, causing immense suffering. This is excruciating. I'd rather be struck with a blade. The mighty bull lamented as it struggled to break free, the iron chains clattering ominously. On either end of the chains, dozens of holy beast soldiers strained to maintain their grip, while the primary chain was held firmly by the Grand Commander. Ah, Qing, you are now nearing the end of your prime. If you cannot break through to the demigod stage soon, further advancement will become exceedingly difficult. Hang in there, boss. The agony is unbearable, the Azure General exclaimed, thrashing about as countless soldiers were flung away. Can you not sense it? The Azure General's aura is erratic, fluctuating between strength and weakness. The Grand Commander, feeling a pang of sympathy, produced a small vial. This is my allocation from the past decade. I shall lend it to you for now. In an instant, the Grand Commander grew to an immense height of 70 to 80 meters. Seizing the dislodged chains and securing the Azure Bull firmly, the vial shattered in the air, and a single drop of iridescent liquid descended into the bull's third eye. Mo! Echoed the bull's roar. The Azure Beast King's exterior radiated a tremendous flow of energy, enveloping it like a shell, fiercely protecting it within. This bloodline transformation is quite a leap for the ordinarily bloodline-challenged Qing. However, given his solid foundation, perhaps he will manage. Patience is key. The Grand Commander resumed his human form, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in anticipation. Days passed, and one clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the explosive sound of thunder, a peculiar pressure descending upon them. Su Luo lifted his gaze. What is this? Not good. The Azure General is about to face the demigod tribulation. The Grand Commander commanded. Everyone retreat to at least 200 miles away. In an instant, chaos ensued, as if the impending demigod tribulation were a life-threatening ordeal. Su Luo, informed by a maid, was escorted to a mountaintop several hundred miles away. Boom. Mo. A slightly smaller azure bull, now diminished in size by nearly half, soared through the skies, its surface enveloped in a verdant aura, transforming into a colossal tree that emitted green energy, constantly battling the descending bolts of thunder. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. The intensity escalated, and the tree behind the azure bull suffered increasingly grievous strikes. Yet, the atmosphere remained surprisingly calm. It seems our leader will endure this, someone remarked. Is that certain? The third wave has already breached the outer layer. It's evident he is in peril. Witnessing this scene, Su Luo recalled that in every realm, the transition from the holy stage to the legendary stage was invariably accompanied by tribulations. There was a tale of a legendary warrior who, while battling in a foreign realm, broke through his limits to ascend to legend, only to become a stone statue for decades before emerging anew. In Su Luo's world, advancing to legend involved the continuous disintegration of a holy being's body to grow stronger, yet with their formidable regenerative capabilities and the assistance of prepared spirit formations or potions. The challenge was not insurmountable. Of course, this proved less daunting for those with resilient physiques. For certain specialized fragile spirit mages, they would prioritize advancing their spiritual essence, establishing an immortal soul before reconstructing their corporeal forms. Records also indicated that in some worlds, ascending to legend could attract the attention of hostile entities, resulting in a concerted assault, a misfortune for one's fortune. Tribulations varied widely, yet as long as a solid foundation was established, the legendary demigod tribulations were relatively manageable. Was this world's tribulation expressed through divine thunder? Chapter 141, The Azure Demigod. The thunder gradually ceased, and the storm clouds slowly dissipated. Roar! The gigantic bull transformed into human form, revealing a significantly younger visage of the Azure General as he descended gracefully. Haha! Tonight, let us all celebrate this moment together. With a grand gesture, countless maidens emerged from the forest, setting up utensils and bringing forth barrels of exquisite wine. The dishes were served promptly, as the maidens were all holy tier warriors, flinging platters of delicacies with ease. At this moment, Su Luo found himself seated at the medical team's table, mingling with a few leech demons. Su Luo, do try this. A sweet, melodious voice beckoned. As intermediate holy beasts, these leech demons struggled with their transformation skills. While others morphed into beast men, they resembled tentacled extraterrestrials. Ignoring the viscous substance dribbling from the leech maiden onto the table, Su Luo took a bite and found the flavor delightful. Tonight, revelry filled the air, and Su Luo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The Azure General's ascension to legend affirmed that his skills as a beast tamer remained relevant in this realm, not merely a trifling craft limited to below the holy tier. As the night deepened, feigning meditation, Su Luo found himself within the beast taming space. Is that so? He gleaned from Feng Xian, knew the coordinates of the previous small world. After confirming with Lilith, it was indeed connected to the signal of the Academy of Dreaming Realms. If he could locate a teleportation formation and input those coordinates, he should be able to traverse to that world and return to his original realm through the local denizens. Yet, this world brims with countless resources and legacies awaiting his discovery. Why should he rush back? The starry divine realm, after all, is a higher world, teeming with holy beings and legends aplenty. Su Luo resolved to seize a considerable fortune first, aiming to comprehend why this realm facilitated ascension to legend with such ease. In Su Luo's world, the methods of advancement included fusing multiple holy occupations into one to ascend to legend or acquiring divine essence to become a demigod. After witnessing the Azure General S progression, Su Luo felt that this World S approach seemed more straightforward. He also inquired of Feng Xiannu why their combat prowess exceeded their potential so significantly. She merely attributed it to the starry holy sap, which greatly enhanced physical constitution and combat strength, though regrettably, she had none at present. The following day, the Azure Beast King, oh no, now he ought to be addressed as the Azure Demigod, entered Su Luo's tent, bearing an assortment of gifts. Upon inspection, Su Luo found they were all epic-grade materials, which he accepted with delight. And this. The Azure General presented a small vial. It contains 3 drops of wood element starry holy sap. With my ascension to demigod, I have no further use for it. So it is yours, Master Su. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Azure General, may I take another look to see if there are any areas needing improvement? Of course. After a thorough examination, Su Luo found the evolution to be quite successful, though some aspects required gradual adjustment. He handed over his pre-prepared auxiliary potions to the Azure General, who accepted them with great joy. By the way, the Grand Commander may seek you out in the coming days. He probably wishes to test your abilities. Do not fret. Understood, thank you. With that, the Azure General took his leave. After tidying up the heap of materials, Su Luo focused on the most valuable item and examined its details. Name, Starry Holy Sap. Type, Consumable. Quality, Epic Tier. Attribute, Wood. Special effect, enhances the user's affinity for wood elements, experience points, attribute values, spiritual strength, physical strength, and skill levels. Usage requirement, level LV 40. Note, the specialty of the Starry Divine Realm, possessing remarkably powerful effects, can enhance certain aspects according to one's needs. After observing it, Su Luo thought this item bore a striking resemblance to dream crystals, though he was uncertain. A brief trial would reveal the truth. He poured a drop into his mouth. You have utilized the Starry Holy Essence. Please select the enhancement direction. Skills. Su Luo frequently employed dream crystals to augment his skills. Thus, he was acutely aware of their effects, allowing for a clearer comparison. He opted for a moderately challenging enhancement. You have chosen to elevate the skill, Holy Transformation Technique. Holy Wolf King. You have gained substantial skill levels. Holy Wolf King LV 5. Holy Wolf King LV 14. Su Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, wow. In terms of skill enhancement, a single drop of this substance is equivalent to 3 intermediate dream crystals. Moreover, it did not merely stop there. Su Luo noticed a slight increase in attribute points and a hint of affinity for wood elemental magic. Its overall worth appeared slightly greater than 3 intermediate dream crystals, but not quite 3.5. Su Luo smacked his lips. The taste was quite pleasant. Let me have another drop, this time for experience enhancement. You chose to enhance experience. You gained a substantial amount of experience points. Your level has increased, ascending to LV 66. Su Luo was utterly astonished. Wow. Is it truly this powerful? I leveled up twice in a row. Could there be any adverse effects? Feeling his own body, he sensed some stiffness. Oh well. A brief rest should suffice. Su Luo reclined on his bed to recuperate. The next day, Qing Miao entered Su Luo's tent. The effect of that potion is remarkable. By the way, the great commander has summoned you. Huh. Su Shengshi. Su Luo lay in bed, numerous branches sprouting from his body, emerald leaves cascading to the ground. General Qing Miao remarked, oh dear, I should have informed you that this holy essence requires a period of time before another dose can be consumed. You must have taken it continuously, right? Su Luo felt his entire being had become rigid and woody. Ugh. General Qing Mu turned to his subordinates. Inform the commander about this situation. I will take Su Shengshi to see him later. Understood, General, the soldier replied, retreating. Qing Miao stepped closer, sighed, and extended his palm. A surge of verdant energy flowing into Su Luo's body, gradually softening his petrified form. 3 days later, Su Luo returned to normal. Qing Miao spoke, typically, it takes 7 days to recover. but Su Luo's constitution is exceptional, surpassing that of ordinary beasts. However, caution is still advised. After regaining his normal state, Su Luo accompanied Qing Niu to the Great Commander's tent the following morning. Upon entering the room, the Great Commander, seated in a high position, boomed, "Ahaha, Su Shangshi, you have made a full recovery." Su Luo replied, Yes, I am back to normal now." The Great Commander continued, "Qing Niu, why did you not inform the Shangshi about the correct usage of that holy essence?" Qing Niu, with a look of contrition, responded, "It is my fault, my fault." The Great Commander's expression turned serious. "You may leave now." "Yes, I take my leave." Qing Niu exited, clad in iron armor and towering around 3 meters tall. The Great Commander looked down upon Su Luo. "I wonder if Su Xingshi's skills have any effect at the demigod level." Su Luo bowed his head. "I need to conduct a test." The Great Commander gestured for Su Luo to approach, allowing him to inspect. Su Luo activated his detection skill, combining the helmet's detection ability with his own and Lilith's intelligence repository. With this triad, his current detection prowess should be at the pinnacle of the holy level. Yet, he was uncertain of its efficacy against a legendary demigod. Approaching closely, he surveyed the being thoroughly. Name: Ashen Iron Rhinoceros. Level: LV89. Attribute: Earth. Strength: Agility. Race: Beastkin, Divine Individual, Legendary Totemic Demigod. Evaluation: a mortal elevated to demigod status. A formidable general guarding the northwestern border of the Qinglin Kingdom. His experiences could pen a legend. Potential score: Combat Power Rating 1. 1M1. For M, nothing substantial gleaned from that. Su Luo maintained an unflappable demeanor. "Commander, I need to extract a sample of blood for analysis." "No problem." Su Luo retrieved a syringe, carefully extracting a small sample with the commander's cooperation. "Please wait a moment." "Commander, you may leave." Su Luo took his leave. Chapter 142. Apologies, noble being. This should suffice. It ought to be feasible. Su Luo began to adapt the concocted blood potion using the combined essence of the heritage fruit, continually seeking compatibility. Surprisingly, the highest compatibility came from a more ordinary beast type. Nevertheless, prudence prevailed. Su Luo opted for a fruit derived from a higher-level sacred beast. Despite its compatibility being only around 130, its stability was commendable. After a few days, Su Luo approached the Great Commander's tent. Upon arrival, he found the Great Commander occupied. Thus, Su Luo entrusted the prepared blood potion to the guards at the entrance and turned to leave. 7 days later, in the evening, Su Luo was summoned to meet the Great Commander. Inside the command tent, Su Luo entered to find the Great Commander towering over him, with Qing Niu, Bai Yuming, and General Mu seated on either side. "Ahaha, Su Xiao brother, your skills are quite impressive. In just a few days, I have nearly ascended a tier in strength. Truly remarkable." Su Luo bowed his head. "I am deeply honored." The Great Commander's expression became serious. "Thus, tomorrow morning, accompany me to a certain location. There is an important task to be entrusted to you." The Commander's demeanor was unusually grave. "Understood." The Great Commander stood. "All right, everyone may disperse." "Understood. At your command." "Very well, boss." As they exited the tent, Su Luo heard Bai Yuming, the Tiger King, call out, "Su Shangshi, while my star power is robust, I find it somewhat unwieldy. Do you have any effective methods to improve?" Su Luo inquired. "Have you been practicing frequently lately?" "Yes, aside from training patrols. I am practically always practicing." Su Luo pondered. "That might be the issue. Perhaps your physical form and divine abilities are somewhat misaligned. Try practicing some physical enhancement techniques." Bai Yuming's eyes lit up. "I'll give that a try. Thank you, Su Shangshi." As they approached the corner, the group prepared to part ways when General Qing Niu exchanged glances with General Mu. "That's Su Shangshi." General Mu hastily caught up to Su Luo. Su Luo turned, and General Mu produced a small white porcelain vial, presenting it to Su Luo. "Su Shangshi, I must apologize for my initial demeanor. This is a drop of golden attribute starry holy essence, a token of my regret." Su Luo felt a twinge of disdain internally, but maintained a neutral expression. "General, this is too much. There is no need for such gestures. It was but a minor matter. If you feign friendliness and then offer me something, wouldn't that diminish my standing?" Su Luo persistently declined. General Mu gritted his teeth, producing another small vial. "Su Shangshi, please do not be modest. I still have matters to request of you, so you must accept this." The value of this was reasonable, and feigning reluctance, Su Luo ultimately accepted both vials of starry holy essence. Observing Su Luo accept the gifts, General Mu exhaled in relief. Could Su Shangshi find time to assess what adjustments I might need? Anticipating this expected inquiry, Su Luo replied, "How about this? There's no time like the present, General Mu. Please follow me." "All right, Su Shangshi." Upon entering the tent of Sulo, He casually surveyed its state, taking a brief glance before drawing some blood. Observing the tense demeanor of General Mu, Solo mused to himself that this fellow appeared to possess quite a noble lineage. Name: Starry Night Grayling Sub Muanshian. Level: LV80. Attributes: Gold, Wood, Earth. Strength: Agility. Race: Chelan Tribe, Chelan Subspecies, Super Saint Level Chelan. Evaluation: a subordinate of the Azure Chelan. This Chelan breed has been a trusted aid of the Azure Chelan royalty for countless generations. With a prestigious lineage, they possess the strength of a top-tier Super Saint beast upon maturity and have a significant probability of advancing to legendary status. Potential score: 900,000. Combat power score: 990,000. Ahem. General Mu shivered slightly. Solo remarked, General Mu's lineage is indeed commendable. It requires minimal adjustment. Huh. General Mu's expression soured. Solo continued, however, I can still make some alterations. Ah, thank you, Master Solo. Solo added, as for the materials, I understand. General Mu called out to his personal soldiers. Bring forth the pre-prepared blood of the soldiers and deliver it to Master Solo. The soldier at the entrance replied, understood, my lord. Before long, several large boxes of sacred beast blood were brought in. Solo noted the considerable quantity. His own soldiers certainly did not possess such an abundance, leaving him curious about its source. Master Solo, do you think this quantity is sufficient? General Mu inquired. Solo nodded, it is adequate. I will notify you once the preparations are complete in a few days. Thank you, Master Solo. I shall take my leave then. Farewell. Watching General Mu's retreating figure, Solo shook his head, pondering that one should not be overly arrogant. Returning to his chamber, he casually discarded the fresh blood to the tree of life and settled onto his bed, commencing his evening cultivation. The following morning, Solo was escorted by the Grand Leader into a spatial carriage, where Qing Niu awaited alongside several maidservants, and the two indulged in a sumptuous feast. Upon arrival, they heard sounds from outside. The two tidied themselves near the grass-strewn walls of a dilapidated watchtower. They entered slowly. The Grand Leader instructed, soon, you will be assessing an individual of considerable status to see if you can enhance their bloodline potential. Be cautious. Only proceed if you are confident. Understood? Understood, Grand Leader. Solo affirmed. As the guards stood watch, Solo stepped inside the chamber, where only a young man and a servant were present. However, the opulence of the young man's attire and his refined demeanor indicated that he was indeed the principal figure. Upon noticing Solo's entrance, the servant urged, little sorcerer, quickly show the young master your skills. Solo approached, noting the young man's formidable concealment ability, augmented by a golden mask. As Solo neared him, the young man dispelled his ability, allowing Solo to scrutinize him closely before posing his inquiries. Your bloodline is quite noble, possessing two exceptionally powerful ancestries, one of even higher pedigree, of the wood attribute, and another, slightly weaker, of the gold attribute. The young master nodded in affirmation. Indeed. I wonder, Master Solo, do you possess any methods to enhance my bloodline potential? Solo replied, there are indeed methods available. Currently, there are two options. One is to strengthen the more esteemed bloodline, though the requisite materials are somewhat preposterous, utterly outrageous. The servant trembled, unleashing a formidable pressure upon Solo. The young master gestured for the servant to retract the pressure. Observing Solo's composed demeanor, the young master was somewhat surprised, realizing that this Master Solo had considerable strength, contrary to the common notion that auxiliary practitioners were typically weak. Solo silently thought, a combat power of around 800,000. Who are you trying to intimidate? Were it not for the presence of others, I would have shown you the true meaning of defeat. The young master inquired, what of the alternative method? Solo explained, the other option involves merging the two bloodlines, allowing for a harmonious blend. While not as potent as the pure-blood first option, it still provides a significant advancement. The young master's expression shifted from calm to anxious. Then I must trouble you, Master Solo. I shall choose the second option. By the way, Yuer, bring forth the items. The servant revealed herself to be a maid and handed over a small vial, placing it beside Solo. Here lies a portion of Starlight's sacred essence, encompassing attributes of wind, thunder, yin-yang, and the 5 elements. Master Solo, please accept this. Solo promptly stored it in his spatial compartment. Yuer scoffed disdainfully. Ah, we still need to draw blood, correct? Solo nodded. Indeed, blood must be drawn, and the more materials prepared, the better the efficacy of the concoction. The young master chuckled. I understand. The materials will arrive in a few days. Please be patient, Master Solo. I shall take my leave for now. With a respectful bow, the young master departed. And Yuer made a face at Solo once the young master turned away. After they exited, Solo stepped out of the watchtower. The Grand Leader approached him eagerly. Well, Master Solo, how did it go? The young master has requested that we await the materials. The Grand Leader sighed in relief, but remained somewhat anxious. Master Solo, please ensure you perform well. My career depends on you. Chapter 143, Abundant Materials, Experimental Subjects. Solo merely dealt with the potion for General Mu casually. He estimated it might increase his combat power by 20,000 to 30,000, roughly that figure. It was not that Solo intended to shortchange him. Rather, the potential of his bloodline was nearing its limits, making further enhancements difficult. Moreover, Solo had a limited supply of Chilean heritage fruits, unlike the abundance found among beasts and birds. 3 days later, General Mu expressed his gratitude upon receiving the potion and hurried back to administer it. During these days, the young master had sent an overwhelming quantity of sacred beast blood, which Solo struggled to accommodate. He vividly recalled the sight of over 10,000 barrels of fresh sacred blood stored in his spatial compartment on the first day. He was utterly astounded. How could this young master possess so many subordinates, sending countless barrels here? Regardless, Solo was quite pleased to accept them. The Tree of Life feasted rapidly. Operating at full capacity, countless heritage fruits coalesced, with life and spiritual power fruits adorning its branches. 1 month later, Solo opened his eyes during his cultivation. Oh, it is time. Over 30,000 barrels of sacred beast blood had yielded over 3,000 new sacred-level heritage fruits. Although most were beast-related, Solo felt quite satisfied. To his surprise, he discovered an abundance of Chilean-related spiritual beasts in this world. He gazed at a newly developed section of the tree, where nearly 100 Chilean fruits hung from the stoutest branches. Should I concoct the bloodline potion for that young master now? Solo contemplated. Perhaps it would be prudent to practice on others first. The Grand Leader, seated at the main table, inquired, Master Solo, I understand you seek experimental subjects? Solo took a deep breath. Grand Leader, your phrasing is somewhat inappropriate. I am in need of several volunteers to partake in the research of bloodline advancement secrets. Oh, it was my error in expression. Qingyo stepped forward, kneeling in the hall. Go and capture a few unfortunate, willing volunteers, and bring them to Master Solo. Understood, I shall obey. The two exited the hall and made their way towards the Qingyo military camp. That's Su Shengshi, you unfortunate soul. Are you a volunteer or not? Is it good or bad? Qingyo inquired in a hushed tone. Su Luo, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Do I appear to be the type of mad scientist? Rest assured, General, there are only benefits, no drawbacks. The difference lies merely in the extent of enhancement, he assured. Oh, I see. If only I could send those few I find displeasing to you, Qingyo murmured softly. Su Luo retorted, You are quite the schemer. Upon reaching the military square, they struck the war drum. Countless holy beasts scampered out in a frenzy. In Su Luo's world, these were formidable beings. Yet here they were merely foot soldiers. They could be considered elite troops, as this was a border area where many soldiers were dispatched from other nations. Qingyo had mentioned that the border occasionally faced assaults from celestial beast hordes, which were quite fearsome, as they often included legendary demigods among their ranks. Ahem. Su Luo Shengshi wishes to select a few soldiers for secretive training. Xiong-san, Xiong-si, Huiyanyang. You 3 step forward, Qingyo announced. He whispered to Su Luo. These 3 are my good brothers. Please take care of them. Sure, Su Luo nodded. Boss, I've bled for you. Don't be so merciless. I don't want to go to that forbidden place. Xiong-san and Xiong-si wailed in unison. What a disgrace. Drag them away. Several soldiers shackled the struggling trio with iron chains and pulled them away. However, Su Luo noticed Qingyo using a secret sound technique, murmuring a few words, which instantly silenced the trio's cries. Qingyo chuckled. These cowards, the rest are yours to choose, Su Shengshi. Su Luo nodded. His eagle-like gaze sharpened. Activate. Holy level detection technique. Engage. Connecting to Lilith's database. Countless data surged through his mind. General, I don't want to go. A few personal guards forcibly dragged him away with chains. The wailing continues. No, please don't. Su Luo selected several holy beasts, all possessing a trace of the Chilean bloodline. Thus, let the experiment commence. In a newly established area of the military camp, soldiers instinctively quieted and quickened their pace as they passed, eager to leave this ominous zone. The screams are harrowing. 2 soldiers nearby fled in fright. You are quite large yet timid, Su Luo remarked, observing a giant ape bound tightly by chains. Howling in distress, yet managing to be polite. I'm sorry, Shengshi, I'm a bit afraid of pain. Well, bear it, and it will soon pass. The creature was undergoing a transformation, its bones reshaping and its flesh contorting, accompanied by undeniable pain. Su Luo found it curious that this ape possessed Chilean blood. However, he decided not to dwell on it. Half a month passed, and the former volunteers emerged. Their potential and combat prowess elevated by at least 100,000, with some even exceeding 200,000. Once the beasts, who had previously howled in despair, exited the testing area, they now exuded an air of arrogance. When Su Luo requested to select volunteers again, the commander readily acquiesced. However, the scene was markedly different this time. Select me, pick me. Shengshi, I'm in great shape. Look at these arms. Does the Shengshi want me? I can warm your bed. What bed can a firestone beast warm? Are you planning to roast the Shengshi? This time, Su Luo was selecting from the entire battalion of soldiers, specifically targeting those with Qilin bloodlines, seeking to gather more desired data. The chosen individuals were ecstatic, while even their accompanying guards brimmed with envy. After half a month, it was nearly time. Su Luo, having compiled insights from numerous experiments along with the newly acquired Qilin fruits, finally concocted the most suitable bloodline potion for that young master. Guard, go summon the commander. The commander hurried over. Is it ready? Su Luo nodded. Indeed. To avoid any mishaps, I'll leave it in your hands. Also, here are some points to note. You must relay them to the young master. Understood. The commander stowed away the potion and clasped his fists in farewell. Watching the commander take flight, Su Luo let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Should I take a break? No, there are still matters to attend to. Feigning meditation, his spiritual form entered the Beast Mastery space. The three young Qilin dragons, Shijin and Yujin, were sprawled atop a mountain of food, sound asleep. Sensing Su Luo's arrival, they quickly scrambled up, pretending to train diligently. This creature, well fed and cared for, was advancing rapidly and had already reached level 55. It wouldn't be long before it attained the holy level, thanks to its inherent advantages. Xiaojing, the Bai Zhe, had also reached level 50, but it remained the lowest due to its naturally slower progression. Bai Yu continued to delve into refining its skills, though it lingered within the Beast Mastery space. It never felt bored, evolving into an increasingly zealous cultivator. Honghua and Lan Bing remained within the ring, consuming elemental crystals and quietly growing. Su Luo approached the Xian Shui Hei Feng evil Qilin beast. Feng Xiannu, it's time to address your situation. Hearing Su Luo's voice, Feng Xiannu lifted her head. Your bloodline harbors certain irreconcilable defects. Do you know why? Feng Xiannu raised her head. Since awakening my consciousness, I have frequently lost awareness and descended into madness. I believe it is inherent. Su Luo affirmed, indeed. The malevolent energy from the evil waters that birth you conflicts fundamentally with life itself. Moreover, your existence derives from the communion of the divine blood of the great wind Qilin and the essence of the earth's veins, allowing this malevolent energy to infiltrate your being as you grew. Feng Xiannu asked, then, Master, do you have a solution? Su Luo internally scoffed, as she often referred to him as Little Thief. Of course, I can alter your constitution, completely eradicating the malevolence within your bloodline. However, there will be a price. Your bloodline potential and combat strength will be somewhat diminished. Feng Xiannu bowed her head. Please, Master, proceed. I have endured this affliction for nearly a century and am utterly exhausted. Su Luo responded, I'm merely here to inform you, to prepare your mind. I will not seek your consent. I do not require the opinions of my demonic beasts. The fact that I did not kill you outright at that time was merely an act of mercy on my part. Su Luo contemplated the reasons for sparing her. Perhaps driven by greed? Feng Xiannu turned her head away. In front of her, Su Luo arranged and combined various Qilin traits on the Tree of Life. Although his words appeared callous, he ultimately selected those with the highest compatibility. Evil Heart Qilin, this won't do. It's too malevolent. The 5 elements Qilin is acceptable, though the disparity is considerable and may require more time to expunge its inherent malevolence. The Gale and Frostwater Qilin is just right, as its attributes align well. Although it may reduce potential somewhat, it will entirely root out the malevolence. Su Luo exhaled deeply. The fruit of inheritance, meticulously formed upon the Tree of Life, has materialized. Name: Gale, Frostwater Qilin. Level: LV 180. Attributes: Wind, Water, Ice. Race: Qilin, Star Qilin subspecies, Ultra Sacred Class, Sovereign Qilin Beast. Evaluation: Proficient in the use of wind and water-based spiritual techniques, while ice is often employed as an auxiliary element. This particular elemental Qilin species is rather commonplace. However, its somewhat chaotic attributes seem to infuse it with a more vivacious nature. It exhibits a reluctance towards cultivation and growth, with a combat power rating of 550. 000 to 610, 000. This potential is indeed rather meager. Undoubtedly, among the Qilin subspecies, this Gale Frostwater Qilin represents the lowest tier of potential. As for its temperament, glancing at Feng Xuan's impassive visage, it is evident that this creature is an outlier. A colossal cultivation apparatus was retrieved from storage and cast into the beast-controlling space. This device has been a constant companion of Su Luo, as it is essential for his sustenance. The rationale behind not employing it for others is entirely unwarranted. Su Luo is exceedingly protective of his assets, striving for excellence. Exorcism Array activate, he commanded, before seizing a handful of dream crystals and carelessly tossing them into the apparatus. The energy agents and stabilizers had already been meticulously prepared. After a slight modification, Su Luo transformed the fruit of inheritance into the corresponding bloodline elixir, which he then placed within the device. Well then, it is now your turn. The mental shackles remained unbroken, as Su Luo feared that this creature might suddenly go berserk. Xiao Jingxin had calculated that this creature typically went mad between 3 to 12 times daily. On Su Luo's instruction, Feng Zuin resumed her obsidian beast form. The apparatus whirred to life, and under the activation of the spiritual array, she closed her eyes and succumbed to slumber. What followed was a period of tranquil anticipation. In recent days, General Qingyou had conveyed delightful news to Su Luo regarding the noble prince's successful advancement. This was to be expected, given the tremendous efforts exerted. Known only to Su Luo himself. Lately, while refining those starlight sacred essences, Su Luo discovered their effects to be most beneficial for elemental beings, particularly enhancing the attributes of flame and ice, with secondary applications in top-tier transformation techniques and the Ultra-Qilin Ranger. Surprisingly, Xiao Jingxin exhibited little enthusiasm for this. As for other aspects, the upgrade speed is slightly superior to the dream crystals, with other attributes being comparable. However, Su Luo was not particularly concerned about leveling up, as the experience points returned to him periodically by the Tree of Life were already abundant, sufficient for effortless ascension. Su Luo planned to utilize these starlight sacred essences on his blade, and informed General Qingyou to assist in exchanging the remaining essences for attributes of ice, fire, and primordial. The main objective was to enhance the flame, ice, and Ultra-Qilin Ranger transformation techniques. General Qingyou hinted that some subordinates had inquired about the potential cost for Su Luo's assistance. Su Luo gestured with a few fingers, indicating the quantity of starlight sacred essences. These foot soldiers could typically afford about 2 to 3 drops for a year's worth of military pay, while generals could manage 4 to 5 drops. It was said that the leaders possessed legendary starlight sacred essences, which varied greatly in value. The efficacy of starlight sacred essences also has its limits. For those with diminishing effects, exchanging them for Su Luo's bloodline enhancements remains a more effective method of elevation. The cost ranged from 1 to 3 drops, with customized versions being pricier. It would be best if you could take action, Master. Su Luo mused, as if I had the option to refrain from action. After all, the allure of evolving the essence of life and enhancing one's life level is not something most can resist. Should Su Luo decline? Recently, Su Luo began accepting clients, with most foot soldiers able to produce around 3 drops, allowing for advancement to mid-level sacred tier, with the fortunate few reaching high-level sacred tier. Only captains or vice-generals could afford enhancements of ultra-beast level, approximately 10 drops. Su Luo's door was besieged by a constant stream of visitors. Drawing forth blood, Su Luo made the necessary adjustments and promptly delivered the elixirs to clients the following day, maintaining a swift pace. The starlight sacred essences were poured in bulk into his pouch, and refusing them was simply not an option. Were it not for the time required to absorb the starlight sacred essences, both flame and ice would have long since reached a combat power of 990,000. The Ultra-Qilin Ranger transformation technique could have also achieved its maximum level. However, within a few days, clientele noticeably dwindled, as the number of beasts was finite, and the majority remained financially constrained. Su Luo was unperturbed, as the quantity of starlight sacred essences in his possession was more than sufficient for an extended period. With a sigh of accomplishment, the elegantly clad noble emerged from the training chamber in excellent spirits. The skills of that bloodline sorcerer had proven unexpectedly adept, enhancing his innate potential by at least 2 tiers. Decades of stagnant combat power had been instantaneously elevated. Your Highness, you have emerged. How did it go? Was it successful? A handmaiden, witnessing the prince's exit, bounded over to his side. The unveiled handmaiden was an exceptionally beautiful maiden, adorned with twin horns, exuding a charming allure. It went exceptionally well. That is splendid news. The prince entered the hall and took his seat. By the way, Your Highness, the 29th prince mentioned he wishes to discuss important matters with you soon. The prince's expression turned grave. So it is about to commence? What is it? Do tell me. It is perhaps best that you remain unaware. Oh, the sound of numerous footsteps approached. Old 27, I have awaited your return with great impatience. What kept you in seclusion? A dashing youth clad in silver-white armor strode into the hall, his tone flippant, momentarily taken aback by the current state of the 27th prince. Your strength has increased so significantly. What have you been up to? His voice brimmed with astonishment, envy palpable for all to hear. The 27th Prince, Qing Mu Yunming, descended from the main seat. Let us first deliberate on the matter of trade routes. The 29th Prince hastily interrupted. That is a formality. Let us set it aside for now. I am eager to know how you. Chapter 145, The Second Prince. The crowd murmured. You truly are discerning in separating public and private matters. The 27th Prince, Qing Mu Yunming, attempted to intervene. This matter can wait. Fuyo, can it not? The 29th Prince, Qing Mu Fuyo, showed no regard for his elder brother's authority. No, I wish to hear it now. Qing Mu Yun's irritation was evident, his veins bulging in frustration. Very well, let us discuss this in the back hall. The two retreated to a smaller room. Qing Mu Yunming then explained how one of his subordinates had inadvertently encountered a bloodline sorcerer, and with his assistance, he had achieved bloodline enhancement and advancement. Qing Mu Fuyo exclaimed, Ah, I see. Where is this bloodline sorcerer? Qing Mu Yunming replied, He is with General Tieshi's border troops. Qing Mu Fuyo scoffed. That desolate place? Forget it. I shall go there at once. He turned, intent on departing. Qing Mu Yunming seized his brother's arm. No need. General Tieshi is in this vicinity. Simply send your blood directly. Concocting the elixir will require some time. Right, you mentioned that the more diverse the blood type sent, the better the effects of the bloodline elixir, correct? Qing Mu Yunming nodded. Indeed, that is accurate. I plan to have that blood sorcerer assist me again soon. I feel there may still be untapped potential within me. Huh, what potential do you possess? Just wait until I finish with old 13, 17, and 24. Then we shall see. Huh, I shall return to my territory to collect the blood now. He turned to leave. What about the official matters? Nothing of consequence. Merely that old 7 is plotting against old 5, that's all. Prepare yourself. By the way, where is General Tieshi now? Aoki Yunming, beyond the city wall. Understood. Watching Aoki Fuyo depart, the 27th Prince pondered over his recent words, shaking his head. Has 7th brother ultimately chosen this path? Sigh. A profound sigh echoed through the empty chamber. Master Su, the Grand Commander has returned. Su Luo replied. Oh, as he continued to manipulate a bloodline elixir for a vice captain. Master Su, do you not wish to know your reward? Completing the elixir in his hands, Su Luo raised his head. What is rightfully mine shall remain mine. It will not sprout legs and flee. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted. Indeed, Master Su is correct. The Grand Commander pushed open the door and entered directly, presenting a bag. Here, a reward from the prince. Su Luo accepted the bag, hearing a rustling sound. Upon opening it, he discovered dozens of vials containing starlight essence. Oh, exclaimed the Grand Commander, I specifically exchanged these for you. 3 elemental properties of ice and fire. Thank you, Grand Commander. The Grand Commander waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. By the way, you have a new task. Oh, is it from that gentleman again? The Grand Commander handed over a storage ring, and Su Luo used his mental energy to probe inside, discovering a barrel of blood and a letter. It is from another gentleman, the Grand Commander whispered. You understand my meaning, do you not? Su Luo nodded in comprehension. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. The prince has indicated his intention to assign me to an inland city. Whether it comes to fruition depends on you. After giving Su Luo a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he took his leave. Ah, another busy period ahead. After evening training, when the area was deserted, Su Luo took out the letter. It was unique, readable with mental energy. Esteemed Forbidden Technique Master, the blood is mine. Please concoct the finest bloodline elixir for me, surpassing that of the 27th. If insufficient, I can provide more. Additionally, I will send a substantial amount of blood. Please be patient. Do not rush. I desire something even better, something superior. After reading the letter, it automatically disintegrated, leaving behind embers that flickered. Su Luo chuckled softly. What an intriguing character. Then let us commence. Closing his eyes, countless Kirin seed heritage fruits flashed before him, temporarily selecting a few. Indeed, this individual is akin to the previous paternal line. I wonder if I can extract their paternal heritage fruits after serving these young masters? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to wait for the blood materials before proceeding with the concoction. Days later, the first batch of sacred beast blood arrived, and upon seeing the quantity, Su Luo was astonished. There must be around 30,000 barrels of blood in that ring. Having recently immersed himself in the knowledge of this world, Su Luo surmised that this prince's territory must be quite substantial. Throwing the blood to the tree of life, it ignited with vigor. A month later, Feng Xian, within the Beastmaster space, completed her advancement, appearing rejuvenated. Observing her current state. Name, Feng Xian, Gale Cold Water Kirin. Level, LV 75. Attributes, Wind, Water, Ice. Strength, 287. Agility, 330. Constitution, 200. Intelligence, 200. Spirit, 200. Charm, 100. Race, Kirin Clan, Star Lin Subspecies, Super Sacred Rank Monarch Kirin Beast. Skills, Sacred Heart LV10, Gale's Super Spell LV15, Curse Breaking Claw LV15, Blackwater Sacred Spell LV17, Ice Sacred Spell LV14. Evaluation, a drop of Gale Kirin's essence, birthed after a century in the Abyssal Water Marsh, subsequently undergoing bloodline transformation, purging the malevolent energy that should not exist, resulting in a bloodline metamorphosis that granted the ice attribute, transforming into an ordinary elemental Kirin species. Potential score 650,000, combat power score 670,000. Su Luo was surprised that her potential had not diminished, but rather increased by 20,000, though her combat power had dropped by several tens of thousands. Unlocking the chains, Feng Xian transformed into human form, kneeling before Su Luo. There's nothing pressing lately. Just focus on your training. He dropped several vials of starlight essence and took his leave. Xiao Jingxin, do not race in the half-plane. Watching Su Luo's retreating figure, admiration gleamed in Feng Xian's eyes, as if being captured by Su Luo was not such a terrible fate after all. During this time, Su Luo received 3 batches of sacred beast blood in succession. In the third letter, the gentleman mentioned that this would be the last substantial delivery, urging Su Luo to ensure the concoction of the finest bloodline elixir. In truth, Su Luo had long been capable of concocting it. Although the gentleman later delivered a significant amount of blood, the seed heritage fruit with the highest compatibility had remained unchanged. Then it shall be you. Closing his eyes, vast amounts of spiritual power melded with the life fruit, coalescing upon the already fused heritage fruit. Radiance flickered, and a fist-sized fruit appeared in Su Luo's hand, within which a golden Kirin phantom danced with exuberance. After shaking the fruit a few times, he tossed it into a test tube, and with a satisfying sound, it was done. Su Luo waited for a while, and indeed, that gentleman sent another batch of blood 3 days later, approximately several thousand barrels. After 2 days, Su Luo informed the Grand Commander that the elixir had been prepared. Upon receiving this news, the Grand Commander dispatched notifications. Within mere minutes, thunder rumbled in the sky. Countless troops materialized in midair, and over 100 sacred rank soldiers floated down in succession. A swift shadow darted into the tent. Fishy, is the elixir ready? Yes. By the way, how did you arrive so quickly over such a long distance, Your Highness? Iron Horn, the Grand Commander, inquired with confusion. Nothing much. Just a long-distance teleportation array that I hadn't used in a while. Thought I would test its functionality, Su Luo replied, raising an eyebrow. Using a large-scale teleportation array meant for wartime travel, just to get here? Truly unprecedented, the Grand Commander thought to himself in exasperation. The two entered Su Luo's tent. Upon pushing the door open, Su Luo, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes, and a pair of large hands grasped Su Luo's hand, shaking it vigorously. Esteemed Forbidden Technique Master, I am truly indebted to you. Su Luo replied. Is this the 29th Prince? Your bloodline elixir. Aoki Fuyo quickly released his grip, and Su Luo took out the elixir, handing it to him. Iron Horn, a yen, protect me. I shall use it right here. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, Master, is there anything I need to be cautious about when using this? Any side effects? Su Luo responded, prepare energy replenishment items. Aoki Fuyo patted his chest. I have been ready for that. Su Luo frowned slightly. As for side effects, aside from intense pain, convulsions, incontinence, seizures, mental disarray, and shattered bones, there's nothing else. A silence fell over the scene. Aoki Fuyo responded with a simple O, acknowledging the information with a clasped fist before departing. At the entrance, Aoki Fuyo paused. When in seclusion, ensure no one else sees me. Understood?